transformed into the elder brother of TangSan, yet burdened with a lamentable system. Is it truly necessary to await the demise of those who acknowledge oneself before one can inherit their abilities? What a ghastly premise. As dawn broke, Tang Chuan wielded a hoe taller than himself, laboriously weeding the fields, a mere 6 or 7 years of age. His pallid skin and slender frame resembled that of a fragile sprout, entirely the result of his wretched father, Tang Hao's, negligence. Tang Hao, that scoundrel, occupies the latrine without contributing anything. Tang Chuan muttered indignantly as he toiled. Brandishing the blacksmith sign, he drinks daily, relying solely on my vegetable harvest to sustain his drunken existence. Even more infuriating was TangSan. Having nurtured him with utmost care, this odious younger brother spent his days practicing the Xintian treasure record, returning only to await his meals, offering not so much as a word of gratitude. Am I not your brother by blood? Is it truly so difficult to extend even a modicum of acknowledgement? In the entire village, only old Jack regarded them as his own grandsons, frequently delivering meat and money under the guise of inspection. Yet old Jack thrived in good health, leaving Tang Chuan's inheritance system utterly useless. Surely, I cannot wish for old Jack's demise. He rolled his eyes. This system seems designed solely to torment me. Upon returning home, he was greeted by the overwhelming stench of alcohol. Tang Hao was inebriated once again. First soul skill, intoxicating aroma. Second soul skill, utterly inebriated. Third soul skill, complete disregard. Tang Chuan scoffed. Is this the prowess of a titled Douluo? Truly absurd. When would he ever activate the system? If something were to befall old Jack, what abilities could he possibly inherit? Should TangSan finally acknowledge him one day, would he inherit the dual divine positions outright? In his current state, could Tang Hao even last until Tang Chuan awakened his martial soul? Suddenly, old Jack rushed in, breathless. Little Chuan, bad news. TangSan. A chill gripped Tang Chuan's heart. What had happened to TangSan? Was it calamity, or had he finally decided to recognize him? Old Jack's next words caused the hoe in Tang Chuan's hand to clatter to the ground. TangSan has awakened his martial soul. It is blue silvergrass. Blue silvergrass? A useless martial soul? Did this mean there was still a chance for Tang Chuan's system to activate? He glanced at the drunken Tang Hao sprawled on the ground, suddenly struck by a daring thought. Since the age of 4, Tang Chuan had stood on a stool to cook, caring for his inebriated father, and the pampered TangSan's life had been more servile than that of a mere tool. If it weren't for the dangling inheritance system, I would have crumbled long ago. He sighed, rolling his eyes as he stirred the vegetables. While wiping Tang Hao's arm, he unexpectedly sensed a powerful wave of soul force. So, TangSan had long realized that our father was a valuable asset. No wonder he cared for him so dearly. Old Jack returned once more, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang Hao, a man of 40 or 50, making little Chuan run around shameless. Tang Hao snorted dismissively. He's my son. No need for your interference. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. You have gained the recognition of the Hao Hian. Tang Hao. Tang Chuan was on the verge of tears after years of effort. He was finally reaping the rewards. He quickly interjected. Grandpa Jack, Dad loves us very much. 3 days until the martial soul awakening. I will come to fetch you, old Jack proclaimed. TangSan, filled with curiosity, asked, what is the awakening ceremony? Awakening your martial soul. Who knows? You might become a soul master. Old Jack replied with palpable excitement. Tang Chuan secretly reveled in the thought. Once the martial soul was awakened, would TangSan still recognize me as his brother? With Tang Hao gaining recognition, the system finally stirred. But when would he receive his inheritance? If TangSan awakens blue silvergrass, will he beg Tang Chuan for assistance? What martial soul will Tang Chuan awaken 3 days hence? Could it possibly surpass TangSan's? After old Jack departed, Tang Hao suddenly remarked, dressed neatly on the day of awakening. Tang Chuan was taken aback. Was this concern? Yet Tang Hao turned away, took a swig of alcohol, and muttered, don't embarrass me. Was this a display of pride, or did it possess deeper significance? As Tang Chuan observed his father's retreating figure, he couldn't shake the feeling that inheriting this legacy might not be as straightforward as he had hoped. In 3 days, the steward from Notting City would arrive. Would he recognize Tang Hao's identity? Tang Chuan pondered his inheritance system. It could only be activated after the individual who acknowledged him had passed, allowing him to inherit their soul power and skills. Currently, only Tang Hao met the criteria. Yet this formidable figure seemed nearly invincible. As for TangSan, he wouldn't even grant recognition, let alone inheritance. Xiao Chuan, Xiao San, let's go, old Jack called from outside. Tang Hao did not lift his head. Go on, Don't delay lunch. Tang Chuan saw his role as a mere tool was undeniable. Upon reaching the wooden house at the village's center, the so-called Hall of Martial Souls, Su Yuntao was already waiting, the character for soul prominently displayed on his chest. I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 soul master. He produced 6 black stones and a blue crystal ball. Step inside and extend your right hand. The first child awakened a scythe, but Su Yuntao shook his head. No soul power. Next came a hoe, then a scythe. All agricultural tools, none possessing soul power. Tang Chuan commented from the sidelines. Didn't the master say there were no worthless martial souls? What was going on? When it was TangSan's turn, he stepped into the light barrier, extended his right hand, and blue silver grass emerged. Su Yuntao frowned. A worthless martial soul. When testing for soul power, the crystal ball showed no reaction. Did he also lack soul power? Tang Chuan's heart sank. That can't be right. Wasn't TangSan supposed to have full innate soul power? Su Yuntao waved his hand. Next, as Tang Chuan entered the light barrier, he suddenly felt a surge of power within him. His right hand grew warm, and a phantom hammer materialized. Su Yuntao's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that the Haotian hammer? How could Tang Chuan awaken the Haotian hammer? Could he truly be Tang Hao's biological son? Was TangSan's blue-silver grass genuinely a worthless martial soul, or was he merely concealing his true potential? Su Yuntao, upon witnessing the Haotian hammer, might he report it to the spirit hall? If Tang Hao were to learn that Tang Chuan had awakened the Haotian hammer, would he acknowledge this son? Suddenly, Su Yuntao seized Tang Chuan's hand and pressed it against the crystal ball, exclaiming, "Hurry! Test your soul power." The blue crystal ball erupted with a blinding radiance, overflowing with brilliance. Innate full soul power. Su Yuntao's legs nearly buckled beneath him. Saint Soul Village has produced 2 prodigies. 2. Could it be that TangSan is also among them? TangSan stood nearby, a subtle smile gracing his lips. She was indeed concealing his talents. Tang Chuan, gazing at him, suddenly comprehended. This insufferable younger brother had long awaited the opportunity to witness his embarrassment. What would Su Yuntao do next? Would the spirit hall come to seize him? Brother, you go first. TangSan graciously offered his position as Su Yuntao unceremoniously propelled Tang Chuan to the center of the black stone. Make haste. Golden specks of light surged forth, coalescing into a pale blue mirror, shrouded in mist, emanating an intimidating aura. What spirit is this? Su Yuntao grasped Tang Chuan's hand, his eyes alight with excitement. Quick, test your soul power. As Tang Chuan approached the crystal ball, his body suddenly convulsed. The crystal ball, like a bottomless pit, voraciously absorbed his energy. Crack. The crystal ball shattered. Boom! It exploded. Thighs. Innate full soul power exceeded level 10. Su Yuntao stammered. Only Bibi Dong and the Vice Master Qianrenxue possess such talent. Tang Chuan scratched his head, feigning ignorance. Is innate full soul power really that impressive? Impressive? It is the pinnacle of genius. Su Yuntao fervently explained. Ordinary individuals max out at level 10, yet you have shattered the crystal ball, starting at a level that leaves others far behind. TangSan observed silently, his gaze inscrutable, lost in thought. Tang Chuan smirked inwardly. Keep pretending. Your blue-silver grass must surely have its flaws. What spirit could this mirror be? Is it more formidable than the Haotian hammer? Could it be that Tang Chuan truly possesses dual spirits? When will the Haotian hammer reveal itself? Might Su Yuntao abduct him to the spirit hall? Would TangSan take advantage of this remarkable talent? Suddenly, Su Yuntao knelt on one knee, grasping Tang Chuan's arm. Come with me to the spirit hall. I promise you a boundless future. Tang Chuan was taken aback. Is this how the abduction begins? Old Jack rushed forward, shielding him. No, Lil Chuan must attend the Nodding Academy. Su Yuntao's eyes widened. What do you know? Only the spirit hall can provide the best resources. Should Tang Chuan choose the spirit hall or Nodding Academy? Would TangSan seize this moment to create mischief? If Su Yuntao were to forcefully take him, could old Jack protect him? Even more thrillingly, the system suddenly prompted, gained recognition from Su Yuntao. Tang Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Was there yet another who could be inherited? Would Su Yuntao's 26th level soul power be of any worth to him? Next, Su Yuntao produced a gleaming token. This is the admission token of the spirit hall. With it, no one will dare to obstruct your passage. Tang Chuan accepted the token, only to discover an inscription on the reverse side. Report immediately upon encountering Haotian that he abruptly raised his head, catching Su Yuntao's gaze, which bore an unsettling smile. Had Su Yuntao uncovered something? Innate full spirit power, ordinary? Su Yuntao chuckled. Only the Pope and her daughter possess such a talent. Accompany me back to the Spirit Hall, and you might become the Pope's direct disciple. He presented a weighty proposition, a monthly stipend of spirit coins, teachers assigned for soul ring hunting, and assistance with the development of the Holy Soul Village. Old Jack's eyes widened in astonishment. This was his ultimate dream. TangSan also exhibited a look of envy. Yet, Tang Chuan shook his head. I'm sorry, I cannot go. Why? The crowd exclaimed in disbelief. And my parents are here, I cannot wander far. Tang Chuan sighed. If I leave, who will care for my drunken father and little San? I shall go once little San is able to look after the family. Su Yuntao was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly clapped his hands. Good child, such filial piety. I will help you secure a spot at the Nodding Academy. Should you change your mind, the doors of a Spirit Hall will always be open to you. Brother Yuntao? Tang Chuan bowed deeply. I shall remember your kindness for a lifetime. Ding. Recognition from Su Yuntao obtained. The system notification chimed. Tang Chuan felt a surge of joy and other potential heir to inherit from. Su Yuntao drew forth a bag of spirit coins. Take this. Nourish your body and train diligently. This sum could sustain an ordinary family for a year, yet Tang Chuan declined, instead pointing at TangSan. Can you secure a spot for my brother as well? Su Yuntao raised an eyebrow. Him? His martial soul is blue silvergrass, and he lacks spirit power. TangSan suddenly spoke up. I wish to try to extend his hand, and Su Yuntao impatiently handed over the crystal ball. The blue crystal ball illuminated instantly, its radiance more dazzling than Tang Chuan's. Innate full spirit power? Su Yuntao collapsed to the ground. Has the Holy Soul Village produced two prodigies? TangSan also possessed innate full spirit power? He had hidden it remarkably well. Would Su Yuntao reconsider and forcibly take them to the Spirit Hall? Was Tang Chuan genuinely aiding TangSan, or was he plotting against him? Old Jack gazed at the two geniuses, suddenly reminded of something. Tang Hao, your sons are extraordinary. He tugged Tang Chuan homeward. Quick, tell him. What would Tang Hao's reaction be upon learning that both his sons possessed innate full spirit power? Would he weep bitterly, or continue to drink and feign indifference? Su Yuntao rose, his expression ominous. Two with innate full spirit power, this matter must be reported to the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall. He produced a black token, inscribed with the word confidential. Was he plotting something? Tang Chuan glanced back at the token, a chill running down his spine. Su Yuntao's demeanor was decidedly off. Should he rush home to convey the news, or first stabilize Su Yuntao? TangSan followed closely behind. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth had awaited this day for it. Eternity was the Holy Soul Village on the verge of transformation? Do not be so courteous, Brother Yuntao. I cannot accept this golden soul coin. Why hesitate with me? You are my brother. Su Yuntao insisted, pressing the pouch into his hands. Consider it an advance on your allowance. It will be deducted later. Stepping into the black stone array, TangSan extended his right hand, causing the blue silver grass to sprout forth. Wasted martial soul, Su Yuntao sighed, yet still handed over the crystal ball. Let's measure it. Do not harbor high hopes. The moment the crystal ball made contact with TangSan's hand, it erupted in a blinding radiance. Pre-innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao's eyes widened in disbelief. Too? Holy Soul Village actually possesses two with innate full soul power? What a pity. The blue silver grass is ultimately a wasted martial soul. He shook his head. I will reserve a spot for you at Nodding Academy. Thank you, Brother Yuntao. Tang Chuan quickly expressed his gratitude. Once Su Yuntao departed, Tang Chuan retrieved the pouch, pouring out more than 20 golden soul coins, and handed 10 to Old Jack. Grandfather Jack, this is a token of my appreciation. Old Jack nearly jumped back in shock. Did you steal this? Quickly return it to the Soul Master. It was a gift from him. Tang Chuan chuckled helplessly. I owe you so much for your care over the years, you must accept it. Clutching the coins, Old Jack suddenly pulled the two of them towards home. Quick, inform Tang Hao. His son is a genius. Upon pushing open the blacksmith shop door, Tang Hao was slumped over the table, reeking of alcohol. Tang Hao, did you hear? Xiao Chuan and Xiao San both possess innate full soul power. Old Jack shouted excitedly. Tang Hao abruptly lifted his head, a glimmer of clarity flashing through his bleary eyes, only to lower it once more and gulp down more liquor. What does that have to do with me? How can you be so indifferent? Old Jack exclaimed urgently. That is your son. Tang Hao suddenly smashed the bottle onto the ground, shards scattering everywhere. My son is none of your concern. His aura surged dramatically, causing the entire room to tremble. The might of a title, Douluo. Was Tang Hao feigning drunkenness? Had he always known his sons were geniuses? His sudden fury, was it fear of the Spirit Hall's pursuit, or was there a deeper secret? Old Jack stumbled back in fright, while Tang Chuan stepped forward. "Father, we are going to Notting Academy." Tang Hao fixed his gaze upon him, enunciating each word. "Blue silver grass is acceptable." Was this directed at TangSan, or was he hinting at something more? Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from outside. Su Yuntao returned, accompanied by several figures clad in black. "Tang Chuan, come with us. The high-ranking officials of the Spirit Hall wish to see you." Were these individuals from the Spirit Hall? How had Su Yuntao brought them here? Tang Hao sprang to his feet, positioning himself protectively before Tang Chuan, his eyes cold as steel. Who dares to touch my son? Was a great battle imminent? Would Tang Hao reveal his identity as a titled Douluo for the sake of his two sons? Dare the individuals of the Spirit Hall to act here? A certain Douluo, while forging, suddenly sneezed and cursed a few times. "Really, Grandpa Jack?" Tang Chuan wiped his tears and turned his sadness into joy. "Grandpa Jack, don't worry. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and become a useful person. Let us go. Xiao Chuan, Xiao San, Grandpa will take you home." Old Jack first sent the other children back, letting their parents take them away, and then brought Tang Chuan and Tang San back to the blacksmith shop. In the morning, it was Tang Hao's usual nap time, and the blacksmith shop was quiet. Tang Hao, Tang Hao. Old Jack didn't care whether Tang Hao was sleeping or not. He truly loathed this messy blacksmith. If it weren't for the fact that the farming tools he forged were very cheap, he would have long wanted to kick Tang Hao out of the village. While calling out to Tang Hao, Old Jack glanced around, intending to find a chair to sit down, but seeing Tang Hao's things were all tattered, he really didn't have the courage to pull one over. Old Jack was already quite old and didn't want to fall and break a bone here. Who was making a fuss? Tang Hao's slightly angry voice sounded, and he pulled aside the curtain of the door and walked out slowly. He first saw his son before shifting his gaze to Jack. "Old Jack, what is going on?" Old Jack impatiently told Tang Hao about Tang Chuan and Tang San awakening their martial souls today, and informed him that Tang Chuan and Tang San would be going to Notting Academy to study. Tang Hao seemed to ignore Jack's words and looked again at his two sons, Xiao Chuan and Xiao San. "Have both of you awakened your martial spirits?" "What are they?" Tang Chuan Dao. "Dad, it's a strange mirror, seemingly called the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror." TangSan said, "Dad, it's blue silvergrass." As he spoke, both of them revealed their martial souls to Tang Hao. Blue silvergrass? Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror? For some reason, when Tang Hao heard the words blue silvergrass, his body suddenly trembled and a special light flickered in his eyes. However, when the term Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror appeared, a complex emotion emerged in his gaze. Old Jack, seeing the disheveled old blacksmith mumbling, worried that he hadn't heard clearly, said again, "Hey, Tang Hao, your two sons are going to study at Notting Academy. Did you hear that? Blue silvergrass, blue silvergrass." Tang Hao murmured a couple of times, then suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing a determination that Tang Chuan and Tang San had never seen before, and said in a deep voice, "No." Old Jack's eyes widened in anger as he pointed at Tang Hao's nose and shouted, "No? If they don't go to Notting Academy, are they supposed to stay in this broken blacksmith shop and be blacksmiths for the rest of their lives? Is there anyone in our Holy Soul village more hopeless than you? One must strive for progress. You've wasted your whole life. And now you want to waste your children's lives too. Doesn't your conscience hurt? My two sons don't need your concern. All right, I'm tired. You can leave now." Tang Hao snorted coldly and opened the door to see him off. "Grandpa Jack, please don't be angry. I won't study to become a soul master anymore. Dad is right. Blue silvergrass is just a useless martial soul. Thank you for your kindness." Tang San hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over, while Tang Chuan went to comfort Tang Hao, urging him not to be angry. Tang Hao said this, and Old Jack felt it was inappropriate to stay here any longer, so he angrily got up to leave. Tang Chuan hurried out to see him off. "Grandpa Jack, please don't be angry. Dad didn't mean any harm. It's just..." "Xiao Chuan, it's fine. You don't need to explain for your dad. It's just that Tang Hao is an unreasonable person. You must not learn from him. You must work hard." Old Jack hated Tang Hao for being complacent and willing to sink into mediocrity, and since Tang Chuan was so sensible, he didn't want Tang Chuan to become like him. Old Jack said a lot, and finally, with a helpless sigh, he left alone. After seeing Old Jack off, Tang Chuan returned to the blacksmith shop, took out the pouch of money given by Su Yuntao, revealed the gold soul coins inside, and informed Tang Hao of their origin. Tang Hao held the money pouch, his gaze fixed firmly on the character for soul on the pouch, which was the emblem of the Spirit Hall. After a moment of silence, he waved for Tang Chuan to come over, and Tang Chuan slowly approached. "Smack! You useless thing! How dare you accept something from the Spirit Hall? Do you know what they..." "Forget it! Forget it! Today, I will beat you to death. You worthless little bastard." Anger surged in Tang Hao's heart, and with malicious intent, he slapped Tang Chuan to the ground and grabbed an unfinished iron rod to strike him. TangSan was taken aback at first, but being a clever person, he quickly understood. His father had never met anyone from the Spirit Hall, yet he hated them so deeply. Could it be that his father had a deep-seated grudge against the Spirit Hall? Dad, no. Please let him go. Tang Chuan is my brother, your own son. TangSan hurriedly tried to intervene, but his feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, unable to move. Tang Hao laughed in anger, swinging his stick down on Tang Chuan, causing him to scream in pain. Let him go. Someone so ungrateful and obsessed with money is not worth pitying. Dad, I didn't tea. These are gifts from Brother Su Yuntao. It's a loan. I will pay him back later. Tang Chuan gritted his teeth, desperately defending himself. He originally wanted to test Tang Hao's attitude towards the Spirit Hall, but he didn't expect Tang Hao to react so violently. Chapter 5. BB Dong, seeking collections and votes. You still want to argue? Today I will beat you to death. You worthless thing. Tang Chuan's explanation did not earn Tang Hao's understanding. Instead, it only fueled his rage further. He raised the iron rod in his hand, ready to smash it down on Tang Chuan's face. Tang Hao was truly intent on killing. If the iron rod hit Tang Chuan's face, then his son would really be finished. Clang! Just at this life-and-death moment, a faint black light burst forth from his left palm, and the brilliance quickly condensed, revealing a strange object in his hand. He picked it up to block Tang Hao's lethal iron rod, producing a sound of metal clashing. What appeared out of thin air was a completely black hammer, with a handle about half a foot long and a cylindrical head, looking like a miniature casting hammer. However, on the hammer's black and golden surface, there was a special glow and a faint pattern twisted around the cylindrical hammerhead. It was the Haotian hammer, the first weapon spirit of Douluo Continent. It is the most powerful and explosive weapon spirit in the Douluo Continent, capable of killing gods and Buddhas. Even the angel spirit, which is a divine-level weapon spirit, would be shattered by it. When Tang Hao saw this weapon spirit, his eyes widened in disbelief. The Haotian hammer? How is this possible? Could it be that you? Damn it, this is impossible, Xiao Chuan, you actually have a twin martial spirit. To Tang Chuan's surprise, Tang Hao's reaction to seeing his second martial spirit was not the expected joy, but a deeply hidden horror, as if he had seen a living ghost. In the next moment, Tang Hao picked up the gold soul coin on the ground, placed it into the pouch from earlier, and extended an arm to throw Tang Chuan out the door. Get out. From now on, you are no longer my son, Tang Chuan. If you dare to say, I am your father in the future, I will definitely break your legs. Dad? Tang Chuan, lying on the ground, was completely caught off guard. The transition was too abrupt, and he felt a bit dizzy. Don't call me Dad. I have no son like you. What about father? Don't call me father. I have no child like you. Then, bang. The response to Tang Chuan was the sound of the wooden door slamming against the doorframe. After closing the door, Tang Hao locked it, ignoring Tang Chuan's cries. With no other option, Tang Chuan had to leave and head to old Jack's house. What is going on? Just because I took the gold soul coins from the Spirit Hall, I've been kicked out by Tang Hao. He still keeps the Pope's decree issued to the Haotian sect by the Spirit Hall. He hasn't thrown it away. So how can he have the nerve to drive me away? Fortunately, the inheritance system did not indicate that Tang Hao's approval had disappeared. Otherwise, I would have suffered a huge loss. Inside the room, at some point, a hammer had also appeared in TangSan's hand, making the air in the entire room feel somewhat oppressive, and TangSan seemed unable to bear the weight of the small hammer, his arm slowly drooping. His face had already turned pale. As soon as Tang Hao entered the room, he saw this scene and immediately grasped TangSan's hand. When Tang Hao held TangSan's hand, a warm feeling of blood connection made TangSan feel particularly comfortable. Dad, why did you get so angry just now? And why did you send my brother away? Isn't it just a bag of gold soul coins? Some people are so stubborn. And Tang Hao is clearly one of them. If something shouldn't be asked, then don't ask. He is willing to be someone else's lackey for a bag of gold soul coins. And he is simply unworthy of being my son. What is wrong, TangSan? Do you want to sever our father-son relationship too? No, that is not it. Faced with Tang Hao's tough attitude, TangSan hurriedly explained that he was an orphan in his previous life and didn't want to lose this hard-won fatherly love. Suddenly, Tang Hao opened his strong arms and tightly embraced TangSan. This is my understanding and good son. Tang Hao's chest is broad, perhaps due to his long-term work as a blacksmith. Although he appears quite lazy on the surface, his muscles have not diminished with age, and his embrace is very warm. The sense of security that comes from father's love is irreplaceable by anything else. Dad, TangSan was a bit taken aback. In his memory, this seemed to be the first time Tang Hao embraced him like this. Previously, he had only seen him hug Tang Chuan, and TangSan had never received such treatment. The small hammer in his hand seemed to grow heavier, and TangSan really enjoyed the warmth that came from this paternal love, his mind going blank. TangSan had never seen such a vivid expression on his father's face before. Various complex emotions continuously appeared on Tang Hao's face. After a long while, he finally said slowly, "Remember, Xiao-san, in your future, you must use the hammer in your left hand to protect the grass in your right hand. Never, ever let it suffer the slightest harm." Tang Hao finished speaking, and TangSan nodded. A feeling of paternal love that he had never experienced before filled his heart. In his previous life, he was an orphan and cherished the hard-won paternal love he had now even more. However, he still did not understand why his father was so furious over the gold coins given to his brother by the Spirit Hall's deacon. He originally wanted to persuade his father to stop beating and drive away his brother, but he had suffered from such teachings in his past life. Tongmen's ancestral teachings. The words of elders cannot be disobeyed. If there is a mistake, it is only one's own fault. A man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Only in this way can a family name be honored and maintain an extremely backward mindset. TangSan thought, "My father is currently very angry, and as his son, I cannot go against him. I will wait until he calms down before making plans to bring back my brother." The Spirit Hall. Through the tall ribbed windows of the Spirit Hall, one can see the wide dome and a vast blue sky. Rays of dazzling sunlight pour in through the window panes, and the colorful stained glass screens are particularly eye-catching, illuminating the platinum throne in the center of the hall and exuding an inexplicable sense of sanctity. On the throne of the Pope, a woman around 30 years old lazily squints her beautiful eyes, listening to her subordinate's report. She is astonishingly beautiful, noble, elegant, and serene. All kinds of beautiful words seem to apply to this woman. Although she is past the most youthful age, her skin is smooth and tight, and her face remains as beautiful as a young girl, revealing an air of nobility and inviolability. She is the #1 genius of the Douluo Continent, the second person in history to possess twin martial souls, and has restrained the backlash of soul rings, making her the best choice for the title of the first mother-in-law of the Douluo Continent, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, BB Dong. If you have something to report, do so. If not, you may leave. Reporting to Your Holiness. Bishop Su Yuntao from the Nodding City branch has sent news that he has discovered a genius with innate full soul power. A genius with innate full soul power? Upon hearing this, the previously lazy BB Dong suddenly opened her half-closed eyes, the laziness vanishing as if it had been an illusion. She walked down slowly, reaching out her delicate hand to lift the stiff face of the cardinal in red, her eyes revealing a sharp glint. "When did you find out about this news? I trust you haven't told anyone else, have you?" In front of the beauty, Cardinal Fuxus was sweating profusely, trembling. "Ha, Your Holiness is just joking. How could that be? You are the Pope, and the Spirit Hall is yours. How could I report to anyone else first? That's best, Fuxus, you are a clever man, and you should know what a clever person should do and what they should not do." BB Dong walked behind Cardinal Fuxus, her slender white fingers tracing a circle on his neck before stepping in front of him. "I know you've been stuck in the realm of Soul Douluo for too long, but rest assured, as long as you are sensible, you still have a chance to enter the realm of Tidal Douluo. Do you understand?" Fuxus could no longer hold back, kneeling on the ground with a thud, lowering his head, sweat pouring down like rain. "Your Holiness, please rest assured, I, Fuxus, am definitely not an ungrateful person." You may leave." "Yes, Your Holiness." After Fuxus left, BB Dong glanced at the spot where he had just stood, which had obvious water stains, not knowing if it was sweat or something else. She stepped back to her throne with elegant strides, crossed her smooth, white legs, and tapped the Pope's scepter in her hand. "Ghost Douluo Mingza. There is a little ghost named Tang Chuan in Nodding City who has awakened a mutated martial soul with innate full soul power. I want you to follow him and see if he has the potential to become my pawn. If he does, bring him back to the Spirit Hall. If not, you may dispose of him as you wish." As BB Dong's words fell, the hall instantly became filled with a chilling aura that made people shiver. A black-purple, ghostly figure flashed in from outside, transforming into a person dressed in a black cloak, wearing thorny bone armor and a white mask with a crying, laughing face. He sighed and then let out a cackling laugh. "Thank you, Your Holiness, for once again calling upon a name that has long been forgotten. It has been so long since anyone has called me that." Cackle, cackle. "Rest assured, Your Holiness, I will take care of it right away. Go, Ghost Douluo. You better not disappoint me." BB Dong waved her slender hand, and Ghost Daw transformed back into purple-black smoke, disappearing into the hall. Bibi Dong watched the departing Ghost Daw, a thoughtful expression appearing on her beautiful face, and her thoughts turned. Although I have now taken over the spirit hall, my power is still shallow, and I am under the pressure of the elder worshipper, Qian Daolu, making it impossible to carry out my plans for revenge. Ghost Daw Mingza and Chrysanthemum Wan from the spirit hall are titled Douluos achieved by commoners, and compared to other titled Douluos from the spirit hall, their backgrounds are clean and can be tested for development in my right and left hands. If Ghost Daw does not tell this task to the elder worshipper, Qian Daolu, then he can be cultivated as my trusted aide. Chapter 6 Nodding Academy. Please collect, please vote. Today is the day to register at Nodding City. And Old Jack brought Tang Chuan early on. Tang Chuan has been staying at Old Jack's house these days. Perhaps because they were going to Nodding City. Old Jack specially wore new clothes today, looking even more spirited and youthful. Little Sam, let's go. Your lazy father will not get up. Jack called for TangSan and Tang Chuan to leave together. TangSan hummed in response and followed along. As they walked, he silently trailed beside Old Jack, occasionally glancing back towards the village, seemingly looking for something. Little Sam, are you reluctant to leave the village, or is it because of your drunkard old dad? Jack asked, patting TangSan's head with a smile. It's a bit of both, TangSan replied softly. Old Jack said angrily, there's nothing to be reluctant about. Your father is just scum. Xiao Chuan is such a good kid, taking care of both of you. Tang Hao actually broke his bones out of his pathetic pride. If he hadn't collapsed near my house, and I hadn't found him and let him recuperate at my place for a few months, he might not even be able to get out of bed now. TangSan was silent, and there was no change in Tang Chuan's expression either. Anyway, the situation had already occurred, and everything was indifferent to him. As long as Tang Hao died, all of his soul power would belong to Tang Chuan. So what was there for him to argue about? Seeing that both of them didn't look well, Old Jack quickly changed the subject. Don't think too much. The world outside is vast, and when you get to the academy, you'll meet many friends and learn a lot of knowledge. Once you have the title of Soul Master, the Spirit Hall will provide you with a monthly allowance, and your family's life will improve a bit. Little Chuan, you don't have to be sad. If Tang Hao doesn't want you, Grandpa wants you. Grandpa is looking forward to having a well-behaved and sensible grandson like you. Thus, Old Jack chatted with the two of them casually, introducing the differences in Soul Master Academies. The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was located in the west of Nodding City, a bit remote. Old Jack asked several passersby for directions and finally brought Tang Chuan and TangSan to the place. From a distance, they could already see a tall archway. The archway was 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, constructed from hard rock, with 2 iron gates at the bottom. Through the iron gates, one could see winding paths leading into the academy, with tall trees lining both sides. In the center of the archway, there were 4 large characters, Nodding Academy. Just from the academy's entrance, one could see how important the profession of Soul Master was in the Douluo Continent. And this was just a Junior Soul Master Academy. To Old Jack's surprise, many Soul Masters were standing at the entrance of Nodding Academy, dressed formally and looking eagerly as if they were waiting for someone important. Old Jack had never seen so many Soul Masters. He approached them cautiously and asked, "Excuse me, esteemed Soul Masters, are you waiting for someone?" Seeing Old Jack's simple and rustic clothing, the Soul Masters guessed he was an ordinary person and didn't bother to respond. Just as Old Jack was feeling disheartened, a medium-built man, slightly thin, approached them at some point. He looked to be around 50 years old, with short black hair styled in a side part, and his appearance was quite ordinary, blending into the crowd. He had his hands behind his back and exuded a special aura, with a hint of laziness and dejection in his eyes. "Old man, we are waiting for someone. By your appearance, you should be bringing 2 grandsons to enroll at Nodding Academy, right? Then, sir, could you show me the proof from the Spirit Hall?" Seeing someone talk to him, Old Jack quickly took out the proof he had kept in his pocket. The proof was shiny and quite beautiful. The man took the proof and examined it closely. "You can call me Master. This proof." "Wait, Tang Chuan? Tang Chuan?" Hearing this name, all the waiting Soul Masters turned their heads, excitedly asking, "Which one of you is the disciple appointed by the Spirit Hall, Tang Chuan?" "Hello, brothers and sisters. I am Tang Chuan. Sorry for making you wait so long. However, I am not yet a disciple of the Spirit Hall. My younger brother is still small, and I have to take care of him until he grows up." Tang Chuan stepped forward, his big watery eyes shining, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth. Looking like an adorable young boy. Seeing Tang Chuan so sensible and cute, several female teachers couldn't help but reach out to pinch his little face, talking to him one after another. "Those 2 little tiger teeth are so cute. Come, let sister give you a kiss. You know, to protect your brother, little friend. You're quite the little adult. It seems our little genius is also a very responsible brother. Amidst the flurry of compliments, the big sisters leaned in so close. Their swaying figures and the fragrance from their bodies made Tang Chuan a bit dizzy. He quickly stepped back a few paces, realizing he was still a virgin. If this continued, he might just nosebleed. Ha ha ha, he's shy, so cute. Tang Chuan couldn't help but cover his face, unsure whether he was maintaining his 6- or 7-year-old identity or if he was genuinely shy due to the presence of these girls. Stop messing around. Let's talk about serious matters. A middle-aged soul master with graying hair and a slightly sturdy build, exuding a sense of determination, stepped forward from among the soul masters. He approached old Jack and said, "Hello, Elder, you are here to enroll these two little friends, right? They must be Tang Chuan and TangSan." As specifically instructed by the Wuhuan Hall's steward Su Yuntao, old Jack nodded repeatedly, briefly introducing Tang Chuan and TangSan's basic information and their martial souls. Innate full soul power and mutated martial soul? No wonder that guy, Su Yuntao, specifically told me to personally receive them. Indeed, having such talent enroll in our academy is practically a living advertisement. The middle-aged soul master murmured, then squatted down to greet Tang Chuan. "Hello, little friend. I am the principal of Nodding Academy. My name is Tian Lei. From now on, you and your brother will be students of our Nodding Academy. Welcome to Nodding Academy." The term innate full soul power on Douluo Continent can be equated with unparalleled genius, a title de law. Currently, only the sitting Pope Bibi Dong of the Wuhuan Hall and her daughter Qian Rinxue possess innate full soul power. Bibi Dong is considered the most talented soul master in the history of Douluo Continent, having become a title de law at the young age of 21. According to rumors, after becoming a title de law, she seemed to fall into a passionate romance that distracted her from cultivation. Later, she fell in love with her teacher Qian Xuanji and had a child, Qian Rinxue, who is said to have reached the level of Super Douluo at level 95. Seeing his brother surrounded by so many people, Tang San had no intention of stepping forward, his eyes revealing a strange emotion. The sight of so many soul masters surrounding him, and their not-so-lofty attitude, greatly satisfied old Jack's vanity. "Principal, I will take my leave now. Xiao Chuan, Xiao San, you just follow the principal and the teachers inside, but make sure to behave. Don't worry, I will come see you every now and then." After old Jack left, Tang Chuan and Tang San followed the principal and the teachers into Nodding Academy. But the other teachers didn't like Tang San, feeling that the child always had a stiff expression, somewhat gloomy, which made people uncomfortable. "You are Tang San? Come here for a moment." As Tang San slowly walked behind the crowd, the master approached and grabbed Tang San's hand, forcing a smile that seemed somewhat stiff, making his smile quite unconvincing. Tang San originally felt a bit resentful because he was neglected, but finally someone paid attention to him, so he did not resist. The master's hand was soft and dry, and it felt very comfortable too. This unconsciously brought Tang San a sense of trust. Under his guidance, Tang San finally entered the academy. "Thank you, teacher," Tang San said to the master. "Teacher? You got it wrong. I'm not a teacher at the academy," the master said lightly, looking down at Tang San. After that, the master explained that he was actually a friend of the principal of Nodding Academy, Tian Lei, and was here for a while to help out. By the way, he was also acting as a teacher for the Wuhuan theory class at Nodding Academy, as he was an expert in Wuhuan research. Chapter 7. The Master and Blue Silvergrass. Additional update. Please vote. After the explanation, the master's words came to a halt, but there was a burning light in his eyes. "Unless you truly want me to be your teacher, are you going to teach me how to cultivate my Wuhuan?" Tang San asked. The master stopped, facing Tang San, and asked, "Then are you willing?" Tang San naturally stopped, looking up at the master in front of him. At this close distance, and from below, he noticed that the master's mouth was a bit large and his lips were quite thick. He didn't speak, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, silently expressing his attitude. The master looked into Tang San's wide, staring eyes, and that stiff smile appeared again. "Good, you really are a clever child. After all, encountering a stranger in the academy who claims to be someone living off connections and just lounging around for a few days, and then saying he wants to take you as a disciple. Do you think a normal person would agree?" The master thought to himself, "This kid really can't be fooled unless he shows some real talent." The master, like old Jack, raised his hand to rub Tang San's head. "With such exceptional talent and intelligence, it seems I must be persistent this time. After all, you're the third twin martial soul in 100 years. Hearing the master's words, Tang San was taken aback, and his gaze toward the master changed instantly. His left wrist quietly lifted, revealing a look of uncertainty in his eyes. And the killing intent in his heart instantly surged to its peak. The general outline of the Tangmin Xintian treasure record. Article 1. Once a Tangmin disciple's secrets are known to others, it is a path to death. They must kill anyone who knows without mercy. Otherwise, they will only bring trouble upon themselves. In TangSan's view, this secret is known only to him and his father, who is a close relative. As for this master, who is he? Knowing his secret is a path to death. At the same time, he is absolutely confident that everyone's attention is drawn to his cheap brother Tang Chuan, and no one will notice that the hidden arrow was shot by him. He is just a 6-year-old child, without evidence. Who can say he committed murder? The silent hidden arrows of the Tangmin are extremely fast, leaving only a shadow. Even if you are a soul master, you must obediently meet your demise. The master did not realize that by uncovering TangSan's secret, he had already triggered TangSan's killing intent. He continued to speak to himself. I once investigated 647 people with the blue silvergrass as their martial soul. Among them, only 16 had soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Moreover, even these 16 people did not possess soul power exceeding level 1, yet you are full innate level 10. According to one of the 10 core competitive advantages of martial souls that I have researched, the innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul. The blue silvergrass clearly does not meet this requirement. Therefore, I can be certain that you must have another martial soul, and it is a very powerful one. What TangSan did not know was that the master had been traveling to various places on the Douluo Continent for 20 years, trying to find soul masters with the blue silvergrass martial soul to validate his views and theories. The awakening probability for blue silvergrass is 1 in 10, making it a relatively common martial soul, with one appearing among every 10 people. For 20 years, the master searched day in and day out. While others counted sheep to fall asleep, the master counted blue silvergrass soul masters. Why did the master choose to collect data on blue silvergrass soul masters? Because blue silvergrass is considered the most useless martial soul on the Douluo Continent. While scythes and hammers have attacking power, blue silvergrass can only be used to feed horses, sheep, and rabbits. The Master's family did not believe in his theories, so he decided to cultivate the most useless martial soul into a genius to prove the validity of his theories. The master knew that his actions were risky. He had spent most of his life counting blue silvergrass martial souls and had not found a suitable young person. However, he still wanted to persist to prove himself. Hard work pays off, and today he finally found a young boy with awakened innate full soul power of the blue silvergrass. Of course, all of this is based on the assumption that the master's earlier words were true. TangSan's gaze gradually calmed down as he argued. There are exceptions to everything. Why can't I be an exception? His killing intent gradually receded, and it seemed that the master did not intend to use this as a threat. So they could continue to talk. The master nodded seriously and said, "That's right, there are exceptions to everything. However, your martial soul is blue silvergrass, so you're clearly not that exception. In the last 100 years, the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire have seen only 2 instances of twin martial souls. I have even inspected one of the soul masters with a twin martial soul up close. On the other hand, there have been 19 individuals born with full soul power. I have studied each of their martial souls, and none are weak. The youngest among them has already reached the level of a great soul master. Of the 14 who inherited powerful martial souls through family lineage, 5 are exceptions. Wow, Master has studied so many soul masters, and they are so well coordinated. Your status and achievements must be very high." TangSan discerned from the master's few words that he held an extraordinary identity. How could an ordinary person have the opportunity to study so many soul masters? The master coughed awkwardly a few times and then explained that TangSan's martial soul might be a mutated martial soul, where families rely on inheritance. And commoners can only depend on the 1 in 10,000 chance of mutation. Dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. But there can also be 1 or 2 useless martial souls from large families. Moreover, he indicated that the probability of producing idiotic offspring from close relatives is very high. A certain imperial family maintained martial soul fusion techniques through generations of close intermarriage, resulting in their descendants mostly being spoiled and generally having low intelligence. Such a perfect theory left TangSan in awe. He nodded and suddenly stepped back, distancing himself from the master, then knelt on both knees on the ground and respectfully knocked his head 3 times. This time, it was the master who was stunned. "What are you doing?" "Master," TangSan called respectfully, Please accept me as your disciple. The master and the dean provided Tang Chuan with 2 standard uniforms from the Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. The white fabric looked very clean. At this time, the master also took TangSan out of the small grove, and his originally stiff face relaxed, as if he had put down a heavy burden. It seemed that TangSan had followed the path of destiny and became the master's disciple. Having such a theoretical teacher was truly wonderful. The master's theories were unbeatable, well known throughout the Douluo Continent, even among titled Douluo, which was truly deserved. Next, the dean took Tang Chuan and the others to find the dormitories of Nodding Academy. There was only one dormitory building, which was easy to find. Both students and teachers lived here. The student dormitory only had 7 rooms. As the students of the Junior Soul Master Academy were relatively young, and in order to manage them better, students of each grade lived together in a large dormitory. There were only about 40 students in each grade at Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy. The lower 3 floors of the dormitory building housed the 7 large dormitory rooms for students, each supervised by a teacher. To this, Tang Chuan felt somewhat resentful and covered his face, saying, "Over 40 students in one grade, is this really Nodding Academy? Or is it a Nodding Soul Master training class?" The dean of Nodding Academy, Tianlei, was naturally worried that Tang Chuan would dislike the living conditions here. So he planned to give Tang Chuan and TangSan a separate room. As they passed in front of the 7th dormitory, they heard a commotion coming from inside. The door was open, and TangSan suddenly walked to the doorway to look inside. It was a spacious room, nearly 300 square meters, with a total of 50 beds, but only 11 had bedding. At that moment, there were 7 or 8 children aged between 8 and 12 years old making noise inside. TangSan stepped out from the crowd and entered the dormitory, saying to everyone, "Sorry, I can stay in this dormitory. A separate room is unnecessary." TangSan recalled Tang Hao's instructions and refused all help from a spirit hall. The kind act of the principal of Nodding Academy was automatically seen by him as assistance from the spirit hall. Dormitory número 7? Let me think. It seems to be the dormitory where Xiao Wu and TangSan first met. Xiao Wu, the soft-bone rabbit, a soul beast of 100,000 years. If I gain her approval, would T that 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone be? Tang Chuan turned his eyes, recalling fragments of memories, and he took the initiative to step forward and said to Principal Tianlei, "Principal brother, since my brother TangSan wants to stay in this dormitory, I will stay here to accompany him." The 2 brothers exchanged words, completely bewildering Principal Tianlei. "What is wrong with today's kids? I've only heard that children are pampered and unwilling to endure hardships. These 2 seem to be the first ones to voluntarily seek out suffering." Chapter 8. Xiao Wu, seeking votes, seeking collections. Tang Chuan and TangSan had just arrived at the dormitory when a clear voice came from outside. "Is this the 7th dormitory?" Everyone turned to look at the door, their eyes widening in surprise. A lively little girl stood at the entrance, seemingly around the same age as Tang Chuan and almost the same height. Her pretty little face was rosy and fair, resembling a ripe peach, making one feel an urge to take a bite. Although her clothing was very simple, she looked quite tidy. Her long black hair was styled into a braid that hung down past her waist. A pair of big, watery eyes sparkled with curiosity. She was also holding a brand new school uniform. All the boys in the dormitory were stunned to see such a beautiful little girl suddenly appear. Is this Xiao Wu? However, thinking back, even in my last life, kindergartens were divided by gender, so is it really appropriate for Nodding Academy to mix boys and girls like this? Or is someone just trying to force a meeting? Tang Chuan couldn't help but cover his face. The logic in this world he had crossed into was truly lacking. However, despite the complaints, recognition was still necessary. After all, Xiao Wu was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and her soul rings and bones were nothing short of extraordinary. A boy named Wang Sheng stood up and stepped forward, asking everyone to make way as he prepared to show off. "Little girl, I'm the boss here, and you have to listen to me from now on, got it? Come on, call me Brother Sheng and let me hear it." "Brother Sheng?" Just as Wang Sheng smirked with pride, Xiao Wu's right leg bent at the knee, and her toes shot out, kicking straight at Wang Sheng's abdomen. It didn't seem very powerful, but the speed was astonishing, and Wang Sheng couldn't react in time. Ouch! A scream echoed as Wang Sheng clutched his stomach and knelt on the ground. Before he could react further, a small foot landed on his face. Bang! Xiao Wu stepped on Wang Sheng's face, her little face full of pride as she declared from now on, "I'm the boss of you all, and you will call me Sister Xiao Wu. How about it? Is anyone unconvinced? Step up and let's compare skills." For some unknown reason, TangSan stepped forward but was quickly stopped by Tang Chuan, who whispered, "Xiao San, This girl named Xiao Wu is truly formidable. If you can't handle her, you'll get hurt. Let me take care of it. Yes, yes, let your brother handle it. That's right. Even Brother Wang Shang couldn't beat this little girl. We'd better not take that risk. The others also advised against it, and TangSan had no choice but to step back, his expression quite comical, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Tang Chuan stepped forward with a warm smile, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth that made him quite approachable. Hello, little sister. My name is Tang Chuan, and I'm the brother of Xiao San. It's better for girls not to engage in fighting and killing, right? Your martial spirit must be very cute as well. Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and smiled. Of course, my martial spirit is a rabbit, a very cute little white rabbit. What about you? When she smiled, two adorable dimples appeared on her face, making her even more charming. My martial spirit is a mirror that only reflects the appearance of the most beautiful girls, Tang Chuan said with a mischievous smile, gently waving his hand as the nine-heaven spirit mirror appeared. Little sister, would you like to give it a try? The word most beautiful is too tempting for girls, like the golden apple of Eris, making it irresistible. Even Athena, known as the goddess of wisdom, put aside her dignity to compete with the queen and the goddess of beauty. Xiao Wu snatched the nine-heaven spirit mirror and examined it carefully. The oval-shaped mirror had a light blue hue, with blurry patterns showcasing clouds and mist, cranes spreading their wings, and spirit peaches hanging from branches, exuding an ethereal aura. Your martial spirit is really quite beautiful, Xiao Wu said, holding the spirit mirror with fondness. She carefully placed her face in front of the nine-heaven spirit mirror, and when she saw her lovely reflection, she exclaimed with delight, Mirror, oh mirror, who is the most beautiful girl in the world? Tang Chuan deliberately tightened his throat and replied, Of course it's you, Little Wu. Little Wu was startled and took a step back. Then she realized it was Tang Chuan speaking and, feeling a bit annoyed, said, How dare you tease me? That's just awful. Bring it on. With a swift motion, Little Wu bent her left leg and, using her jumping power, launched her right leg straight at Tang Chuan's left cheek, moving so fast that the others couldn't see it clearly. But Tang Chuan just smiled slightly, withdrew his martial soul, and with a move that seemed slow yet quick, reached out with his left hand to catch Little Wu's right leg, rendering her immobile. However, Little Wu was not one to be easily outdone. She used Tang Chuan's hand to push off, leveraging her incredible jumping ability to leap into the air. After spinning around, she kicked towards Tang Chuan. With a slight tilt of his head, Tang Chuan dodged her attack, but Little Wu, with her extraordinary physical abilities, forcibly adjusted her direction in midair. The leg that missed found itself resting on Tang Chuan's shoulder. At this moment, it looked quite strange. Little Wu's legs were wrapped around Tang Chuan's neck, her upper body leaning back. Her soft legs acted like springs, tried to use her weight and waist strength to choke Tang Chuan, attempting to throw him backward. However, due to the awakening of his martial soul, Tang Chuan's physical abilities had significantly improved, and he was no longer the helpless child he once was. As Little Wu exerted her strength, Tang Chuan did the same, creating a backward, flipping motion. Not only did he not get thrown out, but he also used the force to throw Little Wu away. Wow, amazing! The other students present were dumbfounded, unable to imagine that a 6- or 7-year-old child could achieve such a level of skill. Little Wu cried out helplessly in midair. After stabilizing his body, Tang Chuan stepped forward and caught Little Wu in a princess carry just before she hit the ground. Girls shouldn't be so mischievous, especially a beautiful and cute girl like Little Wu. Put me down, put me down. Little Wu's face was flushed red, her little hands flailing about in a flustered manner, looking quite adorable. It was her first time being so close to a boy, so close that she could even feel Tang Chuan's faint breath. Tang Chuan has always followed others' opinions. When he let go, with a thud, Xiao Wu fell to the ground. Ouch, she exclaimed, covering her bottom as she got up, her face turning red with anger. She puffed up her cheeks and said, How can you be like this? I told you to let go, and you just let go. It's really infuriating. Xiao Wu, don't be too upset. How about this? I'll treat you to a meal, okay? Tang Chuan said with a smile. And I can also cook some delicious food. Even if it's just simple carrots, I can make dozens of dishes. Xiao Wu raised her fist as if to hit Tang Chuan, but when she heard the word carrots, her stomach couldn't help but rumble. She patted Tang Chuan's shoulder and said confidently, Since you're so understanding, just stick with me from now on. Call me Sister Xiao Wu, and I'll protect you. Tang Chuan gently ruffled Xiao Wu's hair, his tone as gentle as the night. Xiao Wu, do you know? I've always hoped to have a little sister since I was young. Unfortunately, I only have a younger brother like Xiao-san, so I really hope you can become my sister. Let me protect you, love you, care for you, and accompany you through life." The crowd was taken aback, then burst into cheers. Agree to him. Agree to him. Agree to him. TangSan was completely confused. What on earth was Tang Chuan doing? He only felt a slight itch on his head, as if something was growing there. But when he reached up to scratch, he found nothing. Xiao Wu seemed a bit tempted, wanting to speak several times, but stopping herself. Finally, as if she remembered something, she gave a sly smile and said, "Tang Chuan, you have a good plan, trying to make me, Xiao Wu, your sister. However, that is not impossible. If you want to be my brother, you naturally have to show your sincerity." Sincerity? Of course. Tang Chuan grinned, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth, and thought to himself, 100,000-year-old beast does have some intelligence. If it were an ordinary 6 or 7-year-old girl, she would definitely be charmed by my sweet words. However, Xiao Wu, I hold quite a bit of sincerity towards your 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone as well. Just then, a teacher in his 30s walked in from outside and asked, "Which one is Brother Tang Chuan?" "Tang Chuan, not that." The teacher said, "My name is Mo Hen. You can call me Teacher Mo Tang Chuan. This is the bedding the dean prepared for you and your brother." Tang Chuan and Tang San took the bedding and pillows, and Tang Chuan noticed that the back of the bedding was quite luxurious, embroidered with vague beast shadows that resembled a dragon entwined with lightning. Everything was brand new, exuding a scent of sunshine and a hint of warmth, as if it had just been dried in the sun. "Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Teacher Mo. You've gone to great lengths," Tang Chuan said respectfully, bowing deeply, showing his gratitude. And Mo Hen replied that Tang Chuan was being too modest, saying, "With your extraordinary talent and being a valued guest of the dean, we at Notting Academy are eager to have you here. How could we possibly say we've gone to great lengths?" Tang Chuan responded, "Teacher Mo, you are a teacher and an elder. If I do not show gratitude, how can I consider myself a person?" After a round of compliments, Mo Hen left contentedly. As soon as Mo Hen left, Tang Chuan handed his bedding to Xiao Wu, who looked puzzled and couldn't understand why Tang Chuan was doing this. Although it was now spring, the nights were still quite cold, and it was necessary to cover up with bedding. Everyone else had brought their own bedding, and seeing Xiao Wu's surprised expression upon seeing the bedding, Tang Chuan knew that this little scatterbrain must have forgotten to bring hers. "However, what about you?" For a moment, Xiao Wu didn't know whether to accept this generous gift from her big brother Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan explained while finding an empty bed for Xiao Wu to lay out her bedding. After arranging the quilt, he said, "Boys are naturally knights, and girls are naturally princesses. How can a knight not protect a princess? You are my sister, and I am your brother, so I am naturally your knight. Therefore, you don't need to worry, princess." Chapter 9. Winning Hearts, Seeking Collections, Seeking Votes. Tang Chuan's few words made Xiao Wu's heart flutter violently a few times. She suppressed the surging emotions within her. Pretending to be nonchalant, she said, "Tang Chuan, a bedding looks quite large. It's not a big deal for 2 people to share it. How about this, we push the beds together, and then we can both use it. Xiao Wu has made a request to share the bed with you. Agree or refuse?" Tang Chuan was troubled. Isn't it inappropriate for men and women to be so close? Sharing a bed, isn't that a bit too much? Moreover, I have to take care of the third party. Xiao Wu snorted and said, "What's wrong with that? I don't care. What are you afraid of? Besides, aren't you supposed to be my brother? Isn't it strange for a brother and sister to sleep in the same bed? And Tang Chuan, you shouldn't keep calling him the third party. Is he your brother or your son?" Hee. A burst of laughter followed, and Tang San, with a dark face, walked out, seeming to flee in embarrassment. Tang Chuan quickly grabbed his hand, but was thrown off by Tang San, who hurriedly explained, "Little San, don't be like this. I'm just worried about you. With our father not around, I have to fulfill my responsibility as an older brother. No need for that, my good brother. You've already done well enough. In the future, there's no need for such things," Tang San coldly replied as he turned around and pried Tang Chuan's hand away. "What does it matter? Your brother is not a child anymore. Brother Tang Chuan, hurry up and bring the bed over," Xiao Wu urged impatiently, unable to stand how Tang Chuan spoiled his younger brother. While Tang Chuan was assembling the bed, Wang Sheng and others discussed, "This Tang San really doesn't know what's good for him. His brother treats him so well, yet he doesn't appreciate it. What a rebel. Yeah, brother Tang Chuan is really great, always thinking of his brother. If I had such a strong and gentle brother, how wonderful that would be. Tang San is really despicable, always relying on brother Tang Chuan for everything and having such a bad attitude." Tang Chuan spread the mattress on the bed. This bedding is meant for adults and is indeed very large, covering 2 beds completely. Xiao Wu placed her bundle at the seam where the two beds are joined and said, "Put your bundle here too, and from now on this will be the boundary. If you cross it, don't blame me for being rude." After tidying up, Tang Chuan overheard Wang Sheng and a few others discussing and walked over to apologize, saying, "I'm sorry everyone. If my younger brother Xiao San has offended anyone, I apologize on his behalf. Xiao San is young and inexperienced. And since we're all in the same dormitory, I hope you can be understanding. Come on, I'll treat everyone to lunch today." Wang Sheng quickly explained, "No, Tang Chuan bro. You misunderstood. Everyone knows your skills, and from now on, you and Xiao Wu's sister will be the leaders of our dormitory. Your brother hasn't offended us at all. It's just that he's been really rude to you as his older brother. Yeah. Tang Chuan bro, your brother doesn't appreciate your kindness at all. He's so despicable and so arrogant. It's really infuriating." Others chimed in. After hearing this, Tang Chuan's tone was serious and carried a hint of anger. "I know your good intentions, but no matter how wrong the third party is, he is still my brother. I won't allow anyone to speak about him like that. Just as I would never allow anyone to speak about you like that. Because we are brothers." The word brother instantly pierced the hearts of everyone present. There are very few things that a man pursues in his life, and besides love and family, there is also that bold sense of loyalty akin to Jing Ke's assassination of the Qin king. Wang Sheng and the others looked moved and nodded vigorously. What Brother Tang Chuan said is right. We are brothers, and we shouldn't have these petty grievances. We should be more forgiving. Yes, Brother Chuan is right. We are in the same dormitory, so we are naturally brothers bound together. That's right, between brothers, loyalty comes first, and the elder brother's lesson is important. Under Tang Chuan's persuasion, the dormitory quickly united, becoming like a strong hemp rope. Since Wang Sheng arrived early, along with Tang Chuan and Xiao Wu, a group of 10 people left Dormitory 7 and headed toward the cafeteria under Wang Sheng's lead. The cafeteria is located within the teaching building, requiring them to cross the entire playground. At this time, the playground had already become lively, and many students in school uniforms could be seen heading towards the teaching building, clearly going to eat. The cafeteria of the Nodding Junior Soulmaster Academy is large enough to accommodate over 300 people, including 6 classes and teachers. At this moment, there was already a long line at the cafeteria entrance. The cafeteria is divided into 2 floors, with 300 seats available in just the first floor hall. Aren't those just a bunch of poor guys? As soon as they entered the cafeteria, an unpleasant voice came through. Looking in the direction of Tang Chuan's voice, he saw a group of senior students standing on the stairs between the first and second floors, looking down at them. The speaker was a handsome male student, about 11 or 12 years old, whose eyes showed strong disdain as he pointed his finger at Wang Sheng, saying that a poor person would always be a poor person and would probably never be able to eat on the second floor. Indeed, fortune favors those in harmony and misfortune binds heroes. Tang Chuan was worried about how to further gain Xiao Wu's trust and, in turn, her recognition. Some say the best way to resolve internal conflicts is to create external ones. For example, during the Three Kingdoms period, when various factions in Western Shu were in constant internal strife, Zhuge Liang used the Northern Expedition as a means to force the ministers of Western Shu to cooperate with each other and gain mutual recognition through the pressure of a powerful external enemy, thereby resolving the internal conflict. Tang Chuan wants to gain Xiao Wu's recognition, and that's the reasoning behind it. A work-study student beside Tang Chuan whispered in her ear, "The second floor is a place where you order food separately. It's very expensive. We really can't afford it." Oh, after hearing this, Tang Chuan smiled, took out a shiny gold soul coin, and said, "Let's go. We're eating on the second floor today." A gold soul coin is equivalent to 10 silver soul coins or 100 copper soul coins. In the Douluo Continent, the prices are such that 1 copper soul coin can buy a pound of cabbage and 1 silver soul coin can buy a pound of pork. A gold soul coin can cover the expenses of a poor family for about a month. Gold soul coin? The others were dumbfounded. It should be noted that those living in dormitory number 7 are all work-study students, and a month's salary at most amounts to half a gold soul coin. Yet, Tang Chuan intended to treat everyone with a gold soul coin right off the bat. This was quite extravagant. Wang Sheng quickly walked over, patted Tang Chuan on the shoulder, and said in disbelief, "No way, boss. A gold soul coin? That's like 2 or 3 months of my work's salary. Treating us like this is a bit too lavish, right? What's the big deal? We're brothers, family. Between brothers, this isn't anything at all." Tang Chuan didn't take it to heart. This was just a necessary investment. You gotta spin a gain, right? When it was finally Tang Chuan's turn in line, he said to the female teacher serving food in the cafeteria, "Pretty sister, please give me and my roommates some of the best dishes." "Thank you." The female teacher recognized Tang Chuan right away and smiled as she served the food. Isn't this the little boy who just arrived today? So polite. How about this? Today's meal is on me. No way, pretty sister. Thank you for your kindness. I have money. Look. As he spoke, Tang Chuan took out a gold soul coin and waved it in front of the female teacher. Feeling a bit embarrassed about acting cute, but he had to maintain the image of a child. Seeing Tang Chuan's adorable and sensible demeanor, the female teacher liked him even more and quickly prepared the meals for him and his friends. However, Tang Chuan didn't go to eat with his roommates. Instead, he went around the cafeteria, blinking his big watery eyes, and tugged at the female teacher's sleeve. Sister, I want to make a few dishes for my sister and roommates myself. Is that okay? Tang Chuan, I can't believe I have to act cute. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. Little boy, can you really cook? You look like you're only 6 or 7 years old. The female teacher was full of doubt. Children at that age shouldn't be so mature. Tang Chuan nodded and explained seriously, at home, my dad is a blacksmith and he gets drunk by noon every day. I basically take care of everything in the house. I not only cook, but also grow vegetables. I'm really a good child. It was truly heart-wrenching. And the female teacher affectionately patted Tang Chuan's head and took him to the kitchen to cook. The kitchen equipment, some of which used soul power, looked somewhat like cash. These should be basic soul-guided devices. With the help of others in the kitchen, Tang Chuan quickly prepared several dishes, including dumplings, roast duck, braised pork, sweet and sour carp, and several delicacies made from carrots, all glistening and fragrant, truly making one's mouth water. The female teacher who brought Tang Chuan looked surprised, picked up a piece of braised pork, and the rich yet not greasy taste instantly conquered her taste buds. I didn't expect you, Xiao Chuan, to really be able to cook, and so well. Tang Chuan smiled. He had made some classic dishes from the original world that had conquered countless generations. As for the dishes made with carrots, it's all tears when said too much, because carrots are easier to grow, and Tang Hao was trying to save money. So at that time, Tang Chuan planted several acres of carrots at home. With carrots, every day, Tang Chuan had to come up with different ways to prepare them. He felt like he was about to turn into a rabbit from eating so many carrots. After a few chefs tasted the dishes, Tang Chuan specially reserved some for them. And then he and a few chefs brought the prepared dishes to the dining area where Xiao Wu and the others were eating. Chapter 10. Heart to Heart, Seeking Votes. Seeking collections. The companions were greatly shocked, not expecting that these dishes were all made by Tang Chuan himself. After tasting, they all praised him endlessly. Wow, boss. This is incredibly delicious, especially this dumpling. I've never tasted such a flavor in my life. Yeah, this roast duck is also amazing. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's truly irresistible. The sweet and sour carp is also quite good. I never thought sugar and vinegar could be used together in cooking. Wang Sheng and the others were enjoying their meal. But Xiao Wu was reluctant to pick up her chopsticks, only holding a carrot. It seemed that Xiao Wu had just recently transformed into human form, and her eating habits had not fully changed yet. Seeing them eat so deliciously, Xiao Wu couldn't help but complain in her heart. Humans are so cruel. Can't they eat vegetables? After complaining, a hint of sadness arose in her heart. At this time in the past, she was still a cute little rabbit, and even the worst food she had with her mother was thousands of years' worth of plants. Now, even ordinary carrots couldn't fill her up. If it weren't for the kind old lady taking her in and helping her, who had just transformed to enter Nodding Academy, she really didn't know how she would continue in the days to come. At that moment, a plate of light pink pastries was pushed in front of Xiao Wu, and the aroma of carrots seemed to tease her appetite like a little hand. Xiao Wu's fingers moved eagerly, picking up a piece of pastry and taking a big bite, exclaiming, "Is this a pastry made from carrots? It's so delicious, truly so delicious. I never knew carrots could be made into such a tasty treat." Tang Chuan brought the remaining dishes made from carrots to Xiao Wu and gently patted her head, his gaze as soft as water. "If you like it, eat more. There's plenty here because I noticed you brought a few carrots in your already limited luggage. So, I can be sure you really love eating carrots. Luckily, I can make some dishes with carrots, just for you to try. Look, this is carrot candy cake, this is fried carrot sticks, this is carrot sauce pancakes. And the last one is carrot balls." As Xiao Wu ate, tears streamed down her delicate cheeks. She remembered complaining to her mother in the past about why the soft-bone rabbits could only eat carrots and plants like blue silvergrass, and why they couldn't be made into something tastier. Her mother told her that it was humans who cooked carrots. No soft-bone rabbit had ever cooked carrots. The soft-bone rabbit had lived this way since her grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, so it was better to just eat honestly. Now, Xiao Wu finally tasted dishes made from carrots. But her mother was no longer around to tell her that there were such delicious carrots in the world. As she ate, she sniffled, startling the others. Just as they were about to comfort her, they were signaled to stop by Wang Sheng's glance. Tang Chuan took out the handkerchief given to him by the big sister in the kitchen earlier and gently wiped away Xiao Wu's tears, pulling her into his embrace with her head resting on his shoulder. He said nothing, just quietly watched Xiao Wu, gently stroking her head. Xiao Wu, if you're sad, just cry it out. It's okay. I'm here for you. Hearing Tang Chuan's words, Xiao Wu seemed to finally find her anchor, and tears flowed down like a burst dam. These days had been too hard for her, coming out of the starry forest where she had lived for over 100,000 years. She knew nothing about the human world and was all alone. Xiao Wu was so scared that the humans who killed her mother would find her. So scared that they would hurt her after discovering her true identity. So scared of the suffocating loneliness that haunted rabbits at night. Oh, Dad, Mom, I miss you. Xiao Wu was so scared. She didn't want to be alone. Wu. In Tang Chuan's embrace, Xiao Wu sobbed, releasing all the sadness and pain in her heart. Tang Chuan gently patted Xiao Wu's back and comforted her softly. Xiao Wu, don't be sad. You won't be alone anymore. I am your family, your brother. Life is a one-way journey, long yet short. Each of us will feel isolated and helpless, even crying in despair. But I am willing to be your support when you cry, your source of joy when you are sad, and the bridge that helps you through tough times. Why are you so good to me, Tang Chuan? We are clearly just strangers. In fact, we didn't even know each other until yesterday. Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with tears as she wiped them, full of confusion. Although Tang Chuan had already done well. There's an old saying, no good deed goes unpunished, and even someone as inexperienced as Xiao Wu understood this. He chuckled, in response to Xiao Wu's doubts. Tang Chuan smiled, his smile gentle and warm, like a spring breeze brushing over budding green willows. Xiao Wu, my feelings for you are like a big tree shielding the little grass from the scorching sun, like the rain nourishing the seeds, like the ocean that embraces and nurtures the fish. There is no reason. It is simply natural, as it is meant to be. But if I really have to give a reason, it's just because you are Xiao Wu and I am Tang Chuan. It's that simple. Oh. Others had never seen such a scene. They covered their mouths and giggled, then started to cheer, making all sorts of teasing remarks about marrying her. In another unseen corner of the cafeteria, TangSan looked complexly in Tang Chuan's direction. There, in the bright center of the hall, Tang Chuan was joking and playing with his companions, while he could only sit in an unnoticed corner, silently chewing on hard rations. Are you envious? A genius like Tang Chuan should live in the sunlight. Even doing nothing, he can live well. While we, with our mediocre talents, can only live in the shadows of geniuses quietly going about our lives. A familiar voice sounded, and TangSan turned to see a middle-aged man. It was the familiar master from before. TangSan was about to explain something when Master Zhen raised his hand to stop him. The master took out a paper bag from his pocket and handed it to TangSan, saying, "Eat this first. You're in a crucial growth period, and your diet is too poor. This won't do." TangSan was taken aback for a moment, opened the paper bag, and saw 2 chicken legs and a steamed bun inside. They were still warm. "Teacher, go ahead and eat quickly. I have something to say to you after the meal." Young time cannot be wasted, the master said calmly and seriously. The course food was not easy to fill up on, and TangSan had a good appetite, quickly finishing all the food the master had brought him. The master poured a cup of water for him, then sat down at the dining table and asked, "Why aren't you eating with your brother? Even though Tang Chuan is a genius, I feel that your brother should treat you well." The words "treat you well" echoed in TangSan's mind. He lowered his head, his expression turning grim, his fingers digging deep into his thigh. But he quickly suppressed that expression, raised his head with a helpless look. "I'm sorry, master. My brother is exceptionally gifted, with innate full soul power, plus a powerful, mutated martial soul, while I..." The master instantly understood that the gap between their martial souls had created a rift and distance between TangSan and Tang Chuan, much like his own previous experiences. He felt a pang of sympathy for TangSan, gently patting his head and sighing. "Well, I won't hide it from you. Actually, at our nodding academy, I'm just a guest-like figure. I can stay here only because of my good relationship with the principal, Tian Lei. To put it bluntly, I am just a useless person living off others, and apart from some martial soul theories, I can't do anything else. Moreover, due to my martial soul, I haven't even broken through to the Great Soul Master level at nearly 50 years old, with my martial soul only at level 29. I fear I may never break through in my lifetime. Therefore, I hope to cultivate you and help you achieve my unfulfilled aspirations. Little San, you won't think of me as a useless teacher, will you?" Seeing the master in such a despondent state, TangSan couldn't help but explain, "Teacher, you are not useless. You're truly invincible in martial soul theory, a real genius. It's just that those people are blind and do not recognize true talent. Is it a joke that someone can tell from a simple proof that they possess twin martial souls and determine that their other martial soul is very powerful? Gold will shine no matter what. It's just that others lack the eyes to see your brilliance. TangSan's words deeply moved the master. Although the previous words were merely a test, TangSan's response truly struck at the master's heart. Little San, rest assured, as long as I live, I will dedicate all my knowledge to make you the youngest title de law on the Douluo Continent. You can trust me. I have experience in assisting title de law to break through, and I definitely have the ability to help you succeed. TangSan nodded slightly. At that moment, the master and disciple truly opened their hearts to each other. Just then, a loud crashing sound came from a distance, in the direction where Tang Chuan and the others were, as if a group of senior students were bullying them. It seemed something was happening over there. The master hesitated, wanting to let Xiao San make the decision. He felt uncomfortable getting involved in matters between brothers. He was afraid that one wrong decision or careless word would cause him to lose Tang San, the good disciple he had waited for over 20 years. Naturally, Tang San heard the commotion in the distance. With the Xiantian treasure record from the low martial world and the cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye, he could see things clearly from over 10 meters away. However, he felt an inexplicable resentment towards Tang Chuan. He hated that Tang Chuan always thought about himself and his father. He disliked that every time something happened, Tang Chuan stood in front of him, and he loathed Tang Chuan's exceptional talent that made everyone else so pleased. In contrast, others only saw him, Tang San, as Tang Chuan's younger brother, a brother who was constantly being protected. Why should that be? Tang Chuan, what do you have that is so impressive? I'm not your brother. I am Tang San, the only successor of the Tang sect in this world. Tang San's fists were tightly clenched under the table, making a faint creaking sound. Beneath his seemingly calm face, two emotions, familial love and hatred, intertwined, stirring up a tremendous wave. His body trembled slightly, as if shaken in a sieve, which even the master could sense. Tang San, are you okay? The master leaned in, his face full of concern. He didn't want his newly accepted disciple to have any mental issues. With a heavy exhale, as if releasing a burden, Tang San slowly opened his recently closed eyes, which were filled with a purple hue. He stood up, not looking anywhere else, and revealed a radiant smile. Teacher, I'm fine. The cafeteria is just too noisy. Let's go now. Chapter 11. Martial Soul Possession, Seeking Votes. Seeking Collections. Why did Tang Chuan and the others have conflicts with the senior students? Let's rewind a few minutes. Wow, it smells so good. Is this a new dish from the cafeteria? It doesn't look like it. I've never seen these dishes in my family. Could it be that a new chef has come to Notting Academy? Why do you care so much? These work-study students can't afford such good dishes. It's obvious they stole them. As others were cheering, suddenly a few discordant voices broke the joyful atmosphere, and several tall and strong senior students appeared before everyone. The leader, Pierce, had yellow hair parted in the middle. Although still youthful, his face was full of flesh, and his muscles were solid and hard, like chunks of rock. He raised his hand to pick up a piece of carrot cake from Xiao Wu's plate and savored it slowly. The sweet and sticky texture instantly spread in his mouth. Although it was a cake made from carrots, it was completely unrecognizable, and he was eating the most exquisite rabbit in the cake. Some people like to save the best things for last. Clearly, Xiao Wu was one of them. Having her little rabbit eaten, Xiao Wu's temper was ignited in an instant. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in fury. Who do you think you are, daring to eat the cake that Brother Tang Chuan made for me? You really deserve a beating. Oh. Xiao Wu's anger did not instill any fear in the senior students. Instead, they looked on with interest, as if watching an agitated cat. Ha, maid? How could it possibly be made? It must have been stolen. Pierce picked up a roast duck from the table, savoring it carefully. Crispy and delicious, fatty, but not greasy. He invited his companions to sit down and eat. What are you all standing there for? Sit down and eat. After all, it's their stolen goods. Might as well enjoy it. These poor folks can't even scrape together a gold soul coin. All they know is stealing. It's really disgusting. Coming to Notting Academy to study. They really lower the level of our entire academy. Just dead weight. Tang Chuan's dishes made everyone else drool, and as soon as Pierce spoke, they immediately sat down and devoured the food. One of them teased Xiao Wu, saying, "What a beautiful little lowly. Too bad she's just a work-study student, a lowly commoner." Wang Sheng, I'm going to eat now. Take your people and get lost. Don't ruin my brother Pierce's appetite. Discrimination in Douluo Continent is severe. Commoners are like serfs raised by nobles. with no dignity at all. Pierce was temporarily staying in Notting City and came from the noble Cabral family of the Heavendo Empire, with deep ties to the imperial family. Therefore, Pierce always looked down on those work-study students, as they had weak martial spirits and were commoners with no social status, essentially walking trash that made him nauseous just by looking at them. Because they were work-study students, most of Tang Chuan's roommates dared not speak up and trembled as they retreated from the table. Only Wang Sheng clenched his teeth and fists, looking as if he wanted to seek justice. What? Wang Sheng, do you still want to fight? Pierce laughed. If you're not afraid of being expelled from Notting Academy, go ahead and try. I remember your spot was begged for by your father from the director of Notting Academy, right? Wang Sheng's reaction drew ridicule from Pierce and the others. In their eyes, work-study students were timid and pitiful cowards. How could they dare to fight with them? Ha ha. Pierce laughed so hard he almost spat out his food. Normandy, I say, are you choking on your food? Talking to these work-study students. Doesn't it make you feel sick? And to fight, that's just ridiculous. Wang Sheng, you should find out who I, Pierce, am. In this Notting City, even if I walk sideways, no one dares to stop me, let alone in the academy. Even Director Tian Lei has to give my father some face. But the next moment, someone slapped them hard in the face. With a light sound, Xiao Wu kicked the table over, sending all the food and dishes crashing onto the faces of the arrogant senior students. Eat. I let you eat well. Pierce struggled to get up, wiping the sticky food residue from his face turning red with anger. By this time, there were hardly any people left in the cafeteria because Tang Chuan took some time to cook and all the cooking teachers had already left. The other students, seeing the disaster that was Pierce here, all fled far away to avoid trouble. Pierce took out a handkerchief to wipe the stains off his face. And in a fit of rage, he sneered, Wang Sheng, you really have a lot of guts to hit me, Pierce. I see you're tired of living. But unfortunately, before Pierce could finish his sentence, he was knocked to the ground by a chair thrown by someone. He trembled as he reached out. Hit me. Don't let these work-study students escape. Today I want them dead. Oomph, you little brat. You don't even know who will teach whom a lesson. Xiao Wu's cute white ears perked up again, and she looked even more beautiful, all her lines becoming softer. She leaped up, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and landed on a student named Normandy, riding on his shoulder. Leaning back, she exerted force with her legs and actually threw the tall Normandy out. Martial spirit possession? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Martial spirit possession is one of the methods of using a martial spirit, which can greatly enhance a soul master's power. Martial spirits are mainly divided into weapon spirits and beast spirits, but there are also extremely rare body spirits. And martial spirit possession involves bestowing the power and characteristics of the martial spirit onto the human body. Among them, before possessing the true body of a martial spirit with 7 rings, the amplification of beast spirit martial possession is far stronger than that of weapon spirits. Because the prototype of beast spirits is also life and can directly apply characteristics to the soul master. For example, a soul master with a tiger martial spirit can grow a tiger tail, tiger ears, and their hands can also turn into stronger tiger claws. But the compatibility of weapon spirits with soul masters is much poorer. For example, Tang Chuan's Haotian hammer cannot directly turn him into a hammer through martial spirit possession, right? To truly unleash the power of a weapon spirit, one must wait until they can use the true body of the martial spirit. Only then can the power and defense exceed that of beast spirits. Xiao Wu's soft-boned rabbit martial spirit possession gave her softer lines and longer legs, resembling the characteristics of a rabbit. Moreover, the power increase it provided was also considerable. Tang Chuan, don't be anxious. Let me see how much these self-righteous people weigh. Wang Xing knew Tang Chuan had a weapon spirit and had no added soul rings, so in a real fight, he would definitely not have much of an advantage. Battle Tiger, Martial Spirit. Martial Spirit Possession. A low growl that clearly shouldn't come from a child's mouth echoed from Wang Sheng's throat, and faint yellow light began to emanate from him, with some yellow-brown fur starting to grow on his body. Lulong, you fought it before, go ahead. Remember, you must hit them hard. Let these mud-legged commoners know that our noble status cannot be provoked. Although his subordinates had already engaged in battle with Tang Chuan and the others, Pierce remained calm. He knew that the gap between martial spirits could not be resolved by anger and shouting. The yellow light shone on Lulong's hand, and a long stick over 2 meters long instantly appeared in his grasp. His martial spirit was the diamond stick, one of the more advanced weapon spirits. You're a defeated opponent. Wang Sheng, if I don't make you lie down for a few days today, I want to take the surname Lu. Then you can take my surname. Let us call you Wang Long. I happen to be short of son. Wang Sheng was unafraid. Swinging his tiger claws at Lulong's expression turned cold. Without saying a word, He quickly stepped forward, swinging the long stick down at Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng also radiated soul power, letting out a tiger roar, not dodging, crossing his arms to meet the attack, actively grabbing the opponent's long stick. With a muffled sound, the two collided, and Wang Sheng grunted, stepping back 2 paces. His soul power-filled arms suddenly recoiled, grasping at the opponent's long stick, although protected by soul power. Just from the initial contact, a blood mark had already been struck on his arm by the opponent's long stick. Bruises were inevitable. Lu Long smirked. You still don't learn your lesson. This is a diamond stick, an advanced weapon spirit. How can your common martial spirit possession take it head-on? With a flash of light, one end of the long stick Wang Sheng had grabbed suddenly disappeared, and then the stick thrust forward, directly piercing through Wang Sheng's arm and hitting his chest, knocking him backward. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan was engaged in a brawl with several of Pierce's subordinates. Pierce recognized that the originally quiet Tang Chuan was their backbone. As for why Tang Chuan didn't T-step in earlier to expose himself, it was simple: his martial spirit. The Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror had no combat power compared to the Haotian Hammer. Using the Haotian Hammer to fight Pierce and his group was simply too wasteful. That was a trump card to be used as a precaution. So, he stayed among the crowd, observing and analyzing the situation. He wasn't the kind of reckless kid who would rush in without thinking. Being reckless before developing would only lead to losing his life. However, at this moment, Tang Chuan also attempted the method of martial spirit possession he had seen in the books collected by Old Jack, and he succeeded. However, the martial spirit possession was not very obvious. His eyes simply changed from brown to silver, and one could say it was hard to notice if one didn't look closely. Although the Nine Heaven Spirit Mirror Martial Soul does not enhance physical strength like Beast Martial Souls, it grants 2 innate abilities. The first ability is that all movements appear slow to the user, regardless of how fast they actually are. Tang Chuan speculates that anything moving quickly can be projected on the mirror surface. The second ability allows the user to perceive and mimic the movements of others, no matter how complex they are. This is likely due to the reflection principle of the mirror. Whatever one does in front of it will be reflected identically. This is quite impressive, equivalent to gaining 2 soul ring skills for free. Such innate soul skills are probably similar to Wang Qiuer's Golden Dragon martial soul abilities: Golden Perception, Golden Pride, and Golden Record. Chapter 12. Injured, requesting votes and collections. However, Tang Chuan's weapon martial soul is still significantly inferior to beast martial souls. As per the legend of the origin of soul masters in Douluo Continent, beast martial souls were the first martial souls of the first soul master. According to Douluo Continent's legend, the first soul master, out of desperation, consumed the blood of a deceased soul beast, thus awakening the first martial soul in the history of soul masters. After that, beast martial soul masters developed weapon martial souls over thousands of years, leading to the present day. At this moment, Xiao Wu displayed her power, glowing with a red light. Under the faint red glow, her eyes began to turn red. Her ears slowly elongated, and soft white fur stood up beside her head. Her youthful figure seemed to grow a bit taller, and a gentle aura of soul power fluctuated around her body. Although her opponents had also activated their martial souls, they were no match for her, being thrown around by her agility. What a bunch of useless trash. They still need to rely on me. Pierce snorted coldly, a layer of green light emanating from Xiao Qinyu. Amidst the flickering purple light, his muscles began to swell, his eyes gradually turned deep black, and his arms slowly raised with claws extended, nails sharpening. A circle of yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet, signifying the activation of his martial soul. Pierce, a level 12 agility attack type soul master, with a martial soul lightning leopard. Soul rings are special energy bodies that represent cultivation level, obtained by hunting soul beasts. They are divided into 5 levels: 10-year soul rings, white; 100-year soul rings, yellow; 1,000-year soul rings, purple; 10,000-year soul rings, black; and 100,000-year soul rings, red. The best-known soul ring configuration in all of Douluo Continent is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 and red. This optimal soul ring configuration theory has also been compiled into the Master S10 core competitive strengths of martial souls. Pierce's first soul ring is yellow, indicating that his father is at least a 3-ring great soul master. This is not surprising, as it is similar to how fathers on Earth use their financial resources to help their sons start a business, which is much stronger than starting from scratch. The same applies in Douluo Continent, where elders assist juniors in hunting soul beasts, allowing them to absorb higher-level soul rings. This is why, Even if commoners occasionally produce a few geniuses, it is of little use. They do not stand on the shoulders of their predecessors and cannot leverage the power of their elders to develop themselves. Lacking strength and elders, they can only settle for hunting low-level soul beasts. The assistance from low-level soul rings is far inferior to that from high-level soul rings, creating a vicious cycle that prevents commoners from developing. First soul skill, Lightning Claws. The yellow soul ring ascended from Pierce's feet, and purple fur rapidly grew on his arms, transforming his 10 fingers into 3-inch-long, sharp leopard claws. A series of crackling purple lightning attached to his arms, and his eyes shone with intensity, fixated on Xiao Wu, who was dealing with others. Xiao Wu, be careful, dodge quickly. Hearing someone call her from behind, Xiao Wu kicked away a nearby student and quickly turned around, only to be blinded by the suddenly splattered blood. Puffed. When Xiao Wu wiped away the blood, she saw Tang Chuan being pierced through the right chest by Pierce's activated leopard claws, trying to protect her. He had used his first soul skill, and since the soul ring was a 100-year soul ring, even as an agility attack soul master, Tang Chuan's body was as fragile as tofu. Tang Chuan, brother Tang Chuan. What's wrong? Why did you block for me? I. For a moment, Xiao Wu's mind went blank. In fact, she could have dodged Pierce's sneak attack. Tang Chuan's body swayed unsteadily and fell into Xiao Wu's arms, the thick blood staining her collar, dripping onto the ground with a patter. It's okay, Xiao Wu, as long as you're fine, don't worry about me. His right chest was completely pierced through. Such an injury was truly frightening. This claw strike startled Pierce as well. He was still just a child, even if he could talk big. He had no intention of killing. He instinctively swallowed, pulling back his bloody right claw and withdrawing his martial spirit. Trembling, he said, "You all saw it. This kid ran into me on his own. It has nothing to do with me. Everything has nothing to do with me." After saying that, he and his gang wanted to escape. His followers, who had also been beaten up by Xiao Wu, got up one by one, looking disheveled and ready to flee. Brother Tang Chuan, Chuan Gu, you need to pull yourself together. Damn Pierce. How could he dare to use his spirit ring and violate the academy rules? The others hurried forward to check on Tang Chuan's injuries, but none of them were healing spirit masters, and they had never experienced such a situation, leaving them helpless. Blood continued to flow, and Tang Chuan's complexion gradually turned pale. Between coughs, he couldn't help but spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood. Wang Sheng was about to say something when he saw Xiao Wu leap up. He wanted to grab her, but it was too late. Sister Xiao Wu, don't be impulsive. Don't leave. Xiao Wu blocked their way. It was her first time being this angry since coming to the human world. Someone who considered her a sister was in critical condition, trying to protect her. How could Xiao Wu let them go? Pierce and the others were flustered. Seeing Xiao Wu blocking them made them panic like trapped mountain goats. With a few light sounds, they each activated their martial spirits, trying to force their way past Xiao Wu. Stop! At this moment, an angry roar echoed through the cafeteria, like a thunderclap. It was Dean Tian Lei of Notting Academy, accompanied by 2 teachers. Upon seeing the dean, Pierce's arrogant demeanor vanished like frost on an eggplant. The other followers, whose backgrounds were far inferior to Pierce's, became silent with fear. But Xiao Wu had no intention of letting it go. She leaped and locked her legs around Pierce's neck, gradually applying pressure, wanting to take revenge for Tang Chuan. However, the arriving teacher intervened, grabbing her tightening legs. "Stop it, classmate. At this point, even if you kill Pierce, it won't help. You should let go quickly to avoid unnecessary casualties." Xiao Wu's eyes shone brightly with anger. She was unmoved, increasing the force between her legs, showing no intention of sparing him. "What if I say no? Then we will have to give up on treating Tang Chuan. This classmate, you can continue after all. Tang Chuan's life and death have nothing to do with you." The teacher's tone was calm, but contained a hint of threat. "You, helpless." Xiao Wu had no choice but to release Pierce. Jumping off his shoulder and clenching her fists, she glared at him. "In the future, never let me catch you." Pierce, released, gasped for air, touching his neck with his hands, the fear in his eyes still not fading. He instinctively explained, "Teacher, this is all those muddy-legged people's fault. Those damn commoners bumped into me and were disrespectful to us. We had no choice but to retaliate. The current situation is their own doing, and has nothing to do with me." The teacher neither refuted nor agreed, just lightly patted Pierce's shoulder. "Take your friends and leave. This matter, the teacher and the dean will handle it properly." Pierce thought the teacher and Dean Tian Lei were going to cover for him and his companions, and his mood instantly improved. He repeatedly thanked, "Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher." I will remember this kindness. In the future, if anything happens, just come to my father. He will definitely help out." The teacher did not reply, but waved his hand, signaling Pierce and the others to leave first, while he walked toward Tang Chuan. Chapter 13. Xiao Wu's Acknowledgement. Seeking votes, seeking collections. Dean Tian lay squatted down, observing Tang Chuan's condition. While another teacher with the martial spirit of a white-feathered sparrow was using a soul skill to heal. Lying on the ground, Tang Chuan felt waves of weakness crashing into his mind, as if he would faint at any moment. But he still held on, looking at his companion's anxious eyes and Dean Tian Lei's concerned gaze, feeling calm as ice inside. The dean really arrived at the right moment, and he even brought a healing spirit master. Indeed, behind Nodding Academy is the shadow of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the 3 major sections. I knew it. Master Yu Xiaojing must have friends besides the 2 companions of the Golden Iron Triangle. It turns out Dean Tian Lei is sent by the old sect master to watch over his son and take care of his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone against public opinion to support someone that all the teachers looked down upon. In the original work, Nodding Academy was barely mentioned, with no detailed description of what the academy was like. It only introduced that the dean was a friend of Master, which is why Master stayed there to teach martial spirit theory. However, through the attitudes of other teachers toward Master and previous conversations between Tang Chuan and Wang Sheng, it was discovered that Master was not welcomed at Nodding Academy at all. As for the reasons why Master was not welcomed by other students and teachers, it was because his theories were based on fantasies and had never been practiced. This is akin to a middle-aged person on Earth publishing an article online titled How to Go from Beggar to World Billionaire. The author of the article himself is still poor and needs to rely on others for food. Of course, there are people who believe it, but the followers are still locked up in the 3rd Academy. Thus, the dean definitely did not bring him into the academy because of Master's so-called invincible martial spirit theory. So, could it be that the dean of Nodding Academy truly has a deep friendship with Master Yu Xiaojing? This is also unlikely. Yu Xiaojing was originally the eldest son of the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the 3 major sects in the Heaven Do Empire. If it weren't for his martial spirit's degeneration and mutation, he would have been the young sect master. However, due to the mutation, he became disinterested in practical matters, researching fantastical martial spirit theories, lacking power, and avoiding the study of political strategies, leading to the old sect master, who was disappointed, expelling him from home. This shows that Yu Xiaojing is the kind of person who doesn't want to build a foundation, but only wants to achieve instant success. If you can't even sweep a room, how can you sweep the world? Such a person is seen by others as unambitious and a dreamer. Unless they are truly like-minded, no one would be willing to accept them. Although all of this is just Tang Chuan speculation. It's like no animal would be willing to linger in front of a wasteland. Others would also be unwilling to associate with someone with no special skills. Therefore, the so-called friend of Master is definitely not there for Master himself. Thus, there is only one possibility. The old sect master is worried that his son cannot take care of himself. So he sent a subordinate to take care of his son's life, but it should not be too obvious, leading to the current situation. Moreover, it is indeed necessary for the 3 major sects to establish academies to train students, as the martial spirits of their families are all blood relatives. If they don't cultivate some cannon fodder, how can they ensure that their kin won't fight for free in the future? As for those cannon fodder, they're just lowly commoners. If they die, they die. After all, they're not surnamed you. Brother Tang Chuan, you must not have any accidents. Xiao Wu can't be alone. Xiao Wu tightly held Tang Chuan's hand, sobbing. Brother Tang Chuan, you must hold on. We will definitely seek justice for you. Wang Sheng's face was also filled with grief, and like the others, he was indignant, wishing he could go beat up Pierce and the others right now. Pierce, relying on his soul ring and family background, is truly despicable for doing such sneak attacks behind people's backs. Yes, he even looks down on us. We must show him a thing or two. Although the principal of Nodding Academy was present, anger filled everyone's hearts, and they couldn't care less about it. Principal Tian Lei did not criticize them. Instead, he comforted everyone, saying, "Don't worry, with Teacher Bayana here, Tang Chuan will definitely be fine." Although he said this, in his heart, Principal Tian Lei secretly wished that Tang Chuan would die on the spot. As an outer disciple of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect, he did not want to see the talents of the Spirit Hall grow stronger. In fact, when the first pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji, established the Spirit Hall, the 3 major families and sects launched a joint attack against it. The Spirit Hall had too great an advantage. They awakened soul powers for commoners for free and recruited them as disciples, seriously shaking the monopolistic status of the sects based on bloodlines. However, Qian Xuanji's martial soul was the six-winged angel, an extremely rare divine-level martial soul, and he was a peak Douluo at level 99, far beyond what the three major families could contend with. The three families fought desperately to resist, even using forbidden techniques, but they were no match for Qian Xuanji. In the end, they had no choice but to accept that Qian Xuanji established the first sect, the Spirit Hall, in the Tiandou and Xingluo empires. Moreover, they were required to allocate a portion of their wealth each year to support commoners in awakening their martial souls. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall would directly annihilate the two empires. The Spirit Hall itself became the object of faith for all commoners in the Douluo Continent, holding the only divine authority over the two empires. After this battle, the three major families recognized their shortcomings and changed their structure from a family system to a sect system. However, the core members of the three major sects were still relatives with the same bloodline, while other outsiders could only become outer disciples. They also sent some outer disciples to establish academies in major cities in hopes of shaking the Spirit Hall's ruling status. The second soul skill, light healing. The female teacher responsible for healing, Bana, grew white light feathers on her face, and a pair of pure white wings spread out behind her. She placed her hands flat over Tang Chuan's wounds, and white light points fell from her palms onto the wounds. Each white light point healed a bit of injury, and as they accumulated, Tang Chuan's terrifying injuries quickly healed completely. Seeing that Tang Chuan's injuries were healed, Xiao Wu fell into his arms, crying with her face full of tears. "Brother Tang Chuan, why are you so foolish? I could have dodged it." Tang Chuan's fingers slowly slid down Xiao Wu's ponytail, gently caressing her back, and even through her clothes, he could feel her smooth and delicate skin. He awkwardly smiled and said, "At that time, I didn't think too much. I was just worried that you might get hurt. By the time I reacted, I was already in front of you. Don't be sad. The teacher has already treated me. I'm Fine." "Who said it's fine?" "Brother Chuan, you scared me to death just now. I thought you were about to die. You made me shed so many tears. How are you going to compensate me?" Xiao Wu raised her head and started to punch Tang Chuan's chest with her small fists, making him beg for mercy. Ding! Obtained Xiao Wu's recognition. Hearing this sound, Tang Chuan instantly became excited. He finally gained Xiao Wu's recognition. This was a 100,000-year soul beast. A 100,000-year soul beast's body was already vastly different from ordinary soul beasts. In addition to producing soul rings, random parts within their bodies contained immense energy, guaranteed to produce soul bones. Chapter 14. Cause and Effect. Seeking votes, seeking collections. The higher the cultivation level of a soul beast, the greater the chance it has to produce soul bones. However, only a 100,000-year soul beast has a 100% chance of producing soul bones. This is also why the soul rings of 100,000-year soul beasts always rank first among the rarest on the continent. If one could kill a 100,000-year soul beast while having sufficient endurance, not only would they gain an incredibly powerful 100,000-year soul ring, but they would also immediately obtain a soul bone dropped by the 100,000-year soul beast. There are no more than 10 100,000-year soul beasts in the entire Douluo Continent. How could Tang Chuan not be excited? That was a 100,000-year soul bone and a 100,000-year soul ring, the top configuration in the entire Douluo Continent. Something that most titled Douluo cannot possess in their lifetime. Gaining recognition is something that can be difficult to achieve, yet also easy. For Xiao Wu, a soul beast just entering human society, Tang Chuan was quite confident in gaining her recognition. Firstly, since Xiao Wu had just entered human society and still thought of herself as a soul beast, she was very vigilant while also yearning for kindness from others. Therefore, during their first meeting, Tang Chuan made an effort to express his goodwill through his words and actions, allowing Xiao Wu to feel it. Once Xiao Wu lowered her guard, that was already a successful first step. Next, Tang Chuan needed to make Xiao Wu feel that he could provide her with feelings that no one else could. Thus, he expressed his desire for her to be his sister, to establish a close relationship. Having lost her parents and come to the human world alone without the protection of Deming and Erming, this great rabbit that had lived for over 100,000 years lacked love from others the most. Being called brother or sister had a strong sense of immersion. If he could truly make Xiao Wu recognize him as her brother, then success would be within reach. However, the time spent on this was too long, and Tang Chuan couldn't wait. He needed to gain more people's recognition. So, he thought of a method to catalyze emotions, which was sacrifice. Of course, Tang Chuan would never truly die for Xiao Wu. He only needed to get injured for her, making her feel guilty. This was also a form of giving. A significant one, as most people's bonds are formed after such sacrifices. The external conflict was a crucial part of executing the plan. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, Tang Chuan spotted a target he could utilize, that group of young noblemen. They were arrogant and disrespectful, making them the perfect tools and catalysts. Thus, Tang Chuan personally cooked, throwing out a brick to attract Jade, which served as the starting point for the conflict. Sure enough, everything unfolded as Tang Chuan expected. Although there were some flaws in the plan, such as what if Pierce really killed him. After success, he would directly gain Xiao Wu's recognition, saving him a lot of effort. Therefore, Tang Chuan decided to take a risk, and in the end, he truly succeeded. Now, Tang Chuan only needed to wait for the right moment and watch Xiao Wu die. Of course, given his current closeness with Xiao Wu, it wasn't impossible to try to make her initiate the sacrifice herself. That might yield even better results. These thoughts were just for contemplation and could not be spoken aloud. Tang Chuan took a deep breath, pretending to be in pain, and said, "Xiao Wu, be gentle. My wound is going to split open." Huh? Xiao Wu, afraid of really hurting Tang Chuan, got scared and stood up to carefully check his wound, finding that it had healed completely and showed no signs of previous injury. Ha. The others, seeing Xiao Wu's anxiousness, squinted their eyes, shifting between the two, and then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xiao Wu, unable to contain her anger, punched Tang Chuan on the head and pouted, "You naughty brother, you actually teased me." Be gentle, Xiao Wu, it hurts. After treating Tang Chuan, the two teachers and Dean Tian Lei expressed deep apologies. Of course, this was merely a show. The moment Tang Chuan was injured, they rushed in with the healing soul master. So how could they not have noticed the conflict beforehand? As for Dean Tian Lei's true intentions, Tang Chuan couldn't know yet. But it was clear he harbored ill intentions. As a soul master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he certainly wouldn't want the Spirit Hall to recruit new blood and grow stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood by while Pierce and the others made a big move against Tang Chuan and the others. Tang Chuan thought for a moment and said that everything should be handled by the dean, and he had no objections. Xiao Wu clenched her pink fists and said angrily, "Dean, you must teach Pierce a good lesson to avenge Brother Chuan." Yes, Pierce is really too arrogant, completely looking down on us common student. Right, Dean? This kind of bad behavior must be properly dealt with. The others nodded in agreement. They had long been intolerant of Pierce's actions as a wealthy young master, and it would be best if they could vent their anger this time. Don't worry, I will definitely hold Pierce accountable for this matter. Dean Tian Lei, having learned about the cause and effect through others, proposed a punishment method and discussed it with Tang Chuan and the others. Tang Chuan, you are a reserved soul master of the Spirit Hall and also a distinguished guest of our Nodding Academy. I didn't expect such a thing to happen, and I am very sorry. The occurrence of this incident is due to the negligence of our Academy's teachers. I hope you can forgive us. In this regard, Tian Lei was just going through the motions. Even if Tang Chuan did not forgive them, what could be done? The development of the matter was as Tang Chuan expected, to avoid adverse effects afterwards and the accountability from the Spirit Hall in Nodding City. Tian Lei decisively expelled Pierce and the others. After a month of ordinary days, Su Yuntao took the initiative to find Tang Chuan and said he wanted to take him to hunt the first soul ring. Soul rings. I remember they are products dropped after soul beasts die. Brother Yuntao, are we going to kill soul beasts? Tang Chuan asked knowingly, wanted to give Su Yuntao a chance to show off because often it was that one request for help that brought people closer together. You guessed it right. Su Yuntao, still dressed as a steward of the Spirit Hall, looked significantly more spirited, indicating that he had indeed gained a lot of benefits after reporting Tang Chuan's matter to the Spirit Hall. Can soul beasts be raised in captivity? Brother Yuntao, please tell me about the knowledge of soul beasts. Su Yuntao, feeling slightly proud, was just a small steward but had the opportunity to educate a naturally gifted genius with full soul power, which greatly satisfied his vanity. He cleared his throat and said, "High-level soul beasts cannot be raised in captivity, but low-level ones can. Soul beasts are creatures that possess soul power. The longer they exist, the stronger they become. Generally speaking, soul beasts can be divided into 5 levels based on their years of existence. 10-year soul beasts, 100-year soul beasts, 1,000-year soul beasts, 10,000-year soul beasts, and 100,000-year soul beasts. The meaning is as obvious as the name suggests. A soul beast that has been cultivated for over 10 years is a 10-year soul beast, and so on. The classification of soul rings is the same as that of soul beasts. Soul rings of different ages are easily recognizable by their colors. Among them, the soul ring of a 10-year soul beast is white, a 100-year one is yellow, A 1,000-year soul beast soul ring is purple, a 10,000-year one is black, and a 100,000-year soul beast soul ring is red. The soul beasts that are fixed and raised by the state for soul masters to hunt are mostly 10-year and 100-year ones, with rare appearances of 1,000-year soul beasts. Chapter 15. The Theory of the Foolish People. Seeking collection, seeking votes. Brother Yuntao, the longer the cultivation time of a soul beast, the stronger its power, and the better the effects of the soul rings produced. In what aspects does this power manifest? Can it enhance physical strength, or can it increase soul power? Tang Chuan inquired. Su Yuntao explained with a smile, "That's a great question. The differences in the soul rings produced by soul beasts of different levels mainly lie in the attribute additions to the soul master themselves and the abilities of the skills. The same soul beast provides different skills to different soul masters. For example, my martial soul is a lone wolf, and your Dean Tian Lei's martial soul is a golden leopard. We both hunted a purple crystal leopard to add our second soul ring. I got the second soul skill purple crystal barrier, while he got the soul skill purple mist speed." Tang Chuan raised the question, "Doesn't that mean that the more powerful a person is, the better soul rings they can obtain? Those nobles can completely rely on their family power to hunt for stronger soul rings for themselves. Therefore, the nobles monopolize the soul rings, because commoners do not have powerful ancestors, so they can only attach soul rings with fewer years to themselves. However, the lesser soul rings provide minimal benefits, and in this vicious cycle, they can never surpass the nobles in their lifetime." Su Yuntao asked in confusion, "Didn't the master explain the harsh requirements for attaching soul rings to you?" "The master is one of the theoretical teachers at your Nodding Academy." Tang Chuan awkwardly scratched his head and explained, "The dean didn't let me learn the theory of martial souls from the master. Instead, he personally guided me. And I really haven't mentioned that before." It's fine. Let me tell you," Su Yuntao said as he pulled out an exquisite notebook from his pocket, which was titled The 10 Core Competitive Theories of Martial Souls, and marked with the name of Master Yu Shaojiang. "Look, this is the collection of martial soul theoretical guidance issued by the Pope to every soul master in our martial soul hall. And he requires each of us to memorize the entire text to expand our understanding of martial soul theory. The Pope truly has a discerning eye. Combining it with the master's invincible martial soul theory, how could our martial soul hall not prosper? The master's theory. Each of you must memorize the entire text." Suddenly, Tang Chuan felt a chill run down his spine, and a bad thought surfaced in his mind. Su Yuntao proudly waved the guidance book in his hand and began to recite. "First, the soul beast must be killed by the soul master themselves for the soul ring to be obtained. The soul ring only exists for a very short time. If it is not attached to oneself within an hour, it will lose its effect. Second, soul beasts are extremely proud creatures. No soul beast will allow itself to be captured. If it is seriously injured by an enemy and attempts to capture it, the soul beast will choose to self-destruct and die. This eliminates the situation you mentioned. Even if someone is hired to hunt the soul beast, if they don't kill it themselves, it will be very difficult to obtain the soul ring. Of course, all of this is not absolute. How can the wisdom of humans compare to soul beasts? The best way to hunt soul beasts is to form a group to go to the soul beast location, with the final blow delivered by oneself to obtain the soul ring. Therefore, what you said about nobles and those with power having certain advantages in hunting soul beasts is indeed true. However, just because such people can easily obtain soul rings does not mean they will become stronger than ordinary soul masters. No one can be sure that the attributes of the soul beast they encounter are the most suitable for them. The level of the soul beast is certainly important, but the compatibility of attributes is equally crucial. No matter how good the soul ring is, if it conflicts with your martial soul, it cannot produce a good effect and may even have a negative impact on oneself. Just then, Tang Chuan interrupted Su Yuntao. "Wait a minute, Brother Yuntao. Does the soul ring generated by the soul beast only be absorbed by the soul master if the final blow is dealt by the master themselves?" "That's right. That's what it says in the theoretical book," Su Yuntao replied, raising the book in his hand, looking puzzled. "Why? Did you not understand, Lil Chuan?" Tang Chuan Dao, "So, is it the soul beast itself, or the soul master that distinguishes the final blow?" "It must be the soul beast, as the one who kills the soul beast can absorb its soul ring," Su Yuntao replied confidently. "So, is it the will of the soul beast that remains on the soul ring, resisting other soul masters from absorbing it, just to allow the soul master who killed it to absorb it?" This. Su Yuntao was suddenly at a loss for words. According to the theory in the top 10 core competencies of martial souls, soul beasts have dignity and would rather self-destruct than be captured by soul masters. But even with dignity, would they really allow a soul master who took their life to absorb their soul ring? Tang Chuan continued to ask, as if he hadn't noticed the unusual expression on Su Yuntao's face. Brother Yuntao, I still have a question. If I kill a soul beast with a knife, and a hunter kills a soul beast with a bamboo spear trap, and I see the soul beast's last moment, thinking that I killed it, how should that be counted? If I kill the soul beast with a knife, is it me who killed it, or the blacksmith who forged the knife? If the hunter kills the soul beast with a bamboo spear trap, and the soul beast thinks I killed it, does that count as my killing? Can I absorb the soul ring? Or can only the blacksmith who made the knife or the hunter absorb the soul ring? For example, if a soul beast kills another soul beast and produces a soul ring, can I absorb that? Su Yuntao felt that his brain capacity was insufficient at that moment. He had never thought about these questions before. He just learned to build his worldview according to the 10 core competencies of martial souls taught by the Pope Bibi Dong of the Martial Soul Hall. Now, he felt that his worldview was somewhat collapsing. He stammered, well, you might be able to absorb it. Su Yuntao began to doubt that perhaps, regardless of who killed the soul beast, the soul ring could be absorbed. This was indeed a huge shock to Su Yuntao because he believed in the 10 core competencies of martial souls and had not spent soul coins to ask for help in hunting century-old soul beasts, resulting in his current first soul ring being only a 10-year soul ring. The soul ring provides comprehensive enhancement to soul masters. If Su Yuntao had a 100-year soul ring as his first, he wouldn't have been stuck below the 30-level threshold. Moreover, soul beasts could self-destruct their soul power to avoid capture. But history books stated that domestic fowl and livestock were domesticated from soul beasts by ancestors. If they could truly self-destruct, would noble soul beasts from 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 years ago allow soul masters to benefit from them? Tang Chuan continued, Xiao Chuan, let's not discuss this anymore. We are almost there. Su Yuntao hurriedly interrupted, fearing that if they continued, his entire worldview would collapse. Seeing Su Yuntao's reaction, Tang Chuan understood, and a faint, imperceptible smile appeared on his lips. I was curious before. The master's theory has no basis in some places. Yet the powerhouses of Douluo Continent all know him. It turns out that the reason the 10 core competencies of martial souls can be famous far and wide is that Bibi Dong implemented a policy of fooling the masses to destroy the martial soul hall. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. This is to make other families and the martial soul hall waste resources on training useless martial souls, defeating the enemy without fighting. It's just a pity that neither the major families nor the martial soul hall believe this. It counts as a failure. However, the so-called unique theory of absorbing soul rings was quite successful. Soul masters wouldn't ask their elders for help in hunting soul beasts, fearing that if the elders accidentally killed the soul beast, they wouldn't be able to absorb the soul ring themselves, making it much less efficient than hunting themselves. This way, the ancestral advantages accumulated by the nobility and the martial soul hall would be completely gone. This is equivalent to on Earth, where descendants cannot inherit their elders' estates, which is simply cutting off the roots. Chapter 16. Undercurrents, Seeking Votes, Seeking Collections. In Nodding City, Su Yuntao prepared some supplies to hunt soul beasts. He bought 2 leather bags specifically for carrying drinking water, each capable of holding 5 liters of clean water, and also bought some cured meat, flatbreads, and fruits, filling 2 large bags. Afterward, Su Yuntao spent money hiring a horse-drawn carriage and gave the driver 3 silver soul coins. After all, Su Yuntao was a soul master and also a deacon of the Martial Soul Hall branch in Nodding City. How could he waste time walking there? The reason why the profession of soul master is considered the noblest on the continent is largely due to income. Even if one just advances from a soul scholar to a soul master, they can enjoy a subsidy of 1 gold soul coin per month from the Martial Soul Hall. This is enough for ordinary people to live on, of course, just for basic living. It's impossible to live luxuriously when soul masters cultivate to higher levels, especially beyond great soul masters, and enter the soul reverence realm. They can register with the Martial Soul Hall and receive a direct noble title from the state, becoming the lowest ranking noble baron. The higher the strength, the higher the noble title. Naturally, the income also rises accordingly. Receive. Su Yuntao extended his hand, and a deep green ring on his finger shimmered with a bright light. In the next moment, the purchased supplies were absorbed into it. Seeing Tang Chuan's puzzled expression, Su Yuntao smiled and explained proudly, this is called a Xuanyu ring, a type of soul guide. Its function is storage. You just need to inject your soul power into it, and it can provide 50 cubic meters of storage space for convenient item storage. Soul guide? Tang Chuan's mind turned. recalling the development of soul guides described in the Ultimate Tang sect, and he thought to himself, if there were already soul guides with storage space now, why were they so far behind the sun and moon continent thousands of years later? Furthermore, during the Ultimate Tang sect era, they could even create spatial barriers. Why didn't they even have soul guide phones? In thousands of years, even on Earth, humanity could convert consciousness into data. After pondering for a long time, Tang Chuan speculated that it might be because of TangSan and his hidden weapons, which caused the development of soul guides to stagnate. It was like how the East invented gunpowder first, but directed their technological tree towards fireworks for entertainment, while the West focused entirely on weapons, inventing guns and cannons. Su Yuntao continued to explain, soul guides, as the name suggests, are devices that utilize martial soul power. Few soul guides are passed down through generations, and most have no offensive capabilities. Soul masters themselves do not need weapons. Soul guides can be described as cultural relics. As for how they are produced and made, that knowledge has long been lost. This soul guide ring was also awarded to me by the bishop for my significant contributions to the martial soul hall. Cultural relics? Tang Chuan was taken aback. Goodness, this space storage soul guide is still just a cultural relic? Such technology is something Earth can't even achieve now. Yet in Douluo Continent, it's still a relic. Their soul guides must have been much more advanced in previous civilizations. So, Brother Yuntao, does the Martial Soul Hall have soul masters who can manufacture soul guides? Oh, you mean that? Of course there are. There's a quirky old man in the main hall of the Martial Soul Hall who spends every day creating all sorts of things. Su Yuntao answered affirmatively, making Tang Chuan's eyes light up. If he could become a soul guide manufacturer and create soul guides like Gatling guns, sniper rifles, and Big Ivan, wouldn't that completely outshine the hidden weapons of the Tang sect? It would directly lead to world annihilation. However, in the eyes of others, although soul guides are flashy, they are not particularly useful. Titled Douluos possess overwhelming strength, absolutely unbeatable. How could they lose? Little Brother Chuan, if you really want to learn about soul guides, then you can only go to the main hall of the Martial Soul Hall to study. Such long-lost techniques can only be possessed by our Martial Soul Hall. Seeing Tang Chuan interested in soul guides, Su Yuntao felt a sense of joy in his heart, using this opportunity to lure him with the technology of soul guides, implying that only by joining the Martial Soul Hall could one obtain the techniques for manufacturing soul guides. Tang Chuan nodded. He definitely wanted to join the Spirit Hall, because among all the forces in the Douluo Continent, the Spirit Hall was the most reliable. The two imperial families. The Tiando royal family had the Swan Spirit, which had no combat capability and no fighting awareness. Only the Hanhai Qingquan cover had some merit. The Xingluo imperial family focused on the fusion techniques of the evil I White Tiger and the Nether Spirit Cat, nurturing royal members like Raising Gu, and had nothing valuable. The three major sects were centered around bloodlines. The Haotian sect had retreated from the world. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was a support spirit. And besides the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, there was no one capable. The Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect was a beast spirit sect, focusing on the true body armor of the spirit and the true dragon bloodline, which greatly helped beast spirit users. But Tang Chuan was a weapon spirit. It seemed that only the Spirit Hall had abundant resources, numerous ancestors, and a broad-minded approach to include everything. In a basement within the Nodding Academy, Dean Tian Lei was explaining the situation to a stone wall. Indeed, to hunt for soul rings. The Spirit Hall steward Su Yuntao had already taken a child named Tang Chuan to the soul hunting forest. Tian Lei was half kneeling on the ground, his expression extremely respectful. The stone wall flickered with light and shadow, revealing a middle-aged man with short brown hair and a serious expression, wearing a sapphire blue robe adorned with a roaring Tyrannosaurus. He leaned on a staff carved with a dragon's head, and his robe moved without wind, exuding an intimidating presence. This person was Yu Yuan Lei, one of the elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, responsible for intelligence, with countless outer disciples as his eyes and ears. As the darkest side of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, he was in charge of many matters unknown even to his own sect. Besides gathering intelligence on the two empires and the other major sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, the rest involved assassinations, tempting enemies to defect, and creating conflicts within or outside these sections. Then you continue to lurk. The rest is none of your concern. Yes, sir. After Dean Tian Lei exited the image, in the distant Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, Yu Yuan Lei began to give orders. Longsure-san? He tapped his staff, and a figure approached from outside the door. dressed in dark green light armor with half of his face covered by a blue fong mask, obscuring the lower half of his face. He knelt down halfway. Your subordinate is here. What orders do you have, Elder? A perfect parabola arced through the air, and Long San accurately caught it. It was a dark blue token, engraved with an exploding black thunder pattern. What is this? Long San examined the token, puzzled. This is the Black Thunder Order. Take it to the burial mound in the Douluo Forest, where you can find the soul Douluo Black Scorpion Tiger. Have him kill this person and frame it on the guest elder of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. A portrait fell to the ground, and Long San quickly picked it up. It depicted a handsome boy. Due to its own spirit problems, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect could not possess aggressive soul rings, so they could only invite other soul masters to protect themselves. With their sect's amazing financial resources, they had become the sect that recruited the most guest soul masters in the Douluo Continent, aside from the Spirit Hall. Thus, as Yu Yuanlei of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, he would naturally not miss this opportunity. What? The Black Scorpion Tiger is still alive? Hearing this name, even Long San was surprised. San, some things are better left unexamined. Yu Tianlei stroked his goat beard and continued. This mission is very important, relating to the next development plan of our Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, and must not allow any negligence. If you're captured by people from other sects, you must not let them have any chance to uncover information. Understand? Understood, Elder. Long San cupped his hands in salute, then transformed into a streak of green light and vanished from the room. Chapter 17. Black Scorpion Tiger, Seeking Votes. Seeking Collections. The reason Yu Yuanlei sent Long San to the Douluo Forest to find the soul Douluo Black Scorpion Tiger was that Long San's spirit was the mutated hurricane pterosaur of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, a top-tier speed spirit. Due to time constraints, Long San directly activated his spirit true body, transforming into a 6-meter-long toothless pterosaur with wings spanning 12 meters, exuding a formidable presence. Soul masters with beast spirits, upon reaching level 70, would possess their 7 spirit rings 7 spirit skill as their spirit true body, transforming into their spirit's original form, gaining tremendous explosive power and multiplying their strength. In contrast, the situation for weapon spirit masters was slightly different. Their 7 spirit skill was the weapon spirit true body. They used their own weapon spirit's soul, maximizing the power of their weapon spirit. If they possessed a terrifying weapon spirit, the weapon spirit true body would erupt with even greater horror than the spirit true body. Prior to level 70, beast spirit masters were undoubtedly stronger than non-control weapon spirit masters. But after reaching level 70, weapon spirit masters, relying on the high amplification of their weapon spirit true body, would surpass them. Long San's weapon spirit true body primarily increased the speed of the hurricane pterosaur. Although Long San was only a 7-ring soul sage, under the enhancement of the weapon spirit true body, he could even rival most titled Douluo. This was the advantage of a powerful, mutated spirit. Nobles relied on bloodlines, while commoners relied on mutations. A mutation under a noble bloodline naturally yielded twice the result with half the effort. Before long, Long San arrived at the burial mound of the Douluo Forest, one of the 10 forbidden areas of the Douluo Forest. The burial mound had once witnessed a century-old battle, where a titled Douluo fought against the 10,000-year-soul beast, the Yinma leopard. The titled Douluo was defeated by the Yinma leopard, and in a desperate situation, he self-destructed his cultivation to seal the Yinma leopard here. Now, the Yinma leopard had long since perished. However, the burial mound had also grown many shadow trees and ghost face flowers, ghost wailing grasses, and other plant soul beasts, turning it into a true forbidden zone. May I ask if the Black Scorpion Tiger Senior is here? The surrounding winds howled, and the dark green shadow trees were pockmarked, with twisted and withered branches resembling human features, while the ghost wailing grass emitted a mournful wail, making even Long San shiver. The soul Douluo Black Scorpion Tiger was a great demon from over 20 years ago, with its spirit being the offspring of the top-level soul beast, the dark demon evil god tiger, known as the Black Scorpion Tiger. There were ancient legends about the dark demon evil god tiger. It was said that the evil god descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate and transforming its original light attribute into a dark attribute. It sprouted black wings representing corruption, and its growth did not occur through its own cultivation. It was extremely difficult for it to cultivate itself, and could only rapidly increase its strength by devouring the soul power of other soul beasts or human soul masters. Possessing evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space attributes, it had high intelligence. Soul masters with the dark demon evil god tiger or its descendants as their spirit needed to devour the soul power of other soul masters and the souls of other soul beasts to advance in their cultivation. Over 20 years ago, the black scorpion tiger reached the cultivation of a soul Douluo, and due to its spirit, it could even match ordinary title Douluo. However, because its spirit was offensive to heaven, it was pursued by the spirit hall's grand offering, Douluo. Although the black scorpion tiger fought back fiercely, Douluo not only suppressed him in terms of level, but also had an absolute advantage in terms of spirit. The black scorpion tiger's martial soul can at most be considered a third-generation divine bloodline, while Douluo's angel martial soul is a true divine martial soul. Later, news spread that the black scorpion tiger was killed on the spot by Douluo. Long San didn't expect that the black scorpion tiger was still alive, seemingly having a great connection with his sect, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. As Long San was pondering this, strands of black smoke drifted out from the crevices of the burial mound, resembling black snakes. The black smoke gathered in midair, transforming into a giant tiger head, and a deep, booming voice echoed like rolling thunder. I didn't expect there would still be juniors who remember my name. I am the black scorpion tiger, Hu Tuohai, of that year. Junior Long San pays respects to Senior Hu. I have come this time to discuss an important matter. Long San bowed, while tossing the Black Thunder Order into the depths of the dark clouds. This was given to me by my elder. He said that Senior Hu would understand upon seeing this Black Thunder Order. Ha ha ha, the Black Thunder Order? You Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect really overestimate yourselves. I have never been your subordinate. What qualifications do you have to dictate to me? Almost instantaneously, the black clouds parted, and Long San was lifted into the air by a giant hand. The one who made the move was an old man in a black robe, tall and thin, with long gray eyebrows and white hair cascading down to his shoulders. He looked spirited, but a deep scar over his left eye made him appear somewhat terrifying. As a soul sage, Long San struggled in midair, but it was futile. Not even 1/10 of his soul power could be exerted. His face gradually turned pale, his eyes bulging, and his mouth wide open. Within a stick of incense's time, he would undoubtedly die. Just when Long San thought he was doomed, the old man released his grip, and Long San landed on a patch of dark clouds. He gasped for air, placing his hands on his neck to alleviate the pressure he had just felt, his eyes filled with fear and lingering dread. Ha ha, your expression is just too amusing. You didn't really think I was going to kill you, did you? Hu Tuohai laughed like a child, which strongly contrasted with his appearance. But Long San found nothing funny about it. Seeing Long San's pitiful little eyes, Hu Tuohai awkwardly smiled and patted his shoulder hard, almost knocking him over. Don't be nervous. Ever since your former sect master, Yu Engine, saved my life and hid me inside his body to escape, I, Hu Tuohai, vowed that if your Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect had any requests, as long as they weren't too excessive, I would do my utmost to help you. Now tell me, what is it this time that requires my assistance? It turned out that back then, when Hu Tuohai was being hunted by the high priest of the Spirit Hall, on the brink of death, he encountered Yu Engine, who was still the sect master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Seeing that Hu Tuohai was purely a victim of misfortune and wanting to recruit this extraordinarily talented soul master, Yu Engine used a secret method to help Hu Tuohai hide within his own body. This mysterious secret method was so profound that even the high priest Douluo could not detect it. Once Douluo left, Hu Tuohai emerged from Yu Engine's body and promised to repay this kindness. Later, Hu Tuohai's fortunes changed, allowing him to find the burial mound, one of the 10 forbidden places in the Stardow Forest. Since the sealed Yin Mo leopard within the burial mound had a bloodline connection to his martial soul, the black scorpion tiger, cultivating here was extremely beneficial for him. Thus, Hu Tuohai remained in the burial mound for over 20 years, only breaking through today when Long San found him. Since Hu Tuohai had explained the background, Long San naturally had no doubts and recounted everything in detail. Senior Hu, we need your help. This is just a pretext. The Spirit Hall will definitely be on guard, regardless of whether it succeeds or not. As long as the Spirit Hall believes it is the 7-treasure glazed tile school, then they will have no way to argue. We just need to wait until the pressure from the Spirit Hall arrives, and the plan will succeed. Chapter 18, Rainbow Light Fox, Seeking Collections, Seeking Votes. The tall trees display their age, and on the outskirts of the forest, there's a circle of enormous iron fences, showing a large number of spikes towards one side of the forest. The height of the fence exceeds 10 meters and appears extremely solid. That is not all. Outside the fence, 100 soldiers are patrolling. These soldiers are all clad in full iron armor, holding long spears, and their military demeanor is orderly. The 100 steel warriors standing together give off a chilling aura. A few patrolling soldiers approached Su Yuntao and his companion, inquiring about their purpose. As a deacon of the Spirit Hall, Su Yuntao naturally possessed a token personally bestowed by the Spirit Hall, which was made of bronze. The patterns on it were composed of 3 shapes. In the center was a vague humanoid figure with 6 wings, to the left was a swan, and to the right was a white-eyed tiger. Upon seeing this token, the soldiers exchanged glances and immediately allowed them to pass. After walking for a while, before Tang Chuan could ask, Su Yuntao explained, "This token I have is a 3rd-class token of the Spirit Hall. The swan and tiger symbols represent the martial souls of the Tiandou and Xingluo royal families. Because this forest is a collaboration between the Spirit Hall and the Tiandou Empire, we can pass through without obstruction. The Spirit Hall's tokens are divided into 7 types, distinguished by rainbow colors. Non-members of the Spirit Hall can only obtain yellow and orange tokens unless they reach the title Douluo level. Title Douluo can obtain purple elder tokens, and the highest is the red pope token. Little Chuan, when you join the Spirit Hall, you will probably also get a blue token." "Thank you, Brother Yuntao, for explaining." Tang Chuan sincerely expressed his gratitude. Once they entered the soul hunting forest, Su Yuntao took out the 10 core competencies of martial souls from his pocket and said to Tang Chuan, "According to the master's theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, the selection of soul rings must be cautious. Each soul ring cannot be replaced. A soul master can absorb the soul rings of soul beasts that are 100 years old. More precisely, it is the soul rings of soul beasts that are less than 423 years old. Therefore, I hope you, Lil Chuan, do not aim too high and must choose soul beasts that are suitable for you without being impulsive." "Does that mean I can absorb any soul beast below 423 years old?" "Ah, probably." Su Yuntao replied, "Lil Chuan, what kind of soul beast do you want to hunt? With me as your brother, we can choose freely. The first soul skill is very important for soul masters, as it is the most basic means of attack. By the way, Little Chuan, you don't have to be fixated on the type of soul beast. According to this theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, even plant martial souls can attach beast martial soul rings, and the same goes for weapon martial souls." Su Yuntao specifically reminded. Tang Chuan clapped his hands, looking suddenly enlightened. "Brother Yuntao, I'm so glad you told me. This theory could really change the course of history in Douluo Continent. I was just thinking if we have to hunt soul beasts based on the type of martial soul, wouldn't my mirror martial soul mean I have to hunt a mirror? There are mirror soul beasts, right? There are, right? I seem to remember there's a type called the mirror beast. So, Xiao Chuan, how do you plan to choose the soul beast for your first soul ring? Staying in the soul hunting forest also requires a fee," Su Yuntao urged. Tang Chuan thought for a moment and made his decision. "Well, I think my first soul ring can be a long-range attack. Brother Yuntao, do you have any recommendations? Although the 9-heaven spirit mirror is a powerful mutated martial soul, it doesn't possess much combat power itself, so Tang Chuan's first soul ring must be offensive. Long-range attack? Let me think which soul beast in this soul hunting forest is suitable." After pondering for a long time, Su Yuntao finally recalled a soul beast's name from his memory, Rainbow Light Fox. Rainbow Light Fox? Tang Chuan repeated the name in confusion. Su Yuntao explained to Tang Chuan, "The Rainbow Light Fox is a 100-year soul beast that feeds on rainbow light fruits. Its innate skill allows it to shoot a powerful beam of rainbow light from its mouth. There are many types of rainbow light foxes, and depending on the color of the rainbow light, they can have different effects, such as freezing or poisoning. What do you think?" Based on Su Yuntao's description, Tang Chuan felt that this rainbow light fox would indeed be very suitable for his first soul ring. "Since you've made your decision, it's my turn now," Su Yuntao said lightly. Martial soul possession. A faint blue light first emanated from the center of his forehead, rising up and entering his hair. His originally black long hair turned grayish-blue due to the blue light. At the same time, Su Yuntao's eyes transformed into a deep green, and the claws extending from his fingers glimmered with a faint cold light. 2 rings of light lit up beneath his feet, continuously hovering from his feet to his head. One was white, and the other was yellow, representing that he possessed a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring. One of the talents of the lone wolf is its exceptional sense of smell, able to detect the scent of beasts within a 20-mile radius. After a thorough search, Su Yuntao successfully found traces of a rainbow light fox beneath a large tree, where its droppings were left behind. The droppings of the rainbow light fox are distinctive, semi-transparent, and varied in color, resembling colorful glass balls. Nearby were a few strands of fox fur, and when Tang Chuan looked down, he discovered that the fur was like crystal. The world is truly wonderful. Tang Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, "No more wonders. It seems that this rainbow light fox is nearby. We need to hurry." Su Yintao stopped talking nonsense and pulled Tang Chuan to take off running. A few minutes later, they arrived at a tree hole emitting a strange odor. The tree hole was pitch black, making it impossible to see what was inside. However, the commotion inside proved that there was indeed something there. First soul skill, wind-cleaving claw. The white soul ring beneath Su Yintao's feet rose up, and his hands doubled in size, covered in grayish-blue fur. As his fingers moved, sharp claws like short daggers continuously protruded from his palms and retracted. Each claw was like a blade, about 8 inches long, glimmering with a cold light. Su Yintao crossed his hands and struck towards the tree hole, creating 2 sharp green claw marks that formed a cross shape covering the entire tree hole. The next moment, bang, the tree hole exploded, sending countless clouds of dust flying, and a dark shadow shot out from the dust. Hiss! Once the dust settled, Tang Chuan could see the shadow clearly. It was an ice-blue, folded-eared fox, about the size of a yellow dog, baring its teeth and looking aggressive. This was a rainbow light fox. Counting the rings on its tail, it had successfully grown 4, with signs of 5th. This meant that this rainbow light fox was already over 400 years old and would grow into a 500-year-old beast in a few decades. Roar! Just as Tang Chuan was lost in thought, the rainbow light fox opened its mouth wide, revealing a mouthful of needle-like sharp teeth, and shot out a beam as thick as a barrel. "Be careful!" Su Yintao quickly pulled Tang Chuan and flipped over, dodging the rainbow light fox's attack. But he was still grazed by the beam, and frost appeared on his grayish-blue fur. Clearly, this light fox belonged to the blue light fox category, and the blue rainbow light it shot out had a freezing effect. Seeing Su Yintao injured, Tang Chuan immediately asked with concern, "Brother Yintao, are you okay?" Su Yintao set Tang Chuan down, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his aura continuously rose. The frost on his body transforming into a layer of evaporating mist. "A mere 100-year soul beast. I don't take it seriously at all. Xiao Chuan, watch closely. This is the power of a soul master." The yellow soul ring on Su Yintao's body rose from his feet, and an invisible force of wind gathered from all directions, indicating he was about to get serious. Chapter 19. Ghost Law and Bone Law, Seeking Tickets. Seeking Collections, Second Soul Skill, Howling Wolf Moonstrike. Su Yintao let out a mournful wolf howl, and his entire body swelled up, with his bones making cracking sounds. His grayish-blue fur stood on end, and his short black hair transformed into long gray hair, resembling a cape fluttering in the wind. The next moment, Su Yintao unleashed countless silver moon blades from his hands, incredibly sharp, as if they could slice through the air itself. The rainbow light fox, a mere 100-year soul beast, had never witnessed such a display. It wasn't even 500 years old, was it necessary? Its tail stood up like a flagpole, its fur bristling, and it desperately shot out a beam of light as thick as a barrel, trying to fend off Su Yintao's soul skill. But this couldn't change the fate of the rainbow light fox. The moon blades sliced through the beam, leaving the rainbow light fox covered in wounds, blood flowing profusely. It must be said that Su Yintao's control over the moon blades was truly effortless. Although he injured the rainbow light fox, he did not take its life. "Here, Xiao Chuan, quickly finish it off. Otherwise, once the blood flows out, it won't count as your defeated soul beast." Su Yintao took out a black dagger from his Xianyu ring and handed it to Tang Chuan, indicating this dagger is made of Xian iron, incredibly sharp, able to cut through iron like mud. "Go collect your first soul ring." Seizing the opportunity to increase his strength, Tang Chuan took the dagger without hesitation and swiftly cut the rainbow light fox's throat. Blood gushed out, splattering onto Tang Chuan's face, giving him a somewhat eerie appearance. Gradually, a clear yellow light began to rise from the rainbow light fox's body, shimmering in the air like a thin mist, ready to be blown away by the wind at any moment. Tang Chuan stretched out his hand and touched the yellow century soul ring. The soul ring did not give him any chance to react. It suddenly shrank, transforming into a solid golden ring the size of a bracelet and directly landing on the Jiuxiao Lingjing martial soul in the palm of his right hand. Tang Chuan felt as if his right hand had plunged into lava. A wave of scorching energy surged in wildly, and the intense heat flowed into his body in an instant, causing his insides to feel as if they were on fire. His body couldn't help but tremble violently. Don't panic, sit down and meditate. You need to use your mind to guide the energy within the soul ring, Su Yuntao reminded him from the side. Absorbing a soul ring is a risky endeavor, but others cannot help at all. They can only wait nearby. Tang Chuan sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly closed, as his vision plunged into darkness. In the darkness, there was a faint point of light, surrounded by a cold current that made him shiver involuntarily. Just as Tang Chuan was about to reach his limit, a mirror appeared within the point of light, which was his martial soul, the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror. As soon as the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror appeared, the cold current seemed to find an outlet and began to pour into it. Soon, the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror absorbed nearly all of the cold current, and the entire mirror underwent a tremendous transformation. It changed from its original green color to a bluish green, with swirling clouds and mist, and the image of flying celestial cranes was enriched with several agile and ethereal celestial foxes. After a stick of incense's time, Tang Chuan opened his eyes and felt that due to the first spirit ring, his entire body had undergone a dramatic change. The frail body that had suffered from malnutrition while following Tang Hao had now become strong and capable. His skin had improved, and even his previously unclear abdominal muscles were now distinctly visible. With every movement, he could feel a surge of power, and he seemed much more energetic. At that moment, Tang Chuan noticed that the ground was covered with the bodies of ants, which were unusually large, about the size of a kitten, and a deep red color, with a pair of incredibly sharp pincers and a sharp tail stinger behind them. Seeing that Tang Chuan had finally woken up, Su Yuntao, who was cleaning up the scene, came over and explained, "These are blood ants, one of the unique soul beasts of the soul hunting forest. Although they are only 10-year-old soul beasts, they are particularly troublesome and are the last thing soul masters want to encounter, as one wrong move could lead to disaster. Moreover, they are extremely bloodthirsty. Once a carnivorous soul beast has killed other soul beasts, they will follow the scent of blood. Their pincers can cut through gold and stone, acting as scavengers in the soul hunting forest, specifically cleaning up the corpses of soul beasts. Oh, by the way, Xiao Chuan, what is the first soul skill you obtained after absorbing the spirit ring?" Tang Chuan extended his hand, and the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror once again appeared. He introduced, "Yes, my first soul skill is Mirror Light, which shoots out a powerful beam of light from the martial soul Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror, accompanied by a 30 freezing effect and a 50 mental attack." As he spoke, a yellow soul ring appeared beneath his feet, slowly rising, and then imprinted onto the side of the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror. After the soul ring was imprinted onto the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror, it suddenly enlarged, and a beam of ice blue light, the thickness of a water barrel, shot out from it. The beam struck a tree the size that two people could hug, cutting it in half and causing it to crash to the ground. When Su Yuntao approached to observe, he found that the place where the tree had broken was as smooth as a mirror, covered with a layer of frost. He praised, "Not bad. It also has mental and freezing effects. Xiao Chuan, I haven't seen many soul skills like this, even I. Thanks to Brother Yuntao, without you, I wouldn't have been able to hunt soul beasts, let alone obtain soul rings and soul skills." Tang Chuan quickly expressed his gratitude, looking very appreciative. Seeing Tang Chuan so respectful, Su Yuntao felt a wave of joy in his heart, thinking that with Tang Chuan's gratitude, he could rest easy. He was just a small figure, likely never to break through level 40 in his lifetime. However, with a genius like Tang Chuan, he could say he was holding onto a big, sturdy thigh. With Tang Chuan's talent, he would definitely become a titled Douluo and an elder of the Douluo Palace in the future. With such a backing, Su Yuntao was sure that he would enjoy a good life and rise smoothly in the future. Just as Su Yuntao was fantasizing about the future, a black hole appeared out of nowhere, and a young man dressed in light brown bone armor and a black cloak stepped out. He was handsome, with a middle-parting hairstyle, and wore a smile that seemed harmless. However, 10 sharp and hard bone spikes were attached to his fingers, and the aura around him was like a mountain and sea, imposing and unshakable. A strange dragon shadow coiled behind him, faintly emitting a thunderous dragon roar, making people hesitate to approach. Upon seeing this figure, Su Yuntao's teeth began to chatter, and he stammered, "I didn't expect the titled Dogu Rong to grace us with his presence. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." To his surprise, the young man who emerged from the black hole was indeed a titled Doa, the Bone Doa of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Titled Douluo is the highest level that soul masters can typically reach and is the pinnacle existence among soul masters. When a soul master's level reaches 90 and they obtain their 9th soul ring, they will be given a unique title, usually named after their name, or martial soul. Hence the title Douluo. After becoming a title Douluo, a soul master can return to their youthful appearance and extend their lifespan by at least 1 or 200 years. The power of a title Douluo is extraordinarily terrifying. A single soul skill can destroy a city, making them the peak of power in the Douluo Continent. How could Su Yuntao not be afraid? I didn't expect that my name would still be remembered. I won't waste any more words. Today I'm taking this boy with me, and you can leave. Bone Douluo Gu Rong said nonchalantly while stroking the bone armor in his hand. Hearing that Tang Chuan was to be taken away, Su Yuntao became agitated. This was a seed of the Spirit Hall, and he had even heard that the Pope greatly valued him. If he were taken to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he wouldn't have enough heads to lose. Su Yuntao quickly refused. No, this child is someone the Pope has high hopes for. We absolutely cannot. Before he could finish his sentence, Bone Douluo Gu Rong shot several white bone spikes from his fingers, instantly piercing through Su Yuntao's body and pinning his limbs to the ground. Gu Rong remained indifferent, a slight smile on his lips as he said, I'm not here to negotiate with you. You, a mere deacon of the Spirit Hall, really make me lose face by acting this way. This is the title Douluo, a symbol of absolute power. Beneath title Douluo, all are like ants. Tang Chuan swallowed hard. There was no trace of fear in his eyes, only the blazing fire of ambition. Kid, why aren't you afraid of me? It's really strange. Bone Douluo extended his left hand to grasp, and in midair, a completely bone-formed arm condensed, reaching out to grab Tang Chuan. At that moment, countless purple-black arms emerged from the ground, shooting beams of light that successfully shattered the bone claws. Oh, isn't this Bone Douluo Gu Rong? To make a move against the younger generation. Isn't that a bit beneath you? A figure suddenly appeared, blocking Tang Chuan's front and casually shattering the bone spikes that Bone Douluo had embedded in Su Yuntao. Bone Douluo focused his gaze and saw that the newcomer was dressed in a black robe, his entire figure concealed under the cloak, adorned with a layer of pale bone armor, and his face bore a mask of purple patterns depicting a laughing, crying expression. His imposing aura exuded a thick presence of negative energy, accompanied by unbearable ghostly wails. Ghost Douluo. Bone Douluo's expression changed, revealing a look of confusion, but he quickly relaxed and returned to his previous smiling demeanor. I thought it was someone else. Isn't this Ghost Douluo? What brings you, an elder of the Spirit Hall, to this little place in the soul-hunting forest? Surely, you're not here to hunt, are you? Ghost Douluo did not answer. Instead, he crouched down in front of Tang Chuan and pinched his little face. So you were that genius? Tang Chuan? What an unlikable surname. It reminds me of someone damned. Little guy, just wait here and take good care of the steward. I'll be back soon with this old fellow, Bone Douluo. Tang Chuan subconsciously nodded. He had guessed the identity of Ghost Mei, one of the elders of the Spirit Hall, and a close friend of Moonlight, who was also a title Douluo. He possessed a soul fusion technique called Polar Stillness Domain that could freeze space. In the end, he chose the wrong side and was ambushed by TangSan's with the divine tool, the Sea God Trident, in the Star Doe Forest, leading to his death. However, since he appeared here, there was only one possibility. The Spirit Hall had begun to pay attention to him. Hey, old Bone, you have some nerve? Daring to touch a soul master favored by the Pope. Has the 7-treasure glazed tile school's appetite grown this big? After some comforting words, Ghost Douluo jumped up, confronting Bone Douluo, who was also a title Douluo, with a cold and deep tone. Bone Douluo chuckled, helplessly spreading his arms, and said, Ghost Douluo, you're being too polite. Your Spirit Hall already has the majority of soul masters on the Douluo Continent. Can't we, the 7-treasure glazed tile school, just take a small child? Really too much, isn't it? Yeah, I smiled. Old Bone, you really know how to joke. A child with innate full soul power is hard to find even on the entire Douluo Continent, right? If you want to snatch someone from the Spirit Hall, you should see if you have that capability. Ghost Mei chuckled, a purple-black light soaring into the sky, indicating he was about to engage Bone Douluo to demonstrate his determination to win. Bone Douluo still wore a smile. He snapped his fingers, and a black hole appeared out of nowhere, sucking both of them in, making Ghost Douluo vanish from the spot. The aftermath of a title Douluo's battle is too powerful, and they usually choose open spaces for their fights to avoid harming innocents. After everything calmed down, Tang Chuan slowly walked up to Su Yuntao, only to find him gravely wounded and on the brink of death from Bone Douluo's earlier attack, with blood gushing from wounds on his limbs. Dyeing the grass a bright red. However, Su Yuntao showed no signs of life yet, as his fingers continued to twitch. Tang Chuan furrowed his brow, then relaxed as he thought of a way to cope. Brother Yuntao, don't be afraid. You'll be fine. we will definitely get out of here. When that titled Douluo returns, I will plead with him to save you. Tang Chuan gently comforted Su Yuntao, continuously reassuring him. Brother Yuntao, I know you're worried about your injuries, but don't worry, the titled Douluo is capable of anything and will surely find a way. You should rest for now. You are my brother, and I will take good care of you. Under Tang Chuan's comfort, Su Yuntao's previously pained expression had calmed down, and his breathing gradually stabilized. Tang Chuan slowly removed the blood-soaked outer robe from Su Yuntao and gently covered his face and upper body with it. The blood from Su Yuntao had long since soaked through the robe, making it heavy and wet. The outer robe was pressed tightly against Su Yuntao's nose and mouth, making it difficult for air to circulate. Soon, a writhing movement appeared beneath the robe covering Su Yuntao, but after being pressed down by Tang Chuan, he returned to calm after a while. Su Yuntao, he has died. Although, even if Tang Chuan hadn't done this, Su Yuntao might not have been able to survive. However, in order to gain power, Tang Chuan had no choice. Once the ghost of war returned, he would no longer have the opportunity to act. At this moment, a strong force surged from within him, and Tang Chuan joyfully opened his eyes, clenched his fists, then released them, as if he couldn't quite believe it. At the same time, he felt that the quality of his first spirit ring seemed to be rising from the original 400 years to over 600 years. Inside his martial spirit, the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror, a small image of a lone wolf had been added, but due to insufficient energy, it appeared somewhat blurry. Power is truly intoxicating. According to the inheritance system, Su Yuntao's death allowed Tang Chuan to inherit all of his soul power and soul skills. Faced with the deceased Su Yuntao, Tang Chuan felt a bit of remorse, although with such severe injuries. He might not have been able to hold on until the ghost of law arrived for treatment. But in reality, it was indeed an undeniable fact that Tang Chuan watched Su Yuntao die before his eyes. Tang Chuan silently stood before Su Yuntao, thinking to himself, if I were TangSan, the enmity of my mother's death would be irreconcilable. Therefore, even if you, Brother Yuntao, had nothing to do with it, just because you are an elder of the Spirit Hall, you and the entire Spirit Hall must accompany my mother in death. Today, killing you is only right. If I were Xiao Yin, even if I had an irreconcilable feud with the Spirit Hall, I would not want to harm others, only punishing the main culprit and letting everyone else go. Today, perhaps you would not die. But I am Tang Chuan, a wanderer from another world, a small person who just wants to survive. I have no other choice. I just want to gain the recognition of more people through my own efforts in the time I have left. You may blame me, but I still will not regret my choice. So, I'm sorry, Brother Yuntao. As he spoke, tears streamed down Tang Chuan's face, and the leaves rustled, as if the entire forest resonated with him. Chapter 21. Ruthless, seeking collections, seeking votes, because Ghost Law is a titled Douluo and possesses vast knowledge. If Su Yuntao's body is left behind, he is likely to notice something amiss. Therefore, Tang Chuan thought of using the blood ants in the forest to fabricate the scene. As blood ants are the cleaners of the forest, specifically dealing with the corpses of soul beasts. Having made up his mind, Tang Chuan picked up the black iron dagger from earlier and began to cut into himself. The black iron dagger was extremely sharp. Cutting through stone was like cutting through tofu, let alone the tender skin of a child. The rustling of the leaves in the wind seemed to be silenced by Tang Chuan's coldness and ruthlessness. In the air, only the faint sound of the dagger slicing through skin could be heard. The pain surged from a trickling stream, gradually evolving into a torrent, recklessly washing over Tang Chuan's nerves. The fear in his heart continued to grow, as if the person desperately clinging to life was beating the drum of retreat. However, Tang Chuan's expression did not change due to the intense pain. He knew that this sacrifice was necessary. But after all, he was still a child, and his body could not help but tremble. Tang Chuan could only grit his teeth and endure. This was the price he had to pay for gaining strength. As time passed, Tang Chuan's movements became surprisingly skilled. The sensation of pain seemed to have numbed, as if he were cutting a piece of unfeeling wood. To gain, one must sacrifice. Only those who are harsh enough on themselves are qualified to be harsh on others. As early as the spring and autumn period on Earth, the defeated King Gojian of Yu understood the principle of sacrifice. After being captured by King Fuchai of Wu, he abandoned his only remaining dignity. He lay on straw and tasted bitterness, bowing low and even tasting the excrement of King Fuchai to gain his trust. In the end, he achieved the eternal legend of lying on straw and tasting bitterness, with 3,000 Yu soldiers swallowing Wu. Not to mention, in order to dominate the martial world, Dongfang Bubi castrated himself to learn the Sunflower Manual. In the face of ambition, there is only ruthless determination, never hesitation or indecision. To obtain, one must lose. Things that come effortlessly are merely unreachable fantasies. After cutting several wounds, blood gushed out like a spring, all spilling onto Su Yuntao's corpse. Tang Chuan steadied himself against the loss of blood, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Although the amount of blood was not much, being the blood of Soul Master made it even more attractive to the blood ants. Soon, a rustling sound came from afar. Do not misunderstand, it was not raining, but a large number of blood ants were about to arrive. Tang Chuan looked at the surging ant swarm in the distance, which resembled a red tide, and revealed a faint smile of relief as he summoned his martial soul. He thought to himself, come on. Half an hour later, Ghost Douluo flew in from afar, his face filled with a gloomy expression. There was no conclusion to his battle with Bone Douluo, as Bone Douluo had escaped midway using his spatial abilities. However, since the battle took place tens of thousands of miles away, Ghost Douluo had to fly back himself to find Tang Chuan. Let go of Brother Yuntao, you bunch of bastard ants. Hearing a familiar voice, Ghost Douluo looked down in confusion and found that the blood ants below were about to engulf the two people underneath. A 7- or 8-year-old child was holding onto another person's body, his martial soul being a mirror that continuously emitted powerful azure blue beams of light. The beams were immensely powerful and came with a freezing effect, capable of clearing out a patch of blood ants with each strike. However, the number of blood ants was simply too many, and a 100-year-old blood ant was commanding the swarm from behind, making the boy no match for them at all. Ghost Douluo was puzzled. He recognized that the boy below was indeed Tang Chuan, but how could a 100-year-old blood ant, such a soul beast, appear here in the soul hunting forest, where they were quite rare? Get away, you bunch of damn ants. As long as I'm here, you won't harm a single hair on Brother Yuntao. Tang Chuan continued to resist stubbornly. Although he was protected by the 9 Heavens Spirit Mirror, there wasn't a single intact piece of skin left on his body. He was covered in bloody bites from the blood ants, and his soaked clothes stuck to him, tearing away flesh with every movement. Even though the blood ants were tearing at his flesh and his soul power had been nearly exhausted, causing his martial soul to disappear, Tang Chuan still did not give up on Su Yuntao. This scene reminded Ghost Douluo of a past event, and he couldn't help but speak. Yi Guan. The next moment, Ghost Douluo realized he had lost composure, transformed into a wisp of ghostly light, and smashed into the ground, completely shattering the nearby blood ants. Fourth soul skill, Ghost Shadow Ground Hand. Accompanied by Ghost Douluo's left hand striking the ground, a circle of purple soul rings rose up, covering the land within a radius of over 10 miles with shadows. From the shadows emerged countless pitch-black, shriveled ghostly hands, exuding a chilling aura from hell, crushing the blood ants one by one. This was Ghost Douluo's fourth soul skill, derived from the 7000 soul beast, the Dark Night Cave Spider. In the Stardoe Forest, it was a powerful area control skill, more than sufficient to deal with tenure blood ants. With the deaths of hundreds of tenure blood ants, a faint white light gradually rose from their bodies, shimmering ethereally in the air, seemingly on the verge of dispersing at any moment. This was the tenure spirit ring, the product of the life essence accumulated by the blood ants over the past decade. However, Ghost Douluo didn't even glance at it. With a flick of his hand, he shot out a purple-black skeletal ghost shadow, instantly eliminating the distant 100-year blood ant before stepping forward, one step at a time, towards Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan seemed to still be in shock from the battle earlier. Without any soul power left, he could only protect Su Yuntao beneath him, using his back to endure the attacks from the blood ants, preventing Su Yuntao from being harmed. However, the Ghost Douluo keenly noticed something was wrong. He turned Tang Chuan over and discovered that half of Su Yuntao's face had already been devoured by the blood ants, leaving only bare bones without a trace of flesh. He had long since died. Even though Tang Chuan had been turned into a bloody mess by the blood ants, he still did not give up, mumbling, "Don't hurt Brother Yuntao. Brother Yuntao, don't worry. With me here, no one can harm you." After a sigh, the corners of the Ghost Douluo's eyes blurred, recalling the bits and pieces of the past. The Ghost Douluo, originally named Mingzi, was now referred to as Ghostly Charm due to his martial spirit. He was one of the most powerful noble families in the Star Luo Empire. The Ming family's martial spirit was a scepter, and along with another family with a star crown martial spirit, the Su family, they served as the left and right arms of the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, being the two most powerful families in the empire. Naturally, being born into such a powerful family, Mingzi's martial spirit should have been one of the top-tier weapon spirits. The scepter, However, tragically, the martial spirit that Mingzi awakened was a ghost, representing death, pain, plague, tragedy, and the source of life and death separation. Thus, Mingzi became the most despised existence in the family. Everyone in the family, even his parents, looked down on him, hated him, and felt he brought shame to the Ming family, considering him a black sheep. During an incident where his peers bullied him, a classmate accidentally pushed him off a cliff, causing him to fall into the water and disappear. In fact, Mingzi did not die from falling into the water. Instead, he encountered his opportunity, absorbing countless wrong souls, leading to the true awakening of his martial spirit. However, Mingzi lost his will to live, although the power granted by the ghostly martial spirit was immense. It severed all connections to the world, making him a person who perhaps should not exist in this world. Yet, Mingzi's fate took a turn. After drifting in the water for some time, he met a cardinal from the spirit hall. After saving Mingzi and discovering his mutated powerful martial spirit, he sent him to the spirit hall to study, where he met a companion for life. In the spirit hall, Mingzi gained the favor of an elder from the Douluo Hall, who personally imparted his experiences to him and allowed him to join the elite soul master team of the spirit hall. He received the best training from a young age to achieve great accomplishments in the future and serve the spirit hall. Moreover, to help Mingzi break free from the shadows of his past, his original name was erased. Named after his martial spirit, he became known as Ghostly Charm. However, due to his past experiences, Ghostly Charm became reclusive and taciturn, still not fitting in, causing his peers to dislike him. Furthermore, the recent sublimation of his martial spirit deeply affected Ghostly Charm's emotions, making him irritable and frequently causing conflicts with his companions. Afterward, Ghostly Charm wanted to explain to his companions, but they would not listen, believing he acted intentionally. With no other choice, Ghostly Charm could only endure the turmoil caused by his martial spirit, while also bearing the disdain and isolation from his companions. Until one day, he encountered a fated person who accompanied him through decades of absurdity, up until now. This person was talkative and lively, and beside him, Ghostly Charm's ears never had a moment of peace. Sometimes, Ghostly Charm found him too noisy and quite bothersome. But at times, this noise reminded him of the tireless cicadas of summer, filling the deep void in his heart. Hit him, look at him like this, so girly. And his martial spirit is a chrysanthemum, really disgusting. Look at that voice, it's like a pinch, truly perverted. I don't know how someone like him is qualified to join the elite soul master team of the spirit hall. And he is trying to keep long hair and wear eyeshadow. Yuguan, a monster like you really shouldn't exist in this world. In the crowded area, a girl was being bullied by several elite soul masters from the spirit hall, but despite this, she showed no signs of submission. Should he intervene or not? This question lingered in Ghostly Charm's mind for just a second before he made his choice, completing this fateful encounter. With the spirit manifestation, the other challengers were no match for the awakened, mutated martial spirit of Ghostly Charm and scattered like birds and beasts. Of course, according to the script, it was necessary to leave some harsh words before departing. Ghostly Charm, you guy, what are you pretending to be a good person for? If you dare to save this monster, just wait. We will make you pay for this sooner or later. The leading child said hatefully. These harsh words meant nothing to Ghostly Charm. He was already a person who was disliked, with that terrifying martial spirit. He chuckled. He had grown accustomed to it. Just as he was about to leave, a hand grabbed him. Ghostly Charm instinctively wanted to shake it off, but the owner of the hand wouldn't let go. Helpless, Ghostly Charm had no choice but to turn around to push the owner of the hand away, only to see the face of the person he had saved. What kind of face was that? She was a girl with delicate features, rosy lips, and white teeth. Even with a face full of mud and bruises, she still wore a sun-like radiant smile. Ghostly Charm coughed awkwardly twice, forcing himself to remain calm, and said, Do you have something to say? Thank you for saving me. My name is Yuguan. Here, a little flower for you. From now on, we are friends. The girl's bright eyes curved into crescent moons as she held out a yellow flower she had picked from who knows where, smiling sincerely, making it impossible for Ghostly Charm to refuse. The golden, slender petals formed a spherical shape, and there was a familiar fragrance. Suddenly, Ghostly Charm recognized the flower in his hand. He covered his face and said, Come on, who would give someone chrysanthemums as a gift? Chrysanthemums are mostly used to mourn the dead, and this scent was all too familiar to Ghostly Charm, who had a ghostly martial spirit. His reaction caused the girl's emotions to plummet. She squatted down, drawing circles in the dirt with a stick, looking withdrawn. Seeing her like this, Ghostly Charm felt a pang of guilt and hurriedly explained, No, I was joking. I really like the flower you gave me. Look, my name is Ghostly Charm. My martial spirit is a ghost, and you giving me chrysanthemums is just too fitting. Really? Yuguan turned around excitedly, her radiant smile blooming again on her muddy face, making Ghostly Charm marvel at what kind of person could still retain such a bright smile in such circumstances. She held Ghostly Charm's hands and shook them, cheerfully saying, "Great. From now on, we are friends. Your name is Ghost Sister, right? Then from now on, I'll call you Little Sister. My martial spirit is the extraordinary grass, peculiar velvet chrysanthemum. You can call me Xiaoya or Huahua, either is fine." Ghostly Charm felt the veins in his temples throb as he shook off Yuguan's hand, exasperatedly correcting her. "I'm called Ghostly Charm, the ghost in Ghostly Charm, not Ghost Sister. And don't call me Mimi, it's really embarrassing." "Okay, Little Mimi." "Got it, Little Mimi. I won't call you Little Mimi anymore." Ghostly Charm felt like he was about to be driven mad by this girl, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. If I had known, I wouldn't have saved her. This is really annoying. Little Mei, you don't match my aloof temperament at all. At this moment, Yuguan placed his finger on his lips. His lips were very bright and beautiful, as if they were stained with vermilion, which is probably what it means. He said, "Thank you, Little Mei, for your heroic rescue. I had imagined someone would come to save me before, and sure enough, you appeared." Gue Mei covered his face, looking as if he didn't want to talk to him, thinking, "Oh my god, how did I end up saving a fool? Is it too late for me to go find him back?" "All right, Little Mei, there is something I forgot to tell you. Speak quickly, don't waste my time. Actually, such a cute person must be a boy. I think you wouldn't mind, right? What the hell?" After that, their revenge came as scheduled. When obtaining the second spirit ring, they had to go to the Soul Hunting Forest, and at that time, only one foreign teacher was following them. To take revenge on Gue Mei, they deliberately led the teacher away, tricking Gue Mei and Yuguan to a place called Yanchuan. Yanchuan is a place of extreme yang, particularly restraining the ghost-type martial souls. And here, Gue Mei's strength was almost non-existent, making him no match for the others. "I told you not to act like a hero. I told you to learn from others' heroic rescues. Get up." Saying this, a companion grabbed Gue Mei by the collar and punched him hard in the face. "Hui Mei, aren't you quite capable? Come on, hit me." Just as Gue Mei broke free from his restraints, another person suddenly kicked him down to the ground. "Hui Mei, do you remember how arrogant you were before? Look at you now, lying on the ground like a dead dog. If I had known this day would come, why did I act back then?" Another person summoned his martial soul, stabbing a spear into his thigh, blood gushing out. These kids only dared to use martial souls to enhance their physical attacks at most, and they didn't dare to use soul skills for fear of accidents. But this was already enough to leave Gue Mei with no power to fight back. Gue Mei struggled to get up, pushing over the crowd surrounding him, knocking down the two people holding Yuguan, but in the end, he was pinned down by others. He shouted to Yuguan, "Fool, run away. What are you staying here for? They wouldn't dare to do anything to me." Seeing Yuguan not leaving, Gue Mei roared, "Get lost. I'm telling you to get lost. If you don't leave, we're breaking up. I won T. If I go, I'll go together." Yuguan's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, her two fair arms crossed, and a group of yellow soul rings rose up. First soul skill, passing through a sea of flowers. With the activation of Yuguan's first soul skill, countless flower petals fell from the flowers around Yanchuan, flying from afar to form a shield that protected Gue Mei beneath it. "Yuguan, with your clutch words and that flimsy strength, do you really think you can save anyone?" Gue Mei, under the shield, punched the petal shield, but it remained unmoved, and the attacks from outside couldn't harm the shield at all. After multiple futile attacks, they turned their aggression towards Yuguan. Several people restrained him, pressing his head into the hot spring, lifting it up, and then pressing it down again. Seeing Yuguan's face swollen and red from the scalding, and the pained expression, they felt satisfied. "Release the shield, and I can let you go," someone advised. But Yuguan gritted her teeth and said, "No way. I will never let you harm my friend, harm Little Mei." Inside the shield, Gue Mei weakly pounded, his voice hoarse. "Let go, Yuguan, you big fool. This will kill you, really. I beg you, let go." But there was not a trace of fear on Yuguan's face, only a resolute expression. She didn't want anyone to harm Gue Mei. In that case, we can't be lenient. The malice among children is like this, blatant malice, ignorant purity, ignorant cruelty. After playing for a while, it's like this, really boring. Go down. Gue Mei, inside the shield, watched helplessly as Yuguan, who was being tortured, lost strength and was pushed into the Yanchuan by the crowd. Yet he could do nothing. watching your friend being pushed down like this. Doesn't it feel bad? A purple-black ghost emerged behind Gue Mei, gently stroking his cheek, its eyes flashing with an evil light, chuckling coldly. Who are you? Gue Mei looked puzzled. Although his martial soul was a ghost, he really didn't recognize other ghosts. You are the one I have been waiting for 1,000 years. Only spirit masters with ghost martial souls can see me, which is a great opportunity for you. I give you a chance to merge with me, and you will gain countless benefits. Merging with the devil. How does that sound like a good idea? So, Gue Mei decisively rejected the ghost proposal. No way, absolutely not. Even if I die in the shield today, I will not merge with you. Although my martial soul is a ghost, I will not become an evil ghost. Not become an evil ghost. The evil ghost seemed to hear the funniest joke and mocked. If you're not an evil ghost, why did your parents, your relatives, and even your entire family abandon you? If you're not an evil ghost, why have the other companions in the spirit hall never acknowledged you? If you're not an evil ghost, why is your existence not recognized and accepted by others? The evil ghost's words pierced deep into Gue Mei's heart like blades. He was confused. At that moment, he truly felt like someone who shouldn't exist in the world. The petals inside the shield quickly spun, making a slight sound, awakening the dazed Ming Zhe. No, there are still people who care about me. Yu Guan. Gue Mei tried to break through the barrier, but found that he didn't have the strength to break it at all. The evil ghost laughed sharply again. Haha, it seems I really misjudged you. You're not an evil ghost. You don't deserve it. You Ming Zhe are just a useless waste who can't even protect the last person who cares about you. Useless? Am I really a waste? Gue Mei recalled the day he was abandoned by his clan, drifting in the water like a piece of decaying driftwood. At that time, his martial soul was sublimated and became a ghost. He thought he could change his fate and become the person he wanted to be. But now, he couldn't even protect the last person who cherished him. Seeing the opportunity, the evil ghost whispered in his ear, "Let us exchange, shall we? I'll give you power, and you will share a body with me. And from now on, change your fate. Exchange. Some things can only be understood when one is about to lose them, and they become important. The exchange wasn't for some so-called power, but to hold on to the last person who cared about him." Gue Mei's vision gradually blurred, and when he awakened again, all that remained was a ground full of corpses. Their souls were all devoured by Gue Mei's martial soul, completing the transaction with the evil ghost. And Gue Mei's martial soul evolved again, becoming a true evil ghost. Gue Mei jumped into the Yanchuan without hesitation, completely disregarding the harm to his martial soul, and swam with all his might to the depths of the Yanchuan. Hey, little ghost, it seems that this kid Yu Guan is very important to you. Hee. Don't worry, with me here, he won't die. The evil ghost appeared next to Gue Mei again, but this time he had a physical form, sharing body and life with the ghostly presence. They rise and fall together. The ghostly presence did not respond. He desperately swam downstream, the scorching sun spring burning his skin, making his entire body turn red. Yet he only hoped to find the person he wanted to save as soon as possible. Yuan? Finally, just before the ghostly presence could no longer hold on, he successfully found the fading Yu Guan, cradled him in his arms, and swam upwards. Upon reaching the shore, Yu Guan seemed to sense something, barely opening his eyes to see a familiar figure. He opened his mouth to speak, but could not make a sound. I told you not to call me Little Mei. Call me Lord Gue Mei instead. The ghostly presence smiled, and the remaining spring water from the sun spring slipped from the corner of his eye. Chapter 23 for the deceased, seeking votes and collections, back to the present. Ghost Douluo sighed and gently separated Tang Chuan and Su Yuntao. No more of this. Your brother is already dead. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Tang Chuan felt as if struck by lightning, his body unsteady, and he stumbled back, sitting down on the ground. Tang Chuan stood there in a daze. After a long silence, he pushed Gue Douluo. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Brother Tao was just chatting with me. How could he be dead? You must be lying to me. Gue Douluo sighed. He turned over Su Yuntao's body, laying him on his back, revealing half of his skeletal face. Little friend, look. He really is dead. Stop deceiving yourself. What happened, Brother Yuntao? Don't scare me. Tang Chuan crawled over to Su Yuntao's body, touching the bony face with his hand, then recoiling as if electrocuted. After that, he hugged Su Yuntao's body and cried loudly. Gue Douluo said nothing, just quietly watched, thinking it was better for Tang Chuan to let it all out. Tang Chuan cried for a while, wiped away his tears with his small hands, and, while sniffling, asked Ghost Douluo, Senior, who are you? Is there something wrong? Finally, he stopped crying, He was really annoyed by children crying and making a fuss. I am Ghost Douluo, one of the elders of the Spirit Hall and the Douluo Hall. I have been commanded by His Holiness, the Pope, to bring you back. You have already attracted the attention of other forces, and it would be very dangerous to leave you here. Ghost Douluo shook his head, gently patted Tang Chuan's head with one hand to comfort him, and with the other hand, he mysteriously produced a chrysanthemum from behind. Little friend, here, a little flower for you. Don't cry anymore. Your brother Su Yuntao is already dead. The deceased should be treated with respect. So let us hurry and bury his body. Chrysanthemum. Tang Chuan's eyes widened instantly. Goodness, this ghost Douluo, giving himself a chrysanthemum meant for mourning the dead, is simply a genius at cheering up children. He held back his urge to complain and pitifully requested, "Thank you, senior. Could you please give me a shovel? My brother Su Yuntao died to save me, and I want to personally send him off for the last time." A shovel? Ghost Douluo thought to himself, this child does have a bit of talent. After experiencing such great sorrow, he can still adjust his mindset. If Tang Chuan were to remain trapped in grief, Ghost Douluo would actually look down on him. Ding! A shovel appeared out of thin air, which Ghost Douluo caught and handed to Tang Chuan. Here, the shovel is for you, Tang Chuan, right? Stop crying. Taking the shovel, Tang Chuan searched for a good spot to bury Su Yuntao. Thanks to Ghost Douluo, he didn't have to worry about soul beasts attacking him. Injured as he was, Tang Chuan dragged the heavy shovel and began to dig, one scoop at a time. During this time, Ghost Douluo suggested that Tang Chuan should first treat his injuries, but Tang Chuan politely declined the suggestion. He said that only this painful injury could help him feel a bit better when burying Su Yuntao. However, as Tang Chuan continued his work, Ghost Douluo furrowed his brow, noticing that his injuries seemed to be hindering Tang Chuan, causing his legs to become somewhat lame. After about half an hour, a deep pit was finally dug out. Tang Chuan also used his first soul skill to carve a rough gravestone for Su Yuntao. Having relied on doing farm work and chores at home, he had quite a bit of skill, although it might not be as refined as that of a professional. A handful of wildflowers was placed in front of the newly carved gravestone, and Tang Chuan stood with his head bowed, his face filled with unbearable sorrow. Brother Yuntao, although we are so close, we are forever separated by life and death. At this moment of grief, I will remember everything you have done for me, inheriting your will and legacy. Farewell, Brother Yuntao. With a few sobs, his heavy injuries could no longer be endured, and Tang Chuan immediately fainted. Ghost Douluo rolled his eyes beneath his mask, knowing that this kid was anything but easy to deal with. Third soul skill, Ghost Mist Envelopes. A circle of purple soul rings appeared beneath Ghost Douluo's feet, and with the activation of his third soul skill, a dense blue-purple mist enveloped the two, continuously expanding. Ghost Mist Envelopes, a 1,000-year soul skill, was obtained from a 1,700-year soul beast, the Black Mist Bat. It could obscure and confuse 50 of the perception of soul masters of the same level and 75 for lower-level soul masters. Additionally, it accelerated the soul power consumption of opposing soul masters by 30, granted 40 healing to allied soul masters, and enhanced himself by 60. As Ghost Douluo treated Tang Chuan, in a place unseen by them, a mysterious figure in a cloak quietly observed them, with unknown intentions. After all, Ghost Douluo was a title Douluo. As soon as he made a move, the effects were immediate, and Tang Chuan's injuries completely disappeared. Hey kid, wake up quickly. A loud slap resounded on Tang Chuan's head, startling him awake. Tang Chuan gasped in pain, covering his forehead and looking up and down, realizing that his injuries had completely healed. He struggled to get up and took a few steps, only to find that his legs were somewhat unresponsive, limping awkwardly. Guo explained at the right moment. You must have suffered a severe blunt force trauma before, and it was inflicted by a soul master. The force was definitely not something an ordinary person could match, and several of your bones had already shown signs of damage. Although it didn't manifest before, it shouldn't have been serious. However, today you lost a lot of blood, and your injuries were severe, leading to excessive depletion of your soul power and vitality, which is now fully manifested. Tell me, who on earth was so ruthless to use such force against a child like you? This. Tang Chuan Sureli. Recalling the furious Tang Hao from before, unsure of how to begin. Seeing Tang Chuan like this, Ghost Douluo coldly snorted and said in an icy tone, "Child, I am Ghost Douluo, the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall, under the orders of His Holiness the Pope to bring you back to the Spirit Hall. Therefore, I hope you do not conceal anything from me otherwise." As he spoke, Ghost Douluo gripped a large stone to increase his intimidation. In the next moment, the stone was completely eroded by purple-black soul power. There was no need for Tang Chuan to hide this issue, but in order to maintain his image as a filial son, he still had to show some remorse. It's my fault. I shouldn't have accepted Brother Yun Tao's soul coins before discussing with Dad. I deserve this punishment. Tang Chuan explained the whole story, and Ghost Douluo looked incredulous. He simply couldn't understand what kind of father would beat his child to the point of breaking bones over such a trivial matter. He asked in confusion, "Is it really worth it for this? Don't you resent your father?" "Yes, although he is the biological father. To indiscriminately break his son's bones. One would think that even Li Jing, who forced Neza to commit suicide for the sake of the people of the Qiantang River, wouldn't go that far, right?" Tang Chuan touched his nose and revealed a helpless smile. "I don't know, but I think my dad hitting me must have his reasons. I must have made a mistake. Moreover, it's not easy for him either. After my mother gave birth to my younger brother, she left this world, and he is also very sad, living in pain every day. What right do I have to blame my father? My mother is already gone, and I only have my father left. For the sake of my deceased mother, I can't let him be sad." How foolish. Tang Chuan's words made Ghost Douluo feel incomprehensibly foolish, and there was a hint of heartache. This damned feeling. The child is doing this voluntarily. There's nothing to feel sorry about. Ghost Douluo cursed inwardly. Then he recalled something and looked at Tang Chuan's left hand. With the vision and cultivation of a titled Douluo, he immediately saw the secret within. Are you a twin martial soul? Chapter 24. Sealed Past, Part 1. Soul masters with twin martial souls are different from other soul masters. Ordinary soul masters have only one soul core, which is their martial soul, while twin martial souls have two martial souls. Thus they have two soul cores. Moreover, due to the nature of twin martial souls, only two soul masters with excellent martial souls can combine to give birth to a child with twin martial souls. Therefore, because 1 + 1 is greater than 2, the innate martial soul and the soul power of a soul master with twin martial souls far exceed that of ordinary people. It's comparable to an ordinary person having one jar to hold water, while a soul master with twin martial souls has a larger jar, and there are two of them. Through soul power perception, Ghost Douluo quickly discovered Tang Chuan's extraordinary soul power and the hidden martial soul within him. His own twin martial soul would definitely be discovered. And a twin martial soul is also a significant asset to prove one's worth. So Tang Chuan had no need to hide it. Martial soul? Tang Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then hesitated to speak. After thinking for a moment, he extended his right hand and released his first martial soul, explaining, "This is my secret, but since you saved my life, I won't hide it from you. I am a twin martial soul. This is my first martial soul, the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror." Ghost Douluo carefully examined this mirror martial soul. It was an oval-shaped mirror, with the overall outline of the spirit mirror being a bluish-green color, engraved with swirling cloud patterns. Due to the first soul ring, several spirit fox figures drifted within it. The center was a mirror of unknown material, appearing pristine light blue, smooth and glossy. Gazing into this martial soul, Ghost Douluo felt as if his own soul could be reflected in it. Well-read and knowledgeable. Ghost Douluo, at this moment, could not identify the origins of the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror. Even in the Martial Soul Encyclopedia of the Martial Soul Hall, which he had flipped through several times, there was no mention of this martial soul. However, originally, martial souls were quite rare, and the flourishing martial soul phenomena today were all derived from martial soul mutations. Tracing back, the origin of beast martial souls is that the ancestors of soul masters consumed the blood of soul beasts, awakening a trace of the bloodline power of the soul beasts. As for weapon martial souls, they were created by the divine craftsmen of Douluo Continent, who forged divine artifacts and fused the artifacts into their own bloodlines, thus giving rise to the first generation of weapon martial souls. Mutations can be of good quality, poor quality, or incomplete evolution. A good quality mutation refers to transforming from a common chicken into a phoenix, purifying the bloodline, while a poor quality mutation refers to a treasured sword turning into a sickle, polluting the bloodline. Incomplete evolution means that it has evolved halfway, but due to insufficient bloodline power, it gets stuck at a strange point. This type is the most peculiar, relying entirely on the soul master's own efforts. As long as the soul master works hard enough, they can help the martial soul evolve a second time. Of course, if they do not put in effort, it will be indistinguishable from a useless martial soul. Of course, there are limits to martial soul mutations. For example, one cannot mutate a weapon martial soul into a beast martial soul. Even the serpent spear Douluo from a martial soul hall possesses such dual characteristics because his martial soul is a type of divine artifact that has fallen. Additionally, The purpose and race of a martial soul cannot undergo significant changes. For instance, a rabbit martial soul cannot mutate into a Tyrannosaurus martial soul, nor can a spear martial soul mutate into a grass martial soul. These martial soul theories were summarized by many ancestors and collected by the Martial Soul Hall, organized into volumes for sincere soul masters to study. As a title Douluo of the Douluo Hall, Ghost Douluo was also compelled to read them by his former teacher, the Cardinal in Red. However, when people recognize history, they can also go astray. During a period in history, many soul masters believed that the first generation of soul masters was actually transformed soul beasts. This absurd theory persisted for many years until it was overturned after soul masters later hunted a transformed soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years for research. Because the first generation of soul masters pioneered the hunting of soul beasts to obtain soul rings, and after soul beasts transform, they can condense their own talents into soul rings. Why would they need to hunt other soul beasts to gain unsuitable soul rings? A rather remarkable mutated martial soul. Such a mirror martial soul is quite rare. As far as I know, there was once a very powerful family on Douluo Continent whose might far surpassed that of the Martial Soul Hall. Their martial soul was a mirror, but it was quite different from yours. Their mirror martial soul was more harmful to the heavens. Ghost Douluo praised it a few times and added some context. A once powerful family? Has there ever been a family in Douluo Continent stronger than the Martial Soul Hall? Harmful to the heavens. Could it be an evil martial soul? Tang Chuan felt puzzled. He realized that his understanding of Douluo Continent was still too limited, relying solely on the descriptions in the original work. However, the original work can be said to be TangSan's autobiography, with other characters occupying a minimal portion, and the depiction of Douluo Continent as a low martial world is quite ambiguous. The information available is truly too scarce. Tang Chuan shook his head. There will be a way when we get to the mountain. There's no need to worry about these things. He stretched out his hand and summoned his second martial soul. A surge of black light erupted, coalescing into a hammer handle about half a foot long, with a cylindrical hammerhead that resembled a miniaturized forging hammer. The black and gold surface of the hammer was surrounded by a faint glow, and a mysterious pattern spiraled around the cylindrical hammerhead. Indeed, it was the Haotian hammer. The tone of the ghost Douluo turned cold, and his eyes narrowed into slits beneath his mask. Little friend Tang Chuan, may I ask, is your father named Tang Hao? Tang Chuan looked surprised and in awe. Senior, you are truly amazing. I hadn't even said anything, and you guessed my father's name. Hey. Douluo gave a cold laugh, thinking to himself, how could I not recognize him? The enemy who killed my master, even if I die. I won't regret remembering him. Only someone like him, relying on the grace of his ancestors while disregarding the lives of his own kin, could do something as despicable as breaking his own son's bones. Years ago, a worshipper of the Spirit Hall with the ability to scout 10,000-year-old beasts discovered that the young master of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao, and his elder brother, Tang Xiao, encountered a distressed young female soul master named Yin while traveling the continent. Originally, it was said that when they met Yin, Tang Xiao was 55, Tang Hao was 35, and Yin's age was unknown. They regarded each other as sworn siblings, which made this love triangle quite complicated. After saving Yin, both Tang Hao and Tang Xiao found a strong connection with her, and over the 5 years of their travels, they both fell in love with her. Later, Yin rejected Tang Xiao and agreed to be Tang Hao's girlfriend. This Yin is actually a 10,000-year soul beast, a transformed 10,000-year blue silvergrass. Although humans are the spirits of all things, possessing wisdom, and soul beasts are the essence of all things, mastering power, a soul beast that has lived for 10,000 years, even if it were a pig, would have wisdom far beyond that of an ordinary title Douluo. As the investigation progressed, the Spirit Hall soul masters increasingly sensed that things were not simple, as there seemed to be a huge conspiracy hidden behind it. Generally, a soul beast can only awaken intelligence at the 10,000-year level and can obtain a chance to transform into human form at the 100,000-year level. After transforming, they essentially abandon their combat power as a 10,000-year soul beast and start over. Moreover, human form soul beasts must venture into the human world and cultivate alongside humans to level up, and once discovered, they would almost certainly face capture by human powerhouses. However, as long as they achieve the rank of title Douluo, the essence of their life would transcend, and with upgrades, they could even reach a semi-divine existence. Therefore, many 100,000-year soul beasts are willing to risk everything to transform into human form, hoping to take a step further and escape the fate of being a soul beast. As the investigation continued, more and more doubts arose. When Ain first appeared, she was already at the mature level of 70, and after training for a decade or so, she could become a titled Douluo, completely shedding her soul beast form. For a soul beast that has lived for 100,000 years, 10 years is hardly more than dust falling on her head. So, what could be the powerful reason that led Ain, this 100,000-year blue silvergrass, to risk being killed by a titled Douluo and jeopardize everything to travel the continent with Tang Hao and Tang Xiao? Especially since Tang Xiao, who was older than Tang Hao, had already broken through to the level of titled Douluo during their travels. Chapter 25, Unveiling the Past, Part 2. Additionally, the so-called travels of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were merely excursions to the two great empires of Tiando and Xingluo, as well as the Stardow Forest and the Sunset Forest to level up by hunting monsters. It is hard to imagine how Ain could calmly watch as Tang Hao and the others killed soul beasts and consumed their flesh without showing any emotion on her face. This is akin to witnessing a murderer continuously kill and then watching this pervert devour human flesh. Any normal person would go insane. Later, after Tang Xiao was promoted to titled Douluo, he voluntarily left the two, facilitating the relationship between Tang Hao and Ain. Once Tang Hao and Ain became a couple, Tang Hao decided to take Ain to the Haotian sect to meet his parents. At this time, the Spirit Hall's worshippers had already discovered that Ain was, in fact, one of the ferocious beasts of the Stardow Forest, and that she came to the human world as part of a plan by the ferocious beasts to overthrow humanity. In order to uncover the truth behind this plan, the Spirit Hall dispatched a soul Douluo to negotiate with Tang Hao to avoid conflict within the city, since battles would result in the deaths of many commoners. Who were the foundation of the Spirit Hall, they could not ignore the lives of civilian lives as nobles might. It was quite normal for the Spirit Hall to choose peaceful negotiations. After all, a 100,000-year soul beast is exceedingly dangerous. And Tang Hao is the young master of the Haotian sect, whose old master, Tang Chuan, is a close friend of the Spirit Hall's grand worshipper Douluo. On the other hand, the Spirit Hall was also afraid that Ain might become reckless. A 100,000-year soul beast rampaging in the city would be akin to a group of titled Douluos unleashing their powers in the streets. At the level of Douluo and Tang Chuan, they have a mutual admiration and a love-hate relationship. Even the Spirit Hall's emblem features the Haotian hammer, indicating their close friendship. In other words, it would be like a person holding onto a lion, a tiger, or even a nuclear bomb. As the main order enforcer of Douluo Continent, it shouldn't be too much to send a representative to negotiate, asking them to surrender the threat or leave with it, right? But in fact, a simple matter became complicated. The soul Douluo stated that the Spirit Hall had already discovered Yin's identity as a soul beast, and regardless of the purpose, it would be better for them to surrender rather than trying to escape. Moreover, the young master of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao, was in a dangerous position with Ain. It was best to break up and leave quickly, as reproductive isolation would be impossible. Perhaps due to the soul Douluo's poor attitude, his son had died at the hands of a soul beast, which gave him a strong prejudice against them. He did not expect that Tang Hao would genuinely fall in love with a soul beast and would stand up for her. Tang Hao directly unleashed his martial soul true form, and under the bewildered gaze of the soul Douluo, he struck down with a set of great Sumera hammers, sending the soul Douluo fleeing in panic, even costing him a leg. At that time, the Pope Qinchuanji, who is now Pope Bibidong's teacher and husband, was quite perplexed and did not understand why this young sect master could no longer be satisfied with humans. However, as a battle broke out in the city, the entire Douluo Continent became aware of the situation. If not handled properly, the Spirit Hall would become a laughingstock on the continent. If the matter were to be dealt with by the then regent, the fiery Qianjun Douluo and the demon subduing Douluo, given their temperaments, they would likely beat Tang Hao half to death before bringing him back. After all, as the young sect master of the Haotian sect, engaging in such treacherous dealings with soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years was a disgrace to humanity. The situation on the Douluo Continent differs significantly from other worlds, such as those involving immortals and demons. The conflict between soul masters and soul beasts is fundamentally irreconcilable. Soul masters need to cultivate, which requires killing soul beasts to obtain their soul rings and bones. However, how could soul beasts harbor goodwill towards humans who prey on their kind? This is a deadly feud where it's either you die or I live. Therefore, he knew that this matter had to be handled personally. Due to his father's influence, he was also a frequent visitor to the Haotian sect. He is 5 years older than Tang Xiao, who is also 5 years older than Tang Hao, meaning Tang Hao was essentially raised by Qin Chuan, and their relationship was quite good. I have adjusted the age difference among the three, as the original setting had too large a gap of 15 years, which is enough to raise a generation. Qin Chuan did not lack for 100,000-year soul bone, as soul bones are difficult to destroy and can be passed down to future generations. The Spirit Hall has a long history in the protection of the angel god, and with soul beasts as numerous as cattle on the Douluo Continent, it's like farming for equipment. If it doesn't T-drop, just keep farming. Even a low drop rate would yield a few pieces. Even if one could obtain a 10,000-year soul bone in a year and a 100,000-year soul bone in 100 years. Digging up the soul bones of deceased 100,000-year soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest would accumulate enough to fill a warehouse. If it weren't for the fact that the one obstructing the mission was Tang Hao, whom Qin Chuan regarded as a younger brother, he wouldn't have personally handled it at all. He is already a super Douluo at level 97, and his beloved wife had just given birth a few years ago and was suffering from postpartum depression, crying and causing a scene daily. Who knows what might happen in his absence? Therefore, unless it was a matter of life and death, he would not leave the Pope's Hall. This setting also needs adjusting. In the original, Qian Rinxue is nearly 20 years older than TangSan, which makes her love for TangSan akin to a mother-son relationship. So it needs to be changed. Naturally, Qin Chuan wanted to downplay the situation, making a small issue out of a big one, putting on a show for those in the know, and publicly denouncing the Hao sect, demanding that they hand over Tang Hao and Yin. They could interrogate Yin and find an excuse to let Tang Hao go. After all, the Hao sect is not like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The old sect master of the Hao sect is Tang Chuan, a man who stands shoulder to shoulder with the pinnacle Douluo Qin Lu, and is also an ally. It would not be good for anyone to tear their face. However, Tang Hao completely misunderstood Qin Chuan's intentions. He decisively made a public statement that his relationship with Yin had nothing to do with the Hao sect, and that anyone with issues could come to him directly, and he would bear the consequences himself. This caused quite a stir, with the entire Douluo Continent waiting to see the farce between the Spirit Hall and the Hao sect, curious about how this forbidden romance would end. This left Tang Tianqi, the current sect master of the Hao sect, in a difficult position. Originally, Pope Qin Chuan had communicated with him, and this approach was a result of mutual negotiation. After all, they were the top two sects on the Douluo Continent, with absolute strength. As long as they resolved this matter, the scandal of this human-beast romance would quickly be suppressed. But after Tang Hao's outburst, even ordinary people knew about it. And being exposed to the public, I made it much harder to resolve. With the power of public opinion, unless the outcome satisfied the people, who knows how many unforeseen complications would arise. In response to the strong outcry from the Douluo Continent, Pope Qin Chuan had no choice but to personally intervene, leading two titled Douluos to capture the wanted criminals Tang Hao and Yin. No one would allow someone to roam around with a nuclear bomb in their living area. It was simply too dangerous. Eventually, in a remote mountain village, Pope Qin Chuan, accompanied by the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, surrounded Tang Hao's hiding place with countless low-ranking soul masters. Upon seeing that Yin, a 100,000-year soul beast, had indeed given birth to a child with Tang Hao, whom he regarded as a younger brother, realizing that a cross-species love had been realized, Qin Chuan's heart softened. He gave up the opportunity to study the hybrid offspring of humans and soul beasts and actively proposed that as long as they handed over Yin, they could let Tang Hao and his child go, allowing him to return to the Hao sect and rescinding the wanted order against him. This let go is from the original text, as recalled by Tang Hao himself. However, in order to protect his wife Yin, Tang Hao decisively flipped the table and fought with Qin Chuan. But at that time, with only the strength of a soul Douluo, how could Tang Hao be a match for Qin Chuan and the two titled Douluos? When one of the titled Douluos made a move, Tang Hao was beaten to a pulp, and just as they were about to deal a lethal blow, Qin Chuan intervened. On one hand, Tang Hao was like a younger brother whom he had watched grow up, and he really couldn't bear to strike him down. On the other hand, Tang Hao was the grandson of the level 99 pinnacle Douluo Tang Chuan. If the grandson were to die at his hands, Tang Chuan, who had retired, would surely come out to tear down the Pope's Hall. Thus, Qin Chuan decided to give the choice to Yin, to see if she truly loved Tang Hao and was willing to sacrifice for him. Chapter 26, A Man Without Responsibility, Part 1. After giving birth, Yin came out and declared that as long as they were willing to spare Tang Hao and the child, she would be willing to go with Qin Chuan and the others, and afterwards, she would commit suicide to offer her soul ring and soul bone. Tang Chuan was speechless because that was exactly what he had said when he arrived. There was no deep-seated hatred. He had no need to kill Tang Hao and them. After Ain returned with him, she could just reveal her and the other 100,000-year soul beast plans. Soul rings and soul bones were not a big deal. He was already level 97, and moreover, the sea god on Sea God Island could directly supply 10,000-year and 100,000-year soul rings. The angel god, being one of the first-tier deities and the ancestor of the Qian family, would not let the children suffer, right? Besides, if the angel god, as a first-tier deity, couldn't produce soul rings at will, it would be worse than a 100,000-year soul beast. It would be better to just find a block of tofu to crash into. After Yin handed the child to the dying Tang Hao, she did not follow the agreement to leave with Tang Chuan, but instead committed suicide on the spot as a sacrifice. This left Tang Chuan stunned. This was a breach of trust. It seemed he had never said a word about needing Yin's life, right? Although 10,000-year soul rings and 100,000-year soul bones were rare, and he was indeed tempted, Tang Chuan would not kill someone else's wife in front of her husband. At worst, he could find an excuse, but there was no need for excuses. Killing soul beasts was just a routine for soul masters on the Douluo Continent. But now, with a Yin's sacrificial suicide, the hatred instantly escalated, didn't it? In that moment, Tang Chuan instantly realized that he had been deceived. Yin had malicious intent. With her dying in front of Tang Hao, he would become the enemy who killed a wife, and the hatred between him and Tang Hao would be impossible to erase. Yin, who had never performed a sacrifice before, was knowledgeable and told Tang Hao that when a 100,000-year soul beast sacrifices itself, a powerful magnetic field is generated that suppresses all soul masters. For Tang Hao's sake, she was willing to sacrifice everything. This is akin to the invincible time during the transformation of the armored warriors. At that time, due to the 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, not only did Tang Hao's body heal, but his strength also surged, yet he could only reach a maximum of level 93, because the difference in power between each level of title Douluo is as vast as the heavens. However, at that time, Tang Hao's state was very abnormal. He had not only gained the power of a 100,000-year soul beast, but Tang Chuan also sensed an unknown divine power within him, a power that he found extremely repugnant, clashing with his own divine power like two opposing needles. This sudden surge of power was incredibly strong, causing Tang Hao to completely lose his rationality. He held the child in one arm while wildly swinging the Haoyan hammer with the other. If Tang Chuan and the others were even a moment too slow, the child would have been killed by a single blow from Tang Hao. The scene became quite awkward as the irrational Tang Hao swung the hammer, intent on attacking Tang Chuan, who had no choice but to dodge with the child, while the other soul masters from the Spirit Hall tried to defend against him. Logically speaking, Tang Chuan had no obligation to protect Tang Hao's child. The child was a hybrid of human and soul beast, and such experiments should not exist in any world, especially on Earth, where even clones are not allowed, let alone mixed human-beast genes. Even offspring of closely related species can have fatal defects, like mules and ligers, even if the child managed to grow up safely without being captured for experiments. It would certainly be discriminated against by all soul masters due to the soul beast traits from its bloodline. Since Ain had not yet reached title Douluo, the essence of life was still a soul beast, so the child was half soul beast by blood. If Tang Hao were an ordinary person, it would be one thing. But Tang Hao was the young master of the Haoyan sect, well known across the continent. Tang Chuan's pursuit of Tang Hao was known throughout the Douluo Continent, and the outcome could not be hidden. Even if Tang Hao killed his own child, would the soul masters of the continent believe it? Would Tang Hao himself believe it? Would the Haoyan sect and Tang Chuan believe it? If the child really died, Qian Douluo would be in a predicament, unable to clear his name. Chasing after others is one thing, but causing someone to be childless is crossing a line. A person without boundaries would be hunted down by all the soul masters of the Douluo Continent. Not to mention the relationships built over generations between the Haoyan sect and the Spirit Hall, with two old fellows stationed at peak power. So long as their friendship remained intact, they were a solid alliance. However, as the situation developed, one soul master after another died at Tang Hao's hands, and he grew stronger, even killing a title Douluo. Tang Chuan realized he might have fallen into a huge trap. An invisible conspiracy loomed over him. Their goal was none other than the peak title Douluo. The grand offering of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo's son, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Tang Chuan. What happened later was unclear to the ghost Douluo. Since that battle, the former Pope, Tang Chuan, returned to the Spirit Hall, and died without treatment. He and Yueguan's master also died there. These events were not particularly significant, but what truly made the ghost law look down on Tang Hao was that he killed the Pope of the Spear Hall, and it seemed he had to repay this karma to his aging father. This was simply an act of great filial piety. After that battle, Tang Hao disappeared completely, showing no intention of facing the consequences of killing the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If he were an ordinary person, it would be understandable to fight for love. Even a human-beast romance could be moving. However, Tang Hao was the young master of the Haotian sect. One can escape the monk, but not the temple. He could run fast. But could the deeply rooted Haotian sect run away? At that time, Grand Offering Qian Douluo was heartbroken in extreme pain. Most of their angel lineage was essentially passed down only through one line. Aside from Qian Xuanji, he had no other children. Given Qian Douluo's status, he would not lack for women around him. But because he was infatuated with the high priestess of Sea God Island, Poseidon, he had no interest in other women. To continue his lineage, he simply found a random woman, had Qian Xuanji, and then had no further thoughts on that matter. Because he was the only heir of the angel lineage, he could not remain unmarried for the sake of Poseidon. He had to ensure the continuation of his bloodline. Qian Xuanji's death caused a huge uproar across the Douluo Continent. Whether among noble families or royal families of the two nations, there was strong interest in this event. Want to see the clams fight so they could benefit as fishermen. This was no small matter. The ruler of the first sect of the Douluo Continent had been killed, equivalent to slapping the Spirit Hall in the face. If the Spirit Hall did not retaliate, they would be unable to maintain their standing on the Douluo Continent. A white-haired person sending a black-haired person off. Although Qian Douluo was reluctant to bully the weak, when Tang Chuan left the Haotian sect, he destroyed his old friend's sect. However, the hatred of killing a child is something that cannot be forgiven, even if he knew that his son actually died at the hands of his daughter-in-law Bibi Dong. Family disgrace should not be made public, and furthermore, Qian Xuanji's only child, Qian Renxue, could not lose her mother. Additionally, the entire continent believed that Tang Hao killed Qian Xuanji. Tang Hao was also the primary culprit in Qian Xuanji's death, and he had no need to investigate the matter further. Directly destroying the Haotian sect was the best choice. Chapter 27, A Man Without Responsibility, Part 2, Originally. This situation was Tang Hao's fault. Even as a father, Tang Tian could not understand how his son could take a liking to a soul beast. That aside, Qian Xuanji, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, had watched him grow up, and there was no profound enmity between them. It was merely about resolving the issue of the 100,000-year soul beast. He struck him down without hesitation. After all, he was the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Even without emotional ties, such a heavy hand could not be justified. Qian Douluo issued a final ultimatum to the Haotian sect, demanding that Tang Hao step forward to bear his mistakes and commit suicide as atonement, or else the Haotian sect would be bloodily wiped out. But by this time, Tang Hao had already taken the child and hidden away, numbing himself with alcohol every day, showing no intention of taking responsibility for his mistakes. With no other choice, for the survival of the sect, the current sect master of the Haotian sect, Tang Tian, could only kneel and bow repeatedly to the Spirit Hall to atone for his son. He was willing to sacrifice his own life to repay the sins his son had committed, hoping to gain forgiveness from Qian Douluo, who was also a father. Once someone dies, they cannot return to life. After mistakes are made, someone must bear the responsibility. Tang Hao could evade it, but Tang Tian could not. Behind him was the Haotian sect and thousands of clansmen. He was a man who would not shirk responsibility, a man standing tall and firm. Qian Douluo was naturally unwilling. How could an old man compare to his precious son? Although Tang Tian was of the same generation as his son was already a 97th level title Doa, on the verge of breaking through to 98th level, and would be able to take over his position within 10 years, allowing him to retire. Now, thanks to this good son of Tang Tian, he was dead. The key was that his son, despite his grave sins, should not be this mournful. His son had been a good young man, aside from the forced incident with his daughter-in-law. This time, he had gone to meet Tang Hao with good intentions. If the soul beast followed him, he could let Tang Hao and his son go. This behavior was not excessive. Despite Qian Douluo's reluctance, Tang Tian still went to the Spirit Hall, kneeling and bowing repeatedly to atone for his son and protect his sect. Even if all the soul masters of the Douluo Continent knew, he could no longer care about his own dignity. He knelt by Qian Xuanji's grave for 3 days and nights, guarding his spirit. By the time he finished, his kneecaps had been worn down from those days. Upon returning to the Haotian sect, Tang Tian succumbed to illness and passed away due to overwork compounded by his old age. The current sect master of the Haotian sect, Tang Tian, had died. Douluo was at a loss for what to do. He had originally planned to bloodily wipe out the Haotian sect, but Tang Tian's sacrifice for his son reminded him of himself. Was he not also such a father? As a spokesperson for the angel god on the Douluo Continent, he could not act on impulse and open a massacre. In the end, Douluo gritted his teeth and chose to abandon the extermination and siege of the Haotian sect, withdrawing all his soul masters. After Tang Chuan went missing while searching for a way to become a god, Douluo became the strongest on the Douluo Continent. If he truly wanted to destroy the Haotian sect, no one could stop him. However, Douluo is a person who compromises for the greater good, and he has too many concerns and constraints. Because of his identity as the angel spokesperson, he voluntarily gave up his freedom and love. Now, cruel fate has deprived him of his remaining family ties, but until someone truly inherits the legacy of the angel god, he can do nothing. He can only maintain his identity as the angel spokesperson and quietly endure the pain of losing a child during this long, lonely wait. The death of his father and the disappearance of his brother caused Tang Hao to completely lose his sanity. He believed that everything was the fault of the spirit hall. Ignoring others' advice, he charged into the spirit hall alone, only to be suppressed by Douluo. Douluo regretted having befriended Tang Chuan, as his descendants only brought trouble. However, as an elder, he truly could not bring himself to be ruthless. After a round of education, Douluo let go of this hot-headed kid, Tang Hao. This incident made Tang Hao understand Douluo's broad-mindedness. He took the initiative to admit his mistake and was willing to bear the consequences and responsibilities. Tang Hao killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and he and the Haotian sect must pay a heavy price to let the sole masters of the Douluo Continent know the majesty and sanctity of the Spirit Hall cannot be violated. After discussions, Tang Hao inherited the position of the sect master of the Haotian sect and completely removed Tang Hao from the sect, to avoid other idle gossip on the Douluo Continent, forcing the Spirit Hall to bloodily wash the Haotian sect. He closed the sect and gave up following the 4 major single-attribute sects, to show his determination to retreat, and then completely disappeared from the sight of others. The Ghost Law had hoped more than once that Tang Hao would take responsibility for his actions and actively seek trouble with the Spirit Hall, so he could avenge his master. However, after waiting for a year, 2 years, 10 years, Tang Hao seemed to have evaporated from the world. How could a person, after causing such a catastrophic disaster, ignore the lives and deaths of his clan and hide for over a decade? If it weren't for the Grand Priest Douluo enduring the pain to forgive the Haotian sect and making some superficial punishments to appease the others on the Douluo Continent, perhaps now the grass on the graves of everyone in the Haotian sect would be too high. Today, the Ghost Law finally saw Tang Hao's son. He could take revenge for his master. Do you know my father? Then, Senior, are you my father's friend? Tang Chuan asked knowingly. The Ghost Law lowered the attack he had been preparing behind his back. If he really blamed the child for his hatred, it would be too much of a bottom line. He forced a smile on his face. Yes, I'm your father's friend, I. Suddenly, a dark hammer came rushing towards him, its immense power even causing the air to tremble. Clang! In an instant, the Ghost Law decisively raised his hand to activate a protective energy shield, but the hammer's force was overwhelming, causing cracks to appear in the shield. A black figure silently appeared in midair, quietly floating there as if he had always belonged there. It was a middle-aged man, looking to be in his 50s, tall and robust, but his attire was far from commendable. His tattered robe showed no patches, revealing bronze-colored skin underneath. His originally decent facial features, now obscured by a layer of waxy yellow, appearing drowsy. With hair that was a messy bird's nest and a face full of stubble that hadn't been groomed in who knows how long. Tang Hao, the Ghost Laws mask quivered with anger. Today, he finally saw his nemesis. Enemies meeting, especially eye-catching. However, Tang Hao's gaze was primarily focused on Tang Chuan. He originally wanted to see how his son was doing at Nodding Academy. After all, having accompanied him for so many years, it was impossible for him not to have feelings. But he did not expect Tang Chuan to collude with the Spirit Hall's title Douluo so quickly. What a treacherous little wolf. Was he preparing to betray his own father? Therefore, Tang Hao decided to strike first and kill Tang Chuan to eliminate future troubles. He absolutely could not let a moment of weakness endanger Een, who had already turned back into blue silvergrass. He had to protect Een for a lifetime. Chapter 28. Tang Hao vs. Ghost Law. The Ghost Law knocked the Haotian hammer away, angrily saying, Tang Hao, have you gone mad? This child is your son. So? Ha ha. What a joke. This wild seed, who colludes with you in pursuit of power and wealth and disregards the murderers of his mother, has no right to call himself my son. Tang Hao raised the Haotian hammer again and swung it towards the ghost Douluo and Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan never expected things would develop to this point. He didn't foresee that once the Spirit Hall and Ayin were involved, Tang Hao would become somewhat deranged. Perhaps it was because Yin's death had severely impacted his mental state. The ghost Douluo was left confused by Tang Hao's words, wondering why this father didn't even trust his own son. However, the arrow was on the string and had to be released. This time, he had to ensure that Tang Hao would leave his life behind. Tang Hao, you traitor, you will pay with your life today. Circles of spirit rings rose from beneath Ghost Douluo's feet, 9 rings in total, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Although he was a title Douluo, he had not managed to possess a single 100,000-year spirit ring, while there were indeed more than 10 100,000-year spirit beasts. They had all aged and were not easily revealed. Ghost Douluo had also been unlucky and had never encountered a 100,000-year spirit beast, let alone hunted one. If he had a 100,000-year spirit ring, his cultivation would surely be stronger than it was now, as the amplification from a 100,000-year spirit ring was substantial enough to bridge 2 or 3 levels among title Douluos. One by one, spirit rings slowly rose from beneath Tang Hao's feet. The speed was not fast, but with each appearance of a spirit ring, Tang Hao's aura became increasingly heavy. The pressure released by Ghost Douluo's spirit rings had retreated before Tang Hao, stopping only when it reached Ghost Douluo's side. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. The red spirit ring represented the supreme existence among all spirit rings, the 100,000-year spirit ring that could only appear from a 100,000-year spirit beast. In the Spirit Master world, 100,000-year spirit rings had always held the title of the greatest treasure. This was no joke. If a 100,000-year spirit beast were hunted, it would inevitably drop a soul bone along with the 100,000-year spirit ring. When combined and absorbed by a soul master of the Douluo rank, that soul master would far exceed their peers upon evolving into a title Douluo, while 100,000-year spirit ring might seem just one level above a 10,000-year spirit ring. All title Douluos knew just how vast the difference was. Spirit beasts with 100,000-year spirit rings could be said to have truly transformed, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, just a step away from transcending into another realm. They held a status in the spirit beast world akin to that of title Douluos among spirit masters. Across the entire Douluo Continent, only the offerings of the Spirit Hall and a few elders from the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect possessed 100,000-year spirit rings. How dare a mere title Douluo speak such arrogance? Today, I will avenge Ayin and kill you, the scum of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao possessed a 100,000-year spirit ring, and even though he was only at level 91, he had no regard for the level 93 Ghost Douluo. The 7th spirit ring shone brightly, and the massive black Haotian hammer behind Tang Hao suddenly erupted, a powerful black light surging forth. The enormous Haotian hammer expanded in the wind, stretching over 100 meters. The massive hammerhead resembled a small mountain, with red patterns appearing on its surface. Tang Hao's 100,000-year red spirit ring lit up, and the black giant hammer instantly transformed into red. This was the Great Sumeru Hammer technique, a special cultivation method passed down since the establishment of the Haotian sect. Because this cultivation method had extremely high requirements for practitioners, only those with exceptional talent could successfully cultivate it. Otherwise, it could lead to life-threatening consequences. Thus, it could only be passed down from one generation to the next. The Great Sumeru Hammer involved condensing all of one's spirit rings into one, injecting them into the Haotian hammer, transforming them into the purest form of power and attack, geometrically increasing one's strength, forcibly breaking through all constraints, and unleashing power that surpassed one's own spirit power. It followed the principle of overwhelming force, no matter how many spirit skills or techniques the opponent had. They could not compete with the pure power and attack of the Haotian hammer. Even if this 100,000-year spirit ring had no offensive effect or was not the most suitable for the Haotian hammer, with the backing of a 100,000-year foundation, Tang Hao could still unleash its maximum power. Releasing such a powerful spirit skill right from the start, it seems that not only are you a useless fool, Tang Hao, but you are also a bastard who doesn't care about his child. Douluo also did not expect Tang Hao's combat power to be so strong. Even he found it somewhat exhausting to cope. The seventh spirit ring shone again, but this time it was Douluo's. A ghostly blue spirit appeared beside Douluo, and blue-purple light shot up into the sky, revealing a massive, ghostly figure. This was Douluo's true martial spirit, the Phantom Spirit. Before confronting Tang Hao, Douluo used his spirit skill to create a protective shield around Tang Chuan. On one hand, it was to protect him from the frenzied Tang Hao's attack. On the other hand, it was to prevent him from escaping, as he was a key individual wanted by Pope BB Dong. If he couldn't be brought back, the mission would fail. Useless fool? Stupid. My family's matters are not for you to judge. This kid is just a damned bastard. Today, both you and he must die. Aren't you, Tang Hao, a useless fool? If you weren't useless, why haven't you shown your face in the past decade? Why not stand up for yourself? Why let your sect bear the mistakes you've made? You are nothing but an irresponsible coward. Shut up. The Haotian hammer, over 100 meters long, crashed down from the sky, aiming to smash the Phantom Spirit into pieces. Douluo unleashed his first 6 spirit skills, enveloping his true martial spirit with a thick layer of soul armor. A soul-summoning banner appeared in his left hand, while a soul-locking chain appeared in his right. A type of spirit ring fusion technique that could enhance the true martial spirit's power by 50. And the true martial spirit could enhance the soul master's soul power by 100. Now, the reinforced Phantom Spirit could unleash 300 points of power, nearing the strength of a level 95 Douluo. Boom! The clash resulted in a violent explosion, uprooting trees within 100 miles, turning them to ashes. As the saying goes, when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moats suffer. Even the spirit beasts hiding in the forest were not spared, each becoming a spirit ring, ascending into the air. The aftershock of a tidal Douluo's battle was comparable to a full-powered attack from a Douluo, truly terrifying. The soul armor on the Phantom Spirit shattered repeatedly, having been blasted apart by that strike. Douluo inside the Phantom Spirit also suffered backlash, spitting out blood. The previous attack was indeed quite painful. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, in his Haotian form, also felt his condition decline. The effects of such a spirit skill were mutual. However, overall, Tang Hao's state was still much stronger than Douluo's, as the effect of the 100,000-year spirit ring was, after all, healing, combined with the characteristics of blue silvergrass. Wildfire cannot be extinguished. Spring breeze brings new life. Tang Hao's voice came from the true body of Hao Yin, and he asked in a deep tone, Tang Chuan, the spirit hall is the enemy that killed your mother many years ago. Your mother died at the hands of the previous pope. Come with me. Today, I will kill this tidal Douluo of the spirit hall to avenge your mother. I believe you won't disappoint me, right? This was a choice for Tang Chuan. Chapter 29. Plea. Seeking votes, seeking collections, a choice? This choice is too obvious. The spirit hall has BB Dong, the mother-in-law of the Douluo Continent, an angel of the human world, Qian Renshue. Isn't the mother-daughter duo appealing? And there's Hulaina, who possesses the fox spirit, essentially a little dodgy. Come and play with dodgy. And what does Tang Hao have? Besides himself, this irritable old man, there's nothing else. Oh no, and most of blue silver grass that has lived for 100,000 years. And TangSan, weighing the pros and cons. Tang Chuan still knows how to distinguish between them. Tang Chuan made his choice resolutely and opposed. Father, you can't do this. Senior Douluo has saved my life. He is my lifesaver. Moreover, I believe that Senior Douluo could never do something like killing my mother. Tang Chuan is so insightful that both Douluo and Tang Hao are quite surprised. They did not expect Tang Chuan to respond in this way. Tang Hao was enraged by Tang Chuan's actions. In his eyes, anyone from the Spirit Hall deserved to die because the Spirit Hall had killed his wife, Yin. He shouted angrily, Tang Chuan, I didn't expect you to say such things, you little brat. You're just a bastard. The Spirit Hall is responsible for your mother's death. Just because they weren't directly involved, they still deserve to die. You recognize a thief as your father. You're simply a little white-eyed wolf. Your mother shouldn't have given birth to you. You don't deserve to be my son, Tang Hao. Tang Hao, how can you be so shameless? That incident happened a long time ago, and even those who participated back then are already dead. What more do you want? If you really want revenge, why have you been hiding for so long? You dare not confront the Spirit Hall, and now you take it out on a child. What kind of man are you? Come at me if you have the guts. Douluo could no longer hold back. Tang Hao's behavior was too excessive and simply unreasonable. The soul masters involved back then were already dead. Even if Tang Hao wanted to vent his anger on the spirit hall, why had he never shown up in all these years? And just because his son spoke a few words of justice, he accused him of recognizing a thief as his father and even wanted to kill him. Tiger poison does not consume its offspring, but it seems that humans can. Forget it. Let me clean up the house. I hope your mother won't blame me. Tang Hao didn't care about that. Tang Chuan's actions hurt him deeply. Shouldn't everyone from the spirit hall who caused his mother's death die? He felt that all his efforts for Tang Chuan over the years were in vain. And in a fit of rage, he no longer cared about anything else, wanting to crush this unfilial son. The Haotian true body was raised high again, smashing down towards Tang Chuan with a thunderous force, creating a heavy sense of oppression that made the protective barrier unstable, creaking ominously as if it would be crushed by the powerful momentum at any moment. 8th soul skill, Qi Mei Wang Yang. To protect Tang Chuan, Ghost Douluo could no longer hold back. Tang Hao was a tiger that poisons its offspring, and he was not one to stand by idly. Qi Mei Wang Yang, as Ghost Douluo's 8th soul skill, was one of the very few support skills among his many soul skills. It allowed Ghost Douluo to create 4 avatars, each possessing 80 of the main body S strength. After activating the martial spirit true body, this 8th soul skill was enhanced to produce 8 avatars, each possessing 120 of strength. However, there was a side effect. After using this move, he could not use the martial spirit true body again for 3 days. But in order to kill Tang Hao and protect Tang Chuan, Ghost Douluo didn't care about that anymore. 9 massive ghostly true bodies surrounded Tang Hao's Haotian true body. Ghost Douluo could use them to execute his self-created soul skill, 9 soul annihilation formation. Roar! 9 soul annihilation formation. At that moment, the 9 soul annihilation formation generated thick fog, condensing into beasts and ghosts formed from dark blue souls. In just a few breaths, the number of soul-formed beasts and ghosts surged, creating an overwhelming presence. However, these were not enough. The beasts and ghosts formed from souls were merely accessories to the 9 soul annihilation formation, meant to help trap Tang Hao. As Ghost Douluo predicted, Tang Hao indeed lost his way in the fog and was trapped by the ghosts and beasts. Or perhaps, Tang Hao wanted to have some fun. He believed that with a 100,000-year soul ring in hand, he was not afraid of Ghost Douluo, who was only 1 level higher in soul power. But this played right into Ghost Douluo's hands. Only given a certain amount of time could the full power of the 9 soul annihilation formation be unleashed. Soon, the thick fog tightly ensnared Tang Hao, while the soul beasts and ghosts transformed into tattoos that further bound him. The power of the 9 soul annihilation formation was fully unleashed, and 9 blue-purple pillars shot out, accompanied by a sky full of ghostly souls howling, charging towards the Haotian hammer true body over 100 meters away. Such a terrifying momentum was like the sky collapsing, causing the protective barrier to instantly shatter. And the powerful air pressure pressed Tang Chuan to the ground, rendering him completely immobile. However, at that moment, the 9 heaven spirit mirror martial spirit within Tang Chuan suddenly manifested, transforming into a beam of light to protect him. A mere self-created soul skill. Can it compare to my chaotic cloak hammer technique? Break for me. Tang Hao, in his Haotian true body, shouted loudly. As the Haotian true body moved, black and yellow lights flickered, all converging to one point, which was the essence of the chaotic cloak hammer technique. The chaotic cloak hammer technique was a casting technique of the Haotian sect that involved continuous strikes. By using force to generate force, it could fully unleash its power and was the strongest forging technique to expel metal impurities. When mastered to the extreme, it could unleash 81 continuous strikes, with each strike's power increasing compared to the previous one. Each strike would influence the domain, stacking attack power. After completing the 81 strikes, it would surely break through the domain. This time, Tang Hao unleashed 81 strikes in succession, gathering all the power of the hammer techniques into one point. Its power was terrifying, capable of killing a title Douluo of level 91 with a single strike. The result quickly became evident. Both sides were heavily injured, but Tang Hao still held the upper hand because he possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. There was still a significant gap between a title Douluo with a 100,000-year soul ring and one without. Ghost Douluo's soul skill was shattered, and the 9 martial spirit true bodies instantly exploded, causing even the body of the evil spirit behind him to become illusory. Ghost Douluo's situation was even worse. His armor shattered piece by piece, and even the mask he wore broke a third of it, revealing half of his pale and weak young face. As the Hao Yin true body withdrew, Tang Hao transformed back into the scruffy middle-aged man he was. He was also injured, bleeding profusely, but it was not a serious injury. He raised the Hao Yin hammer, which was now glowing with black light, pointing at Tang Chuan and said, "Little bastard, tell me once more, what is your choice? Survival or death? I believe you'll understand this question." Then, Tang Hao raised the Hao Yin hammer, and the soul rings on his body emitted a hissing sound, merging into the Hao Yin hammer. Ghost Douluo, enduring his injuries, attempted to use his soul skill to resist, but was smashed by Tang Hao's hammer. At this moment, Tang Chuan blocked the Hao Yin hammer that was about to strike down, shouting hoarsely, "Father, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You could defeat a titled Douluo. But you can't do this. You hate the Spirit Hall because their former pope took my mother's life. However, now you want to kill a senior who had nothing to do with it. How is your behavior any different from theirs? The senior ghost Douluo saved my life. If it weren't for him, I would have died at the hands of that mysterious titled Douluo. He is my savior. Please spare him." Chapter 30. Chrysanthemum Douluo. Seeking collection. Seeking votes. Originally, a son requesting such a thing from his father would have been considered, even if it meant reaching for the stars. However, Tang Chuan, this unfilial son, actually pleaded for someone from the Spirit Hall. This was simply a mad test of Tang Hao's bottom line. The Spirit Hall was the enemy that had killed his wife. Everyone in the Spirit Hall deserved to die. One day, Tang Hao would surely bloodily wash the Spirit Hall. Seeing Tang Hao unmoved, Tang Chuan continued, "Father, sparing others is also sparing yourself. Only you are tormented by hatred. And over the past decade, as Ghost Douluo said, you have never gone to the Spirit Hall for revenge. Have you not let go of your hatred? Please, for my sake, spare him." At the same time, Tang Chuan also saw the 100,000-year soul ring on Tang Hao, which was a blood-red ring with marvelous patterns. Just getting close to it, he could feel the surging power within. There seemed to be a few words displayed, death. Tang Chuan could only make out one word. The rest was too blurry to see clearly. "Well then, since you want to save him so badly, you can go die for him, little bastard." Tang Hao's pupils reflected a dark green light as he raised the Hao Yin hammer once again, integrating soul rings one by one, a total of 6. The murderous intent spread like a tidal wave, almost suffocating Tang Chuan. Just at that critical moment, a powerful aura of a titled Douluo suddenly appeared, preventing Tang Hao with a soul skill. The newcomer was none other than Zhu Douluo. Third soul skill, Aura Barrier. First soul skill, Passing Through the Flower Grove. The Aura Barrier, Zhu Douluo's third soul skill, is a group control ability that creates a fragrant barrier of the rare golden chrysanthemum to bind opponents. Within this barrier, the opponent's soul power is reduced by 35%, their speed by 50%, and it also adds a binding effect. However, this time, Zhu Douluo used it for protection, so the Aura Barrier also has defensive effects. The Passing Through the Flower Grove is Zhu Douluo's first soul skill, which also balances offense and defense. When used defensively, it increases the Soul Master's defense by 40% and reduces the enemy's attack by 30%. Even a tiger won't eat its cubs. Truly worthy of being the Hao Yin Douluo, not holding back even against his own son. It's really frightening. Little Mei Mei, you must protect him. Before seeing her, they heard her voice. As a cloud of dust settled, Zhu Douluo appeared before everyone, revealing a girl with long, orange-red hair. Her delicate face hinted at spring's vigor. Her rosy lips smiled before she spoke, her figure graceful, adorned in a white-purple long dress that resembled feathers dancing in the wind, with 2 snow-white, delicate legs exposed beneath the hem, her smooth little feet floating in mid-air. Her beautiful brows were furrowed, holding a golden-yellow chrysanthemum that resembled a fading sunset. But her gaze lacked the playful spirit of her words. After becoming a titled Douluo, a soul master can have a chance to regain their youth, returning their appearance to a specific time period, which is one reason why becoming a titled Douluo is so sought after. Moreover, according to the sea god priestess Poseidon, when a soul master's strength reaches titled Douluo level, their entire life essence blooms, and they can generally live for over 300 years. After that, every level gained can extend one's life by 100 years. Therefore, there are many titled Douluos in the Douluo Continent, and for various reasons. They can appear in the public eye. Are you the sister Yuegwan mentioned by Ghost Douluo? You're really beautiful. Sweet-talking little one. I like well-behaved kids like you. Zhu Douluo turned around, leaning close to Tang Chuan. Little one, are you the Tang Chuan mentioned by His Holiness the Pope? Such a handsome little brother. Much more reasonable than your father. What a well-behaved child. But I feel you don't look quite like Tang Hao. He's just a rough, noisy old man. As Douluo approached, Tang Chuan sensed a pleasant floral fragrance, completely different from what he had imagined. If he didn't know the truth, he wouldn't have been able to tell that Douluo was a man. It seemed he was also a pitiful person. However, his martial soul was the golden chrysanthemum, one of the kings of plant martial souls, renowned for its reputation of killing 100 flowers after my bloom. Gaining his and Ghost Douluo's recognition would naturally be a wonderful thing. On the other side, Ghost Douluo's breathing had stabilized. Although his injuries hadn't fully healed, he was still capable of fighting. He was surprised by Douluo's arrival, as he hadn't informed him beforehand. He exclaimed, "Yu Egwan, what are you doing here? How did you know I was here?" Hearing Ghost Douluo call him, Douluo stopped and excitedly waved at Ghost. "Little Mei, I knew you'd miss me. I came here because I felt your longing. Don't disgust me. We're both old enough. Don't embarrass yourself in front of the younger generation, okay? And how many times have I told you not to call me Mei?" Ghost Douluo jumped in frustration, but there was nothing he could do. He removed his broken half-mask, his tone turning somber. "Yu Egwan, this person is Tang Hao, who has been hiding for over a decade, our Soul Master Hall's #1 enemy. He absolutely cannot be allowed to escape today." Douluo crossed his arms and responded nonchalantly. "Oh, I know. In fact, I've been nearby for a long time. I know everything that just happened. I just didn't come out." Indeed, Douluo had been here for quite a while. After Tang Chuan buried Su Yuntao, she had already arrived. Tang Chuan sensed her aura, which is why he dared to speak boldly in front of Tang Hao, to express his attitude and stance, hoping to gain favor from the two title Douluos. Because while Tang Hao could have the upper hand against Ghost Douluo, facing two title Douluos left him somewhat helpless. "What? You've been here the whole time. Why didn't you come out? Were you just watching me make a fool of myself?" Little Mei, I didn't mean to. Please forgive me, okay?" Douluo suddenly appeared behind Ghost Douluo, leaning his face on Ghost Douluo's shoulder, blinking his eyes to look pitiful. Ghost Douluo was helpless and gently pushed Douluo away. "All right, Yu Egwan, stop playing around. That's Tang Hao, who possesses 100,000-year soul ring. Can you please be serious?" With another title Douluo appearing, Tang Hao felt a bit apprehensive, but his pride wouldn't allow him to back down. He raised the Haotian hammer, pointing it at Ghost Douluo and the others. "One chrysanthemum and one little ghost think they can stop me? Today, all you trash from the Soul Master Hall will die." Tang Hao unleashed the true form of the Haotian hammer once more, preparing to strike down these two title Douluos of the Soul Master Hall in one go. "Since little Mei is asking me, then I can't refuse." Douluo swiftly dodged Tang Hao's attack. "Let's show Tang Hao that move. The final move." Ghost Douluo suddenly shouted. A color different from the black he usually released erupted from his body. It was a brilliant silver flame that shot up almost instantaneously, and at the same time, Douluo beside him was engulfed in a layer of golden flame. In that instant, the 9 soul rings on their bodies almost lit up simultaneously, enhancing the golden and silver flames surrounding them with even more splendor. Facing each other, their hands clasped, merging seamlessly, achieving true unity of mind and spirit. The bodies of Ghost Douluo and Yu Egwan suddenly fused, and the 18 soul rings they possessed instantly condensed into a massive golden and silver dual-colored halo, quietly flying out. Chapter 31 end. Please vote and save. Tang Chuan felt a flash in front of him, and suddenly, it seemed as if the entire world had transformed into a golden and silver hue, with everything around him completely frozen at that moment. The bodies of the Ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo vanished at the moment the golden and silver dual-colored halo formed. That enormous halo then soared into the sky, transforming in the blink of an eye into a gigantic ring over 100 meters in diameter. The halo decomposed, turning into a bleak cloud of sorrow, with a chilling wind swirling around. At that moment, the entire space seemed to be frozen. Countless fine raindrops fell from midair, and even someone as powerful as Tang Hao felt like a bug trapped in amber, unable to resist in the slightest. Damn it, what kind of ghost is this? How can it trap me? Tang Hao, caught in the dual polar stillness domain, felt like an insect caught in a spider's web. His soul rings constantly fluctuating as he tried to break free with his power. But even the appearance of a 100,000-year soul ring had no effect. With no way out, after a fit of rage, he began to blame Tang Chuan. "Tang Chuan, you little bastard, are you satisfied now that you see your father trapped?" I knew I raised a little white-eyed wolf. For a moment, Tang Chuan didn't know what to say, just as he was about to speak. The deep green light in Tang Hao's eyes suddenly burst forth, and a mass of dark green mist surged from his body. Roar! Tang Hao seemed to lose his sanity. Struggling frantically, as the dual polar stillness domain he controlled began to tremble, like a fragile fishing net trying to contain a crocodile. This is the power of a deity. How is this possible? A lively and teasing female voice emerged from the dual polar stillness domain. It was the chrysanthemum Douluo. The voice of the ghost Douluo also came from the dual polar stillness domain. Damn it. How could this useless Tang Hao have such good luck to gain the favor of a deity? He clearly... Boom! In the next moment, the dark green light surged, and under the influence of this mysterious power, the dual polar stillness domain collapsed with a loud crash, and two figures were sent flying out. Indeed. It was the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo. Wrapped in the dark green light, Tang Hao disregarded everything and flew away from the scene. In an instant, the entire battlefield was left with only Tang Chuan and the two severely injured titled Douluos. The dual polar stillness domain had been forcibly broken, and they had suffered serious internal injuries. Whoosh! A series of whistling sounds cut through the air as over 100 soul masters arrived from a distance, arriving late. Leading them were the Lord of Nodding City, Jack Jones, the Bishop of the Nodding City Spirit Hall, Buffett, and the Captain of the Royal Army of the Tiando Empire's Nodding City, referred to as the Tiando Royal Army, Caliph. They sensed that something significant had happened in the soul-hunting forest, so they hurriedly brought their subordinates to investigate. The soul-hunting forest was a shared asset of the Empire and the Spirit Hall. If something went wrong, no one could bear the responsibility. However, due to the overwhelming aftermath of the previous battle between titled Douluos, they hesitated and only arrived now. Elder, my subordinates are late. Please forgive us. The crowd knelt on one knee before the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo, each one of them kneeling down in fear of punishment from the two titled Douluos, naturally hoping their attitude of admitting fault would appear more sincere. The chrysanthemum Douluo and the ghost Douluo got up in a disheveled manner, their injuries still severe. They would recover without at least 10 to 15 days of treatment. To fully heal, it might take 2 to 3 months. They ignored the subordinates kneeling before them, and instead looked for Tang Chuan, worried that the aftermath had been too strong and unsure if the little guy was all right. Tang Chuan, little friend? Amidst the calls, Tang Chuan emerged from the smoke and dust. Seeing the ghost Douluo and the chrysanthemum Douluo calling for him, he scratched his head. I'm here, Sister Chrysanthemum Douluo, I'm fine. Ghost Douluo, your face. After Tang Chuan as reminder, the ghost Douluo realized that his originally white and purple patterned mask had been shattered by the aftermath when the dual polar stillness domain broke, revealing his true face. What kind of face was it? The left half of his youthful face was warm and jade-like, resembling a graceful young master, unmatched in the world. However, the right half of his face had been burned by intense heat, healed but covered in scars, resembling a demonic figure from hell. Realizing his face was exposed, the ghost Douluo covered his face with both hands, trembling in pain, and howled to the heavens. Tang Hao, in this life, if I don't kill you, Ghost Douluo, swear I will not be human. Little Mei, please don't be like this. It's all my fault. If it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have become like this. The chrysanthemum Douluo no longer had her previous carefree demeanor. She walked to the ghost Douluo and hugged him, softly comforting him. At the same time, she coldly commanded, you all close your eyes. Otherwise die. Over 100 soul masters trembled in fear, as the might of the title Douluo was not something they wished to experience. Each one consciously changed from kneeling on one knee to both knees, prostrating their heads to the ground, not daring to move. Even the branch hall master of the Spirit Hall, the Lord of Nodding City, and the captain of the Tiando Royal Army all lowered their heads in unison. In this world, a title Douluo was equivalent to a saintly existence. Below a title Douluo, everyone else was just an ant. Tang Chuan slowly approached Ghost Douluo, took off his coat, and covered Ghost Douluo's face. Ghost Douluo, don't be afraid. Please use my clothes to cover your face. Don't come over. My appearance will scare you. Ghost Douluo instinctively stepped back. He didn't want to scare Tang Chuan with his looks, as almost everyone who saw him in this form treated him like a monster. Senior Ghost Douluo, no matter how you change, you are still my savior. Please believe me. Tang Chuan was radiating his kindness, and Ghost Douluo slowly raised his head, staring blankly at him. Really? You really aren't afraid of me? I'm a monster. Tang Chuan covered the burned half of Ghost Douluo's face with his clothes, using a childlike, pure smile to warm Ghost Douluo's heart. How could it be? Senior Ghost Douluo, everyone has a past they don't want to face and a side they don't wish to be noticed. There's nothing to be afraid of. These are all parts of ourselves. Our experiences, our emotions, they make up our lives. We will continue to correct ourselves, but if we are unwilling to face them, Isn't that just refusing to confront our true selves? Ghost Law didn't expect Tang Chuan to understand so much, but thinking about it, he was a genius with twin martial souls. And a genius's thoughts are certainly much more mature than those of ordinary children, so he didn't think much more of it. However, it was evident that this line of reasoning was still insufficient, as a person's pain cannot be shared. He pushed Tang Chuan away, sighed, and said, Tang Chuan, you are still young. You won't understand this wound. A few simple words couldn't possibly move an old and seasoned titled Douluo, even if he still had the appearance of a youth. However, Tang Chuan had already prepared for this. In order to gain Ghost Douluo's recognition faster, he decided to be resolute this time. He took out the dark iron dagger he had from before and smiled at Ghost Douluo. Since you care so much about your appearance, let me accompany you. A cold light flashed, and Tang Chuan's face was instantly drenched in blood, splattering onto the dazed Ghost Douluo's face. Tang Chuan, little boy you. Chapter 32. The Pope's Order, Seeking Collections, Seeking Votes. A few days later, Tang Chuan's entry into the Spirit Hall was communicated to the principal of the Noting Academy, Tian Lei, by the branch leader of the Spirit Hall, Buffett, who also gifted a portion of soul coins to support TangSan, Xiao Wu, and others in their studies. TangSan was surprised to learn this news, but he did not refuse, even though he knew that his father, Tang Hao, had issues with the Spirit Hall. Such a free opportunity was something that almost everyone would not turn down. In dormitory number 7, Xiao Wu was curled up in a corner, hugging her knees and crying. She could not understand why the Spirit Hall, after taking her mother away, also had to take away her newly acquainted brother. Seeds of hatred began to grow in her heart, not only due to the loss of family, but also because of the unclear feeling she had for Tang Chuan. Xiao Wu secretly vowed that if she had the chance, she would make the Spirit Hall pay in blood for their debts. Xiao Wu, don't cry. Tang Chuan going to the Spirit Hall for studies is a good thing. The Spirit Hall is the largest sect in our Douluo Continent. I believe with Tang Chuan's intelligence, he will be able to live well. Wang Shen quickly persuaded along with other dorm mates. Another roommate said, Xiao Wu, you might not know, but the Spirit Hall is really the best sect in our Douluo Continent. The subsidies we soul masters receive every month are distributed by the royal families of the 2 great empires due to the Spirit Hall. Without the Spirit Hall, no one would give us poor children any assistance. Sometimes, one's background determines their fate, and it is the Spirit Hall that has given us a chance to change our destiny. Yes, Xiao Wu, you are Tang Chuan's sister, no matter what. He will not abandon you, another student comforted. Creak. A student pushed the door open, appearing indifferent, and went straight back to his bed. Hey, Tang-san, your brother has gone to the Spirit Hall. Don't you have anything to say? This is his own choice. I have no right to interfere. Instead of wasting time here, you should go cultivate your soul power. Tang-san rolled his eyes. To be honest, he didn't really like this brother of his, feeling like he overshadowed him, although he had done so much for him. After Tang Chuan left, he indeed felt much relieved. However, when Tang-san saw Xiao Wu crying, a hint of malicious curiosity arose in his heart. He wondered why Tang Chuan valued this little girl so much. But if he could establish a closer relationship with her during this time that he was gone, that would definitely be more interesting than cultivation. Thinking of this, Tang-san slowly walked up to Xiao Wu, revealing a smile. Xiao Wu, I am Tang Chuan's brother. After he leaves, I will take care of you. You. Xiao Wu, with tear-filled eyes, rubbed them and realized that Tang-san was not as annoying as before. Moreover, for some reason, a sense of inexplicable familiarity arose. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door interrupted them. The master, who was studying the comprehensive guide to spirits, frowned. Normally, no one besides Tang-san would come to see him. Come in, the master said, putting down the book and speaking lightly. The door opened, and a tall figure walked in. He wore a simple gray robe, with messy black hair draped over his shoulders. His aged face was etched with the marks of time, and his murky eyes seemed like empty shells that had seen better days, which did not match his roughly 50-year-old appearance. Hello, master. The visitor's voice was deep and somewhat hoarse. For some reason, when this person entered, the master instinctively tensed up, even his soul power unconsciously spreading throughout his body. You are. Slowly standing up, the master revealed a hint of confusion, a familiar feeling surging from deep within. The gray-clothed man said lightly, It's been 20 years since we last met, hasn't it? No wonder you don't recognize me in this state. My name is Tang Hao. You are Tang Hao. The master's usually calm demeanor suddenly changed, his pupils instantly focused, staring intently at the person before him, his hands gripping the table so tightly that his fingers turned pale. You are Hao. Tang Hao waved his hand to stop the master from continuing, and coldly said, "There's no need to mention past titles anymore. Back then, we had some acquaintance. Others might think you're just a madman, but I know you're a persistent person. In this world, there will always be some who look down on others, but we don't need to take that to heart. Proving ourselves through our actions is the best way." Tang Hao, the Douluo of Haoqian sect, had met Master Yu Xiaojing a few times at that time. Yu Xiaojing was still the young master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect. Ordinary people would basically never have the chance to meet such high-level figures. Kings meet kings. Generals meet generals. The entire cultivation realm is largely monopolized by the nobility. The master's emotions gradually calmed down, and his stiff face slightly moved. "It seems I was right. You are indeed the father of Xiao San and Tang Chuan. Why are you here? Shouldn't you have secluded yourself for cultivation?" Tang Hao nodded slightly and said, "You don't need to worry about these things, but you are mistaken. That brat Tang Chuan is not worthy of being my son. I have already decided to sever our father-son relationship. As for TangSan, I know you have taken him as your disciple. As a father, I should have come to meet you long ago. I am leaving now, and the only thing I care about is him. So I hope to entrust Xiao San to you, and that you can teach him well and help him grow into a talented person." "Why? Isn't Tang Chuan very outstanding? And you are leaving? Where are you going?" "Tang San and the others are your sons." The master stared fiercely at Tang Hao, his gaze slightly sharp. Tang Hao still looked cold. "As for Tang Chuan, no more discussions about him. Tang San is also your disciple. I must leave. There are many things I have to do. If he follows me, he won't find happiness. I have no other demands. His life is for him to choose. It has been 10 years. I have been away from this world for 10 years. Now he has grown up, and there are things I must do." The master took a deep breath, clearly sensing that there was something significant between Tang Hao and Tang Chuan, and dared not ask further. "I don't know what has happened to you, but I can see that Xiao San is very attached to you. Don't you think leaving like this is too cruel for him?" Tang Hao said lightly. "He has decided to walk an extraordinary path on his own. Being with me would only be cruel to him. All right, I have said what I needed to say, and no matter when, please remember, he is my son." After saying this, Tang Hao waved his hand, and a black token clattered as it fell onto the table in front of the master. The token was exactly the same as the one the master had shown when he brought Tang San into the soul-hunting forest, except this token had a total of 6 patterns on it. Bang! The door closed, and Tang Hao's tall figure had already disappeared. Looking at the door that had not closed for a long time, the master stood there for a while without any movement, not knowing what he was thinking. The Pope's order from the Spirit Hall? After a long time, he slowly lowered his head, his gaze falling on the token, a hint of a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that my idol had turned into such a despondent figure. To ensure his son's safety, he gave this to me. This is the Pope's order. Seeing the order is like seeing the Pope, capable of exercising the rights of the elders of the Spirit Hall. Lord Tang Hao truly has a grand gesture. Chapter 33. Spirit City, Seeking Votes. Seeking Collections. The Spirit Hall, the first sacred place in the eyes of soul masters in the Douluo Continent, has no class discrimination, whether noble or commoner. There is no distinction in teaching, and countless immortals come to pay homage. If Tang Chuan had to say, the Spirit Hall is somewhat similar to the Chinese mythological Jiejiao, embracing all rivers, but also hides some filth and corruption. Overall, the Spirit Hall is an essential part of the social evolution of the Douluo Continent, evolving from a feudal, superstitious, noble society into an unprecedentedly superior society. The main hall of the Spirit Hall is located at the border of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, establishing its own city, Spirit City. Within Spirit City, the citizens of the two nations have completely different languages, cultures, and customs, which is also the reason for their continuous wars. Differences and disparities are the roots of war. Due to their cultural differences, both countries have been trying to erode and assimilate each other with their own languages, customs, and goods, turning them into part of themselves. In contrast, within a single country, because of the common cultural background and similar living habits, there are usually not too many disputes and conflicts. Once a person has individuality and differences, there will be arguments, and with arguments, grievances and animosities will arise, even leading to war. Language barriers are one of the fundamental reasons for the occurrence of war. Therefore, the Spirit Hall tries to solve the problem fundamentally. Soul masters who join the Spirit Hall will learn the language, culture, and even dietary habits of another country. Moreover, under the mediation of the Spirit Hall, you can see citizens from both countries living in harmony, enjoying their lives, and supporting each other throughout Spirit City. Before, the most common scene seen on the continent was battles directly arising due to language and customs misunderstandings. For example, Heaven Douluo Empire person, my girlfriend is missing. Have you seen her? Star Luo Empire person, where am I? Can you tell me how to get to Ichuan Courtyard? Heaven Douluo Empire person, did you kidnap my girlfriend? Damn it. Hurry up and hand her over or I'll kill you. Star Luo Empire person, I was just asking for directions. Can't you even understand the Star Luo language? Bastard. Heaven Douluo Empire person, since you won't hand over my girlfriend, then die, trash. For Heaven Douluo, Star Luo Empire person, you dare to attack? The Bustot. For the great Star Luo Empire. The following 2,000 words of battle scenes are omitted. Actually, regarding such matters that promote social evolution, Tang Chuan wasn't very interested. But out of politeness, he still had to listen carefully. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to the enthusiasm of the Golden Bishop, Mark Engel, who brought them to the Spirit Hall. Mark Engel was an older generation sole master of the Spirit Hall, and even in age. He was only a little younger than 100-year-old figures like Qian Douluo. There are even rumors that many of the strategic ideas of the Spirit Hall were formulated by him. All the way, Douluo seemed like a delicate girl who had just come to the city from the countryside, looking around, stopping at this stall, and turning at that one. She picked up a hairpin to wear on her head here, and over there, she picked up a fruit to taste, showing a face full of happiness. Little Mei, look, this jewelry is so beautiful. Wow, this is my favorite vanilla fruit. I didn't expect someone to sell it at this time. The rules of the Spirit Hall are very strict. In order to maintain the mystery of the title Douluo and the order of the Douluo Continent, high-ranking offerings are not allowed to appear in front of commoners casually. Even the playful Douluo cannot violate the rules of the Spirit Hall, and she rarely has the opportunity to come out to play, which is why she is so excited. Douluo has already put on a spare mask. Underneath the mask, he rolled his eyes. Even after decades, Douluo was still as lively as back then. Little Chuan, come, try on the clothes your sister bought for you. Douluo reappeared in everyone's sight, already holding a set of clothes. Although it wasn't made of gold and silver threads, it was still exceptionally luxurious. She had a good impression of Tang Chuan. Previously, Tang Chuan had cut a knife along his left eyebrow to help Douluo get rid of his shadow and gain his recognition. If it weren't for Douluo's sole skill saving him in time, his left eye might not have been saved. Such actions truly touched Douluo and his lifelong confidant. Douluo. Although he didn't hear the system prompt for recognition, Tang Chuan believed that gaining their recognition was only a matter of time. Douluo chose a long garment in a blue and black color scheme, with silver-white patterns that matched Tang Chuan's temperament very well. Interestingly, Douluo snapped her fingers, and a string of chrysanthemum petals floated by. The clothes that were just in her arms were now on Tang Chuan's body, fitting perfectly. His temperament had undergone a tremendous transformation. Although he had been wearing new clothes bought by Old Village Head Jack at Notting Academy, the materials, craftsmanship, and details were still incomparable to those of Spirit City. Wow, little Chuan, I didn't expect you to be such a handsome boy. If you weren't still so young, I might really be moved. Facing the Douluo who was so close, Tang Chuan felt a bit awkward. It wasn't a big deal to be praised by a beautiful girl, but this beautiful girl was dressed as a boy, which felt a bit awkward. Perhaps those original Yuri girls would prefer such a situation, but for Tang Chuan, who was more of a straight man, it was still somewhat uncomfortable. The Douluo in front turned around and urged in his usual cold tone. Yuguan, little Chuan, stop wasting time. Let's go quickly. Douluo hugged Douluo's neck from behind and said affectionately, are you jealous, little Mei? Don't worry, I won't be moved by such a small child. I still. Hey, don't walk so fast. Tang Chuan felt a bit helpless and turned to ask Markung. Grandpa Markung, are the title Douluos of the Spirit Hall usually like this? Markung, an old man with a head full of white hair and a youthful face, gently stroked Tang Chuan's head with his wrinkled hand and said, Xiao Chuan, don't find them strange. Every title Douluo is different. Some are reclusive, some are crazy, some are selfless. Like Xiao Ju and Xiao Gui, they are both pitiful people. One watched helplessly as her sister was insulted and killed by thieves while trying to save her, and the other is discriminated against because of his martial soul. Sometimes, what determines a person's character and habits is not themselves, but the whole world. Tang Chuan had a somewhat confused expression as he nodded. He then pointed at a tall building in the distance and asked Grandpa Markinch, is that tall hall in front the Spirit Hall? The main hall of the Spirit Hall resembled a snow-white church, different from the houses and palaces Tang Chuan had seen before. It featured 5 circular spires and 3 semicircular arches, with several loft-like structures connected to it. The floor-to-ceiling windows adorned with colorful stained glass were one of the hall's distinctive features, and intricate angel sculptures were carved high up, with their arms outstretched as if to embrace the whole world. Yes, that's right, that is the Spirit Hall, the sacred place for soul masters to cultivate. Tang Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly at the corners of his mouth. Are we finally arriving at the Spirit Hall? That's great. Woo! The inheritance system can finally be used. The previous Nodding Academy really didn't have any useful targets. And here, the Spirit Hall, as the sect with the most titled Douluos in the Douluo Continent, as long as I can get the recognition of any titled Douluo, I will strike it rich. Chapter 34. First meeting with Bibi Dong, seeking collections, seeking votes. At the archway of the main hall of the Spirit Hall, there were several guards dressed in platinum armor, wielding long halberds that crossed to block everyone's path. The two exuded a dense aura, like heavy mountain stones, clearly having reached the soul sage level, or even higher. One of them, with an apologetic expression, said, "My lords, please present the decree from His Holiness the Pope. Otherwise, even if you are elders of the Douluo Hall, we cannot allow you to enter." The Spirit Hall's defenses were also very strict. Without the decree from Pope Bibi Dong, even the elders of the Douluo Hall could not enter the Pope's hall at will. However, since Bibi Dong had already sent someone out, she naturally thought of this and had given the decree to him. After the ghost Douluo took out a shining golden token, the two guards repeatedly confirmed it before stepping aside to allow everyone to pass, and the group was able to enter the Pope's hall. The Pope's hall was resplendent, with exquisite carvings and paintings, surrounded by many murals depicting angels saving the world and miracles. Among them was a particularly strange mural, different from the solemn and sacred nature of the others, depicting an old man with a weathered face kneeling before a grave, bowing his head in repentance. The image of this old man made Tang Chuan feel somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him before, but he had no clear memory of him. The ghost Douluo noticed Tang Chuan's gaze and timely explained, "That is Tang Tian, the father of that useless Tang Hao, your grandfather." After Tang Hao seriously injured the Pope, leading to the Pope's death, Tang Tian, in order to quell the anger of the Spirit Hall and the whispers of the world, voluntarily requested that the scene of him kneeling before the grave of the former Pope be made into a mural to atone for his son. Don't think too much about it, Xiao Chuan. These things are from the older generation and have nothing to do with you. We are about to meet His Holiness the Pope, so let us not dwell on it too much, all right? After briefly explaining, the ghost Douluo quickly changed the subject, not wanting Tang Chuan to bear the burdens of the past so early. Tang Chuan nodded and walked deep into the main hall, where a platinum throne stood proudly, with the light from the skylight converging here. Sitting on it was none other than Bibi Dong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Holding a golden scepter, she lazily reclined on the throne, her figure exquisite with a cold, icy expression on her beautiful face. As she tapped the scepter, her phoenix eyes sparkled. "Great, duh. You did well. This child is Tang Chuan, the son of that bastard Tang Hao, right?" "That's right." Gue Douluo knelt on the ground. He usually spoke little except when in front of Zhu Douluo. Zhu Douluo added, "Yes, your holiness. Little Chuan is nothing like that coward Tang Hao. He is quite good. I even doubt that someone like Tang Hao could possibly give birth to such a well-behaved child as Tang Chuan." The attitudes of Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo clearly leaned towards the young boy, which surprised Bibi Dong. What could have caused these two titled Douluos, who had a deep grudge against Tang Hao, to change their views about his son? Time was on her side. Bibi Dong was in no hurry to investigate. Previously, she thought Tang Chuan was just a mutated spirit, a genius with innate full soul power, who could only be cultivated into a saint. However, now Bibi Dong had better ideas. Her voice was like the sound of peony petals falling, cool yet carrying an indescribable nobility. "All right, I understand now. I am reasonable and will not treat him differently just because he is Tang Hao's son. Your holiness is wise," both titled Douluos echoed. Bibi Dong slowly descended from the throne, approached the three, and gently leaned down, lifting Tang Chuan's face with her left hand. "Child, tell me about your martial soul." Before her was a snow-white, ample sight, waves surging. Such overwhelming righteousness made Tang Chuan instinctively swallow hard, and even in a child's body, he found it hard to resist. To avoid awkwardness, Tang Chuan summoned the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror with his right hand and the Haotian Hammer with his left. This was the first time he had summoned both of his twin martial souls simultaneously. As the two martial souls appeared, an inexplicable connection subtly developed between them. Indeed, it was the Haotian Hammer, the descendant of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao. Bibi Dong looked at the small hammer, glowing with black gold light, and let out a cold laugh. However, when her gaze landed on the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror, she was slightly taken aback. Could this martial soul be a mutation of her own? How interesting. She never expected the Tang family would dare to go this far. Or could it be that it was all premeditated? Tang Chuan was confused. He felt that there might be some unknown truths about his background. Could there be another hidden story? Bibi Dong gently rubbed Tang Chuan's small head and said, Tang Chuan, your talent is exceptional, and you possess 2 top-tier martial souls. I want to take you as my disciple. What do you think? Take me as your disciple? Tang Chuan pretended to hesitate, showing a thoughtful expression. Seeing Tang Chuan's difficulty, Bibi Dong decided to sweeten the deal. Don't worry, as long as you become my disciple in the Spirit Hall, you will be second to none. Whether it's soul rings or soul bones, I can help you obtain whatever you desire. Don't worry about your father and our relationship. I promise I won't harm him. In fact, I can bring your brother to the Spirit Hall. Ghost Douluo interjected, just agree. Yes, Xiao Chuan, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Many people dream of becoming the disciple of the Pope, but never get the chance. You must seize this opportunity, said Zhu Douluo. After pondering for a long time, Tang Chuan finally spoke, since both Senior Ghost Douluo and Sister Zhu Douluo say, so, I believe they won't harm me. As for my brother, let's not bring him here. My joining the Spirit Hall is already enough to upset my father. I don't want him to be further troubled because of me. I just hope that your holiness won't cause any trouble for my father and brother. All right, no problem, Bibi Dong agreed. After Bibi Dong's agreement, Tang Chuan knelt on one knee to perform the disciple ceremony. This world was different from his previous one, and kneeling on one knee was the highest form of respect here. Master, please accept my bow. Master. This word made Bibi Dong's eyes twitch slightly, as if recalling some past events, but she still forced a smile and helped Tang Chuan up, patting his shoulder. All right, Xiao Chuan, from now on, you are my disciple. After helping Tang Chuan up, Bibi Dong returned to her throne and announced, Elder Ghost, Elder Zhu from now on. Tang Chuan will be the holy son of our Spirit Hall. You must spread this news. I want the entire Douluo Continent to celebrate for me. Understood. Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo both bowed. Zhu Douluo, please take Xiao Chuan down and arrange the best room for him. He doesn't need to share with the other children. Ghost Douluo, stay behind. I have something to discuss with you. After Zhu Douluo took Tang Chuan away, a glimmer of light flashed beneath Ghost Douluo's mask, and he asked, Your Holiness, is it appropriate to announce so publicly that you are taking Tang Chuan as your disciple and making him the holy son of the Spirit Hall? Both the Tiando Imperial family and the Xingluo Imperial family, as well as the 3 major sects and other smaller sects, are keeping a close eye on our Spirit Hall's talents, all wanting to snuff them out in the cradle. Ha. Bibi Dong laughed heartily, then revealed a crazed expression. Elder Ghost, you are right. I want to be high profile to let everyone on the Douluo Continent know. Our Spirit Hall has a broad mind and has taken the son of our enemy Tang Hao as the holy son to demonstrate our magnanimity. Furthermore, one of the reasons for making him the holy son is to use him as a shield for the other children, allowing him to attract those sects that have ulterior motives against our Spirit Hall. This way, we will have an excuse to wipe them out. After all, he is Tang Hao's son. Even if he dies, he will have contributed himself to our Spirit Hall, dying for a worthy cause. This, Ghost Douluo paused, realizing that Bibi Dong seemed completely different from a few years ago. Her temperament had become increasingly odd. He had known Bibi Dong before, as the most cherished disciple of the former Pope Qiang Sunji, the brightest and most cheerful girl in the Spirit Hall. But now, as an elder of the Douluo Hall, Ghost Douluo recognized that Bibi Dong's words held some truth. Even though he admired Tang Chuan, he couldn't show favoritism. At worst, he would just keep an eye on him. With his title as a titled Douluo, nothing major should happen. He spoke, Your Holiness is wise. Bibi Dong did not notice the change in Ghost Douluo's expression beneath the mask. She continued, Elder Ghost, are you sure the title Douluo we encountered is the Bone Douluo from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ghost Douluo's cold voice came from beneath the mask as he took something out from his cloak and opened his hand to reveal a bone spike. This is a piece of bone I took when I fought that person. The aura of the title Douluo on it is unmistakable. Moreover, among all the title Douluos on the Douluo Continent, only the old bones of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possess such cultivation and martial souls. Ghost Douluo tossed it, and an invisible force transmitted from Bibi Dong's hand, causing the bone fragment to fall directly into her hand. She looked at the bone fragment and laughed again. With this, we have a reason to strike against other sections. Elder Ghost, in addition to spreading the news of my taking on a disciple, you must also use the excuse of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School attacking the Spirit Hall to demand that other sects send their children to our Spirit Hall for study. Otherwise, don't blame our Spirit Hall for cleaning out the pests in their sections. Using the excuse of study to recruit the children of other sects to the Spirit Hall was actually to use them as hostages to control the other sections. If they refused, they could be labeled as disrespectful to the decree, which was a tactic of emperors, especially since the seven-treasure glazed tile school had a handle on them. With leverage, they would have to comply. If they did comply, they would be the first to obey the Spirit Hall's decree, setting a precedent that would force other sects to follow suit. It must be said that Bibi Dong was quite adept at the political game. In the hall, Zhu Douluo led Tang Chuan down the corridor to find a room for him. During this time, Tang Chuan asked curiously, "Sister Zhu Douluo, what happened to Ghost Douluo's face? Why does he look so sad?" Zhu Douluo paused, her cheerful tone turning solemn as she said, "Sigh, it's fine to tell you. When I was young and reckless, I fell into a hot spring. Mingze, your senior Ghost Douluo, jumped into the hot spring to save me, but due to his martial soul, his face was burned by the spring water, leaving an unhealable scar. Since then, he has been self-conscious about his appearance and has worn a mask for many years. Xiao Chuan, do you think I ruined Mingze's life? Am I a bad person? Wow, this was a perfect opportunity to increase goodwill." Tang Chuan was quite envious of the cultivation of this titled Douluo. Tang Chuan rummaged through his mind, recalling the soul-soothing quotes of the world, which were undoubtedly a choice for comfort and deception. The so-called soul-soothing quotes were merely products of the noble class to numb the commoners. Not every ruffian is Liu Bang, and not every beggar can become Zhu Yuanzhang. People always need a bit of hope, just like the carrot dangling above a donkey's head. Even if they can't eat it, they will still run hard. People need hope, but unfortunately, hope is false. It is not as tangible as that carrot hanging above the donkey's head. Sister Zhu Douluo, I think you are overthinking it. I feel that Brother Gei Douluo cares about you very much. He has never blamed you." Zhu Douluo wanted to refute this, but couldn't bear to interrupt Tang Chuan, because even if it was childish talk, it was still a form of comfort that couldn't be pushed away. Tang Chuan continued, "When you fell into the spring water, Senior Gei Douluo knew very well that the spring water would greatly harm his martial soul, yet he resolutely jumped in. This shows that he cares about your safety. Moreover, if Senior Gei Douluo really blamed you, how could he still be friends with you after all these years? I believe that Senior Gei Douluo cares a lot about Sister Zhu Douluo. Your relationship is closer than any friends I've seen. Sister Zhu Douluo, are you and Senior Gei Douluo together?" Though it was childish talk, Zhu Douluo was still very touched, as the knot that had troubled him for many years finally stirred. However, Tang Chuan was still a child, and his identity could not fully convince Zhu Douluo's inner thoughts. He subconsciously asked, "Xiao Chuan, are the things you just said true?" Tang Chuan smiled and said, "Sister Zhu Douluo, why are you so lacking in confidence? Since you've asked this question, you must already have an answer in your heart. What I want to say is just a saying from our hometown. Lovers will eventually become partners. Become partners." Tang Chuan's words surprised Zhu Douluo, and a few shades of red appeared on her face. She awkwardly cleared her throat. "Xiao Chuan, we've arrived at the room. Just pretend I didn't say that, and don't mention it to anyone else, especially not to Senior Gei Douluo, understood?" "Got it." Tang Chuan nodded obediently. "Look like a good boy." After thinking for a moment, Zhu Douluo conjured a branch of a chrysanthemum from her palm and handed it to Tang Chuan. "This is a branch of my martial soul, the Chiron Tantianju, which will greatly help you in cultivating your soul power. Take care of it. In the future, I will teach you some knowledge about soul masters and some theories about plants. You must listen carefully, or else naughty kids who don't listen will get their bottoms spanked." This spanking Tang Chuan felt too embarrassed. He took the Chiron Tantianju that Zhu Douluo handed over and pushed open the door to his single room, escaping inside. "Understood, Sister Zhu Douluo." Zhu Douluo stood in place for a while, smiling at how shy Tang Chuan was, but her hand rested on her heart. She thought, "Little Mei, can someone like us really have a good outcome?" Once inside the room, Tang Chuan didn't have time to admire the luxurious surroundings and began to think about his next plan. His golden finger was the inheritance system, and to utilize it, he needed to continuously gain the recognition of others and inherit their foundation after their natural or unnatural deaths. Since his martial soul was the Jiuxiao spirit mirror, after inheriting Su Yuntao's foundation, Tang Chuan speculated that he could even perfectly replicate the lone wolf martial soul. That would be great. If the plan went well, he could directly gather the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul, the Haotian hammer martial soul, and the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. If he could gain the recognition of Tang Chuan, Poseidon, and Qinxuanji, it wouldn't be impossible to obtain a divine martial soul as well. Naturally, waiting for natural deaths would take too long. He might be dead before that happens. Therefore, Tang Chuan could only choose unnatural deaths of recognized individuals, like Su Yuntao. Direct combat was out of the question, so if it couldn't be done openly, it had to be done secretly. For example, poisoning, assassination, using a knife to kill, forcing someone to commit suicide. Now that he was relatively weak, he couldn't use brainwashing methods to gain recognition and had to take it slow, one by one. First, he would gain the recognition of his companions, then send them to meet the true gods of the Spirit Hall, and finally erase any traces of himself. Gaining recognition was quite easy. He could use workplace tactics to easily win over the residents of Douluo Continent. However, assassination and dealing with the aftermath would be more troublesome. But Tang Chuan believed he could handle it well. It seemed that he could only start with the little geniuses cultivated by the Spirit Hall, like Xieyu, Gulaina, and Yan. Hehe, I am really looking forward to meeting you. A cold glint flashed in Tang Chuan's eyes, and a chilling expression appeared on his face. Chapter 36. Implementation of the plan. Seeking collections, seeking votes. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Tang Chuan had been at the Spirit Hall for a year. The things taught at the Spirit Hall were far more valuable than those at Notting Academy. From the history of martial souls to the techniques for using them, as well as the ability to use soul skills simultaneously. Even close combat techniques were not neglected. However, what disappointed Tang Chuan was that he had not encountered Xieyu, Yin, or Hulaina. Perhaps they were currently training with other elders of the Spirit Hall. To gain recognition, Tang Chuan was at a disadvantage from the start. His father was Tang Hao. But because he had killed the former pope of the Spirit Hall, Tang Chuan, it led to his father's death, causing Tang Hao, the Hao Yinda, to have a poor reputation on Douluo Continent. The children close to the Spirit Hall harbored resentment against Tang Chuan because of Tang Hao's actions in killing the former pope. Meanwhile, those close to other sects also disliked him because Tang Hao's killing of the Spirit Hall Pope had caused their entire sect to be implicated and shut down. No one likes a person without a sense of responsibility. However, this wasn't too difficult for Tang Chuan, as he was only dealing with simple-minded children. Gaining their recognition was still quite easy. One day, Tang Chuan finally finished preparing everything. He brought his homemade pastries to the high-level classroom of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall also had classes divided by age, and this was the Spirit City, where the main hall of the Spirit Hall was located, and all the students here were geniuses among geniuses. Naturally, Tang Chuan's target could not be peers of the same age. He had to target older students. In the classroom, Ballaroo and his companions were discussing Tang Chuan. After a year of effort, Tang Chuan had already gained Ballaroo's recognition. Ballaroo was 12 years old and had already reached level 33, possessing the martial soul dark gold Terrorclaw bear, making him one of the top among his peers. Only slightly behind the first in class, Skunda. Compared to Skunda, Ballaroo's martial soul had slightly stronger attack power, but Skunda's martial soul theory and overall strength surpassed Ballaroo. What Tang Chuan needed was a soul master whose theoretical knowledge was weaker, as that would make it easier for him to act secretly. This kid Tang Chuan's father is really unscrupulous, actually ambushing and killing our former pope of the Spirit Hall. He truly deserves to die. If the former pope hadn't died, what kind of scene would our Spirit Hall be in now? For the Spirit Hall, Tang Chuan's passing was a significant loss, and they also paid great attention to the ideological education of the next generation, especially with Tang Tian's guilt hanging over them. The Spirit Hall used this as an excuse to say that Tang Chuan sacrificed himself for the development of the Soul Master World, instilling in the children that other sects used a series of dark methods to hinder the development of the Soul Master World. After all, in the eyes of the children, the Spirit Hall, which helped them escape from a commoner's fate, was a lofty and selfless sect. As long as their ideology did not decline, and they developed a habit of being loyal to the sect and hostile to other sects from a young age, it was likely that most of them would stay in the Spirit Hall to serve in the future. Yes, just thinking about it makes my teeth itch with hatred. When that little brat Tang Chuan comes over later, I must teach him a good lesson and vent my anger. Some were indignant and thought of Tang Chuan when they saw him. At this moment, Ballaroo spoke up to defend Tang Chuan. A crime is a crime. Although Tang Hao's actions are indeed shameful, Tang Chuan is completely different from his father and has joined our Spirit Hall. We shouldn't hold a grudge against him. Someone joked, Ballaroo, isn't it because that kid has become your little follower that you're speaking up for him? Cough, there is a part of that reason. After all, he is a disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Ballaroo coughed a couple of times. Having a disciple of the Pope as a subordinate was indeed a matter of pride. People care about their reputation, and many will do things that are meaningless to themselves for the sake of so-called face. Tang Chuan, in order to gain the recognition of Barriero, treated him with utmost respect, running to him every day regardless of the situation, resembling a devoted follower of Barriero. Initially, Barriero did not intend to have much interaction with Tang Chuan, but Tang Chuan expertly grasped the youthful mindset of someone his age, and Barriero could not resist his compliments and sincere attitude of seeking guidance. Barriero still clearly remembers how Tang Chuan approached him. That day, Tang Chuan came to their classroom, his eyes searching everywhere as if looking for someone. Recently, Tang Chuan had struck lucky, having just been taken as a personal disciple by His Holiness the Pope, and he was also the son of Tang Hao, a rival of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong did not deliberately hide this. Even among the other students of the Spirit Hall, it was common knowledge. As the top student in the class, Barriero, in his youthful arrogance, certainly did not miss the opportunity to show off. He turned and approached Tang Chuan, looking down from a height, adopting an air of superiority. So you're the kid from the Tang family, the one who became a disciple of His Holiness the Pope and got lucky? What do you want? Tang Chuan nodded and asked, Senior, I am Tang Chuan. May I ask if Senior Barriero is here? I would like to consult him about soul cultivation and, if possible, I would like to train with him. Oh, how could this little brat know about himself? Barriero was somewhat puzzled, but after thinking about it, he realized that he was one of the top students in this generation of the Spirit Hall. And it wasn't strange that he was known by others through other teachers. Barriero felt secretly pleased, but maintained a cold demeanor on the surface. Oh, I am the Barriero you're looking for. How did you know about me? Why do you want to train with me? You should know that our best student here is Skandana. Tang Chuan looked confused, with a puzzled expression. Really? But I've heard several teachers praise you the most, Senior. They taught me to learn more from you, saying that you are diligent and hardworking. The fearsome bear martial soul is a rare, top-tier martial soul, with combat power that is not inferior to the blue lightning tyrant dragon. They even said that you have the potential to become an elder of the Spear Hall. Tang Chuan is indeed not lying. The strength ranking among beast martial souls generally goes like this: dragon, tiger, lion, bear, wolf, jackal, leopard. The dark golden Fearclaw bear, being one of the overlords of the Stardew Forest, has an attack power that is not inferior to that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. The effort put in after birth determines the lower limit of a soul master, while the innate martial soul determines the upper limit. The quality of the martial soul is crucial. Of course, one of the most important reasons Tang Chuan approached Baoran was because his martial soul's attack power was excessively strong, leading him to neglect the study of martial soul theoretical knowledge, which made it easier for him to take advantage of him. By using the teacher's words to depict Baoran's strength instead of his own flattery, Baoran naturally had no doubts, as he had also heard plenty of acknowledgement from teachers about himself, even believing that surpassing Scanner was just around the corner. However, on the surface, he still had to maintain his cool senior image and replied coldly, All right, since you asked, as your senior, I naturally want to refuse. Our Spirit Hall has a total of 3 training grounds. If you want to train with me, just come to the 3rd battle arena every morning to find me. Tang Chuan nodded with joy, his excited expression showing no signs of concealment. Even when he tripped over the threshold while leaving, it drew a burst of laughter from the students in the classroom. Chapter 37. Intensifying conflicts, seeking collections, seeking votes. When Tang Chuan entered the classroom, Barriero noticed the numerous injuries on him, and part of his clothing had been corroded, making him look quite disheveled. He paid no attention to his own injuries and carefully placed a plate of pastries on the table, apologizing. I'm sorry, Senior Barriero, these are the snacks I made today. I encountered some unexpected situations, which caused a delay. I'm really sorry. The plate of pastries was exquisite, featuring a half-filled layer cake in various colors, adorned with some fruit slices, making it look very appetizing. This was a pastry from Tang Chuan's previous life, quite popular in his world, so he made them himself to improve the goodwill of the people in the Spirit Hall. However, Barriero and the others noticed that 1 or 2 pastries seemed to have collected some dust. Tang Chuan also noticed this and quickly picked up a pastry, blowing on it and brushing off the dust. This was unusual. Tang Chuan usually prepared the snacks meticulously to deliver to Barriero's classroom. So why was there such a slip-up this time? Barriero was initially prepared to be angry, as this behavior clearly showed a lack of respect. But then he thought, how could the usually humble and polite Tang Chuan behave this way? He divided the intact layer cakes among his companions and took one for himself, as they had already grown accustomed to Tang Chuan's pastries. The layer cakes made by Tang Chuan were finely crafted, soft, rich in layers, colorful and delicious. The cakes, cut into diamond shapes, exuded a fragrant aroma with a glossy sheen, making them very appetizing. Now was the late summer and early autumn, making them very refreshing and delightful to eat at this time. After finishing a few bites of the layer cake made by Tang Chuan, Barriero wiped his mouth and said seriously, Tang Chuan, tell me, did you encounter any trouble just now? Don't worry, with a senior around. I can definitely help you seek justice. No, senior, please don't ask me anymore. Tang Chuan stammered, appearing as if he was hiding something from Barriero. Barriero chuckled. He knew that some other students must have caused trouble for Tang Chuan, otherwise, he wouldn't look so disheveled. However, this was a good opportunity. If he helped Tang Chuan regain his dignity, wouldn't Tang Chuan be grateful to him? After all, in Barriero's eyes, the survival tactic of the weak was to rely on the strong, and as long as the strong offered a favor, the weak would be eternally grateful. Under Barriero's insistence, Tang Chuan had no choice but to explain the reason for his injuries. It turned out that after making the layer cakes in the morning, he went to the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Academy to find Barriero, who had been helping him train. Tang Chuan thought that Barriero must be training in the soul fighting arena in the morning, and he should be able to find him there. However, when Tang Chuan arrived at the soul fighting arena where he and Barriero usually went, he didn't find Barriero, but instead encountered the top-ranked student, Skandana. Isn't that the little brat from the Tang family? What are you doing here? Seeing you so early in the morning really ruins my mood. Skandana said with a look of disgust, as if he had eaten a fly upon seeing Tang Chuan. I came to find Senior Barriero. I wanted to give him some pastries I made myself. May I ask if he is here? Tang Chuan asked timidly, maintaining a soft tone. No, get lost. Birds of a feather flock together. Anyone associated with you will never amount to anything. Wait, what do you have in that plate? Let me see. No, Senior Skandana. I can't. These are pastries made for Senior Barriero. I can't give them to you. The so-called soul fighting arena at the Spirit Hall was a large forest outside the Spirit Hall, divided into 3 areas, each containing a soul fighting arena. In the center of each area was a building where many soul masters from the Spirit Hall fought and trained, while the surrounding forest was used by students and some soul masters to test their soul skills. The place where Tang Chuan and Skandana were located was also in the forest, with not many people around. Barriero and Skandana were rivals. And now seeing that Tang Chuan had carefully prepared snacks for Barriero made Skandana very displeased. Thus, Skandana intended to ruin it and not leave any for Barriero. Little brat, if you don't give me the pastries willingly, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing that Tang Chuan was unwilling to hand over the pastries, Skandana sneered coldly, and 3 rings of soul aura rose from his feet. He was also a 3-ring soul master. Soul possession, Red Smoke Sky Centipede. The Red Smoke Sky Centipede was an extremely rare insect-type martial soul, ranked among the top of the 5 poison attribute martial souls in Douluo Continent, possessing a horrifically potent poison that could easily decompose even rocks and metals, let alone soul power. It was precisely because of this excellent martial soul that Skandana could maintain his position as the top student in the class. After activating his martial soul, a red centipede shadow coiled around Skandana's body, making it appear as though his arms were covered in legs and his face was adorned with the shadow of venomous fangs. The result was evident. Tang Chuan, with only 2 soul rings, was no match for Skandana, let alone dealing with the troublesome poison released by his martial soul. With a thud, Tang Chuan fell weakly to the ground, his body covered in wounds, and even part of his clothes had been corroded by venom. Skandana sneered at Tang Chuan's overconfidence, bent down, and picked up a piece of green cake from the plate and put it in his mouth. The texture was sticky and chewy, and it was his favorite green color. Such a delicious pastry. Even Skandana couldn't resist, and he finished all the green cakes inside. Skandana then ate a piece of milfai, feeling satisfied, and kicked the fat man holding the pastries away. Eating these pastries, Barriero isn't even worthy. To Skandana's surprise, Tang Chuan recklessly caught the pastry plate, but he had already lost the mood to trouble Tang Chuan. With Tang Chuan's current strength, he was simply unworthy of being a disciple of His Holiness the Pope. A weakling without power, he didn't even want to step on. After clarifying the matter, Barriero was furious. Although he had always been suppressed by Skandana, he couldn't completely be without the power to fight back. Now that Skandana was bullying him, could he tolerate it? You dare to insult me? He shouted. Come on, Tang Chuan, take me to find Skandana. I want to see how much this arrogant bastard thinks of himself, to disregard even me. Barriero gritted his teeth in anger, his mouth twitching. Skandana, you bully Tang Chuan, but he is my follower. How can you just bully him at will? Not only that, but you also destroyed the pastries I prepared for him. What? Have I become equal to him? So you can bully me at will? This is too much. Impulsiveness is the nature of youth. One is not truly young without being impulsive, especially for a proud genius. Facing the impulsive Barrero, Tang Chuan secretly laughed in his heart. He wanted things to develop this way. However, he said, Senior Barrero, perhaps Senior Skinarna acted unintentionally. Don't be impulsive. What if you get hurt? Barrero was furious and shook off Tang Chuan's hand, waving his arm to signal others. Don't worry, Tang Chuan. I will definitely seek justice for you and make Skinarna remember this. Let him understand that even if he is first in class, he cannot be so arrogant in front of me. Barrero. Chapter 38. The Clam and the Snipe Fight. Seeking votes, seeking collections, in a forest. Skinarna was training his soul skill control on a wooden dummy. He still did not have perfect control over his venom and couldn't condense the venom from his martial soul into arrows. At this moment, a huge rock flew from a distance. Skinarna reacted quickly, turned around, and spat out yellow-brown venom to corrode it completely. Skinarna shouted, Who is it? Get out here. Don't sneak around. It's me. A group of students approached, led by Barrero. Most of the others were just there to watch the fun. After all, in the dull training life, having a bit of amusement was not to be missed. Seeing that the incoming person was Barrero, Skinarna clicked his tongue, showing a complete lack of regard. I thought it was someone important. Isn't this the eternal second place? What was a lesson I gave you before not enough? Come here to embarrass yourself. Skinarna, do you want to snatch the pastries Tang Chuan made for me? You really have some nerve. You don't really think that I was letting you win before because I was afraid of you, do you? Ha ha, it's not fear, it's absolute terror. Barrero, you hang around with that useless Tang Chuan every day. What can you achieve? I advise you to obediently roll back. Don't seek your own suffering. Skinarna, don't be arrogant. Let's see who is who. Here, we can duel. Sure, that's exactly what I want. I'll let you know who the boss is here. Since starting to cultivate in the Spirit Hall, Skinarna had always had the upper hand over Barrero. His martial soul was also particularly effective against Barrero's dark gold Fearclaw, bear martial soul. Therefore, Skinarna had never taken Barrero seriously and even welcomed Barrero's challenge. The crowd found an open area in the forest, providing ample space for the two to duel. Martial soul possession. At the start, both of them directly activated their martial soul possession. Barrero let out a loud roar, his muscles bulging, and even his height increased to 2 meters. Skinarna's martial soul possession caused thin dark red armor plates to grow all over his body, and some floating appendage shadows appeared on his hands. Both of their soul rings were the same, 2 yellow and 1 purple, consisting of 200-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul ring. Barrero struck first. First soul skill, Dark Gold Fearclaw. The Dark Gold Fearclaw bear is a solitary soul beast with terrifying close combat ability and powerful long-range explosive power. Its strength is among the peak existences in the soul beast world. The Dark Gold Fearclaw's innate skill concentrates most of its power in its right paw, capable of opening mountains and shattering stones, making it extraordinarily powerful. The Dark Gold Fearclaw as a soul skill releases 5 Dark Gold Claws composed entirely of soul power from its right hand, excelling at breaking through defensive soul skills. An ordinary soul master would immediately use defensive soul skills to defend, but that would fall right into Barrero's trap. The Dark Gold Fearclaw soul skill had a 40 power boost and ignored defensive properties, making it best to counterattack with an attack. As an old rival, Skinarna was naturally very familiar with Barrero's methods. A circle of yellow soul rings rose, and he used his second soul skill. Second soul skill, Venom Spike. Countless venom spikes shot out from Skinarna's mouth, originating from a 700 to 800-year-old soul beast, the Venomy King. This soul beast granted Skinarna a soul skill that provided a 35 increase in soul power, with a 50 paralysis effect and a 30 penetration effect. The most potent aspect was the highly toxic venom that could corrode soul power, once injected into a soul master's body. It would continuously corrode the soul master's body until death. Clang! The dark gold claws made of soul power collided with the venom spikes, producing a hissing sound. After a few breaths, the dark gold claws were completely corroded, and the venom spikes continued to shoot towards Barrero without losing momentum. Barrero rolled to the side, dodging the venom spike attack, secretly surprised. According to usual standards, Skinarna's venom spikes shouldn't be able to break my dark gold claws, but this time. Has he become stronger? So what if he has become stronger? He's not the only one who can get stronger. This time I will definitely defeat him. The two formally engaged in battle, trading blows fiercely. The surrounding trees suffered unwarranted disasters, either being used as shields by Skinarna and shattered by Barrero, or being corroded by Skinarna's venom, completely losing vitality, with entire trunks corroded into dry yellow-brown. As the battle intensified, Barrero finally seized the opportunity and approached Skinarna. His right hand, covered in the shadow of a bare paw, slammed into Skinarna's abdomen. At such a close distance, even he couldn't evade. However, Skinarna wore a crazed expression, and his third purple soul ring appeared, indicating a 1,000-year soul skill from a 2,000-year-old cursed scorpion. Third soul skill, Cursed Venom Spike. The Cursed Venom Spike increased armor penetration by 40. Could put the opposing soul master into a state of severe poison, and also into a cursed state. The severe poison state would cause the soul master's soul power to continuously decrease, weakening their strength by 30, and over time, the weakening state would grow stronger. The Cursed Seal state generates a purple diamond-shaped seal on the soul master's chest, which weakens the soul master's 5 senses and strength. When the seal spreads throughout the soul master's body, they will die on the spot. Skandin's hands were covered with a dense layer of claws forming a gauntlet. Disregarding his attack on Douluo, determined to take him down in one strike. Of course, Douluo was not foolish either. He activated his defensive soul skill, the first soul skill, Dark Gold Armor. A stream of dark golden liquid poured out from Douluo's body, flowing like water and quickly forming a set of dark golden bear head armor around him. The dark gold armor, derived from the 400-year-old soul beast, the Diamond Armadillo, temporarily increases his defense by 50 and can inflict 25 damage reflection and slow effect on the target. Generally, soul beasts have specific tendencies, such as speed, attack, or defense. However, the dark gold Terror Claw Bear is an anomaly. It excels in both attack and defense, making it a well-rounded tank. Its dark golden fur has exceptional defensive power, while its terrifying giant claws possess formidable attack power, making it nearly invincible, which is what Douluo relied on. Don't even think about it, Skandin. Even if you were a level 40 Soul Master, you won't break through my defense. It's impossible. How could you possibly breach my defense? Douluo confidently taunted Skandin. But in the next moment, Skandin's clawed gauntlet had already pierced his dark gold armor. At the same time, Douluo's fist struck Skandin's face hard, sending him flying back, crashing through 3 trees before finally stopping. Douluo gasped, feeling blood oozing from wounds created by Skandin's gauntlet on his waist and chest. His face turned pale, and a purple diamond-shaped curse seal appeared on his forehead, with purple lines continuously extending outward. His 5 senses were also deteriorating, clearly indicating he had been poisoned. This poison was no ordinary toxin. Even though Skandin's cultivation was not very high, it was enough to be fatal to Douluo, who was also a soul master. The poison made him gradually contemplate retreat. Damn it, how could Skandin be this strong? It's simply not the power of a soul master. If I had known, I wouldn't have tried to show off. Noticing this detail, Tang Chuan quickly cupped his hand around his mouth and shouted for Douluo. Come on, Senior Douluo. I believe you can defeat Skandin. Other people whispered among themselves, discussing the outcome of the battle in hushed tones. Skandin truly deserved to be the top of the class. He was really strong, and even the second-ranked Douluo couldn't compare. Sigh, I have to say, Douluo is just too unaware of his limits. Challenging Skandin like this is just asking for trouble. Now the result is already set. Poison Douluo stands no chance against Skandin. He should just surrender. Maybe he can lose gracefully. Others felt that Douluo, who was under the cursed seal and poisonous effects, had no chance of winning, and even thought the outcome was already determined. Douluo gritted his teeth. The fact that others believed he couldn't win struck a blow to his pride. Just as he was about to retort, he saw Tang Chuan stand up and counter. No way. Senior Douluo cannot lose. Don't talk nonsense, just because you can't see clearly. Others looked disdainful, and some even wanted to take action but were pulled back by another person. After all, they had enjoyed many pastries and dishes from Tang Chuan over the past year, so it wouldn't be right to fight him. Seeing Tang Chuan believe in him so much, Douluo felt a wave of gratitude and determination to continue fighting. No, I can't surrender. This kid, Tang Chuan, believes in me so much. How can I let him down? I'm only slightly poisoned. My martial soul is the dark gold Terror Claw Bear, and my innate physique is stronger than other soul masters. I have nothing to worry about. A real man cannot back down. It's impossible for Skandin's poison to kill me. After solidifying his resolve, Douluo swallowed back the thought of surrendering and rearmed himself to charge at the flying Skandin. On the other side, Skandin struggled to get up, his face disfigured from Douluo's punch, with a few teeth knocked out and the taste of blood filling his mouth. A few of his left ribs were broken, indicating Douluo had kicked him while he was down. Skandin, who had never suffered such a loss before, was furious. He was a child of destiny. How could he endure such humiliation? Red killing intent covered Skandin's eyes, and he unleashed all his soul power without regard for the consequences. First soul skill, Poison Mist. A circle of yellow soul rings rose from Skandin's feet, and red mist began to seep from his pores. This came from a 450-year-old soul beast. The black smoke bewitching butterfly, which could increase toxin penetration by 50 and enhance toxin potency by 30, causing soul master soul power to stagnate, a very useful control soul skill. As Skandin pushed himself to the limit, the red mist rapidly spread, enveloping everyone present. Douluo, rushing into the red mist, relied on the excellent sense of smell from the dark gold terror claw bear and quickly found Skandin hiding within the mist. Skandin, this little trick of yours won't stop me. You might as well show your true abilities. True abilities? Ha ha ha. Douluo, you brainless brute. You should take a good look at your own body. The poison has already spread throughout you. When the purple lines on your body connect, it will be your death. Trash is trash. You can never defeat me. Skandin sneered, looking as if victory was already in his grasp. Bastard, I will not lose. Douluo roared, disregarding his injuries as he charged at Skandin and activated his third soul skill, a circle of purple soul rings rising around him. Third soul skill, Dark Gold Possession. Dark Gold Possession, derived from the 3,000-year-old soul beast, the diamond bear, transforms the body into that of a bear-like soul beast, increasing physical strength by 70 and enhancing the power of other soul skills by 100. After activating the third soul skill, Douluo became like a war machine, charging left and right, dominating the battlefield, while Skandin dared not provoke him. But a defensive position can only hold for so long. Skandin made a mistake, leaving an opening for Douluo, who flipped him over with one hand, and the next blow, infused with the power of wind and thunder, was about to strike Skandin. Could it be that Skandin, I'm going to fail like this? Skandin closed his eyes, waiting for defeat to arrive. But the expected heavy blow did not come. Instead, Douluo's body collapsed like a giant rock, falling to the ground, covered in cursed seals, his face completely turned purple-black. Douluo, he is dead. The collapsed Skandin instinctively retreated, his heart racing. He had killed someone? He had really killed someone. This is impossible. My martial soul is one of the 5 poisons, the red smoke sky wugong. Yet Douluo's dark gold terror claw bear martial soul is the strongest among all the soul masters in our class. Moreover, I did not even unleash a toxin strong enough to be fatal, and the curse seal could not have spread throughout his body in such a short time. Skandin struggled to rise, no longer caring about his painful injuries. Then he realized that the range of his first soul skill had actually spread twice as far as usual. How could this be? Am I really this strong? Or is Douluo's strength really just too weak? It's actually not entirely Skandina's fault. Douluo's strength has always been on par with his, and they're almost indistinguishable in power, which forces him to go all out this time. Skandina quickly calmed down. The rules of the Spirit Hall are the most severe on Douluo Continent. Murder is punished with death, and debts must be repaid. If this matter is exposed, even with his reputation as a genius, he would not escape blame and would definitely be executed. I must destroy the body and leave no evidence behind. I don't want to die. Cold sweat trickled down Skandina's forehead, his teeth chattering in fear. He needed to destroy Douluo's corpse, leaving no witnesses. In the poisonous mist, in a corner that Skandina could not see, his companion had already been eroded to death by the poison, and Tang Chuan lay on the ground, feeling waves of soul power surging into his limbs. Die, let everyone die. The feeling of power is truly sweet. Chapter 39. Premeditated in order to destroy the body. Skandina once again summoned his martial soul, releasing dark red poison that covered and devoured Douluo's entire body. The poison hissed as it made contact with Douluo's corpse, melting away like snow under the sun. However, since it was the body of a soul master, it was not so easily corroded. With no other options, Skandina could only first withdraw the crimson poison mist that enveloped the entire battlefield. When he completely lifted the poison mist, he finally saw the full picture of the battlefield, which was pocked with craters from his poison. The 6 or 7 students who had been observing had collapsed to the ground, dark red blood oozing from their mouths, clearly deep in poisoning and on the brink of death. Only Tang Chuan, whom Skandina had always looked down upon, was still barely alive, trembling as he pointed at the only standing Skandina on the battlefield. Skandina, you have a cruel heart to kill Senior Douluo, and you won't even spare us. I will haunt you as a ghost. Seeing the corpses scattered around and the still-breathing Tang Chuan, Skandina initially panicked and stumbled, falling to the ground again. But he was a genius of the Spirit Hall, with mental fortitude far beyond ordinary people. He understood that letting the tiger return to the mountain was not as good as cutting the grass to eliminate the roots. He first smiled, then his laughter grew louder, as if he had put down some heavy burden. He walked up to Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan, tell your senior what you just saw. Think carefully. Skandana, kill me if you must. But even if you kill me, I won't betray my conscience with falsehoods. You are a murderer who killed your own companion. A heinous crime that cannot be forgiven. One day you will face retribution. Tang Chuan bravely faced death, speaking with righteous indignation, causing the killing intent in Skandana's eyes to swell again. Skandana's soul rings appeared once more, his right hand raised high, his tone icy. In that case, you can accompany your senior Douluo to die. Facing the soul skill that was about to kill him, Tang Chuan showed no fear at all, even feeling like laughing. Such cooperation, being sold out, and yet counting money for others. Where can one find such an excellent child? Second soul skill, Poison Spike. Just as Skandana was about to strike, a purple-black ghost struck his chest, instantly draining all his soul power, causing him to collapse weakly to the ground. A figure of a titled Douluo appeared in their sight, clad in a black robe with a black hood, a purple-patterned mask of laughter and tears, and a body covered in white thorny armor. The newcomer was none other than one of the elders of the Spirit Hall, the Ghost Douluo. He grasped Skandana's right hand, lifting him up, then crushed his hand bones. You dare to attack the Holy Sun and slaughter your companions. You really have some guts. Ghost Elder, I just... Skandana lost his composure, stammering an explanation. Listen to me, it was an accident. We in the Spirit Hall only cultivate geniuses. And those who died were not geniuses at all. I survived. I'm the strongest genius in our class. The corners of the Ghost Douluo's mouth curled up slightly, a cold laugh escaping him as he squeezed his neck, lifting him off the ground. A genius, huh? Do you really think that just because you consider yourself a genius, I won't kill you? Ghost Law, Senior Douluo, he is dead. This demon Skandana also poisoned others. Please, you must bring justice for Senior Douluo. Tang Chuan hugged the Ghost Douluo's leg, speaking in an extremely weak voice. After saying this, he conveniently fainted. That's right. All of this was a trap designed by Tang Chuan, aimed at sacrificing the genius students of the Spirit Hall to increase his own soul power and soul ring foundation. First, Tang Chuan needed to choose a target as a tool to help him achieve his goal, which was Douluo. First, this tool could not be the strongest among all the students, because if he were the strongest, he would lose some appeal as he was used to being the center of attention and would not feel flattered by Tang Chuan's flattery, even becoming suspicious. After all, there's a saying that no one offers kindness without ulterior motives. Douluo, being the second in the class, naturally had a desire to surpass Skandana. With Tang Chuan, a disciple of the Pope, actively approaching him, under the influence of vanity, he had no reason to refuse. Second, this tool must not have a deep understanding of martial souls and theoretical knowledge, because if he were very familiar with these theories, Tang Chuan would have no way to secretly take action. In contrast, Douluo, as the second among the students, with a martial soul that was inherently aggressive, suited his combat style of simply charging in, needing no consideration of other matters. Thus, he had little understanding of martial soul knowledge, and his martial soul and soul power were also an excellent inheritance. Once these two conditions were met, Tang Chuan could proceed to the next step of the plan, which was to make others kill Douluo, someone he had gained recognition from. There were many candidates, but Skandana's conditions were indeed suitable because his martial soul was the red smoke sky centipede, one of the deadliest poison martial souls. Poison is the most common method in assassination. Poisoning Douluo directly would leave traces that others could easily detect. Using Skandana's hand was the best strategy. So, how could Tang Chuan make Skandana unknowingly kill Douluo? This involved the plant knowledge that Douluo had taught Tang Chuan over the past year, covering a wide range of topics, basically providing an encyclopedia of all plants and plant spirit beasts on Douluo Continent. Therefore, Tang Chuan could use some fruits from plants that help toxins spread quickly to make pastries, giving them to Douluo day after day, year after year. Coming from another world, Douluo, as a child, could not resist these pastries, and someone of his status would not forget to share the food with those around him. Over time, Tang Chuan gained the recognition of most of his classmates. The pastries and dishes he made gradually transformed Douluo and others into those with a susceptibility to poisoning. Even during training, under the careful control of the teacher to avoid casualties, the level of toxin Skandana could use was limited. Therefore, others could not feel any change in themselves. When Tang Chuan felt it was about time, He could wait for the opportunity to detonate, this time bomb hidden in his companions' bodies. That time was today. Tang Chuan deliberately arranged to meet with Scandina and prepared beautifully eye-catching pastries specifically for him, hoping to be chosen by Scandina. These pastries contained special ingredients that could enhance the toxicity of Scandina's poison by 5 or 6 times, enough to kill 100,000-year-soul beasts. Moreover, Tang Chuan's culinary skills in making pastries and dishes were unmatched within the Spear Hall, coupled with the secret competition between Scandina and Douluo, driven by their rivalry. Scandina had no reason not to snatch the pastries made by Tang Chuan and would definitely eat them in front of him. As for whether the remaining pastries would be destroyed, it didn't matter. Tang Chuan had backups. Next, Tang Chuan pretended to be wronged and handed the remaining pastries to Douluo. These pastries contained an ingredient that would hinder soul power, ensuring that Douluo would make mistakes during the battle. This would provoke Douluo to duel with Scandina for his own dignity, drawing others to watch. In the fight, Douluo would surely lose, and Scandina would definitely use his widest area poison skill among his 3 soul skills. The onlookers would also be caught off guard and inhale the poison mist. And coupled with their susceptibility to poisoning, this would lead to their deaths, perfectly placing the blame on Scandina. Chapter 40. No wonder Qinshu and his sick ghost Douluo had just arrived not long ago, so he wasn't very clear about what had happened here. However, under Tang Chuan's deliberate provocation, Scandina confessed to his crimes. Even so, Ghost Douluo could not kill Scandina on the spot. He needed to take Scandina to the Hall of Pope to face the judgment of Pope Bibi Dong. In the Hall of Pope, Bibi Dong sat high on her throne. Radiant sunlight shone down upon her from the dome, making her appear so holy that people dared not look directly at her. She spoke with slightly parted red lips. Scandina, you killed your companions and even tried to kill my disciple. Do you admit your guilt? Your Holiness, please let me explain. It's not my fault. Those people's strength was just too weak, and they were easily poisoned by my first soul skill. Although Scandina was forced to kneel on the ground by the guards, he felt unwilling and unjust. This world was one of the survival of the fittest. It was their fault for being too weak, so they deserved to die. Your Holiness, do you not understand this reasoning? Are you trying to argue for yourself? No, Your Holiness, I'm just stating the facts. Moreover, Tang Chuan is the son of Tang Hao, our #1 enemy in the Spirit Hall. How could his son be accepted as your disciple? A little bastard like him should be executed publicly to set an example. Your Holiness. By your reasoning, am I wrong? Not at all, Your Holiness. I was just momentarily confused and misled by Tang Chuan. Scandina, I see you are beyond saving. Guards, take him away and lock him in the death cell. Execute him publicly in a few days. Tang Chuan stared blankly at the Scandina being taken away, appearing confused and as if he had lost his direction in life. The Pope Bibi Dong on the throne seemed to notice this as well. She descended from her throne and took Tang Chuan away from the Great Hall to his secret room. She wanted to take this opportunity to draw closer to Tang Chuan, helping him out of his current predicament and making him a more useful tool for herself. Teacher, you brought me here for something? Tang Chuan deliberately acted dejected and dispirited. He also wanted to take this opportunity to test Bibi Dong and see how he could gain her recognition. Bibi Dong gestured for Tang Chuan to sit down, looking at his sorrowful face with concern. Xiao Chuan, are you okay? Tang Chuan remained silent, but a glimmer of tears swirled in his eyes, as he stubbornly held back his tears. If you want to cry, just let it out. I'm here, you don't have to hold back. Woo, teacher, Senior Ba Liao is dead. He died right in front of me, really, and I couldn't do anything. Teacher, I'm so sad. Why did things turn out like this? Senior Ba Liao was the first student to treat me well after I came to the Spear Hall. He was like an older brother to me. Tang Chuan choked up and continued to cry. Teacher, am I really not meant to exist in this world? My mother passed away when I was 2 years old, and my father doesn't like me. He even feels ashamed of me and wanted to kill me. Now, even the only one who treated me well, Senior Ba Liao, and the other friends have been killed by that demon, Scandane, because they stood up for me. It's all my fault. All of this is my fault. If I had never appeared, would these things have never happened? For a moment, Bibi Dong was also taken aback, not knowing how to comfort him. Tang Chuan stood up, took a step back, and pleaded, Teacher, please don't make me your disciple. I am an unfortunate person who is never liked or accepted by others. Everyone who is kind to me ends up facing misfortune, and I don't want you to be hurt because of me. Your Holiness, I'm begging you. What a kind child, even when in the depths of pain, unwilling to drag others down with him. But unfortunately, I'm not like you. I want to take revenge on everyone who has hurt me. I want the whole world to be as unfortunate as I am, so that I can feel a little better. Tang Chuan's experience made Bibi Dong somewhat emotional. She pulled Tang Chuan into her arms, and the immense pressure instantly made Tang Chuan feel a bit breathless. Bibi Dong could clearly sense that when she pulled him into her embrace, Tang Chuan's body stiffened noticeably. He didn't dare to move, fearing that he would lose her hug the next moment. At the same time, the feeling of hugging a child of 8 or 9 years old was quite wonderful, as if she had connected with a young life, causing her thoughts to drift far away. If she had been able to marry Yu Xiaojing back then, her child might have been this age as well. She remembered that Xiaojing wanted a son, but a daughter would be nice too. At that time, she and Xiaojing had made a promise to have a pair of beautiful twins together. Silly child, what are you talking about? How could a teacher abandon their disciple? You are not an unfortunate child. You are the teacher's disciple, the holy son of the Spirit Hall, the hope for the future of our Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong gently patted Tang Chuan's back, soothing him softly. The recent massacre of companions in Skunda has nothing to do with you. You don't need to blame yourself. You must know that you are not alone now. You have me as your teacher, your senior ghost Douluo, and your senior Ju Douluo. They all like you very much. And if you belittle yourself and do something you might regret, we would be sad too. Really? Tang Chuan raised his head, blinking his bright eyes, and asked, Am I really not someone who brings misfortune to others? Truly, you are my disciple Bibi Dong. How could you be someone who brings misfortune to others? Xiao Chuan, don't overthink it. Work hard in your training. In the future, we will rely on you to restore the glory of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong smiled and nodded. This was the first time Tang Chuan saw Bibi Dong smile. It was truly captivating, like a beautiful smile that could touch the heart, with enchanting eyes that could captivate souls, an angelic face with a devilish figure. He couldn't help but wonder what sweet words Yu Xiaojing had used to win Bibi Dong's heart back then. Just then, Bibi Dong suddenly looked in immense pain. A dark green scythe mark appearing on her smooth, white forehead. She clutched her head in agony and fell to the ground, her body flashing with dark green light. Following that, soul rings appeared, 9 brilliant soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. It seemed that Bibi Dong had been backlashed by something several times more powerful than a tidal Douluo. Tang Chuan couldn't help but click his tongue, his heart suddenly racing. He thought to himself, the situation, not good. Could Bibi Dong be suffering from the backlash of the Rakshasa god's inheritance? The Rakshasa god is the opposite deity corresponding to the Asura god, one of the 5 divine kings of the divine realm. The Asura god represents pure slaughter, while the Rakshasa god represents killing for personal grudges. In the original work, Bibi Dong underwent the Rakshasa god's test, completing it by killing an angelic descendant to inherit the Rakshasa god's position. Bibi Dong's various crazy behaviors in the original work, even wanting to destroy the world, are likely influenced by the Rakshasa god. Transforming the Spirit Hall into the Spirit Empire is an utterly foolish action. The Spirit Hall is akin to the Vatican in Tang Chuan's world, wielding divine authority. Divine authority and royal authority are distinct, with the latter being divinely ordained, clearly showing the hierarchy. As Tang Chuan pondered, Bibi Dong's expression became even more painful, her blood surging rapidly within her, her skin turning bright red. Clearly, there was an unexpected issue with the Rakshasa god's inheritance, resulting in backlash. He heard her red lips part. Xiao Gang, I want you to give our son a loud name. His Bibi Dong lay on the ground, her fragrant shoulder half exposed, her golden hair cascading down, more dazzling than fragments of the sun, like a goddess independent from the world. Tang Chuan forcibly suppressed the inexplicable impulse in his heart, instinctively swallowing hard. Actually, some things can't really be blamed on Qinxuanji. Chapter 41. Hulaina, please collect, please vote, of course. Tang Chuan would never engage in petty theft or deception. After all, the secret room door had been permanently sealed off, and he certainly did not wish to meet such a fate. Looking at his teacher lying on the ground, moaning continuously, Tang Chuan was at a loss for what to do. No. Child, Xiao Gang, don't leave me alone. Bibi Dong seemed to be trapped in some kind of illusion. In great pain, her face flushed, with tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. The dark green smoke around her continued to swell, and her 9 soul rings flickered like candles in the wind, swaying constantly. This isn't a solution either. It seems I can only summon my martial soul to try to solve this problem. On the Douluo Continent, the foundation of all civilization development is martial souls. So Tang Chuan could only summon his martial soul to give a shot. Weapon martial soul, 9 heavens spirit mirror. This time, unlike before, the 9 heavens spirit mirror martial soul did not materialize, but instead integrated into Tang Chuan's body. After merging with his martial soul, A mirror-like azure imprint appeared on Tang Chuan's forehead, allowing him to freely use the soul skills that previously required the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror. Generally, soul masters with weapon martial souls cannot activate the abilities within their soul skills. They can only unleash soul skills relying on their own martial soul. However, Tang Chuan broke this norm. This state was an ability he awakened after receiving gifts from Barrio and many other students not long ago, allowing him to use weapon martial soul skills freely. Tang Chuan placed his palm on Bibidong's smooth forehead, and an invisible suction suddenly erupted, starting to draw in a mysterious dark green aura from Bibidong. The dark green aura seemed to encounter its nemesis in front of Tang Chuan. It had no power to resist, obediently being absorbed. Even Tang Chuan, as the person involved, did not anticipate this. He didn't understand why his martial soul could help Bibidong absorb this aura from the Rakshasa god after merging with him. A comfortable murmur came, and Bibidong's complexion gradually improved. The dark green smoke no longer emanating from her. Tang Chuan, caught off guard, was pulled into her embrace again. The dark green smoke pouring in him like a stream, finding an outlet. After a moment, Bibidong slowly opened her eyes, discovering she had unknowingly embraced the bewildered Tang Chuan. Her clothes had slipped down to her shoulders, her long hair cascading, glistening with fragrant sweat. Had she been taken advantage of? Bibidong was about to reprimand Tang Chuan. But then she thought, what ill intentions could he possibly have? Could it be that her old problem had flared up just now? Ever since Bibidong opened the Rakshasa god's inheritance, she had been intermittently disturbed by the Rakshasa god's aura, falling into nightmares she couldn't face. It was like an endless nightmare that tormented her, especially since these nightmares were unrealized dreams in her reality. This led to her accumulating thoughts of slaughter and destruction every time she awoke from these nightmares, unable to accept the cruel reality. If the Rakshasa nightmares weren't resolved, Bibidong felt she would eventually go insane. Perhaps the reason why the Rakshasa god's divine position hadn't had an heir for so many years was also due to this terrifying nightmare. Torturing soul masters undergoing the 9 tests of Rakshasa day after day, year after year. Teacher, could you let go of me for a moment? I'm about to suffocate. As expected of Her Holiness the Pope, her oppressive aura was incomparable to many titled Douluo. A blush appeared on Bibidong's face as she released Tang Chuan, awkwardly coughing twice. Xiao Chuan, what exactly happened just now? Did the teacher do something strange? Bibidong actively changed the subject, and Tang Chuan smiled. It turned out that the high-ranking pope could be shy too. Teacher, you suddenly fainted just now, and scared me to death. You were mumbling about Xiao Gang, child, and so on. Also, there's a lot of strange dark green smoke coming from you, which I absorbed after summoning my martial soul. Only then did Bibidong remember what had happened earlier. During the acceptance of the Rakshasa inheritance, she would be attacked by nightmares. Although these were nightmares, they were also the most anticipated occurrences for soul masters undergoing the test, akin to beautiful dreams one could indulge in. When the soul masters awakened from the nightmares, they would feel a strong aversion to their current situation in this world. And Yu Xiaojiang, Bibidong's first love, was the nightmare she could never escape from. Xiaogang. Bibidong murmured, recalling those 2 words, her face showing a hint of nostalgia. Xiaogang. Is Master Yu Xiaojiang from Notting Academy? Tang Chuan feigned confusion and said, I remember Master Yu Xiaojiang was always messy, looking dazed all day, as if he was heartbroken. Upon hearing Tang Chuan mention Yu Xiaojiang's name, Bibidong's beautiful eyes instantly lit up, but then quickly dimmed. She thought to herself, heartbroken? Could it be that Xiao Gang still misses me? No. I remember he seemed to have had a relationship with Lu Erlong for a while, and then broke up with her, right? He should be reminiscing about his feelings with Lu Erlong. But how could Lu Erlong compare to me? She has no figure, no beauty, and her status is merely the illegitimate daughter of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's elder. Teacher? Bibidong actually spaced out, and Tang Chuan couldn't help but secretly complain, what is so good about Yu Xiaojiang that makes the proud Bibidong so infatuated? There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. He doesn't even know how he managed to say that. Even the girlfriends he found and his students are either blessed by the protagonist's halo or top-notch talents. It is possible that the master Yu Xiaojiang, who only talks big, has some unknown secrets with Bibidong, which is why Bibidong has always been thinking about him. When she heard her name being called, Bibidong finally reacted and stammered. Oh, maybe that's the case, I'm not sure. It could also be a coincidence with the name. There's so many soul masters in Douluo Continent. it's hard to guarantee that there won't be a few people with the same name. All right, what did you just say? Your martial soul can absorb the green smoke coming from me? How is that possible? To prove his words, Tang Chuan summoned his Jiuxiao spirit mirror martial soul again and then integrated it into his body in front of Bibi Dong. Look, teacher, I can also activate the soul skill of my martial soul. As he spoke, Tang Chuan used his first soul skill, mirror light, shooting out a beam of light as thick as a barrel from his right hand. Fortunately, the secret chamber was sturdy enough that even after being struck by Tang Chuan's soul skill, it did not produce any cracks. Is this the true body of the martial soul? Or is it the true body manifestation? Generally speaking, only soul masters who reach the 70th level can use the true body of their martial soul. This skill showcases the essence of the martial soul. Once the true body is used, all soul skills below the 7th ring, except for the true body itself, can be used without limitations for 30 minutes, with a power increase of 150%. Of course, after each use of the true body, the soul master's attributes will be weakened by 50% and will take 7 days to recover. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, soul masters above the 70th level would never easily use their true body. The cultivation of weapon martial souls is inherently more difficult compared to beast martial souls. Therefore, in the later stages of cultivation, the soul skills displayed by weapon martial souls often surpass those of beast martial souls. The true body of weapon martial souls is such a case. Although the true body of beast martial souls is strong, its enhancement effect is slightly inferior to that of weapon true bodies. The true body of weapon souls and the true body of martial souls have similar effects, and even stronger. The terrifying aspect of the weapon true body is that it merges the user's own soul with the weapon martial soul, consuming soul power in the process. There are also some extremely special cases, such as the weapon true body transforming into a beast soul. This special martial soul true body possesses the beastification enhancement of beast martial soul true bodies and the toughness of weapon true bodies, making it the pinnacle of martial soul true bodies. It can only occur under rare circumstances when a soul master obtains their 7th soul ring and encounters several special soul beasts, along with a stroke of good luck. For example, the snake spear Douluo from the Spirit Hall has a weapon martial soul that also contains the bloodline of beast martial souls. Although Tang Chuan has merged with his martial soul, his appearance has not changed, and his strength has not reached the level of a 7th ring soul sage, indicating that this is not the true body of his martial soul. Of course, the true body of the martial soul is not absolutely unchangeable. After years of research by the Spirit Hall, once a soul master reaches level 95 and enters the Super Douluo realm, they can use another method to manifest the true body of their martial soul. While the power does not increase, it allows them to maintain a human form for combat, which is advantageous for soul masters who are more adept at fighting in their original form. This combat method is called the true body manifestation. It can also be used at the 7th ring, but using the true body manifestation requires high mental control and can distract the soul master. Additionally, they must solve the issues of merging soul power and mental power, as well as the transformation of their martial soul into the true body. Even if they can achieve this, the duration of continuous combat would be reduced by 2/3 compared to using the true body. Whichever way you look at it, it shows that Tang Chuan's talent is truly terrifying, even surpassing a young Bibi Dong by many times. Bibi Dong herself is a twin martial soul with full innate soul power, with the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. Both of these are top-tier martial souls, and the Death Spider Emperor is one of the 5 major poison attribute martial souls in Douluo Continent. Even slightly stronger than Douluo Bo's Blue Scale Serpent Emperor, without the side effects of the Blue Scale Serpent Emperor eroding the Soul Master's body and descendants. Yet now, she feels that the future of her disciple Tang Chuan far exceeds her own, to the point that it is beyond estimation. Tang Chuan's talent made Bibi Dong consider whether to continue training him as a decoy for the Death Douluo. As for the dark green smoke that emerged from Tang Chuan's body, it was very likely a side effect of the Rakshasa inheritance, and the main reason for his nightmares. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong patted Tang Chuan's head and said, "Xiao Chuan, you must keep this matter a secret and not tell anyone. Also, you don't need to attend your previous class anymore. Other sect disciples will be arriving in Wuhuan City these days, so you can study with them from now on." "Oh, I will follow the teacher's arrangements," Tang Chuan replied obediently. After their conversation, the two left the secret room and arrived at the Pope's palace. Coincidentally, just as they stepped out of the secret room, Tang Chuan bumped into a girl. "Ouch! Where did this clumsy little brat come from? You nearly knocked me over. The girl covered her forehead, looking pained. When she saw the two of them clearly, she exclaimed, Pope teacher. Bibi Dong also recognized the girl in front of her and said in surprise, Nana, why are you back? Is that Hulaina? Tang Chuan looked at the girl in front of him. Her fox-like eyebrows and eyes, delicate as silken rain, were mesmerizing. Although she was only 13 or 14 years old, her small chest had already developed quite nicely, and her figure was graceful, with curves that could be described as voluptuous. At this moment, she was holding her forehead, her cheeks slightly flushed, with a charming pout that had a different kind of allure. 2 years ago, Hulaina, in order to break through to the soul sovereign level, found the spirit hall too dull and begged Bibi Dong to take her on a journey across the continent for training. However, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong hardly had the time to take Hulaina around Douluo Continent. Thus, she sent the Platinum Bishop Melbourne to take Hulaina, Yin, and her brother Xiaoyu on their travels. What Bibi Dong did not expect was that Melbourne had not informed her that Hulaina would be returning today. Hulaina explained, Teacher, it's like this. Not long ago, after I reached the 3-ring soul sovereign level, I went with Lord Melbourne to the Stardow Forest to hunt for my 3rd soul ring. I just heard that soon. Various sects will be sending disciples to our spirit hall for study, which sounds very interesting. Coincidentally, Lord Melbourne also had things to attend to, so he brought us back to Spirit City. And most importantly, Teacher, Nana missed you. Seeing Hulaina's adorable expression, Bibi Dong couldn't help but reach out her hand, breaking into a smile as she gently rubbed Hulaina's head. All right, Nana, it's good that you're back. Teacher knows you've become an impressive soul sovereign, and I miss you a lot too. Teacher, Hulaina threw herself into Bibi Dong's arms, rubbing against her, her face full of smiles. Teacher, I really missed you. Every day away from the spirit hall, I thought of you. You don't know, while we were training. As she spoke, Hulaina couldn't help but sniffle softly, as if trying to vent all the grievances she had endured during this time. In Hulaina's heart, her teacher was like a mother to her. The spirit hall was her home. After facing difficulties and grievances outside, returning home after a long absence, it was natural to vent her feelings. Chapter 42. Training methods. Okay, Nana, it's good to be back. You're home now. Look, during the days you were away, I took in a disciple. Bibi Dong smiled as she comforted Hulaina and introduced Tang Chuan. Little Chuan is a genius. Not only does he have twin martial souls with full innate soul power, but at just 8 years old, he is already a 2-ring Great Soul Master. Generally speaking, even the rare geniuses of Douluo Continent take at least until they are 10 years old to reach 2-ring Great Soul Master. Hulaina, now 12, was only a 3-ring Soul Sovereign, and she had also reached 2-ring Great Soul Master at the age of 10, breaking the record of the Spirit Hall at that time. Could it be that this little brat, named Tang Chuan, was even more powerful than her? As Hulaina carefully observed Tang Chuan, she realized that he looked quite handsome. He wore a sea-blue robe adorned with gold and silver threads, and beneath his sharp sword-like brows were bright peach blossom eyes, a high nose, and red lips with white teeth, giving him the appearance of a neighbor boy growing up nicely. This little junior brother unexpectedly looks pretty good. Come here. Let sister hug you. Hulaina's fox-like eyes sparkled with temptation. She had no resistance to the cute little boy and opened her arms to hug Tang Chuan. What Hulaina did not expect was that Tang Chuan suddenly dodged, seemingly showing a look of disdain. It should be noted that Hulaina possessed a fox spirit, with an innate charm, and had been a beauty since childhood. Among her peers, there wasn't a boy who wasn't captivated by her, especially her companion Yin, who had been rejected by her several times. Having always been the center of attention among other boys, Hulaina felt quite displeased at being ignored. Could it be that her charm had really declined? That shouldn't be the case. With her current soul sovereign strength, even soul ancestors should find it hard to resist her allure. This is not scientific. However, Hulaina also became intrigued. Things that come easily are worthless to people, and only what is gained with effort is cherished. A boy who could resist her charm was so interesting. She would enjoy the thrill of conquering him, and she had to make him bow down at her feet. Kid, you successfully caught my attention. Little junior brother, call me sister. A mischievous glint flashed in Hulaina's beautiful eyes as she took out a lollipop from behind her. If you call me sister, I'll give you this candy. How about it? Candy? Ah, Hulaina, do you take me for 3-year-old? Tang Chuan rolled his eyes, looking as if he thought she was silly, which made Hulaina feel quite embarrassed. She muttered, do kids nowadays not like candy anymore? Am I being looked down upon by a child? Woo-woo. Hulaina's awkward expression caused Bibi Dong to cover her mouth and giggle. She advised, "All right, Nana, don't tease your little junior brother. He's not in a good mood right now, so it's better not to disturb him." "Umph, I don't believe there could be such a disobedient little brother." Hulaina, with a defiant look, took out a sapphire bracelet and waved it. "Little brother, this bracelet is a soul guide device that can store 100 cubic meters of objects. What do you think? Do you want it? If you do, let your sister hug you. How about that?" "Just kidding. I, Tang Chuan, would rather starve to death outside than let you." "Hulaina, hug me." "Wait, is it a soul guide device? It looks quite ancient, and it can store 100 cubic meters of items, which is much better than TangSan's 24-bridge Minjiwai." Tang Chuan began to examine the bracelet soul guide in Hulaina's arms. The soul guide path was one of the technological trees he had to develop in the future. The fragrance from the girl was like a blooming cherry blossom tree, delicate and beautiful, refreshing the spirit. Hulaina, holding Tang Chuan, looked like a little fox that had succeeded in her scheme, stroking Tang Chuan's little head, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Even if you're a little genius, you can't escape from my palm. Be good, call me sister." "Humph, hurry up and call me sister." "No way." Seeing the two lively treasures before her, Bibi Dong could only shake her head helplessly, yet her smile seemed to overflow. Suddenly, she realized and covered her mouth, thinking, "How long has it been since I laughed so freely?" Months later, in the room, Tang Chuan sat cross-legged, fully immersing his mind into his body to cultivate his soul power. In the Douluo Continent, soul masters were the main profession, similar to Qi practitioners, martial artists, fighters, and cultivators. Their main cultivation methods were three: absorbing soul power, soul beast sacrifice, and plundering soul power. Absorbing soul power was the most common practice on the continent, while soul beast sacrifice was a tradition of certain families, and plundering soul power could only be done by those with special martial souls, like the scorpion tiger. Absorbing soul power. In the soul master world, most ordinary people actually follow the footsteps of their ancestors step by step. They only practiced ordinary methods, absorbing soul power through meditation. Naturally, soul power was abundant in the Douluo Continent. Both soul masters and soul beasts could absorb it. But the method of soul masters had been perfected into a system, while soul beasts relied on their affinity for natural soul power. Ordinary people in the Douluo Continent relied on regular meditation to absorb so-called soul power. Although this method of cultivation could enhance strength, even cultivating for a lifetime might not allow one to become a titled Douluo. This method of cultivation was also the slowest to achieve great accomplishments. One had to rely on the quality of their martial soul. The better the martial soul, the higher the upper and lower limits of the soul master's cultivation. Conversely, soul masters with poor martial souls had low limits on both ends, and unless they encountered a tremendous opportunity to evolve their martial soul, they would have no prospects in their lifetime. Soul beast sacrifice. With soul masters everywhere in the Douluo Continent and countless soul beasts, this land was naturally filled with countless opportunities and fortunes. A soul master with great opportunities could inherit this method of cultivation. Although it is called inheritance, it can also be seen as sacrifice, where soul beasts give up everything to fulfill the soul master. Such examples are not many. Apart from the Tang family father and son, there seemed to be no precedent before. The 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone that TangSan obtained were actually sacrificed by Xiao Wu. This not only enhanced TangSan's soul power, but also significantly boosted his strength. If there were many 100,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo Continent, this method could be mass-produced, tricking soul beasts into taking human form and then enticing them to voluntarily sacrifice themselves. Tang Chuan had also thought about this. Xiao Wu was a very good target. If he could trick Xiao Wu into sacrificing herself, then let TangSan find a way to revive her, if he could exploit the inheritance system bug, he might be able to grind out quite a few 100,000-year soul rings. Plundering soul power. Plundering soul power was generally a standard feature of evil soul masters and was not described much in Douluo, with the most famous being TangSan's 8 spider lances, which could directly absorb the soul power of soul beasts and even soul masters, merging it with their own soul power to advance. Such soul masters were known as evil soul masters, and during this period, they concentrated in the city of Slaughter. After TangSan obtained the Slaughter domain, he decisively blew up the city of Slaughter, which led to the rampant evil soul masters on the continent for thousands of years. Of course, plundering soul power also had serious drawbacks. The initial advancement was rapid, but later cultivation slowed down. After all, due to martial soul restraint, absorbing soul power from different martial souls could also cause backlash. This method of cultivation was not applicable to Tang Chuan. He had the inheritance system, which made him a filial son. Since the last time Barleon and others died, not only had his martial soul quality slightly increased, but his soul power had also reached level 30. As long as he acquired another soul ring, he could be called a soul sovereign. Chapter 43. Little Fox and Cotton Candy moreover because he recognized Barleon, who had the dark gold terror claw, bear martial soul. And his Jiuxiao spirit mirror martial soul fused with him. He had both the terrifying attack and defense of the dark gold terror claw bear. This was quite frightening, equivalent to Tang Chuan having a soul skill that enhanced himself. Coupled with the martial souls of other students, Tang Chuan's abilities were now varied, surpassing the count of 2 hands. Now, all Tang Chuan needed was the 3rd soul ring. He could also take this time to increase the favorability of Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu. They were the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, likely to become titled Douluo with ease. Their martial souls were also quite good. Whether it was Hulaina's Fox Spirit, Xiaoyu's strong attack martial soul Moonblade, or the Flame Lord, which combined both fire and earth attributes. They were all top-notch genius martial souls. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Tang Chuan was plotting his schemes, a series of knocks interrupted his thoughts. Little Chuan, are you there? Sister is here to play with you. Sure enough, the girl's voice outside was filled with teasing and temptation. Although Hulaina was only at the level of a soul sovereign now, she could already feel her charm starting to take effect. Even soul masters of the same strength as her found it hard to resist her allure. She had previously encountered some setbacks here with Tang Chuan, as her usual charm had no effect on him, which was quite frustrating. Seeing that Tang Chuan did not respond, Hulaina casually pushed the door open. Upon seeing Tang Chuan sitting cross-legged on the bed, she sat down beside him, her cherry lips close to his ear. So little Chuan is cultivating. How boring. Cultivating isn't fun at all. How about this? Sister will accompany you for dual cultivation. How about that? Dual cultivation? Cultivating together? Or some unbroadcastable segment of cultivation? Without even thinking, it was definitely the latter, especially as Hulaina took advantage of the situation, sitting on Tang Chuan's lap, one hand lifting his face, whispering in his ear, fragrant like orchid and musk. However, Tang Chuan is still a little virgin. Even though he doesn't have much psychological fluctuation, his face suddenly turned red physiologically. Finally seeing this little brat in trouble, Hulaina smiled proudly, thinking to herself, "You are still too inexperienced to play with me, sister. It seems that there's no way to train properly now, so I'll take this opportunity to see if I can earn Hulaina's approval. Hulaina, you can get off me first, and call me sister. Is there a sister who teases her younger brother like this? I don't care. You have to call me sister, otherwise I won't get off." Hulaina placed her long, graceful legs on Tang Chuan's legs, rubbed against him, and leaned close to his ear to say again, "You wouldn't have developed feelings for me, would you?" Tang Chuan rolled his eyes helplessly. Hulaina was very beautiful, but who would be moved by a sacrificial offering? He asked again, "Hulaina, are you really not coming down?" "No, unless you call me sister. Otherwise, I will never come down. I will cling to you," she replied. After Hulaina finished speaking, the air fell silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Just when she was feeling pleased, thinking she had Tang Chuan under control, the next moment, she was lifted into the air and thrown out by Tang Chuan as if she were a sack of broken goods. The painful sensation of hitting the ground made Hulaina realize that this was not a dream. She had indeed been thrown down by Tang Chuan. How could this be? How could he do this to her? She was so good-looking and had such a great figure. How could he bear to do this? Tang Chuan, who had gotten up, reached out his hand to Hulaina, who was sitting on the ground. "Get up, Hulaina. Sitting on the ground is not good for your health." "Not good for her health? Tang Chuan, you bastard. Wasn't I just thrown to the ground by you?" If it weren't for the fact that Hulaina had improved a lot under Bibi Dong's guidance and had been an orphan since childhood, relying on her brother, she would have cursed and even fought back. Considering that Tang Chuan was her junior brother, Hulaina ultimately held back but still said angrily, "You brat. Why didn't you help me up? You actually threw me down. How rude." Tang Chuan helplessly spread his hands, looking innocent. "I said before, it's you who asked me to open it." "Forget it." Tang Chuan didn't want to explain anymore. He held Hulaina's small hand, pulled her up, and said, "Miss Hulaina, don't be angry. I can make you a candy you've never had before. How about that?" Because her previous life was quite tough, Hulaina particularly liked sweets, and as soon as she heard Tang Chuan mention making candy, her interest was piqued. However, she still huffed in a Tsundere manner. "Humph. With you? You're just an 8-year-old child. How could you possibly make something as delicious as candy?" Nevertheless, Hulaina felt a bit pleased in her heart. Although she didn't know what sister meant, she felt it should be similar to big sister, both being sisters, right? Hulaina actually underestimated him, and Tang Chuan was helpless. After all, given his current appearance, he really didn't have much persuasive power. Tang Chuan said, "Trust me, I need some white sugar. Looks like we need to head to the kitchen first." "No need. The bracelet I gave you before already has white sugar inside." Hulaina stuck out her little tongue, looking very cute. When she was traveling, she also loved to eat sweets, and the bracelet was filled with many candies, most of which she had already eaten, leaving only the white sugar used for porridge. Since they had white sugar, there was no need for more talk. To ensure his secret, Tang Chuan let Hulaina go outside first. TCH, so mysterious. Hulaina's small chest heaved up and down in anger, gradually showing signs of storm brewing. The boys like Yin couldn't wait to be with her all the time, but this little ghost Tang Chuan treated her like a toy, coming and going as he pleased. What did he think she was? Not to mention she was a disciple of the Pope. Just based on her beauty, which boy would dare to treat her like this? Inside the room, Tang Chuan began to use the spirit abilities he inherited earlier. These abilities weren't very strong and couldn't be used for combat, but they were more than enough for making cotton candy. He poured out a portion of white sugar, pointed with his hand, and the sugar floated in the air. Then, a deep yellow flame appeared in the palm of Tang Chuan's hand, the intense heat melting the sugar. Finally, Tang Chuan took out a clean wooden stick, snapped his fingers, and an invisible whirlwind pulled the melted syrup into fine strands, wrapping it around the stick to form a cloud-like cotton candy. Although it was his first time making it, with the help of his spirit abilities, Tang Chuan was adept at it, and even used fruit juice to make a few sticks of fruit-flavored cotton candy. Just as Tang Chuan was about to open the door, he heard the sound of an argument outside. It was Hulaina and a boy of similar age, arguing about something. Outside the door, Yin, dressed in a red long robe and with red hair, knelt in front of Hulaina, holding a bunch of blood-red roses. "Laina, I like you. Can you be my girlfriend?" This wasn't the first time Yin confessed to Hulaina. In previous attempts, he hadn't even finished his sentence before Hulaina stomped on his face. It wasn't that she didn't like Yin. She just regarded him as an older brother, a bit like a friend, but not quite lovers. However, Yan's repeated confessions were really annoying Hulaina, and her remaining romantic feelings were quickly fading. She even started to wonder why she had ever felt a hint of affection for this boy. Truly, it was like her mind was clouded. "No, thank you, Yin. You're really a good person, but I only see you as a brother. Please don't bother me like this anymore." Hulaina politely declined. She simply couldn't muster any interest in Yin and felt more for her junior brother Tang Chuan. Sometimes, that's how it is. One's so-called infatuation is worthless in the eyes of others, even becoming a burden that is annoying. Or, to put it in a harsher way, being deeply affectionate towards someone who doesn't like you is just being a pitiful simp. A simp who gives their heart, but only moves themselves to tears, earning only ridicule from others. Chapter 44. What the heck? What does it feel like to be repeatedly rejected by someone you like? I don't know about others, but Yin should be able to share his insights. He is like his childhood friend, Hulaina, since they were young. Every smile and frown of hers captivates him. Therefore, Yan's dream has always been to marry Hulaina. However, for some reason, Hulaina remains indifferent to his confessions, even developing some aversion. Yin couldn't understand why pursuing the person he likes was such an annoying thing. Moreover, in terms of looks and strength, he was among the best among his peers in the Spear Hall. Many girls admired him, yet he turned them all down for Hulaina. Why couldn't she understand his love for her? Yin took Hulaina's delicate little hand and forcefully handed her the roses. "Laina, you must be mistaken. The language of blood-red roses is tragic love, my burning love for you. You shouldn't refuse. You know I've liked you since we were kids. I'm willing to be the man who accompanies you for a lifetime, but I don't want that." Hulaina, feeling annoyed by Yin, pushed the door open, wanting to temporarily escape into Tang Chuan's room. When the door opened, it revealed Tang Chuan inside, holding cotton candy. He still had a blank expression, like an emotionless stone. However, his words were like adding fuel to the fire. "Oh, we have a guest. Here, Hulaina, this is the candy I made for you. I'll give you one, and the rest I still need to keep for Sister Douluo and Teacher Pope. This feeling, it seems, is like cotton, right?" Hulaina held the cotton candy in her hand, poking it left and right, completely unable to tell that this beautiful, cloud-like thing was edible candy. She tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Is this cotton or a cloud?" "Little Chuan, you aren't trying to fool me, are you?" Tang Chuan rolled his eyes, set the cotton candy aside, and then tore off a piece to bring to Hulaina's mouth. "Be good, open your mouth." Hulaina initially turned her head away, looking like she absolutely refused to eat anything strange. But in the end, she couldn't resist the temptation and took a bite of the cotton candy. Isn't this just cotton? Wait, this isn't cotton. Its texture is loose and porous, with a certain elasticity and chewiness. The taste and texture are really similar to cotton. Hulaina was pleasantly surprised. It was her first time tasting such delicious candy. Chuan, you're amazing. Speaking of which, Hulaina, don't suck on my finger. Stupid. Hulaina actually started sucking on Tang Chuan's finger, completely ignoring her actions, which made Yin very uncomfortable. After all, he was Hulaina's childhood friend. How could he be outdone by a little kid? This was intolerable. Yin stepped forward and slapped the cotton candy out of Tang Chuan's hand, fiercely protecting Hulaina behind him. Damn little brat, who are you? What did you give Nana to eat? Making Nana do such things is disgusting. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. It must be said that Yan's communication skills were absolutely failing. His words instantly offended both Tang Chuan and Hulaina. With a crisp sound, a palm print appeared on Yan's face. Hulaina's hand froze in midair, angrily saying, "What? Disgusting. Am I disgusting? Yan, how did you become so annoying? Please stop bothering me." Hulaina really couldn't understand how Yan had changed. He used to be so strong-willed. How had he become so narrow-minded? Even starting to compete with a younger junior brother? She hadn't done anything wrong. She was just teasing the little junior brother to prove her charm was irresistible. As for herself, she shouldn't fall for Tang Chuan, right? Tang Chuan, although a genius who became a great soul master at 8 or 9 years old, was also very handsome and could make candy. But he was younger than her. He should mind, right? No, wait, why would Tang Chuan mind? It was clearly she who would mind. Nah, I didn't mean it like that. Yin covered his face, wanting to explain, but not knowing how to start. So he turned the focus on Tang Chuan. It's all your fault, you little brat, stirring up trouble between me and Nana. No matter who you are, don't hide behind a girl. Let us have a proper duel. I have nothing to do with Hulaina. We're just senior and junior. I'm not interested in her at all. Tang Chuan's expression darkened, like a long-dormant volcano ready to erupt at any moment. And what did you call me? You threw my cotton candy on the ground. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Kill me? Ha ha ha. You're making me laugh. You little brat really knows how to tell jokes. Don't think that just because you have a little relationship with Nana, I'll be polite to you. Let me tell you, this is the Spirit Hall. Do you know who I am? I am Yin, one of the strongest of the new generation of soul masters. Hulaina's future. The next moment, Yin was sent flying into the air, completely unaware of how it had happened. When he saw the black cylindrical hammer that appeared in Tang Chuan's hand, adorned with a golden halo, it looked magnificent and extraordinary. Tang Chuan's expression was calm, as if it wasn't him who had just made a move. He raised the Hao-Yin hammer in his hand and pointed it at Yin. I'll ask you one more time. Are you calling me a hammer in front of me? Yin struggled to get up, but was blocked by Hulaina behind him. Hulaina angrily said, Chuan, why are you so cruel? Yin was at fault first, but he's also your senior brother. Hulaina originally thought that Tang Chuan was just a reclusive and indifferent child, but she didn't expect him to have such a cold and cruel side, ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. Oh fine, I apologize. To her surprise, Tang Chuan was surprisingly easy to talk to. He bowed and apologized. I'm sorry, senior brother Yin. I didn't expect you to be so weak. You are so weak. This sentence seemed to ignite a powder keg, and the sarcasm was instantly at its peak. Yin grabbed Tang Chuan's collar, his eyes blazing with fury. You little brat, say that again. Although Yin was a sole emperor at the third ring, Hulaina still felt a lingering fear. She saw a murderous intent in Tang Chuan's eyes that didn't belong to his age, which sent chills down her spine. She instinctively advised, you let it go. Chuan is still a child. You, as a senior brother, should give him some leeway. Chuan, you should say less. Oh, so, Hulaina, you think I'm being unreasonable? Tang Chuan coldly glanced at her and handed her cotton candy. In a frosty tone, he said, all right. I've given you the candy, so there's nothing between us now. You don't need to advise me. Come on, Yin, since you're seeking death, I certainly won't stop you. Let's go. Yin was overjoyed. It was clear from Hulaina's earlier performance that she was leaning towards him. It seemed that just now, Tang Chuan had definitely done something. Damn it. He would have to teach him a good lesson later. Chuan, that's not what I meant. Let me explain. Hulaina grabbed Tang Chuan's hand, wanting to explain, but Tang Chuan shook her off. Tang Chuan glanced at her, his eyes devoid of any emotion. No need to explain. In fact, we really aren't close. Looking at the backs of the two as they walked away, Hulaina, holding a cotton candy, felt something brush against her cheek, and she wiped away the tears on her face. Since coming to the spirit hall, this was the first time she felt such a sense of grievance. In the past, even when she was in the wrong, others would quickly forgive her. I really didn't mean it that way. I'm not biased towards Yin. I just want to avoid their conflict. But why doesn't Tang Chuan listen to my explanation? Just like he said, our relationship isn't very close. But why do I feel so wronged and sad? Chapter 45, I have a Haotian hammer. Tang Chuan's residence was very close to the training ground of the Wuhuan Hall students, and since both he and Yin were soul masters, they quickly arrived at the fighting arena. During this time, Yin and Tang Chuan also ran into Hulaina's brother, Xiaoyu. Yin, is it really necessary to get angry with a child? Xiaoyu, with his silver hair, didn't quite understand Yan's behavior. After all, he and his sister were referred to as the Golden Generation by the Pope. They shouldn't have such a small temper. Filled with rage, Yin pointed at Tang Chuan and said, Xiaoyu, you don't know, this kid actually dared to bully your sister, Hulaina. It's too outrageous. I must teach him a good lesson for you. What? He actually dared to bully my sister, Hulaina? Xiaoyu immediately developed hostility towards Tang Chuan. But the next moment, he noticed that Tang Chuan looked only about 8 or 9 years old and realized what was going on. Wait, Yin, you're not jealous again, are you? How old are you? And you're getting jealous over a child. That's too much. Kid, you should leave quickly. Yin is a 3-ring soul master, and you are simply no match for him. Tang Chuan waved his hand. Is Hulaina's brother? Thank you for your kindness, but as a man, I will never back down. Besides, since he is seeking death, I won't be polite with him. This boy really has a big mouth. Xiaoyu was stunned by Tang Chuan's words. Should it be said that he is fearless like a newborn calf, or is he confident and composed? Forget it. It's better not to interfere. As long as he can save him when Yin is about to strike, that's enough. All right, no more nonsense. Yin, 32 level attack, system soul respect, martial soul flame lord. On the other side of the battle arena, Yin couldn't wait any longer and revealed his identity first. His martial soul, flame lord, is an ancient divine beast martial soul, possessing extreme fire and earth attributes. Its status in the soul beast world is even higher than that of the dark gold terraclaw bear. If it were before, Tang Chuan would have definitely backed away. But after inheriting the dark gold terraclaw bear's martial soul from Douluo and others, his soul power has also reached level 30. He is no longer the same as before. Tang Chuan stepped forward, extended his hand, and summoned his black gold Haotian hammer. I am Tang Chuan, a 30-level attack and control system great soul master, with twin martial souls, Haotian hammer and 9 heavens spirit mirror. I seek battle. Haotian hammer? In the Douluo Continent, the reputation of the Haotian hammer is well known. As soon as Tang Chuan revealed his martial soul, Xiaoyu immediately recognized it. It was indeed one of the strongest weapon martial souls in the world, the Haotian hammer. Yin, be careful. His martial soul is indeed known as the #1 weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer. Careful? What a joke. I, Yin, am a 3-soul soul respect, with 3 soul skills. With such a configuration, how could I lose? First soul skill, Earth Rift Magma Strike. Yin slammed his palm onto the ground, and the earth split open, with 5 magma columns 3 feet wide, shooting out violently. This is his first soul skill, derived from a 450-year-old magma armadillo. This soul skill carries a 40% burn effect and a 30% penetration effect. However, facing such scorching magma, Tang Chuan didn't even blink. He saw his soul rings emerge, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings, but with some purple patterns on them, and they appeared much more ethereal than Yan's 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. He raised the Haotian hammer, and the 2 yellow soul rings flickered, transforming into a stream of yellow soul power that infused into the Haotian hammer. Originally, Tang Chuan's Haotian hammer didn't have any configured soul rings. This was the projection of the soul ring from his first martial soul, 9 heavens spirit mirror. Due to the special ability of a 9 heavens spirit mirror, it could project the power of the soul rings onto the second martial soul. I, Tang Chuan, have a Haotian hammer. With 1 strike, I can move mountains and seas. Accompanied by Tang Chuan's words, he swung the Haotian hammer, facing Yan's incoming magma, giant columns. Xiaoyu worriedly said, Hey kid, don't be overconfident. You get hurt. Yan laughed heartily, thinking that Tang Chuan's actions were truly foolish. How could a weapon martial soul withstand a beast martial soul's long-range attack? But the next moment, reality slapped both of them hard in the face. As Tang Chuan swung the Haotian hammer, the air shattered like a mirror. All of the magma columns were smashed to pieces by the immense force of the Haotian hammer, turning into a sky full of flying debris. Xiaoyu and Yin were both dumbfounded. They never expected Tang Chuan's Haotian hammer to be so powerful, but to subdue demons and exorcise evil. Tang Chuan had a blank expression, as if he had anticipated this all along, and then he swung the Haotian hammer in his hand. Damn, what exactly is this little brat's background? Second soul skill, Bone Melting Frenzy. Third soul skill, Hellfire Armor. As Tang Chuan swung the Haotian hammer once again, even the three-ring soul master, Yin, felt a bit flustered. A circle of yellow soul rings and a circle of purple soul rings rose from beneath his feet, activating his second and third soul skills. The third soul skill, Hellfire Armor, came from the 800-year-old soul beast Hell Dragon Armor Beast, which is one of the third-generation subspecies of dragons. Although its bloodline was thin, it still carried dragon energy, granting Yan's soul rings extraordinary power. It could increase his defense by 60%, enhance the strength of his soul skills by 50%, and the purple-black hellfire produced would suppress an opponent's soul power by 25% if it touched them. The second soul skill, Bone Melting Frenzy, was Yan's primary offensive soul skill, derived from the 888-year-old soul beast Bone Shattering Hound. Just like the name of the soul skill, Bone Melting Frenzy would burn and corrode a soul master's defensive soul skills by 35%. Although it had only this one effect, its power would multiply as it continued to be infused with the soul master's soul power, potentially rivaling thousand-year soul skills, making it a terrifying explosive output soul skill. Roar. A beast-like roar erupted from Yan's throat, and crimson flames spewed from his mouth, resembling a ferocious fire dragon as it lunged toward Tang Chuan. The purple-black flames on his body coalesced into a spiky armor-like formation, protecting Yin from any harm and providing him with a strong sense of security. But then, command God to pluck stars. The Haotian hammer, accompanied by intense wind pressure, swept through like a storm over Lugo Lake, a tornado grinding through the colorful ravine. Before the Haotian hammer, all beings were equal. Bone Melting Frenzy and Hellfire Armor were extinguished like a spark trying to start a fire by rubbing wood together. The imperious Yin was sent flying like a broken sack, with most of his bones shattered and blood mixed with internal organs spilling from his mouth. Seeing this, Xiaoyu quickly shouted, "Show mercy." He couldn't just stand by and watch his companion suffer, forced by the circumstances. Xiaoyu summoned 2 3-foot-long moonblade martial souls into his hands. 3 soul rings appeared, 2 yellow and 1 purple, truly deserving of the title of the golden generation of the Spear Hall. Having witnessed the power of Tang Chuan's Haotian hammer, Xiaoyu's 3 soul rings flickered frequently as he activated 3 soul skills, determined to block Tang Chuan's attack. However, Tang Chuan showed no signs of giving up. He raised the Haotian hammer high once more, his expression serious, as if he were a deity judging the world from the heavens. I, Tang Chuan, wield only the Haotian hammer, capable of moving mountains, overturning seas, subduing demons, suppressing evils, commanding gods, plucking stars, severing rivers, destroying cities, and opening the heavens. No, Xiao Chuan. At that moment, Hulaina, rushing from a distance, shouted anxiously, wanting to stop Tang Chuan. Boom! Tang Chuan's Haotian hammer struck down with a loud bang, raising a cloud of dust. He retracted his martial soul and approached Hulaina. He raised 2 fingers in the middle, letting the other 3 fingers spread out, and tapped them on Hulaina's forehead. Forgive me, Hulaina. This is the last time. Chapter 46. Happy to be a little mischievous, brother Yin. Hulaina couldn't pay attention to Tang Chuan's words anymore. She rushed into the dust, frantically searching for the whereabouts of Xiaoyu and Yin. Although she felt a bit annoyed by Yan's infatuation, at that moment, she was truly frightened, scared of losing both of them. As the dust settled, Hulaina finally found her brother Xiaoyu and Yin. Yin had already fallen into a coma, but it seemed he was not in any life-threatening danger. Xiaoyu's moonblade in hand was shattered, and he still wore a shocked expression. Beside him was a large circular pit, 5 meters wide and 10 meters deep. Clearly the work of Tang Chuan. Brother, woo woo woo. Hulaina threw herself into Xiaoyu's arms. They were half-siblings, one inheriting their father's moonblade martial soul, the other inheriting their mother's demon fox martial soul. Their parents had died young, and the two had wandered in the Heaven Do Empire, which deepened their bond. Fortunately, they were awakened by a deacon of the Spirit Hall and had the opportunity to change their beggar's fate, becoming direct disciples of the Pope. Xiaoyu struggled to sit up, rubbed Hulaina's little head, and comforted her. It's okay, Nana. That little brat showed mercy just now, deviating at the last moment and didn't really go for the kill. It's just that Yin couldn't avoid this beating. Yin really needs to calm down. His temper is too small right now. But it's not a big problem. Don't worry. I'll take him to the healing hall later. By the way, sister, do you know that little brat from just now? Kind of. He's a new disciple of the Pope. Hulaina felt a bit melancholic. After all that had happened, it seemed her thin connection with Tang Chuan was likely over. Knowing one's sister better than a brother. Seeing Hulaina's dim expression, Xiaoyu realized that this little brat named Tang Chuan seemed to hold a special place in her heart. He teased her, "Sister, that little brat is quite handsome. And he's such a genius. You wouldn't have fallen for him, would you? How could that be? He's so young, and I'm so much older. How could I possibly like him?" Hulaina quickly denied it, not believing she could like her younger brother. But Xiaoyu thought differently. He stared at Hulaina with a grin, causing her to blush. She pushed him playfully, "Brother, you're teasing Nana again." Just as the siblings were joking around, Xiaoyu suddenly noticed 3 medicinal herbs in the distance. Curious, he walked over and found a note next to the herbs. "These are healing herbs. Eat them if you want. They'll be useful for you anyway." Tang Chuan left behind remarkable herbs, among which was a lotus flower with a yellow-brown exterior and a yellow-red cross-section. The leaves were opposite, with thick, straight petioles, and the leaf blades were oval-shaped, gradually widening towards the tip. From the leaf's sap bloomed small, dark red flowers with purple spots, twisted in shape and quite peculiar. This plant was the Zhuyan lotus, a top-grade fire attribute herb. Even the air around it became scorching hot. It could help fire attribute soul masters refine their martial soul flames and enhance their burning effects, potentially doubling the power of their flames, and at most, increasing it by up to 5 times. The second herb was a giant chrysanthemum, showcasing a splendid purple color. Strangely, every petal of the chrysanthemum appeared fluffy and exceptionally cute, forming a cohesive whole without any fragrance escaping. The central flower core rose over half a foot above the petals, its tip shimmering with a faint golden glow. Upon seeing this plant, Hulaina and Xiaoyu were stunned, instantly recognizing it as the martial soul of Elder Dian, the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. The Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum was a top-tier neutral celestial herb, enhancing luck and blood flow, capable of training an indestructible body, and increasing the martial soul's defensive power by 200%. Xiaoyu instinctively swallowed, knowing that while Chrysanthemum Douluo could produce the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum through his martial soul, it consumed a significant amount of soul power, and only soul masters who made great contributions to the spirit hall could receive such a gift. Now, it was placed directly before them by Tang Chuan, as casually as if it were a common vegetable, almost like a dream. "Actually, Nana, I feel that the little brat may be young, but judging by his gestures, he should be a decent person," Hulaina remarked. Hulaina shot a disdainful glance at Xiaoyu. "My dear brother, are you planning to sell your sister?" However, her attention was quickly drawn to the last herb. This was a peculiar celestial herb, with roots and leaves resembling wisteria curtains, finely combed, but at the top was a golden tulip, its rich fragrance instantly replacing the previous scents, giving off a sense of grandeur. Hulaina recognized it as the Chihuahua tulip, elegant and filled with celestial energy. Consuming, it could absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the light of the sun and moon. Moreover, it could help Hulaina's martial soul evolve from a demon fox to a fox immortal. Previously, she had only heard from her teacher, the Pope, that if given the chance, she would definitely obtain this Chihuahua tulip, never expecting it to appear before her in this manner. It turned out that Tang Chuan's previous indifference was just a facade. He truly cared about his sister. In that moment, Hulaina blushed, imagining various scenarios, such as Tang Chuan braving countless dangers to obtain the fragrant Chua celestial herb for her, or completing the trial of the Chrysanthemum Doa to obtain the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum. Little sister? Little sister? Xiaoyu reached out to touch Hulaina's forehead, puzzled. "Sister, have you caught a chill? Why is your face so red?" On the other side, in the flower bed of the Chrysanthemum Doa, it was a funnel-shaped valley with dense soul power, even forming a spring completely made of soul power. Surrounding the spring were various plants, in all shapes and sizes, resembling a paradise of flora. All the plants here were rare, and just a glance could leave a tidal Douluo speechless. A girl with orange-red hair lingered among them, wearing a white and purple long dress, her flawless face radiating peace and tranquility. She was Yuguan, the owner of this flower bed and the Chrysanthemum Doa who managed the celestial herbs in the spirit hall. As expected, this was the place with the most concentrated soul power on Douluo Continent, where the celestial herbs thrived exceptionally well. The only regret was that this was not the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, and could not produce the heart-wrenching red flower representing true love. Sister Chrysanthemum Douluo, I'm here. A boy's voice called from a distance. The Chrysanthemum Douluo smiled slightly, walking through the air to appear before the boy. Xiao Chuan Chuan, you're here? Did you hand over those celestial herbs to Nana and the others? Tang Chuan not that obedini. The previous celestial herbs were all drawn from the flower garden of Douluo by Pope Dong, in order to cultivate the 3 members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall and help them enhance their strength. Although Douluo's flower garden cannot compare to the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, it is located in the area with the densest soul power on Douluo Continent. So the growth of the celestial herbs is very good. Moreover, Douluo's martial soul is the top-grade celestial herb, the Qirong Tongtianju, which is most suitable for cultivating and ripening celestial herbs for the disciples of the Spirit Hall. Originally, it should have been Douluo who bestowed them. But since she found it troublesome, Tang Chuan, who often came here to study pharmacology, volunteered, and this task fell to him, just as Laina came to find him. Yin also took the initiative to provoke him. So Tang Chuan took this opportunity to use flowers to present to the Buddha. He didn't know what the 3 of them thought. Anyway, he didn't say much. If they misunderstood, it had nothing to do with him. It was just a pity for that Qirong Tongtianju, a very good celestial herb, quite suitable for the Haotian hammer. Douluo. A timid voice came from behind Douluo. Behind her stood a child whose gender was hard to distinguish, about the same age as Tang Chuan, with short wine-red hair, beautifully sculpted like jade. Douluo brought the child out and introduced her to Tang Chuan. This is Su Yuexin, the brightest star I discovered not long ago in the Star Luo Empire. Xiao Chuan Chuan, you should treat her well in the future. Seeing Douluo making expressions to hint at him, Tang Chuan suddenly felt a trace of mischief in his heart. He recalled a friendly line from Patrick Star when promoting chocolate, thinking it would be amusing to say it. So, Tang Chuan introduced himself. Hello, my name is Tang Chuan. I love you. The words I love you immediately made the other 2 feel awkward in place, and Su Yuexin looked at him with a strange and very complex expression. Tang Chuan did not know that his words would bring him trouble in the future. However, the current Tang Chuan just wanted to change the subject. He took out 2 cotton candies from the Soul Guide bracelet that Laina had given him. No, I mean Sister Douluo Yuexin. Do you want to eat cotton candy? I made it myself. Please have some. Cotton candy? The 2 exchanged glances, completely puzzled by what Tang Chuan was talking about, but instinctively accepted it. Douluo pouted in confusion and asked, Xiao Chuan Chuan, looking at it, isn't this just ordinary cotton? How can cotton be eaten? Su Yuexin tore off a small piece and put it in his mouth. As soon as it entered, it was like cotton fluff slowly dissolving in his mouth, and a sweet, delightful flavor spread throughout. A smile blossomed on his face. Wow, what kind of candy is this? It's so delicious. Is it really that good? Douluo also took a gentle bite. The texture was as soft as clouds in the sky, combined with the sweetness of candy. Even someone as experienced as Douluo was instantly conquered. Tang Chuan quietly watched them eat, a look of happiness on his face, but he still reminded them. It's delicious, but remember, this is candy, so don't eat too much. The inventor of cotton candy was a dentist, and his purpose in creating cotton candy was to make more people suffer from dental issues, so he could earn a lot of money. Of course, there was no need for Tang Chuan to mention this part of the invention's history. There was no need to add any dust to the image of cotton candy. Xiao Chuan Chuan, you're so mean. Why didn't you bring this delicious candy to your sister earlier? I don't like you anymore. Douluo crossed her arms, pouted, and turned her head away, looking angry. Tang Chuan certainly knew the little thoughts in Douluo's heart, and he took out a handful of cotton candy from the Soul Guide, device Lantian Riri Yushinjian. Sister Douluo, don't worry. I know you want to let Senior Ghost Douluo have a taste. Don't worry. Cotton candy is something I can get plenty of. By the way, I hope Sister Douluo can help me bring one to His Holiness the Pope as well. Dong is the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and I must make sure to please her. Don't worry. I know little Chuan understands his sister's intentions. Little Chuan is the best. Douluo cheered, taking the cotton candy from Tang Chuan's hand. After thinking for a moment, she took out a larger Qirong Tongtianju from behind her. Of course, I won't let you suffer, little Chuan. This is Qirong Tongtianju. Eating it can make you indestructible. It's produced by my martial soul and is a very, very excellent immortal herb. I'm giving it to you now. Sister, how can I accept such a precious thing? Tang Chuan took the Qirong Tongtianju, feeling delighted. But he said politely, Douluo couldn't wait to share it with Ghost Douluo, floated into the air, and waved her hand. All right, little Chuan, you just hold on to it. You two can play in the flower bed. Little Chuan, take good care of Su Yuexin. I'm leaving now. Okay. After Douluo left, only Tang Chuan and Su Yuexin remained in silence. Unable to help it, as the senior, Tang Chuan had to be the first to break the silence. Su Yuexin, right? Being accepted as a disciple by Sister Douluo, your martial soul must be quite impressive, right? For some reason, Su Yuexin's little face turned red as she spoke with a distinct accent from the Rolando province of the Star Luo Empire. Brother Tang Chuan. I come from the Rolando province of the Star Luo Empire, and my martial soul is the Annihilation Red Dragon. Please take care of me. Su Yuexin's blush left Tang Chuan somewhat at a loss. Could it be that his charm was already so strong that even little boys couldn't resist? He awkwardly coughed twice and then realized that the Annihilation Red Dragon martial soul, with such a powerful name, must be very impressive. If he could gain its recognition, that would be great. Annihilation Red Dragon martial soul? Sounds very powerful. Su Yuexin, can you tell me more about it? Tang Chuan casually asked. However, when it came to the Annihilation Red Dragon martial soul, Su Yuexin's mood became somewhat downcast. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes covering her eyes like the wings of a bird. The Annihilation Red Dragon martial soul possesses the most powerful annihilation ability, similar to the obliteration ability, which can decompose the soul power and soul skills of the opponent. Additionally, it has the ability to convert the opponent's soul power and soul skills into pure soul power, enhancing its own attack effect. The greatest characteristics of this ability are that it cannot be restrained by any attribute martial soul, and after hitting the opponent, the soul skills of the Annihilation Red Dragon martial soul will cause the opponent to expend much more soul power in defense than usual, and it will grow stronger the more it fights, decomposing soul skills and growing stronger through battle, and it wouldn't be restrained by other martial souls. Such a powerful effect left Tang Chuan shocked. With such a powerful martial soul, it wouldn't even be overshadowed by divine martial souls like the Sacred Angel. No wonder Sister Douluo accepted Su Yuexin as a disciple. You are really impressive. Su Yuexin did not respond. She released her soul rings. 2 yellow and 200-year soul rings. From his appearance, he looked about the same age as Tang Chuan, but his talent was unexpectedly outstanding. As the soul rings appeared, Su Yuexin also activated her martial soul. A dark 6-pointed star pattern appeared on her forehead, and as her martial soul was released, her body gradually grew taller. Originally shorter than Tang Chuan, she was now on par with him. Dark red scales spread from her fingertips across her body, forming hexagonal, translucent dragon scales that gradually covered several key parts of her body. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that with Su Yuexin's martial soul manifestation, her appearance underwent a tremendous transformation. Her wine-red short hair reached her waist. The originally delicate lines of her face became softer. Her waist was slender like a water snake, and her chest slightly puffed out as she said, "It is said that the Annihilation Red Dragon is the companion of the Dragon God, transformed from a rib of the Dragon God, and is incredibly powerful. However, the drawback of the Annihilation Red Dragon martial soul is that when the martial soul is used, it causes the martial soul's owner to change gender, transforming into a female. Each use deepens the degree of the user's transformation until they completely become female." No wonder Su Yuexin was accepted as a disciple by Douluo. One has a heart that identifies as female, and the other gradually becomes female due to the martial soul. It really is a lineage connection. Tang Chuan's expression was complex, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. So the Annihilation Red Dragon martial soul has such a significant drawback. But Su Yuexin, don't worry. Sister Douluo and I will definitely help you find a solution. After the martial soul manifestation, Su Yuexin's voice completely changed, becoming sweet and cute, entirely like a little girl. "Brother Tang Chuan, would you dislike me because of this flaw?" "How could I? Yuexin, you are Sister Douluo's disciple, which makes you my friend. Friends don't dislike each other, right? Don't worry, Yuexin, I will always like you and be your friend." Tang Chuan gently comforted her. Su Yuexin's face turned even redder as she quietly murmured, "Brother Tang Chuan, I hope you're not lying to me. In the future, we will take care of each other and never betray each other. Let's make a pact that lasts 100 years without changing." Ding! Gained Su Yuexin's recognition. Wait, why do I feel like something is off? After making the pact, Tang Chuan suddenly had a bad premonition. Chapter 48. Is it alright to conquer yourself? Hee. Little Mei Mei, look what I brought you. Douluo held the cotton candy and came to Ghost Douluo's residence. Her footsteps light, as if she were a girl seeking praise. Knock, knock, knock. After a series of knocks, there was no response from inside. Zhu Douluo pouted and knocked again, but still no response. Zhu Douluo narrowed her eyes in annoyance. Oh, now even my knocking is ignored. When Zhu Douluo pushed the door open, she found Ghost Douluo lying on the bed, emitting faint groans. His body was covered in blood, and his armor was mostly shattered, exposing his pale skin, which looked somewhat sickly, and his soul power fluctuation was almost non-existent. Little Mei, your injuries. Did you go to the city of slaughter again? Damn it. Didn't I tell you before that if you don't have the qualifications to inherit, you shouldn't try again? Are you really trying to throw your life away? Zhu Douluo's face turned pale as she put down the cotton candy and activated her 7th soul skill. Martial Soul, True Body. A dazzling yellow light burst forth from her, and a giant Chirong, Tong Tianju Phantom appeared behind her, which was Zhu Douluo's Martial Soul True Body. With Zhu Douluo's soul power infusion, Ghost Douluo's injuries began to slowly recover, and his originally dark green complexion gradually regained some color. Ghost Douluo slowly awakened, staring blankly at the ceiling. He knew Zhu Douluo had come and slowly spoke. Yuguan, you've come? Zhu Douluo was quite angry at Ghost Douluo's reckless behavior and said nothing, just sat beside him in a huff. I know. My reckless trip to the city of slaughter left me severely injured, and I worried you. I'm really sorry. Zhu Douluo replied angrily. No. It's my fault for coming to find you. I should have known better. I'll leave right now. My injuries indeed came from the city of slaughter, but they are not from the divine inheritance. You guess what I encountered in the city of slaughter? I encountered the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter, and his condition was very strange. He called himself Tang Chuan. Dan Jian. Could it be the Tang Chuan who was on par with the great offering Qian Daolu from the Haotian sect back in the day? Zhu Douluo knew that Tang Chuan was the sect master of the Haotian sect, a level 99 super attack type Dao, with his martial spirit being the Haotian hammer. He was known as one of the 3 unparalleled Douluos in the world, alongside the angel Douluo Qian Daolu and the sea god Douluo Poseidon. Decades ago, he mysteriously disappeared, leaving Qian Daolu, who lost his close friend, sighing for a long time. Gue Douluo slowly sat up and explained again. Yes, it's the Tang Chuan from the Haotian sect. He is enveloped by the powers of 2 divine Douluos. One is the aura of the Azura god that resides in the city of slaughter, and the other is the inheritance of the Rakshasa god hidden deep within the city of slaughter. It seems that the Rakshasa god intervened in Tang Chuan's Azura god trial, causing him to lose his sanity and become the king of slaughter in the city of slaughter. Saying this, Gue Douluo reached out his hand, revealing a dark green mark in his palm. It's not that I didn't gain anything throughout this process. This is the mark of the Rakshasa god inheritance trial I obtained while battling Tang Chuan. Moreover, because I am a title Douluo and completed the 1st and 2nd trials of the Rakshasa 9 tests, my 9th soul skill has evolved from 90,000 years to 100,000 years, reaching level 96. In contrast to Gue Douluo's optimism, Zhu Douluo was worried and said, but even the level 99 limit Douluo Tang Chuan has fallen into the hands of the Rakshasa god. What about you, Xiaomei? For safety's sake, should we find a way to remove this Rakshasa god mark? No. Upon hearing the suggestion to erase the inheritance mark, Gue Douluo shook his head and pulled Zhu Douluo into his embrace. You Egguan, you know I need this power. I have entered the city of slaughter multiple times to obtain the Azura god's inheritance and change our fate. However, I have always had no success. This time, it is truly not easy to gain the Rakshasa god's favor, and I absolutely cannot give up. Have you forgotten how the Spirit Hall and the Elder Hall look at us? Zhu Douluo did not struggle. He knew the relationship between himself and Gue Douluo, which was looked down upon by the world. Only unparalleled power could gain the recognition of others. But I'm really worried about you. Besides you, I have nothing left. Gue Douluo comforted softly. Don't worry, I have a plan. For our future, taking some risks is nothing. This matter must be kept confidential. After all, Lord Qian Daolu still has a negative attitude towards the deities of the city of slaughter, as does Lord Bi Dong. Xiaomei, go ahead and do what you need to do. I will always support you. By the way, do you want to eat cotton candy? Cotton candy? A few days later, Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin all consumed the celestial herb gifted by Tang Chuan, and their soul power made rapid progress. Hulaina's martial spirit evolved from the demon fox to the fox immortal, and her soul power broke through several levels, advancing from a 3-ring soul zone to level 40. As long as she obtains another 1,000-year soul ring, she can become a 4-ring soul zone. Although Xiaoyu's martial spirit did not change, the quality of his moon blade became sharper and harder, and his soul power reached level 38. making it only a matter of time before he becomes a 4-ring soul zone. Yin also underwent significant changes after refining the Zhu Yin Lotus. Not only did his soul power reach level 37, but his Fire Lord's fire attribute also successfully transformed into ultimate fire. Unless faced with a martial spirit of ultimate water, no one could extinguish his flames. Having received help, Seiyu thought about letting Hulaina thank Tang Chuan, as she had received such great benefits, and it would be impolite not to express gratitude. However, Hulaina had been hitting walls these past few days. She couldn't even get past Tang Chuan's door, and his tone was very cold, which frustrated her. Could it be that Tang Chuan is really angry with me? I'm so cute, so beautiful, so charming. You shouldn't be mad at me, right? But I really want to help Tang Chuan because Yin has a bad temper and is already a soul zone. Hulaina was worried that Tang Chuan would get hurt, which is why she said what she did. Did he really misunderstand and think I was favoring Yin, which is why he is cold to me? I'm a girl. How can I apologize to a boy? But looking at Tang Chuan's expression, he really looks very angry. What if he really doesn't forgive me? Even if I want to apologize to Tang Chuan, he won't even let me in the door. How can I apologize? Hulaina stomped her foot in frustration. Damn it. That little brat Tang Chuan. Why won't he give me a chance to explain? I'm a disciple of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and soon to be the Saintess of the Spirit Hall. I'm so beautiful. Why won't he? Why won't he forgive me? In the end, the angry Hulaina decided to go find her teacher, Bibi Dong, to complain. She couldn't stand this grievance. Boo-hoo, teacher, I'm so sad. While discussing matters with Zhu Duo, Bibi Dong ruffled Hulaina's head and asked curiously, What's wrong, Nana? Who has the audacity to bully you? Hulaina buried her face in Bibi Dong's embrace and whimpered. It's Tang Chuan. He bullied me. I already apologized, but he still won't forgive me. After hearing Hulaina's account, Bibi Dong understood the situation. She didn't expect Tang Chuan's strength to have become so strong that he could explode Yin with just a Haotian hammer martial spirit. Truly worthy of the Haotian hammer. Seeing Hulaina's aggrieved appearance, Bibi Dong teased. Nana, with that pitiful look of yours, could it be that you've fallen for little Chuan? Haha, that would be nice. Both of you are my disciples, and if you two get together, it would be a blessing for the Spirit Hall. No. Teacher, you must be mistaken. How could I ever think about marrying Tang Chuan and having little babies? Hulaina's face instantly turned red, and she quickly waved her hands to deny it, looking as if she was afraid her secret would be exposed. Hulaina's reaction made Zhu Duo and Bibi Dong cover their mouths and chuckle. Even having babies came to mind. How interesting. Then, Zhu Duo glanced at Hulaina with some envy. Having someone you like and possibly receiving others' blessings is truly wonderful. Bibi Dong explained, Nana, don't think too much. He should not be blaming you. Here's the thing. A close friend of little Chuan was killed by his companion, and he couldn't do anything about it. Ever since then, his personality has become somewhat cold and even a bit reclusive. If you can help him resolve the grievances in his heart, that would be the best. Really? He's really not angry with me? Hulaina's voice was filled with surprise, even exuding a sense of cheer and excitement. Yes. Bibi Dong nodded and continued. Little Chuan is actually a good person. It's just a pity that his background is very tragic. His biological father is the violent Tang Hao who killed the former pope. Because little Chuan wanted to join the Spirit Hall, his father even tried to kill him. If it weren't for the presence of the Ghost Elder, he might have lost his life. After joining the Spirit Hall, he finally found a true friend. But he could only watch helplessly as his friend was killed by his companions, unable to do anything. Now he has built a high wall in his heart, unwilling to let anyone through. Nana, you're little Chuan's senior sister, so I hope you can help him step out of his previous shadows. If I can help him overcome his shadows, will he like me then? What is Tang Chuan like? Although they have spent some time together, he is completely different from Yin and the other boys. Tang Chuan is just a fool who cannot see his own charm, and he definitely doesn't seek praise or compliments like others do. His attitude is the coldest I have ever encountered. My allure has no effect on him at all. He is like a cold, hard piece of granite, and I only end up feeling frustrated around him. Sometimes, when I get really upset, I even think about ignoring him completely. But the more I avoid him, the more my heart races. What kind of person is Tang Chuan? Hulaina felt that she couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. Why was he so indifferent to her, yet so considerate? He would make candy to make her happy, drape his coat over her, and search for rare herbs for her. Cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Tang Chuan, why do you neglect me while also being so nice to me? Ugh, what am I thinking? P.S. Just a kid who isn't even grown up yet. Why would I be interested in him? Despite Hulaina's inner thoughts, a flicker of excitement emerged in her heart. Every move he made, every expression he had seemed to attract her. Does he like me? Otherwise, Why would he make me cotton candy? And if he didn't tea like me, how would he know that my martial soul needed the exquisite fragrance of rare herbs to evolve? He must like me, yes, that's right. In the room, Tang Chuan suddenly sneezed and thought to himself, what is going on? Is someone talking bad about me behind my back? At that moment, a series of mechanical prompts sounded again. Congratulations, host, you have gained Hu Laiina's recognition. Tang Chuan didn't find it strange, and even had anticipated it. He touched his nose, realizing that girls really could conquer themselves. Hu Laiina paced back and forth, sometimes covering her face, sometimes showing an annoyed expression, which reminded Bibi Dong of her younger self, who had fallen deeply in love. It seemed that Hu Laiina indeed had some feelings for Tang Chuan, and her affection had already taken root. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the door to Tang Chuan's bedroom was kicked open. The girl stood in the doorway, with the bright sunlight outside shining on her, as if she were coated in a layer of golden light, dazzlingly beautiful. Hey, that's my door. Hu Laiina, you little bandit, you little rogue. Tang Chuan's face, usually calm as a still pond, rarely showed a hint of change, now displaying an indescribable panic. He recalled a story he had read in a comic book about a down-and-out scholar who encountered a female bandit on horseback in the mountains, who reached out her hand to him as if it were destiny. What reason did he have to refuse? A female bandit? Hu Laiina was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a mischievous smile, suddenly pouncing on Tang Chuan and pinning him down on the bed. Her long, beautiful legs pressed down on his arms, her whole body on top of him, slowly lowering her head. Since you say I'm a female bandit, a rogue, then a rogue should do what a rogue does. Aren't you quite arrogant? Aren't you a genius? Didn't you ignore me? Today, I want to see what kind of waves you this little genius can stir up in my hands. The distance between them grew smaller, and Tang Chuan could even see the eyelashes in Hu Laiina's eyes, the scent of youth wafting from her, as if someone were teasing him with a feather. Hey, didn't you say you wouldn't forgive me? Since you won't forgive me, I'll act like a rogue. If I can't have your heart, then I'll have your body. Hu Laiina's fragrant tongue glided over her red lips, reaching towards Tang Chuan's collar, slowly unbuttoning his shirt. A forced fruit isn't sweet, but it can quench your thirst. No, I don't want to. Let me see, Xiao Chuan, don't be shy. The two locked eyes, their reflections mirrored in each other's pupils. At that moment, it felt as if the world had quieted down, leaving only the two of them looking at each other. All right, I forgive you, Nana. Please get off me. In the end, it was Tang Chuan who couldn't hold back first. This plot was wrong. How could he be pushed down by this little girl, Hu Laiina? This couldn't continue. If it went on, it would be unbroadcastable. Chapter 49. Xialing's trouble, just as Hu Laiina was about to get up. A sudden scream came from outside the door. Ah, brother Tang Chuan, you are. Hu Laiina was startled. Her hand that was propping herself up slipped, and her whole body pressed against Tang Chuan, her red lips landing on his in his shocked expression. Ah. After pushing Hu Laiina away, Tang Chuan quickly created distance, looking as if he had been sullied. Pointing at Hu Laiina, he stammered, Why, you rogue? Hu Laiina, pushed away, stood frozen in place, unable to process how she had accidentally kissed Tang Chuan. The feeling just now seemed quite nice. Tang Chuan's lips were soft and warm. Wait, this was her first kiss. It was meant to be saved for her beloved man. What should she do now? Tang Chuan, you rogue, go die. Hu Laiina finally reacted, slapping Tang Chuan's face, then following up with a kick aimed at his lower region, causing him to collapse to the ground in intense pain. Hu Laiina, why you? Tang Chuan covered his lower body in agony, the pain crashing against his nerves like a tidal wave, while Hu Laiina had already stormed out, slamming the door behind her. This little girl was too bad, acting like a rogue, and wanted to leave him childless. Brother Tang Chuan, are you all right? Tang Chuan raised his head, and a delicate face appeared in his line of sight. It turned out to be Su Yuexin looking for him. He struggled to stand up and sat on the bed. Oh, it's you, Yuexin. What brings you here? Su Yuexin also sat down, leaning closer to Tang Chuan, hesitating before asking, Brother Tang Chuan, what happened just now with that beautiful sister? Why did she hit you? It was an accident, of course, Tang Chuan replied. I'm not some copper alchemist. How could I possibly take action against a minor girl? If it were teacher Bibi Dong. Wait, that seems a bit off topic. After some explanations, Su Yuexin finally understood the context. It turned out that the scene earlier had happened because of her. She awkwardly scratched her head and apologized. I'm sorry, Brother Tang Chuan. It's all my fault. So, that sister Hu Laiina isn't your girlfriend, right? Yeah, what are you thinking? Tang Chuan ruffled Su Yuexin's wine-red short hair and scolded. At your age, you should be thinking about how to cultivate more effectively, not about love and relationships. That's all fake, and you can't grasp it. However, when Su Yuexin heard that Hu Laiina wasn't Tang Chuan's girlfriend, her mood visibly brightened. She pondered for a moment and asked, then, Brother Tang Chuan, do you like Ulaina? Also, do you have someone you like now? Huh? Why is Yuexin suddenly asking me these questions? Tang Chuan thought, today's kids really are precocious, wanting to date at 8 years old. That's why she came to consult him. He thought for a moment and replied earnestly, as for Hulaina, I might like her a little bit. Anyway, I don't dislike her. As for people I like, there are many, like Teacher Bibi Dong, you, and our other companions in the Spear Hall. Yuexin, you're still young. There's no rush for love. Do you already have someone you like? Maybe, Su Yuexin stammered in response. Oh, thinking it through, Yuexin, you're so good-looking. You must not have trouble with girls pursuing you. At that moment, Su Yuexin suddenly noticed a sky-blue coat hanging on the wall and casually said, Brother Tang Chuan, my bedroom is so cold. Can you? Oh, wait a minute. Without thinking much, Tang Chuan took down the coat from the wall and draped it over Su Yuexin's shoulders. This is my coat. I've worn it a few times, so I hope you don't mind. Su Yuexin was a bit delighted and waved her hands, saying, It's fine, Brother Tang Chuan. I don't mind. By the way, I'm leaving now. Oh, okay. As Su Yuexin was leaving, Tang Chuan wondered if he was seeing things, as he seemed to see flickering light and shadow around her, revealing a feminine figure for a few seconds. The next day, Tang Chuan had just woken up when he saw Ghost Douluo sitting by his window. He said nothing, just quietly watched him, as if he had always been there and would continue to be there in the future. Senior Ghost Douluo, may I ask what the matter is? Upon hearing Tang Chuan call him, Ghost Douluo finally spoke. Xiao Chuan, your soul power has reached level 30. So His Holiness the Pope will take you to the Stardo Forest today to help you hunt for your third spirit ring. Hunting for the third spirit ring? That's indeed a good idea. The usually indifferent Ghost Douluo broke his usual demeanor and took the initiative to ask, Xiao Chuan, I heard that Nana kissed you yesterday. Is that true? Is this the saying that good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles? Tang Chuan not that how There was nothing to explain. It felt like any unexpected words would be hard for Ghost Douluo to believe. Nana is a good girl. You should treat her well. Ghost Douluo advised. Tang Chuan just nodded, suddenly realizing what the expression on Ghost Douluo's face meant, as if he was giving away a daughter. He quickly waved his hand. Oh, no. That was an accident. An accident, Senior Ghost Douluo. Don't worry, I understand. Tang Chuan. Upon arriving at the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong had been waiting there for a long time, dressed in the white papal robes of the Spirit Hall. This time, she wasn't wearing the papal crown, but instead let her golden, satin-like hair flow freely down her back. I heard, Xiao Chuan, that you've been kissed by Nana. Bibi Dong immediately asked such a question, leaving Tang Chuan feeling a bit awkward. Has this made the news? It seems like everyone in the Spirit Hall knows. Bibi Dong patted Tang Chuan's head. If you really like her, then you mustn't let go. No matter what you face, don't let go of Nana's hand. Got it. Tang Chuan nodded, unsure how to explain that he had taken Hulaina's first kiss, making it hard to clarify. Bibi Dong clearly thought of Yu Xiaojing. After she broke up with him, he went back to seclude himself in despair, not caring whether she was forced or sincere. It felt like Yu Xiaojing had the protagonist script. Bibi Dong wants to break up with me. Sob, I'm depressed, goodbye. After a few years, he finally came out of it, only to find that his girlfriend, Lu Erlong, was his cousin. Sob. Once again he packed up and left, leaving Lu Erlong, a weak woman, to face the world's disdain, disheveled in the wind. Let's go. Douluo Continent has 2 large soul beast forests. One is the Sunset Forest, and the other is the Stardo Great Forest. Compared to the Sunset Forest, the Stardo Great Forest is not only much larger in area, but also has many differences. The Sunset Forest is located in the central region of Tiando and is the largest soul beast forest in that area. It belongs to the Cold Belt, with most of its flora being temperate plants. Except for the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye, the entire Sunset Forest lacks tropical plants. In contrast, the Stardo Great Forest is located in the central part of Douluo Continent, belonging to the tropical zone, with temperatures significantly higher than those in the Sunset Forest. This results in more plants that are unique to the southern tropical climate. Tropical plants create a denser, more humid atmosphere, while temperate plants feel fresher but lack the density of tropical ones. Therefore, moving through the forest is much more difficult in the Stardo Great Forest than in the Sunset Forest. However, some special soul beasts generally prefer the temperate forest of the Sunset Forest. The Stardo Great Forest, on the other hand, has the most 10,000-year soul beasts and even more 10,000-year soul beasts, essentially meeting all soul masters' needs, which makes the soul beasts there more ferocious and hostile towards soul masters. Ghost Douluo let out a low roar, and immediately, A rich blue-purple light burst forth from his body, with a powerful aura rapidly spreading outward. The low-level soul beasts lurking nearby panicked and scattered in all directions. This is the effect of a 10,000-year soul skill. The soul skill used by Ghost Douluo comes from a 10,000-year ghost lion. Most of the outer soul beasts, which are mostly of 10-year level, were suddenly frightened by the ferocity of the 10,000-year soul beast, and it would be strange if they didn't run away. This greatly saved them trouble. After Bibi Dong and Tang Chuan entered the Douluo Great Forest, they quickly moved forward in a straight line, gradually deepening into the outskirts. With the pressure from Ghost Douluo's soul rings, the three of them walked for an hour without encountering any soul beast attacks. Xiao Chuan, what type of soul ring do you want? You can choose soul beasts based on your needs, Bibi Dong said, appearing much more cheerful than before. Tang Chuan was just about to speak when a flash of light appeared not far away, and a figure silently emerged on a branch about 30 meters away from them. It was a small raccoon cat, its entire body covered in dark blue-black fur, but its eyes were a reddish-purple, exuding a fierce light. The dark blue-black fur was uneven, faintly resembling tiger stripes. This raccoon cat was only about 2 feet long, yet it brought significant pressure to Tang Chuan. The creatures living in the Douluo forest were all soul beasts, and from its speed and aura, it could be discerned that this was at least a 1,000-year level soul beast. This was a tiger demon cat, a highly aggressive soul beast. Judging by its already dark blue-black fur, its cultivation level was at least over 2,000 years. If its fur turned black with blue patterns resembling a halo, it would be a 10,000-year tiger demon cat. From the perspective of a soul master, the tiger demon cat could be classified as an agility attack type. Known for its strong offensive power, under the guidance of Zhu Duo, Tang Chuan was well acquainted with the soul beasts of the Douluo forest, and upon seeing the tiger demon cat, he immediately recognized its origin. Tang Chuan continued, however, it's strange. With the pressure of a 10,000-year soul ring, why would this tiger demon cat attack us? This is really puzzling. Bibi Dong nodded, feeling the same confusion. Although she had restrained her soul power, it shouldn't be the case that any random creature would dare to offend her, right? Zhu Duo smiled and clapped her hands. Xiao Chuan, you recognize the tiger demon cat at a glance. That's really impressive. Next, leave it to me. Let me teach this naughty cat a lesson. Just as they were talking, the tiger demon cat pounced like a blue lightning bolt, and its first target was not Bibi Dong, not Ghost Douluo, and certainly not Zhu Duo, but the center of the group, Tang Chuan. The demon in tiger demon cat refers to its dual attributes of wind and darkness, which is one of the key reasons for its powerful attack. Its 2 front claws shot out, and a layer of not so bright but ripple-like halo emanated from its dark blue-black fur. Additionally, the tiger demon cat had small wings that couldn't fly, but they helped it change direction quickly while moving at high speed, allowing it to swiftly pounce towards Tang Chuan. 5th soul skill, Hurricane Sky. Zhu Duo calmly pointed her finger, and countless golden chrysanthemum petals gathered from all directions, forming a 10-zhong-high hurricane. In an instant, the attack was over. There was nothing more to say. As the hurricane dissipated, the tiger demon cat's body fell heavily from mid-air, forming a rich purple soul ring. Zhu Duo smiled helplessly sorry. Xiao Chuan, I didn't expect the little cat to be so weak. I hit a bit hard. It's fine. I want to pursue the control system. So this time I'm looking for a spiritual type soul beast to add a spiritual soul ring for myself. Tang Chuan explained, not taking it to heart. Soul masters are mainly divided into 4 categories: control system, support system, assault system, defense system, and agility system. Among them, the control system is the most complex in the soul master profession because it requires controlling the battlefield. Therefore, heroes of the control system are generally the leaders of the entire team. Choosing a profession is very important for soul masters. Bibi Dong said, Xiao Chuan, are you really determined to choose the control system? This is a matter that concerns your entire soul master career. It cannot be taken lightly. Don't decide easily. In fact, Tang Chuan couldn't be considered a pure control system. He was a twin martial soul and also possessed the number 1 weapon martial soul, the Haotian hammer, which allowed him to be a strong assault system as well. But think about it. If you play the role of a control mage in the team, the opponents would pay a huge price to cut you off. When they finally reach you, Tang Chuan could directly switch to heavy armor. And with one swing of the Haotian hammer, he could send them flying. How desperate would the opponents feel? Yes, I made up my mind. Teacher, I want to choose the control system. Tang Chuan nodded. Since Tang Chuan had expressed his intention, Bibi Dong naturally wouldn't interfere with her disciple's choice. She thought for a moment. Elder Ghost, Elder Zhu, please help Xiao Chuan find a soul beast called the Purple Spirit Beast. This type of soul beast is a rare spiritual type soul beast in the Douluo Forest, and it would be perfect for Xiao Chuan's third soul ring. Purple spirit beast? Ghost Douluo repeated, pondering. Douluo squinted and smiled. Don't worry, with my Chirong Tang Tianju here. Finding a soul beast in the Douluo Forest is a piece of cake. After saying that, Douluo stepped on the ground, and a powerful golden soul power spread out, transforming most of the blue-silver grass on the ground into Chirong Tang Tianju. Chapter 50. Shouldn't you be stealing the princess? In the end, a soul beast that was entirely dark purple was thrown in front of Tang Chuan by Douluo. It looked somewhat like a wolf and a bit like a fox, but it was even smaller than an ordinary fox. Apart from its striking dark purple fur, its somewhat collapsed nose and very small eyes made it appear somewhat lewd, especially its short front legs, which almost had no ability to support its body. Is this the soul beast? It looks like it should be around 2,000 years old, quite suitable for Xiao Chuan. After checking out, Bibi Dong said with slight joy, exactly, this is the soul beast. The purple spirit beast is a pure spiritual type soul beast, and it has a high chance of carrying a spiritual soul ring. Xiao Chuan, why don't you give it a try? Tang Chuan nodded, summoned his 9 heavens spirit mirror martial soul, and then fused the martial soul into his body. With a casual use of his first soul skill, he easily took the life of the purple crystal beast. A circle of pitch-black soul rings quietly rose from its head. Tang Chuan hurriedly sat cross-legged in front of this 1,000-year soul beast, channeling his soul power to draw the purple soul ring to himself. The purple soul ring slowly merged into Tang Chuan's body, transforming into a rich soul power that infused his entire meridian system, altering his body. Tang Chuan felt a surge of immense spiritual power enter his body with the soul ring, entering his sea of consciousness. Originally, his azure sea of consciousness was small and shriveled, but with the infusion of this spiritual power, its volume expanded tenfold. At the same time, as he added another soul ring, the color of the 9 heaven spirit mirror changed to orange, becoming even clearer than before. Finally, having fused the third soul ring, the soul power Tang Chuan had accumulated during this time erupted completely with the breakthrough of his bottleneck, instantly reaching level 35. So, Xiao Chuan, what kind of soul skill did you get? Douluo leaned over with a curious look. Tang Chuan absorbed the soul ring, stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then spoke. My third soul skill is indeed a mental type soul skill called 9 Heaven Shattering Spirit Strike. It can shoot out a mental shock through my eyes, causing 70 of my maximum soul power as mental damage to hostile soul masters, weakening them by 30, and instilling a brief fear effect on soul masters with lower mental power than mine. It can be said that it can basically instill fear in all soul masters of the same rank. Oh, Xiao Chuan, your newly acquired soul skill is amazing. Yeah, Xiao Chuan, not bad. No vendroe my disciple, Bibi Dong. Douluo and By Dong also praised him. Douluo suddenly became alert and reminded everyone, be careful, something is coming. This kind of soul wave, it seems, is it? Is it really it? The other two instantly reacted, recognizing that this familiar aura could only belong to it without a doubt. Tang Chuan looked very confused, wondering what it was. Just then, the direction where Douluo was staring suddenly revealed 2 tall trees slowly parting, and a massive figure quietly emerged from there. Upon seeing this behemoth, Tang Chuan felt as if his breath had stopped, and he finally understood what Douluo was worried about. It was a presence as imposing as a mountain, with jet black fur shimmering faintly under the dim light of the stars and moon. Although it was on all fours, its shoulder height definitely exceeded 7 meters. If it stood upright, its height would likely surpass 15 meters. From the outside, it resembled a creature that was both ape-like and gorilla-like. Its entire body pitch black except for its lantern-sized eyes that sparkled with a yellow crystal-like gleam. In the darkness of night, one could hardly see its body unless it was moving. This giant's physique was incredibly robust, almost to an unbelievable extent. Not only was its body massive, but every part was covered in muscles more terrifying than granite, bulging like small hills. Yet, such a colossal creature moved without making any sound. Even its breathing was silent, which was truly frightening. Indeed, it was Godzilla's arch-nemesis, the King Kong of Skull Island. Wait, the King Kong of Skull Island seemed to be busy getting a nuclear test done for Godzilla, so this couldn't be King Kong. Therefore, the identity of this giant ape became clear. Yes, it was you, the great ape form of Kakarot. Bibi Dong spoke heavily. It's actually the king of the forest, the Titan great ape. How did it come here? It turned out that this giant ape was not cockroach, ahaha. Tang Chuan rubbed his nose, looking somewhat embarrassed. The Titan great ape appearing in any soul beast forest was undoubtedly a dominant presence. No soul beast dared to offend it, as the outcome would inevitably be death. Even a Titan great ape of just 100 years could contend with other 10,000-year soul beasts, such as the 10,000-year blue silvergrass and 10,000-year softbone rabbit. They possessed unparalleled strength and speed, with attacks and defenses that had almost no flaws. Most terrifying of all, they could unleash skills similar to soul techniques. No one knew what the true skills of the Titan great ape were, because those who had seen these skills had already died. Similarly, while both are 10,000-year soul beasts, their strengths are drastically different due to their inherent attributes. The Titan great ape is clearly one of the few soul beasts standing at the top of the pyramid among all soul beasts. The terror it brings is almost a nightmare for all soul masters. Countless soul masters have coveted the Titan great ape's power, hoping to kill it for its soul ring. But most of those who had such thoughts and attempted to realize them have disappeared from this world. Of course, humans are a species that press on regardless of setbacks. Difficulties do not make them yield, and dangers do not make them bow down. This has also led to many Titan great apes being hunted, with the Haotian sect being the most notorious for it. This is because the soul rings provided by the Titan great ape are predominantly power type, which are most suitable for the Haotian hammer. Among Tang Hao's 9 soul rings, it seems that 6 or 7 are from Titan great apes. Not only is the Titan great ape powerful, but it also possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. In the forest, it is the absolute king. Tang Chuan pursed his lips. A pure power-type soul beast of 100,000 years is worth 100,000-year soul bone and 100,000-year soul ring. If he didn't make friends here, it would really be a disservice to himself. It would be best to get ahead of TangSan and absolutely not let Ming, the Titan giant ape, and Ming, the Azure Bull python, give TangSan a free gift. Arrogant humans, you dare to trespass into my territory. This day next year will be your day of sacrifice. The Titan giant ape's lantern-like yellow eyes shot out a cold light, and its voice boomed like a ringing bronze bell, deafening. Juju crossed his arms, holding a yellow chrysanthemum and sniffing it. Little monkey, you have quite the audacity. I've seen you with Xiao Mimi before. Don't you fear breaking your teeth with such big talk? This time, I will definitely kill you. Ghost Douluo said coldly. Bibi Dong then shielded Tang Chuan behind her, repeatedly warning, this is a 100,000-year soul beast, the Titan giant ape, with strength comparable to a title Douluo. Stay well behind the teacher. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety in its hands. Then Bibi Dong ordered, Elder Ju, Elder Gui, it will rely on you two from now on. Just drive back the Titan giant ape. No need to go for the kill. Foolish humans. I have lived for 100,000 years as a soul beast. How could you little things kill me? You shall pay the price for your foolishness. Unexpectedly, this Titan giant ape could also talk back, not taking any grievances. Ghost Douluo and Juju simultaneously released their martial spirits, and their 9 soul rings exploded forth, countering the pressure released by the Titan giant ape. Ghost Douluo said in a deep voice, Yu Guan, you first trap the Titan giant ape. I will use my soul skill to heavily injure it. We will definitely be able to defeat it. All right, Xiao Mimi. The two had cooperated for many years, and Juju naturally understood his meaning. He shook the strange mushroom chrysanthemum in his hand, rapidly expanding, and his 7th soul ring lit up. Facing the powerful Titan giant ape, he immediately released his martial spirit's true form. Ghost Douluo shouted, Your Majesty the Pope, don't worry, Xiao Chuan, be careful. As he shouted, he had already leaped up, his entire body becoming completely illusory. Even the 9 soul rings around him were no longer visible. The rapidly expanding giant golden chrysanthemum swept past under Ghost Douluo's feet, and Ghost transformed into a phantom rushing towards the opposite side. Juju Douluo was also not idle. He similarly leaped, stepping on the waves, quickly following Ghost Douluo towards the Titan giant ape. The two moved in tandem. Although Ghost Douluo was fast, Juju Douluo's giant chrysanthemum had already shot out ahead, the golden flower still enlarging in the air, each petal looking dazzling. Yu Guan and the giant strange mushroom chrysanthemum that had been thrown out seemed to be connected somehow, pulling his body forward at a speed that in a short time was not inferior to the ghostly figure of Ghost Douluo. 3rd soul skill, strange flower, strange fruit. Accompanied by Juju Douluo's soul skill activation, his right hand transformed into a green tree trunk, blooming a beautiful pink flower that quickly withered to reveal a peach-like fruit. He plucked the peach with his left hand, took a small bite, and instantly his momentum surged, doubling his overall soul skill and soul power. Coupled with the doubling benefit from his martial spirit's true form, it reached a terrifying 200%. Fifth soul skill, Hurricane reaching the sky. The throne giant's strange mushroom chrysanthemum suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of petals, forming a tornado that resembled a heavenly pillar, with a powerful suction that uprooted trees. The Titan giant ape, Air Ming, showed a hint of disdain in his eyes, facing the charge of two titled Douluos. The king of the forest is indeed the king of the forest. He instantly erupted with a speed completely disproportionate to his massive body, charging straight at the airborne ghost Douluo. He paid no attention to the hurricane rushing towards him or Juju Douluo himself. Gravity field. Ghost could clearly feel that when the Titan giant ape lunged at him, everything around him became heavy. His body felt as if it were filled with lead, and his speed, which was originally as fleeting as light, suddenly dropped. Everything in front of him seemed to twist slightly. Field, this is the power of the field. Ghost Douluo immediately recognized that this was not a skill. He guessed correctly. As the king of the forest, the gravity control field was one of the abilities mastered by the Titan giant ape. Among countless soul beasts, those truly capable of mastering the power of the field do not exceed 10. And among those, even fewer can cultivate a field. The Titan giant ape's gravity control field is different from ordinary gravity skills. Within this field, it can freely control the gravitational changes in any area, not necessarily increasing, but could also decrease sharply. As a speed-type tidal Douluo, Ghost Douluo's greatest strength is speed, but when the gravity control field fell upon him, his speed was completely nullified. After all, the Titan giant ape is one of the forest overlords and would not be as naive as other soul beasts. Its gravity control field was concentrated solely on Ghost Douluo, instantly increasing the gravity around his body by 10 times. The wisdom of soul beasts is just like this. Ghost Douluo had long anticipated the Titan giant ape's field. He was not the main attacker, but actually a feigned attack. The moment the Titan giant ape slowed down Ghost Douluo's speed, Hurricane reaching the sky also managed to control the Titan giant ape, and the powerful wind force made it unable to move. The Titan giant ape scoffed, supporting itself against the hurricane. Foolish humans. Do you really think this control can hold me? In at most a minute, I will break through this damned wind net. Martial spirit true form. Death Spider Queen. Just as the Titan giant ape relaxed its guard, Bibi Dong unleashed her martial spirit true form, her upper body wrapped in a layer of black-purple armor, while her lower body wore a black-purple skirt armor, exposing her snowy white thighs. The armor on her back grew 8 spider legs like those described in the original text, and with a powerful leap, she jumped onto the Titan giant ape. Third soul skill, Death Spider Web Binding. Deep purple spider webs spewed from Bibi Dong's mouth, enveloped in a mist of purple poison, shrouding the Titan giant ape. However, the spider webs were still too small compared to the Titan giant ape, forcing Bibi Dong to continuously use her third soul skill. Because the spider web she spat out had a stacking effect, the more she spat out, the more powerful the binding ability became. The Titan giant ape realized it was trapped and struggled fiercely. You despicable humans. You dare to plot against me. I will make you pay dearly. Kill. Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo shouted in unison, charging towards the Titan giant ape, their 9 soul rings flashing one after another. Determined not to rest until the Titan giant ape was dead, Bibi Dong's 100,000-year soul rings also began to flicker, seemingly preparing to unleash a big move. Dumming, if you don't make a move soon, I really might be done for. In desperation, the Titan giant ape could only helplessly seek help. Roar. The azure bull python appeared, its greenish scales and enormous body soaring into the sky. This massive creature with a bull's head and a snake's body opened its mouth and spat out a beam of blue light, knocking back 3 titled Douluos, including Bibi Dong. Another flash of green light passed, and the death spider web binding that restrained the Titan giant ape was cut through. The Titan giant ape scooped up Tang Chuan with one hand and ran off, as happy as a 100-ton child. What the hell? This plot is wrong. Even if the Titan giant ape wants a mate, it should be kidnapping a princess. Why is it stealing me? Caught in the hands of Tang Chuan, he now somewhat understands the feelings of the princesses taken away by the giant dragon. Chapter 51. 9 Transformations Grass. Xiao Chuan Chuan. Dan Juang. Xiao Chuan. The faces of the 3 titled Douluo changed drastically. They never expected that these 2 soul beasts had gone to such lengths just to capture Tang Chuan. Don't get excited. The Stardow Forest is my territory. I'm just collecting a toll. The bull-headed serpent spoke human words, its cold gaze piercing like a sword toward the crowd on the shore. Suddenly, everything around turned into a blue world, and everyone felt their bodies slow down instantly, at least by more than 30%. Domain, yet another domain. This blue light is similar to a slowing domain. Just like the gravity control domain of the Titan giant ape, within this domain, this monster must be able to control different slowing effects. This makes the identity of the soul beast clear. It is the overlord of the Star-Do forest, the sky blue bull python. Damn, your holiness, the situation is urgent. Forget about the distribution of 100,000 year soul rings for now. Let us kill this sky blue bull python. Douluo showed a fierce expression for the first time. Although he has a lively personality, the abduction of Tang Chuan completely drove him to madness. Few can understand the feelings he and Ghost Douluo share. Only younger brother Tang Chuan could understand and provide them with ideas. Now that Tang Chuan has been captured by Soul Beast, how could he remain calm? Ghost Douluo was also filled with killing intent. After so many years as a title Douluo, he allowed a Soul Beast to abduct Tang Chuan right under his nose, which was a great humiliation. Ha ha ha. BB Dong actually burst into wild laughter, stepping on the void with a slightly mad smile. Good, very good. You really are the overlord of the Star-Do forest, the sky blue bull python. You are quite something. Ding ding ding. A series of soul rings lit up. A total of 18, in the sequence of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, black, 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 red. Ghost Douluo and Juto also lit up their soul rings, both in the sequence of yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 black. The pressure from the three intertwined, surprisingly overpowering the aura of the sky blue bull python. Ah, we might not win this. Wait, don't act yet. Soul Masters of the Spear Hall, I'm here to negotiate a deal. The sky blue bull python, as the overlord of the Star-Do forest, is certainly not a fool with only muscles in its brain. It knows that unless it's a major sect like the Spear Hall, there would be no genius needing a 100,000 year soul ring to break through to title Douluo. Otherwise, there is no way a title Douluo would come looking for trouble with it, because there is simply no need. A title Douluo can only obtain 1/9 soul ring in their lifetime, and even if 1 or 2 title Douluo come, it would be pointless. Therefore, the conditions for killing it are particularly harsh. Even if it is killed, at most, one would only get a 100,000 year soul bone. Looking at it this way, it seems quite a loss. Thus, even the Spirit Hall allows Soul Beast to break through to 100,000 years. So, generally, the Sky Blue Bull Python and Title Douluo do not have direct conflicts and would not fight to the death. After all, it's better to live than to die. Negotiate terms? You little bug, do you even deserve it? Give me back, Xiao Chuan Chuan. If it weren't for Ghost Douluo holding back Ju Douluo would have already attacked this 100,000 year Soul Beast. As the Pope, BB Dong is much calmer. She knows that the Sky Blue Bull Python's elaborate plan is definitely not just to kidnap Tang Chuan. Speak, Sky Blue Bull Python. Tell me your conditions. Don't go too far. Knowing when to stop is something even Soul Beasts understand. Originally, the Sky Blue Bull Python's goal was to capture Tang Chuan to threaten the Spirit Hall into trading with it. It cleared its throat, and a serious, deep male voice emerged. Soul Masters of the Spirit Hall, I know this boy is very important to you. If you want him to live, then hand over 2 9 transformations grass. Otherwise, you can wait to collect his corpse. The 9 transformations grass ranks second on the list of legendary herbs on Douluo Continent. Its value is comparable to an average 100,000 year soul bone. This is because its effects are incredibly powerful, capable of giving a 100,000 year soul beast a human body. This is different from the transformation opportunity a soul beast has at the 100,000 year mark. It is about abandoning its soul beast body and completely metamorphosing into a human. It transforms all its power into pure soul power, aiding itself in breaking through to become a title Douluo. It can be said to perfectly transform a 100,000 year soul beast into a title Douluo. Such a legendary herb is priceless, and only the Spirit Hall, which possesses the most concentrated soul power, has it. However, soul beasts inherently harbor hostility towards humans. If the 9 transformations grass is handed over to the Sky Blue Bull Python, isn't that equivalent to aiding the enemy? Hearing the mention of the 9 transformations grass, BB Dong sneered disdainfully, as if mocking the Sky Blue Bull Python's foolishness. Sky Blue Bull Python, you really have a good plan. Knowing you have no bargaining chips to trade with me, you captured Tang Chuan. You want to use this to negotiate with my spirit hall? Hee hee, your calculations are quite good. But you've miscalculated one thing. Disciples like Tang Chuan are numerous in my spirit hall, whether they're one more or one less. What reason do I have to trade my most precious 9 transformations grass with you? ISNT that a waste and aiding the enemy? Ghost Douluo, wearing a mask, could not be seen clearly, while Douluo had a worried look, wanting to speak but hesitating. Regarding BB Dong's disdain, the sky blue bull python was not shaken at all. It confidently said, "Woman, you don't need to deceive me. We soul beasts are very sensitive to human emotions. I can feel your concerns. Moreover, a genius like him, only 10 years old and already a 3-ring soul master. How could you humans possibly abandon him? Although we soul beasts have never been to the human world, don't naively think that we soul beasts are ignorant." BB Dong's face showed an angry expression. She truly did not expect a soul beast to be so cunning. The 9 transformations grass is extremely precious and is being watched by Qian Douluo. But Tang Chuan is her close disciple, putting her in a very difficult position. After a long time, BB Dong made a decision that went against the Spirit Hall's doctrine. She turned around and said, "Get lost. I will have the 9 transformations grass sent to you. If you dare to harm a single hair on my disciple, I will make you pay blood for blood in the Stardow Forest." Moo! The sky blue bull python let out a triumphant bellow, shaking its tail, causing the earth to tremble. "Don't worry. We soul beasts are the most trustworthy. Unlike you malicious humans. Go ahead. As long as you bring me 2 9 transformations grass, I will definitely return that child safely." Ghost Douluo retracted his killing intent, brushed off the dust from his body, and left a harsh word. "Sky blue bull python, remember this. If Tang Chuan suffers even a scratch, I will skin you alive." After saying that, Ghost Douluo followed BB Dong and left. "Hee, little snake, one day I will rip off your horns to play with." Oomph. Douluo made a tongue-out face at the sky blue bull python and quickly followed. Chapter 52. Eating rabbit as they passed through a dense forest. The view ahead suddenly opened up, causing everyone's pupils to constrict simultaneously. What lay before them was a scene of indescribable beauty. A clear small lake made the air even more humid, with the reflections of towering trees surrounding it shimmering on the water's surface, illuminated by the sunlight, making everything appear crystal clear. On one side of this enchanting scene, an extremely tall figure quietly crouched there, resembling a mountain. Its dark fur glimmered faintly in the weak sunlight, and although it was on all fours, its shoulder height definitely exceeded 7 meters. If it stood upright, it would probably be over 15 meters tall. From the outside, it resembled a creature that was part monkey, part gorilla, entirely black except for its lantern-sized eyes that sparkled with a yellowish hue. This giant's body was incredibly robust to an unbelievable degree. Not only was its body massive, but every part was covered with muscles more terrifying than granite, bulging like small hills. The entire body was a combination of strength and beauty. "Hey, gorilla, what do you want me for?" a boy exclaimed angrily beneath the mountain-like gorilla soul beast. "Even if you want to mate, you should learn from those giant dragons and kidnap a princess from the Heavenly Dough Empire or something. Why the hell are you helping a boy like me?" The Titan giant ape scratched its head and replied in a self-righteous tone, "Because I want to use you to trade with the Spirit Hall. So I'm going to kidnap you. Besides, there's a reason for kidnapping you, but I want to tell you." Wow, this was the first time Tang Chuan encountered such a brazen kidnapper. "So, you're not planning to use me as a hostage to threaten my teacher and seniors for something, are you?" Tang Chuan said, somewhat speechless. "I'm not worth much. If you want to use me to achieve your goals, you might have miscalculated." But the Titan giant ape clearly wasn't buying Tang Chuan's argument. It scratched its head and said, "I don't care. Daming said that you are very important in the eyes of those humans, so you are important. You can definitely help us get the 9 transformation grass. Don't think about deceiving me. I want to let you go." Wow, it turned out to be premeditated. "So, what exactly is the 9 transformation grass useful for you?" Tang Chuan asked casually. The Titan giant ape was straightforward. "That's a treasure that we soul beasts dream of. It can help us break free from our beast forms and truly transform into humans. After consuming the 9 transformation grass, Daming and I can directly become titled Douluo and then go to the human world to search for you sly human, trying to trick me into revealing my plans. How can you have such bad intentions at such a young age? You humans are indeed all bad. Didn't you say that yourself?" Tang Chuan was speechless about the Titan giant ape's intelligence. It was just like those beta aliens who leaked the plans without being asked, saying everything out loud. "Wait a minute, The Titan giant ape seemed to say they wanted to go to the human world. Could it be that they wanted to find Xiao Wu? At that moment, the huge bullhead of the sky blue bull python emerged from the water, and it was unclear when it had returned. It mooed and said, "Second brother, what are you talking about with this human? Don't mind him. I have good news. I've already negotiated with the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and we will soon be able to meet Sister Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu. They really planned to find Xiao Wu. It seemed that these two soul beasts were indeed very devoted. Haha, great. We're finally going to see Sister Xiao Wu. The Titan giant ape jumped in excitement, shaking the ground, almost causing Tang Chuan to be hit by a falling tree. As night fell, Tang Chuan rubbed his hungry stomach and made a request to the two soul beasts beside him. "Hey, gorilla, big python, I'm hungry. I want to eat something. What do you want to eat? You troublesome human." The Titan giant ape impatiently slapped the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. "People are iron, and meals are steel. If I don't eat one meal, I'll feel anxious. You're so troublesome. We soul beasts can go a year without eating. Why are you humans so weak? That's none of your business. If I starve to death, you 1T have a hostage to exchange for the 9 transformation grass. So hurry up and give me something to eat." The Titan giant ape was helpless. Was it helping a hostage or kidnapping a little ancestor? There was nothing it could do. It manipulated its gravity field and conjured a few already dead pink rabbits out of thin air. "Here, eat this. It's my and Daming's daily food, the soft-bone rabbit." Really? How could a human be so troublesome? Wait a minute, soft-bone rabbit? Isn't that Xiao Wu's true form? Tang Chuan picked up a soft-boned rabbit and found it indeed felt nice to the touch, as if it had no bones. Curious, he asked, "So, do you and Daming only eat soft-boned rabbits? What else will we eat?" The soft-boned rabbit is at the bottom of the food chain in the Douluo forest, alongside the plant spirit beast blue silvergrass. It is food for all carnivorous spirit beasts and omnivorous spirit beasts, because eating soft-boned rabbits doesn't require spitting out bones, and the meat is delicious. Daming and I quite like eating them. In the past, we could only eat them secretly, but now we basically have them 3 times a day. You should try it. It tastes pretty good. Plus, you don't have to worry about us eating all the soft-boned rabbits. They have more than 10 mating seasons a year and can give birth to at least 10 rabbits each time. If we don't eat them, and they keep reproducing, they would eat all the grass and trees in the entire Douluo forest. The Titan giant ape naturally responded to the question about the soft-boned rabbits. Not a single rabbit can walk out of Sichuan alive. Oh no, walk out of the Douluo forest alive. Tang Chuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. So, when Deming, Ming, and Xiao Wu were together, did they feel like the more they looked, the more appealing it became? Not good. Tang Chuan couldn't worry about that anymore. He took out the barbecue grill and necessary supplies like seasonings from the warm jade of Lantian and began to clean the soft-boned rabbit. His soul guide contained many daily necessities. Tang Chuan was quite particular and never cut corners. "Hey, humans, why is eating so troublesome? You still have to start a fire? I really don't understand. Can't you just hold the food and bite into it?" As Tang Chuan casually ignited the flames and hummed a little tune while starting to roast the rabbit meat, the aroma wafted out, making the Titan giant ape unable to resist. It tentatively said, "The rabbit meat made this way must be really bad. Poisonous, why don't you just throw it away?" Hee. This Titan giant ape is quite interesting. It wants to eat but is too shy to say so. Tang Chuan was roasting rabbit meat while saying, "It's fine. I'm not afraid of poison. Just wait a little longer. The rabbit meat will be ready soon. It's not cooked yet." All right. The Titan giant ape clapped its hands happily, then reacted. "You sly human. You actually want to trick me into eating your food. You must be trying to poison me. I won't eat it. Do you think I'm foolish? I, Titan giant ape am quite clever." Tang Chuan. Chapter 53. I am a filial son. Soon, Tang Chuan had roasted the rabbit meat, sprinkled it with cumin and perilla, and began to enjoy it in large bites. The enticing aroma of the roasted rabbit meat was like a teasing hand, drawing the Titan giant ape in like 100 claws, scratching its heart. However, its pride prevented it from begging humans for food, so it could only pace back and forth around. For soul beasts, the temptation of cooked food far exceeds that of raw meat. The evolution of humans was driven by the consumption of cooked food, which enhances flavor and nutrition. Stop pacing around. Titan giant ape, here is something for you to eat. Tang Chuan rolled his eyes in frustration and tossed the roasted rabbit meat to the Titan giant ape. "Stupid human. I would rather starve to death than eat a single bite of your food. Wait, this smells really good." The Titan giant ape took the rabbit meat and was about to express its firm stance, but couldn't resist and stuffed the rabbit meat into its mouth. Tang Chuan proudly shook the rabbit meat skewer in his hand. His skills were truly unique in this world, more than enough to handle a soul beast. "Hey, do you want to eat? If you do, I'll roast it for you. I'm Nu Te. I'm Ming. The previous Tianqing Niu Mang was my older brother, Deming. The Titan giant ape clearly seemed a bit displeased. It knocked on the ground and said, since you've put it that way, if this soul beast lord were to refuse, it would go against your good intentions. You roast it, and this lord will eat. Tang Chuan. A scholar meets a soldier, and reason can't be made clear. Tang Chuan couldn't be bothered to explain to the big gorilla, Ming, and continued to roast the rabbit meat. Deming, come out quickly. This human kid's roasted rabbit is really good. Seeing Tang Chuan starting to grill meat, Ming ran to the central lake to call Deming to share with him. Fortunately, Tang Chuan was a soul master, and he was much faster at skewering than an ordinary chef, quickly roasting dozens of rabbits. Deming and Ming were enjoying the food, eating one at a time, and even started to compete over it. I'm the older brother, let me eat. The older brother should give way to the younger brother. The last skewer should be saved for me. Watching them eat so happily, Tang Chuan knew the time had come. He deliberately sighed and muttered, Sister Xiao Wu. Wait, Xiao Wu, could it be Sister Xiao Wu? Deming and Ming, being experienced fans, immediately stopped eating when they heard the name Xiao Wu, and approached Tang Chuan with fierce expressions. Kid, did you just mention Xiao Wu? Probably. Tang Chuan pretended to be frightened, instinctively stepping back. What's wrong? Xiao Wu is a sister I've known for a long time, and I haven't seen her for a long time. I miss her very much. Upon hearing that Xiao Wu knew Tang Chuan, Ming immediately got excited and punched the ground, creating a large pit. You deceitful human, quickly say, where is Sister Xiao Wu? Otherwise I'll kill you. Wait, Ming, this human's Xiao Wu may not necessarily be our Sister Xiao Wu. Don't be deceived by this human. Deming, being the more composed one, let out a mooing sound from its cow head. Moo. Human, who exactly is the Xiao Wu you mentioned? Tang Chuan repeatedly denied. No, you must be mistaken. Xiao Wu is my recognized sister. She is a pure human. She has a scorpion tail braid, is very beautiful, loves to eat carrots, and wears a pink dress. Scorpion tail braid? Carrots? Pink dress? Goodness, Chang Wei, you still say you can't fight? Oh wait, it's Tang Chuan. You still say you don't know Xiao Wu? Deming and Ming exchanged glances, excitement gleaming in their eyes. Great, I've finally found Sister Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu? Do you really know her? Tang Chuan pretended to be puzzled. Ming proudly patted his chest and confidently said, Of course. Sister Xiao Wu is our big sister. We grew up together. How do you humans say it? Right, childhood sweethearts? Deming also shook his bull head, half of his body emerging from the water, his snake-like eyes shooting a cold light. You human really has some nerve to claim Sister Xiao Wu as your sister. Did you ask us? Wait a minute, Deming. Ming, what are you two soul beasts talking about? What do you mean Xiao Wu knows you and grew up together? Tang Chuan continued to act confused. It's no harm telling you. After all, the 9-turn transformation grass will be ours soon. Deming, the Azure Bull Python, decided not to hide it any longer and explained. For a soul beast to transform into human form, it only represents one situation, that the soul beast cultivation exceeds 100,000 years. Only a 100,000-year soul beast has the potential to take human form. Sister Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit, and she has lived with us brothers since we were young. With the protection of her parents, Ming and I were able to reach 100,000 years of cultivation. Later, when Sister Xiao Wu's parents died, she decided to take human form to avenge her mother. I vaguely remember that when Sister Xiao Wu transformed, she looked about 6 or 7 years old, with a scorpion tail braid and wearing a pink dress. Especially, her love for carrots must be right. The Xiao Wu you speak of must be Sister Xiao Wu. What? Xiao Wu is actually a soul beast? Tang Chuan sat down in shock. He said, wait, if Xiao Wu is a soul beast, and a soft-bone rabbit at that, shouldn't you two be her natural enemies? Why is your relationship so good? Tang Chuan's question hit the nail on the head. The 200,000-year soul beasts, Deming and Ming, actually blushed. They awkwardly said, that's because both of us. Actually, both like Sister Xiao Wu. Goodness, it's like a wolf falling in love with a sheep. Love is crazy. After answering Tang Chuan's question, Deming's huge ox head leaned over, spitting out a bright red snake tongue. Next, you should explain to us what your relationship with Sister Xiao Wu is. So, Tang Chuan recounted his encounters with Xiao Wu in detail to the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. Of course, he had to add some embellishments, like how Xiao Wu's mother actually died due to a plot from the Haotian sect, especially that self-proclaimed Haotian Doa, who is not a good person at all. Xiao Wu was also bullied by certain sect soul masters, living a life that a rabbit shouldn't have to endure. As for Tang Chuan actively drawing hatred towards the Haotian sect, he felt no psychological pressure at all. If De Ming and Air Ming were to go to the Haotian sect to seek justice, it would be like sending a 100,000-year soul ring to the Haotian sect. What he was doing was for the country and the people, a good deed for the Haotian sect. He was a filial son. How could he possibly harm the Haotian sect or Tang Hao? What? That damned Haotian Douluo is so despicable. Daring to bully Sister Xiao Wu and wanting to lure her into becoming his son's soul ring? Damn it, Sister Xiao Wu is mine. Ours. I must crush that Haotian Douluo. The Titan giant ape howled to the sky, secretly glancing at the sky blue bull python. De Ming was also a rival, so he had to personally crush Tang Hao. Then Sister Xiao Wu would definitely like him. Haha. Chapter 54. I'm serious about deceiving soul beasts. The sky blue bull python was not as easily deceived as the Titan giant ape. It lowered its head and stared at Tang Chuan with wide eyes, saying, "You said Tang Hao plans to make Sister Xiao Wu into his son's 100,000-year soul ring. What evidence do you have?" "Evidence? ISNT, it's simple. Whatever you want. I can fabricate it. Oh no, I mean find as much as you need." Tang Chuan took a few steps forward, found a stone, sat down with his legs crossed, and began to speak. "This matter is quite long. I remember telling you that Tang Hao's son, TangSan, shares a dormitory with Xiao Wu, right? The so-called dormitory means they sleep together. Tang Hao deliberately arranged for TangSan and Xiao Wu to share a bed to cultivate their relationship. Think about it. Even soul beasts, unless they are mates, wouldn't sleep together. What do you think Tang Hao's intentions are? What? Sleeping in the same bed? This time, whether it was the Titan great ape or the sky blue bull python, they widened their eyes. You have to know that even though they are childhood friends, neither of the two soul beasts has ever slept in the same place as Xiao Wu. They always sleep separately. What qualifications does that human kid have to sleep with Sister Xiao Wu? Just as Tang Chuan was talking confidently, the sky blue bull python noticed a problem. Its huge bull head was pressed in front of Tang Chuan. "Wait, if I remember correctly, your name is Tang Chuan. And that damned Haotian Douluo, along with his son, are Tang Hao and TangSan. What exactly is your relationship with them? When a person walks by the river, how can they avoid getting their shoes wet? This guy has dug a pit for himself." Tang Chuan pretended to be sad, with a pained expression, and said, "I am Tang Hao's son. Because I joined the spirit hall, he expelled me from the family and severed our father-son relationship." Immediately afterward, Tang Chuan recounted how Tang Hao, in a fit of anger and embarrassment, almost killed him. Tang Chuan's honest confession indeed gained him a lot of goodwill from the Qingqing Niulong and the Titan Great Ape. They comforted him, saying, "Different paths don't conspire together. Tang Chuan, you don't need to be too sad. Some things are beyond your control." Especially the Titan Great Ape, who in his naive way suggested, "How about this, Tang Chuan? Since you are Sister Xiao Wu's brother, you are our brother too. From now on, let us call each other brothers, shall we? It's not impossible to bond with spirit beasts as brothers." Tang Chuan, who did not have the discrimination against spirit beasts that local people of Douluo Continent had, thought that as long as it was beneficial to him, there was no extreme he wouldn't consider. "I, Qingqing Niulong, I, Titan Great Ape, I, Tang Chuan. Today we become sworn brothers of different species here, not asking to be born on the same day, but hoping to share the same year, month, and day. The three of them, one person and two beasts, declared in unison. Third brother, elder brother, second brother, Ding, gained recognition from the Qingqing Niulong and the Titan Great Ape. With this, he had the acknowledgement of 200,000-year spirit beasts, and next, he just needed to wait to collect the inheritance. The three of them hit it off right away and started chatting. "Third brother, to be honest, the reason we kidnapped you this time was to get the 9 transformation graphs from your human spirit hall. Because every spirit beast reaches 100,000 years. We face a heavenly tribulation. As long as we survive the tribulation, we can live for another 100,000 years. However, neither I nor Erming have confidence. So we set our sights on the 9 transformation graphs in your human hands. Once we consume the 9 transformation graphs, we can transform into human form and reach the strength of a super Douluo at level 95. From then on, we can completely get rid of the heavenly tribulation and disasters and become true humans, since they had already become sworn brothers." The Qingqing Niulong no longer hid anything and explained everything about himself. At this time, Erming also chimed in, "Actually, we are not after anything else, but we are really worried about Sister Xiao Wu's safety since she left the Stardow Forest. Unfortunately, these two spirit beasts, going against their nature, were so infatuated. But in the original story, Xiao Wu still ran off with TangSan. Indeed, childhood sweethearts are not as good as someone who falls from the sky. The devoted ones end up with nothing. However, it seems you have overlooked some issues, elder brother, second brother. If you really want to pursue Xiao Wu, you can't just transform into human form and then go searching for her in the two great empires. If that's the case, Sister Xiao Wu will still have no feelings for you, and she won't tea like either of you. Tang Chuan had a brilliant idea. Think about it. The purpose of Sister Xiao Wu coming to the human world is nothing more than two things. The first is to find the murderer of her mother, and the second is to enhance her own strength and reach the title Douluo level to completely break away from her spirit beast form. So, I believe she will definitely join a Spirit Master Academy in the human world. How to make Xiao Wu like them. Tang Chuan's words struck a chord with the two 10,000-year soul beasts. Although they verbally expressed humility, if Xiao Wu truly married either of them, the other would undoubtedly feel a pang of jealousy. However, when it came to the key point of pursuing Xiao Wu, Tang Chuan fell silent. This made Titan Giant Ape Ming anxious, scratching his head in frustration. Ah, my good third brother, what exactly do you have in mind? Please tell me quickly. I'm so anxious. You know that both my brother and I really like Xiao Wu, but she has been avoiding our feelings. If you can help us win her over, it would really be a big help for us. De Ming, on the other hand, remain calm and composed. Ming, don't rush. I know that our third brother is a genius among humans, but he's just a child. How could he understand the feelings between soul beasts? It was unclear whether the Tianqing Yojin De Ming had seen through Tang Chuan's ulterior motives or simply looked down on him. So Tang Chuan decided to add fuel to the fire. The main issue is that both of you belong to different races than Xiao Wu. This unintentionally creates a sense of distance. Especially you, big brother. Your race is one of the natural enemies of Xiao Wu's soft-bone rabbit race. This racial difference is also the reason why you haven't succeeded in pursuing her. The Titan Giant Ape and Tianqing Yojin exchanged glances, and upon careful consideration, they realized that Tang Chuan's words made sense. No wonder Xiao Wu had been avoiding their affections. The sheer difference in size made it seem inappropriate for them to be together. So, third brother, what do you propose? Seeing that the Tianqing Yojin had been successfully led astray, Tang Chuan smiled inwardly and continued with his scheme. It's simple. In the Stardow Forest, Xiao Wu cannot feel your love for her. You are both overlords of the Stardow Forest, with almost no rivals, leading a very ordinary life. Without any pressure, you have no opportunity to prove your love to Xiao Wu. How could she possibly have feelings for you, now that Xiao Wu is alone in the isolated human world? She needs companionship the most. If you could temporarily suppress your soul power and attend the Soul Master Academy with her, spending time together daily, you would definitely have the chance to prove your love to her. That's a good idea, third brother, huh? Ming exclaimed. Suppressing our soul power is indeed possible. We can temporarily seal our excess strength and unseal it when we encounter danger. Yes, this is indeed a feasible method. Chapter 55, Plea after Bibi Dong and the two Duo returned to the Spirit Hall. Their brows were furrowed. It had been a long time since she faced such a difficult choice. Should she go for the 9-turn transformation grass or choose her little disciple? The 9-turn transformation grass could rival the King of Flowers, the Heartbreak Red, and it could even transform a 10,000-year-old beast into a Super Douluo. There are very few Super Douluos even in the Spirit Hall, so the quantity of 9-turn transformation grass has always been valued by the High Priest Dauluo. If Bibi Dong were to take the 9-turn transformation grass to save Tang Chuan, Dauluo would definitely use this to make things difficult for her. Another way would be to go all out and showcase her full strength. The two 10,000-year-old beasts would absolutely not be able to withstand her. However, doing so would also make Dauluo aware of her quest for the Rakshasa goddess inheritance, which would be counterproductive. Yet if she did not take the 9-turn transformation grass to exchange for Tang Chuan, who knows what horrific things the Titan Giant Ape and Tianqing Yojin might do. After all, Tang Chuan was Bibi Dong's disciple, understanding and obedient, a rare genius. If she were to abandon him, it would cause her great pain and reluctance. It was truly a dilemma. Teacher, teacher? A youthful voice filled with temptation, yet slightly immature, came from a distance. From the voice, Bibi Dong could guess who it was. It was her disciple, Hulaina. Bibi Dong rubbed her temples wearily, trying to ease her mind. With dark circles under her eyes, she replied, "Oh, Laina, you're here? What's the matter?" Hulaina, acting unusually with red eyes, timidly asked, Teacher, why hasn't Tang Chuan come back? Could it be that Hulaina already knew Tang Chuan had been kidnapped by soul beasts? Laina, do you know something? Hulaina's eyes turned red as she sobbed. Teacher, why? Why didn't you tell me that Tang Chuan was taken by 10,000-year soul beasts? Why? How did you find out? I overheard the conversation between the ghost Douluo and the Jew Douluo. Unexpectedly, Laina's feelings for Xiao Chuan had grown so deep. But thinking about it, Xiao Chuan was a genius, and it was only natural for geniuses to be drawn to each other. Moreover, Xiao Chuan was cold on the outside, yet warm on the inside, attentive, and coupled with his handsome face, his charm was indeed unmatched by other boys. But she had refrained from telling Laina out of concern for her feelings. However, now that Laina had come to inquire, it seemed the matter could no longer be hidden. Bibi Dong said, "That's right, Laina, Tang Chuan has been taken by the 10,000-year soul beasts, the Tianqin Yujin and the Titan giant ape from the Douluo forest. To get him back, we need to hand over 2 9-turn transformation grasses. Then, teacher, let us hurry in exchange for them." Seeing Bibi Dong shaking her head helplessly, a bad thought arose in Hulaina's heart. Could it be that teacher Bibi Dong wanted to abandon Tang Chuan as a pawn and just throw him away? Bibi Dong weighed the pros and cons and finally sighed. Sigh, perhaps this is Chuan's fate. No, I can't give up on Tang Chuan. He is. Teacher, I beg you, please save Tang Chuan. I promise to be very obedient in the future. I will practice hard, and I will strive to fulfill your dreams. Please, you must save him. Bibi Dong looked back sadly, stood up, and knowing she could not take the risk for future plans, said, "You should go. I am tired. We will talk about this later." Teacher. Days passed in the deep of night. A young girl knelt in front of the spirit hall, dressed in a pink long dress. Like a delicate flower in a greenhouse, her purple hair was tied in a high ponytail, resembling silk. Her willow-like eyebrows were filled with worry. Her skin was as smooth as cream, and her eyes seemed to merge with the night, revealing a look of anxiety and concern. Wasn't he that Hulaina? Why was she kneeling on the ground? It was said she was praying for the Pope's forgiveness because the one she liked had made a mistake, hence resorting to such a desperate measure. Which scoundrel could earn Laina's affection and love? Truly, he must have had incredible luck. Should be quiet. The Pope has forbidden discussing this matter. Several elders passed by, shaking their heads and leaving helplessly. Hulaina knelt on the ground, motionless like a statue, with only her faint breaths proving she was still alive. Bibi Dong had long since left, having gone to bed several hours ago. Hulaina knew this, but she continued to kneel here, pleading day after day, because she understood this was her only hope. She had to hold on to it tightly, for there was no other way. With her soul-sack strength, it was impossible for her to enter the Douluo forest and rescue Tang Chuan from the 200,000-year soul beasts. After kneeling for a long time, Hulaina's body had become stiff, and she could only maintain her current position. In order to pray for teacher Bibi Dong to save Tang Chuan, she had been kneeling for 3 days, and her legs were completely numb. Exhausted to the point of fainting, a memory from the past floated into her mind. It was a memory of when she and Tang Chuan were playing in the Spirit City. Xiao Chuan, don't have a cold face, okay? Sister dislikes children with cold faces the most. Hulaina tugged at Tang Chuan's little face, acting like a caring big sister, trying to win him over with her charm. So boring. Tang Chuan seemed completely unappreciative, which made Hulaina quite unhappy. At that moment, she spotted her favorite pastries and bounced over to them. As for Tang Chuan, for some reason, he didn't follow her. While Hulaina was carefully selecting items of the stall, a bull that was supposed to be slaughtered suddenly broke free from its restraints and charged into the crowd. Coincidentally, Hulaina was wearing a red outfit, instantly becoming the target of the bull. The bull charged fiercely, and the vendors on the street retreated without any intention of resisting. Moo! In that moment, even Hulaina, being a soul master, panicked and forgot her soul skills. Like an ordinary girl, she stood there dumbfounded, completely motionless. Bang! The expected intense pain did not come. Hulaina slowly opened her eyes and found a slightly slender figure standing in front of her, using his not-so-broad back to shield her from the bull's horns. Tang Chuan? Hulaina stared blankly and reached out to touch Tang Chuan's face. You! Drip, drip! Tang Chuan didn't speak, instead. The sound of blood dripping to the ground echoed as the bull's sharp horns pierced through Tang Chuan's shoulder. What a silly girl. Before Tang Chuan could even complain, the hairpin in his arms fell to the ground. Hulaina noticed that it was the same one she had been staring at for a long time earlier. However, due to its price, she ultimately didn't buy it. She never expected that it would actually be purchased by Tang Chuan. So, Tang Chuan was really paying attention to me? Tang Chuan, you. But Tang Chuan's face didn't look good. He was so embarrassed that he turned as red as a tomato. At that moment, He also remembered that he was a soul master. Amidst the smoke and dust, he picked up something and instantly knocked the bull away. Tang Chuan, you really are a big fool with a hard mouth and a soft heart. Chapter 56 Qian Rinxue, Big Fool. However, my actions now also resemble those of fool. As a disciple of the Pope, I actually knelt for 3 days just to beg my teacher to save you. In the past, I always ridiculed those matters of love, but I never expected that I, Hulaina, would do something so utterly foolish. If it were you, I believe you could think of a more reliable way, right? I'm not you, but this is the only thing I can do. I'm just an ordinary person who cannot interfere with my teacher's decisions. Thinking of this, tears streamed down Hulaina's face, her sorrow and misery hard to express. Just when Hulaina could no longer hold on and was about to faint, a warm hand supported her. A voice whispered in her ear, By Dong's helpless persuasion. Is it worth it? Is he worth you doing this? Worth it because I like him. Hulaina held on with all her strength. Her beautiful eyes filled with determination. She used to not understand what her feelings for Tang Chuan were, whether it was like or love. However, when she learned that Tang Chuan had been taken away by a 100,000-year-soul beast from the Douluo forest, uncertain of life and death, it felt as though her heart was being tightly gripped by a hand. In that moment, she knew she truly liked this cold on the outside, warm on the inside junior brother. Alas, foolish child. All right, you should rest now. I will definitely bring you back, Xiao Chuan. By Dong sighed helplessly. She saw her own past shadow in Hulaina. She too had once dared to defy the world, wanting to be with Yu Xiaojiang, who was considered a waste in the eyes of others. Hulaina forced her eyes open and thanked her, saying, Thank you, teacher. By Dong carried Hulaina back to her room and softly called out, Ghost Elder? A shadow cast from outside the door grew larger until it transformed into a figure, which was the ghost of, Your Holiness, you summoned me. Does that mean a decision has been made? By Dong nodded and said helplessly, Go find a chrysanthemum elder to retrieve the 9-turn transforming grass. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Go, I think Xiao Chuan must be scared. Yes, understood. The ghost Douluo replied, his body once again turning into a shadow as he drifted away. The next day, Douluo Forest. A 40,000-year-old light feather sparrow lay helplessly on the ground. Golden blood splattered everywhere, clearly dead for some time. Just after absorbing the 5th soul ring, a ray of light suddenly shone from the girl. A brilliant golden light that spread throughout her body, starting from her forehead. Soul rings appeared one after another on the girl's body. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, a total of 5 soul rings. Her hair turned into shining golden strands, each glowing, her back tore open, and 2 pairs of pure white wings burst forth, expanding as her body slowly floated up, seemingly free from the pull of gravity, stopping a foot above the ground. Under the intense golden light, the girl's longing eyes completely transformed into golden ones, and a huge, indistinct shadow floated behind her body. The only difference between the golden shadow and her real self was the number of wings. The golden shadow had 3 pairs, totaling 6. Indeed, this was the owner of the 6-winged angel martial soul, Qian Rinxue, daughter of the Pope of the Spear Hall. The 6-winged angel is one of the most prestigious martial souls in the Douluo Continent, symbolizing the representative of the divine. Those who possess this martial soul not only have innate full soul power, but also possess innate level 20 full soul power. As long as they obtain the 1st soul ring, they can directly acquire the 2nd soul ring. Moreover, due to the power of light, it suppresses other martial souls by 30%, making it a royal level existence among martial souls. Xiao Shui, how do you feel? You're now a 5-ring soul king. An old man softly inquired, tall and robust. Time had not left decay on him, but rather a meticulous refinement. He was the grand priest of the Spirit Hall. The true number 1 of the Spirit Hall, Qian Douluo. The girl's golden eyes flashed with a hint of joy, but it was quickly suppressed. She spoke in an emotionless voice. This level of strength is insignificant in front of a title Douluo. It's not worth mentioning. Grandpa, there's nothing to be happy about. It's merely a process I must go through to become a deity. Alas, Qian Douluo sighed deeply. Qian Rinxue was the biological daughter of Pope By Dong, his daughter-in-law. Yet now, her relationship with her mother had developed to such a dire state. He couldn't blame anyone. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be his son Qian Xuanji, whose extreme methods to keep By Dong had backfired. But Qian Xuanji was truly pushed to his limits. He never expected that a disciple as outstanding as his daughter would be taken away by a waste. It was akin to a cabbage being ravaged by a pig. and the cabbage still feared the pig wasn't full enough to pack it up. With no other choice, he resorted to such a desperate measure. If only Tang Chuan were still around. He was the inheritor of the Shura god, and having a rival for this angel inheritor would have led to thrilling battles, leaving no time to ponder such matters. However, Tang Chuan had long since disappeared, just like Poseidon, who was unwilling to look back. And his deceased son was already a thing of the past. Do you really hate your mother that much? Ha, Grandpa! How could you think that? I truly hate her. That woman By Dong clearly wants me dead. She believes my birth is a mistake, that I shouldn't have come into this world. The more Qian Rinxue spoke, the more agitated she became, her ample chest heaving, her azure eyes flashing with bone-chilling hatred. Seeing his granddaughter in such a state, Qian Douluo felt he could say no more. He only felt a bitter taste in his mouth. He had dedicated his life to the angel god, yet could not enjoy a peaceful life like an ordinary person. Just as the two were about to leave, Qian Xuanji's gaze suddenly sharpened as if he sensed something. He muttered to himself, "This aura, the 9-turn transforming grass? Damn it, By Dong actually dared to take it out. What does she want to do?" At the same time, By Dong also sensed Qian Douluo's presence, her expression grave. "Damn it, I've been discovered. Why is this old guy, Qian Douluo, coming to the Stardow Forest? This is trouble." The next moment, Qian Douluo appeared before By Dong and the others, blocking their path. "Your Holiness, may I ask where you are taking the 9-turn transforming grass?" "Grand Priest, Master Qian Douluo." The expressions of Ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo also darkened. With Qian Douluo, the number one in the Spirit Hall, appearing, the matter of exchanging Tang Chuan would indeed be difficult to handle. Chapter 57, Mother-Daughter Relationship. Mom. Qian Rinxue never expected to see Bibi Dong here, and for a moment her eyes became a bit moist, but she quickly suppressed it. "Bibi Dong, you have such audacity to steal the treasures of the Spirit Hall. Today, the grand offering is also here. What punishment do you deserve?" Bibi Dong, addressing her parents by their names, Bibi Dong's expression darkened instantly. If it weren't for Qian Douluo being here, she would have already erupted. She said coldly, "Qian Rinxue, watch your attitude. Even if you're my daughter, you must call me Your Holiness the Pope." "Daughter? Am I even worthy of being your daughter? What kind of mother neglects her daughter to the point of wishing her dead?" Qian Rinxue's eyes turned red, her tone agitated. "There is no emotion between us, mother and daughter, so please do not speak nonsense, Your Holiness." "You." Qian Douluo interrupted their conversation, pointing at the 2-9 transformation spirit grasses in Zhu Douluo's hand behind Bibi Dong. "Your Holiness, tell me, what exactly do you want to do?" "I am the Pope of the Spirit Hall. I can handle the things of the Spirit Hall as I wish. There is no need for the grand offering to worry." She sneered. Hee, this was also a condition that the grand offering personally promised me for certain matters at that time. Is the grand offering really that forgetful? Bibi Dong did not panic at Qian Douluo's arrival. Instead, she mocked him coldly. "You Eggwan, tell me, what reason made you willingly bring the spirit herbs you cultivated for many years? Others may not know, but do you not know? That would be the herb capable of transforming a 100,000-year-old beast into a human titled Douluo. And there are only a handful of such herbs in the entire Douluo Continent." Qian Douluo knew that pressing Bibi Dong for answers would be ineffective, so he shifted his focus to Zhu Douluo. "Teacher." Hulaina instinctively shrank behind Bibi Dong. The aura of a peak Douluo from Qian Douluo made her tremble, and an involuntary fear arose in her heart. Zhu Douluo was the core of the pressure. The oppression of a peak Douluo made it difficult for Zhu Douluo to breathe, his skin turning a reddish hue, yet he showed no intention of speaking. Enough. After Bibi Dong finished speaking, an invisible aura erupted from her, instantly dissolving Qian Douluo's oppressive aura, surprising him. "Grand offering, to be honest. It was 2 soul beasts in the Stardow Forest that kidnapped my disciple. I had no choice but to exchange these 2-9 transformation spear grasses for him. It's as simple as that. I believe that as the Pope, I still have the authority to decide such trivial matters, right?" "What? Bibi Dong is willing to pay for someone else?" At this moment, Qian Rinxue became exceedingly jealous. She, being Bibi Dong's daughter, had never felt her love. "Who is this disciple, and what qualifications does he have?" Unable to hold back, she questioned, Who is it that makes you so concerned, Bibi Dong?" "He. It wouldn't be your illegitimate child with someone else, would it?" "Qian Rinxue, watch your attitude. Even if I am not good, I am still your mother." "Mother? I have never felt that way. Do you think I can't see the disgust in your eyes?" Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Qian Douluo had to intervene. "Enough. Bibi Dong, tell me, who is it that can make you pay such a high price just to get him back?" "A reason? Fine. I'll tell you. It's the Holy Sun, our Spirit Hall's Holy Sun." What does he qualify now? The Holy Son, second only to one in the Spirit Hall, is equal in status to the Holy Maiden and is expected to inherit the Pope's position in the future. But when Qian Rinxue heard this term, she was completely enraged. Holy Son? How can he be our Spirit Hall's Holy Son? What does he have to qualify? Who is he? He is Tang Chuan, a genius. A genius who reached Soul Master at the age of 9. Of course, Tang Chuan qualifies. No one has better qualifications to be our Spirit Hall's Holy Son than him. And who are you? At this moment, Hulaina stepped forward, no longer afraid of Qian Oliu's intimidation. Although Hulaina didn't know the relationship between this girl who looked 2 or 3 years older than her and her teacher Bibi Dong, she could see that there was deep jealousy in Qian Rinxue's eyes towards Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan, Tang, and so on. Could it be that he is a descendant of Tang Chuan? Upon hearing the surname Tang, Qian Douluo instantly thought of that man, his only opponent and friend on this Douluo Continent, the Haotian Douluo Tang Chuan. Since the Haotian sect had long since closed its mountain gate, it was impossible for any stray clan members to exist. So, could the Tang Chuan mentioned by Bibi Dong be his descendant? Could it really be Tang Chen's descendant? If it were true, that would be amazing. But how could Qian Rinxue have heard of Tang Chuan? Moreover, as a proud daughter of heaven, how could she tolerate others pointing fingers at her? Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? I don't know Tang Chuan at all, but I know he is not worthy of being the Holy Son of our Spirit Hall. And I'm not afraid to tell you. I am the daughter of the Pope Bibi Dong and the future ruler of the Spirit Hall. You are Qian Rinxue, Hulaina exclaimed, as everyone in the Spirit Hall knew that Bibi Dong had a daughter. However, almost no Soul Master had truly seen Qian Rinxue in person, because the former Pope was killed by Tang Hao, and the Spirit Hall was left without a leader. Qian Douluo had no choice but to bring out Qian Rinxue to prove that their angel lineage still had bloodline remaining. Otherwise, a family without a future would not be worthy of loyalty from Soul Masters. Therefore, every Soul Master in the Spirit Hall had heard of Qian Rinxue. But even if she was Qian Rinxue, how could she say such things about Tang Chuan? Absolutely not. You are the teacher's daughter? I have never seen a daughter so disrespectful to her mother. Someone like you is not qualified to judge Tang Chuan. You are not worthy. Hulaina's attitude also angered Qian Rinxue, who was proud and would never bow to others. Bibi Dong, you raised a good disciple, but unfortunately, she doesn't know how to be polite. Today, I will teach her a good lesson for you. Ding ding ding. Qian Rinxue summoned her angel spirit, and her 5 soul rings lit up one after another. Hulaina did not back down either, activating her 3 soul rings. The pungent smell of gunpowder instantly filled the air, and it seemed that they were about to engage in a fierce battle. At that moment, a long cow moo and a deafening ape roar echoed from afar. The aura of 100,000-year soul beast became unmistakable as trees fell one by one. These were clear signs of the arrival of the true rulers of this forest, the emperors of the Douluo Forest. The 100,000-year soul beast, sky blue bull python, and titan giant ape. Humans, I have brought the hostages as promised. I hope you will keep your end of the bargain. Otherwise, Chapter 58, Tang Chuan versus Qian Rinxue, Titan Giant Ape, Sky Blue Bull Python. As soon as the 200,000-year soul beasts appeared, Qian Douluo's nerves instantly tightened, and his soul power stirred. Although he was a peak rank 99 Douluo and could easily handle 200,000-year soul beasts, he could not guarantee whether he could protect Qian Rinxue from their attacks. With the appearance of the 200,000-year soul beasts, Hulaina and Qian Rinxue, who were originally eager to fight, also gave up on their conflict, although for Hulaina, it was more of a one-sided suppression. Qian Rinxue retreated to Qian Douluo's side, fully aware that there were 100,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo Forest, but meeting them in this manner truly exceeded her expectations. 100,000-year soul beasts. As the emperors of the Douluo Forest generally would not appear before Soul Masters, yet now they had shown up. Could it be that Bibi Dong truly intended to make a deal with these 200,000-year soul beasts? Sky Blue Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, we have no grievances or enmities. What exactly do you want? Qian Douluo also understood these 2 soul beasts, but Qian Rinxue was currently not strong enough to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. And since she needed to inherit the angel god position, the soul rings from these 2 soul beasts were not suitable for her. Thus he had never attacked them. Even now, Qian Douluo could easily kill them, but given the limited number of 100,000-year soul beasts on Douluo Continent, killing them now would be too wasteful. The Sky Blue Bull Python disdainfully snorted and exhaled white smoke. Human, this has nothing to do with you. Spirit Hall's Soul Masters, did you bring the 9 transformations grass? Of course we brought it. Bibi Dong waved her hand, and Zhu Thua stepped forward, opening a jade box that contained 2 9 transformations grasses without a doubt. Where's my disciple? If you dare to harm a single hair on my disciple, I will make you pay blood for blood. Here. The Titan giant ape spread its palm, revealing the unharmed Tang Chuan inside, without a single wound, indicating that the Titan giant ape had indeed not violated the previous agreement. Its massive head emitted a sound like a bell tolling. Come on, let us trade. Just as the 9 transformations grass was about to be handed over to the sky blue bull python, Qian Rinxue quickly shook Qian Douluo's arm. Grandfather, the 9 transformations grass is a treasure of the spirit hall. How can we just watch Bibi Dong hand this treasure over to the soul beasts? Furthermore, I think Bibi Dong is sacrificing the interests of the spirit hall for her own personal gain. She is not qualified to be the pope of our spirit hall. Qian Douluo was somewhat surprised. He noticed that Qian Rinxue's hatred for Bibi Dong seemed to be growing stronger. Perhaps because Bibi Dong was willing to pay such a price of the 9 transformations grass to exchange for Tang Chuan, making her jealous? But even so, faced with his granddaughter's request, Qian Douluo did not agree. He did not want his granddaughter to fall into the vortex of hatred. He refused. Little Shui, Bibi Dong is currently the pope of the spirit hall. Even though I am the grand offering, I cannot interfere with her decisions, unless she commits a serious mistake. I cannot do anything to remove her from power. Little Shui, do not let obsession blind your eyes. The sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape also received the 9 transformations grass from Douluo, and they noticed that Qian Rinxue seemed to harbor strong malice towards Tang Chuan, frowning and feeling a surge of hostility. But Tang Chuan waved his hand, signaling that everything was fine and that they should go ahead and take the transformation grass to complete their evolution. Seeing Tang Chuan's gesture, the sky blue bull python and Titan giant ape felt reassured and turned to leave. After all, even if they consumed the 9 transformations grass now, they would need time to digest the medicinal power to help them transform into human form. Xiao Chuan, you finally came back. Just as Tang Chuan jumped down from the palm of the Titan giant ape, Huliena rushed into his embrace, her warm and soft body bringing with it a unique fragrance that made him feel exceptionally at ease. He replied lightly, yes, I'm back. But Huliena was pounding her little fists against Tang Chuan's chest, sobbing, do you know how worried I have been about you these past few days? The previous incident was all a misunderstanding. I said those things to protect you. I never liked Yen. The one I truly like is you. But now you are still so cold towards me, Woo. Zhu Thua chuckled to himself on the side. Xiao Chuan, I didn't expect you to win the favor of our spirit hall's saintess. I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. I want to accept this. Why can Bibi Dong take such risks for a mere disciple? After being silent for a long time, Qian Rinxue, filled with rage, completely lost her reason. She rushed in front of Tang Chuan, who had just been released, pointing at him and declaring, so you're Tang Chuan, right? I am Qian Rinxue, and I challenge you. I want to bully you. I will only use my 3-ring strength. If you lose, then get out of the spirit hall. Huliena released Tang Chuan, feeling very displeased with Qian Rinxue for daring to directly call her teacher Bibi Dong by name, even if she was the teacher's daughter. That was unacceptable. Qian Rinxue, don't push your luck. Xiao Chuan has just returned and is not in good condition. If you want to fight, come at me. I am the teacher's disciple, and I would like to seek guidance from you, senior sister. Bibi Dong's expression was complicated. She didn't know how to face the situation as a teacher and a mother when her daughter and disciple were about to battle. Sister Nana, step back. Tang Chuan pulled Huliena behind him and walked up to Qian Rinxue, speaking coldly. Tang Chuan, 35th level control and assault spirit master, martial soul, 9 heaven spirit mirror. Hao Ian hammer. Since senior sister Qian Rinxue has the intention to fight, please don't hold back. I won't go easy on you, Tang Chuan. Defeat is your destiny. As soon as she finished speaking, a golden tail flame trailed behind Qian Rinxue, and she shot towards Tang Chuan like a meteor. Although her speed couldn't compare to the speed-focused members of the Tang Chuan could clearly feel that Qian Rinxue suddenly became unreal as she approached. The space around her seemed to be slightly distorted, making it impossible for him to lock onto her exact position, even with his full concentration. The dazzling golden light and the brilliant golden shadow behind her burst forth simultaneously, bringing an overwhelming and sacred pressure. An angel martial soul? Truly powerful, but unfortunately, a hint of a smile appeared on Tang Chuan's lips as the pitch-black, gold-tinged hammer in his hand swelled in size, transforming in an instant into a warhammer. 3 semi-transparent soul rings flashed in succession before merging into the Hao Ian hammer, which was now adorned with flowing golden patterns, as a surge of power suddenly erupted. The golden halo rapidly expanded, creating circles of dazzling light in the air as Qian Rinqiu charged straight in, her four wings unfurling behind her, resembling a golden meteor as she collided with Tang Chuan. The first soul ring lit up, and the golden halo around Qian Rinqiu instantly concentrated towards her right fist, which she then swung directly at Tang Chuan. The gathered golden light resembled a massive round shield, charging towards Tang Chuan's body. Unexpectedly, Qian Rinqiu was going to clash with the Haotian hammer using her physical body. Chapter 59. What have you done for her? Haotian hammer. Tang Chuan let out a low shout, swinging the Haotian hammer in his hand to draw an arc in the air, smashing directly into Qian Rinqiu's incoming heavy punch. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and with a thunderous boom, the two figures in the air instantly separated after a brief collision. Qian Rinqiu's body, propelled forward, flew backward and swayed in the air before stabilizing herself, her internal energy surging due to the earlier impact. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan was forced to retreat more than 10 steps, leaving a distinct trench on the ground before coming to a stop. From this direct clash, Tang Chuan immediately sensed that Qian Rinqiu's soul power was extremely unique. When they collided, a warm sensation flowed from his opponent's soul power into his body, and his own soul power showed signs of melting away under this warm aura filled with a sacred essence. It was suppressed and unable to unleash its full power. Clearly, this super martial soul, the six-winged heavenly angel, was not just for show. It was truly a powerful top-tier martial soul, and the soul power itself possessed special properties. Qian Rinqiu's first soul skill was merely to concentrate and release this soul power with unique properties. Tang Chuan Guet Spot Setin. The first soul skill used by Qian Rinqiu just now was Angel Assault. It can condense her three attributes of holy, light, and flame soul power, ignoring the opponent's defenses, with the effect of potentially erasing up to 40% of the opponent's soul power. However, what Tang Chuan used just now was his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. The Haotian hammer has never relied on soul power to increase its might, but rather on its ability to crush everything. Qian Rinqiu's feelings were different. Although she was blasted away by Tang Chuan, she also sensed the domineering and fierce nature of his soul power, as if it were a landslide or a hurricane tsunami. Especially at the moment of contact, a special shattering force was generated, completely destroying her attack, which was originally as vast as the Yangtze River. It seemed that Tang Chuan was at an absolute disadvantage, but in reality, he did not suffer any real damage. His physique was incredibly strong, comparable to that of an ordinary top beast martial soul, and even at the third ring level, he could rival a fifth ring ordinary soul king. Good kid. He truly lives up to being a disciple chosen by Bibi Dong. He indeed has some merit. Unfortunately, to defeat me, it is simply not enough. Qian Rinqiu snorted coldly, as Tang Chuan's strength exceeded her expectations. Qian Rinqiu harbored deep resentment towards Bibi Dong. Since she met Bibi Dong, she had never called her mother, always addressing her directly by her name, Bibi Dong. Tang Chuan's expression turned cold when dealing with a girl like Qian Rinqiu, who had her head in the clouds. He couldn't hold back. He sneered Bibi Dong. Ha! Calling my teacher by her name, which happens to be your mother's name, my young lady. You really are a great filial daughter. Qian Rinqiu didn't want to hear the preaching of this little junior brother. What do you know, you little brat? How can Bibi Dong claim to be my mother? She wishes for nothing more than for me to die. Just as Qian Rinqiu was getting angry, Tang Chuan shot out the first soul skill of a nine-heaven spirit mirror with his right hand, catching her off guard and directly taking all the damage. Hit by the first soul skill, Qian Rinqiu's spirit was attacked, and the accompanying freezing effect froze most of her body. Without wasting any words, Tang Chuan took advantage of the situation, swinging the Haotian hammer, intending to deliver a decisive blow. Just as the Haotian hammer in Tang Chuan's hand was about to smash down on Qian Rinqiu, a golden light shone brightly. The angelic phantom behind Qian Rinqiu quietly moved forward, and she herself quickly merged with that phantom, her entire being, including her skin and hair, turning pure gold. Her clothes and the ice around her purified and disappeared within that golden hue. The dazzling golden flames enveloped her delicate body, resembling a celestial being. Even the other 5 soul rings on her body were rendered golden at that moment. 2 pairs of pure white wings behind Qian Rinqiu spread out, with gold spreading from the roots to the tips of every feather. With a rip, another pair of wings opened from her back, fully revealing her six-winged angel martial soul. Qian Rinchue's aura instantly expanded like a tide, having released her martial soul's true form. The pressure she brought to Tang Chuan was not any less than that of a soul sage, although doing so might seem unfair. I never promised you that I wouldn't use my domain. Accompanied by a delicate shout, Qian Rinchue spread her arms wide, her whole body resembling a suspended cross in the air, tilting her head back. A melodious long howl escaped her lips, and in an instant, the golden light erupting from her body expanded at an almost imperceptible speed, encompassing thousands of square meters in the air in the blink of an eye. Directly enveloping Tang Chuan, everything around suddenly turned golden, leaving Tang Chuan secretly astonished. But at that moment, he knew he could not panic. This should be the angel domain that accompanies the angel martial soul, a domain that only a soul sage with a true martial soul can possess. Within that golden light, the first thing Tang Chuan felt was the overwhelming pressure coming from all directions, limiting his senses to a small area. Even the effective range of his powerful spiritual soul skills was confined to just 5 meters around his body. It felt as if he had entered another world. And the ruler of this world was Qian Rinchue. It really is the angel domain, Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo exclaimed. They certainly knew what a domain was. It was an alternative large-scale auxiliary soul skill that soul masters reached the 7th ring and mastered their true martial soul. Because it can change the environment and create the most suitable battlefield for the soul master, it is called a domain. Hulina's face was filled with anxiety, even shouting, "Tang Chuan, be careful. An angel domain? No wonder she is his child. Tang Chuan is in trouble now." Bibi Dong clasped her hands together, somewhat worried. The angel martial soul is a top-tier martial soul, and with the domain, Tang Chuan might really not be Qian Rinchue's opponent. Qian Oliu's gaze swept over everyone, noticing that even Bibi Dong's expression was not good, which completely exceeded his expectations. The others were one thing, but Bibi Dong, after that incident, had completely closed herself off. So why was she now concerned for child? Due to Tang Chuan's lack of a domain. His soul power was constantly being eroded by the angel domain, putting him in a precarious situation. "You must feel the gap between us now, Tang Chuan. This is my domain, the angel domain. I am the ruler here. Once you enter, even a soul Douluo can only ensure their escape. Even if I only use 3 soul rings, everything about you is already completely under my control. To be honest, Tang Chuan, I really admire you. You are the first man to force me to open my domain. I believe your future achievements will never be beneath mine. You might even become stronger. Therefore, I'm willing to give you one last chance. Leave Bibi Dong and join me. Otherwise, I will definitely crush a genius like you. Even with Bibi Dong here, she cannot stop me. Only geniuses like us can understand how great we are. Don't you think so? You are such a smart person. I believe you will make the right choice." Listening to Qian Rinchue's voice, Tang Chuan tried to feel his position as much as possible, but all of it was in vain. The effect of this angel domain was simply too great. Although he had gained a significant boost in his spiritual power from adding the 3rd soul ring, 9 heaven-shattering spirit strike, and could enhance his sensory abilities as much as possible, he was still greatly weakened compared to usual, even to the level of an ordinary person. Especially with the sacred aura of the golden light in this angel domain quickly consuming his soul power and spiritual power. If he couldn't break through this domain, Qian Rinchue wouldn't even need to lift a finger. He would defeat himself due to his soul power depletion. Of course, Tang Chuan also understood that without the strength of a 7th ring, Qian Rinchue, who was using the angel domain, would also consume her spirit and soul power rapidly. So even with such an advantage, Qian Rinchue would soon try to eliminate him. However, to Tang Chuan's surprise, Qian Rinchue actually showed an intention to recruit him. Want to take him in to slap Bibi Dong in the face. As for Qian Rinchue wanting to kill him, she wasn't exaggerating. With Qian Dalu present and Qian Rinchue's powerful strength, even if she killed him on the spot, Bibi Dong, as the Pope, would have no means to intervene and could only choose to remain silent. Therefore, Tang Chuan had to end the battle quickly to extinguish Qian Rinchue's killing intent towards him. "Arrogant brat, since you were so ungrateful, let me see what kind of waves you can create in my angel domain." Qian Rinchue's voice echoed from all directions. Suddenly, the golden light from the angel domain surrounding Tang Chuan became denser, making him feel as if he were trapped in a golden quagmire, his movements sluggish. Not only that, but the soul power within Tang Chuan also felt stagnant, and his 5 senses dulled. Haotian hammer. A sense of crisis hit him, and Tang Chuan frowned, swinging the Haotian hammer behind him. The golden figure laughed mischievously, and Tang Chuan's Haotian hammer did not hit the opponent's physical form. The golden figure that swept past him also brought a dizzying sensation. Although he was in a state of nothingness, his spiritual power and soul power suddenly dropped significantly. Qian Rinchue's figure appeared, smiling charmingly, her beautiful eyes glancing at him, proudly declaring, "Tang Chuan, I don't mind telling you that within my angel domain I, possessing the angel martial soul, am immune to any physical attacks. Your Haotian hammer is useless. You might as well submit to me. I have Qian Douluo as my backing, and I won't be any less than that woman Bibi Dong." But Tang Chuan remained unmoved, even becoming enraged, swinging the Haotian hammer with great ferocity. Yet he couldn't hurt Qian Rinchue at all. "What qualifications do you have to speak of teacher Bibi Dong? You're just her daughter. Don't you feel unfilial doing this? And you want to persuade me to join you? I tell you, I Tang Chuan would rather die here in battle than betray you. Qian Rinchue, unfilial, unfilial, unfilial." This word completely enraged Qian Rinchue, and she shouted furiously, "Bastard, what do you know? Everything is that woman Bibidong's fault. She has never cared about me. She is simply unworthy of being my mother." First soul skill, Angel Strike, second soul skill, Angel Wings, third soul skill. Angel's protection in her own domain, the furious Qian Rinchue had transformed into an illusion, unleashing her 3 soul skills, charging straight at Tang Chuan. What was different this time was that she had added a long sword to her hands. A long sword entirely formed of golden flames. It had no physical form, but the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from it made Tang Chuan's heart tremble. This long sword was composed purely of the ultimate soul power of light, holiness, and flames. If it pierced Tang Chuan's body, it would surely create several transparent holes. In this true domain, Tang Chuan's senses and reactions were significantly slower. If Qian Rinchue's first attack was a probe, then this attack was meant to deliver a heavy blow to Tang Chuan and establish her complete advantage. Even if she couldn't kill Tang Chuan with a single strike, she would at least heavily injure him with her soul skill. Tang Chuan took a deep breath, facing the divine sword of golden light wielded by Qian Rinchue. He forced down the fear and discomfort in his heart. As a transmigrator with a built-in golden finger, he had always been the one to suppress others, controlling his opponents to move at his own pace. But now he found himself completely restrained, which inevitably made him feel irritable. However, he understood that if he let negative emotions take over, he would truly have no chance in this life-and-death battle. "You always complain that your mother is indifferent and uncaring, only wanted to take from you. But Bibi Dong risked her life to bring you into this world. Isn't that worth your gratitude? Not to mention anything else, Qian Rinchue. Have you ever considered what you, as her daughter, have done for Bibi Dong?" In the thick angelic realm, Tang Chuan had no room to dodge. Just as the sword filled with intense divine aura was about to strike him, a flash of purple light appeared on him, and a purple soul ring emerged from beneath his feet. Second soul skill, Mirror Reflection. Tang Chuan casually took a shot, and a mirror image appeared before him. Qian Rinchue felt a jolt in her heart as a figure identical to herself emerged from the mirror. The mirrored figure also held a long sword made entirely of golden flames in its hands. It had no physical form, yet the terrifying energy fluctuations were indistinguishable from Qian Rinchue's own. With a poochie sound, the noise of sharp sword-piercing flesh echoed, and Qian Rinchue incredulously lowered her head to see a long sword of golden flames had already pierced through her left chest, her own soul power rapidly disintegrating and melting away. At the same time, the mirrored figure's right chest was also pierced by Qian Rinchue, but she was just a reflection, turning into a myriad of purple light shards. Third soul skill, 9 Heavens Shattering Spirit Strike. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Chuan pressed down on Qian Rinchue's head, his eyes shooting out 2 deep purple beams of light, striking directly at Qian Rinchue's eyes. Severely injured by the mirror image, Qian Rinchue was hit by the gaze. Her mental power instantly reduced to 30%, suffering a significant mental injury, and inevitably fell into dizziness on the spot. Tang Chuan raised the Haotian hammer in his hand and struck Qian Rinchue away with a single blow, his tone icy as he said, "Teacher Bibi Dong is certainly at fault, but someone like you, Qian Rinchue, who can disregard the grace of giving birth, is not worthy of being the teacher's daughter." Chapter 60. Soul Guidance Device? Did he win? Xiao Chuan, did he really win? Hulaina covered her mouth in disbelief. Qian Rinchue was a 5-ring soul king. Plus, she had the top-tier sacred angel martial soul. Even if she only used the first 3 soul skills, an ordinary soul king would be utterly defeated. How could Tang Chuan possibly win? But soon she felt relieved. After all, he was the man she admired, and it was only natural for him to achieve this. Juju Douluo and Ghost Douluo both breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Thankfully, Xiao Chuan really leveled up. He actually defeated the owner of the sacred angel martial soul, Qian Rinxue. Xiao Chuan did quite well. Qian Oliu's expression was complex, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Tang Chuan, even if you have gone missing, you still refuse to give up on competing with me? Your grandson is indeed impressive. Xiao Shui. Bibi Dong ultimately couldn't escape her maternal instincts. However, when she saw Qian Rinxue lying on the ground with a dazed and weak expression, she almost couldn't resist the urge to go over and comfort her. Yet for some psychological reason, she ultimately did not wish to show weakness first. It was as if Bibi Dong would rather send the young Qian Rinxue to the Tiando royal family as a spy to avoid being reminded of her painful past than to keep Qian Rinxue close and explain why she treated her that way. Grandpa, I lost. I actually lost. Did I really make a mistake? Qian Rinxue lay weakly on the ground, her beautiful eyes gazing at the sky, which was still so blue. She recalled when she was 6 or 7 years old, sitting high in the hall dome, watching the mother and daughter holding hands below. Just when Qian Rinxue was in despair, a hand reached out to her, as if it were the salvation she had always hoped for. Cold, yet caring. Qian Rinxue, how long do you want to lie on the ground? At that moment, the boy in front of her, younger than herself, shone brightly in Qian Rinxue's eyes. She grasped Tang Chuan's hand and huffed. What is it to you? Tang Chuan, right? This time, it was just your luck. Don't get too proud. I will challenge you again sooner or later. Oh, not convinced? After pulling her up, Tang Chuan said no more and turned to head towards Bibi Dong, Juju Douluo, and Ghost Douluo. He waved his hand. I know you didn't use your full strength. I look forward to our next battle, but I hope you can respect your mother. I, Tang Chuan, do not wish to compete against a soul master who doesn't recognize their own kin. You. Qian Rinxue stomped her foot in frustration, wanting to curse him, but Tang Chuan walked away without even a glance back, leaving her unable to speak. Seeing Tang Chuan return victoriously, an excited Hulaina couldn't help but give him a hug and peck him on the cheek. Xiao Chuan, I knew you would win. Juju Douluo leaned over and joked, you two little ones flirting already? Isn't that a bit hasty? Flirting? I'm not. You're talking nonsense. Hulaina's cheeks flushed red, and she quickly pushed Tang Chuan away, running to hide behind Bibi Dong. Did you win, Xiao Chuan? Bibi Dong glanced at Tang Chuan with a hint of meaning, casually asking a question. Tang Chuan touched his nose, and although his face was a bit red, he said calmly, I should have one, right? If senior sister Qian Rinxue had used her full strength, I might have already lost. It's a bit of luck. I hope the teacher won't hold it against me. Are you still afraid I'll blame you? Since it's all fine now, let's go. Yes, teacher. By Dong left first, and Ghost Douluo and Juju Douluo also took Tang Chuan away. After everyone left, Qian Rinxue stood dazedly in place, looking in the direction they had gone. She asked, Grandpa, I lost. How could I lose to a little brat like Tang Chuan? I'm a 5-ring soul king. Qian Daolu smiled and showed no distress over his granddaughter's defeat. He asked with a smile, Xiao Shui, is this really what you wanted to ask about? Qian Daolu, as the earthly representative of the angel god, understood that to inherit the position of an angel, a soul master's heart must not have a single flaw, just like a true angel. So what is an angel? An angel is someone whose heart has no regrets or remorse, for they must save others by first saving themselves. Qian Rinxue hesitated, wanting to say something, but it felt like a fishbone stuck in her throat, unable to come out. Finally, she made up her mind and asked Qian Daolu, Grandpa, am I really as unfilial as Tang Chuan said? He said I never did anything for Bai Dong. My mother. She seemed like a rebellious girl, suddenly realizing her mistakes, wanting to admit it but too shy to speak. Xiao Shui, you don't need to say anything. I know what you want to say. Qian Daolu patted Qian Rinxue's shoulder earnestly and comforted her. Though I have never said it to you before today, I think you have already realized your past mistakes, right? I remember you used to be a child who could spend days making a blessing basket for your mother. But now you. Qian Rinxue was taken aback, recalling her childhood efforts to make Bai Dong happy, and now it seemed like they were enemies. She touched her face in a daze, as if she no longer recognized herself. When exactly did I become like this? Sometimes, forgiveness requires more courage than hatred. Xiao Shui, your mother's situation has its reasons. However, I will not interfere with your choice. I just hope you can do what you believe is right. To resolve hatred and make up for regrets, only one side can choose to forgive. When will the cycle of revenge end? You hurt others because you were hurt, and others are the same. the harm will only grow larger. P.S. For someone like Tang, an enemy of the Spirit Hall, it is advisable to directly crush him to eliminate future threats. Qian Rinxue murmured to herself, "Forgive? Can I forgive? Can she forgive me?" A few days later, Xiao Chuan, I'm here to see you. Hurry up and open the door. As dawn broke, Hulaina's voice came from outside the door. Tang Chuan rubbed his panda-like eyes. He had another sleepless night. He pushed the door open, and besides the expected Hulaina, there was an old man with graying hair and a white work uniform. However, the old man didn't have the ethereal demeanor he had imagined. Instead, his gaze seemed somewhat lecherous, giving off the impression of a dirty old man. You, if I'm not mistaken, you must be Tang Chuan, the little genius from the Spirit Hall. I've heard a lot about you. You can call me Old Lu. The old man was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. As soon as he entered, he said, I heard you have an interest in soul-guiding devices. Coincidentally, I also have some research on soul-guiding devices, so I hope you can come and take a look. Tang Chuan was somewhat speechless. Coming to this so early in the morning felt a bit abrupt. He looked at Hulaina, who was eating a fruit with a dodging gaze, appearing indifferent, as if to say, it's none of my business. I just took a little trinket from Old Lu. It's not my fault. Seeing Tang Chuan staring at her, Hulaina felt a bit embarrassed and could only slip away. Goodness, this girl with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Hulaina, has actually betrayed him. Old Lu didn't waste any words. While Tang Chuan was in a daze, he pulled him along. Let us go. Since you're interested, let us take a look. It was unclear what kind of martial soul Old Lu had, and in the next moment, Tang Chuan found himself and Old Lu in a soul guide experimental area. The place was filled with metallic structures, and the metal used here was something he had never seen before, presenting a bluish-green color. Heavy metal plates divided the area into various sections, resembling a series of metal boxes. Soon, the two arrived at the largest section. It was an empty space, about 1,000 square meters in size, with a height exceeding 8 meters. Unfortunately, although it was large, there wasn't a single person around. It felt utterly lifeless. However, even with no other audience besides Tang Chuan, Old Lu seemed to be full of enthusiasm as he proudly introduced Tang Chuan. What you see now is my soul guide experimental area, my kingdom. Next, you will see me restore the soul guide technology from thousands, even tens of thousands of years ago. Upon hearing this, Tang Chuan's eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. Soul guides? It seemed he was lacking knowledge and the ability to create them. He pretended to disdainfully say, "Humph. Soul guides are just obsolete trinkets from tens of thousands of years ago. What use could they possibly have? Old man, you must be joking. P.S. According to Yu Xiaojiang, soul guides are considered relics in the Douluo Continent. But in the second part, they suddenly became cutting-edge technology. I'm not quite clear on the specific reasons." The old man, annoyed by Tang Chuan's disdain, felt it was akin to someone presenting a precious jade. Only for you to say it was no different from a stone by the roadside, since you couldn't eat it anyway. He gave Tang Chuan a light knock on the head and scolded, "Young man, you should respect the elderly and cherish the labor of older generations." After speaking, the old man swiftly pulled something from his belt. It was a black metal tube about 1.5 meters long, with a diameter of around 15 centimeters, wider at the tail end, and engraved with many strange patterns, closely resembling a sniper rifle in Tang Chuan's memory. The old man skillfully held it in his hand, pressed the spot on the back of the metal tube twice with his right hand, and a lid popped open, revealing an opening about 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. He quickly tapped his waist with his left hand, and a bullet-shaped piece of metal appeared in his hand. He carefully placed this bullet-shaped metal into the opening revealed by the lid, and then closed it. Raising his right hand, the soul guide that resembled a sniper rifle was cradled in his arms. At that moment, a powerful surge of soul power erupted from the old man, and 8 soul rings flashed simultaneously but were not activated. The metal tube on his shoulder seemed to tremble slightly, and a thick black halo flowed over its surface. The old man's body moved gently, and the metal tube was aimed at the distant Hate Water Stone, reputed to be the hardest stone in the Douluo Continent. With a loud bang, a brilliant black light exploded from the metal tube, and the sudden rush of air nearly caused Tang Chuan to stumble and fall. In the distance, the so-called hardest Hate Water Stone shattered with a resounding crash. This was Hate Water Stone. Even a soul master using their full strength might not be able to break it in one hit. This is the power of the soul guide. The old man was immensely proud. He was the foremost expert in soul guides on the Douluo Continent, and only he could create such high-level soul guides. However, it was clear that the Spirit Hall, known for its many soul masters, did not regard soul guides highly. As a result, the old man could not secure funding, and all his materials and research were funded by himself. With no other options, he set his sights on Tang Chuan. In that moment, Tang Chuan also understood the old man's intentions. He swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Is this the soul guide? That must be the hardest material on Douluo Continent. The Hate Waterstone. Senior, you clearly didn't use any soul skills. How did you cause such great damage? Could it really be just relying on that iron pipe in your hand? Humph, little brat. Now you understand how powerful it is, right? Before you were blind." The old man was smug, putting down the soul guide in his hand, and began to explain. There are many classifications of soul guides, and it's hard to explain them all at once. They are mainly divided into melee soul guides and ranged soul guides. Melee soul guides are similar to the weapons we usually use. After being activated by soul power, they unleash greater strength. Relatively speaking, within a certain range, melee soul guides have more power. Ranged soul guides, on the other hand, are soul guides that launch ranged attacks through the injection of soul power. The more powerful the soul guide, the more soul power it requires to activate. This means that the higher the cultivation of the soul master, the higher the grade of soul guides they can use. The soul guide in my hand is a special type that I developed through summarizing the wisdom of predecessors. It is designed for long-range attacks, but does not require too much soul power to activate. You saw the process I used just now. In simple terms, it divides the soul guide and the ammunition into two parts. The soul guide that launches the ammunition only serves to fire and detonate it. The pipe I used just now was responsible for launching the shell. The greatest advantage of this special soul guide is that it consumes very little soul power and can be used without requiring too high a cultivation level. However, its flaw is that it is very difficult to aim, especially against moving targets. It is particularly hard to hit accurately, but against fixed targets, its power is quite formidable. However, making shells is very troublesome and requires many precious materials. If it weren't for demonstrating to you, I wouldn't casually fire it. In theory, this special soul guide can increase a soul master's attack power by more than 10 times. However, no one is perfect and nothing is flawless. The power of special soul guides also has its limits, as it is ultimately affected by the materials used. Therefore, the cost of special soul guides is far higher than that of ordinary soul masters. Tang Chuan nodded in a seemingly understanding manner. Do you want to learn? Yes. Chapter 61, Wuhuan Academy. Months later, Wuhuan Academy. As a #1 sect on Douluo Continent, Wuhuan Temple has always held the position of the spiritual leader in the soul master world, unmatched by anyone. However, a few years ago, for unknown reasons, many sects openly and secretly sought trouble for Wuhuan Temple. Thus, Pope Bibi Dong took this opportunity to challenge various sects, forcing them to send several direct disciples to Wuhuan Temple for study. It was called studying, but it was actually to take hostages in order to curb the expanding ambitions of the various sections. Although Wuhuan Academy is merely an academy, Wuhuan Temple is financially powerful and acquired a mountain as the foundation for the academy. The academy is built like a castle, with white walls to prevent wild beasts and soul beasts from entering and disturbing the students. Let's go Xiao Chuan Chuan. This is the newly established Wuhuan Academy of Wuhuan Temple, and you will study here from now on. Zhu Douluo personally brought Tang Chuan to the front of Wuhuan Academy. Originally, it should have been Ghost Duo, as instructed by Bibi Dong, who brought Tang Chuan here, but Ghost Duo had some minor issues due to the inheritance matter, so he entrusted Zhu Douluo to take his place. Wuhuan Academy is an important part of Wuhuan Temple's 5-year plan, so there are 6 guards rotating duty at the entrance alone. However, this time, because Zhu Douluo personally came, all 6 guards were waiting here in advance. Welcome, Elder Yu Egwan. Zhu Douluo did not look at the 6 guards kneeling down, just waved his hand. Understood. Where's your dean, Michelle? Why hasn't Tihi come out? Dean Michelle is in the dean's office receiving guests, and it would be a loss of courtesy not to come out to greet you. Receiving guests? Zhu Douluo is not someone who causes trouble, and since Michelle did not come to receive him, it seems that the identity of the guest indeed is extraordinary. Tang Chuan did not speak, only quietly listened. He had no understanding of the Spirit Soul Academy, so it was better to familiarize himself with the specific situation of the academy first. Elder Yu Egwan, since it's your first time here, let your subordinate guide you to find the dean. The interior of the Spirit Soul Academy consists of 7 magnificent buildings, including 2 dormitories for students, 1 for teachers, 3 teaching buildings, and 1 office building for teachers and the dean to handle affairs. The first thing that caught the eye was the foundation of the Spirit Soul Academy. The teaching buildings. Each building is 7 stories high, consisting of a primary teaching building, an intermediate teaching building, and a senior teaching building. The color of the teaching buildings represents different grades, distinguished by the colors of soul rings. White is for the freshman teaching building, just like the 10-year soul ring, the lowest level in soul rings. Yellow is for the second and third-year teaching buildings of the outer academy. Purple is for the fourth and fifth-year teaching buildings. After graduating from the fifth year, one can graduate and become an excellent soul master. The black building in the center is the office building for teachers and the dean. Behind the office building, there are 3 blue and white dormitory buildings, which are the students' accommodations. The last building is where the dean and teachers live, decorated in bright red paint, quite eye-catching. As they walked along the way, Tang Chuan saw many students of similar age to himself. Some were dressed in tattered clothes, impoverished, while others wore luxurious garments, incredibly wealthy. They were talented commoner students recruited by the Spirit Hall, while the other group consisted of noble students forcefully absorbed by the Spirit Hall, essentially hostages from other sections. The quality of these students was exceptionally high, most of them just over a decade old, with many being great soul masters and even some reaching the realm of soul sex, truly a dazzling array of stars. Tang Chuan clicked his tongue, thinking that the Spirit Hall's ability to gather soul masters was indeed formidable, even surpassing the 2 great empires on the continent. After walking for a while, the guard brought them to the foot of the teacher's office building and stopped there. He respectfully said, "Elder Yueguan, the dean is on the 4th floor of this building. Just turn right at 3 doors. I have other duties, so if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." It's fine, you can go," Zhu nodded, indicating that the guard could leave. The rules of the Spirit Hall were strict, and after Zhu Douluo's signal, the guard jogged toward the entrance of the Spirit Soul Academy. This building was larger than Tang Chuan had imagined, a bit directionally challenged. Zhu Douluo and Tang Chuan spent some time before finally locating the dean's office. Looking at the door marked Dean's Office, Yueguan pushed the door open and complained, "Just a dean's office, so mysterious, it's really annoying." Inside the dean's office were 2 students of similar age to Hu Laina, sitting and seemingly discussing something with Dean Michael. The boy on the left had long golden hair flowing down his back, a handsome face, and a lazy expression. His eyes sparkled with purple light, possessing a rare pair of blue and red heterochromia. He was tall and wore a black and yellow trench coat. Though casual, his smile still revealed a hint of superiority. The girl on the right was holding the boy's hand tightly, a tall girl whose figure was almost equal to the boy's. Extremely voluptuous, with skin like white jade, also smiling. Even when she spoke, she tightly grasped the boy's hand, not letting go. She appeared very gentle, and in this softness, her beauty was even more easily recognized. "So, you are here in place of your younger siblings to study at the Spirit Soul Academy? Ha! The Star Luo Empire is indeed interesting. My dear Prince Davis, have you already been cast aside? I remember that your imperial succession system is a bloody battle to the end. And you, Zhu Zhuyun, your taste in men is quite poor. Since Davis came to the Spirit Soul Academy, it means he has no hope of inheriting the throne. After all, in your eyes, we at the Spirit Hall are like a flood beast." Sitting in the chair, the golden-haired old man, Michael, glanced playfully at the boy and girl, then respectfully bowed to Zhu Douluo, saying, "Elder Yueguan, I did not know you were coming, and I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Yueguan rolled his eyes and snorted, showing a disdainful expression. "Enough with the act. Michael, what are you scheming? Don't talk about irrelevant things. You should know the Pope's decree." The white-haired elder sitting in the chair understood Yuan's demeanor and smiled, saying, "Oh, of course I know. The Pope informed me of this child's situation yesterday. All right, little Mimi, since you already understand the situation, I'll take my leave." Zhu Douluo pretended to leave, but when Michael relaxed his guard, he suddenly whipped a gust of wind at his face, covering him in chrysanthemums. "Did you think I would say that? Little Mimi, you are the one called Zhu Huaguan. Your whole family is Zhu Huaguan. You old rascal. You're truly mischievous. Tang Chuan." Just listen to him about the next matters. After Zhu Douluo finished speaking, he disappeared from the room, leaving behind a pile of chrysanthemums. Moreover, it was clearly an act of retaliation, leaving a thick layer of flowers that covered everyone's calves. Michael struggled to wipe the chrysanthemums off his face, his beard trembling in anger. He shouted furiously, "Zhu Huaguan, you bastard, don't let me catch you." Achoo, achoo. Clearly, our old dean was allergic to chrysanthemums. "Someone, come and clean up all these chrysanthemums." With the white-haired elder's command, several specific soul masters entered. They seemed to have special soul powers extending their hands, and the chrysanthemums were absorbed into their hands. Soon, the ground full of chrysanthemums disappeared, and they spent a little time cleaning up the mess, restoring the office to its original state. At this moment, Davis spoke up, saying decisively, "Dean, you are overthinking. I'm still a prince of the Douluo Empire. The reason I came to the Spirit Soul Academy is not because I am a discarded child, but because my younger brother recently ran away from home. He was supposed to come to the Spirit Soul Academy to study, but since he left, we had to come in his place to not disappoint the goodwill of the Spirit Hall." Tang Chuan said, "This Davis is quite clever, as he immediately reveals his value. Instead of acting like others who directly proclaim themselves as the best in the world, geniuses, or the heirs of sex, looking down on everyone else. However, I really didn't expect that Davis would come to the Wuhuan Academy as a hostage for By. He really is a good brother." But Michael seems unconvinced. Just based on Davis's words, he cannot determine Davis's value. What if he is just a spoiled rich kid? Then there would be no need for in-depth training and cooperation. Let me quiz you. There are only two types of martial souls for soul masters upon awakening. One is tool martial souls, and the other is beast martial souls. What is the biggest difference between beast martial souls and tool martial souls? And what are their respective advantages? The first soul master in Douluo Continent was a beast martial soul. In the early stages, beast martial souls provide a much greater enhancement for soul masters than tool martial souls, because beast martial souls can allow soul masters to transform into beasts, gradually gaining the advantages of their own martial souls. For example, our evil white tiger martial soul and the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect of the Tiando Empire enhance their bloodline purity and increase their martial soul compatibility to gain the power of the evil white tiger. Soul masters of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect, on the other hand, enhance themselves through dragon transformation, turning their bodies into martial souls. However, tool martial souls are much more troublesome in the early stages. They cannot utilize the true power of tool martial souls until they become soul saints and possess their martial soul's true form. Even the Hao Yan sect merely enhances their strength gradually through the age of their martial souls. The biggest difference between beast martial souls and tool martial souls is the consumption of what is needed to unleash their true forms. Beast martial souls consume their own bloodline, while tool martial souls consume their own soul to enhance the power of their martial soul's true form. Ultimately, tool martial souls are produced by divine craftsmen merging divine artifacts into themselves, requiring soul communication. In contrast, beast martial souls come from ancestors obtaining the bloodline of soul beasts, allowing them to burn their bloodline to unleash their martial soul's original and even more powerful abilities. No wonder he is the prince of the Douluo Empire. The future heir, his theoretical knowledge of martial souls is indeed impressive. Although Michael appreciates this, he still needs to ask, "So, do you know what types of soul masters there are?" Davis smiled slightly, calm and composed, exuding the demeanor of a general, and replied, "Soul masters are divided into 6 main categories: strong control system soul masters, control system soul masters, support system soul masters, food system soul masters, agility attack system soul masters, and defense system soul masters. Among them, due to the special nature of control system soul masters, the leader of a typical soul master team is usually a control system soul master. Food system soul masters are the rarest, with only one food system soul master among tens of thousands of soul masters. And because food system soul masters have weak martial souls and strong enhancement abilities, they are generally the core of the team's protection. The youthful spirit, full of vigor, made Zhu Juyan feel refreshed and her heart flutter. Interesting, really interesting. A prince like you is indeed rare. Michael smiled slightly and said, "Congratulations, Davis. You have proven your value and prospects. Rest assured, for the sake of the continent, for the soul master community, and for future development, our Spirit Hall simply wants to cultivate you. Of course, it is not without cost, since you have accepted our help. You cannot refuse us if we ask for something in the future." Although Davis did not truly believe Michael's words, he had something to ask for, so it was not appropriate to say much. He requested, "Since Lord Michael has said so, it would be too rude of me not to be honest. I hope that Dean Michael can personally speak with my father about my brother Bai's departure and persuade him to let him go. By, the spoiled prince of the Douluo Empire? Isn't he afraid to come to the Wuhuan Academy and sneak away at midnight, a cowardly deserter?" Regarding By, Michael had heard some rumors. According to the rules of the Douluo royal family, they're only standing dead men, not kneeling living ones. Because of Bai's desertion, the Douluo Empire would definitely send people to hunt him down to uphold their reputation. However, Michael was also a bit curious. Is it really worth it for you to do this just for your cowardly deserter brother? Worth it, because By is my brother. Also, he is not a coward. He just isn't ready yet. Davis's protective feelings for his brother were so strong that there was even a hint of defiance in his words. However, Michael didn't mind. Davis's attempt to save his brother was essentially handing him leverage, which the Spirit Hall could use in the future. Chapter 62. Enrollment you? Me? Zhu Zhiyun was not caught off guard by Michael's question. She grabbed Davis's arm, looking at his resolute face, and revealed a knowing smile. As for me, I don't have any lofty or grand ideals. I just want to be by Weiss's side forever. Wherever he goes, I will go. That's all. Michael clapped and laughed. Interesting. Truly interesting. All right, I agree to your request. Davis, rest assured, as long as you keep your promise, I guarantee that your family will not harm your deserter brother. Also, do you need us to arrange a double dormitory for this little couple? A double dormitory? Or, Zhu Zhiyun's face instantly turned red, blooming with two rosy clouds. And she waved her hands repeatedly. No need, thank you, Dean. Yun, don't you really want to live with me? Davis leaned close to Zhu Zhiyun's ear and whispered sweetly. How annoying. Michael smiled and issued a dismissal. If there's nothing else, you may leave. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye, Dean. After the two left, Michael curiously picked up the information in his hand and read it carefully. Tang Chuan, 9 years old, from the Holy Soul Village in the border area of the Fastna Province. Twin tool, martial souls, namely the 9 Heavens Spirit Mirror and the Hao Hammer. A level 35 control system strong attack system soul master. Interesting, the Hao Hammer. So you remember the Hao sect? Tang Chuan shook his head and denied, I don't know. I know very little about my father. He is probably a disciple of the Hao sect. But I am now a disciple of the Spirit Hall. Slick talker. Michael seemed to not buy Tang Chuan's words at all. He snorted coldly and disdainfully said, No wonder you're Tang Hao's son. Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with a junior like you. He walked up to Tang Chuan and, looking somewhat impatient, said, Let's go. I'll take you to your class first, and then someone will tell you where you'll be staying. Strange? Why does this director, Michael, harbor hostility towards me? Could it be? Tang Chuan secretly clicked his tongue. The hostility emanating from this soul sage director indeed made him feel uncomfortable. It seems he might be one of the victims of the Qian Xuanji incident from years ago, or perhaps he is an undercover agent from another sect. After walking out, Director Michael brought Tang Chuan to a yellow teaching building, where students in yellow uniforms were coming in and out. Each of them had the emblem of the six-winged angel, symbolizing the Spirit Academy, on the left side of their chests. Students from different grades wore uniforms of different colors, just like the color of their teaching building. Upon entering the teaching building, Michael casually pointed to a classroom and said, Tang Chuan, that's your class from now on. Okay. Michael knocked on the door, and a middle-aged man walked out. He looked at Michael and Tang Chuan, slightly surprised, and couldn't help but speak up. Director Michael, what brings you here? Is this child beside you really the disciple of His Holiness, Tang Chuan? Yes, Norman. This child is indeed the disciple of His Holiness, and currently has the strength of a soul zune. From now on, he will be studying in your class. Michael followed the procedure and gave a few instructions. Although he didn't like Tang Chuan much, it was necessary to go through the proper process. All right, Director Michael, I understand. I will take good care of this child. Okay, then I leave him to you. I'm off. After giving his instructions, Michael didn't say anything further and turned to leave. But Norman was still in shock, unable to recover from it. What a joke. This boy who looked to be under 10 years old is already a 3-ring soul zune? He himself was over 40 and only a 6-ring soul emperor. Compared to him, hasn't he just wasted all that time? However, Norman quickly came to terms with it. People can be infuriating. If Tang Chuan didn't have extraordinary talent, he wouldn't have been accepted as a disciple by His Holiness. Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan, right? Let's go. Norman cautiously asked. He also knew that Tang Chuan was the son of the crazy Tang Hao. Who knows if he might have some mental issues. And being a disciple of Bibi Dong, he couldn't afford to offend him. All right, kids, quiet down. We have a new student in our class today. I think you've heard a bit about him. He is Tang Chuan, the disciple of His Holiness. Norman led Tang Chuan into the classroom, and facing the 40 or so students, he knocked on the desk. As soon as Norman's words fell, the already somewhat chaotic classroom erupted entirely. He is Tang Chuan? He looks quite handsome. Yes, it's him. If I'm not mistaken, he really is the disciple of His Holiness. But what's with that expression on his face? With those dead fish eyes, who does he look down on? Boys admired boys, girls admired girls. The girls who could study in this class were all little geniuses from certain families or the cherished darlings of some viscounts or earls. Facing Tang Chuan, who had both strength and looks. They all showed admiration in their eyes. As for the boys, they curiously sized up Tang Chuan, who had an expressionless face and even seemed a bit contemptuous. Tang Chuan's arrival brought them a sense of crisis. Most of these boys were heirs of nobles or families. Their purpose for coming here was not only to learn about martial souls, but also to filter their potential marriage partners. Although political marriages were common, being able to choose a girl they liked at the Spirit Academy was naturally excellent. But what was just an 8 or 9-year-old kid doing acting so impressive? It was really annoying. I'm a 2-ring great soul master. So ugly. Does he really think he's handsome? Disgusting. Wow, boss, look. Sister Xin actually smiled at him. Boss, are you going to be? I saw it, I'm not blind. And what do you mean by being hat-tipped? Are you itching for a fight? Tang Chuan looked at the restless male students, yawned, and thought it was really boring to see all this love and fighting again. Norman's face turned cold as he slapped the desk, and the classroom quieted down once more. Silence. I know you're excited about the arrival of new students, but there should be a proper atmosphere for class. Do you understand? Yes, teacher. The students replied in unison, appearing very obedient, but secretly they were grumbling, as most of them held significant status and paid little heed to Norman's words. Now, let's have Tang Chuan introduce himself to everyone. After Norman finished speaking, he gestured for Tang Chuan to take the stage, planning for him to finish his introduction quickly so he wouldn't have to wade into this messy situation involving the young lords and ladies. Tang Chuan still wore that indifferent expression, unwilling to show even the slightest change in demeanor to the group of students. He coldly introduced himself. I am Tang Chuan, a level 35 soul warrior. I don't have time to play childish games with you. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. After these words, the classroom fell silent for several breaths before erupting. Hey, you little brat, who are you calling childish? Level 35 soul warrior? You? Stop bragging. Tang Chuan, huh? You got quite the nerve. If you're bold enough, let's settle this after class. I won't hesitate to smash your mouth. Tang Chuan shook his head helplessly. He actually didn't want to deal with these kids, but he couldn't just swallow his anger, right? That didn't align with his personality. There was no other way. At most, he would strike back later, randomly choosing a lucky one to break an arm or a leg, and they should quiet down after that, right? Norman was helpless. After all, this little ancestor was a disciple of His Holiness the Pope. He couldn't afford to speak recklessly, and even if he was being bullied, he had to endure it. He forced a smile and said, Ha, our new student is truly humorous. What does everyone think? If there are no issues, let's welcome our new classmate, Tang Chuan. As soon as he finished speaking, he started clapping, trying to create an atmosphere. If he didn't liven things up, it would really become awkward. With his applause, the few girls sitting in the front clapped their hands with some delight, their fondness clearly written on their faces. However, the boys sitting in the back and in the middle, these young nobles, were completely dismissive of Tang Chuan, responding with half-hearted claps that could only be described as perfunctory. Tang Chuan, just sit wherever you want. Norman pointed to a few empty spots in the classroom and said, among the students, Tang Chuan unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, Su Yuexin, who he had seen before and was even more beautiful than the girls. However, there was a slight difference. Su Yuexin seemed more like a girl than before. Goodness, this was no longer the Annihilation Red Dragon martial soul. It was clearly a feminized martial soul. He recognized her at a glance, waved to greet her, and indicated he would sit there. There were indeed not many students near Su Yuexin, so Tang Chuan, feeling it was too much hassle, walked straight over. Yuexin, please take care of me in the future. Hello, brother Tang Chuan. Su Yuexin felt a bit nervous and at a loss when she saw Tang Chuan really sit next to her. Seeing that Tang Chuan had found a spot and didn't cause any trouble, Norman finally breathed a sigh of relief. For a worker like him, no little ancestor was someone he could provoke. It was better to avoid trouble. He continued speaking at the podium. As I mentioned yesterday, there are 6 factions among Soul Masters. Attack-type Soul Masters, Control-type Soul Masters, Agility-type Soul Masters, Support-type Soul Masters, Defense-type Soul Masters, and Food-type Soul Masters. After a while, when you all reach the 3-ring strength, you'll be able to form your own Soul Master teams. Each Soul Master team generally consists of 7 people. That is a complete team. It was a common scene in class. While the teacher spoke endlessly, students in the back were comfortably asleep. Norman's face was as dark as a pot bottom, so he casually called out a boy's name. Feng Nguyen. Come and explain the differences between these 6 types of Soul Masters. Feng Nguyen, who had just been poked awake by his deskmate, stood up in confusion. Ignoring Norman's dark expression, he answered, Attack-type Soul Masters are those who can fight really well. Defense-type Soul Masters are those who can take hits really well. Agility-type Soul Masters are those who can run really fast. Support-type Soul Masters are those who can dodge really well. Food-type Soul Masters must be those who can eat a lot. Control-type Soul Masters. Isn't that just the team as Chaos Maker? Haha. Laughter erupted in the classroom, as the answer about food-type Soul Masters being able to eat a lot was too funny. Get out. This high-end, yet succinct response infuriated Norman, who shouted directly in the classroom. Go outside and reflect. If you don't recognize your mistakes, don't come back in. After Feng Nguyen left, Norman covered his face, thinking to himself that he had given the students too much face. How could they disrespect him like this? It was truly outrageous. There was no other way. He could only find a diligent student to ask a question to ease the situation. After scanning the room, Norman finally fixed his gaze on Su Yuexin. This child, although a boy, was very obedient and sensible. Su Yuexin, please answer this question. Su Yuexin? Humph. She immediately thought it was despicable that he was getting close to such a handsome boy like Tang Chuan right from the start. When the delicate boy next to Tang Chuan stood up, many girls began to whisper among themselves. Su Yuexin's beauty was simply too exquisite, and, on top of that, whenever she activated her martial soul, she transformed into a girl. Thus, most girls were quite jealous of her looks and did not take kindly to her. After standing up, Su Yuexin began to explain, Attack-type Soul Masters are known for their powerful attack strength. Having a strong attack-type Soul Master is a great help to a Soul Master team. Almost all Soul Master teams have attack-type Soul Masters as their main attackers. They're the sharpest spear of the team, often invincible and commanding respect. Defense-type Soul Masters, as their name suggests, are known for their strong defensive capabilities, helping the team withstand damage and providing a stable environment for output. Without a stable output environment, even the strongest attack-type or agility-type Soul Masters are but a house of cards without a foundation. Therefore, a team can do without an attack-type Soul Master, but it cannot do without a defense-type Soul Master. Support-type Soul Masters primarily play the role of healers, helping all members of the team recover from injuries and removing negative states. They are extremely important for the team. For example, if a Soul Master team has a Control-type Soul Master with an area control skill that can stun everyone for a second, the opposing team will definitely unleash a barrage of attacks. If there is no support Soul Master to control or provide healing, then that team will lose the battle. Control-type Soul Masters are the brains of the team because their soul skills are mostly rich in control abilities or provide negative states to opponents. Chapter 63. Are you going to be harsh? This class lasted a full hour before it ended. After class, several teenage boys walked down from their seats and approached Tang Chuan. One of them sat on Tang Chuan's desk and pushed him, saying, Hey kid, you're pretty cocky. Yeah, you just arrived and you're already so arrogant. Are you not giving my brother Yang face? Look at you like this. Come on, kneel down and apologize, and I'll take you as my little brother. What do you say? Haha. With so many people making things difficult for Tang Chuan, Su Yuexin felt a bit worried and pleaded, Please guys, let Tang Chuan go, okay? The leading boy, Feng Nguyen, laughed heartily. How could he agree to such a request? He pushed Su Yuexin aside and leaned closer to Tang Chuan, threatening, You little brat, did you hear what I said? If you don't speak up, we might have to take action. Is he really scared? Seeing that Tang Chuan remained silent, the boy sitting on the desk wanted to punch him. But Tang Chuan caught his fist and threw him aside. Tang Chuan then walked over, placed his feet on the boy's arms, and sat down, pulling out a dagger from the blue sky. Just now, did you use your left hand or your right hand? Tell me, and I'll leave you one hand. What kind of joke is this? Bastard, I'm a noble of the Tiando Empire. How could I apologize to a little brat like you? The boy was clearly being stubborn, refusing to apologize no matter what. But before he could finish speaking, a flash of cold light appeared, and he felt a sharp pain. Blood mixed with cold air flowed down as his left pinky finger surprisingly flew into the air. You actually dared to make a move. Do you know who I am? With a soft thud, his right ring finger also fell to the ground, making intimate contact with the surface. Yes, it was a right hand. The boy ultimately couldn't endure the excruciating pain and compromised. In the next moment, crack. Tang Chuan turned around directly and twisted the boy's right arm until it broke. His expression relaxed, as if he had just snapped a piece of grass. But the boy on the ground was not so relaxed. He had lost 2 fingers on his left hand, blood gushing out, and his right hand was broken by Tang Chuan. Aside from constantly reminding himself that his arm was broken, it was of no use at all. All he could do now was lie on the ground wailing and rolling around frantically, expressing his grievances about Tang Chuan's cruelty. Tang Chuan, you madman. Do you even know what you just did? You're crazy, absolutely insane. Hurry, go find a teacher. The few students who had just arrived were completely terrified. They had never seen such a scene before. A gecko can regrow its tail, but humans don't have such skills, right? It's not just that they were scared silly. The entire class of students was stunned by this sudden event. It was like watching a sheep go to the river to drink water, only to be dragged underwater by a crocodile that appeared out of nowhere. They were still kids. Wait, it seems Tang Chuan is also a kid, right? The students looked at Tang Chuan with eyes full of fear. Even the few girls who had initially had a crush on him were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. However, Su Yuexin showed no signs of fear. Instead, her eyes sparkled with admiration for Tang Chuan's actions. This was fear. Tang Chuan enjoyed the fearful gazes of others. Fear commands respect and compels submission. Essential for those in power. It can also prevent a lot of unnecessary trouble. People prefer riding oxen and horses, but lack the courage to provoke tigers and wolves. You're looking for death. Feng Nuo felt embarrassed and shouted, his body radiating the light of his martial soul as he charged at Tang Chuan. Offering himself up, Tang Chuan showed no mercy, grabbing his hand and pushing him, then kicking his calf until it broke. Without even glancing back, he left Feng Nuo with a cold remark. I gave you a chance. Next time, it won't just be a simple matter of broken bones. At this point, the students were utterly terrified, shrinking back, and no one dared to step forward. Tang Chuan was not joking. He would genuinely strike hard. How could they, still young and inexperienced, have the courage to face this fearsome figure? What a hassle. Tang Chuan muttered to himself, rolled his eyes, and said, if you don't want them to die, just send them to the infirmary. Do I really need to say this? Yes. Tang Chuan's words jolted the dreamers awake. The other students nervously lifted the two injured ones, while one bolder student swallowed hard, suppressing his fear, and picked up the two severed fingers of the young man from earlier. The other students took this opportunity to escape with the ones carrying the injured, not wanting to stay in the classroom for even a moment longer. Aren't you afraid of me? Tang Chuan asked in confusion, looking at Su Yuexin who stood beside him. The classroom was empty, with all the other students having fled, leaving only him behind. Su Yuexin not only showed no fear, but also reached out to wipe a speck of blood off Tang Chuan's cheek, flashing a brilliant smile. Brother Tang Chuan, you said we would always be together. How could I be afraid of you? What did you say? Tang Chuan had just arrived at the academy and had already broken one student's fingers and arm and kicked another's leg to pieces. Michael sighed in frustration, pinching the bridge of his nose as he listened to Feng Nuyi's report. Annoyed yet helpless, he sighed. This is not a student at all. It's like we've invited a little ancestor here. Forget it. Feng Nuyi, go bring him here. Even if we can't punish him, we still have to go through the process. Yes, Director. Feng Nuyi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had never seen such a lawless, cold-blooded little brat before. That was a classmate, and he just acted on impulse, even cutting off two fingers. But he was a disciple of His Holiness the Pope. He was just a worker and couldn't dare to speak out against him. Feng Nuyi found Tang Chuan, who was chatting with Su Yuexin, seemingly oblivious to the situation. Upon seeing him arrive, Tang Chuan showed no signs of surprise. Oh, I get it. I'll go over now. What do you mean, I get it? My little ancestor. You've already beaten someone up like this. Even if you don't repent, at least put on a show of remorse, right? Feng Nuyi internally complained, but didn't dare to voice it. He knew the methods of His Holiness the Pope. Too much talk could lead to him being disposed of in the wilderness. So, it was better to say less. Thus, Tang Chuan was taken to the director's office by Feng Nuyi, who quickly made his escape. Tang Chuan, do you know what mistake you made today? Michael flipped through the book in his hand, picking up a glass of water, and was about to drink. Tang Chuan scratched his head, looking thoughtful, and asked, could it be that you were looking for me because I didn't kill them? Just after Tang Chuan finished speaking, Michael couldn't hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of water onto the oil painting hanging on the wall. But he didn't have time to feel distressed. He turned around, unable to believe his ears, and said, what did you just say? You said that because you didn't kill them, you did something wrong? That's right, Tang Chuan said with an air of certainty. He explained, Dean, you taught me that if you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow back with the spring breeze. If I had killed them, there would be no one to accuse me, and I wouldn't have this trouble. All right, Dean, thank you for your guidance. I'll go take care of them right now, so I won't cause you any more trouble. Oh, wait, what did you just say? Remove the roots? When did I say that? Don't make things up. Michael thought Tang Chuan was talking about something like a sincere apology and nodded in agreement. But the more he listened, the more wrong it felt. When did he ever say such a thing? Tang Chuan nodded obediently. I understand. Dean, you haven't said anything, and I haven't heard anything. I'll take my leave now. Thank you for your guidance. I really haven't said anything, and you really haven't heard anything. Why does it still feel wrong? Tang Chuan, come back here and clarify things for me. The more Michael listened, the more it felt off. This kid, is he digging his own grave? Tang Chuan just opened the door when a young couple stumbled in, none other than Davis and Zhu Jian. They slowly got up, forcing themselves to act as if they were just passing by, and greeted Dean Michael. Hello, Dean Michael. Goodbye, Dean Michael. Click. This was the sound of Dean Michael turning to stone and shattering. Goodbye, Dean Michael. Tang Chuan had just closed the door when he ran into Hu Laina, who had come to find him. She looked worried and anxiously touched Tang Chuan's face, checking his arms carefully. Xiao Chuan, I heard that you got into a fight with other students, and someone even got a fracture. Are you hurt? Who had the audacity to do this? Quickly tell me, and I will seek justice for you. Tang Chuan smiled helplessly, turned around, and let Hu Laina take a good look at him. Sister Nana, you're really overthinking it. I'm Tang Chuan. How could I possibly be at a disadvantage? Don't worry, let's go out and have some fun. Wait, I want to go too. A young boy ran over from a distance, dressed in bright red clothing, like a flame in winter. He stopped, panting, brushed his hair back, and with what he thought was a cool pose, flirted, Nana, why didn't you wait for me? So, how do you like the hairstyle I did for you today? Is it cool? Tang Chuan. Hu Laina. Yin finally felt the awkward atmosphere, so he coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. Oh, isn't this Tang Chuan? It's been a few days since we last met, still the same. I didn't see you just now. Sorry. So, I heard from Nana that you guys want to go out. Where are you planning to play? For such a persistent pursuer, Hu Laina was also helpless. They had grown up together, after all, so she couldn't just dismiss him outright. She shook her head helplessly and signaled to Tang Chuan, meaning, how about we take him along? Taking Yin along wasn't a big deal. He wasn't on the same level as her, and chatting with him wasn't enough of a waste of her time. Tang Chuan didn't think too much about it and nodded. Well, since Yin wants to come with us, that's fine. Let's go, senior sister Nana. Hey, what do you mean by come with? Yin complained from behind. Since he had given each of them a divine herb earlier, he felt a bit awkward about being rude. After the three of them left, a figure emerged from the shadows. She had been following Tang Chuan for a long time, and her voice was pleasant yet slightly insane. Oh, Hu Laina? You dare to get so close to Tang Chuan? Hee, are you challenging me? But Tang Chuan is mine. He would never disdain me. He understands me. He said he would always be with me. If you dare to take Tang Chuan away, I will make you wish you were dead. Her hands were clasped together, her long fingernails digging into her palms, blood dripping down, yet the pain didn't bring a hint of anguish to her face. Instead, a trace of pleasure appeared. I believe you'll know if someone tries to take him. There was nothing particularly fun at the Spirit Master Academy, so Tang Chuan and the others could only leave the academy and head into the forest to play, because there were practical training exercises for the students. There were still many soul beasts in the forest. When the three of them arrived at the gate of the Spirit Master Academy, the guard diligently blocked their way with his dual halberds, politely saying, Sorry, kids, the dean has stipulated that students cannot leave the Spirit Master Academy without permission. Unless you have a direct order from the dean, I'm really sorry. I didn't expect the quality to be quite high, Tang Chuan thought. But then again, it seemed that in novels, guards with low quality often spoke rudely and ended up getting taken care of by the protagonist. Tang Chuan helplessly spread his hands, indicating his helplessness. It seemed they might not be able to go out this time. Hu Laina, however, smiled cunningly, seemingly very confident that they could definitely get out. Don't worry, just follow your senior sister, and I'll take you out. Before Hu Laina could finish her sentence, she saw Yin gesturing to the guards, acting as if he were the best in the world. Do you know who I am? Yin flipped his hair, feeling that this action was very cool. The guard at the door honestly replied, I don't know. Yin awkwardly paused, seeing that Tang Chuan couldn't take Hu Laina out. He naturally wanted to take this opportunity to show off, but this guard didn't seem to care about his reputation at all. He had no choice but to introduce himself. I am Yin, the youngest genius of the Spirit Hall, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. So, don't you think you should let us out? Not really, the guard at the door said, stunned and somewhat speechless. Tang Chuan. Hu Liano. The silent expressions of the two made Yin even more awkward. He pulled over a guard, whispered in his ear, and took out a bag of soul coins. Big brother, please have some mercy. This bag of gold soul coins is for you. My girlfriend is here. Just give me some face. Chapter 64. Evil Soul Master? Unfortunately, the gatekeeper did not do as Yin had anticipated, accepting the gold soul coins and letting them leave. To be honest, the gatekeeper really did not dare to accept Yin's gold soul coins. not to mention the strict rules of the Spirit Hall. This gate of the Spirit Academy was not solely his responsibility. If he let them go, others might not cooperate. My job is to guard the Spirit Academy, little brother. I can't let you out just because of your request. Take your gold soul coins back. Yin never expected this. He thought that by taking out the gold soul coins, the gatekeeper would obediently open the door. Not wanting to give up and not wanting to disappoint Hulaina, he rummaged through his belongings and gathered another handful of gold soul coins to present to the gatekeeper. Big brother, just make it convenient for us. This little brother, please do not disturb my work, go back. I won't, unless you promise to let us out. Seeing Yan's persistence, the gatekeeper really had no choice but to pick up Yan's bag of gold soul coins and throw it back. Oh no, my coin pouch. A graceful parabola traced through the sky, and Yan hurriedly rushed to catch it. This was the gold soul coins he had saved for a long time. It couldn't be lost. Tang Chuan. Hulaina couldn't help but cover her face, thinking to herself how she had not noticed before that Yan was so foolish. What a shame. I am the current saintess of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina. This is the saintess token of the Spirit Hall, granted personally by the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Seeing it is like seeing the Pope. Hulaina took out a shiny golden token, embedded with many exquisite and sparkling gems, with an angel holding an apple depicted in the center. The saintess token. I have seen the saintess. Sure enough, when the saintess token appeared, the guards at the gate knelt down in a row, and all problems were solved. Hulaina shook the saintess token in her hand, a hint of pride showing in her beautiful eyes. Let's go, Yin Xiao Chuan. At critical moments, you still have to rely on your sister. Hee hee. The mountain chosen by the Spirit Hall was beautiful, with babbling streams, accompanied by the sounds of birds and monkeys. Full of vitality, making one feel relaxed and peaceful. Nana, when did you become the saintess of the Spirit Hall? Also, since there is a saintess, is there also a saint's son? I feel that if there really is a saint's son, I should have a strong chance. Nana, why aren't you answering me? Are you unhappy? Just a few days ago, the teacher personally granted me the saintess token. Yes, of course there's a saint's son, but it is very likely Tang Chuan, not you. I am unhappy. If you could shut up, I believe I would be much happier. Along the way, Yin chattered nonstop, showing no signs of stopping, which made Hulaina very annoyed. She regretted bringing this chatterbox Yin along. Yin retorted, last time I let that little brat Tang Chuan go easy on me. Otherwise, with his strength, how could he possibly hurt me? Yin, can we stop boasting? Hulaina shook her head, truly unable to tolerate Yan's behavior. Have you forgotten that you were pinned to the wall by Xiao Chuan's Hao-Ian hammer last time and couldn't get out? Yan's face turned red. That was an accident. He ambushed me. Wait a minute, I think I heard something. Tang Chuan suddenly stopped and blocked the two, sensing that there seemed to be something nearby. Yin sneered, glancing around, and noticed that only a bush in the distance was moving. I want to see what little thing dares to act mysterious in front of me. Roar. A roar erupted, and a soul beast emerged from the bushes. It was a small white soul beast, fluffy, resembling a cat, looking very cute. In its mouth, it held 2 cubs, and upon seeing Tang Chuan and the others, it became alert and bristled. This is a fluffy folded ear cat. Hulaina was taken aback. Although the fluffy folded ear cat is a soul beast, it typically does not exceed 1,000 years in age, and its attack power is very low. Moreover, they are very cute, and even nobles keep them as pets. However, it was covered in blood, indicating it seemed to have encountered great trouble. Little kitty, although scared, the moment the girl saw the fluffy animal, she couldn't help but move forward, which was evidently very effective on Hulaina. She smiled, trying to express her goodwill, even subconsciously using her charm skill. Since her martial soul evolved into a fox spirit, Hulaina's charm ability had significantly enhanced, allowing her to release it unconsciously, though she was not yet aware of it. In fact, Hulaina's charm ability could already produce a considerable effect on soul beasts. The fluffy folded ear cat, which was about 500 to 600 years old, seemed to fall into a whirlpool when it locked onto Hulaina's light green beautiful eyes. Meow. The century-old soul beast placed the cubs in front of Tang Chuan and Hulaina, meowing a few times as if entrusting its children to them, and it seemed to be urging them to take good care of its young and not let them encounter danger. Meow, 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 what is this crazy cat saying? Yin was confused and approached the fluffy folded ear cat. But the fluffy folded ear cat was not impressed at all and leaped onto Yan's face, leaving several scratches. Then, without looking back, it ran off in the opposite direction. Its fearless appearance even made Hulaina feel a bit scared. Hulaina picked up the 2 cubs. Pure white like snow, fluffy like balls of fur, extremely cute. She asked Tang Chuan in confusion. Xiao Chuan, What is going on with this soul beast? Is it really entrusting its children to us? But why did its eyes look so desperate that it made me feel a bit scared? Regardless of the type of soul beast, when they encounter danger, they usually hide their young in what they believe to be a very safe place. Perhaps this fluffy folded ear cat has encountered a natural enemy? Tang Chuan was also unsure. Such an unclear situation was hard for him to guess immediately. Damn, this reckless cat dared to scratch my handsome face. Where did it run off to? I want it. Ouch, Yin complained while holding his wound. And Hulaina could no longer tolerate it, punching him on the back of his head. What are you shouting about? Hulaina angrily withdrew her fist and then softly said to Tang Chuan, Xiao Chuan, how about we go see how that mother soul beast is doing? All right? Tang Chuan nodded, but Yin complained while holding his head. Nana, how can you treat us differently? You should call me sister. Hulaina gave Yin another knock on the head. After all, she had been the big sister for so many years and couldn't tolerate Yan's complaints. The three of them continued deeper into the forest. Not long after they started walking, a middle-aged man blocked their path, holding the fluffy folded ear cat that had escaped earlier. At first glance, Tang Chuan's heart skipped a beat, and a strong sense of danger enveloped him. This was the first time he had felt this since his rebirth. The stranger was very thin, with many wrinkles on his face, and his grayish-white hair was simply draped behind his head. His eyes were dull and yellow, giving off a sense of gloom. He had a prominent nose, thin lips that were tinged with a hint of blood, and wore a gray robe stained with blood. Holding a staff that was pitch black and about a yard long, topped with a decoration resembling a cobra. From his aura, this soul master seemed to be at least a 5-ring soul master. Moreover, just by looking at him, it was clear he was not a good person. A group of little kids. Are you looking for this? The middle-aged man furrowed his brows and murmured. His voice was hoarse, like two pieces of rusty metal scraping against each other, extremely unpleasant to hear. The three swallowed hard. Hulaina signaled to Tang Chuan and Yin, then said, No, senior. You've misunderstood. If there's nothing else, we'll be on our way. Bye. They understood the survival principle. If they could fight, they would. If they couldn't, they would run. Tang Chuan was particularly cunning. Even while escaping, he used his first soul skill, Mirror Light, to distract the middle-aged man. Hee, since you've come, do you think you can leave without asking me? A mass of blood-red bee souls surged wildly from the middle-aged man's staff, while blocking the Mirror Light. He also unleashed his martial soul's true form. In his martial soul true form, the middle-aged man's body became ethereal, emitting a deep gray mist. And even his eyes turned blood-red. Martial soul true form? No way is this a soul sage? Yin was dumbfounded. He never expected to encounter an evil soul master right after stepping out. It turned out to be a soul sage. The difficulty level was like stepping out of the beginner's village and directly encountering a mid-tier boss. Hulaina trembled. She had already realized the identity of this soul master. Stammering, she said, Xiao Chuan, you should know what an evil soul master is, right? The evil soul master was first initiated by the blood infant Douluo, who was the first to enhance his cultivation by killing infants or through inhumane methods. Since his precedent, soul masters with special martial souls have begun to tread the path of evil soul masters. All evil soul masters rapidly enhance their cultivation through inhumane means, possibly due to their martial soul or their own nature. These methods are diverse, but most require killing, such as the most common evil soul masters needing to refine the souls of the deceased who died in a tragic manner or carried strong grievances to strengthen their own cultivation. As for blood-sucking, soul absorption, and even absorbing the grievances of the deceased in dreams, these are their ways of enhancing their cultivation. Evil soul masters can easily surpass soul masters of the same level in the early stages, not only because their abilities are mysterious and unpredictable, often leading to unimaginable soul skills like exploding corpses, but also due to the malevolence carried by their martial souls, which can erode meridians, soul power, and even souls. If I'm not mistaken, this soul master's martial soul should be similar to the ghost martial soul of the ghost Douluo. Tang Chuan's mirror light flickered, shattering one beast's soul after another. Clearly, the mysterious soul sage wanted to play with them. These blood-red bee souls were merely cannon fodder of 10 or 100 years. I heard from the ghost Douluo that a ghost is a soul master killed by tiger-type soul beasts. After becoming a ghost, they're controlled by tigers, luring their loved ones to be eaten by the tigers. And the ghost martial soul can control the souls of soul beasts by killing them. This mysterious man is definitely a genuine evil soul master, no doubt about it. What should we do? Yin was flustered. Although he had taken the rare mushroom Tianjiu, he was only a 3-ring soul Zun facing a 7-ring soul sage, which was simply a guaranteed loss. Fight! Hao-Yin Hammer! Tang Chuan let out a loud roar. In the face of absolute power, all strategies were useless, so he simply engaged in battle with the Blood Beast soul. The Hao-Yin Hammer was the #1 power martial soul on the continent. Even the incorporeal blood soul had no ability to resist against absolute strength. Why don't I give it a try? Second soul skill, Fox Charm. Hulaina activated her second soul skill. A circle of yellow soul rings rising from her feet, a faint smile appearing on her face. As she released her martial soul, she seemed to become more beautiful, and a fluffy big tail sprouted from her back. A light red glow emerged from her body, her eyes flickering, and a beautiful fox fairy appeared behind her, resembling her, but even more beautiful and ethereal. With the release of Hulaina's Fox Charm skill, some of the Blood Beast souls fell into a dazed state, no longer surging toward the three like a tide. Seizing the opportunity, Hulaina activated her soul skill again, the yellow 100-year soul ring beneath her feet rising, and a ball of pink foxfire appeared in her hands. First soul skill, Enigmatic Foxfire. She threw the foxfire into the Blood Beast souls, which let out a mournful howl as their bodies began to burn with the pink foxfire. As a member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Yan's combat ability was outstanding. Though he was somewhat flustered, he quickly calmed down. Fiery dark red flames suddenly erupted from his body, and, simultaneously, his body violently expanded under the influence of his first 2 soul rings. His upper body's clothing instantly shattered, and his muscles bulged like granite. In an instant, his body had expanded to 3 times its original size, becoming a small giant enveloped in flames. Third soul skill, Flame Hell. The small giant Yan let out a roar, and the flames on his body expanded again, exploding outward. The ground within a 10-meter radius ignited with yellow flames, and the blood-red beast souls retreated in defeat, completely burned to ashes. Chapter 65. Ilex, Evil Soul Master. A petite figure hid behind a tree. She knew of the existence of evil soul masters and their dangers, which were far more terrifying than 10,000-year soul beasts. She worried, "Not good. That's an evil soul master with a true martial soul, at least a soul sage. At this rate, Brother Tang Chuan won't last long." "Yes, why not go take a look?" A hoarse, unpleasant voice suddenly rang in her ear. She turned to see the mysterious middle-aged man who had been far away, now appearing behind her. Annihilation, Red Dragon, Martial Soul. Martial Soul Possession. It turned out that the one following Tang Chuan was Su Yuexin. He reacted quickly, instantly activating his martial soul, and red scales rapidly spread over his body, protecting him. First soul skill, Annihilation Claw. The yellow soul ring flickered, and Su Yuexin extended his right hand. A massive red crystal dragon claw phantom with an aura of annihilation reaching out toward the mysterious middle-aged man. The mysterious middle-aged man did not even bother to dodge, extending his hand to grasp in the air. A giant hand formed of gray mist instantly shattered Su Yuexin's first soul skill. However, due to the annihilation property of the Annihilation Red Dragon Martial Soul, the giant hand shrank slightly, surprising the evil soul master. But it was merely a surprise. Second soul skill, Annihilation Guardian. Even though he was injured and spitting blood from his soul skill being countered, Su Yuexin was still unwilling to give up and activated his second soul skill again. A layer of red energy shield enveloped him, igniting with crimson flames. Annihilation Guardian came from the 800-year-old subspecies soul beast, Iron Wall Spike Armored Beast. This soul skill could reduce the opponent's soul skill power by 60, and the flames attached to the energy shield would burn the soul power within the opponent's soul skill, thus extending the duration of Annihilation Guardian. Just a little trick. The middle-aged evil soul master snorted coldly, and the giant hand of gray mist slammed down hard, creating a deep pit in the ground, dust flying everywhere. When the dust settled, the evil soul master was surprised to find that his gray mist giant hand had scattered and could not form, continuously being burned by the flames of Annihilation Guardian. Of course, Su Yuexin inside Annihilation Guardian was also suffering. He knelt on the ground, his face flickering between a boy and a girl. His martial soul was different from others. With each use of his martial soul, he would shift from male to female. The middle-aged evil soul master noticed the anomaly and realized that this child's martial soul skills were very effective against dispersed attacks. He chuckled, and a large number of blood-red beast souls instantly emerged from his staff, densely surrounding Su Yuexin's Annihilation Guardian. He wanted to see whether his blood-red beast souls were more numerous or whether his soul power was superior. Yuexin, The situation here also caught the attention of Tang Chuan and the others. The counterattack of the three was becoming increasingly weak, and they were soon about to be overwhelmed by the blood-red beast souls. Just then, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened, and a thunderous roar echoed in the air. At that moment, the sunlight was completely obscured by darkness. A suffocatingly powerful pressure descended from the sky. A gray airflow, as if encountering a massive suction, descended from above and, in an instant, quietly drilled into the back of Tang Chuan's head. A very vague figure appeared behind Tang Chuan, and an ancient voice imbued with indescribable authority rang out, holding the sun and moon and plucking the stars. There is no one like me in this world. I never expected that I could still retain a fragment of my soul. The next moment, this figure seemed to feel something. This feeling. Is it a corpse sorcerer? No wonder I've come to this plane. I must have been attracted by the aura here. Oh, it has a hint of destiny. Tang Chuan. After the gray airflow entered Tang Chuan's body, he fell into a coma. In the distance, Hulaina felt something was wrong, no longer conserving her soul power, and poured all her soul power out, activating her first, second, and third soul skills in succession, fighting her way out and creating a bloody path. For Tang Chuan, it felt like he was dreaming. He dreamed that he arrived in a green space filled with countless points of light, an endless sight. His vision seemed to extend to every corner of this space. Just as he was experiencing the wonders of this space, the atmosphere suddenly stirred, and gray light interspersed within. An elderly figure slowly appeared, and his voice resonated. Young man, I am Ilex. I need to temporarily reside in your spiritual sea for a while. I see you cannot cope right now, so let me handle it. This aura of death, I am very familiar with. Ilex? Tang Chuan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. That was Ilex, truly terrifying. Ilex, the god of undead sacred magic, the calamity of the undead, possessed a true demigod body. Even the so-called beast god, the golden-eyed black dragon king Tion, was not his opponent during his peak. But unfortunately, similar to the character Yao Lao in Battle Through the Heavens, Ilex became a tool after following Huiyu Hao. Yao Lao was resurrected by Xiao Yin in Battle Through the Heavens, helping him become a half-saint, and after Xiao Yin became the Flame Emperor, he also helped him become a Do Emperor, truly a deep bond between master and disciple. But what about Ilex? After sacrificing for Huiyu Hao to cultivate the soul spiritual, he had scattered into nothingness. However, he still has the opportunity for resurrection because he is a demigod, and there are other fragments of divine consciousness scattered across different planes. As long as these fragments are collected, he can be revived. However, after Huiyu Hao became the god of emotion, it's unclear whether he forgot or if it was his beloved father-in-law, TangSan, who is obsessed with Douluo Continent, that had too strong a desire for control. In any case, Ilex was completely forgotten and treated as a tool. Looking back, perhaps TangSan was afraid that the fact that he split his daughter's divine consciousness into 3 parts would be exposed, which is why he wanted to silence him. One part is Wang Dong, another part is Tang Wudong from the divine realm, and the third part is the one forcibly stuffed into the emperor's divine beast. This is quite simple. After all, Huiyu Hao was the child of destiny in the Douluo Continent, and even capable of creating his own divine position. Therefore, TangSan's sealed his daughter's memories and sent her to Hao Ian sect for training, then came to Shrek Academy and intentionally assigned her to share a dormitory. To be honest, TangSan was indeed ruthless. In order to steal Huiyu Hao's luck, he even sent his underage daughter to live with a strange boy, hoping for feelings to develop over time. Otherwise, he might have thought that Wang Dong, without the memories of the divine realm, was just a mere tool of divine consciousness. Then, when her value was exhausted, in the Valley of Destiny, he directly stripped her of the rights to control her body with that part of divine consciousness, completely locking her away. Otherwise, without external interference, the one truly with Huiyu Hao might have been the earliest person he fell for, Juzi, or the Emperor's divine beast. Wang Qiu'er. This also explains why TangSan stood by as Juzi gave birth to Huiyu Hao's child. Not only was it to hold something over Huiyu Hao to make him more obedient, but also because this child was destined to be born. Just looking at the martial soul reveals it. 3-eyed spirit tiger, a mutated martial soul that combines the spirit eye and evil eye white tiger martial souls. Possessing the mental power of the Shura's eye, the temperature control of the ice emperor scorpion, and the physical strength of the white tiger. It was not affected by Juzi, who had no offensive martial soul, making it the perfect descendant of fate arrangement. On the other hand, Huiyu Hao is the emotional entanglement of the emperor's divine beast. Wang Qiu'er and also serves as a tool for Tang Wutong to obtain the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. The Emperor's divine beast is born and nurtured by nature, basically free from calamities, being the embodiment of destiny. Unless it chooses to die, it is impossible to do so. If Wang Dong'er had not revealed her female identity, it would have been possible for Wang Qiu'er and Hui Yuhao to be together, as Wang Qiu'er was entirely modeled after the goddess that appeared in Hui Yuhao's dreams. Furthermore, if there hadn't been the one-third fragment of divine consciousness forcibly imposed on the Emperor's divine beast by TangSan, would she have been driven to become the ideal form of the soul master she liked? Would she even want to kill the soul masters who were her mortal enemies? Unfortunately, when the Emperor's divine beast was exposed, she was schemed against. In the end, to protect Hui Yuhao from disaster, she willingly sacrificed herself, fitting the role of the female lead in Douluo Continent. However, the actual situation was that Wang Qiu'er's own power of destiny ended up with Hui Yuhao, and her golden dragon bloodline was inherited by Tang Wutong, helping her light goddess butterfly evolve into the light dragon god butterfly, blue silvergrass, Hao Yin hammer. Plus a rabbit giving birth to a butterfly is quite normal. Her soul was supposed to be within Hui Yuhao, referencing Shao Wu's sacrifice, but was imprisoned within Tang Wutong, watching the man she loved talk, date, and marry another woman. Yet she could not speak out, and no one noticed her. Even Hui Yuhao thought that Wang Qiu'er was originally part of Tang Wutong until he completely forgot her. Tang Wutong's part of the consciousness only contains memories from the divine realm. One could say she is coasting through life as TangSan's daughter, doing nothing and effortlessly gaining the affection of Wang Dong'er and the Golden Dragon bloodline from Wang Qiu'er. Does she like Hui Yuhao? She probably does, because she has seen Hui Yuhao's dedication to Wang Dong'er and is quite exceptional herself, so Tang Wutong has no reason not to like him. However, Tang Wutong is just Tang Wutong. She is not Wang Dong'er, who died for Hui Yuhao in the Valley of Love, nor is she Wang Qiu'er, who sacrificed everything for her beloved despite the fate of soul beasts in the Stardow Forest. Tang Wutong has only one identity. She is TangSan's daughter. Having that person's memories and body does not mean she is that person. It's like a clone. Although a clone is identical to the original, it is ultimately not the original. Thus, when Tang Wutong finally met Hui Yuhao's biological son Su Yunhan, she did not scream an accusation or express her resentment. She simply wanted to go home. Hui Yuhao, originally the son of destiny in the Douluo Continent, had always lived in TangSan's shadow, trapped in a game throughout his life. He despised his father for going to war for the country and abandoning him and his mother. He, too, sacrificed his son and the mother of his child for his true love, leaving without a care. Essentially, he became the very person he hated the most. All of this was part of TangSan's scheme. Others were merely pawns, and many things that should not have happened were destined to occur. Therefore, for the implementation of this entire plan, Lex, the god of necromancy, who specializes in soul and corpse-related light attribute necromancy, was bound to notice something amiss. That is why TangSan severely injured his prospective son-in-law in the Valley of Love, made his daughter fake her death, and casually crushed Ilex's necromancy tower to avoid any trouble stemming from his existence. "Do you recognize me?" Ilex asked curiously. He had previously existed in the world of the Divine Seal Throne, and people from this world should not know him. No. I just thought the senior looked somewhat familiar, so I repeated it. Tang Chuan quickly denied. If Ilex found out he was a time traveler, it would not be fun. Ilex did not sense anything unusual and continued. "Then, Junior, I will take over the next battle." Okay, thank you, Senior. Tang Chuan nodded repeatedly. Having a demigod-level stand-in was certainly acceptable. At the same time, the middle-aged evil soul master had already broken through Su Yuexin's annihilation shield, gripping her neck with one hand and approaching the two who were protecting Tang Chuan. Why do you resist stubbornly? You little ghosts have surprisingly reached the level of three-ring soul respect, which truly surprises me. Talents like you are best suited to be my collectibles, haha. Yin shielded Hulina behind him, his veins bulging as he said, "Damn evil soul master. If you want to harm Nana, you have to step over my corpse." "Oh." The middle-aged evil soul master chuckled, slapping Yin down and stepping on him a few times. "That's the first time I've heard such a request. You little ghost. You really are amusing." "You." Yin, pinned to the ground, gritted his teeth, his hands futilely gripping the dirt, helplessly watching it flow away like water through his fingers. He was filled with hatred for Tang Chuan, who was superior to him and could win Hulina's favor. Hatred for Hulina, wondering why, despite his efforts, he still could not earn her affection. And most of all, hatred for himself. feeling so weak that he could not protect the girl he liked in front of the powerful evil soul master, merely watching helplessly. Ha ha, insignificant ants die. The middle-aged evil soul master dropped Su Yuexin, who maintained her youthful appearance, and his gray serpent staff glowed red as he pointed it at Tang Chuan and the others, ready to unleash an attack. Ah, so you're hiding here. Truly, heaven has a path you don't take, and hell has no door you seek to enter. Zhongliemo, your death is imminent. A deep voice echoed, and a young man with long green hair appeared, causing the temperature of the entire forest to drop suddenly. He had a pair of dark green eyes devoid of any life, revealing not only coldness, but also a cruel, evil aura. It's you, Douluo. How did you know I was here? The evil soul master, Zhongliemo, upon recognizing him, dropped his serpent staff, his eyes filled with fear towards the young soul master. Chapter 66. Intense battle. The green-haired youth glanced indifferently at the trembling Zhongliemo in the distance. I think you should know the gap in strength between us. It's better to die obediently than to resist stubbornly. While speaking, a strong green light suddenly erupted from his body, followed by a series of halos rising from beneath his feet. His own body showed no change. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. A total of 9 soul rings spiraled upwards, and the dazzling light made the dim forest appear radiant. Hulina and Yin exchanged glances, their expressions changing drastically. No one expected that this seemingly unkempt, green-haired youth was actually one of the top powerhouses on the continent, a title Douluo with soul power exceeding level 90. Not to mention the evil soul master, Zhongliemo, before them. Even 3 soul Douluos above level 80 would lack confidence in confronting him. Although the difference in title between Soul Saint and title Douluo is only 2 ranks, the disparity in strength is vast. The higher the level, the greater the difference between each rank. Although the last 5 soul rings on the green-haired elder were black, everyone knew that the later soul rings were closer to 100,000 years. This was a title Douluo, a dragon that rarely shows itself. Even a conservative estimate would place his last soul ring as one from a soul beast over 80,000 years old. From the aura emanating from the green-haired youth, it was evident that he possessed a beast martial soul, and the fact that he showed no change upon releasing his martial soul further proved his terror. Only a title Douluo could control their martial soul to such an extent without any flaws. The title Douluo's surname is Dugu, and he has green hair, with a faint circle of poisonous mist swirling around him. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the title Douluo known as Poison Douluo, Lord Douluo. I am Hulina, the saintess of the Spirit Hall. We are all disciples of the Spirit Hall. Please, I beg you to save us. Hulina, being clever, immediately recognized the chance for survival for herself, Yin, and Tang Chuan, shouting loudly without regard for her pride. The Spirit Hall's saintess? Clearly, the two did not recognize Hulina's identity as the saintess of the Spirit Hall. The middle-aged, evil soul master chuckled, while Douluo's expression grew serious. Upon learning of Hulina's identity, Zhongliemo, the middle-aged, evil soul master, sneered repeatedly. Douluo, I didn't expect your luck to be so poor today. The saintess of the Spirit Hall is in my hands. If you want me to let them go, then let me leave. Otherwise, keek. I wouldn't mind letting these little kids experience the methods of us evil soul masters. While speaking, Zhongliemo pressed one hand against Hulina's neck and made a killing gesture with the other hand on her delicate neck, his sharp nails leaving a bloody mark. In this situation, Hulina didn't manage to chat, and she accidentally said the wrong thing. All the title Douluos in Douluo Continent must go to the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall to register, representing the officially recognized title Douluos. The Douluos of the Douluo Palace are on the same level as the elders of the Spirit Hall, and even the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, as well as the Haotian Douluo Tang Chuan of the Haotian School, and the Old Patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School are all elders of the Spirit Hall. Naturally, Douluo is also an elder of the Spirit Hall, so he knows the importance of the saintess Hulina. Damn it, how could the Spirit Hall be so negligent, allowing their saintess to casually go out with her companions? This would be one thing, but whether the saintess of the Spirit Hall lives or dies has nothing to do with me. However, ever since that crazy woman took over the Spirit Hall, things have changed. Who knows if she will come looking for me or cause trouble for the Tindo Empire when she finds out I was present when the saintess died. Looking at their ages, which are similar to Yin Yan's while meeting his fate, I'll see if I can find a chance to save these kids. Douluo struggled for a moment in his heart and ultimately decided to save Tang Chuan and the others. However, he still wore an expression of indifference, sneering, Douluo have received the grace of the Tiando royal family and voluntarily guard the Tiando royal family. While the Tiando royal family and the Xingluo kingdom have always been at odds with the Spirit Hall, the entire Douluo Continent knows this. Do you think that as a guardian of the Tiando royal family, I would spare you, a devil who harms members of the Tiando royal family, for the sake of a mere saintess of the Spirit Hall? Douluo's words made Zhongli Mo fall into deep thought. The rising trend of the Spirit Hall, indeed, made the two great empires very wary. Without a doubt, the Spirit Hall is the only sect on the entire Douluo Continent that can shake the dominance of the two great empires. Therefore, if Douluo wants to use my hand to kill the saintess of the Spirit Hall and thus cut off the Spirit Hall's development, it does seem like a good idea. What exactly is this old ghost Douluo plotting? Does he want to use me to kill the saintess of the Spirit Hall? Or is he trying to distract me to rescue these little kids? Opportunity has come. Douluo's heart filled with joy. Seizing the opportunity, he no longer held back. A piercing long howl erupted from his mouth. An emerald green light burst forth from his body. His figure expanded with the wind, and the first 7 soul rings lit up simultaneously. Immediately, his tall and thin body began to swell within the azure light, rising straight up. The emerald green scales were also diamond-shaped, looking as if they were inlaid pieces of jade. The human body disappeared, and Douluo transformed into a giant emerald green serpent. His martial soul, true form, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, measuring 30 meters long and as thick as a water barrel. A large portion of his serpentine body stood upright, facing off against the evil soul master, Zhongli Mo. A pair of green, oily giant snake eyes coldly stared at Zhongli Mo with its forked tongue flickering, dense green mist swirling around its body. This was the true form of Douluo's martial soul, as the title Da, a poison Da. Upon seeing Douluo directly summon his martial soul true form, Zhongli Mo completely lost his temper. How could a dignified title Douluo use his martial soul true form against a mere soul sage like me? Feeling bold, he decided to go all out, kill. Zhongli Mo gritted his teeth, and the snake staff in his hand released a blood-colored beast soul. Unlike before, this time the blood-colored beast soul was at least of the 1,000-year level. The target, of course, was Tang Chuan and the other 3. At this critical moment, the 8th soul ring lit up on Douluo, black light enveloping the serpent's body, instantly turning the emerald green into dark green. The raised serpent returned to its normal state, and a green pearl was sprayed out from its mouth again. A strange scene unfolded. Both the blood-colored beast soul and the ready-to-strike Zhongli Mo suddenly froze in place, with everything around them, even the wind, pausing in midair. Everything had solidified. The massive body of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King vanished into transparency, and Douluo's body hovered in midair, tossing the kids away and casting a layer of soul power to form a protective shield around them. The 8th soul skill he was using was the Time Freeze. His 8th soul skill. This soul skill possesses destructive power that, when combined with his 9th soul skill, could easily destroy even a powerful city. The soul power consumed by this soul skill is extremely significant for Douluo. He would never use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. But Zhongli Mo, having hunted down the Tiando royal family, could still escape from the poisoned Douluo's pursuit, suddenly unleashed over 100 blood-colored beast souls to self-destruct, forcibly breaking Douluo's 8th soul skill Time Freeze. Damn it, Douluo, you're a senior title Douluo, yet you resort to sneak attacks. You can't play this game. You lack the strength. Zhongli Mo realized that his bargaining chip had completely vanished, and he erupted in fury. With a loud roar, a purple gold light suddenly flashed. A massive purple gold tiger appeared in front of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. This purple gold tiger looked as if it were carved from purple gold metal, shining brilliantly. The moment it appeared, even the formidable presence of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King weakened. This was indeed a beast soul, but one that was far stronger than other beast souls. Although it might not be as powerful as the dragon-type 4th-generation Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, it could be considered a side branch of the Golden Bloodline, a variant of the Golden Tiger King, under similar cultivation levels. The strength of the purple gold tiger was not much different from that of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, at least capable of standing up to it. The purple gold tiger, although just a beast soul, exuded an aura that indicated it had at least 30,000 years of cultivation. Among the soul beasts Tang Chuan had seen, apart from the bug-like ones in the Stardow Forest, like the sky blue bull python, Titan giant ape, Thousand Gene Ant King, and Dark Devil God Tiger. In terms of individual strength, the purple gold tiger might just be the most powerful. As soon as the purple gold tiger appeared, it let out a roar towards the sky, its imposing body showcasing its stark difference from ordinary beast souls. Once its body fully formed, it raised its head and let out a tiger's roar, suddenly opening its mouth. And a purple light arrow shot directly towards Douluo. The transformed Emerald Phosphor Serpent King did not dodge. It opened its mouth and spat out a dense green mist, with 9 soul rings swirling around its massive body. Lowering its head, it actually used its body to block the attack from the purple gold tiger. With a loud crash, the purple light arrow spread from the Serpent King's head to its tail, causing its massive body to stiffen for a moment. But that was all. It only stiffened for a moment. Soon after, the massive body of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King suddenly moved, seemingly heavy yet springing up from the ground, appearing in front of the purple gold tiger in an instant. The purple gold tiger was certainly not weak. It shook its head, and a massive square light shadow instantly spread from its head. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a diameter of over 10 meters, revealing a magnified version of its own tiger head's silhouette. Clang! In the midst of a strong collision sound, the sharp fangs of the Phosphor Snake Emperor were actually bounced back, and a powerful shockwave knocked down trees within a radius of a mile. Zhong Liemo was increasingly alarmed as he fought. The poison Douluo was indeed a title de law, and even with his 10,000-year level purple gold tiger beast spirit, he was not a match, only able to cope with it barely. Just as the purple gold tiger was about to be defeated, a mass of gray mist unexpectedly separated from the purple gold tiger's body and transformed into a figure riding on its back. It was none other than the middle-aged evil soul master, Zhong Liemo. His face was dark. Poison Douluo, I respect you as a senior. Do you really want to force me to death? Hearing this, Douluo laughed heartily and said coldly, Zhong Liemo, you have killed members of the Tindo royal family, and countless soul masters before him. Moreover, you do not abide by the rules of the soul master world, imprisoning beast spirits for your own use, which is truly unforgivable. Even if I let you go, the soul masters and soul beasts you have killed, can they let you go? Douluo's words did not generate any feelings of regret in Zhong Liemo. He sneered coldly. So it seems that we can't reach an agreement? Then since you, Douluo, want my life, I won't let you have it easily. The purple gold tiger could serve as Zhong Limeo's life spirit, and its summoned beast spirit was immensely powerful, even capable of confronting a soul Douluo. His own soul skills were all aimed at enhancing the beast spirit. In the true form of his martial spirit, not only was his movement speed incredibly fast, but ordinary physical attacks could not harm him at all. He waved his serpent staff again, releasing all the blood-colored beast spirits stored within, and circles of halos began to spread out. They continuously amplified the 3 life soul beasts, surrounding Douluo's Phosphor Snake Emperor in layers like a red tide. In fact, Zhong Liemo had no choice but to release his life martial spirit for battle. Under normal circumstances, they would never be willing to let their life beast spirit take action, because although this life beast spirit was powerful, it was also completely fused with their own soul. Once the life beast spirit was severely injured, they themselves would also suffer damage in return. However, since Douluo intended to take his life, the life beast spirit could be severed, but life is only once. Zhong Liemo still knew how to weigh the importance of things. Blood soul is a guide, Zhong Liemo shouted, and a group of blood souls, under his control, actively transformed into blood-colored light, merging into his life martial spirit, the purple gold tiger. With the help of the blood-colored beast souls, the originally illusory body of the purple gold tiger gradually became clear, almost like a tangible entity. Its aura continuously surged, rising from the original soul sage level to the level of a soul Douluo. Douluo, you don't walk the path to heaven, yet you come to the gates of hell. Today, I will risk my life to ensure that you don't have it easy. Zhong Limeo's face was filled with madness, and his hatred for Douluo surged like a tide. Chapter 67. Taking action, you are just a trapped beast fighting to the death. Although the poisoned Douluo said this, he was extremely vigilant in his heart. After all, an evil soul master was still an evil soul master, and their ruthless and desperate means might not even allow him to escape unscathed. Zhong Liemo let out a strange laugh, commanding the blood-colored beast souls to charge at Douluo like a tide, and the strength of the purple gold tiger beneath him underwent a tremendous change. It had originally only been able to barely withstand Douluo's attacks, but now it could temporarily match Douluo. However, obtaining such powerful strength came at a great cost. consuming not only the massive amount of blood-colored bee souls that Zhongli Mo had accumulated, but also his own soul power. Roar! The tiger's head of the purple gold tiger shook, and a massive circular light shadow suddenly spread from its head. With Zhongli Mo's amplification, it was an enlarged version of its own tiger head's light shadow. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to a diameter of over 20 meters. Zhongli Mo, you know that even if you start fighting desperately, I'm also a titled Douluo who has gone through countless hardships to achieve this. You are, after all, just a soul sage, Douluo sneered. In the Douluo Continent, the gap between a soul sage and a titled Douluo could not be resolved by roaring in anger. Fifth soul skill, Serpent Python Heavenly Gang Shield. The dark green phantom of the Phosphor Snake Emperor rose up behind Douluo, curling into the shape of a round shield, easily blocking Zhongli Mo's attack. Within Douluo's martial spirit energy shield, Yin looked helplessly at the distant battle. Too much had happened today. He felt he was about to become numb, but his thirst for power only intensified. Hu Laiina glanced at Tang Chuan, then looked towards the distant battle, worried. She never expected that the dignified saintess of the Spirit Hall would have such a miserable day. At this moment, the one in the worst situation was Su Yuexin. She had completely transformed into a girl due to excessive consumption of soul power and the drawbacks of the Annihilation Red Dragon martial spirit. She lay on the ground, her gaze through the energy shield looking at the clouded sky. She no longer knew how to face the coming days. Bang! Almost at the next moment, Zhongli Mo's smoky figure appeared in front of the energy shield, and the snake-headed staff in his hand slammed down hard on the energy shield, like swinging a hammer, causing the energy shield to crack all over, seemingly on the verge of breaking. Damn it, Zhongli Mo, this evil soul master's target is those children. When Douluo realized this and wanted to get up to rescue them, he was tightly entangled by the purple gold tiger and found it difficult to break free for a moment. Crack! The protection Douluo set up for the children shattered with a bang. Ha, what a piece of crap, titled Douluo. Aren't you just being toyed with by me? Next, as long as I capture these children, I can negotiate terms with the Spirit Hall. Zhongli Mo grabbed the unconscious Tang Chuan and began to fantasize triumphantly. Tang Chuan, Xiao Chuan, damn evil soul master, let him go, let him go. Tang Chuan was captured by the evil soul master, and Hu Laiina's heart instantly leaped to her throat. This was a ruthless evil soul master, who knew what kind of insane things he could do. Even Yin, who had always been at odds with Tang Chuan, started to worry for him. Their relationship wasn't to the point of fighting to the death, and he didn't want Tang Chuan to die like this. At that moment, suddenly, an elderly voice echoed. I'm afraid you no longer have the chance to threaten that Spirit Hall. Zhongli Mo was taken aback, quickly looking around, and shouted sharply, Who is it? Come out. Get this great evil soul master out here. I'm right here. Where else do you want to go? A strange and pure aura of death suddenly surged from his left hand. Instinctively, Zhongli Mo loosened his grip and turned around to look. He was immediately taken aback. The figure he'd been holding, dressed in blue and white robes, and possessing only 3 soul rings, suddenly radiated an incredible brilliance that he found hard to believe. Tang Chuan's face, once deep set, turned gray, a hue filled with a sense of weariness, as if it could see through all the worldly matters. Even more strangely, a ring of gray soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. As the gray soul rings ascended, they surprisingly left behind a series of afterimages, making it impossible to discern whether it was one or multiple. Looking at that layer of gray, Zhongli Mo felt an inexplicable sense of suffocation and instinctively took a step back. He was considered an old hand among evil soul masters, although his strength was lacking. He had once slain a 10,000-year-soul beast by himself and participated in various significant events within sects, even witnessing evil soul masters at the title Douluo level. However, he had never seen an evil soul master with gray soul rings before. Are you also an evil soul master? Zhongli Mo said in shock. His face, resembling a skull due to the cultivation of an evil martial soul, seemed to be covered only by a thin membrane, and his eyes, emitting a faint green light, were filled with astonishment. Evil soul master? What is that? I've never heard of it. The elderly voice carried a hint of surprise, as if completely unaware of the existence of evil soul masters. Zhongli Mo snorted coldly and said, Every evil soul master is the greatest existence. I am the spokesperson of Lord Death, the messenger of Lord Death. You don't seem to be very old. How dare you pretend to be mysterious in front of me? If you truly are an evil soul master, then declare your identity to me, and perhaps we can still have a chance for cooperation. However, you must first tell me why your soul rings are gray. Here, essay complaint. Why is the evil soul master who imprisons souls referred to as the spokesperson of death in the original work? Shouldn't they be called the soul of death? The messenger of death? How ridiculous. Even a name is called evil soul master. Such an inappropriate name. According to your words, it should be called the soul of the dead or the necromancer, right? Although I can hardly remember most of my past, I vaguely recall that if I wished, I had already been death 800 years ago. How dare you? A mere corpse which has just touched the edge of necromancy and has already destroyed your own future by sacrificing your own flesh and blood. Claim to be the messenger of death. The power of death is purification, not summoning souls or manipulating corpses. Ha! You currently don't even have the possibility of becoming a lich, yet you dare to boast in front of me. Truly laughable. The so-called messenger of death. Zhong Liemo was stunned by this elderly voice, bewildered by the terms necromancy, corpse witch, and lich. I am a great evil soul master. I say, I am a messenger of death. So, I am a messenger of death. How dare you, a mere brat, desecrate death and pretend to be mysterious? Go die. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed forward, causing his third soul ring to suddenly light up, and a purple soul ring with black gas quickly expanded. The 12 figures around him, exuding a cold aura, immediately moved, darting toward Tang Chuan like lightning. The familiar aura, though somewhat disgusting, still gave me a sense of intimacy. The elderly voice sighed, not moving his body but raising a finger. A faint gray flame burned at the fingertip of Tang Chuan, Ilex. And those blood-colored beast souls controlled by Zhong Liemo instantly began to tremble violently and stopped as soon as they approached within 3 meters of his body. Ilex's elderly voice reached the spiritual sea. Little one, I know you possess powerful strength within you, so I need to borrow your power. Although I cannot recall my past for now, I have remembered my name. A mere corpse which dares to flaunt such low-level necromantic magic in front of me. The god of necromantic sacred law, the catastrophe of the undead, Ilex. Then do not blame me for being merciless. Let you play with fire and burn yourself. As he spoke, the flame at Tang Chuan's, Ilex, fingertips suddenly flared up, and then the gray halo around him rapidly expanded outward, centered on Ilex. As the halo passed, strange cries erupted from the mouths of those blood-colored beast souls. The gray light swept over their bodies, causing them no harm, but their originally blood-colored bodies quickly turned gray. They then transformed in a faint gray smoke, rising into the air and disappearing. Under the illumination of the gray halo, the only one not completely purified was Zhong Liemo's innate beast soul. However, when illuminated by that mysterious gray halo, it also emitted a large amount of purple smoke, and amidst the screams, it continuously vanished. Zhong Liemo also let out a miserable scream, spitting out a mouthful of blood, already gravely injured and on the brink of death, his eyes filled with terror. He looked at Tang Chuan, Ilex, as if he were looking at a devil. You actually are also an evil soul master. How is this possible? Why can you even purify the power of the soul? Who exactly are you? Could it be that you are the Holy Sun? What Ilex was currently casting was precisely the purification light from his most proficient necromantic magic, specializing in purifying souls. This power could only be fully mastered by the highest level evil soul masters. Even Zhong Liemo was completely unqualified. Ilex's voice echoed again from Tang Chuan's mouth. A necromancer controls the soul, not the body. A corpse who has not even mastered the secrets of controlling souls, no matter how powerful they are, is ultimately not a true necromancer. The reason I can purify these souls is that you are merely using your power to forcefully enslave them. You cannot truly control them. Zhong Liemo stared blankly at Tang Chuan. Holy Sun? Could it be that you really are the Holy Sun descended? Holy Sun, you should go find the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor will lead us to rule this world. Only those of us with holy power have the right to enjoy everything in this world. No, I am not the Holy Sun. I am Death, the god of necromantic sacred law, the catastrophe of the undead, the greatest radiant necromancer. In response to Tang Chuan's, Ilex, denial, Zhong Liemo suddenly showed a strange smile. Holy Sun, I know you will eventually become the spokesperson of death in this world. But now you are too anxious. One day, the Holy Emperor will find you. When that time comes, it may be the opportunity for the Holy Spirit to rule everything. Long live the Holy Emperor. After saying this, Zhong Liemo no longer resisted Ilex's purification, completely opening himself up. In the blink of an eye, he was purified into a wisp of gray mist, which quickly dissipated. Ilex, the illustrious son of light from the glorious era. the god of necromantic sacred law, the catastrophe of the undead, Ilex, had been underestimated, treated as a junior like the Holy Sun, and even had his identity as death questioned. This was simply a great humiliation, akin to asking a chef if they can cook while holding a kitchen knife, or asking a soldier if they can use a gun while holding a gun. But due to Ilex's fragmented consciousness, the emotion that had just arisen vanished directly. Now, in Ilex's heart, there was only the feeling of having just used necromantic magic. It had been so long since he had used necromantic magic. It was both familiar and strange, but I liked this feeling. It seemed that I once had a deep-rooted hatred in my heart, but now there was only peace. My spiritual imprint seemed to have been touched again. Then, child, as a reward for accepting me, when you wake up next time, I will become your true third martial soul, and you will also be qualified to inherit my necromantic magic. As the gray receded, the gray light in Tang Chuan's eyes and the ring of gray soul rings around him all faded and disappeared. He himself staggered and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Hulaina blinked, her expression frozen in disbelief. She truly did not expect that her little junior brother possessed such immense power, capable of directly purifying a soul sage-level evil soul master. She opened her mouth. Xiao Chuan's strength, this is just too strong. In comparison, Yin felt like he was going to shut down, like a player who had worked hard for a long time, suddenly encountering a wealthy spender. The equipment he had grinded was nothing in front of the wealthy spender. The gap between himself and Tang Chuan was simply like the Kalefish Grand Canyon in Douluo Continent. Yin held his head, looking despondent. No, this is impossible. How could this kid Tang Chuan be so strong? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. In the distance, Douluo had been watching for a long time, and even though he was well informed, he was still unclear about what had just happened. He knew about evil soul masters, who were merely the demons that controlled soul masters and soul beasts. However, he had never seen an evil soul master who could purify souls. Just like what the deceased Zhong Liemo had said earlier. Could it be that this unconscious boy was truly the son that the evil soul masters had been desperately seeking? Are you all right? Douluo retracted the biphosphorus snake emperor of martial soul, extending his hand as a deep green soul power flowed into the four of them, helping them heal their injuries. Douluo was used to being a loner. If it weren't for the favors he received from the Tiando royal family, he might have even planned to live in seclusion until old age. Therefore, regardless of who the powerful elder shadow behind Tang Chuan was, or whether he was the so-called son of the evil soul masters, it was of no concern to Douluo. Chapter 68. Fooling Douluo, where am I? Tang Chuan slowly opened his eyes, realizing he was lying in Hulaina's arms, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. He guessed it might be the after effects of the undead calamity Ilex using his body. Tang Chuan, you're awake. Xiao Chuan, you're finally awake. You don't know how scared I was when I saw you just now. Yin and Hulaina spoke in succession, as Tang Chuan struggled to sit up and saw a young man with dark green hair treating Su Yuexin, who was in her martial soul state. Thank you, I'm fine. Where did that evil soul master go? Is this elder? Could he be the legendary title de law known as Poison Douluo? A smile finally appeared on Hulaina's previously tense face. Xiao Chuan, you're awake. You don't know how frightened I was just now, but it's good that you're awake. Yin also came over, truly convinced this time. He said, Tang Chuan, you don't know. That terrifying evil soul master not only summoned a horde of bee souls, but could also summon a 10,000-year level bee soul. It was really too scary. However, he was ultimately defeated by you, by your third martial soul. But before that evil soul master died, he said that you are their son and will lead them to dominate the world in the future. Go away, Yin. What nonsense are you talking about? Let Xiao Chuan rest. Hulaina quickly changed the topic, fearing that Tang Chuan might get too excited and aggravate his injuries. After all, the commotion caused by Ilex was too great, and his methods were practically indistinguishable from those of an evil soul master. If it told Tang Chuan now, it might have a significant impact on his psyche. After all, evil soul masters had a terrible reputation in the Douluo Continent. They were like rats crossing the street. Everyone shouted to beat them. However, evil soul masters were powerful, and their early-stage cultivation speed was unmatched by any soul master. The reason for this was that the martial souls of evil soul masters were quite unique and different from ordinary people. For example, the scorpion tiger martial soul could only continue to cultivate by devouring the souls of other soul beasts, and the bee souls could help enhance the soul master's cultivation. If a soul master with a scorpion tiger martial soul did not devour bee souls, not only would their cultivation stagnate, but their martial soul would also gradually wither. Therefore, In order to preserve their martial souls and improve their strength, evil soul masters could only continually harm other soul beasts and even soul masters. On the other side, Douluo had already healed Su Yuexin's injuries. Facing her with vacant eyes, he helplessly said, "I'm sorry. Although I am a titled Douluo, your soul power consumption this time was simply too great, causing the drawbacks of your martial soul, the Annihilation Scarlet Dragon, to fully manifest. From now on, you may only be able to be a girl. Girl from now on, I can only be a girl." This news struck Su Yuexin, who was already feeling low, like a bolt from the blue. Having been a boy since childhood, suddenly becoming a girl was something that no one could accept. She trembled as she replied, "Okay, fine. Let be." Douluo instructed a few more things before coming to Tang Chuan, half squatting down and staring deeply into Tang Chuan's eyes like a coiled python. He slowly said, "I heard from others that your name is Tang Chuan. Tang? From the Hao sect? Yes. Looking at you, you must be the poison Douluo that Sister Douluo and Elder Douluo mentioned, right? I am Tang Chuan, but I can't be considered a soul master of the Hao sect. My teacher is Bibi Dong, a soul master of the Spirit Hall. However, I believe you must be familiar with my father. My father is the Hao Douluo Tang Hao." Ha ha, a soul master from the Spirit Hall. That really feels like a mockery. I naturally know that madman Tang Hao. I don't know what method he used to kill the contemporary pope of the Spirit Hall, Qin Xuanji. When I learned of this news, it was truly beyond my expectations. I didn't expect the Spirit Hall to suffer such a huge loss. This is really interesting. However, you two are indeed interesting. One personally killed the Pope of the Spirit Hall, and the other actually joined the Spirit Hall. Ha! Are you two really biological father and son? Tang Chuan was taken aback, not expecting the poisoned Douluo, this old monster, to tease him about his background. It was indeed a bit strange. Logically speaking, if his father was Tang Hao and his mother was Ayin, then his martial soul should be the Blue-Silver Emperor, along with the Hao hammer. But what was up with the Nine-Heaven Spirit Mirror in his hand? Even if there was a mutation in his martial soul, it should have transformed from blue-silver grass into the Nine-Heaven Spirit Mirror. That was just too strange. Could it be that he wasn't the biological child of Ayin and Tang Hao? So, did Tang Hao betray Ayin, or was there another reason? At this moment, however, Tang Chuan couldn't be bothered to think about these things. After all, he had already gained Tang Hao's recognition, and now he just needed to quietly wait for Tang Hao to finish his game to receive his soul power inheritance. He changed the subject, saying, if I remember correctly, "Senior Poison Douluo, you seem to be a guardian of the Tiando royal family, who rarely interacts with our Spirit Hall. What brings you to our Spirit Academy today?" Douluo knew that Tang Chuan wasn't really asking this, but he wasn't the type to hide things, so he straightforwardly explained the situation. It turned out that this Zhong Li Mo, during a hunt for spirit beasts, happened to choose the same spirit beast as the Tiando royal prince, Xuesong. This Zhong Li Mo was cunning. He waited for Xuesong to exhaust his energy fighting the spirit beast. And when Xuesong was about to absorb the soul ring after defeating it, he decisively intervened, not only claiming the spirit beast's soul, but also successfully killing Prince Xuesong. He had originally thought that the Tiando royal family wouldn't react strongly, as their martial souls were all swan-type auxiliary martial souls with no offensive capabilities. However, he did not expect the Tiando emperor to be quite agitated due to the recent death of a prince. In a fit of rage, he summoned Douluo, requesting this titled Douluo to personally deal with the audacious evil soul master to uphold the dignity of the Tiando royal family. What followed was predictable. The evil soul master Zhong Liemo could not match Douluo, a titled Douluo, and fled in all directions, ultimately stumbling into the Spirit Academy set up by the Spirit Hall on this mountain. There, he encountered Tang Chuan and the others, who were out relaxing, and decided to play around. As a result, Zhong Liemo ended up in trouble, and Douluo personally arrived, along with the descending Holy Spirit God, Ilex. Zhong Liemo had no ability to resist, and was directly purified by Ilex's purification ability. Such a lively scene. From a distance, Chrysanthemum Douluo floated over. He hadn't strayed too far from the Spirit Academy, but was still a bit late. After landing, he picked a chrysanthemum and teased Douluo, saying, "Isn't this little dude? What a surprise to see you in our Spirit Hall's territory. Have you finally come to your senses and want to join the Spirit Hall?" Chrysanthemum Douluo naturally recognized him. At their level, there weren't many people around. They could even tell who farted. However, Douluo clearly wasn't interested in Chrysanthemum Douluo's antics, waving his hand to signal him to stay away. "Go away, Chrysanthemum Domain, you perverted cross-dresser. Keep your distance from me." "Ah, little doo-doo, you're so cold to me. That makes me sad." Chrysanthemum Douluo pretended to wipe his eyes, looking as if Douluo's words had hurt him. I originally wanted to help you detoxify. Look at how cold you are. It makes me so sad, boo-hoo. Poisoned Douluo poisoned? Hearing the words about himself being poisoned, Poisoned Douluo became furious. He acknowledged that Chrysanthemum Douluo's pharmacology was indeed similar to his own and that he had some understanding of the poison he was afflicted with. However, to say in front of many juniors that Poisoned Douluo, was poisoned was just too embarrassing, right? Chrysanthemum Domain, stop talking nonsense. I am Poisoned Douluo. How could I be poisoned? I can create devastation within 1,000 meters in an instant, leaving no life behind. To kill those juniors of yours. I don't even need to lift a finger. I could just let your juniors be poisoned to death. No one in this world is stronger than me among poison attribute soul masters. How dare you question my poison? Chrysanthemum Douluo remained unfazed. The matter of Poisoned Douluo being poisoned was well known within the titled Douluo circle. He covered his mouth and laughed, saying, "Little doo-doo, don't be so angry. This isn't a secret. Why hide it? As long as you join the Spirit Hall, I guarantee we can cure this stubborn ailment of yours." Douluo naturally knew that the Spirit Hall did have a treatment method for his ailment. After all, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall was one of the 3 extreme Douluos of Douluo Continent, the Angel Douluo Qian Daolu. The angel martial soul had attributes of ultimate light, ultimate fire, and ultimate purity, excelling at purification and healing. However, Douluo had received great favor from the Tiando royal family and preferred to act independently, so he couldn't stand the constraints of the Spirit Hall, which was why he had put off joining until now. Tang Chuan suddenly spoke up. "No, that's not right. Senior Douluo shouldn't be poisoned. Rather, it's the blockage caused by his own soul power that led to this situation. Moreover, although the Biphosphor Snake Emperor martial soul has the conditions to produce toxins, it lacks the ability to neutralize them, which is why Senior Douluo is in such a predicament now. It's really a joke. Am I going to be poisoned by my own poison? I'm 73 years old this year, and I've always been the one to poison others. I've never been poisoned by anyone else." Douluo coldly stared at Tang Chuan, and strangely, this time he did not do anything out of line. Tang Chuan pretended to think for a moment, then snorted disdainfully and spoke according to TangSan's original words. "Is that really the case? Then let me ask you, when it's about to rain on a cloudy day, do you not feel a tingling sensation in your ribs that gradually intensifies? You should experience it once at noon and once at midnight, and given your current condition, each episode should last at least an hour. Also, every deep night, around the 3rd watch, do you not feel a sharp pain like needles at the top of your head and in your heart? Your whole body spasms for at least half an hour. I don't need to describe that unbearable pain, do I? If it weren't for the soul power stagnation caused by the Biphosphorus Snake Emperor martial soul, how could these symptoms occur? Not only have you suffered the consequences of your own martial soul, but the poison has also infiltrated your bones. I'm just curious, why are you still alive? According to what you said, the poison of the Biphosphorus Snake Emperor is among the deadliest in the world, and the residual poison accumulated over years of soul power stagnation cannot possibly be suppressed by soul power. How do you know this? Are you saying that your Spirit Hall has been monitoring me all along?" Douluo could no longer contain his astonishment and blurted out. Although Juhua Guan knew he was poisoned, he did not know it as accurately as Tang Chuan described. Tang Chuan's description was as vivid as if he had seen it with his own eyes. This could be said to be Douluo's greatest secret, one that even his closest granddaughter did not know. Hearing it come from Tang Chuan's mouth, how could he not be astonished? A murderous intent surged in his eyes, the cold, killing aura seeming to penetrate through Tang Chuan. If it weren't for the presence of Douluo, Douluo would have had the intention to kill and silence him. How does Tang Chuan know so much about Douluo's situation? Douluo protected Tang Chuan behind him and was also a bit curious, so he asked, "Xiao Chuan, why are you so familiar with Xiao Du's situation? I should have known you would ask this." Tang Chuan summoned his 9 heavens spirit mirror martial soul and explained, "Here's the thing, my martial soul. The 9 heavens spirit mirror is a mutated martial soul. As my strength increases, it awakens some interesting abilities. One of them is the ability to sense the flow of soul power within a soul master's body. I had already noticed that Senior Douluo had several areas of soul power stagnation in his body, some even solidified into lumps. Additionally, I have learned about pharmacology and poison from Sister Douluo, so I can clearly see Senior Douluo's symptoms. Because, even on our entire continent, there has never been a soul master whose hair and eyes are both dark green. This situation only indicates one thing. The poison has penetrated deep into the marrow, and the illness is beyond cure. As for the onset and duration of Senior Douluo Bo's condition that I mentioned before, it's purely my personal speculation. Even if I guessed wrong, it wouldn't have too much of an impact. However, I suspect this should be a common ailment for users of the Emerald Phosphor Snake Emperor Martial Soul. Just like how Yeshin's Annihilation Red Dragon Martial Soul has its inherent flaws. If Senior Douluo Bo's descendants inherit this martial soul, unless they also break through to title Douluo, otherwise, they won't have a long lifespan. What did you say? Douluo Bo was completely enraged, with green mist swirling around him, and the atmosphere was filled with poison, looking as if he was about to explode. Good for you, Zhu Huaguan. This is the good disciple you took in, cursing my Yenner to die young. Today Douluo Bo, will risk my life. Seeing Douluo Bo erupting, Tang Chuan quickly continued. Wait, Senior Douluo Bo, your symptoms can still be treated. Chapter 69. Agreement. Douluo Bo retracted the poison mist around him and coldly looked at him. Why should I believe that you can relieve the deadly poison in me? You are just a child of less than 10 years old. Or are you saying that your detoxification method was personally taught by the Spirit Hall? Senior Douluo Bo, you yist. Age does not determine a person's achievements. Furthermore, since you are unwilling to join our Spirit Hall, but still want to treat the stubborn ailments in yourself and your descendants, what harm is there in trusting me once? You are already 73 years old, yet your descendant's brilliance is just beginning. Can you bear to let her suffer the same pain as you do to your suspicion? Tang Chuan smiled calmly, not at all affected by Douluo Bo's disdain. Xiao Chuan, even I don't have much confidence. Do you really have a way to heal this old monster, Douluo Bo? Zhu Douluo whispered in inquiry. Moreover, having Douluo Bo join the Spirit Hall is a direct order from His Holiness the Pope and the Grand Offering. If we can accomplish this, it would be a great achievement. Tang Chuan nodded, signaling Zhu Douluo to trust him, indicating that he had a plan. Just as Tang Chuan said, Douluo Bo might not care about his own life, but he certainly cared about his granddaughter's future. Douluo Yin was only in her teens and had a bright future ahead of her. Moreover, before Douluo Yin, he had already tasted the bitterness of losing loved ones, and he did not want the same situation to occur again. Douluo Bo had spent his life dealing with poisons, yet he was helpless against the deadly poison within himself. He had made countless attempts, but all he gained was greater pain. The fluctuating expression on his face grew more intense, and Douluo Bo finally slowly put his hands behind his back, his tone softening a bit. All right, Tang Chuan, right? I want to waste time with you. Joining the Spirit Hall is impossible. However, if you can truly cure the poison on me and my granddaughter, then not only will I spare your life, but I can also agree to help you with 3 things. 3 things that do not cross my bottom line. This is a promise from a title, Douluo, and it carries significant weight. What do you think? Tang Chuan chuckled and asked the nearby Zhu Douluo, Sister Yuan. Senior Douluo Bo said that the promises of a title Douluo are very valuable. So, can you give me a few promises? Zhu Douluo understood Tang Chuan's meaning and replied with a smile. Sure, Xiao Chuan, I can definitely give you promises. Don't say 10, even 100, 1,000, or 10,000 would be fine. Zhu Douluo's words undoubtedly slapped Douluo Bo in the face, making his face turn red with anger. Zhu Huaguan, you pervert. What are you causing trouble for here? You even let people call you sister. You're a grown man. Don't you find it disgusting? Are you trying to provoke me on purpose? If you have the guts, don't run away. Later, I will definitely have a good talk with you. Douluo Bo's old face was flushed with anger, and his long, soft, dark green hair seemed about to stand on end. Douluo Bo and Yu Eguan were seemingly on par in strength, so he couldn't tolerate a pretentious, effeminate person pointing fingers at him. I just appreciate the beauty of women more, and because, forget it, you wouldn't understand. But Xiao Dudu, you're no longer my opponent now. I'm already a 94th level title Douluo, unlike you, old man, whose cultivation is still stagnant. The two actually started arguing in front of everyone, and Tang Chuan couldn't help but cover his face. Wasn't the mystery and aloofness of title Douluos supposed to be a thing? Yin and Hulaina were also confused. This was like a child-esque quarrel. Could this really be something a title Douluo would do? After arguing for a while, they ultimately found it meaningless. Douluo Bo rained the fierce light in his eyes and said, Tang Chuan, if you can prove that your poison skills are stronger than mine, I will believe you. Deep down, he was filled with distrust towards Tang Chuan. After all, the boy in front of him was not even 10 years old. Could a child under 10 really compare to someone like him who had been immersed in the study of poison for decades? However, Tang Chuan's words hit the nail on the head regarding his symptoms, and faced with such an opportunity, Douluo Bo had no choice but to give it a try. Whether to kill Tang Chuan or not was of little consequence to him, even if Tang Chuan had great talent. It would take decades to reach a level where he could threaten him. By then, he would probably be too old to care. What was there to fear? If he could really detoxify, especially from the hereditary poison on his granddaughter, that would be the most important thing for Douluo. Tang Chuan spread his hands helplessly and said, I have nothing. You are known as the poison Douluo, and naturally, you have countless herbs in your hands. How can I prove that my poison skills are stronger than yours? Douluo coldly replied, that's easy. In the Sunset Forest, I have my own herb garden, where various medicines are widely cultivated. You can go find whatever you want yourself. I'll give you 1 day. Within this day, you must concoct various antidotes on your own. After 1 day, I will use 3 types of poison on you. As long as you can withstand the poison I unleash with the antidotes you concocted, it proves you are qualified to detoxify me. Otherwise, you can just die. I am a title Douluo. Even if your spirit hall holds me accountable, I may not be able to defeat you, but can I not run away? So, don't think about playing tricks. With just a flick of my finger, I can make you die from the poison. 1 day to concoct antidotes sounds like ample time, but in reality, there are countless types of poisons, each with its own characteristics. The poison that a master like Douluo uses is certainly not ordinary. To concoct an antidote capable of countering the poison he unleashes within a day is an enormous challenge. Douluo thought that Tang Chuan would bargain with him for more time or even try to stall. However, Tang Chuan's response surprised him and even boosted his confidence in Tang Chuan. All right, take me to your herb garden and don't disturb me within 1 day. Dusting off his clothes, Tang Chuan calmly agreed to Douluo's request. However, you must first come back to the spirit hall with me. I will modify the previous conditions, and you cannot deny it. How about that? Douluo snorted coldly, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Humph. Let's go to the Pope's palace. Douluo will be waiting for you. Don't think about running away. Juju Douluo clapped his hands and said with a smile, great. Little Poison is coming to our spirit hall to play. That's wonderful. Juju, I'm begging you. Could you please not talk? Douluo covered his face, feeling that Juju Douluo's actions were too embarrassing for a title Douluo. After everything was settled, Tang Chuan slowly stood up, feeling the tearing sensation brought by Ilex's forced use of his body to cast necromancy. He took out 2 fluffy Scottish fold kittens that he had hidden in the soul guidance device, the tear of the Songhai moon. He handed one of them to Hulaina, Sister Nana. This little guy is for you. You'll have to take care of it from now on. Tang Chuan handed Hulaina a fluffy Scottish fold cat, which looked like a small white fur ball and was still sound asleep, as if dreaming of something, smacking its little mouth and appearing very cute. Chapter 70. Meeting the Pope, Hulaina took the little cat and gently stroked its head, saying, sigh. Its mother has already been killed by the evil soul master. Don't worry, Xiao Chuan. I will definitely take good care of it. Girls have little resistance to fluffy little animals. Tang Chuan naturally felt very relieved about Hulaina, and next was Su Yuexin. To be honest, Tang Chuan really didn't know how to start. Su Yuexin had transformed from a boy into a girl, a significant change. How could he talk about the matter of his little brother turning into his little sister? But he still took out the remaining blue-gray cat and handed it to Su Yuexin, who had just experienced a great tragedy in life. Yuexin, don't be sad. This little cat will be entrusted to you for care. In situations like this, there's really nothing we can do, but I believe my teacher, the Pope, will definitely have a way. Moreover, our spirit hall is the #1 sect on Douluo Continent, and the records in the spirit literature are countless. Isn't it just a flaw caused by a mutation of a martial spirit? It can be easily resolved, so don't give up. Su Yuexin took the blue-gray fluffy cat that Tang Chuan handed over, but did not respond to his words. Instead, she asked, Brother Chuan, don't you think that what I am now is very disgusting and repulsive? I really don't know what to do in the future. I don't want to live anymore. Indeed, a normal boy suddenly turning into a girl is something that no male can accept. Slap. Everyone was stunned, and Su Yuexin stood there in shock, not expecting Tang Chuan to have such a huge reaction. With a crisp sound, Tang Chuan's palm left a print on Su Yuexin's face, angrily saying, you idiot. What on earth are you talking about? Do you not value your life at all? What does this little setback mean in life? Should disabled people just be willing to die? To give up life because of a minor flaw and escape reality? What kind of cowardice is that? Su Yuexin covered her face and sobbed softly, but, people like me, no one cares at all. I really don't have the courage to continue. What is going on? Do I have to be fed some motivational speech again? Tang Chuan thought for a moment and found a saying that aligned perfectly with the values of the spirit hall. Yuexin, don't think that way. Life is inherently painful. We cannot change our fate. We can only calmly accept it and change our attitude towards the things we face. Because each of us is a one-winged angel. Only by helping each other can we reach the places we want to go. Is there no reason to live? From now on, live for me as your goal. I will bear all your burdens, and we will move forward together, never betraying each other until the end of our lives. Life is inherently painful. Could it be because... Su Yueshi nodded thoughtfully, as if she suddenly understood something. She murmured to herself, why is life inherently painful? It must be because of the existence of martial spirits. Some martial spirits have significant drawbacks that torment their owners, like my gender transformation, or the poison that even the poison Douluo cannot resolve. Tang Chuan reached out his hand and pulled Su Yueshi up, seeing a smile finally appear on her face. He let out a sigh of relief. Zhu Douluo chuckled and teased. Xiao Chuan, I didn't expect you to understand such reasoning. I feel like you shouldn't be the saint's son. You should be an elder promoting our spirit hall. Spirit hall. So, Douluo, are you planning to take Xiao Chuan back to cure your stubborn illness? You have quite the audacity. Do you know that Tang Chuan is my disciple, Bibi Dong? Bibi Dong sat on the throne, her expression cold as ice. Douluo had always disregarded her. Now that he wanted to take Tang Chuan away, she certainly wouldn't agree. Douluo had anticipated this and stated his conditions. Your Holiness, I, Douluo, am not a heartless person. I owe a great debt to the Tiando imperial family. So joining the Spirit Hall is absolutely impossible. However, I have promised Tang Chuan that as long as he can cure the stubborn illnesses of me and my granddaughter, I am willing to agree to 3 of his requests. However, it must not violate my principles, cannot target the Tiando imperial family, and cannot require me to join the Spirit Hall. After hearing Douluo's statement, Bibi Dong laughed heartily. Douluo, do you really think so highly of yourself? You are just an ordinary title Douluo. Our Spirit Hall is filled with powerful individuals. There are quite a few super Douluos at level 95. Do you still think your promise as a title Douluo is truly valuable? Bibi Dong, just as Douluo was furious. A cold snort like thunder echoed in his ears. Douluo grunted and his body spun in the air, the biphosphorus snake emperor instantly possessing him. The one who snorted coldly was none other than Pope Bibi Dong. A massive golden silhouette quietly rose behind her, and 9 brilliant soul rings soared into the air. The enormous pressure instantly suppressed Douluo, rendering him unable to move. Douluo's expression changed. Although he had already guessed that Pope Bibi Dong had also cultivated to the level of title Douluo, he could not have imagined that she was powerful to such an extent. Both being title Douluos, one side completely suppressed the other with its own generated pressure. This was almost impossible in the world of title Douluos, yet this young pope managed to do it. Even more terrifying was the 9 soul rings on the pope. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. If the first 8 soul rings wouldn't cause too much surprise, then the last one, shining with a crystal red light, was enough to shock everyone present, including the title Douluos. Even the Ghost Law, Juke Law, or most of the elders from the Spirit Hall. None of them possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. The red soul ring represented the supreme existence of all soul rings. It was the 100,000-year soul ring that only existed on 100,000-year soul beasts. In the soul master world, 100,000-year soul rings have always held the reputation of being the #1 treasure. That is no joke. If a 100,000-year soul beast is hunted, in addition to the 100,000-year soul ring, it will inevitably drop a soul bone. When the two are combined and absorbed by a soul level powerhouse, that soul Douluo will significantly increase their power upon evolving into a title Douluo. Although a 100,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring only differ by 1 level. All title Douluos know how immense the gap between the two is. Once a soul beast reaches the 100,000-year level, it can be said to have truly become spiritual. They absorb the essence of heaven and earth, just 1 step away from breaking through space. In the realm of soul beasts, they hold a position similar to that of title Douluos among soul masters. Across the entire continent, there are definitely not many title Douluos, merely around 20, but those with 100,000-year soul rings are few and far between. 100,000-year soul beasts are too rare and too powerful, without an absolutely powerful team to capture them. And under certain lucky circumstances, it is simply impossible to obtain one. Upon seeing that red 100,000-year soul ring, Douluo's expression changed drastically. He knew that if he made another move, he would inevitably face Bibi Dong's terrifying attack, which he, a mere level 92 and the weakest among title Douluos, could not withstand. Just then, Tang Chuan stepped forward and stood in front of Douluo, pleading, "Please spare Douluo, Senior." He did not intend to offend. It was my initiative to request to treat Senior Douluo's stubborn illness. Our spirit hall's purpose is to work for the development of the Douluo Continent and the happiness of all soul masters, right? So, I want to help treat Senior Douluo's stubborn illness, hoping he can have a better development. Chapter 71. Shelf announcement. Today, it is going on the shelf. I'm sorry for updating so late, as I'm still in school, so it might just be one update a day. I will do my best to increase the updates. University time is actually quite ample, but I'm already in my third year, and coupled with my slow typing speed, I really have the will, but not the strength. I also want to increase updates, but my writing ability and typing speed are just too slow. If the initial subscription performance is good, I will increase the updates. I feel like the initial subscription will only be single digits, covering my face. As for the plot, it might indeed be a bit chaotic. I will sort it out well later. Although it is said to have a filial son system, the protagonist basically won't do anything too inhumane. It will still be within reason. I will work hard to fill in some bugs and unresolved issues in the Douluo Continent and provide everyone with a more complete worldview, which is also my original intention for writing fan fiction. I hope everyone can leave some opinions. I will work hard to improve the plot and will not disappoint everyone's expectations. I also thank Y University for giving me the opportunity to go on the shelf. However, I was embarrassed after the previous trial promotion flopped. In short, thank you all for your support. Ahem, as a newbie, I'm not quite sure how to write shelf announcement. Well, that's it. I wish everyone a happy National Day. Good night. Chapter 72. Pulling the tiger's skin. Bibi Dong glanced at Tang Chuan inadvertently. She didn't expect Tang Chuan to respond to her meaning so quickly. She continued, Douluo. What Tang Chuan said is true. As a dignified, titled Douluo, you wouldn't really lower yourself to bully a small child, would you? Douluo was a well-known titled Douluo. Naturally proud. How could he admit in front of so many soul masters and titled Douluos that he was forcing a small child to treat his long-standing, stubborn illness? Naturally. Your Holiness, what do you mean? Douluo did not notice anything unusual and did not understand what Bibi Dong and Tang Chuan were scheming. Bibi Dong chuckled. Since Douluo had unwittingly given her leverage, things became much easier. She continued, since it is my disciple's decision, then as his teacher, I naturally will not oppose it. However, Douluo, you have accepted my disciple's favor, so 3 simple promises seem a bit insufficient, right? After all, our spirit hall has dozens of titled Douluos. Douluo was somewhat exasperated. Since becoming a titled Douluo, this was his first time feeling such great grievance. The key was that Douluo had no reason to refute. How could he argue? There were groups of titled Douluos in the spirit hall, and himself tossed among the elders' titled Douluos was indeed not impressive. He snorted coldly. Your Holiness, I don't know what high opinions you have. Douluo's reaction made Bibi Dong smile knowingly, realizing that the timing was just right. She feigned modesty and said, Douluo, you are overthinking. This is a promise made by my disciple. And as a teacher, how could I make decisions for my disciple regarding rewards? Xiaochuan, just tell Douluo what you want. As a senior, Douluo surely won't be petty, right? As Bibi Dong's words fell, all the soul masters in the spirit hall's meeting focused their attention on Douluo and Tang Chuan. Among them were various platinum sect leaders who were not titled Douluos, such as Thomas in Las Vegas, as well as titled Douluos like Snake Spear, Douluo, and Douluo. Their gazes were like sharp silver needles, making Douluo feel uncomfortable all over. Douluo, being a person who values face, stiffened his old face and said in a serious tone, all right, little brat Tang Chuan, feel free to make your demands. However, let me make it clear beforehand, don't go too far. If it goes against my principles, I would rather die than do it. Tang Chuan smiled lightly. He had long known that Douluo would have such remarks. It didn't matter. His purpose was not significantly related to Douluo's principles. He said, Senior Douluo, you are indeed overthinking. I, Tang Chuan, would never dare to say anything else. But respecting teachers and valuing the way is my life motto. How could I think of breaking your principles? However, Senior Douluo, I just feel that after dedicating your life to reaching the title of Douluo, such an achievement is known by everyone on the Douluo Continent. Yet after all these years, there has been no successor to your poison techniques. Don't you find that rather puzzling? In any world, powerful individuals who achieve success hope to have a disciple to inherit their legacy, allowing their reputation to endure and spread far and wide. After all, those mundane treasures, gold coins, and books cannot be taken with us after death. A disciple is the continuation of one's life. This is a simple and clear reason why renowned experts like to take on disciples. As a master of the poison path, Douluo naturally has this need, and it is quite urgent. Otherwise, 100 years later, when others think of Douluo, they might say, Why does this titled Douluo have green hair? How strange. What kind of Douluo is he? And what made his hair like that? So, viewed this way, having descendants as disciples becomes very necessary. Just like Confucius on earth. His fame at the time might not have been higher than Laozi's, but he established the education system, and a bundle of dried meat could receive his teachings, with disciples flocking to him constantly, filling the world with his students. The number of his disciples is unmatched by others. Therefore, aside from other reasons, having many disciples is one of the fundamental aspects of Confucius's far-reaching influence. His disciples would also provide him with various buffs, such as all sorts of adventures, rainbow clouds, and whatever else could be thought of. Those with few disciples would be in a terrible situation if they argued with others. A single mouth could not compete with dozens of others. Naturally, Douluo was moved, but he felt that Tang Chuan, this kid, was being overly affectionate for no reason, especially in front of the Pope. How could he possibly be thinking of Douluo? He scoffed. Humph, Tang Chuan, your flattery certainly has ulterior motives. You clearly made a request to me, but are proactively offering to help me take on disciples. Do you think I would believe such a good deed? Do you think I, Douluo, am foolish? I have navigated the Douluo Continent for so many years. I am quite clever. Tang Chuan was left speechless, unable to find a reason to refute, and could only agree repeatedly. Yes, Senior Douluo is right. But you have to let me say this, okay? All right, kid, go ahead. Since Senior Douluo has said so, then let's do it this way. Senior Douluo, how about hanging an honorary mentor title at our Spirit Hall's Spirit Academy? Good kid, I knew you had no good intentions. Didn't I tell you before? I, Douluo, would rather die from this stubborn illness than join your Spirit Hall. Senior Douluo, what are you thinking? I already said it's just an honorary mentor title at the Spirit Academy. If you want to come and teach, you can, and if you don't want to, just come occasionally to guide the students a bit. Not listening. With all this beating around the bush, you must be trying to trick me. I absolutely cannot join the Spirit Hall. Douluo's attitude was resolute, showing that even if he were beaten to death, he would never change his mind. It's just joining the Spirit Academy, not the Spirit Hall. Senior, why is your thinking so narrow and outdated? Soul Masters have national boundaries, sex, and even family distinctions. However, the development of the spirit world is the development of all Soul Masters on the continent. It has no boundaries at all. Senior, aren't you one of the few titled Douluos on Douluo Continent, representing the peak of spirit type? Every one of your thoughts and ideas contributes to the progress of poison-type spirits. Are you really willing to be a coward who evades responsibility? A useless person who doesn't want to be a great hero promoting the development of the spirit world? Tang Chuan spoke passionately, moving listeners to tears. And even he began to believe his own words. His good fellow, really a good fellow. Not to mention those platinum bishops and ordinary soul masters who have been brainwashed by the doctrines of the Spirit Hall. Even those titled Douluos, like Snake Spear Douluo and Spike Porcupine Douluo, felt their blood boil. How come they hadn't realized before that this responsibility they bore was so glorious and great, even capable of influencing the entire process of soul masters on Douluo Continent? Several titled Douluos secretly made up their minds, thinking they must take on more disciples in the future so that the entire Douluo Continent would know their contributions to the development of the soul master community. No passionate man can resist such provocation, and Douluo was no exception. He waved his hand dismissively. Tang Chuan, you don't need to provoke me. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think that if I teach a few students at your Spirit Academy, it could promote the development of poison-type soul masters across the entire Douluo Continent? I don't believe that. Oh, still quite proud, huh? Tang Chuan helplessly covered his head and continued to explain. Senior Douluo, why don't you understand? Let me put it another way. If you, Senior Douluo, had a poison master as your teacher before, do you think your cultivation time will be shortened? Douluo, I know you have doubts and are afraid that our Spirit Hall will harm you, but do you really think we need to? Every year, we from the Spirit Hall send soul masters to awaken the martial spirits of every civilian child on the Douluo Continent, something that no sect, family, or royal family could accomplish. With so many children as the foundation, do you think we will lack titled Douluos in the future? Are our actions really worse than those families and sects that watch civilians sink into mediocrity and let their treasures gather dust? Speaking of this lofty righteousness, the entire sects and royal families of the Douluo Continent combined are not as good as our Spirit Hall alone. Tang Chuan naturally found this easy to argue. Douluo was left speechless, unable to find any reason to refute. However, he didn't want to lose face and continued to nitpick. Aren't you from the Spirit Hall just trying to win people's hearts by awakening the martial spirits of other civilian children for free? Your wolfish ambitions are obvious. Don't talk to me about these empty words. All the soul masters from the spirit hall were enraged by Douluo's words, their eyes wide open as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Only Bibi Dong sat high on her throne, silent, wanting to see how Tang Chuan would respond. After all, Tang Chuan was her disciple, and she had great confidence in him. This was also a kind of alternative test for him. Outside the palace, a figure seemed to have noticed an interesting situation and stopped to watch, wanting to see what would happen. Tang Chuan seemed to have heard a huge joke. He laughed and said, "Senior Douluo, are you joking? Truly, it's a case of wanting to add a crime without any reason. We provide free assistance funds for those soul masters every month, offer them the best teaching environment and the best teachers. Can't you see all this, Senior Douluo? Furthermore, other sects primarily focus on family bloodlines. Outsiders can't break into the core circles of the sect, no matter how hard they try, merely becoming their high-level cannon fodder. Only our spirit hall selects based on individual effort and talent. As for family inheritance, we have that too, with the great offering Qian Douluo and the former Pope Qian Xuanji. Yet, our current Pope is Bibi Dong, who is an outsider. May I ask, which sect has an outsider as its leader? If we are ambitious, then what about other sects and the royal families? They only care about themselves and have done nothing for the common people of the continent. What does that say about their hearts?" The poisoned Douluo had no rebuttal. After all, the spirit hall was indeed irreplaceable for the common people of Douluo Continent. However, having Douluo admit fault to a junior was simply impossible. So he quickly changed the subject, saying, Tang Chuan, let us talk about why you think teaching disciples at the Spirit Academy is better. Isn't it the same when I teach at the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire? Then, Senior Douluo, among all the sects and royal families on Douluo Continent, how many people possess poison attribute martial souls? Our spirit hall is different. We have talents with all kinds of martial souls. Multi-attribute martial souls are just a drop in the ocean. For our spirit hall, as long as your martial soul is outstanding, we will spare no effort to help you succeed. The sea can hold all rivers. We seek nothing else but the development of martial souls across the Douluo Continent, ensuring that talented soul masters are not buried. In response to Tang Chuan, Douluo let out a helpless sigh. He realized he really couldn't find a rebuttal. If he continued, he might lose face, so he could only agree helplessly. All right, Tang Chuan. This matter has no downside for me and can help spread my understanding of poison. So I agree. The others covered their mouths and chuckled, finding it amusing to see Douluo rendered speechless by Tang Chuan, all for the greater good of the spirit hall. The figure in the distance also found it amusing. A titled Douluo was actually silenced by a child. Do you have any other requests? Just say them all, as long as you can cure my stubborn ailment. These are nothing. Douluo blushed, wanting to quickly move past this topic, before the greater good of the Douluo Continent. He didn't want to become the target of everyone's criticism. Tang Chuan thought for a while and said, "As for other requests, there isn't much. I would like Lord Poison Douluo to protect me for a few years and travel around Douluo Continent. I want to see what the lives of other soul masters on Douluo Continent are like. I also want to see how I can help the common people improve their lives. This has been my wish all along. Additionally, I would like the herbs from your medicinal garden, Lord Poison Law, to help the students improve their physical conditions and study pharmacology. What do you think, Senior?" "Good." Douluo nodded. Chapter 73. Ice and Fire Duality. A few days later, at the Spirit Hall. In a room, Su Yuexin, who had become a girl, sat by the bed, looking at the small cat in her arms, gently stroking it with her right hand. The kitten was only 2 or 3 months old, with pink, chubby paw pads, a soft and sweet meow, and fluffy fur, resembling a gray-blue little ball of fluff. Soul beasts like the Scottish fold are non-aggressive and very cute, typically kept as pets by royalty or other nobles. The price is generally around 10,000 gold soul coins, and due to their rarity, they are in high demand. Tang Chuan gave this as a gift to her, which was evidently quite novel. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten, originally asleep, was awakened by hunger. It opened its round little eyes and rubbed its furry little head against Su Yuexin, meowing in a cute voice. This little cat was very clever. It knew that its mother was gone and that it would have to rely on this girl in the future. However, Su Yuexin was unresponsive, her gaze vacant as she continued to think about becoming a girl. The kitten's meowing pulled her thoughts back. Looking at the cute little cat, a smile spread across her face. So cute. The kitten rolled onto its back, and Su Yuexin's little hand scratched its belly, making the kitten meow loudly. The previously gloomy expression finally brightened. She walked out of the room to the cafeteria of the spirit hall, took out her saved gold coins, and bought a fish for the kitten. Cats love to eat fish. Even soul beasts like the Scottish fold are no exception. With this fish, Qiu Qiu should be full, right? Su Yuexin tightened her grip on the bag containing the fish. As Su Yuexin passed by a palace, she overheard several female students discussing something. She hadn't intended to listen, but when she heard the name Hulaina, she couldn't help but stop. Did you know? Hulaina has a very cute little kitten. I heard it's a rare soul beast called the Scottish fold. One female student said with great interest. Another female student continued, yeah, I went to see it. I heard it was given to her by our spirit hall's holy son, Tang Chuan. Tang Chuan is even younger than us, achieving the rank of soul master at less than 10 years old. Truly remarkable. Hulaina and Tang Chuan have a good relationship too, both being disciples of His Holiness the Pope. Such a relationship is really enviable. Just senior and junior disciples, right? A student gossiped. Can't you see that our little senior sister, Hulaina, has different feelings for junior brother Tang Chuan? I hadn't noticed before. I didn't expect there to be. Of course, junior brother Tang Chuan and junior sister Laina look very well matched. Hearing these words, Su Yuexin's originally gentle face turned fierce. Hulaina, Tang Chuan also gave you a little cat, right? You like him too, don't you? But Tang Chuan is mine alone. No one can take him away from me. Hulaina, if you dare to have designs on him, I will kill you. Back in her room, Su Yuexin placed the fish in front of the kitten. The delicious smell immediately attracted the little greedy cat, which almost instantly pounced on the fish and began to eat. Su Yuexin's gaze softened as she reached out to stroke the kitten. From now on, you'll be my cat. As for your name, let's call you Qiu Qiu. As if understanding Su Yuexin's words, the kitten, happily devouring its meal, wagged its tail, seemingly very fond of this name. Soon, Qiu Qiu finished the fish and happily came to Su Yuexin's feet, affectionately rubbing against her calf. This was a sign that a cat liked someone, unexpectedly. Even as a soul beast, the Scottish fold couldn't escape this trait. Are you full, Qiu Qiu? Su Yuexin's smile became even gentler, as if she had reserved all her tenderness for this little cat. She picked up the kitten and gently comforted it. Then, she inexplicably took out a shiny little knife and stabbed it into the kitten's body, piercing in, pulling out, then stabbing again. Bright red blood splattered across Su Yuexin's beautiful face, but she didn't mind at all, even showing a mad smile. Qiu Qiu, you're great, very cute. But unfortunately, the first cat that Tang Chuan sent out was given to someone else. You are not the only one. Everything has a first and a second, a sequence of arrival. Since you're not the only one that Tang Chuan has given his affection to, then you have no reason to exist. Don't worry. Those who attempt to take Tang Chuan from me, I will send them one by one to accompany you. Meanwhile, the gemstone eyes of the massive six-winged angel statue in the offering hall flickered with a dark red light. The suitable heir has finally appeared. Damn angel god, I will make you pay for this. Let you taste the pain and torment of being imprisoned for over 10,000 years. Qiu Qiu awoke in pain, not understanding why the owner who had just cherished it would harm it. It struggled, but blood flowed from the wound uncontrollably, and its body grew weaker. Feel hatred. Feel anger. It is natural to want to take your life. But at that moment, Su Yuexin's sickly smile stopped. The kitten did not respond with the hatred she imagined. It did not bite, scratch, or claw at her. Instead, it extended its pink tongue to lick the blood on Su Yuexin's hand, as if worried that its blood might dirty her hands. The soft, moist tongue licked Su Yuexin's blood-stained little hand, and she was stunned, instinctively retreating as if she had seen something terrifying. She dropped the bloody knife, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Why? I was planning to take your life. The reaction to being harmed should be to retaliate. This is the instinct of any person or animal. Su Yuexin initially thought that Qiu Qiu would surely bite her viciously in revenge. She would absolutely not resist. Once it bit her, she would have a reason to kill it. However, this foolish cat actually forgave her, licking its own blood. This reaction left Su Yuexin at a loss for what to do. What a foolish cat. Su Yuexin is nortevkoldi, pushing Qiu Qiu away and tightly hugging it in her arms, not caring at all that the blood had stained her dress. Such a stupid cat. I can't let it die. It doesn't deserve to die. This was a dense forest, and they were currently on a hill about 500 meters high within the forest. At this time, because it was night, not much of the scenery outside could be seen. Douluo ascended the mountain path as if walking on flat ground. He appeared to be walking slowly, but each step he took was over 10 meters away, and the distance of each step was extremely uniform. Throughout the process of climbing, he seemed to be rising vertically. Tang Chuan hurriedly gathered his soul power to follow behind Douluo. After dealing with the affairs of the Spear Hall, he came here with Douluo to help him resolve his chronic health issues. Soon, under Douluo's guidance, Tang Chuan arrived at the mountain peak. Upon reaching the top, Tang Chuan was startled by the terrain before him. In front of him was an inverted cone-shaped depression, and they were on the edge of this depression. Thick heat rose from within, and the hot air was very humid, carrying a hint of the distinctive smell of sulfur. "Is there a hot spring here?" Tang Chuan pretended to be surprised and said, although he already knew that there were ice and fire dual eyes in the sunset forest. It was still necessary to play along. Douluo glanced at him and said, "Kid, you really know a lot." Tang Chuan rolled his eyes and said, "I can't possibly not recognize the smell of hot springs. Is your medicinal garden located on the edge of a hot spring? That would be a good place." Hot springs themselves are not suitable for nurturing plants because they contain too many minerals, but some special plants are different. They actually need the minerals and heat from the hot springs. Each environment nurtures its own plants, and their medicinal effects are also different from most herbs. According to the teachings of Jiu, Tang Chuan knew that many highly toxic plants were like this. "Follow me." Douluo's figure leaped, directly jumping down from the dark, bottomless edge of the mountain. Due to the thick fog and the night, combined with the steepness of the cliff, Douluo's figure disappeared in the water mist in the blink of an eye. "Establishing your authority like this is too childish, Douluo." A trace of pride flashed in Tang Chuan's eyes. "If you think this will stump me, you are mistaken." Hao Tian Hammer. With a loud shout, the black and gold Hao Tian Hammer appeared in his hand, and the projection of his soul rings manifested. The tremendous power followed the swing of his wrist and fell, causing the entire valley to tremble and sink under the immense force. When Douluo fell into the valley, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. "Kid, weren't you acting tough? Let us see how you come down. If you escape, it just proves you are nothing but a cowardly junior." Of course, if Tang Chuan really jumped down, Douluo wouldn't let him get hurt. With his strength, catching Tang Chuan would be a piece of cake. As Tang Chuan displayed his calmness and strength, Douluo became increasingly interested in this young man. He saw a maturity in him that was different from ordinary youths, along with a special quality of strategic planning. After a while, without seeing Tang Chuan jump down, Douluo felt inexplicably disappointed. Boom! The next moment, half of the valley collapsed, and Tang Chuan descended steadily along with the sinking earth and stones. This kid actually embedded half of the valley into the ground. Tang Chuan smiled and said, "Senior Douluo, I've come down." However, Douluo's expression was very bad, even comparable to the bottom of a blackened pot. "Tang Chuan, you little brat, are you here to destroy my home? But isn't this helping you improve the environment?" "Improve my ass. You've smashed half a valley into the ground, and you tell me it's for improving the environment. Do you think I believe that? What is that?" Tang Chuan scratched his head, and didn't he look at Douluo. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the scene in the valley before him, preparing to forcibly change the topic. To his surprise, the hot springs in front of him were not what he had imagined. The hot springs were not large, but they were divided into two sections. In the oval-shaped pools, the colors of the hot spring water were actually milky white and crimson. Even more strangely, although they were in the same pool, they were clearly separated, never encroaching on each other, always maintaining their own sides. The billowing steam was produced by the positioning of the two hot springs, continuously rising until it slowly dissipated at the mountain's peak. According to the original work, besides the hidden weapons, the Xintian treasure record also contains a special section about poisons, which records some extremely rare medicines, some of which are highly toxic, while others are heavenly treasures. At the end of this secret record, there are detailed descriptions of the 3 great treasure bowls. These so-called treasure bowls refer not to gold or silver, but to treasure bowls for medicines, which are 3 types of special natural environments. In the environment of the 3 great treasure bowls, ordinary plants cannot grow at all, as they cannot adapt to the unique climate. But the 3 great treasure bowls are the breeding grounds for all precious plants. Moreover, they allow these rare plants to grow in a time frame shortened by a factor of 10. In simple terms, if a spiritual mushroom grows in any of the 3 great treasure bowls for 10 years, it would have the effect of a 100-year-old spiritual mushroom. The unparalleled conditions of the 3 great treasure bowls are the gathering place of the essence of heaven and earth. It's just incredibly impressive. Douluo, having held on to it for so many years, is blind to its value. Even Tang Chuan wanted to complain a bit, wondering if the entire Douluo Continent was documented exactly as in Tang Men's records. Isn't that too ridiculous? The same things appearing in another world within the same universe. and a low martial world being connected to a fantasy world? How blind could the founder of Tang been? A person from the Douluo Continent and Douluo be? So many herbs that could benefit him are left for TangSan to use. It's just a game. Someone is even fighting to pick up an iron piece or gather herbs. Perhaps all titled Douluos in Douluo Continent have selective blindness, unable to see any useful heavenly treasures. However, as much as he wanted to complain, the ice and fire yin-yang was indeed a good thing. The ice and fire yin-yang not only nourishes items, but also has extremely special effects on the human body. According to the original work, TangSan claims that if humans or animals live near the ice and fire yin-yang, their bodies will be impacted by the two extreme attributes of the essence of heaven and earth in a short time. If they cannot leave in time, they will surely explode and die. However, for someone like Douluo, who is full of toxins, it has enormous benefits. Extreme heat and extreme cold both have restraining effects on poisons. This is simply a child's play, obviously an excuse to monopolize this treasure land. Species on Earth have gone extinct several times due to volcanic eruptions, yet many still survived, right? Don't underestimate the tenacity of life. Organisms can survive in volcanic depths, deep seas, and glaciers, let alone in these two hot springs. Chapter 74. Celestial Herbs. Ice and Fire Yin-yang. Tang Chuan, what were you just saying? Douluo looked at Tang Chuan with some confusion. Tang Chuan hummed in agreement. It's nothing, I just didn't expect such a great place to exist. Senior Douluo, this is the Ice and Fire Yin-yang, known as the Holy Land for plant growth on Douluo Continent. As a poison Douluo with extensive knowledge, you must have heard of it, right? Moreover, if I originally had a 50% chance of curing your poison, now with the existence of the Ice and Fire Yin-yang, my confidence can be raised to 70%. What did you say? The Ice and Fire Yin-yang, is the holy land of plant martial souls on Douluo Continent? Douluo showed an embarrassed expression. He really didn't know about the Ice and Fire Yin-yang before Tang Chuan mentioned it. He thought to himself, this kid Tang Chuan is actually quite decent, and he didn't hide the secret of the Ice and Fire Yin-yang from me. He clearly had the opportunity to monopolize the Ice and Fire Yin-yang with the power of the Spear Hall. Thinking this way, Douluo's expression improved a little. He pointed around the Ice and Fire Yin-yang and said, little brat Tang Chuan, all my medicinal herbs are planted here, with various poisons and tonics available. This is much better than that dead eunuch's herb garden in the Chrysanthemum Pass. You can use it, but if you dare to destroy anything here, I will make you wish you were dead. I'll give you a little time. If you can't pass my test by the morning after tomorrow, then it will be your end day. Of course, you can also try to escape. I'm not afraid to tell you that this is a very famous soul beast forest. Except for this mountain sealed by my poison formation, soul beasts dare not enter. Outside, there are only soul beasts that are at least 1,000 years old. If you try to escape, you won't need me to act. The soul beast will tear you to shreds. By then, even if your teacher is the Pope, he won't be able to trouble me. After saying this, Douluo soared into the air, his toes touching the mountain wall as he ascended like a great bird towards the mountain's peak. As his figure receded, his voice once again clearly echoed down, Kid, remember, do not touch those two hot springs. The extreme heat and extreme cold, there is something even I cannot endure for long. If you come into contact with them, it will only lead to your demise. With Douluo gone, Tang Chuan no longer needed to suppress the excitement in his heart. He quickly walked to the side of the fiery red-hot spring water in the Ice and Fire Yin-yang. Strangely, there was no trace of temperature emanating from the calm surface of the hot spring water. Tang Chuan was certainly not deceived by this superficial appearance. The seemingly calm red liquid had a temperature comparable to that of magma. If one were to touch it out of curiosity, wherever they made contact would be burned away instantly. He had a premonition that this ice and fire duality spring water might help him design an improved soul guide device. Surrounding the ice and fire duality were various kinds of plants, all uniquely shaped, resembling a botanical paradise. Every plant here was a rare treasure. Some were even absent from the medicinal garden of Douluo. Just a glance made Tang Chuan somewhat dumbfounded. Not far in front of him, near the edge of the milky white hot spring, there was a cluster of what looked like small bugs. Tang Chuan cautiously squatted down to observe closely, and his heart was suddenly filled with intense shock. Is this a snow silkworm? The finest of winter worm summergrass, the snow silkworm. He recognized what was in front of him at a glance, and his heartbeat seemed to quicken a few beats. Cordyceps itself is a premium medicinal material, commonly referred to as cordyceps. It is actually a type of insect fungus, a low-level parasitic fungal plant. This cordyceps fungus parasitizes the larvae, pupae, or adult bodies of moths and bees living in high mountains during winter, invading their bodies and absorbing nutrients. Once the mycelium gradually fills the insect's body, the larva becomes stiff and dies. By summer, the fungal spores reproduce inside the dead insect's body, growing a stick-like fruiting body from the top of the insect. This is cordyceps, hence the name. The snow silkworm is another term for the finest type of cordyceps. This cordyceps has a gray-white exterior with ring patterns. It has a total of 8 pairs of legs, with the 4 pairs in the middle being the most prominent. The texture is fragile and easy to break, with a slightly flat cross-section, white with a hint of yellow. The fruiting body is elongated, deep brown to chestnut brown, cylindrical, generally longer than the insect body, with a slightly swollen spore at the top. The outer color is bright yellow. The inner color is white, plump, and large. Not only bigger than ordinary cordyceps, but also much more effective. Immediately afterward, Tang Chuan noticed another plant next to the snow silkworm. This plant had a yellow-brown outer skin, with a yellow-red cross-section. The leaves were alternate, with long and curved petioles, and the leaf blades were ovate heart-shaped, tapering to a point. In summer, it produces yellow-green flowers with purple spots, in a twisted shape, exuding a fragrant aroma, quite unusual. Is this a cinnabar lotus? How can it grow so large? Unlike the nourishing properties of cordyceps, the cinnabar lotus prefers shade and cold, possessing strong cold properties that counteract heat, making it a valuable medicinal material with remarkable effects in treating fire toxicity. Whether it is the snow silkworm or the cinnabar lotus, both are rare treasures. If Tang Chuan had encountered these 2 herbs in ordinary circumstances, he would have been immediately attracted to them. But at this moment, he had no time for careful observation, as his gaze was soon drawn by a faint fragrance. It was a large light pink flower, leafless, with a stem about 3 feet long, and the flower itself was enormous, with a diameter of about a foot. Each petal looked crystal clear and translucent, gently swaying in the mist, growing at the edge where red and white spring waters intersected. Tang Chuan was still over 10 meters away from the flower, yet he could still smell the faint, delicate fragrance. The flower stamens were light purple, resembling purple diamonds embedded there. Although the scent traveled far, it was not overpowering. The subtle fragrance was as enchanting as a maiden's body scent. When Tang Chuan saw this large pink flower, he couldn't help but be momentarily transfixed, as he couldn't immediately recognize what kind of flower it was from a distance. Instinctively taking a few quick steps closer, he arrived beside the large flower and gently inhaled. The floral scent remained, not becoming more intense with his proximity, still that faint, refreshing fragrance, soothing to the heart. This was what kind of flower? It felt somewhat strange. Tang Chuan vaguely thought he had some impression of this flower in his mind, yet for a moment he couldn't recall. The only thing he could be sure of was that the flower before him was not a heavenly treasure, but a true immortal product. Tang Chuan instinctively turned around, wanted to take a look at the other herbs. Just as he turned around, he suddenly saw a strange scene. The surrounding darkness had transformed into a pink hue. This pink light shield was about 10 meters in diameter and very faint. When Tang Chuan looked back at the large flower, he realized that this light shield was centered around that big flower. In an instant, the blockage in his mind cleared, and with a flash of inspiration, Tang Chuan blurted out the name of the flower, Youxiang Chilua Xianpin. Yes, it was indeed Youxiang Chilua Xianpin, the magical plant that permeated the Tang family's chronicle, said to have the power to revive the dead and restore flesh and bones. Tang Chuan's heart began to tremble. He had seen snow silkworm and cinnabar lotus before. Although their quality was not as good as those here, they were still tangible. However, the pink large flower swaying gracefully before him was an extraordinary celestial rarity he had never encountered before. Tang Chuan was almost certain that the fragrant Luo fairy product in front of him was born from the ice-fire duality, I, and was definitely not transplanted by the old monster Douluo. It seemed that the fragrant Luo fairy product should be a companion to many fairy herbs, growing only in places where fairy herbs thrived. The fragrant Luo fairy product is a nemesis to all poisons, capable of neutralizing all toxins. It cannot detoxify on its own, but can counteract toxins. The light pink barrier that Tang Chuan saw at that moment was the range in which it could counteract toxins. This layer of pink was not visible outside the barrier. The fragrant Luo fairy product has a delicate and elegant fragrance, and within its range, any poisonous substance is ineffective, as its aroma has the power to neutralize all poisons. Of course, if one was poisoned before entering its fragrant range, then the fragrant Luo fairy product would be of no use. It can be said to be the best anti-poison fairy herb, but unfortunately, it cannot detoxify. After all, it cannot be perfect, and its main function seems to be for consumption. Tang Chuan smiled. With this fragrant Luo immortal herb, the toxin released by the old monster Douluo was nothing but a joke. So, it can be said that he was using the spear to attack the shield. After a quick glance, Tang Chuan's heart gradually calmed down. Among these herbs, although more than half were poisonous, there were still many that were beneficial. It was like the two springs in the eye of ice and fire, standing in opposition. If someone else who knew the effects of these herbs were here, they would probably be eager to stuff those heavenly materials and earthly treasures into their mouths. But Tang Chuan would never do that. Having been taught by the plant master Jival, he understood the effects of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. And he also knew their terrifying aspects. If used improperly, even immortal herbs could turn into deadly poison. These herbs of heavenly material and earthly treasure level had strong medicinal properties, and if consumed excessively, it was almost certain that irreversible side effects would occur. Little Sand, brother, I'll just take those immortal herbs for you. You shouldn't mind, right? Well, even if you mind, it doesn't matter, it's fine. Tang Chuan chuckled. One could say that at least 70% of TangSan's combat power came from the immortal herbs in the eye of ice and fire. Without these herbs, he would be half useless. As a good brother, how could he allow him to cheat? So, Tang Chuan accepted the immortal herbs. Soon, Tang Chuan stopped in front of a white herb. Even with the enhancement from the Hao hammer, his body was still trembling continuously because he was enduring the impact of extreme cold. The top of the white herb looked like a large white flower, octagonal, with a central part that shimmered like ice crystals. No fragrance was emitted. Its location was precisely at the center of the cold, extreme Yin spring. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Tang Chuan swiftly threw his dagger, and his body quickly retreated in the blink of an eye. He had dashed to the other side of the eye of ice and fire, at the center of the scorching Yang spring. This time, his target was a plant resembling a cabbage, but entirely fire-red. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Chuan stood 10 meters away and slowly raised his palms. Using mirror light to sever the roots, he released the martial soul he had once inherited, and a web shot out, bringing the cabbage-like immortal herb and the 8-petaled large flower over. In contrast to the extremely cold octagonal ice herb he had just picked, this time TangSan harvested a highly toxic immortal herb, fiery apricot blossom, which only grows in hot places and can even survive in lava, with effects that were completely opposite to the octagonal ice herb. Imotan Tio, Tang Chuan Sayin Wali. He knew that if it weren't for being next to the eye of ice and fire, there would likely be deadly guardians protecting any of these immortal herbs. In the original work, if it weren't for the dual immunity from these two immortal herbs, TangSan's blue silvergrass would have long been done for when faced with the 5 Elements Academy. Here, any organism found it hard to survive. So the immortal herbs remained, but there were no guardians. However, no matter how good the immortal herbs were, one had to understand their characteristics for them to be useful. Otherwise, not only would there be no benefits, but one might also lose their life. Even those highly nourishing immortal herbs could be deadly if there were no special methods of consumption or other medicines to neutralize them. The octagonal ice herb was shrouded in a faint red light, while the fiery apricot blossom was enveloped in a faint white mist. Based on the original content, Tang Chuan knew that there could be no hesitation at this moment. After the two immortal herbs intersected, although they would restrain each other's aura after 10 breaths, due to their clash, their effects would completely disappear. And within these 10 breaths was indeed the best time to consume them. Without hesitation, Tang Chuan picked up the 2 highly toxic immortal herbs from the ground and stuffed them into his mouth. Although both immortal herbs were toxic, after being restrained by their nemesis, they no longer had their previous dominance. They melted upon entering, turning into liquid that flowed down his throat. Tang Chuan felt his tongue moistening, with a refreshing fragrance wafting. One must say, this feeling of riding on the protagonist's fortune was simply delightful. The taste is really good, especially since after I eat it, TangSan is no more. Without the dual immunity, it's like breaking TangSan's blue silvergrass in half. Tang Chuan thought to himself, feeling secretly pleased, but still hoping that the next 2 immortal herbs wouldn't be too violent, as he was still a mere mortal and might not be able to withstand it. In almost just 3 breaths, Tang Chuan's body trembled violently, and then a layer of icy blue rose from beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had completely turned blue, and then another layer of red rose up. At that moment, Tang Chuan looked like a shrimp just boiled. The blue and red alternated, appearing extremely strange. Chapter 75. Annihilation of snake venom. However, during this simple alternating process, Tang Chuan's spirit nearly collapsed. The extreme cold and extreme heat clashed, feeling somewhat similar to a fever. But the pain was hundreds or even thousands of times worse. Ahead was the eye of ice and fire. Tang Chuan closed his eyes and let himself fall into the convergence of the cold extreme Yin spring and the scorching Yang spring. With a splash, he plunged into the spring water, instantly sinking into it. The reason Tang Chuan did not immediately jump into the water after consuming the two types of celestial herbs was to wait for the effects to take place, following the original text to avoid mistakes. Otherwise, if he had jumped in just a moment earlier, he would have been left with nothing but bones. At this moment, after the effects had taken place, he entered the water but did not feel much, as the extreme cold from the 8-pointed ice grass and the extreme heat from the fiery apricot blossom had caused him to lose all perception of the outside world in an instant. Tang Chuan's decision to choose these two herbs was naturally well thought out. These two highly toxic celestial herbs are not the best quality around the eye of ice and fire. They can only be considered quite ordinary. If it were just one of them, not to mention consuming it, even being near it would immediately put one in extreme danger. However, with the opposing nature of ice and fire, when the two herbs are combined, they produce the neutralizing effect mentioned earlier, which is also the only opportunity to consume both herbs. The main reason is the successful precedent set by TangSan. Otherwise, Tang Chuan would not dare to risk his life. Of course, the ice and fire characteristics of the two herbs do not disappear as a result. After consuming them, Tang Chuan still has to endure the intense baptism of ice and fire. If his body cannot withstand it, he will immediately explode and die. The choice to consume them is primarily because of the eye of ice and fire in front of him. According to the original work by TangSan and the records in the Xiantian treasure record, the only chance to enter the eye of ice and fire is to take the 8-angled profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom together. These two herbs are inherently born from the extreme auras of the two springs of ice and fire, and only they can counteract the terrifying power of the two springs. At this moment, Tang Chuan appeared to be in extreme danger, but in reality, with the effect of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, the two highly toxic herbs he consumed would have a strong promoting effect, enhancing his absorption of them and converting their ice and fire energy into his own. Douluo had warned Tang Chuan before leaving not to touch the spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, and this was not an empty threat. Even he, a titled Douluo, would find it hard to escape if he fell into the ice and fire yin-yang eye. However, within the spring water of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, all poisons became ineffective, and no toxin could remain in this extreme spring water. Tang Chuan chose these two herbs that were most suitable for the environment to leave himself a way out, in case Douluo went back on his word. After absorbing the 8-pointed profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom, he could still find refuge within the ice and fire yin-yang eye to avoid disaster. Additionally, besides seizing TangSan's opportunity, there was another layer of meaning to his need to consume these two herbs. Unlike Douluo, who possessed a body full of toxins and could withstand the extreme aura of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Tang Chuan did not have that luxury. If he did not take these two herbs, he would likely be destroyed by the aura of this place before he even reached the appointed day with Douluo. Even if he wanted to leave now, the ice and fire energy left in his body would inflict irreversible destructive injuries on him. It would be questionable whether he could even preserve his life, let alone continue his cultivation in the future. Although the two energies of ice and fire had been somewhat neutralized before, once they entered his body, they began to stir wildly. The medicinal power contained in the celestial herbs was terrifying, with the ice and fire clashing under the explosive energy impact. Tang Chuan didn't even have the chance to resist with his willpower. After falling into the icy and fiery depths of the ice and fire yin-yang eye for a moment, he had already plunged into unconsciousness. The spring water within the ice and fire yin-yang eye churned as Tang Chuan fell in, and soon he quietly sank beneath the surface. The water's surface regained its calm, the milky white and fiery red still clearly defined. The mist continued to linger in the air, and everything returned to silence. Time flowed like water, from dawn to dusk, merely the rising and setting of the sun. Someone once said, "When you close and open your eyes, a day has passed. When you close your eyes and do not open them, a lifetime has passed." Time sometimes seems long, yet it is also fleeting. A person's life is like this. Night fell again, darkness enveloping the earth. In the area of the ice and fire yin-yang, I was once again shrouded in darkness. while Tang Chuan, who had sunk within, still had not surfaced, as if he had completely disappeared from the spring water. When Tang Chuan woke up, he found himself floating within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. His soul power had returned to its optimal state. Consuming these two celestial-grade poisonous herbs did not enhance his soul power, but the most direct benefit was that he no longer felt pain within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. For Tang Chuan now, the cold extreme yin spring felt like cold water, while the scorching yang spring was merely lukewarm. Soaking in it not only caused no harm, but was also quite pleasant. Tang Chuan understood that the effectiveness of the two herbs in his body relied on the ice and fire yin-yang eye to be continuously absorbed by him. At this moment, the sky was gradually brightening, and Douluo had returned here. Douluo glanced at Tang Chuan and sensed some changes in his soul power. Coldly snorting, "Kid, did you eat something? Don't say I didn't warn you. The medicinal properties of the herbs here are far greater than those of ordinary herbs. Even nourishing ones could be deadly." Tang Chuan smiled slightly, confirming that Senior Douluo indeed had a discerning eye. "I have indeed consumed a few spirit herbs. But that's not the main point. Let's focus on helping you detoxify first." Douluo looked at him with some confusion. "Are you really ready?" "Yes." The light of the spirit rings rose from beneath Douluo's feet, with 9 spirit rings swirling around his body. But this time, there was no pressure generated. Looking at the dazzling 9 rings of light, Tang Chuan couldn't help but silently admire. As expected of a titled Douluo, even his own aura was within control. The nails on Douluo's hand slowly elongated, reaching a length of 3 inches in a short while, sharp as a cone, with a green glow mixed with some colorful halos. "Tang Chuan, you need to think carefully. The poison I am about to use is something even I cannot control. If you regret it now, it's not too late. Otherwise, if you truly get poisoned, I won't be able to save you." Tang Chuan looked at Douluo's hand, his expression becoming serious. He knew that what Douluo was using at this moment was his life-threatening poison, the toxin of the Emerald Phosphor Snake King. With his current cultivation level, it was indeed very difficult to resist such a potent poison. However, he was still somewhat prepared, as he had enough confidence to crack Douluo's poison. Thinking of this, Tang Chuan pondered for a moment, reached into the large flower of Yashang Cha or Xinpin with his right hand, and then walked up to Douluo, raising his left arm. "Come on, Douluo honed slightly. Have you really thought this through? Don't say I didn't warn you before." Tang Chuan nodded firmly. In Douluo's eyes, a cold light flickered as he thought. "The tiger does not show its might. Do you really think I'm a sick cat? Have I not been able to control you, a junior?" After years of cultivating such potent poison, with a flick of his finger, the tip had already pierced into Tang Chuan's arm. Almost in an instant, a wave of black gas surged rapidly from the punctured spot, and a black line could be seen rising upward. Tang Chuan quickly pressed his right hand against the wound on his left hand. Taking advantage of his remaining mobility, he stepped back a few paces to re-enter the protective range of Yoshan Choa Xianpin, then sat cross-legged and summoned his first martial soul, the 9 Heavens Spirit Mirror. For an ordinary person, using soul power after being poisoned would undoubtedly lead to death. But Tang Chuan did this to activate the medicinal effects of the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, just like the myriad poisons retreating within the eye of ice and fire. The greatest benefit of consuming the 8-angled mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom is that they can alter one's physical constitution through the extreme medicinal powers of ice and fire. If TangSan could fully absorb these 2 substances, he would possess a body immune to all poisons. Tang Chuan certainly wouldn't joke with his life. He already had a plan when he made his decision. Although the fragrant and colorful immortal product cannot completely restrain the toxins entering his body, its properties can significantly slow down the toxin's effects and provide a certain degree of suppression. The handful he touched with his right hand in the fragrant and colorful immortal product was contaminated with pollen, and after being poisoned, he immediately applied the pollen to his wound. The pollen from the fragrant and colorful immortal product has the effect of neutralizing various poisons, although its own potency is insufficient to resolve the poison of the Azure Phosphor Snake Emperor. It is enough to weaken it. Coupled with the combined effects of the 8-star ice grass and the fiery apricot flower in his body, a fierce battle between several deadly toxins unfolded within Tang Chuan's body. The medicinal properties of the 8-star ice grass and the fiery apricot flower are both very powerful. Although individually they're not the best herbs around this ice and fire yin-yang eye, when combined, they become one of the top existences in this area. Tang Chuan wanted to fully integrate the medicinal properties of these 2 herbs into his body, which would require at least reaching level 70 in soul power. However, At this moment, stimulated by the poison of the azure phosphor snake emperor, the 8-star ice grass and the fiery apricot flower began to resist, greatly accelerating Tang Chuan's absorption rate. Douluo watched Tang Chuan with a fluctuating expression, known for his expertise in poisons. He gradually began to understand the reason this young boy could withstand his deadly toxins. When he first arrived, Tang Chuan clearly did not have the ability to resist such strong poison. It was evident that he had already consumed something that could counteract toxins. Ever since discovering this ice and fire yin-yang eye, Douluo realized that there were many herbs he did not recognize. He had previously attempted to test the medicinal properties of these herbs, but that experience had inflicted unforgettable pain on him. Had it not been for his own strong abilities, he might have been poisoned to death long ago. It was indeed quite embarrassing, but there was nothing he could do, as he was merely a poisoned Douluo and not very familiar with immortal herbs, which wasn't too shameful. From then on, whenever Douluo returned to this place, he only took the herbs he recognized. He truly did not want to believe that the herbs he did not recognize could be identified by this boy who was only in his teens. He also knew that there might be treasures among these herbs, but as a titled Douluo, he absolutely did not want to take risks. Annihilation, Crimson Dragon, Martial Soul, Tang Chuan lightly exclaimed, and a crimson flying dragon with wings appeared behind him, quickly merging with his body. A pair of translucent red dragon scales emerged on his left hand, which were incredibly hard and hexagonal. Moments later, his left hand transformed into a dragon claw. The dragon claw tore through the previous wound, and a frenzied crimson soul power surged through the injury into his body, clashing against the ultimate poison of the By snake emperor within him. This obliterating aura naturally drew the attention of Douluo, who exclaimed in surprise, This is Annihilation Attribute Soul Power. Kid, what exactly is your martial soul? How can you use Annihilation Attribute Soul Power? It was no wonder Douluo was so astonished. In the Douluo Continent, every soul master has unique soul power, most of which are ordinary elements like wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder. Of course, there are also some relatively rare and unique types of soul power, such as extreme fire, extreme water, extreme wind, and Annihilation Soul Power is one of the most special among them. This is because it can erode other types of soul power, decomposing and assimilating them to strengthen itself. Once such a martial soul appears, it either gets recruited by major sects or is suppressed and killed. So in nearly a century, soul masters with such martial souls have rarely been seen. Oh, this martial soul with the annihilation attribute was replicated by me using the second soul skill of the 9 Heaven Spirit Mirror, which can retain the soul skills and martial soul remnants of other soul masters, allowing me to use their martial souls and soul power. However, the number of uses and power is limited, and it definitely cannot compare to the original soul masters who possessed this martial soul and soul power, Tang Chuan said casually. Could it be that he possesses the bloodline of that sect, which has already been obliterated? He really is not simple at all. Douluo seemed to suddenly realize something, unable to help but gasp in surprise, wanting to say something but refraining from doing so. With the entry of the Crimson Soul Power, the toxins of the By Snake Emperor began to dissolve and decompose like snow under sunlight, transforming into pure soul power that was infused into Tang Chuan's body. The toxins from the By Snake Emperor martial soul are, after all, soul power, and the Annihilation Red Dragon martial soul that Tang Chuan replicated just happens to restrain the soul power generated by other martial souls, allowing it to decompose the toxins of the By Snake Emperor martial soul into pure soul power. Therefore, Douluo's By Snake Emperor toxins couldn't harm Tang Chuan at all. Chapter 76. You say I'm not your biological child? Soon, Tang Chuan's complexion improved, and he even felt slightly stronger than before. Douluo's facial expression became serious again, returning to his usual cold demeanor. He looked at Tang Chuan and asked, Wait, what herbs did you consume here that you aren't afraid of my By Snake Emperor poison? Tang Chuan did not hide it, because hiding had no meaning. It was better to be honest in order to gain trust. He said, After you brought me here yesterday, I thought it over and took the star anise ice grass and the fierce fire apricot flower. Star anise ice grass, fierce fire apricot flower? What are those? These two names were unheard of even to Douluo. Tang Chuan had a speechless expression. No wonder you were left with nothing by TangSan, not even knowing what herbs you had at home. If you don't deceive yourself, who will you deceive? But an explanation is still necessary. These two immortal herbs are two types of poisonous plants that were nurtured by absorbing the extreme yin and extreme yang essences. located at the center positions beside the ice spring and fire spring, respectively. Hearing Tang Chuan say this, Douluo suddenly had some impression in his mind. Are you referring to the two plants of extreme cold and extreme heat? Can those two types of herbs be consumed? Due to the special nature of the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom, he remembered these two herbs quite clearly. In the eyes of the ice and fire duality, these two herbs were merely one of each. He had once tested it, and with his soul power, he couldn't stay near either poisonous plant for too long. Douluo knew that both of these herbs contained top-level poison and fire poison, which were extremely domineering. Due to the unclear properties of the herbs, he had always refrained from acting rashly. In short, it was because of the needs of the plot that these two immortal herbs were forcefully left behind. After all, Douluo was a poison Douluo. He couldn't show weakness when it came to poisonous immortal herbs, because there was only one of each of the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom. Tang Chuan naturally wasn't afraid of Douluo finding out. He said according to the original lines, "That's right, both of these herbs are extremely toxic. Ordinary people would be frozen or turned to ashes within a moment of being within 10 meters of them, let alone consuming them. However, the so-called yin and yang, mutually restraining, and ice and fire counteracting, means that when these two extreme herbs are placed together, they will neutralize each other, greatly reducing their toxicity, and that is the only opportunity to consume them. After consumption, the two poisons of ice and fire transform from mutual repulsion to mutual assistance, having the effect of transforming the body. With some special methods for absorption, it can achieve the effect of being impervious to water and fire." Well, what a concept of being impervious to water and fire, you little rascal. Douluo's gaze towards Tang Chuan shifted slightly, feeling a bit hesitant in his heart. Being impervious to water and fire sounds great, but how could this bad kid consume it? However, he was after all a title Douluo, and his capacity of mind was not something ordinary people could compare to. Forget it. I won't say more nonsense. Tell me, kid, what method do you have to cure this stubborn ailment on me? Tang Chuan confidently said, "Rest assured, you have at least a 60% chance. Of course, your granddaughter's poisoning is still mild, and I am completely confident in helping her recover. This method is not complicated to explain. The reason you are being harmed by the toxins is mainly because of the poison techniques you have cultivated. If you possessed a weapon spirit, it would be much easier. You would only need to condense the toxins in your body onto your weapon spirit, and all problems would be easily resolved. However, you are currently using a beast spirit, which is why the toxins have fused with your body. Although your soul power can mobilize and suppress them, they have already become a part of you, thus causing significant damage to your body. To keep the deadly toxins in your body while preventing them from harming you, you must find a storage vessel to contain the toxins. I believe, with your strength, you must have a soul bone on you." Douluo, also an expert in poison, immediately understood upon hearing Tang Chuan's words, his eyes shining with insight. "Are you saying that I should force the toxins in my body into the soul bone, so that they won't harm me?" Tang Chuan nodded and said, "That's the point. Your granddaughter is the same. As long as you find her a suitable soul bone and let her force the poison into the soul bone while practicing her poison techniques, there will be no problem. If there isn't a suitable soul bone, our spirit hall can provide one. After all, as an honorary mentor, you, Senior Douluo, deserve this benefit. There's an old saying, flattery without reason is either deceitful or treacherous." Douluo understood this principle well and retorted, "I'm not saying this, but what are you up to, little brat? You actually want to give me a soul bone. Do you have the authority to make that decision? Or do you not realize how precious a soul bone truly is?" Tang Chuan smiled and said, "Senior, you really overstate things. A mere soul bone is at most just a piece of a soul beast bone. Offering favors for no reason. Kid, if you want to win people's hearts, this is too superficial, isn't it? Do you really think that Douluo would lack such a soul bone?" Douluo remains as proud as ever. Tough as a duck's beak. Actually, it's not surprising that Douluo thinks this way, because even if you're walking down the street and someone hands you some gold coins, you'd still be suspicious. Tang Chuan replied as a matter of course, "Senior Douluo, you are mistaken. My help to you primarily comes from the empathy we all possess. It's like when you see a child drowning by the roadside. Most people's first reaction is to save him. Kindness is a quality that everyone is born with. When you encounter difficulties, don't you also hope for others to help you? So, it is only natural to help others instinctively, without any other reason. You are right that one doesn't feel pain when selling off their family's land, but I will also use my contributions to exchange for the soul bone. Because I believe that you, Senior Douluo, are a good person who cares deeply for your granddaughter and shouldn't he have to endure such pain? Douluo thought for a moment and said, "Okay, little monster, there are not many people I admire, but you are one of them. I will trust you. Everything will be done as you say. I, Douluo, have always kept my word. As long as you cure me and my granddaughter, I will have no problem agreeing to be your mentor at the Soul Master Academy, and I certainly won't kill you. However, please eat this first. Although my old life isn't worth much, I still want to live a few more years. If you kill me, then just bury me with you." As he spoke, Douluo opened his mouth, and a green light shot out, revealing a green bead. The green bead slowly floated toward Tang Chuan under Douluo's control. Tang Chuan opened his right hand to catch it. In short, this green bead could be considered Douluo's inner Dan. Tang Chuan smiled bitterly and said, "Senior Douluo, although I admire you, eating a bead that came from your mouth seems a bit disgusting, doesn't it?" Douluo shot him a cold glance and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you, this is a Dan bead condensed from by Lin Snake evolving into the Snake Queen. You could say that half of my strength is in this bead. If I die, it will directly explode inside you. Don't think you can withstand it. Even a titled Douluo wouldn't be able to handle such an explosion from within. You little monster are quite cunning. And with the support of such a huge organization as the Spirit Hall, I have to keep one hand hidden." Even so, Tang Chuan still felt a bit uncomfortable about the bead that Douluo had spat out. There was no way around it. He went to the ice and fire yin-yang to wash up, and then he directly threw the Dan bead into his mouth and swallowed it. He felt a warm current flow down his throat, and a warmth spread through his dantian. Not only did he feel no discomfort, but the heat also dispersed into his limbs, feeling incredibly comfortable. At the same time, on the pattern of the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror, a Lin Snake Emperor pattern larger than any previous design appeared. Douluo said lightly, "You feel it now, right? As long as you don't play tricks. The Dan bead will only benefit your cultivation and promote the condensation of your soul power. Once you have cured me, I will guide it out." After explaining everything, Douluo left. After he was gone, Tang Chuan touched his abdomen and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that there was no way to counter the Dan bead. Not to mention it couldn't be taken out at all. Even if he could, he shouldn't do that. The Dan bead was linked to Douluo's life force, and any abnormality would be sensed by Douluo immediately. It would be tantamount to seeking his own death. However, he also felt the benefits that this Dan bead brought, not to mention anything else. Just the fact that the pattern of the Lin Snake Emperor appeared on the Nine Heaven Spirit Mirror meant that he would be able to use the Lin Snake Emperor's martial soul in the future, which was a martial soul comparable to the ultimate poison. But since he was here, he might as well take some of these immortal herbs with him. No thief goes empty-handed. Oh no, wait, it's about helping the poisoned Douluo to utilize resources properly. A hint of a smile appeared in Tang Chuan's eyes as he took out his Songhai Moonlight Pearl with Tears bracelet. In a short time, various miscellaneous items were spread all over the ground. Among these items were mostly small boxes and bottles, each with different materials: gold, silver, copper, iron, jade, and all sorts of boxes and bottles scattered everywhere. These items were prepared by Tang Chuan a long time ago for the purpose of gathering herbs here. The more precious the herb, the higher the storage requirements. Some needed to be stored in gold and jade, while others required silver and iron. A slight mistake could lead to a significant reduction in efficacy or cause them to wilt immediately. That is why Tang Chuan had prepared so many items. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After all, he wouldn't be leaving here anytime soon. He first checked some of the equipment and then organized the types of immortal herbs. While organizing, Tang Chuan thought of his cheap younger brother and realized that he was indeed skilled in this area. If he remembered correctly, ever since TangSan's discovered the ice and fire yin-yang he had directly stripped Douluo of its resources. When Douluo asked him to take one or two immortal herbs, he had pulled them up by the roots, taking everything. If you remember correctly, during the period of the Peerless Tang sect, he had shamelessly claimed that descendants could only take 3 immortal herbs at most to avoid excessive depletion. He thought, goodness, the kind of person he was talking about was himself, but it makes sense. Pure and clean, lenient with oneself, but strict with others is quite normal. Thus, from that day onward, Tang Chuan settled into the ice and fire yin-yang. As long as Douluo was not around, he would soak his body in the ice and fire yin-yang to cultivate. This not only promoted the operation of his Xintian skill, but also accelerated the absorption of the medicinal power from the octagonal ice grass and the fire apricot flower. Afternoons were reserved for alchemy. Previously, Douluo had taught him a lot. Douluo was the best at concocting medicines in the Spirit Hall, and to avoid mistakes, he was extremely careful. As time passed, he gradually became more proficient. It took Tang Chuan a full 4 months to thoroughly understand the herbs around the ice and fire yin yang, and he had experimented with almost every type of poison. As for the detoxification potion he prepared for Douluo, it was actually nothing much. Just some tonics to relax muscles and invigorate blood circulation. However, in these tonics, Tang Chuan added a drop of his blood each time according to the storyline. Because the most critical part of the antidote was still the octagonal ice grass and the fire apricot flower, which were 2 extreme herbs. After taking the antidote for a week, Douluo's pain from the toxin backlash had significantly lessened. Following Tang Chuan's instructions, he slowly began to channel the toxins into his soul bone, and not only did his strength not weaken, but there were even signs of breaking through the level 90 bottleneck he hadn't surpassed in many years. It should be noted that after level 90, every level is a massive bottleneck, and Douluo had been stuck at this level for a full 10 years. How could the signs of a breakthrough not make him excited and ecstatic? The efficacy of the antidote led to a noticeable improvement in Douluo's attitude toward Tang Chuan. He became much friendlier and would discuss knowledge about soul masters with Tang Chuan every evening when he came to take his medicine and deliver daily necessities. One time, Douluo and Tang Chuan were having a heart-to-heart talk, and it was clear that Douluo was drunk. He picked up a wine cup and poured the dark green liquid into his mouth. Little ghost, it seems like you haven't really introduced your background to me during this time. Are you really Tang Hao's son? Yes, of course. Tang Chuan picked up a mountain fruit, chewed it carefully, and sweet juice filled his mouth. Douluo said in confusion, "It shouldn't be. Kid, let me see your martial soul. I remember you have at least 2 martial souls. Last time near the Soul Master Academy, I saw a gray shadow behind you that was one of your martial souls." Gray shadow? Could it be the death sacred law martial soul of Ilex? After Douluo finished speaking, Tang Chuan didn't think much of it and revealed his Hao Ian hammer and 9 heaven spirit mirror. As for the death sacred law martial soul, he had not fully mastered it yet, and it had been a long time since he had news from Elder Ilex. It really is this kind of martial soul. Only he can use the martial souls of others. Douluo felt around the 9 heaven spirit mirror and picked up the Hao Ian hammer. This hammer martial soul is indeed the Hao Ian hammer, no doubt about it. Tang Chuan was completely bewildered. Little ghost, I'm sure that Tang Hao may not be your father, or you may not be the son of Tang Hao and his partner, because the partner Tang Hao united with back then was a soul beast, a blue-silver emperor. If you truly were their child, you should also have a blue-silver emperor martial soul, Douluo stated with certainty. Wow, isn't this plot twist a bit abrupt? Tang Chuan was a bit dazed. Chapter 77. Fallen Angel Su Yuexin. Su Yuexin suddenly opened her eyes and found that she wasn't lying in bed at all, but had arrived in a dim world where dark red light flickered around her. She stood on a piece of dark brown rock, and the almost infinite darkness surrounding her made her feel very uncomfortable. The rocks on the ground were not connected, but appeared cracked, and between each large rock flowed small streams of red. The flowing liquid was not river water, but released a scorching airflow. Those thin streams were actually made of lava. In the sky, there was a purple sun, the only source of light in this world. She fearfully stepped back, swallowed hard, and couldn't help but think of a young boy's figure. "Brother Tang Chuan, where are you?" At that moment, Su Yuexin sensed something watching her. She turned around and saw a handsome, angelic figure appear behind her. He had beautiful black hair and crimson eyes, his gaze as deep as a lake. Calm, yet containing waves. Faced with such a flawless face, she found it hard to describe. This visage far surpassed the realm of handsome. He wore a fitted black outfit, polished silver boots that shone, and a long black-red cloak with a long sword at his waist. "You are an angel?" Su Yuexin thought of the giant angel statue in the main hall of the spirit hall. But that angel statue was more holy and softer in light. The angel in front of her had a more seductive and enchanting face. The angelic figure turned into a solid form, revealing an evil smile. "Su Yuexin, I know you're confused, and I can answer the doubts in your heart." "You?" Su Yuexin took a cautious step back, her face filled with distrust. "Who are you to say you can answer my doubts?" There was no way for Su Yuexin to doubt. The place she was in was no different from a dream. Suddenly, a being resembling an angel appeared in her dream, claiming to resolve her confusion, which was indeed suspicious. The mysterious angel spoke with a magnetic and seductive voice. "Su Yuexin, you need not doubt. I know you are because I am a deity, the fallen angel, Lucifer, the opposite of the holy angel worshipped by the spirit hall. I see great potential in you. I believe you, Su Yuexin, are qualified to be my heir and become the next fallen angel god." However, Su Yuexin's reaction exceeded his expectations. She replied, "Oh, okay, goodbye." "Goodbye?" This left Lucifer in disbelief. Hey, are you really listening to me? Do you know whose legacy you are rejecting? It's me, Lucifer, the fallen angel god, a top-tier deity in the heavenly realm, and you simply say, oh, goodbye? What a joke. Lucifer trembled, pointing with a face as if he had eaten a fly. You. Who taught you this? Oh, brother Tang Chuan taught me. He said those charlatans like to say, you have extraordinary bones, you are a genius. I want to give you secret techniques and such. Lucifer, aren't you a fraud? Su Yuexin said innocently, even a bit aggrieved. Lucifer really wanted to complain, fraud? I, Lucifer, a dignified top-tier deity in the heavenly realm, the fallen angel god. How could I be a fraud? Who is this Tang Chuan kid? What nonsense has he been teaching? However, in order to successfully find an heir, he held back. He forced a smile. I really am Lucifer, the fallen angel god, not a fraud. You can see I don't look like a fraud, right? Su Yuexin didn't respond. At that moment, she fell silent, and even the sound of lava flowing could be clearly heard. Lucifer was somewhat at a loss. Unable to, he unfolded his 3 pairs of pitch-black wings and the 10 red soul rings beneath his feet. Look, I'm also a soul master. I have 10 100,000 year soul rings. A title Douluo only has 9. Only true deities have 10 soul rings. Now you should believe me, right? Seeing the 10 soul rings displayed by Lucifer, Su Yuexin began to believe a bit. She asked, these are indeed 100,000 year soul rings. Are you really a soul master? But why did you choose me? Lucifer, as if knowing her concerns in advance, explained, you need not test me. I know you changed your original gender because of your martial soul. Don't you think the martial soul is the root of all suffering? The martial soul is the root of all suffering? Su Yuexin furrowed her brows. It was the first time she had heard such a statement. Most people on Douluo Continent believed the martial soul was a blessing from heaven. But Lucifer's words shattered her cognitive blind spot. Her predicament seemed to stem from her martial soul. Lucifer continued, the martial soul is the cause of your suffering, Su Yuexin. Don't you know? It is precisely because of martial souls that people are divided into ranks, creating nobility, royalty, and commoners. It is because of the power of martial souls that classes are so distinct, making the hierarchy solid and unbreakable. Commoners can never rise because their martial souls are tools like hoes, shovels, or grass, which have no attack power at all. How could they possibly compare with those nobles and royals? Furthermore, the nobles and royals monopolize power through their excellent martial souls. As long as they do not allow commoners to awaken their martial souls, even if there is a genius among the commoners, it would be useless. Even if a few people luckily awaken their martial souls, even if their martial souls are exceptionally good, they can still be coerced to join the nobles. Nothing can shake their ruling status. But we also have the Spirit Hall to help commoners awaken their martial souls. As long as their martial souls are good enough, they can also change a commoner's fate, Su Yuexin rebutted. P.S. Here, essay little rant. Some people think that the Spirit Hall gives gold coins to commoners using the money of the 2 great empires, so they can't rely on the Spirit Hall. However, they overlook that commoners and the royalty of the 2 great empires are in opposition. The social structure of Douluo Continent is similar to ancient Western societies, where the rulers are lords, and the land below belongs to estates. Those commoners are more like hired serfs, the only productive force on Douluo Continent. If commoners awaken extraordinary martial souls, they would be on par with the nobles, even stronger. Therefore, the 2 great empires would not allow commoners to awaken martial souls, just as slave owners would not give guns to slaves. Without the Spirit Hall, they would never do something as foolish as lifting a stone to smash their own feet. The conditions proposed by the Spirit Hall were likely that if the 2 great empires did not provide resources for the Spirit Hall to help commoners awaken their martial souls, the Spirit Hall would send troops to overthrow the rule of the 2 great empires. After all, the Spirit Hall outnumbers the 2 great empires by far. As for Wei Qianrenxue, the young master of the Spirit Hall, would be a spy for the useless swan martial soul of the Tiando royal family. It may be due to plot needs. After all, with the strength of the Spirit Hall, they could directly overwhelm the Tiando royal family, which had no combat power. The so-called upper 3 clans have little to do with the empires. They belong to independent family armed forces. Due to the relationship of listening to orders but not declarations, even if the 2 major empires were overthrown, it wouldn't affect them much. As long as the Spirit Hall pays them more money, it's a given that they would change their tune. Therefore, the soul destruction operation is particularly awkward. They don't pick on soft targets, but insist on knocking out teeth. Lucifer suddenly appeared beside Su Yuexin, whispering softly in her ear, The premise of all this is to awaken an excellent martial spirit. Su Yuexin shivered. Lucifer's words were very true. Like being doused with cold water on a chilly winter day, leaving her feeling bone-deep cold. Indeed, Lucifer was right. With a martial spirit, everything was already predetermined. Dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Commoners are not necessarily always commoners, but nobles will always be nobles, and this cannot be changed. A purple flame rose in Lucifer's hand as he looked at her intently, saying meaningfully, "Moreover, some martial spirits have indelible flaws. For example, certain martial spirits can poison soul masters, while others can disfigure them, and some can even change their nature, regardless of whether the soul master agrees or not. These flaws will follow the soul master like a shadow for life." Now it seems, Su Yuexin, do you still think martial spirits are not the source of disasters? Lucifer's words made Su Yuexin ponder. It truly broke her worldview. After a moment, she asked, "Why choose me? What do you need me for?" Lucifer tucked Su Yuexin's messy hair behind her ear. "Don't doubt it. Only you can accomplish this. What you need to do is to unlock a layer of seal that binds me, after which you can inherit my divine position." Seal? Entering a small town by the edge of a forest, the streets were paved with dark green stones, and pedestrians flowed endlessly. It was generally peak traffic time. Many low-level soul masters who had hunted soul beasts in the forest slowly returned to the town, injured and disheveled. Farmers who had toiled all day walked quietly with muddy feet and exhausted bodies. They were the only productive force on the Douluo Continent. The soul masters wouldn't dirty their hands. How could they possibly work in the fields? It's a joke. Only the lowly commoners do such things. In any world, the life of ordinary people is not easy, filled with bitterness and pain and unspoken reasons. The setting sun gradually descended to the mountain peak, striving to emit its last gentle light. Then this light was shattered by the jagged treetops, turning into fragments of time scattered on the dilapidated walls of this small town. What a dilapidated little town. Tang Chuan walked down the street, with the old poison master following closely behind, boredly playing with a small green snake in his hand. Hearing Tang Chuan's words, Douluo Bo replied matter-of-factly, "Of course it's dilapidated because most of the residents in this small town are commoners, and there are hardly any soul masters. How could it not be dilapidated? Moreover, they belong to the Budakala Duchy. After the commoners pay their taxes, the remaining food is barely enough to fill their family stomachs, leaving no extra money to buy anything, hence no merchants come here. Commoners live like this. Without awakening a martial spirit, they can only become the foundation of the Heaven Do Empire's prosperity. If commoners do not farm to pay taxes, what would the soul masters, nobles, and royalty rely on to live? Soul masters cannot be self-sufficient. That's just how the world works, Tang Chuan. You don't need to waste your sympathy on this. Because the world is like this. Just like when you hunt soul beasts to obtain soul rings, it's only natural. On this continent, these commoners must bear the burden for the lives of noble soul masters. Tang Chuan was taken aback. He had not realized that life in Douluo Continent was like this. The nobles enjoyed lavish feasts, untouched by the hardships of the common people, who struggled to make ends meet. Although the Spirit Hall could offer some commoners a chance to change their fate, those with useless martial souls, or no martial soul at all, had to accept a life akin to that of serfs. Indeed, even the Spirit Hall, with all its brilliance, could not shine its light on everyone. "Oh dear, my toy!" A little girl cried out, chasing a small wooden cart through the crowd. The cart rolled right to Tang Chuan's feet, and the girl bumped into his leg, falling to the ground. I'm so sorry. I bumped into the Spirit Master. Please forgive me." The girl's father rushed over, and upon seeing Tang Chuan's distinguished demeanor and the unique attire of a Spirit Master, his face turned pale as paper. He immediately knelt down with the girl and kept bowing to Tang Chuan. The little girl was frightened and started to cry, her fair pink face streaked with tears. The commoners by the roadside witnessed this scene and quickly avoided the area, retreating to the sides. The Spirit Masters cast indifferent glances before turning away. It seemed the little girl was in trouble for bumping into a Spirit Master, a crime that could warrant severe punishment. This was the rule in Douluo Continent. Commoners were little more than serfs, their lives hardly valued, especially in such a small border town. Spirit Masters were akin to wealthy landlords, able to dispose of commoners' lives at will. "Don't cry, little ghost. Do you want us to die?" The father, surprised, angry, and scared, instinctively swung his hand to slap, but Tang Chuan caught his hand in time, preventing any movement. He was genuinely terrified. A brother of his had been killed for bumping into a Spirit Master from who knows where, someone named Zhao, if you remember correctly. Little sister, don't be afraid. Do you want some candy? Tang Chuan smiled gently, wiping away the girl's tears and taking out a few pieces of candy, placing them in her hand. He then patted her head softly, comforting her. Don't be scared. It's all right. Nothing will happen. The girl stopped crying, looking at the rare candy in her hand, and then gazing up at Tang Chuan with watery eyes, finding this big brother in front of her truly gentle. Thank you, Spirit Master, for your forgiveness. Thank you, Spirit Master, for your forgiveness. The girl's father wept tears of joy upon hearing this, continuing to bow to Tang Chuan. For him, this was truly fortunate. If they had bumped into a Spirit Master from a city, even if they managed to keep their lives, the girl might have been taken away as a servant or a slave. After the father and daughter left, Douluo was somewhat puzzled and curiously asked, Little brat, what are you doing? They bumped into you. Even if you don't kill them, you shouldn't be so polite. We are Spirit Masters. We need to show our authority in front of these commoners. Indeed, it was not Douluo's fault. After all Spirit Masters in Douluo Continent did not consider commoners to be of the same class as themselves. Thus, Tang Chuan did not show much displeasure. He simply replied, Senior Douluo, there isn't much difference between commoners and us. We are just commoners who have mastered martial soul powers. Why should we feel superior? Our Spirit Hall's rule is to treat commoners with awakened excellent martial souls equally. It is not strange for me to treat commoners without awakened martial souls the same way. Although Douluo couldn't fully understand, since it was Tang Chuan saying it, he found it not surprising. Little brat, I really cannot comprehend your thoughts. All right, let us hurry on our way. It hasn't been long since we left, and I already miss the teacher. It's truly troublesome. Douluo's injuries had already been mostly healed by Tang Chuan, and even if he didn't treat the remaining ones at the ice and fire yin-yang well, Tang Chuan could still concoct a remedy for him using the remaining immortal herbs. So, Tang Chuan packed some immortal herbs and decided not to waste time at the ice and fire yin-yang well. After a while, in the spirit tool experimentation area, Tang Chuan sat in front of a metal table, holding a hexagonal metal block about the size of a walnut in his left hand, while his right hand held a long, slender knife. The metal block was intricately carved. His movements were slow, but his hands were steady. Each stroke of the knife was deliberate and firm. The metal block had a green-gold color, emitting a somewhat unusual aura. As complex patterns gradually emerged from Tang Chuan's meticulous carving, Tang Chuan's eyes emitted a faint blue light, and despite being watched for a long time without any distracting movements, time passed second by second. His body remained as still as a sculpture, with only a few fingers controlling the small engraving knife, slowly carving under the infusion of soul power. Even the rhythm of the carving showed no signs of change. The old man, Master Lu, gradually exhibited excitement in his weary eyes, and even his hands behind his back unconsciously formed fists. Tang Chuan was his first true disciple, and he was also a disciple of the Pope Don. Whether he succeeded or not was crucial to whether the soul-guided device could truly gain the support of the Spirit Hall. Finally, when Tang Chuan completed the last engraving, carefully picking out some fine metal shavings, he stopped. The golden light in his eyes slowly faded, and a hint of fatigue appeared on his face. However, when he raised his head to look at his mentor, Master Lu, a brilliant smile blossomed on his face. Master Lu, I succeeded. From now on, I should be considered a first and a half-level soul mentor, right? Master Lu stared blankly at Tang Chuan. Although he had anticipated this in his heart, seeing it happen still surprised him. Tang Chuan, you really succeeded? Tang Chuan carefully placed the metal block in his left hand and gently infused it with soul power. Immediately, the metal block emitted a distinct green glow, and a soft halo transformed into a pillar of light that rose up to a foot high. The green halo was straight and firm, swaying not at all, while the metal block radiated a transparent blue. Good. Mr. Lu spoke again, and the excitement on his face revealed just how unsettled he was feeling at that moment. Tang Chuan, good boy, you shouldn't be just a level 1. 5 soul mentor. Although you haven't created many soul-guided devices, I can now announce that you are officially a level 2 soul mentor. You possess a talent that is hard for ordinary people to reach and an unparalleled diligence. Success is not a coincidence. Your efforts over this period have led to this harvest. Yes, the small metal block that Tang Chuan just engraved is indeed the core of a level 2 soul-guided device. After spending a month mastering the basics of forging, and another month learning shaping, casting, quenching, and polishing, he finally learned how to engrave the core array. This is also an important step in the production of soul-guided devices. If Tang Chuan's previous learning speed was fast, the key reason was his hard work and diligence. However, the moment he began learning to engrave the array, he revealed his true genius in the art of soul-guided device production. Tang Chuan is more composed than the average person, and he has a natural advantage, the Nine Heavens Spirit Mirror. This martial soul allows him to have an impeccable memory, perfectly replicating what he has seen. Core formation inscriptions often fail due to minute errors, but this is almost non-existent with Tang Chuan. The innate talent of his martial soul enables him to clearly visualize the core metal in 3 dimensions in his mind. The depth and amount of each engraving he makes are almost error-free. Coupled with Tang Chuan's dedication, he took only a month to progress from learning theory to memorizing formation inscriptions, and then to attempting engraving practice. He completed his first level soul guide formation in just 1 month. In other words, Tang Chuan officially became a second-level soul master in less than 3 months. Tang Chuan tirelessly studies and practices. To old Master Lu, it seems this child never knows what boredom is. He can carve hundreds of level 1 soul guide core formations with ordinary metal with great enthusiasm. This is truly strange because, in his view, a martial soul genius like Tang Chuan should not even be interested in soul guides. It's hard to find a great teacher, and it's equally difficult to find talented students, let alone one who is exceptionally gifted and willing to put in 200% effort. Even if old Master Lu is strict, he can't find any faults in his little disciple Tang Chuan. Every time he thinks about it, he feels it's truly a gift from fate. Soul guides should flourish. It's important to know that the complexity of a level 2 core formation is at least 3 times that of a level 1 core, and it requires a very high level of soul power application. Tang Chuan's success is by no means a fluke. He has genuinely mastered control and is a true soul guide genius. Old Master Lu waved to his little disciple Tang Chuan and said, "Sit down, Tang Chuan. Give me the core you completed. This is your first level 2 soul guide work, and I will personally make the outer and inner shells for you as a gift for your promotion." This is a device that can expand a soul master's vision to a radius of 10 miles, even ignoring all obstacles, and can see as fine as an ant's antennae. "Thank you, teacher." Tang Chuan did not decline. He smiled and agreed, handing the core to old Master Lu. Then he joked, "Master Lu, you aren't planning to use this soul guide to spy on the girls' bathhouse, are you?" Although old Master Lu is a master of soul guides, he is also an old lecher who enjoys peeking at young and beautiful girls. Hearing Tang Chuan say this, old Master Lu quickly denied it. "I'm not. I didn't tea. You're talking nonsense. How can you, Tang Chuan, accuse a good person out of thin air? Is your teacher that kind of person?" However, old Master Lu exclaimed inwardly, "Wow, I didn't know it could be used this way. Why didn't I think of this before? What a huge loss. I missed out on so many beautiful women and inspiration for soul guide research." Tang Chuan didn't speak, just smiled and nodded, then didn't continue the conversation. "Teacher Lu, why did you choose to study soul guiding devices?" Teacher Lu answered while adjusting the core, "Because I have a waste martial soul. My martial soul is just a carving knife, without any special abilities, and my combat power is lacking. I want to prove that there are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters. By chance, I discovered the soul guiding device, and I found that such ancient creations are actually very excellent. As long as they can be restored and developed, they can change the entire landscape of the soul master world. There's a saying on Earth that technology changes life, which is equally applicable in Douluo Continent. The invention and improvement of soul-guiding devices completely transformed the original feudal society into a semi-feudal, semi-capitalist society. It is indeed strange that even thousands of years later, during the period of the peerless Tang sect, after the prevalence of soul-guiding devices, there were still royal families. Because the development of productivity can promote social reform, soul-guiding devices can allow soul masters without top-tier martial souls to exert stronger combat power. Thus, the royal families with stronger martial souls lost their advantages. How does a royal family without advantages continue to rule the empire? Referring to the evolution of Western society, those who can research soul-guiding devices cannot be indifferent to power. How could they be controlled by the royal family? Not to mention those sects that possess independent soul master powers. I want to promote the development of soul-guiding devices by my own efforts, to prove that even if my martial soul is just a carving knife, I can still become an extraordinary soul master. Tang Chuan admired such teacher Lu very much. This was much more realistic than Master Shrek, who only accepted monsters. So, Teacher Lu, do you hope that I can persuade Teacher Pope to fund your research on soul-guiding devices? But I feel that just these words might not be enough. Teacher Pope actually doesn't lack powerful destructive weapons right now. What she lacks is some relatively novel things. This is also why she has not funded you, Teacher Lu. Relatively novel things? Shouldn't soul-guiding devices pursue lethality? After all, so-called top-tier martial souls are basically strong combat martial souls. Being in the midst of it all, Master Lu naturally couldn't see the underlying reasons. Tang Chuan further explained, "It's like this, Teacher Lu. You want to prove that even if one has a useless martial soul, a soul master can still become very powerful through soul tools. This puts you in a blind spot. The Spirit Hall has never lacked strong soul masters, because it is different from other imperial families or sections. The soul masters of the Spirit Hall travel great distances to remote villages to help commoners awaken their martial souls. This means that the soul masters in the Spirit Hall are basically all those with high-quality martial souls who possess strong combat power or strong support abilities. As for the soul tools you have been researching in recent years, the direction of your research is also focused on these. After all, a soul tool is just a tool and cannot compare to a living soul master." Master Lu, somewhat understanding, continued to ask, "So what do you think my research direction should lean towards? You are my disciple, and the future development of our soul tools depends on you." Tang Chuan thought for a moment, found a blueprint, and began to draw. He then said on the drawing, "Our soul masters can be divided into 4 main categories: attack type, defense type, control type, support type, and agility type, along with a somewhat niche food type. It can be said that all soul masters tend to focus heavily on one aspect. If you lean towards strong offense, your defense won't be very strong. If you lean towards control, your speed won't be very strong. However, our soul guide devices can compensate for this, such as soul guide devices that can restore soul power, those that can store energy, and those that can scout. Soul guide devices can serve as our eyes and ears, as an extension of our combat awareness, and as our emergency means." Master Lu clapped his hands, feeling that what Tang Chuan said was feasible. He then slapped his forehead and said, "I never thought of these things before. Tang Chuan, you truly are my little lucky star." Tang Chuan continued, "Teacher Lu, I actually feel that your research direction can be expanded further, for example, by applying soul-guiding devices to agriculture and animal husbandry, tasks that should originally be handled by common people. In fact, we soul masters can do this too, because we have soul power, and with the addition of soul-guiding devices, even without civilian support, we can be self-sufficient. On the Douluo Continent, the daily necessities of soul masters are largely reliant on the support of common people. Roughly 10 commoners support one soul master, because the number of common people is far greater than that of soul masters. Therefore, for sects and nobles, common people are also a very important strategic resource. If soul masters were to leave the common people, they might starve due to the inability to grow food. Is this really necessary? Our Spirit Hall also has some common people to support us, which should be enough for us to live well." Master Lu expressed that he did not quite understand. Tang Chuan meaningfully explained, "In a place where one lies down, how can others sleep soundly? Our Spirit Hall is originally an independent major sect outside the 2 great empires. Our soul masters even outnumber the combined forces of the 2 countries. If Teacher Lu, you were part of the royal family of the 2 empires, would you tolerate the existence of a sect like ours? The reason the 2 empires are currently at peace with us is that they temporarily lack the strength and opportunity. If an opportunity arises, the 2 empires would definitely take action against our Spirit Hall. They may not be able to defeat us, but they can target unarmed civilians. They can protect their own civilians while seeking opportunities to massacre our subordinate civilians. If they manage to kill off all the civilians, our soul masters in the Spirit Hall would hardly engage in farming or labor. They just need to delay for a while, and our entire sect would collapse. A 1,000-mile embankment can collapse due to an ant hole. Beneath the current prosperity lies a weakness that is not easily discovered." Chapter 79. The path to death. More than 2 years have passed, and TangSan and Xiao Wu's relationship has become as close as that of siblings. However, what made TangSan somewhat dissatisfied was that Xiao Wu often mentioned her brother Tang Chuan, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. In his eyes, Tang Chuan was merely a rebellious son who went against his father's will. Although Tang Hao had not taken care of him, and even did not take him to awaken his martial soul, and although he had relied on Grandpa Jack and his brother Tang Chuan for sustenance in his childhood, TangSan, as an orphan in his past life, still respected his father very much. Tang Hao really has a big heart, daring to let TangSan test his martial soul alone. If TangSan had tested the Hao-Ian Hammer martial soul at that time, such an obvious martial soul would surely be recognized by everyone in the Spirit Hall. Wouldn't he had been sent to his death on the spot. Just then, Notting Academy welcomed the summer vacation. With nothing else to do, TangSan planned to take Xiao Wu out to have some fun and enhance their feelings. Xiao Wu pouted and said, "No matter what, will you agree or not?" TangSan chuckled and said, "Do as you wish. But after walking such a long way, aren't you tired? Shouldn't we find a place to stay first? It's almost noon. Let's eat something first." Xiao Wu smiled and replied, "That sounds better." TangSan rarely went against her words. Ever since they established their sibling relationship, he had always cared for her like an older brother. Although he was busy, the concern he unconsciously showed still made Xiao Wu enjoy this feeling. However, compared to the person in her heart, TangSan was still a bit lacking. Nodding City was much larger than the previous Holy Soul village, and naturally, it was much more bustling. Soldiers were patrolling everywhere on the streets, and the crowds were bustling and flowing continuously. The two of them had a simple meal first, then began to look for a place to stay. It wasn't long before Xiao Wu spotted a very unique hotel. The hotel had 4 stories. Although it wasn't too large, its exterior was entirely pink, and the architectural style resembled a giant heart, easily catching people's attention. Look, it's heart-shaped. "Xiao-san, let's stay here tonight," Xiao Wu pointed and said. TangSan said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter, Xiao Wu, I'll listen to you." After working for the past 2 or 3 years, along with the subsidies from the Spirit Hall, he now had a modest savings. Although Tang Hao seemed to have some complaints about the Spirit Hall, he had never said that they shouldn't accept the subsidies. Xiao Wu never cared about the amount of money. She spent freely, and in order to avoid frequently overdrawing her finances, she simply put all her income in TangSan's hands, allowing him to manage it. With TangSan controlling some of it, she could save a little. As they entered the Nightshade Hotel, the first sensation was a waft of floral fragrance, a soothing aroma that carried a hint of ambiguity, making one feel comfortable yet slightly heated. The hotel's interior was decorated in only 3 colors, white, silver, and pink, creating a warm and unique atmosphere. The pink lights flickered gently, and this environment made TangSan and Xiao Wu feel quite nice. TangSan walked up to the counter and said, "Please give us 2 rooms." The server behind the counter quickly stood up, glanced at TangSan, then at Xiao Wu, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. Thinking to himself, "Are kids nowadays really this mature? Sir, are you really sure you want to book 2 rooms?" TangSan nodded. Although he was over 30 years old before his rebirth and had a mature mindset, he was still a pure-hearted man and didn't feel anything wrong. Was there something wrong? The waiter revealed a hint of ambiguity in his eyes, but Xiao Wu and he completely failed to notice it. "I'm sorry, we only have 1 room left." "1 room?" TangSan frowned. In his 2 lifetimes, during his childhood, he shared a bed with Xiao Wu without any feelings, but now that they had gradually developed mature figures, he remembered very clearly the saying that men and women should not be intimate. The waiter emphasized, "Yes, just 1 room. But don't worry, our rooms are quite spacious, well-equipped, and have all the necessary amenities. It's more than enough for 5 or 6 people to stay overnight." As he spoke, he gave TangSan a look that was suggestive yet indescribable. Of course, TangSan couldn't understand it. Xiao Wu said nonchalantly, "Then 1 room is fine. We always stayed in the same dormitory at the academy, right? What's a big deal? We can save some money to buy pretty clothes." TangSan shook his head helplessly. He was not a stubborn person. If necessary, he could just sleep on the floor. He usually practiced at night, which was the best kind of sleep. "All right, then please help me check into this room." Just as the waiter was about to assist TangSan with the procedure, a sudden voice interrupted the waiter's actions. "I say, this room should belong to me, right? You really have some nerve to act like you're in charge here." TangSan and Xiao Wu turned around simultaneously and saw 3 people appearing behind them, walking towards the counter. The 3 were 1 girl and 2 boys. The 2 boys were dressed in brightly colored clothes that revealed their toned abs, looking somewhat flamboyant, and appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with athletic builds that were much stronger than TangSan's. What was most surprising was their soft and handsome features, giving off a pure boyish vibe. However, TangSan's gaze did not settle on the 2 boys. Instead, it was drawn to the girl walking in the center. This girl was about 1.7 meters tall, half a head taller than TangSan, and looked older than him, even older than the 2 boys behind her. She had an alluring figure, with a beautiful face that carried a hint of coldness, and her brows exuded a strong aura. Particularly eye-catching was her long hair, a mix of blue and pink, cascading down her back to nearly waist level. Her hair was not straight, but curled, resembling waves rising on the beach. She was very beautiful and powerful. That was TangSan's first thought upon seeing her. The 2 boys each linked arms with one of the girl's arms, ignoring Xiao Wu. As their gaze swept past TangSan, a strange light flickered in their eyes, but it was fleeting. The girl approached the counter, looked at the server, and said with annoyance, "You must be new here. Don't you know you need to keep a room open for me?" The server was taken aback and tentatively asked, "May I ask who you are?" The blue pink-haired girl replied impatiently, "Hurry up and call your manager out. You're not worthy to talk to me." With such a bold attitude, the server felt a chill at the sight of the blue pink-haired girl, realizing she must be either rich or noble, and quickly ran to the back to call her superior. "TangSan, this elder sister, it seems we arrived first. Don't you think your behavior is a bit rude?" The girl with long pink-blue hair smiled. It was the first time someone spoke to her like this. She turned her head and said with interest, "Hee, interesting kid. So what?" Diana had never had the habit of explaining herself to anyone. Her father was the Lord of Notting City, the highest authority here. So she was naturally the little princess of Notting City. How could she have the patience to reason with a child? TangSan's attitude was relatively calm, but Xiao Wu, being a soul beast, was not so polite. She flashed and was already by TangSan's side, saying, "What's the matter, you ugly monster? If I tell you to roll, then roll. Why so much nonsense? Do I have to invite you?" Diana's cold gaze fell on Xiao Wu, and she nodded slightly. "Very good. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me like that. You all have soul power fluctuations, so you must be soul masters, right? Then come at me together. If you can defeat me, I will leave immediately. Otherwise, please show me how to roll." Diana's words made the two young men beside her shiver involuntarily, instinctively touching the whip marks on their bodies, quickly releasing the hand they had around the double-eyed man and retreating to the side. At that moment, the waiter who had been there earlier came out from behind with a middle-aged man. He had clearly heard the conversation between Diana, TangSan, and Xiao Wu, and had an anxious expression on his face. Everyone, let's talk things over. Please don't make a move." Diana smiled instead of getting angry. Her eyes filled with a tempting look as she extended a slender hand to lift the manager's chin. "Manager Lee, you've become successful. You're getting better at business now. How about I come to comfort you tonight?" Manager Lee wiped the sweat from his forehead, his legs trembling uncontrollably as if facing something terrifying. He quickly smiled and said, "Miss Diana, please don't say that. If it weren't for you, I would still be begging on the street. It's all my subordinate's fault. This kid just arrived yesterday, and doesn't he know the rules? I'm sorry. I'll arrange a room for you immediately. Please forgive me this once." Saying this, he turned to TangSan and Xiao Wu. With a face full of apologies, "I'm sorry, dear guests. That room is specially reserved for Miss Diana. Please choose another place. I sincerely apologize. If it were up to TangSan, he would have let it go. There were many hotels, and it wasn't a big deal to switch to another one." However, Xiao Wu, having the backing of 200,000-year soul beasts in the Stardow Forest, was truly a chaotic force, prone to causing trouble, and was not one to easily compromise. "We won't let you, so what? You lowly creature with dog eyes, what are you? If my brother Ming and brother Erming were here, they would definitely beat you to the ground. Don't think just because we are young we are easy to bully. I am still your aunt." As the little princess of Notting City, Xiao Wu had been pampered like a star since childhood, and Diana had never been treated in such a way, especially since she had done nothing wrong. This hotel was funded by her, and the owner had only succeeded in escaping his beggar status thanks to her grace. Staying in one of his rooms was not unreasonable, right? However, Diana was, after all, half a noble, and it wasn't worth it to bicker with a child. She only said coldly, "Little sister, you really are rude. When I was here, you probably didn't even know where to nurse. Today, you will apologize to me, and I, being magnanimous, will forgive you two little brats from who knows which backwater." The term little brat clearly angered Xiao Wu, and she retorted angrily, "You arrogant poison woman, you are the little brat. Your whole family is a bunch of little brats. Miss Diana, she didn't mean it." Manager Lee exclaimed anxiously, his face full of pleading, wanting to plead for Xiao Wu and the others. After all, if things were damaged and business was disrupted, it was still he, the shop owner, who would suffer. A fierce light flashed in Diana's eyes. "Less nonsense. I'll take responsibility for all losses. I don't believe I can't discipline this foul-mouthed little brat." Having been the head of Notting Academy, Xiao Wu couldn't stand Diana's arrogant gaze, especially since she had insulted rabbits with her words. How could Xiao Wu, a soft-boned rabbit, endure that? She immediately rushed forward to make a move. TangSan grabbed Xiao Wu's shoulders and said, "Let me handle it." TangSan was still as protective as ever. When Xiao Wu was bullied, his anger instantly surged. In fact, his left hand had already been raised earlier, and the safety on the hidden arrow had been released. If Xiao Wu hadn't stepped forward, perhaps there would have been an extra short arrow in the throat of the person in front of them. The general outline of the Tangmin Xintian treasure record. Article 3. Determine that the opponent is an enemy. As long as they have the means to kill, do not show mercy, otherwise it will only bring trouble to oneself. TangSan's saw that Diana wanted to take action against Xiao Wu, and coupled with her maliciousness and arrogance, she was already on a path to self-destruction. At the same time, he was absolutely confident that, including Manager Li, no one would suspect that the hidden dart was fired by him. Without evidence, who could say he committed murder? The Tang sect's silent hidden darts were extremely fast, leaving only a shadow, which someone as sheltered as Diana could not possibly evade. Xiao Wu, very dissatisfied, said, "Why? Third brother, I have to handle this myself. I want to hit her, and her mother wouldn't even recognize her. What is she pretending to be? And calling me a little rabbit. I think this ugly monster is even worse than a little rabbit." TangSan couldn't help but frown and said, "Xiao Wu, as a girl, you should speak more cleanly. Have you forgotten what I said before? I will always protect you. Protecting you is my duty. How can I let you take action?" TangSan didn't let Xiao Wu take action, partly because he felt the strength of the opponent and was worried about Xiao Wu getting hurt, and partly because if they really had to lose, he would rather suffer humiliation himself than let Xiao Wu be insulted by the opponent. After all, he arrived first, even if that Diana had reserved the room long ago. So what? As for whether Xiao Wu really hated it, that was not within his consideration. If he said the wrong thing, he could change it. But if others dared to treat him and Xiao Wu with such an attitude, that was a path to death. The Tang sect's Xintian treasure record had long stated that when dealing with enemies who took the path to death, one must completely eradicate them, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 80. Xiao Wu gets hurt after hearing the words, "I will always protect you." Xiao Wu's angry expression eased. She glanced at TangSan and said, "Big brother, you must be careful. If it doesn't work out, let's go together and take her down. No need to argue back and forth. I said you two go together," Diana said impatiently, thinking these kids looked as if they were facing a life-and-death situation, making her seem like the villain. TangSan stepped forward calmly, knowing that with hidden weapons in hand, he was invincible within 10 steps. "TangSan, please give me guidance." A flash of light appeared on Diana's body as her right fist suddenly raised, charging straight towards TangSan's chest. Her movements were simple, without any fancy tricks. But TangSan's expression changed. The momentum of her punch had reached its peak in an instant due to the combination of power and speed. Without rich combat experience, how could one achieve this? At this moment, TangSan could not retreat. If he did, the opponent's momentum would surge, only increasing the power of the punch. Therefore, instead of retreating, he moved forward. His right foot stepped forward in an instant, covering a full meter, directly closing the distance between him and his opponent. TangSan's goal was simple: to disrupt the rhythm of the opponent's attack. Similarly, throwing out his right fist, TangSan's hand instantly turned a glossy, milky white. With a muffled bang, Diana's forward body came to a sudden stop, while TangSan uncontrollably stumbled back 3 or 4 steps before stabilizing himself. A hint of surprise flashed in Diana's eyes. She clearly did not expect that this boy, who looked a few years younger than herself, could take her punch. What surprised Diana the most was TangSan's fist. Despite her clear advantage in attack power, her right hand was now in excruciating pain, as if TangSan's fist was as hard as cast iron. TangSan was also surprised, wasn't he? It should be known that his fists not only contained the inner strength of the Xintian skill, but his own power was also inconsistent with his age. Years of working as a blacksmith had given him strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, coupled with the unique traits of the Xianyu hand. These 3 advantages combined, yet he still lost. The opponent's power was very solid, but it was not the kind of violent solidity. Rather, it was a concentrated solidity, as if all the power had condensed into the size of fist. The instantaneous explosive shockwave had already caused TangSan's internal energy and blood to surge. "All right, interesting kid. Being able to take one of my punches qualifies you to be my opponent," Diana shouted coldly, her figure leaping into action. This time, her attack was not so simple. She leaped off the ground, and in an instant, she was above TangSan. Her limbs stretched out in a strange manner, appearing to be full of openings, yet they were all subtly moving, as if there were endless follow-up moves. TangSan's expression became extremely serious, his knees slightly bent, toes turned inward, and his calves instantly tensed. His left arm circled from the outside, while his right arm pushed outward from the inside, striking a very peculiar pose. Diana's attack could be said to be her signature move. No matter how the opponent blocked or attacked, she had various countermethods. What seemed to be full of flaws contained profound attacking techniques, and her limbs could all become weapons. But just as her attack was about to unfold, suddenly, an invisible force surged from below. That force seemed sticky, lacking a powerful impact, yet it was incredibly resilient. Diana found herself unable to leverage any power in the air and felt as if her body was forcibly diverted from its original trajectory, falling sideways, causing all her attacks to naturally lose their target. What kind of power is this? A sense of astonishment flashed through Diana's mind. However, her battle experience was extremely rich. She twisted her delicate body in the air, rotating sideways and landing steadily on the ground. Xiao Wu, Meteor Hammer. TangSan knew he was no match for Diana and shouted. Xiao Wu responded immediately, her toes tapping on TangSan's shoulder, and she leaped out again. This time, however, she was not leading with her hands but with her feet, kicking straight towards Diana's head. At the same time, dozens of blue-silver grasses surged from around TangSan's body, entangling Diana from different directions. Ha ha, interesting. A martial soul like blue-silver grass can also be cultivated? I'm not afraid of both of you together. Diana clearly became interested, raising her hand to strike at Xiao Wu. But who knew that before Xiao Wu reached her? She suddenly changed direction, causing Diana's palm to hit nothing but air. Xiao Wu zipped past from the side and kicked Diana's fair neck. It turned out that the so-called Meteor Hammer was a variation of the concealed weapon Meteor Hammer, relying on the entanglement of blue-silver grass. TangSan controlled Xiao Wu's body to move agilely in the air while attacking. Unfortunately, Diana's combat power was too strong, and her evasion was not inferior to TangSan's. But moving her body was not easy. Common concealed weapons are divided into 4 categories: hand-thrown, machine shot, rope-based, and drug spray. Weapons like the Meteor Hammer, red rope lasso, and flying grass belong to the rope-based category, while lacking the mysteries of the other types of concealed weapons. Their attacking power and special effects cannot be matched by other concealed weapons. A furious roar suddenly rang out, and cold light flashed in Diana's eyes. Her jade hands spread open, and among her 3 soul rings, the first yellow soul ring instantly lit up. She was actually a 3-ring soul master. Xiao Wu immediately suffered. She kicked Diana, and just as her body was lifted by TangSan's blue-silver grass, Diana's soul skill activated. And the blue-silver grass, flying from TangSan's body, just happened to entangle her at that moment. In the black light of Diana, all of this became futile. Xiao Wu was sent flying. All the blue-silver grass, whether close or far, within a meter of Diana's body, was completely destroyed, and the close blue-silver grass was shattered to pieces. 2 muffled groans almost sounded at the same time. The one most severely injured was Xiao Wu, followed by TangSan. The intense shock made Xiao Wu spit out a mouthful of blood in the air, her whole body feeling sore and numb, directly falling into TangSan's arms due to the blue-silver grass. Although TangSan was the least injured, only feeling an internal burn due to the shock from the blue-silver grass, Xiao Wu's injury made it impossible for him to remain calm. Xiao Wu, TangSan called out anxiously, quickly channeling his internal energy into Xiao Wu's body. However, the Xiao Wu in his arms appeared weak and heavily injured. Diana did not pursue again, standing there. She had no intent to kill. After all, she wouldn't harm a child. She said, "That impolite little girl is fine. She just suffered a backlash from her own soul power, so this is the result. Let her sleep for a night, and she will recover tomorrow. Third brother, don't worry. I'm Fine." Xiao Wu slowly opened her eyes and said weakly, holding the soft and delicate Xiao Wu. TangSan slowly raised his head. His black eyes held no emotion but were very deep. He gently turned around while holding Xiao Wu and walked in front of Manager Li. "Could you please help me take care of Xiao Wu for a while, just for a moment?" Manager Li instinctively looked at Diana, who found it interesting and signaled him to look after Xiao Wu. She said, "Kid, you seem quite interesting. You must have some tricks left to show. Don't worry. I won't harm that girl, so feel free to take action." TangSan stood there with his feet not quite aligned, his entire body slowly gathering strength. At this point, he no longer intended to hide his power. Xiao Wu's injury and unconsciousness had greatly affected his emotions, filling him with self-reproach. As an older brother who had failed to protect his sister, if he could not seek justice for her, how could he still accept the title of brother? TangSan still deeply remembers a line from the Xintian Baolu outline. "Never try to play the pig to eat the tiger, otherwise you might really become a pig." Now he fully understands the meaning of this sentence. If it weren't for Diana's underestimation and arrogance, then Xiao Wu would probably have a hard time escaping. And if he didn't reveal his true trump card, wouldn't he regret it for life? Therefore, TangSan decided not to hide anymore. He also wanted to use the current Diana to see just how strong his own abilities had reached. TangSan's drooping hands floated up beside his waist. With a series of sharp sounds, 10 beams of cold light burst forth from the tips of his fingers, shooting towards Diana's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, lower body, and abdomen. The 10 attack positions were surprisingly all different, targeting only vital points, as if he intended for Diana to die. The piercing sound of the air being sliced startled Diana. She sensed the breath of death and was taken aback that this kid truly intended to take her life. What an interesting guy. If he wants my life, then let him come. Facing the sudden and extremely precise 10 beams of cold light, Diana reacted quickly, activating her first soul skill. With a low roar, her soul power erupted, condensing a black light into a shield in the shape of a rose. After TangSan's shot out 10 beams of cold light, his body did not stop at all. He quickly stepped back, moving like a ghost in the shadows. 10 explosive sounds almost simultaneously rang out as the 10 beams of cold light struck the black rose-like shield. However, amidst the powerful black light, they were all absorbed, causing no harm to Diana. TangSan was secretly astonished. It is important to note that he shot out 10 bone-piercing nails, which are considered heavy among small hidden weapons. Coupled with his internal energy and the penetrating characteristics of the nails, they surprisingly failed to inflict any harm on Zhao Wuji. This demonstrated just how strong Diana's defense was. Alternatively, it could be said that he was still too weak. After all, he was barely 10 years old, and his strength and speed had not yet reached their peak. TangSan's figure shifted, and more than 10 beams of cold light were hurled out. Was there really no flaw? A trace of coldness flashed in TangSan's eyes. The so-called no flaw actually meant that his entire body was full of flaws. Only by breaking through one point could he find his opportunity. As he retreated, TangSan's hands moved like butterflies dancing among flowers, either flicking or shooting, continuously launching streams of cold light aimed at Diana's vital points. Diana was even more astonished than TangSan. This was the first time she had encountered such an opponent. If both sides were equally matched, she knew she would have already lost. The hidden weapons TangSan shot were not only accurate, but also attacked many different positions simultaneously, making it extremely difficult to dodge. Willow leaf blades, locust stones, money darts, penetrating nails, various hidden weapons bloomed in TangSan's rain of flowers technique, some flying straight, some at angles, and some circling behind. But the final target was only one, Diana's body, aiming to take her life. Diana clearly felt the penetrating power of these hidden weapons was extremely strong. If she did not activate her second and third soul skills to shatter them, she could very likely be injured as well. However, after quick contact, Diana believed she had grasped the attack power of TangSan's hidden weapons and unleashed a black rose petal hurricane again. As the soul skill rushed towards her, its power was definitely beyond what she could withstand. Yet TangSan did not panic at all. Changing his footing, he quickly retreated. While blue silver grass had already spread out, his first soul skill entangled, wrapping the blue silver grass around the beams of the hall, allowing him to swing over like a pendulum, while also using the blue silver grass to delay Diana's speed. The resilient blue silver grass might not be enough to stop Diana, but it could at least delay her for a moment. The omnipresent entanglement only needed a single strand of blue silver grass to trip Diana's feet, reducing her speed while conserving his internal energy as much as possible. Relying on the blue silver grass and ghost shadow mistransmission, TangSan's absolute speed, although not as fast as Diana's, was still beyond her reach. Third soul skill, Night Demon Cannon. After repeatedly failing to catch TangSan, Diana grew impatient and decided to use her third soul skill. A massive black rose bud broke through the ground, its blue leaves shimmering with light, and then, accompanied by a surge of energy, the soul power's fluctuations expanded continuously. With a loud boom, a soul power light beam as wide as a pillar shot towards TangSan, who had just leaped into the air. Third brother. At this critical moment, a figure flew in to block the attack. It was the previously weakened Xiao Wu. Seeing TangSan in danger, she forcefully activated her soul power, and her astonishing jumping ability allowed her to leap directly in front of TangSan. TangSan steadily caught Xiao Wu, but was still sent flying by the immense impact, crashing into a pillar in the hall. At this moment, the hall had become a complete mess due to the battle between the two, completely unrecognizable from the carefully arranged scene just moments ago. Third brother. Before Xiao Wu could finish her sentence, she fainted. After all, Diana's attack came from a 1,000-year soul beast, which was truly beyond their ability to withstand. TangSan looked up to the sky and let out a long howl, filled with intense feelings of indignation and regret that were beyond words. In an instant, his gaze turned extremely cold, filled with malice and ferocity. He wanted Diana to pay with her life. Chapter 81. Moon Pavilion. TangSan was furious and immediately activated his second soul ring skill, Parasitism. This soul skill came from a 780-year-old ghost vine. Earlier, when the blue-silver grass had blocked Diana's advance, the seeds of parasitism had already quietly hidden on Diana's body. At this moment, it suddenly activated. TangSan chose the timing of the parasitic attack perfectly, just at the moment when Diana was momentarily distracted due to Xiao Wu's serious injury. As a result, even if she noticed his attack, Diana would be unable to launch a counterattack or defend herself immediately after realizing it. TangSan raised both hands simultaneously, and a clear ringing sound echoed as 6 piercing cold lights shot out from his sleeves. The powerful crossbow arrows created a sharp whistling sound as they flew straight towards Diana's face. Although Diana was a 3-ring soul master, the sudden appearance of the strong crossbow arrows still startled her. She activated her first and third soul skills at the same time, with a loud bang. Amidst the spreading black light, not only did she break free from the restraints of the blue-silver grass, but she also shattered and deflected the 6 crossbow arrows that were aimed at her. TangSan's greatest strength is certainly not in throwing hidden weapons. Rather, it is in the mechanisms he studied throughout his previous life. The sudden crossbow bolt startled Diana, and although she managed to deflect it with her soul skill, the impact still caused her some pain, demonstrating the immense power of the crossbow. Using both controlling the crane and capturing the dragon simultaneously, and aided by Diana's martial soul attack, TangSan leaped back again to evade Diana's soul skill, Hurricane. With his arms drawn in and his chest muscles tensed, a buzzing sound suddenly emanated from his chest. A spray of glimmering steel needles, shrouded in thick mist, shot out from his chest, catching the unprepared Diana off guard. TangSan can be considered a master of mechanical hidden weapons of his generation. The mechanical hidden weapons he creates do not require any switches and can be activated by muscle contractions, making them extremely difficult to defend against. The tea-scented mist caused Diana to feel dizzy, and her soul power decreased significantly. At that moment, Diana clearly felt a sharp pain in her thigh. When she looked down, she was horrified to find that the steel needles shot from TangSan's chest had actually penetrated her soul skill defense and were all embedded in her thigh. In an instant, the paralyzing pain surged through her nerves and flooded into Diana's brain. Damn, this thing is poisonous, Diana thought in shock. She quickly urged her soul power again, forcefully trying to expel the steel needles from her body. However, the toxin had already entered her system through the dual effects of breathing and blood circulation. Tangman is not just about hidden weapons. Their poison is equally remarkable. Although TangSan hasn't had much opportunity to collect poisons in recent years, he did not waste the venom from the mandala snake he obtained earlier. The toxin extracted from a mandala snake's fangs was applied to the hidden weapon on his chest, which played a significant role at a critical moment. This hidden weapon, named Hansa Xing, is one of the few weapons he possesses that can break through protective soul barriers. However, hidden weapons are still just hidden weapons and are somewhat inferior compared to soul skills. The 64 steel needles shot out by Hansa Xing could only barely pierce Diana's skin. But that was enough. Although the speed of the mandala snake's venom was not enough to incapacitate Diana, it forced her to allocate some of her soul power to prevent the spread of the toxin, giving TangSan more breathing room. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard outside. The guards of Notting City had noticed something unusual and were rushing here. Damn it, just at this time, TangSan cursed under his breath, picked up Xiao Wu, and shouted to Diana, "This matter will not end like this. I, TangSan, have always been upright and above board. I do not resort to sneak attacks or take advantage of others' misfortunes. I will return for revenge." After speaking, TangSan took out a strange round ball from his bosom and smashed it onto the ground, creating a large cloud of black smoke. This smoke was extraordinary and quickly spread throughout the hall. Cough, cough, cough. The people in the hall began to cough, and amidst the smoke, a team of Notting City's guards rushed in. The captain at the front apologized, saying, "Sorry, miss, we are late." A strong wind suddenly appeared, dispersing the mist, and everyone regained their visibility. However, the shop staff were poisoned by the gas in the mist, causing their eyes to turn red and swollen, even starting to rot. What a bunch of useless fools. Diana bit her silver teeth in anger and stamped her foot. The captain of the guards hurriedly stepped forward. "Miss Diana, do you need us to issue a city-wide wanted notice for that fugitive?" After some inquiries, the captain believed that TangSan's actions which involved using strange weapons to launch a sneak attack over a trivial dispute and even harming innocent people, were utterly heinous. Forget it, let him go. Diana waved her hand impatiently. What are you all doing standing around? Hurry up and take care of the members, look after the injured, and clean up. Do I need to teach you these things? Honestly, how can you call yourselves the guards of Notting City? Remembering TangSan's earlier performance, although the sneak attack was quite shameless, he did show some skill, and being a child of such a young age, even if he had murderous intent, it was certainly due to his immaturity. Although Diana is somewhat of a spoiled rich kid, she really couldn't bring herself to issue a citywide wanted notice for a child under 10. But what Diana didn't know was that her decision would bring disaster to herself and her family. In the distance, TangSan, who had escaped with Xiao Wu, was filled with hatred. He had already devised a revenge plan. Anyone who dared to harm Xiao Wu, including Diana, must die. At the Spirit Hall, Xiao Chuan, is this what you call a soul guide? It is indeed somewhat interesting, but compared to the training of soul masters, it's really a waste of time. Don's beautiful eyes kept darting over the soul guide presented by Tang Chuan. This was the reconnaissance soul guide made for Tang Chuan by old Lu, with an overall shape somewhat resembling a telescope. Its main function was reconnaissance, allowing one to see the situation within a 10-mile radius, and it even had a perspective function. However, in Don's eyes, such a soul guide was of no practical use. The Spirit Hall was filled with talented individuals and with various types of martial souls, if necessary. Couldn't they just find a soul master with such a recurring martial soul? The development of soul guides had only just begun. They required precious metals and significant financial, time, and human resources, taking many years to yield results. The large consumption made Don hesitant to decisively support the development of soul guides. Tang Chuan felt a bit overwhelmed. It was indeed difficult to persuade Dong, as soul tools were quite redundant for the elite Spirit Hall. It was like problems that could be solved with money were never really issues. How about this? I'll invest 5 million gold soul coins for Elder Lu, which could be considered a form of explanation. What do you think, Xiao Chuan? Dong pondered for a moment before finally deciding. Soul tools do have some value. Otherwise, Elder Lu wouldn't have been invited to join the Spirit Hall. This time, it was also at the request of her disciple, so she had to give some face. The Spirit Hall wasn't particularly short on gold coins. Aside from some industries, the two major empires also provided the Spirit Hall with some gold soul coins each month. After all, at times, even the royal families of the two empires needed the Spirit Hall's assistance, such as the royal family of the Heaven Do Empire, whose martial soul, the Swan, had no offensive power at all. They also needed to rely on the Spirit Hall's influence to help suppress the ambitions of other sects within their own empire. Tang Chuan respectfully bowed. Thank you, teacher. I believe the development of soul-guiding devices will not disappoint your expectations. By the way, Xiao Chuan, you don't need to go to the Soul Master Academy anymore. For you, studying at the Academy is not a wise plan. I will take you to a place to help you enhance your inner qualities. Dong lazily leaned against the throne, her jade hand resting on her head. Having accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, she felt somewhat backlashed and needed to enter seclusion for a while. For the development and safety of her disciple, she had to find a place to settle down, and the owner of this place had a significant connection with Tang Chuan. Naturally, Tang Chuan had no objections to Dong's decision. He suddenly thought of how he hadn't seen Hulaina for a long time. Following the teacher's arrangement, he asked, "But teacher, why haven't I seen senior sister, Hulaina, recently?" Dong glanced at Tang Chuan with a hint of meaning, causing him to cough awkwardly a couple of times. Dong covered her mouth and smiled. "Xiao Chuan, are you worried about your little senior sister? Don't worry. Nana is doing well now." Feeling that her progress in strength was slow, she asked me to strengthen her training. Now, she, along with Yin and Xieyu, is traveling the continent again with an elder to broaden her horizons. You need to work hard too. Tang Chuan's destination is in the most prosperous area of Tiando City, a 5-story small building that can be considered quite tall even in Tiando City. The building gives a feeling of elegance. Its overall architectural style is somewhat ancient, with only the simple 2 characters Yu Xian on the plaque. There are not many pedestrians coming in and out, but it is clear that those who enter and exit are all dressed luxuriously or possess excellent demeanor, both men and women. Ghost Douluo, what is this place? Why are we here? Although Tang Chuan knows that this is Yu Xian, the place where Tang Hao's sister, his aunt, is, he still doesn't quite understand why he has to come here. Ghost Douluo, still wearing his menacing mask, succinctly replied, "Xiao Chuan, this is a place to wash away the worldly distractions, to cultivate your noble temperament. His Holiness the Pope has high expectations for you." It's best to develop your noble demeanor as early as possible. Let's go in. With that, Ghost Douluo led Tang Chuan towards Yuxian. As they approached the door, they were stopped by two young men dressed in blue. The two young men appeared quite handsome and were well-groomed, each raising a hand to block their way. The young man on the left calmly said, "Excuse me, gentlemen, please hold on. Without the master's invitation, you cannot enter." Ding. Ghost Douluo took out the elder token of the spirit hall from his bosom. A silver token with a sacred angel pattern on one side and a menacing ghost image on the other. This is the elder token of the spirit hall. Each elder has their unique pattern. Although it doesn't compare to the Pope's token, it still represents the dignity of the spirit hall. It turns out to be Elder Ghost. "My apologies, please come in," the young man on the left stammered, trembling from the cold aura emanating from Ghost Douluo. Only after Ghost Douluo's figure disappeared from sight did they breathe a sigh of relief, only to find that their collars were already soaked with sweat. One of them hurriedly ran towards the back of Yuxian. Stepping into the first floor of Yuxian, a faint fragrance wafted towards them. The shadow wall was carved from high-quality boxwood, exuding a subtle wooden aroma, and in front of the shadow wall stood two exotic orchids, each 3 meters tall, emitting a delicate fragrance. Although they had only taken one step into Yuxian, it seemed to block out the chaos of the outside world. Around the shadow wall was a spacious hall. The floor was paved with gray square tiles, each 1 meter in length, and the surroundings were filled with various expensive wooden furnishings. Behind a wide table, several elegantly dressed young girls were standing there. On either side of the table, there were exquisite wooden stairs. Seeing Tang Chuan and Ghost Douluo, the young girls were clearly surprised, evidently not understanding why the elder of the spirit hall would come here. Ghost Douluo stepped forward slowly, approaching the table, and said to a tall young girl, "Please inform Miss Tang that His Holiness the Pope has issued a decree. If there is nothing urgent, she should come to meet him quickly." Before long, the sound of footsteps, slightly noisy, came from upstairs. Upon hearing the sound, Tang Hao couldn't help but frown, for people came down from upstairs. One of them was one of the two young men who had been at the door. Among the other three, one was a middle-aged man in a purple long robe, and the other two were slender men in blue, appearing to be about the same age as the man in purple. The middle-aged man in purple looked at Ghost Douluo, naturally revealing a hint of disgust, and then glanced at Tang Chuan beside Ghost Douluo as he came downstairs. The previously tall young girl followed the four down and pointed at Tang Hao, whispering to the man in purple, "Chief, this is the elder of the spirit hall. They wish to see the master of the pavilion." The man in purple nodded, unconsciously showing a hint of disdain on his face. He did not fully descend the stairs but stood on the staircase, addressing the two blue-clad men behind him. "The master of the pavilion is unwell today. Please ask them to leave." The two blue-clad middle-aged men nodded and quickly descended the stairs. Their descent was swift but did not give off a sense of urgency. Rather, it was very rhythmic. With each step they took, the soul power they emitted increased, creating an invisible pressure. A familiar sense of plot washed over Tang Chuan as he thought. Isn't this the two cannon fodders mentioned by TangSan's in the original work regarding the path of death? Chapter 82. And in the face of the two men's provocation, if it were any other titled Douluo Soul Master, they would have acted without a second thought. However, Ghost Douluo did not do so. He simply replied calmly, "What if I said that this child before you, with the surname Tang, is the son of a dear friend of your master of the pavilion?" "What? The surname Tang? How is that possible? Didn't the Haoyan sect already go into hiding? How could they possibly join the spirit hall?" Just as the middle-aged man in purple and the two blue-clad youths exchanged glances, a somewhat cold voice suddenly rang out. "Stop! Do not be disrespectful to the title Douluo of the spirit hall." The middle-aged man in purple, Ghost Douluo, and Tang Chuan all looked towards the staircase, where a graceful and noble beauty was slowly descending. Behind her were two beautiful young girls closely following her. Seeing this beauty, Tang Chuan couldn't help but be surprised, as he could not discern her actual age. At first glance, she seemed to be in her late 20s, but her eyes appeared to have seen through everything in the world, far beyond what a woman of that age could compare to, especially her appearance, which bore a 6 or 7-point resemblance to him. However, considering that this woman was Tang Yuehua, his aunt, the similarity in looks was not surprising at all. The silver palace dress fit her so well, and if TangSan were to compare her to someone he knew, in terms of temperament, perhaps only his teacher, Pope Bibi Dong, could be mentioned in the same breath. The difference was that she did not possess the coldness of superiority that his teacher had, but her nobility was not lacking at all. Moreover, Aunt Tang Yuehua did not emit any soul power fluctuations, clearly indicating that she was not a soul master. Ghost Douluo also looked up at Tang Yuehua. She descended the stairs gracefully. Every movement was so elegant and natural that even a slight frown showed no signs of losing composure. Chief Ode, what is going on? The beautiful woman Tang Yuehua asked softly. The middle-aged man in purple hurriedly stepped forward, carefully keeping an eye on TangSan's side while addressing the beautiful woman, madam. These two have come to cause trouble. Why did you come down? Tang Yuehua's gaze swept over Tang Chuan. When she saw Tang Chuan's appearance, a hint of subtle astonishment flashed in her eyes, the first time she revealed such an unguarded expression. To conceal her surprise, Tang Chuan clearly felt a gentle wave emanating from Tang Yuehua. The aura she released was elegant and natural, soft enough to soothe all the sorrows of the world. It was a domain, indeed a noble domain. Having once faced the angel domain of Qianrenxue, Tang Chuan immediately sensed the source of the wave released by the beautiful woman. However, why did Tang Yuehua possess a domain, yet show no signs of soul power fluctuations? With only level 9 soul power, logically, to be able to conceal her own soul power fluctuations, she should at least be at the title Douluo level, right? Overall, Tang Chuan did not have a deep impression of Tang Yuehua, as she was merely a supporting character in the original work. TangSan cultivated her noble demeanor. I remember that in the original plot, Shrek looked down on nobles, and after dispelling the killing intent, she hardly appeared again. Moreover, it seemed that Tang Yuehua was deeply in love with Tang Chuan's adoptive father, Tang Hao. Goodness, this sibling plot is something out of a springtime story, with the German orthopedics as proof. Ghost Douluo spoke up. Miss Tang, His Holiness the Pope has issued an order for you to teach this child for a while. I believe you will not refuse, as he is the son of your old acquaintance, also surnamed Tang, named Tang Chuan. Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Chuan's face, her mind racing with thoughts as she remembered the man who had left without a word all those years ago, running away with a soul beast. She couldn't help but feel a sense of grievance and began to sob quietly. She felt truly wronged, no matter how inadequate she might be. She shouldn't be inferior to a soul beast. The originally elegant and harmonious demeanor was completely shattered in that moment. Everyone from the Moon Xin family was stunned. They had never seen the lady display such behavior before. Tang Yuehua quickly calmed down, raised her hand, and reached out to touch Tang Chuan's face. Tang Chuan did not avoid her. Tang Yuehua was his aunt, a term that felt so unfamiliar in his memory. However, the blood bond made him let down his guard against the woman before him. Gently stroking Tang Chuan's face, Tang Yuehua's eyes turned red again. Xiao Chuan, your face looks like your father when he was young, and also like your mother. Huh? How does she know my name? Tang Chuan felt a bit puzzled. This scene of a familial reunion was even warm, and Ghost Douluo did not want to interrupt. However, he had important matters to attend to, so he said, Miss Tang, I entrust Xiao Chuan to you. I hope you can teach him knowledge and noble etiquette. He is a disciple of His Holiness the Pope, and His Holiness is very grateful. Our Tang family's matters do not require His Holiness the Pope to worry about. Please leave, Elder Ghost, Tang Yuehua replied coldly. She had a strong dislike for the Spirit Hall, which had caused the Haotian clan to close its gates and resulted in the disappearance of the new generation genius. Tang Hao. Speaking of which, how did Tang Yuehua manage to come out when the Haotian clan has closed its gates? Even if she is outside, she should be sent back, right? How incompetent must the Heaven Do imperial family be to need someone else to teach them etiquette? After finishing her words, Tang Yuehua grabbed Tang Chuan's hand and turned to walk upstairs, completely disregarding Ghost Douluo's opinion. Ghost Douluo looked at Tang Yuehua, taking Tang Chuan upstairs with a bit of speechlessness. How can the Tang family be so impolite? I am at least a titled Douluo. Even if I can't destroy the Haotian clan, dismantling a moon pavilion should be within my reach, right? Am I really seen as a kind-hearted person? But Ghost Douluo endured it. After all, she was Tang Chuan's aunt, and he had to give her some face. Upon reaching the staircase, Tang Yuehua turned to the steward, awed, and said, everything you saw just now never happened. You are responsible for this matter, understand? Awed hurriedly replied, yes, madam, you can rest assured. Tang Yuehua's hands were warm and soft. Holding on to her, Tang Chuan felt very comfortable. She led Tang Chuan to the top floor of the Moon Pavilion. The top floor was a huge hall, more elegantly decorated than the first floor. Tang Chuan, familiar with plants, was surprised to find that all the furnishings here were actually made of agarwood, filling the entire floor with a faint fragrance. What is agarwood? It is a premium wood that is more expensive than gold by weight. Just the furniture in this hall is worth an astronomical price. Surrounding the hall, there were 4 doors the destinations of which were unknown. The atmosphere here felt comfortable, tranquil, silent, and elegant. There was no excessive grandeur, but being surrounded by the subtle scent of what could calm one's heart effortlessly. Tang Yuehua smiled and said, "The top floor is my private space. Without my permission, no one will come up here. Sit down. Tang Hao is my brother, and I am your aunt. My name is Tang Yuehua. Don't be afraid, Xiao Chuan." She pressed Tang Chuan down onto a chair. "Xiao Chuan, tell me, how has your father been recently? Why did you join the Spirit Hall? Did the people from the Spirit Hall kidnap you?" This question from Tang Yuehua left Tang Chuan speechless. But thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. After all, Tang Hao was Tang Yuehua's brother, and the Spirit Hall was an enemy of the Haotian sect, so it was natural to think of things in a dark way. "It's like this, aunt. After my brother TangSan and I awakened our spirits, later, my father wanted to kill me because I joined the Spirit Hall. But the Spirit Hall's Douluo arrived, and they used a spirit fusion technique to trap my father. Unable to withstand it, he broke free and left. That was the last time I saw him. After that, I joined the Spirit Hall to study spirit theory and combat. Until now." Tang Chuan recounted to Tang Yuehua bit by bit. At first, Tang Yuehua found it hard to believe that Tang Hao could do such a thing. However, thinking about how Tang Hao had eloped with a spirit beast, she felt that what Tang Chuan said might indeed be true. She explained for Tang Hao, "Xiao Chuan, don't blame your father. There's a reason he harbors animosity towards the Spirit Hall. It's because, never mind, let's talk about that later. Even if he is really wrong, he is still your father, and you really cannot hate him. Don't worry, aunt. I know I won't hate him." Tang Chuan scratched his head. After all, the incident had already happened, and he was willing to continue discussing it. "All right, as your aunt, I should take care of you. You won't have to return to the Spirit Hall anymore." Tang Yuehua looked intently at Tang Chuan. "In the future, I will teach you various noble etiquettes and music." "Are you joking? What noble etiquette? Those things don't seem to be very useful for spirit masters." Tang Chuan was somewhat speechless. As a spirit master, it seemed he really wouldn't need any noble etiquette, and besides, he wasn't a noble anyway. Tang Yuehua said sternly, "Do I look like I'm joking? A year later, if you can't meet my requirements, I won't let you go." Tang Chuan was somewhat stunned, staring blankly at his aunt in front of him. He never expected that Bibi Dong would bring him here not for training, but to learn these things he considered useless. In the original story, it was to eliminate TangSan's killing intent, but what was Bibi Dong's purpose in bringing him here? Tang Yuehua looked at Tang Chuan's stunned expression with a hint of amusement. "Soon, you'll understand the benefits of these things for you. A person cannot rely solely on strong abilities. Like your father, he is already strong enough, but what has he become now? He does not wish for you to follow the same path. From now on, I am your aunt and also your teacher," Tang Chuan said with a wry smile. "Do we really have to learn those etiquette things?" Tang Yuehua nodded affirmatively and said, "The evening time belongs to you, and you can arrange it yourself. However, during the day, you must study these with me until I am satisfied. Do you know what my moon pavilion is for?" Tang Chuan shook his head helplessly. Tang Yuehua smiled calmly. "This is the Imperial Court Etiquette School of the Heaven Do Empire. We specialize in teaching various noble etiquettes. You should be able to sense my domain now. My innate domain is called Noble Circle. As for my soul power, it is currently at level 9. Level 9? How is that possible?" Tang Chuan stared blankly at Tang Yuehua, unable to imagine that she, a direct descendant of the Haotian sect, only had level 9 soul power. "Are you a mutated martial soul? That's not right either. If she had powerful soul power backing her, how could she possibly possess a domain?" Tang Yuehua smiled and said, "Xiao Chuan, I will slowly tell you about these things later. Perhaps you think I am the most useless direct descendant of the Haotian sect, but I can tell you that if your father had possessed everything I excel at, the outcome of that event 20 years ago would have been completely different. Sometimes, strength does not represent everything. You must learn to protect yourself without relying solely on strength. You also need to understand how to use the art of language, how to navigate among various forces, and how to control power. I can see your excellence, but Xiao Chuan, there is still so much you need to learn. So much." Tang Chuan finally nodded with some difficulty. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had no choice but to compromise with the elegant noblewoman in front of him. After all, she was his own aunt. Tang Yuehua smiled slightly, not wanting to appear too difficult. "I told you, it won't take long, Xiao Chuan. You will understand the importance of everything I have taught you. Now that you have reached the Soul Master level, what you need most is not to strive for harder training, but to stabilize everything you have. I already know about your father's health condition. Don't worry. I won't push him anymore. The sect won't either. Although he is no longer in the sect has never forgotten him. If there's a chance, I also hope you will return to the sect. The Haotian sect looks forward to the return of his child. With a sigh, Tang Yuehua looked deeply at Tang Chuan, saying that if you do not want your father to be disturbed anymore, then you need to become stronger. The responsibilities he should fulfill will fall on your shoulders. I know you don't like him very much, but he is still your father. Blood is thicker than water, and you have no choice in this matter. 3 years later, Heavendo City, Moon Pavilion. The night in Heavendo City has always been beautiful, largely related to its high commercial standards. As the capital of the Heavendo Empire, it can only be barely compared to Star Luo City of the Star Luo Empire on the entire Douluo Continent. The beauty of Star Luo City mainly comes from the delicacy of the south, while Heavendo City is filled with the grandeur of the north, each occupying its own advantage. Elegant and serene lights shone from the many small buildings of Moon Pavilion, and a steady stream of people entered through invitations. As the ceremonial academy of the Heavendo Empire, those who could enter Moon Pavilion for study must at least have noble titles and be under 30 years old. Undoubtedly, this is the place that cultivates the new generation of nobles in the Heavendo Empire. Therefore, although Moon Pavilion itself is not particularly remarkable, no force dares to extend its hand towards it. Not even the royal family would. It is rumored that the Snow Knight Emperor has a somewhat special relationship with the owner of Moon Pavilion, Lady Yu. Of course, this is just a rumor, as it has never been confirmed. Chapter 83. Xueqinghe's visit tonight is the annual graduation ceremony. Another group of students is about to graduate. The invited guests are all the parents and elders of these students, undoubtedly important figures in the capital of the Heavendo Empire. It is known that Moon Pavilion only admits 100 students each year. For these 100 spots, nobles from all over the Heavendo Empire almost fight to the death. Everyone knows that graduating from Moon Pavilion is equivalent to being gilded, which is why Moon Pavilion is also known as the touchstone for nobility in the Heavendo Empire. Graduates here are regarded as true nobles, not to mention anything else, but among the nobility when it comes to intermarriage. The stronger side often asks whether the children of the weaker side have received education from Moon Pavilion. This shows Moon Pavilion's influence in the upper echelons of the entire Heavendo Empire. Of course, no one knows that the seemingly delicate owner of Moon Pavilion, Lady Yu, actually comes from a number one soul power master sect, the Haotian sect. The graduation ceremony is held on the 3rd floor of Moon Pavilion, and many dignitaries have already taken their seats in the arranged venue. They all hope to see how much their children have improved through the training at Moon Pavilion. As the owner of Moon Pavilion, Tang Yuehua is still dressed in a silver palace gown, smiling as she stands to one side of the hall. When her subordinates informed her that everyone had arrived, she nodded, signaling the formal start of the graduation ceremony. A group of young boys and girls dressed in silver began to enter from the doors on both sides, though there were as many as 100 of them. They did not bring any noise to the hall. Each person's face revealed the same elegant smile, and their steps were so harmonious that their movements displayed a subtle nobility that neither felt arrogant nor went unnoticed. At that moment, the door on one side of the hall opened, and a young boy dressed in a black and red long robe slowly walked out, holding a delicate violin. His deep purple eyes were clear and bright, and his long black golden hair fell over his shoulders without giving an impression of rudeness. He looked like a rare talent in the world, embodying handsomeness, nobility, elegance, and charisma, yet also possessing a special tranquility. As he walked out from the side door, he instantly became the focus of the entire venue. It was so intense, like the scorching sun high in the sky, attracting everyone's gaze. Even those graduates who had previously entered the hall with elegant smiles, although they had already graduated and accomplished something, couldn't help but cast a glance at him. Especially among the female students, many showed signs of being enamored. The boy in the black and red long robe rested the violin on his left shoulder, first smiling and nodding to the many guests, then slowly raising his slender fingers to hold the bow and began to play gently. A tranquille son, pure and crystal clear like pearls, flowed from the exquisite violin. In an instant, the hall fell silent, and the beautiful melody was refreshing to the heart, spreading a poetic atmosphere like a fountain bubbling under the moonlight. Not to mention anything else, just looking at the appearance, this boy in black undoubtedly made all the graduating students present pale in comparison. The tranquility he exuded, which seemed to be at peace with the world, was the most endearing quality. Tang Yuehua stood quietly, listening to the wonderful sound of the piano. To her ears, the music certainly sounded different from what others heard. She was listening to see if the music was truly as serene as the black-clad youth appeared to be. 3 years had passed, and he had indeed changed a lot and grown significantly. Perhaps this was his true nature. The young man playing the piece was Tang Chuan. Compared to 3 years ago, Tang Chuan had undergone a tremendous transformation, especially in terms of his temperament. There was no trace of childishness left in him. He exuded an aura of maturity and composure. Warm and gentle like jade. When Tang Yuehua gave Tang Chuan his first lesson, she told him that a true strong person must first learn to control everything about themselves, especially their emotions and breath. This year, Tang Chuan had undoubtedly performed excellently, so much so that even a demanding noblewoman like Tang Yuehua couldn't find a single flaw. While others needed a long time to complete their courses, he finished in a very short time and did so better than anyone else. During this period, Tang Chuan did not neglect his training as a soul master, having grown from a 3-ring soul master to a 5-ring soul king. In terms of soul engineering, with guidance from the greatest soul engineer in Douluo Continent, he had already reached the level of a 6th-ranked soul engineer. In terms of etiquette, Tang Chuan was able to represent the graduating students in a harp performance, a long-standing tradition of Yuexian, where only the most outstanding student of the graduating class could earn this honor. Tang Chuan's presence there was not merely because he was Tang Yuehua's nephew, but due to his own accomplishments. The graduation ceremony was proceeding gracefully with elegant music. The dignitaries below had begun to quietly inquire about Tang Chuan's background, but no one could provide an answer. Even their children couldn't explain where Tang Chuan had come from, as if he had appeared out of nowhere like a shooting star. To the other students, Tang Chuan was like a mystery. When he first appeared, he had a blank expression, and no one wanted to approach him. Nor did anyone have high hopes for this transfer student. Although he was handsome, this was Yinjing, where handsome people were not rare. However, a few months later, everyone's gaze toward him changed. In various studies of etiquette and music, Tang Chuan demonstrated an extraordinary learning ability. Most notably, the layer of coldness that seemed to envelop him gradually disappeared. Yet, it was puzzling why he rarely communicated with others and spoke even less, quietly focused on his studies. Among the nobles seated below, the most prominent was a young man who appeared to be at the cusp of youth and middle age, Shueqinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. He had come to attend his sister's graduation ceremony, but his sister, who should have been sitting in the position Tang Chuan now occupied, had informed him not long ago that the final performer had changed. Yet, she showed no signs of regret, as she sincerely admired the young man named Tang Chuan, believing herself to be inferior in every aspect. Tang Chuan's strength was indeed evident, as his violin performance had captivated all the students present. Shueqinghe knew that his sister, as a princess of the empire and favored by their father, had always held herself in high regard and rarely acknowledged others. Even he, her elder brother, had little influence over her. Sending her to Yuexian for training was undoubtedly an attempt to cultivate her court etiquette. At 18, it was time for her to marry. So, why does the Tiando royal family, with a soul master who has no combat power and requires other sects to teach court etiquette, hold any significance? How did they even become the royal family of the Tiando Empire? Shueqinghe couldn't fathom why his usually proud sister held such high regard for someone. Even when mentioning him, she displayed a hint of shyness. When Shueqinghe saw Tang Chuan performing on stage, he was also astonished. He couldn't find even a hint of flaw in the young man. What surprised him even more was that the young man gave him a sense of familiarity. He couldn't explain why, not due to his aura, but rather an innate intuition. After inquiring about the black-clad youth among the surrounding nobles and receiving no answers, Shueqinghe became even more determined to engage with this young man, not for the sake of requesting his sister's favor yesterday, but for a person who could possibly become a pillar of the empire in the future. Tang Chuan quietly played the violin, his heart calm, just like the serenity reflected on his exterior. 3 years had passed, and 3 years ago, he could never have imagined that he would be performing in front of others today. In 3 years, he had advanced from level 34 or 35 to level 58, averaging 8 levels per year, which sounded incomparable to his previous training at the Spear Hall. However, in reality, after reaching level 40, the soul power required for each level up was far beyond what it used to be. This was still with the enhancement effect of the 2 10,000-year soul bones provided by Bibi Dong. Although Bibi Dong was the Pope, soul bones were regulated items, and having 2 was already the limit. If there were more, Qin Daolu would definitely take the opportunity to make a move. At 13 years old and at level 58, Tang Chuan had undoubtedly surpassed many generations of soul masters in the Douluo Continent. Most importantly, he was no longer just relying on his martial soul to replicate others' martial soul battles. He had integrated all his abilities, taking the crucial first step toward becoming a strong individual. from the undisguised admiration in his aunt's eyes over the past few months. Tang Chuan knew that his time here was coming to an end. He could only think of the graduation ceremony coming to a successful conclusion, with each student receiving their graduation certificate from the host, Tang Yuehua, and happily throwing themselves into their family-s embrace. When Tang Yuehua completed all of this, Tang Chuan's task for today was also accomplished. She walked over to Tang Chuan and said, "You performed well today, consistent inside and out." "Xiao Chuan, congratulations on your graduation." Tang Chuan smiled slightly, gently stroked the strings, letting the last trace of resonance dissipate. He put down the violin and said, "Thank you, teacher, for your guidance over the past few years." At that moment, a clear voice rang out, "Aunt Yuehua, could you introduce me?" Tang Yuehua turned around and saw the crown prince Xue Qinghe, dressed in casual clothes, walking over accompanied by the elegant and graceful graduate Xue Ke. Tang Yuehua certainly knew about Xue Ke's identity long ago, and most of the students were aware of it as well. She also noticed Xue Ke's uniqueness towards TangSan. Even when Tang Chuan took away her original right to perform, this princess showed no signs of dissatisfaction. "Your Highness," Tang Yuehua said with a slight bow. Xue Qinghe quickly returned the gesture. "Aunt Yuehua, what are you doing? I can't accept this from you." Tang Yuehua chuckled and said, "Don't always call me Auntie. Am I that old?" Xue Ke playfully replied, "Of course, Teacher Yuehua is not old. You're just like my sister. Hee. Tang Yuehua smiled and said, "You really know how to talk, girl." As she spoke, she slightly shifted to the side, allowing the Xue Qinghe siblings to see Tang Chuan clearly. "Let me introduce you. This is my nephew, Tang Jin." Upon hearing the word nephew, a glint of light flashed in Xue Qinghe's eyes. Tang Chuan had been quietly observing this young master of the Wuhuan Hall, who was disguised as the prince of the Tiando Empire, and he couldn't quite determine what Qian Rinxue was really up to. After 3 years, Qian Rinxue, disguised as the prince, had become even more composed. While her appearance had not changed much, her restrained and refined demeanor was still quite likable. It was truly commendable that she had pretended to be Xue Qinghe for so many years, carefully acting out every word and deed. What a burden that must have been. The elegance that Qian Rinxue revealed in her gestures seemed to Tang Chuan to be nothing but tightly bound shackles. However, from the changes in Tang Chuan's expression after hearing his aunt introduce him, it seemed he was aware of her true identity. His aunt also did not try to hide it further, indicating that she trusted this prince quite a bit. It appeared that Qian Rinxue's social skills were indeed the best in the Tiando royal family. While appearing calm on the surface, Tang Chuan had already analyzed a lot in his mind, pondering Qian Rinxue's true intentions. Qian Rinxue, disguised as Xue Qinghe, was also observing Tang Chuan. Being closer now, she couldn't help but be drawn to the calm elegance that radiated from him, thinking to herself that this little brat had really grown up. Especially when she heard Tang Yuehua refer to him as her nephew, she was greatly surprised. It seemed that Tang Chuan was indeed Tang Hao's son, the son of the man who killed her father. As the false prince, he was one of the few who knew Tang Yuehua's true identity. The rumors about Tang Yuehua and Emperor Shui Yi were nothing but a joke. The reason she had never taken action against Tang Yuehua was simply, there was no need to. "Tang Jin, this is His Highness Xue Qinghe, the current prince of the Tiando Empire." Tang Yuehua continued with the introduction. Tang Chuan smiled lightly and slightly bowed to Xue Qinghe, saying, "Hello, Your Highness." He also smiled and nodded at Xue Ke, which served as a greeting. After all, the two were classmates and didn't need to be overly formal. In the past, Tang Chuan would not have hesitated to respond to a girl like Xue Ke, who constantly tried to get closer to him, but after a year of guidance from his aunt, he had learned how to bury his true emotions deep within. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, "I have long heard my younger sister mention that Yu Xian has produced another talented young man. Seeing you today, it truly lives up to the reputation. Brother Tang Jin, do you have time? Shall we go out, enjoy some fine wine, and become friends?" Despite his status as a prince, Xue Qinghe communicated with Tang Chuan in a commoner's tone, which undoubtedly showed his humility and respect for talented individuals. Xue Ke couldn't help but interject, "Big brother, I want to go too. I would like to learn more about the violin from Tang Jin." Xue Qinghe replied with a smile, "If Brother Tang Jin has no objections, then I have no objections." This simple statement fully expressed his respect for Tang Chuan and undoubtedly made a good impression. Tang Chuan felt a stir in his heart, still smiling as he replied, "Since Prince Qinghe has taken the initiative to invite me, then I shall respectfully comply." Chapter 84 Analysis. The air in the tavern was very fresh. Tang Chuan noticed that all the decorations here were actually golden. Although it was night outside, stepping inside gave a warm and bright feeling. At this moment, About 30% of the tavern was occupied. Even though the air was fresh, few people were talking, making it quite quiet. The waiter quickly approached, and Xueqinghe smiled. As before, please prepare a private room for us. Thank you. Of course, Prince Xueqinghe. Clearly, Xueqinghe was a regular here. The waiter skillfully took out a key and handed it to Xueqinghe. Xueqinghe's white fingers grasped the key, while the other hand pulled Tang Chuan along. Causing Xueqinghe to inwardly complain, brother values friends too much over his sister, doesn't he? Moreover, my brother is progressing too quickly. I haven't even held Tang Jin's hand in the past 3 years. Upon opening the room, it was luxuriously decorated. While it couldn't be described as a wild party, it certainly had an air of indulgence, indicative of the sinful enjoyment of feudalism. Xueqinghe invited Tang Chuan to sit down, picked up the teapot on the table, poured a cup of tea for Tang Chuan and Xueqinghe, and after handing it to them, he opened the conversation. Brother Tang Jin, we hit it off right away, so I won't beat around the bush. I see you are so impressive, like a celestial being, and judging by your accent, you are also from our Heavendo Empire. How about serving our Heavendo Empire? Yes, we are all from the Heavendo Empire. Serving the Heavendo royal family is the dream of every soul master from the Heavendo Empire. Xueqinghe quickly chimed in to support Xueqinghe's intention to recruit Tang Chuan. She had witnessed Tang Chuan's performance at Yuxian and thought, such an outstanding young man is far better than those pampered sons who rely on their ancestor support and live off their family fortunes. Qianrenxue is trying to recruit me? In the name of the Heavendo Empire royal family? I didn't expect Qianrenxue to do this. It's truly interesting. Tang Chuan couldn't help but smile inwardly, but said, Your Highness, I truly do not deserve such praise. I am merely an unknown nobody. How could I be worthy of this? A man's words can be deceiving. Xueqinghe, Qianrenxue, let out a cold snort in her heart. Her purpose this time was indeed to recruit Tang Chuan. She wanted an ally to help her conquer the royal family of the Tiando Empire. Well, to be honest, it was because Qianrenxue was still upset about losing to Tang Chuan last time, but later lost track of his whereabouts. Upon learning about Tang Jin from Xueqinghe, she speculated that Tang Jin was actually Tang Chuan, who had been hidden away by Bibi Dong. Thus, this recruitment scene unfolded. Xueqinghe, Qianrenxue, smiled and said, Brother Tang Jin, you're not a small figure at all. Just from your noble demeanor displayed at the Moon Pavilion, one can tell you are great talent. Moreover, Brother Tang Jin need not worry. Our Xue family is part of the Tiando royal family. As long as you present your conditions, our Tiando royal family will definitely be able to fulfill them. I swear in the name of the Tiando royal family, as long as Tang Jin joins us, I will definitely meet your demands. What do you think? Truly a case of a child selling his father's land without feeling any pain. You, Qianrenxue, are using the resources of the Tiando royal family to win people over, which is indeed a generous move. Tang Chuan pretended to think seriously and said, Your Highness Xueqinghe, it's not that I don't believe in the sincerity of the royal family, but I feel that the Tiando royal family has been weak for a long time. While one might truly be something the Tiando Empire cannot provide. This stirred Xueqinghe's pride. You must know, she had never heard anyone say that the Tiando royal family was weak or incompetent. She pouted and said, Classmate Tang Jin, what you're saying is incorrect and even laughable. Our Tiando royal family governs the entire Tiando Empire. How can we be weak? If it weren't for the fact that the person saying this was Tang Chuan, had it been anyone else, our little princess, Xueqinghe, would have long ordered the guards to throw him in prison. Xueqinghe, Qianrenxue, looked at Tang Chuan with great interest, curious about what he intended to do. Facing Xueqinghe's questioning, Tang Chuan explained, Classmate Xueqinghe, please don't get agitated. If you listen to my detailed explanation, you'll understand. May I ask, among the top 3 sects of the Tiando royal family, the Haotian sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, how many of them actually obey the Tiando royal family? Except for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which has no combat power due to its auxiliary martial spirits, and has some business cooperation with the Tiando royal family. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect has always looked down on our Tiando royal family as they possess the title of the world's #1 beast martial spirit. Other sects at least listen to orders but ignore proclamations. They are indifferent to the royal family's commands and have no regard for the Tiando royal family's face. Although the Haotian sect has been reclusive for a long time, they are still proud of their title as the world's #1 weapon martial spirit, making it very unlikely to persuade them. Among the lower 4 sects, the Wind Sword sect, the White Tiger sect, the Elephant Armor sect, and the Fire Leopard sect, The Wind Sword sect is closer to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect due to their sword path, providing them with soul masters, almost acting as a subsidiary of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The White Tiger sect, whose martial spirit is the White Tiger, shares the same lineage as the evil eye White Tiger of the Douluo Empire, just based on the intimacy of their martial spirits. It can be seen that although the White Tiger sect is a sect of the Tiando Empire, they are more willing to ally with the Douluo royal family, which shares the same martial spirit, rather than the Tiando royal family, which has no offensive martial spirit. The Fire Leopard sect, having followed the Haotian sect in its early years, was implicated in the notorious case of the Pope of the Spirit Hall's death, and, like the other four major sects affiliated with the Haotian sect, has gradually declined. They might have already collapsed by now. As for the last Elephant Armor sect, although they previously showed loyalty to the Tiando royal family, their loyalty has diminished as the Tiando royal family can offer less and less. Moreover, with the Spirit Hall stationed in the Douluo Continent, suppressing the two major empires, what can the Tiando Empire provide? I'm afraid they might not even be able to produce a 10,000-year soul bone. If the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, in collusion with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect or other sects, were to rebel, how could an army made up of ordinary civilians possibly withstand the forces of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which consists entirely of soul masters? If that day were to come, the Tiando royal family would likely face annihilation. Tang Chuan finished speaking, and both Xue Qinghe and Xue Ke were momentarily stunned. Tang Chuan's words were indeed very reasonable. To put it nicely, the royal family of the Tiando Empire is lofty and does not have to worry about everything being managed by the nobility. To put it bluntly, the Tiando royal family has now been completely sidelined by the three major sects, now two major sects. At this point, even Xue Ke, who always cared about her image, had nothing to say. She asked, "Then I wonder what insights you have, Tang Jin? You can't just stand by and do nothing, can you?" Xue Qinghe, Qianrenxue, was also curious. She wanted to know what scheme Tang Chuan was brewing. "Yes, little brother Tang Jin, since you've spoken, you must have a plan, right? Please enlighten us." By this time, Tang Chuan had achieved his purpose and smiled, saying, "As for the method, of course I have one. But I wonder if the prince and princess have the determination." Xue Qinghe, Qianrenxue, pondered for a long time and ultimately made her decision. After all, she was just here to seize the throne. How the Tiando Empire developed had nothing to do with her. Listening to Tang Chuan's thoughts couldn't hurt, right? Rest assured, little brother Tang Jin, if our Tiando royal family doesn't even have this bit of determination, how can we lead the entire Tiando Empire? You speak. All right. Tang Chuan saw that the timing was right and said, "We can reduce the feudal lords by reclaiming the territories and private armies of the various princes, forcing other sects to surrender their lands and soul masters. This is not an action against the top three sects. It is merely an ordinary land reform of the Tiando Empire. If some sects refuse to comply, we can use the justification of righteousness to unite with other sects to eliminate them and seize their resources, soul masters, and lands. This is an overt strategy. Unless they can unite and refuse, truly coming together would be akin to rebellion. Therefore, those sects will have to give up some benefits to preserve their own lands and soul masters. At that time, our Tiando royal family can dictate the terms for trading soul masters and resources. Due to the royal family's long-standing weakness, Xue Ke, feeling somewhat apprehensive, said, "But, Tang Jin, can these sects really be controlled by us? What if they refuse to cooperate and directly overturn the table? We cannot bear that responsibility." Tang Chuan comforted, "Don't worry. Even the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex sect wouldn't dare, because we hold the moral high ground. This is also for our country. Is it possible that our country could sacrifice a sect to hinder the development of the entire nation? It's clear what is more important." Well said. Xue Qinghe, Qianrenxue, couldn't help but praise, "This is simply killing two birds with one stone." She had been worried about how to create a rift between the Tiando royal family and other sections. Now, with Tang Chuan's idea, her problem was instantly resolved. After all, the Tiando royal family wouldn't want to be puppets forever, and other sects wouldn't be willing to give up the benefits they had gained. In this way, wouldn't conflicts arise? Tang Chuan continued, "Don't worry. I am from the Tiando Empire, and I will definitely be loyal to the Tiando royal family. The matters ahead will further enhance the influence of the Tiando royal family." "How much further is it?" Xiao Wu looked around and casually asked. "We're almost there. Do you see that mountain over there? Our Holy Soul village is right at the foot of that mountain." "We're almost home," TangSan's said, feeling a bit excited. If it weren't for the rule at Notting Academy that students must return to the academy at night and that teachers check the dorms daily, he might have already gone home to see his father. Moreover, Tang Chuan had been taken away by the Spirit Hall, and TangSan had been struggling with his slow progress and strength, which prevented him from going home for many years. After so many years, Dad, how have you been? Perhaps because he was an orphan in his previous life, TangSan cherished this familial bond even more in this life. Although Tang Chuan was unfilial and had chosen a path toward death, TangSan decided to let it go for now since he was his brother. TangSan touched the 24 bridge Mingyuan Knight at his waist, where he had brought a forging hammer for his father, new clothes, and even a few bottles of good wine. The small mountain village he had lived in for 6 years was now in sight, and for some reason, a strange emotion began to rise in TangSan's heart. If he had to describe it in one sentence, he would say it's so nice to have a home, even if this home only included himself and his father. Soon, the two had walked into Holy Soul Village. TangSan's home was at the village entrance. He pointed at the dilapidated sign on the roof and smiled at Xiao Wu, saying, "Look, that's my home." With home in sight, TangSan's mood involuntarily became excited, and he quickened his pace, taking 2 steps at a time to reach the front door. The door was still open, just as it had been when he left. As it was always Tang Hao's habit, not that there was anything valuable to steal from his blacksmith shop. "Dad, I'm back!" TangSan shouted excitedly. Xiao Wu had never seen TangSan like this before. She stood behind him, curiously watching him. In her impression, TangSan was a rather gentle friend who didn't talk much, but always seemed busy, always having something to do. Only during their sparring could she see his serious side. Even when losing to her, he had never shown anger or excitement. While calling out, TangSan hurried inside. After so many years, everything seemed unchanged. The blacksmith shop was still as messy as before, even messier than when he left, with clutter strewn all over, but this chaotic feeling brought him more warmth. "Oh, Xiao-san, you're back." A gentle voice rang out. An elderly man walked out from the back room. Seeing him, TangSan was momentarily stunned and asked, "Grandpa Jack, you are here too? Where's my dad?" The person who walked out was indeed the village chief of Holy Soul Village, Grandpa Jack. He wore a bittersweet smile and handed TangSan a piece of paper, saying, "Take a look, this is what your dad left behind. I came to find him this morning, intending to have him come with me to pick you up, but I didn't expect you to have already returned. By the way, where's Xiao Chuan?" A wave of tension appeared in TangSan's heart as he hurriedly took the paper from Grandpa Jack and lowered his head to read it. Not answering the previous question, the paper contained only a few simple lines, the handwriting somewhat messy but hard to conceal its boldness. "Xiao-san, by the time you read this letter, I will have already left. Don't look for me. You will never find me. You may be young, but you are capable of taking care of yourself. A fledgling eagle must spread its wings to soar high. Don't worry about me. Your character has inherited much of your mother's delicacy. Your father is a useless man. You're growing up, and I need to reclaim some things that should belong to me. One day, we will meet again. I hope you become strong, but I also hope you do not become strong. You must choose your own path. If one day you feel that being a soul master is not good, then return to Holy Soul Village and, like me, be a blacksmith. Do not worry." Tang Hao, looking at the paper in his hand, TangSan was completely stunned. His overwhelming joy instantly transformed into helpless disappointment. Chapter 85, Conspiracy. "Dad is gone, Dad. Why did you have to leave?" Old Jack looked at TangSan's dazed expression and smiled bitterly. "This guy Tang Hao left without any warning, just the day before yesterday. I came to ask him to make some farming tools. Now that he's gone, we'll have to find another blacksmith in the future. This guy is really too irresponsible." TangSan slowly came to his senses and asked, "Grandpa Jack, are you saying that Dad just left in the last couple of days?" Old Jack nodded. "He should have just left in these last couple of days." "Xiao-san, don't be sad. A father like that isn't worth it. Come with Grandpa. Let's go to my house. By the way, why didn't Xiao Chuan come back this time? Did something happen to him?" TangSan silently shook his head, carefully folded the paper in his hand, and tucked it into his bosom. "No, Tang Chuan has just joined the Spirit Hall and was taken away by the Spirit Masters of the Spirit Hall. He didn't have time to come back." "Thank you, Grandpa Jack, but the house is so messy, I won't ask you to stay. I still need to tidy up." Old Jack was taken aback. He didn't expect that little TangSan would actually issue an eviction order. His attitude towards Tang Chuan was simply worlds apart. He sighed helplessly and said, "All right, little San. However, if you need anything, just come find me." Then he shook his head and turned to walk outside. Once Old Jack left, only TangSan and Xiao Wu remained in the blacksmith shop. TangSan didn't speak. He just began to tidy up the messy room, organizing everything inside. Surprisingly, the usually lively and active Xiao Wu remained silent at that moment, walking over to TangSan's side and quietly helping him put things in order, fetching clean water from the outside tank to help wipe the dust in the room. As the sun set, Two petite figures sat side by side in front of the blacksmith shop. They wore the same clothes and sat there quietly. The remaining sunlight cast a faint red hue on them, as if branding their bodies with a golden red circle. The girl on the left turned her head to look at the boy, resting her hands on her chin, wanting to say something, but in the end, she held back. It was the boy who spoke first, holding a brand new forging hammer in his hand. Xiao Wu, thank you. Thank you for what? Xiao Wu asked curiously. Thank you for always being with me. TangSan lowered his head, looking at the ground beneath his feet. His gaze was somewhat distant and hazy, but ultimately, no tears fell. Xiao Wu chuckled, giving TangSan a strong push on his shoulder, almost knocking him over. Don't be gloomy. Your dad has just temporarily left. One day, you will see each other again. Perhaps his departure is just to help you grow better and become stronger. If you keep this up, won't you be wasting his hard work? TangSan revealed a feint on his face. Perhaps so, but why won't he let me see him one last time? Xiao Wu, do you know? Dad is my only family. Without Dad, this house is no longer a home. Xiao Wu shook her head and tossed her long scorpion braid in front of her. Without Dad, you still have your brother Tang Chuan. And you have me as a friend. If you really want to find a family member, even though I'm your brother's sister, I don't mind being your sister. Come on, call me Sister Xiao Wu and let me hear it. Everyone calls me that, but you're the only exception. Looking at Xiao Wu's charming appearance and her rosy little face illuminated by the sunset, TangSan couldn't help but smile. When a person is at their most vulnerable, having someone by their side is always a wonderful thing. TangSan shook his head. Although Tang Chuan is my brother, he has already left me. But Tang Chuan is still your brother. Xiao Wu retorted. If you're willing to be my sister, I don't mind. If I remember correctly, although we are the same age, you seem to be a few months younger than me. I was born in January, and you in August, right? TangSan quickly changed the subject. He didn't expect that even after so long, Xiao Wu still couldn't forget Tang Chuan. No way. I will only be an older sister, not a younger sister. Xiao Wu said, raising her hand to tap TangSan on the head. TangSan's body flashed, and he had already leaped out, standing 3 meters in front of Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, come with me up the mountain. I want to show you something. TangSan's expression was very serious, as if he had made a decision. Xiao Wu also stopped playing around, showing a hint of obedience on her little face, and nodded at him. TangSan actively took Xiao Wu's tender little hand and ran towards the hill outside the village. Their shadows gradually stretched on the ground under the glow of the setting sun. TangSan ran with Xiao Wu until they reached the top of the mountain before stopping. Even while fully exerting the Xintian skill, he couldn't help but breathe a little heavily. Standing at the summit, facing the setting sun, TangSan's eyes were already filled with purple. Xiao Wu, this is the place where I practiced before. I want to ask you a serious question, and I hope you can answer me seriously. Xiao Wu pursed her lips and said, do you know that you look a lot like those old men in the academy right now? TangSan slowly turned around and looked at Xiao Wu seriously. Would you be willing to be my sister? I really hope to have another family member. Just as Xiao Wu was about to say something, TangSan stopped her. Let me finish first. I have nothing. You see my family situation. I'm just a poor commoner. I can't give you wealth or power. You also have innate full soul power, but you're different from me. I can tell that your background must have a story. But I've never asked because I'm afraid that the gap in our backgrounds is too big for us to even become friends. However, I truly hope to have a sister like you. Although I can't give you what nobles possess, I can give you my promise. I will always protect my sister and will not let her suffer any harm. Looking at TangSan's tearful eyes, Xiao Wu's eyes gradually turned red. What if one day many people want to kill me, and those people are beyond your ability to fight? TangSan's face suddenly revealed a faint smile. Then let them step over my corpse. Xiao Wu fell silent, and TangSan did not speak again. The red of the sunset gradually faded, and at this moment, the stars in the sky quietly emerged. Brother. Xiao Wu broke the calm between them with a simple word. The tears that he had been holding back finally fell at this moment. TangSan trembled as he took Xiao Wu's hand. Thank you, sister. Their father was gone, and the brother was unfilial, but he had gained a sister. TangSan looked up at the sky and silently made a lifelong vow to the stars above. As night fell, the two children sat on the mountaintop, feeling the gentle breeze from the mountains, watching the stars and the moon in the sky. The tranquil atmosphere and fresh air brought a sense of comfort. Can I not call you brother? Xiao Wu turned to look at TangSan beside her. TangSan was taken aback. Why? A hint of redness appeared on Xiao Wu's face. How should I put it? I'm also the leader of all the students in nodding, suddenly having multiple older brothers. How would they view me? TangSan smiled and said, all right, you can still call me Xiao-san. As long as I know in my heart that you are my sister. What does the title matter? While speaking, TangSan raised his hand pulled down his sleeve and took off the sleeve arrow from his left wrist. We are now siblings, and I don't have anything valuable to give you, so take this for self-defense. It is my first piece of work. Xiao Wu looked at the sleeve arrow TangSan handed over with curiosity and asked, "What is this?" TangSan smiled slightly and said, "I call it a sleeve arrow, also known as a silent sleeve arrow. You just need to move the switch, and the 3 small arrows inside will shoot out according to your control. You can shoot one or fire all 3 at once. Because it makes very little noise when in motion, it is not easy for the opponent to detect. Therefore, when facing an enemy of similar strength, it can have a very good effect." Xiao Wu, surprised, said, "How come I've never seen you use this thing when we were practicing before?" TangSan smiled and said, "Fool, we are classmates and friends. How could I use such a lethal weapon? Do you still remember the time I hit you with a stone? Do you think that was just a coincidence? Look, there's a mosquito over there." Xiao Wu followed the direction TangSan pointed and saw a mosquito buzzing about 3 meters away, barely visible in the moonlight. "If I told you I could hit its left wing without harming its life, would you believe me?" Xiao Wu stared at him and said, "Are you joking?" A flash of purple light flickered in TangSan's eyes, and his right hand suddenly raised. A faint shadow quietly vanished, and the mosquito also disappeared into thin air. He grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and said, "Come with me." He led her to a large tree not far away and stopped. Without needing TangSan to point it out, Xiao Wu could clearly see a 3-inch-long steel needle glistening under the starlight on the tree trunk. The needle was embedded in the tree, and it seemed that something was struggling fiercely. Xiao Wu leaned down to take a closer look and couldn't help but gasp in surprise, almost crying out. A mosquito was pinned beneath the needle, with the steel needle piercing through its left wing, firmly nailing it to the tree. Yet the mosquito was still lively, clearly in no danger of dying. "Why, how did you do that?" Xiao Wu looked at TangSan in astonishment. If it weren't for the fact that she had been with TangSan the whole time, she would have thought this was a premeditated setup. TangSan pulled out the steel needle, and when he opened his palm again, the needle had already disappeared. "This is my secret. I call it hidden weapon. Even Dad doesn't know." He didn't want to tell her that he had the ability to protect his younger sister. For new things, Xiao was always very interested. She shook TangSan's hand and exclaimed excitedly, "Good brother, can you teach me?" TangSan smiled wryly and said, "With your violent tendencies. If you learn to use hidden weapons, who knows how many people will suffer. Moreover, mastering hidden weapons is not something that can be achieved overnight. The sleeve arrow I gave you is a type of hidden weapon. You should focus on using it well first. Learning the Tang sect's hidden weapons is not easy. First of all, it requires the foundation of Xiantian Kung Fu. And since Xiao Wu's soul power is already considerable, it's obviously impossible for her to retrain in Xiantian Kung Fu. TangSan had already secretly decided to equip her with some mechanism-type hidden weapons in the future. That should be sufficient. TangSan personally placed the hidden arrow on Xiao Wu's left arm, adjusting the size so that it fit perfectly against her arm. He then explained the usage of the silent hidden arrow in detail to Xiao Wu and let her practice a few times. Xiao Wu almost immediately fell in love with this treasure. She went aside to try shooting the hidden arrows, while TangSan slowly raised his head, looking at the stars in the sky, and murmured, "Dad, are you really afraid that I won't be able to become strong by your side? Don't worry. I will work hard to cultivate and become a real man. One day, I will make you proud. Tang sect. I have been away from you for more than 10 years, but I will always be a member of Tang sect. In this Douluo Continent, I will surely bring glory to everything about Tang sect." Suddenly, his jade-like hands flicked out, and countless threads of silvery light shot up into the sky, with purple radiance filling TangSan's eyes. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he grabbed Xiao Wu's hand. "Xiao Wu, do you remember that soul master named Diana from back then?" "Of course I remember." Upon mentioning Diana's name, a look of hatred appeared on Xiao Wu's face. TangSan's lips curved into a cold arc. "Xiao Wu, as your brother's second gift to you, I will personally help you kill her." "Kill her? Are you serious?" Xiao Wu found it hard to believe, after all. TangSan had never mentioned it before, and that Diana was the daughter of the Lord of Nodding City, holding a high position, and many people didn't want to offend her. TangSan smiled charmingly and whispered his plan to Xiao Wu. "Nodding City, the city lord's mansion. What? Are you saying that the master Yu Xiaojiang from Nodding Academy wants to invite me to the moon climbing tower for a drink?" Diana put on her clothes and took the invitation from a butler. On the bed behind her were 2 weak, young men, gasping for breath. The butler, Old Wang, handed the invitation to Diana and whispered, "Miss, that Yu Xiaojiang clearly has a need for you. Not only is he preparing a banquet for you at the moon climbing tower, but he has also arranged a spirit master boy for your amusement. A spirit master boy? Hee hee, this is a bit interesting. Diana hasn't really played with spirit masters before. Because of the spirit hall, basically all spirit masters registered with the spirit hall receive its protection. Therefore, even though Diana is the daughter of the city lord of Notting, she has never tasted the flavor of a young spirit master. Her male pets are all poor commoners' children, although they look decent. However, compared to real spirit masters, they lack the desire to conquer, which is not fun at all. Yu Xiaojiang? Diana murmured this name, seeming to recall it from her time studying at Notting Academy. She knew there was a joke about Notting Academy, that his martial soul mutated into a physical form, but apart from farting, it had no effect whatsoever. His farting martial soul was like thunder and smoke, truly laughable. He was proud and looked down on other teachers. If it weren't for the protection of the Academy's dean, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Chapter 86, Heading to Shrek. What the hell is this? Is this martial soul farting? Diana felt a foul odor enveloping her instantly. A strong feeling of nausea surged from her stomach to her throat, as if she would vomit any second. This vulgar spirit ability was something she had never seen before, and only one person possessed it. Yu Xiaojiang. Damn it, this is indeed a trap. Yu Xiaojiang. Diana finally realized that she had been set up by both Yu Xiaojiang and TangSan. She never expected that a useless person like Yu Xiaojiang would dare to do such a thing. Suddenly, a whistling sound of wind reached Diana's ears, and TangSan's crossbow arrow arrived as expected, pinning Diana to the door, while a white-yellow liquid flowed down the gap onto the floor. The master entered as well, glancing sideways, horrified. He originally thought TangSan would at most teach Diana a lesson, but unexpectedly, TangSan actually killed her himself. His heart raced. Yu Xiaojiang looked at the blood-stained TangSan, his Adam's apple moving up and down. Finally, he spoke. Run, Xiaosan, go to Shrek. They're my friends, and they will definitely protect you. Diana got what she deserved. She deserved to die. Such a scoundrel who bullied women and oppressed men had long made the citizens of Notting City furious. After all, Yu Xiaojiang was from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. He had killed before, so seeing the current situation didn't make him panic to the point of losing control, although he was indeed frightened. The master's reaction eased TangSan's tense heart. He casually put away the crossbow he had just loaded and placed it in the moonlit night by the 24 bridges. The first rule of the Tang sect's Xiantian treasure record: root out the weeds, and after killing, never leave a witness, even if those witnesses are your friends. If you let them go, they could very well become the dagger that pierces your heart. TangSan put away the hidden weapon, and the master let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the black iron box in TangSan's hand with some trepidation. He knew that TangSan was just a child, and moreover, his own disciple, so he wouldn't turn against him. However, there was no guarantee that in a fit of rage, he wouldn't attack his own teacher. Xiaosan, what kind of weapon did you just use? It was actually effective against soul masters, allowing you to defeat Diana, a 3-ring soul venerable, beyond your level. That's impressive. This is a hidden weapon, don't worry. Master, I will explain it to you in detail later. He swallowed hard and said, Xiaosan, escape through the window. Leave the rest to me. TangSan was also decisive, picking up the scattered arrows and hidden weapons from the ground, then swiftly breaking the window and leaping down. Thank you, teacher. After TangSan left, Yu Xiaojiang was left stunned in place, then shouted, Not good, not good. Someone has killed Miss Diana. Hood, hood, hood. Soon, the guards downstairs rushed over, responsible for Diana's safety on behalf of Lord Notting. Along with them came the Madam of the Moon climbing tower. The Madam was furious, her hair a mess, resembling an angry lion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Our children at the Moon climbing tower cannot be the murderers of Miss Diana. Besides, Miss Diana wouldn't even look at our children. It must be you, you filthy old thing, who is talking nonsense. You are the murderer of Miss Diana. You are spouting nonsense. The master was unwilling to back down. It's you, you killed Miss Diana. Nonsense, it wasn't me. It must be someone from your Moon climbing tower who killed Miss Diana. The madam was like a lioness with its fur bristled. She had managed this place for decades. How could she be slandered by a useless person like Yu Xiaojiang? Yu Xiaojiang also dared not show weakness. After all, this was about his life and death, and he was confident in eliminating his suspicion because he was well known throughout Notting City as a notorious waste. Just imagine, how could a young lady be killed by a useless person with no abilities? The guard began to discuss. Who do you think the murderer is? It might be that waste Yu Xiaojiang. Are you stupid? How could it be that waste Yu Xiaojiang? His cultivation is even below mine. How could he be the one to harm Diana? Who in Notting City doesn't know he is a lazy, mouthy fool? If he were to be caught, it would just be a laughing stock. After a round of arguing, no one gained an advantage, but since this involved the Lord of Notting's daughter, they couldn't let go lightly. The guards locked everyone present into the Notting City prison, awaiting the Lord's decision. The Baloch Kingdom is located south of the Tiando Empire, bordering the Fastno province. Though it is called a kingdom, its area is only 3/4 that of the Fastno province, and it belongs to the Tiando Empire, one of the 4 great kingdoms within it. King Kandera of the Baloch Kingdom is a cousin of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, Akula. The southern part of the Baloch Kingdom directly borders the Xinglua Empire. So among the 4 great kingdoms of the Tiando Empire, the Baloch Kingdom has the strongest military power and can be considered the gateway to the Tiando Empire. The Tiando Empire originally had 10 provinces, but with the division of the 4 great kingdoms, it formed 6 factions. The empire itself directly controls 5 provinces, while the 4 great kingdoms each control 1, and there is a principality second only to the kingdoms, occupying the smallest province in the east of the empire. On the surface, the 4 great kingdoms and that principality are under the rule of the Tiando Empire, but in reality, these 5 nations have long since become countries within countries. Aside from necessary tributes, they are completely autonomous. If it weren't for the Tiando royal family controlling a strong military, perhaps internal strife would have erupted long ago. The Xinglua Empire has a similar situation, so while the 2 empires appear strong, they are actually both on a downward slope. No one can say when the situation of the entire Douluo Continent will suddenly change. There are 2 most important cities within the Baloch Kingdom. One is Baloch City, the capital where King Kandera resides, which is the political and economic center of the entire kingdom. The other city is Soto City, located in the richest central part of the Baloch Kingdom's Lima Plain, known as the Granary of Baloch. Both cities are heavily guarded and are of utmost importance to the kingdom. Soto City is a large city, as evidenced by its Soul Master Hall being a level 3 Soul Master main hall. At this time, just past noon, under the scorching sun, 2 young people entered through the west gate of Soto City. They both appear to be in their teens, carrying no luggage, a boy and a girl. The boy was dressed simply, looking around 12 or 13 years old, standing about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a light blue outfit, looking sharp. A belt embedded with 24 jade stones was wrapped around his waist, and his black hair hung down to his shoulders. Though not particularly handsome, he gave off an approachable vibe, with a faint smile always at the corner of his mouth. If the boy looked calm and ordinary, the girl beside him appeared to be anything but ordinary. Her silky black hair was neatly braided into a scorpion braid, even the braid hanging past her calves. She was half a head taller than the boy, wearing a pink top that tightly enveloped her developing figure. If her chest wasn't ample enough, her slender waist would certainly make countless women envious. Her long, toned legs were wrapped in white pants, presenting a perfect golden ratio. Despite her youthful face still holding a hint of childishness, her rounded, perky backside already had its charm. They were TangSan and Xiaowu. Ever since they successfully assassinated Diana, the entire Notting City went on high alert, but TangSan and Xiaowu had already escaped ahead. Third brother, do you know where Shrek Academy is? After leaving Soto City, just head south along the road. The fields on both sides of the official road are vast. Soto City, being the grain capital of the Baloch Kingdom, is not just for show. However, apart from the extensive farmlands, there were no signs of any academy buildings in sight. The address the master had given TangSan was just south of Soto City's south gate, where Shrek Academy would be visible. I'm not too sure about the specifics. Let us just keep heading south. We'll find it eventually. Since that By is a student of Shrek Academy, it proves that this academy indeed exists. Brother, Xiaowu suddenly called out sweetly. TangSan seemed to understand her meaning very well and helplessly said, "You're not a kid anymore. It's not like you can't move." Xiaowu giggled and replied, "No matter what, you're my brother." While saying this, she took a running start and suddenly pounced on TangSan. TangSan was already accustomed to her movements. With a lift of his hands, he slightly leaned forward and had already placed Xiaowu on his back. Xiaowu's body was very light, and for TangSan, it didn't cause any burden at all. Moreover, Xiaowu's cultivation was not inferior to TangSan's, so she naturally wouldn't feel tired from walking. Yet, she still enjoyed having TangSan carry her. Joyfully, she pointed around from TangSan's back, her silver, bell-like laughter echoing in the air. At these moments, a warmth would surge in TangSan's heart, a warmth that belonged to home. The physical contact gave a heart-to-heart feeling, and he felt very fulfilled. At least it proved that he was not alone. "Brother, look over there, there's a small village. when Xiao Wu was on TangSan's back. It was also when her words were the sweetest. At this moment, she would definitely call him brother instead of just TangSan. TangSan followed Xiao Wu's and saw a small village about a mile ahead. With the vision provided by his purple, extreme magic eyes, he could clearly distinguish that the village had around 100 households, which was smaller in scale compared to Holy Soul Village. The village was surrounded by a wooden fence, seemingly to guard against wild beasts. At the entrance of the village, a crowd appeared to be gathered, and he wondered what had happened. TangSan smiled and said, "Let's go ask around. Maybe the people in this village will know where Shrek Academy is. The Soul Master Academy should be quite famous." Xiao Wu pointed ahead and joked, "Brother, let's go." TangSan, feeling a bit annoyed, gave her a light slap on her perky rear and stepped forward with a bit of force, quickly heading toward the village. As they approached, both TangSan and Xiao Wu noticed something was off. There were indeed quite a few people gathered at the entrance of the village, most of whom were teenagers around their age, many accompanied by their parents. At the village entrance, there was a table set up, behind which sat an elderly man in his 60s. What left TangSan and Xiao Wu dumbfounded was the worn-out sign hanging from the wooden archway at the entrance, which bore 5 simple characters: Shrek Academy. In front of these 5 characters, there was a green emblem that looked like the head of some humanoid creature. It was green and somewhat cute. The elderly man behind the table also wore a similar green circular badge on his chest, which should be the emblem of Shrek Academy. No way. Xiao Wu jumped down from TangSan's back, staring at the sign in surprise before turning back to look at TangSan. Both of them were a bit stunned. Even the scale of the nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was much larger than this, and it clearly looked like an ordinary small village. The archway at the entrance was not only made of wood, but was also less than a third the size of the Nodding Academy. Can this really be called a Soul Master Academy? Bro, did Master make a mistake? I don't see how this looks like an academy at all. It can't be a scam, right? TangSan smiled bitterly and said, "Since I'm already here, let's take a look and talk about it." TangSan was not joking. After all, they had just killed someone in Nodding City. If they didn't find a place to hide, they might really be discovered by those seeking revenge. At this moment, there were about 100 applicants in front of them, many of whom were frowning, clearly harboring the same thoughts as Xiao Wu. In front of TangSan and Xiao Wu stood a boy whose parents were accompanying him. The boy's mother said, "Is this for real? This is what they call a Soul Master Academy, the one that claims you can graduate and become a noble of the Empire? So, before TangSan and the others arrived, was this considered false advertising for Shrek?" The boy's father said uncertainly, "This is what the Spirit Hall people said. It shouldn't be wrong, right? But this academy really does look a bit shabby." The boy replied, "Dad, I don't want to study here. It's too embarrassing. I'd rather go to the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was considered a genius in a primary academy." The boy's father frowned and said, "Since we're already here, let's wait a bit. Maybe this is some kind of test. The Real Academy isn't here." Similar conversations were definitely not rare among the crowd waiting in line, and most of the boys and their parents displayed expressions of deep disappointment. TangSan's gaze did not linger on the registrants for long. Instead, he focused on the front of the line, where the registration was taking place. Under the influence of the Shintian skill, his vision and hearing were enhanced, allowing him to faintly hear the conversations happening there. The elder, sitting behind the table, responsible for accepting registrations, appeared lazy and wore clothes that could be described as simple. He looked like an old villager, even less spirited than Old Jack from Holy Soul Village. At this moment, a young boy approached the table to register. The elder lazily said, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Just put it in that box." The boy's father quickly took out 10 gold soul coins and placed them in a box made of a few nailed wooden boards to the side. The boy extended his hand as instructed, but the elder pinched his hand twice, shook his head, and said, "Your age doesn't meet the requirements. You can leave." The boy was taken aback and turned to look at his father. It was rare for a child in his teens to be as mature as TangSan. His father quickly smiled and said, "Sir, my son just turned 13. Can you make an exception?" The elder, somewhat impatient, replied, "Don't disturb the others. Don't you know the academy's rules? We only accept children under 13. Anyone over 13 is not accepted. You can leave now." The boy's father said, "What about our registration fee?" The elder bluntly replied, "Once registered, it's non-refundable." The boy's father, still angry, said, "You're clearly just scamming us. Refund our registration fee, or we want to leave." If we had known this so-called Shrek Academy was such a dump, we wouldn't have come. The elder glanced at him and said indifferently, "By, someone wants to refund their registration fee. You handle it." Suddenly, a figure sprang up from the ground. "If you want to refund your fee, you'll have to get past me first to get it back." This person was By, one of the princes of the Star Luo Empire, who had come to Shrek Academy to escape going to the Spirit Hall, causing his brother to take his place, leading to a deep resentment from the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, who nearly severed their father-son relationship. He had previously quarreled and fought with TangSan, but had not been seen by him due to the crowd. Unlike the day TangSan and Xiao Wu first met him, his expression now showed some helplessness. By didn't waste words and directly activated his soul power, unleashing his 3 soul rings, 2 of which were 100 years old and 1 1,000 years old. The surging soul power generated an invisible pressure in the air, and the cold light in his eyes flashed as he looked at the father and son. Although this behavior was somewhat shameful, there was no other choice. Shrek Academy was poor, and if they didn't resort to scams, where would the funds for building Shrek Academy come from? Among soul masters, soul rings always held the highest authority. Seeing Bai's 3 soul rings, including a 1,000-year ring, the boy's father's face changed dramatically, and he quickly pulled his son away, muttering that they were unlucky. Bai returned to his seat, casting a cold glance at the other registrants behind him, clearly threatening them. The pressure brought by 3 soul rings was not something ordinary people could bear. At that moment, he no longer resembled a spoiled young master, but rather looked like a thug. Once the scene ended, the number of people waiting in line decreased by 1/3. No one wanted to waste money, especially considering the shabby appearance of Shrek Academy. Another boy approached the elder to register, accompanied by his parents. His mother confidently placed 10 gold coins into the wooden box while the boy obediently extended his hand. The elder squeezed his hand, glanced at the boy with his dim eyes, and said, "Perfectly 12 years old. Release your martial soul. Let me see." The boy nodded, and light green soul power erupted from his body, with a 100-year yellow soul ring pulsating around him. The aura of the 100-year soul ring was evidently strong, and his martial soul appeared as a thick vine coiling around his body. This martial soul resembled TangSan's blue silver grass, but it was not grass. It was a vine, similar to TangSan's second soul ring, ghost vine, but lacking its toxicity, belonging to the plant martial souls as spider silk vine. The elder shook his head and said, "Not qualified. You can go." The boy's parents, who had initially appeared confident, froze in shock upon hearing the elder's words. His mother couldn't help but ask, "Why? My son is an outstanding student in the junior academy. Didn't you see that his soul ring is 100 years old? There are not many soul masters with a 100-year soul ring." The elder replied indifferently, "The first soul ring is indeed 100 years old, but he is just an ordinary person." The boy's father frowned and said, "I don't understand your meaning." The elder, somewhat impatient, stood up from behind the table, addressing both the boy's parents and those waiting in line. "If you want to register at Shrek Academy, you should first understand the rules. Coming here without knowing anything is just wasting your registration fee. It's not too late to regret now. Do you know the meaning of Shrek in the name of our academy?" Most registrants looked puzzled at the elder's words. The elder's expression turned cold as he said, "Shrek is a kind of monster, an extremely peculiar existence even among soul beasts. The meaning of Shrek Academy is a monster academy. In other words, we only accept monsters, not ordinary people. Anyone over 13 years old or with soul power below level 21 should not waste their time here. It's also disgusting to look at." Someone finally reacted, "Are you crazy? If someone is under 13 years old and has a soul power above level 21, who the hell would come to your shabby academy? Why not go to the Tiando Academy established by the Tiando royal family or the Xingluo Academy established by the Star Luo Empire? What kind of nonsense is it for Shrek Academy to only accept monsters? Do you want to only recruit geniuses while lacking the ability and funds? Why would geniuses join your pathetic academy?" Exactly. Refund the money. Scammers. Big scammers. TangSan was initially as disappointed as Xiao Wu about Shrek Academy. But after hearing the old man's words, his interest was piqued. An academy that only accepts monsters? The term monster also means genius, doesn't it? Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, the old man suddenly released an incredibly powerful aura. Both TangSan and Xiao Wu trembled involuntarily at his strength. A rich red light suddenly burst forth from the old man, and a long staff with countless intricate patterns appeared in his right hand. Most terrifyingly, 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, the dazzling light instantly becoming the focus of the entire scene. The colors of the 6 soul rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. This means 1 10-year soul ring, 100-year soul ring, 3,000-year soul rings, and 1 10,000-year soul ring. This old man, who appeared to be an ordinary farmer, was actually a soul emperor of over level 60. Level 60? That was level 60. Even in the entire Ballot Kingdom, Such a powerful soul master was extremely rare. As the old man's staff hit the ground, a low, muffled sound echoed, causing nearly everyone to stumble. He waved his hand at the 3 stunned family members in front of him and said, "Next." The light from the soul rings retracted, and all the soul power disappeared in an instant. The old man returned to his previous lazy demeanor, as if the aura of the soul emperor had not been released by him at all. If some parents were still dissatisfied with the old man's words before, now everyone was silent. Who would dare to offend a soul emperor, especially one with a 10,000-year soul ring? It's important to note that in a war, the strength of a soul emperor could equal that of 1,000 excellent warriors. The disdain and contempt in the eyes of the parents and enrolling students vanished in an instant. If a teacher in charge of enrollment had a strength above level 60, just how powerful must Shrek Academy's faculty be? However, soon most parents showed expressions of regret and quietly left with their children. To reach a soul power of over level 20 by the age of 12, as the old man said, was indeed a level only a monster could achieve. The line that originally had over 100 people quickly dwindled to just a dozen or so applicants. The old man seemed unconcerned about the number of students and continued with his enrollment work. After all, his job was to deceive and gather wealth. True geniuses would not choose to attend Shrek Academy unless they were not thinking straight. Given the options of the Spirit Hall or the academies established by the royal families of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, those who remained clearly had confidence in passing this old man's test. The next few enrolling youths all had soul power over level 20 and possessed 2 soul rings. After paying the enrollment fee of 10 gold coins, the old man told them that they had passed the first round of the entrance exam and could enter the academy for the second round. Parents were not allowed to enter the academy with the applicants. Watching the applicants in front of her, Xiao Wu's mood became excited, and she whispered in TangSan's ear, "This academy looks really interesting, especially that teacher's line about only accepting monsters and not ordinary people. That's so cool." TangSan smiled and said, "Now you won't doubt the teacher's advice, right? This Shrek Academy is anything but ordinary." Since they were already at the front, they could naturally see By sitting behind the old man up close. By was not only responsible for maintaining order, but also for bringing the qualified candidates into the academy. At this moment, By finally saw TangSan and the others, and a hint of a smile appeared on his cold face as he nodded at them, then pointed at the old man, spreading his hands in a helpless gesture. Clearly, he was telling them that this registration depended on their own efforts, and he couldn't help them. Just as they were exchanging glances, suddenly, a soft exclamation caught TangSan's attention. The old man responsible for receiving the registrations had a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face as a girl stood in front of him, retracting her outstretched hand. This girl was alone, without any parents accompanying her. She wore a simple white long dress that gave a clean impression, with a neat bob haircut. She was about half a head shorter than Xiao Wu. Since she was facing away from TangSan and Xiao Wu, her appearance was not visible. But from the skin on her neck, it was evident that the girl's skin was very good, extremely fair and tender. "May I ask, do I qualify to pass the preliminary test?" The girl's voice was melodious and pleasant, lacking a bit of heroism, but sounding soft and gentle, giving a tender feeling. TangSan could guess that the girl must be very beautiful just by looking at Bai's gaze toward her, because in Bai's wicked eyes, there was a light that was no longer cold, but rather gleamed like that of a wolf. Of course, it was the kind of wolf with color. The surprise on the old man's face gradually faded, and he frowned as he asked, "Do your family members know you are here?" The girl did not directly answer his question. She just smiled and said, "They say there are no distinctions in education, as long as I meet the academy's requirements. You have no reason not to accept me." The old man seemed to hesitate for a moment before waving his hand at Bai and saying, "Take her inside." The wolf-like light in Bai's eyes quickly disappeared, returning to his cold demeanor as he led the girl into the academy. The remaining candidates quickly passed the old man's first round of tests, and it was finally time for TangSan and Xiao Wu. At this moment, after sending off a few applicants, Bai had also returned to the old man's side. TangSan suddenly appeared, and Bai's eyes changed, staring fixedly in the direction behind him, as if he had seen something incredible. TangSan instinctively turned around. Although he didn't lose his composure like Bai, his heart still trembled slightly. Behind him and Xiao Wu, there was only one candidate left, seemingly new to the place. It was also a girl, looking a bit younger than him and Xiao Wu. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, and her face was slightly lowered. She was about the same height as the girl in the white dress from before, with similarly fair skin. However, this girl gave off a distinctly different vibe. Her extremely voluptuous figure was somewhat inconsistent with her age. If one didn't look at her face, they might easily mistake her for an adult woman, especially with her impressive bust that would attract the attention of all men. A standard case of a baby-faced giant. In contrast to her fiery physique, the expression on the girl's face was very indifferent, a coldness that came from within, a pure kind of coldness, with her black eyes showing not a hint of anger, which contrasted with her originally beautiful face. Her limbs were long and proportionate, with her hands naturally hanging down at her sides. And the chilling aura she exuded was difficult to adapt to. Are you registering or not? If not, don't block the way here. The old man's voice pulled TangSan's thoughts back. He felt a pain in his hand and turned to find Xiao Wu glaring fiercely at him. We'll register together. TangSan endured the pain in his hand and placed the 20 gold soul coins he had prepared into the wooden box, extending his hand alongside Xiao Wu's. The old man first pinched Xiao Wu's hand and nodded, saying, "Your age is appropriate," when his hand moved to TangSan's hand. An involuntary "oh" escaped his lips once again. Chapter 88. The initial form of the 7 monsters, the old man, seemed a bit skeptical as he pinched TangSan's hand a few more times, and his expression suddenly became peculiar. He looked up at TangSan and asked, "Have you practiced any soul skills?" The reason he squeezed the hands of the registrants was to determine their true age by examining the bones of their palms, which couldn't be faked. However, TangSan's hand felt extremely flexible, making it impossible for him to discern the condition of the bones. TangSan's heart tightened, and he nodded, saying yes. The old man frowned and lifted your calf. TangSan lifted his calf and placed it on the table. The old man pinched his calf a few times through his pants, and TangSan immediately felt a tingling sensation. The old man nodded at him and said, "The muscle development is good. The bone age is appropriate. All right, release your martial spirits." TangSan and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, simultaneously channeling the soul power within them. Blue and red light surged up at the same time, and the century-old soul rings spiraled upwards together. Rabbit ears emerged, and soft white fur appeared on Xiao Wu's hands, her body also becoming more elongated. The martial soul, soft-bone rabbit, was manifested. TangSan's palm grew the most ordinary blue silvergrass, which quickly transformed into the same vine he used during the battle with Douluo as the effect of the spirit ring was injected. The old man glanced casually at Xiao Wu, but his gaze fell on TangSan, and he was surprised to see the blue silvergrass. Can blue silvergrass be cultivated this quickly? TangSan smiled slightly and said, "Teacher, don't you only accept monsters here? Am I considered a monster?" The old man rarely showed a hint of a smile on his face and replied, "Indeed, you are a little monster. By, take them inside." "Yes." By stepped forward and smiled at TangSan, but his gaze seemed to be focused on something behind TangSan. Under By's guidance, TangSan and Xiao Wu walked with him into Shrek Academy, which was in that village. By said, "I knew you would pass smoothly. The next exam should be no problem." While speaking, he couldn't help but glance back towards the entrance of the academy. Xiao Wu said irritably, "What are you looking at? Are you trying to cause trouble for some girl again?" By furrowed his brows and said, "What do you know? I sense that the aura of that girl is very similar to mine. Not only is it similar, but there's also a complementary feeling. In martial spirits, it's extremely difficult to encounter a complementary martial spirit. But once you do, if you work together, the strength of your own martial spirit will increase exponentially. This is what is known as a martial spirit fusion skill." Xiao Wu laughed and said, "So, does that mean that girl's martial spirit is a mother tiger?" By's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he replied, "That is possible." He knew all too well that in the Douluo Empire, there was traditionally only one marriage partner, which was the Zhu family with a nethercat martial spirit. Through this marriage, they could combine the martial spirit fusion skills of the two major families to solidify their own throne. By understood that escaping from the Douluo Empire was no different from running away from marriage, and his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, might be implicated. However, he truly did not expect Zhu Zhuqing to chase him all the way here, which was quite a surprise. However, family shame should not be aired publicly, and such matters certainly could not be discussed with TangSan and Xiao Wu. It was too embarrassing. Upon entering the village, all that could be seen were wooden buildings. The architecture here could only be described as simple and unadorned. After walking a short distance, By led them to an open area, surrounded by wooden houses. This open space was about 500 square meters and was right in the center of Shrek Academy. The candidates who had passed the preliminary test were in front. and the obvious fluctuations of soul power caused the air to tremble irregularly. By pointed to the candidates queuing in front and said, "You will take the second exam here. The teacher will tell you what to do. I need to go out and take a look. If that girl's martial spirit really is compatible with mine, I have to win her over." After saying this, By hurriedly left, and TangSan and Xiao Wu followed his instructions to line up behind the other candidates. At that moment, a soft voice rang out. "Selling sausages, selling sausages. Come take a look, don't miss out as you pass by. Oscar's sausages, delicious and sweet. Priced affordably and plentiful. Just 5 copper coins each. Eating Oscar's sausages guarantees you'll have an easier time passing the entrance exam." TangSan and Xiao Wu turned their heads to see not far away a person pushing a cart and calling out to sell. A wave of meaty aroma wafted from the cart, and some students were already in line to buy. The person standing behind the cart was dressed simply in gray clothes, with a neat short beard and a pair of large peach blossom eyes. His gaze shifted toward the line of candidates, and he moved to stand behind one of them. Just then, a soft voice rang out. "Selling sausages, selling sausages. Come and take a look, don't miss out as you walk by. Oscar brand sausages, delicious and sweet. Priced affordably and generously sized. Only 5 copper coins each. Eat an Oscar brand sausage, and you're guaranteed to pass the entrance exam more easily." TangSan and Xiao Wu turned their heads to see a person not far away pushing a cart and calling out to sell something. A waft of meat aroma came from the cart, and some students in line had already walked over to buy. The person standing behind the cart was dressed in simple gray clothes, had neat short hair, and a full beard. Yet he had a pair of large peach blossom eyes that specifically scanned the girls in the line of candidates. Naturally, Xiao Wu could not escape his gaze. It was hard to believe that such a soft, delicate voice could come from the mouth of such a rugged-looking man. TangSan's said to Xiao Wu, "There are still a few people ahead, and you didn't eat much for breakfast. Do you want to have a sausage?" Xiao Wu tilted her head and said, "It smells good. Let's give it a try." TangSan nodded, letting Xiao Wu line up here while he walked towards the cart. As he got closer, he could see that the person selling sausages was about the same height as him. There was a wooden board nailed to the cart with 4 characters carved on it, "Sausage Specialty Store." When the seller saw someone approaching, he immediately greeted warmly. "Would you like a sausage? Oscar brand sausage, honest for both young and old. The taste is guaranteed." TangSan smiled and said, "Uncle, could you please give me 2? The seller's expression suddenly became stiff. What did you call me?" TangSan was also taken aback. "I called you uncle. Is there a problem?" The seller smiled bitterly and said, "Of course there is a problem, and it's a big one. Brother, I'm only 14 this year, and you actually call me uncle? You're only 14? TangSan looked at the person in front of him in surprise. The seller affirmed, "That's right. My name is Oscar. I'm 14 this year, a freshman at Shrek Academy. You can't just call me uncle because I have a bit of a thick beard." TangSan felt speechless in his heart as he looked at Oscar's thick beard and thought to himself, "This hairiness can't just be explained by being lush. It almost seems like an incomplete evolution. Are you really only 14? TangSan couldn't help but ask. Oscar confidently nodded and said, "Of course. I'm a student of the Academy. Everyone knows I'm 14. I'm the Academy's heartthrob." TangSan thought to himself, "No wonder it's called Monster Academy. A 14-year-old boy can grow a beard to such an extent. He can definitely be considered a unique specimen." Oscar picked up 2 bamboo skewers from his cart and skewered 2 sausages that were about 10 centimeters long for TangSan. The sausages had been roasting over the charcoal grill on the cart, exuding a rich aroma. TangSan took out a silver coin and handed it to him, saying, "Senior, I'm really sorry. I was rude just now." Oscar replied softly, "It's okay. Just come to my sausage shop more often in the future." TangSan said cheerfully, "No problem." "TangSan, what are you doing?" By approached with the last student who registered, the cold girl he had been staring at for a long time. As soon as Oscar saw By, he immediately put on a face of distress. "Boss Dai, would you like a sausage? Go to hell." By shot him a glare. "You're really embarrassing the Academy. I think I've warned you more than once not to sell sausages in the Academy. Do you want everyone to vomit?" "TangSan, this sausage can't be eaten." TangSan asked in confusion. "Why? Why can't I eat it?" Bai's expression became a bit strange. "Xiao Ao, bring out a new sausage." Oscar's expression instantly became awkward. "Boss Dai, that's not necessary. After all, we've been classmates for a few years, and doing this will make the new junior resent me." By snorted and said, "I'm just giving TangSan a reminder. TangSan is my brother, and I can't let you deceive him. Hurry up, don't make me take action." Oscar clearly couldn't afford to offend By, so he reluctantly extended his right hand and, in a somewhat lewd tone, called out, "I got a big sausage." A yellow light suddenly condensed in his palm. Two yellow rings rose from under Oscar's feet, and then a sausage identical to the one in TangSan's hand appeared in his palm. This feels a bit strange. Beast martial souls allow soul masters to beastify. Weapon martial souls allow soul masters to materialize their martial souls. And food martial souls enable soul masters to continuously replicate their martial souls. So, the blue silvergrass, which can continuously produce, shouldn't be classified as a weapon martial soul, right? Or perhaps the Douluo Continent should categorize it as a plant martial soul that is independent of weapon, beast, and food martial souls. When TangSan heard Oscar's phrase, "I got a big sausage," he froze for a moment. This sentence was simply too ambiguous. Without mentioning the quality of the sausage or whether it was edible, just this phrase from Oscar made him hesitant to eat it. Especially since this sausage was meant for Xiao Wu. Feeling TangSan's increasingly angry gaze, Oscar hurriedly explained, "I had no choice. When using a food-type martial soul, to create changes in the food, different soul incantations must be used. What I said was an incantation, not something I wanted to shout. Moreover, the quality of my sausage is absolutely fine. So, is this a prompt generated by the soul skill, or is it a reflection of the soul master's lewdness?" TangSan silently thought to himself. TangSan quickly put the sausage he was holding back on the charcoal stove and said, "You should keep your sausage for yourself. Brother Dai, thank you for the reminder. I really can't handle this kind of thing. A monster, indeed a monster." TangSan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Luckily, he hadn't eaten that sausage, or he would have been embarrassed. The cold girl that By brought in just gave Oscar a cold glance and walked toward the line. Oscar innocently shrugged at TangSan, feeling sorry for his delicious sausage that no one wanted to eat. Sigh. By shot him a glare and said, "Be careful. If you're selling sausages, go sell them outside the academy. TangSan, let's go. I'll take you to pass the exam." The two returned to the line, and Xiao Wu looked at TangSan's empty hands and asked, "Where's my sausage?" TangSan and By exchanged a glance, unable to hold back any longer, and both burst into laughter. The cold girl stood behind Xiao Wu, a hint of a smile flashing in her eyes as she softly said, "Boring." Xiao Wu was baffled by their laughter, wondering what was going on. Was the sausage not tasty? TangSan covered Xiao Wu's mouth and pulled her close, whispering the previous events in her ear. Upon hearing TangSan's words, Xiao Wu's pretty face instantly turned bright red. "You boys are really terrible. How can there be such strange spirit abilities?" By laughed and said, "This is a monster academy, so the spirit abilities are naturally all kinds of bizarre. However, Oscar is also considered a unique flower in the academy. His spirit has no attack power, but among food-type spirits, it is top-notch. After all, he provides meat. It's just that the incantations he uses when he manifests his spirit are really disgusting. Anyone who knows him would never want to eat the sausages he makes. I don't know if it's because of his food spirit, but his hair is much thicker than average, and if he doesn't shave for a day, it ends up looking like this. That's why he has the nickname Uncle Sausage in the academy. He himself calls it sausage specialty." This time, even Xiao Wu couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Sausage, what a fun spirit ability. I wonder if there's a fried egg spirit." By patted TangSan on the shoulder and said, "Let's go. I'll take you through the exam. No need to queue." TangSan said, "This doesn't seem right." By replied, "Don't worry, I'm not being biased. This is the treatment you deserve." While speaking, he led the two of them toward the front of the line. The person in charge of the second round of exams was also an older teacher. Because he had gone to buy sausages earlier, TangSan hadn't had a chance to see what the exam content was. Chapter 89. Returned By approached the teacher, whispered a few words in his ear, and pointed at TangSan and Xiao Wu. The teacher nodded and said, "All right, you can take them directly to the fourth round. If they pass, they will be admitted." By returned to TangSan and Xiao Wu and was about to lead them deeper into the academy. However, the candidates waiting in line were not happy. A male candidate said, "Teacher, what's going on? Why can they skip to the fourth round while we have to pass one round at a time?" The older teacher replied calmly, "If your soul power is also over level 25, then you can go directly to the fourth round of the exam without wasting time here. But your current test shows that your soul power is only level 21, so you must pass each round one by one." The male candidate, puzzled, asked, "Do they really have soul power above level 25? That's impossible. We're only 12 years old. How could anyone have such high soul power? Everyone standing here has soul power over level 21 and is no older than 13. In the original junior academy, those like them were undoubtedly the stars of the academy. However, coming to Shrek Academy, they faced repeated setbacks, which inevitably affected their mood." By snorted coldly, thinking that just because he couldn't do it, it didn't mean others couldn't. "When I entered the academy, My soul power was already level 25. TangSan, show them your soul power. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of white crystal from the table and threw it to TangSan. The testing crystals vary in color based on different levels. This white crystal was specifically for testing soul powers below level 30. If the soul power exceeded level 30, the crystal would explode. TangSan then understood why Douluo said that passing this test was the treatment they deserved. Obviously, this test was responsible for measuring the candidate's precise soul power. At that moment, he also remained silent, took the white crystal, and directly infused his Xiantian skill inner strength into it. In an instant, the white light in TangSan's hand burst forth, and the white crystal became as brilliant as a diamond, with a strong light filling every corner of the crystal. This was clearly a symbol of about to reach level 30. The teacher in charge of the test revealed a hint of a playful smile. It seemed that our Shrek Academy would welcome another remarkable little monster this year. TangSan smiled and handed the crystal in his hand to Xiao Wu. He didn't want anyone to speak ill of her, as he had absolute confidence in her. The same bright light flashed again, completely silencing the other candidates. And their gazes toward TangSan and Xiao Wu became strange. Level 29. Reaching level 29 soul power at the age of 12. Is this a level achievable by humans? However, the title of monster was not only applicable to TangSan and Xiao Wu. A crisp voice rang out, "Teacher, I think I should also be exempt from the second and third rounds." The speaker was a girl who had passed the registration test before TangSan and Xiao Wu, raising the teacher's suspicion in the first round. At this moment, TangSan and Xiao Wu truly saw her appearance. With short hair that reached her ears and an extremely fair and delicate face, her figure, while not as fiery as the cold girl, was very harmonious, giving off an ethereal feeling. She looked like an educated, noble girl. If the last girl who entered was an iceberg, then she was a warm spring breeze, her gentle smile infecting everyone around her. She walked up to Xiao Wu with a smile and nodded at her. Xiao Wu instinctively handed her the crystal. The bright white light appeared again. Although not as intense as TangSan and Xiao Wu's, it definitely exceeded the level of 25 soul power, likely around level 26. Just as she was about to ask the testing teacher whether she could go directly to the fourth round, she suddenly realized that the crystal in her hand was gone, and another figure had quietly appeared beside her. Immediately after, the bright white light shone again, stronger than when she infused her soul power. Reaching the level of 27 soul power, the suddenly appearing person was the cold girl, Zhu Zhuqing, who had followed Douluo and arrived last. The testing teacher's face showed unmistakable surprise. Monsters come every year, but this year there are particularly many, 4 of them at once. Good. It seems I have hope for a raise. By, take these 4 to the fourth round, quickly. Yes, teacher, By respectfully replied, glancing at the cold girl with a complex expression before turning to walk into the academy. This time, no other students raised any objections. Strength had proven everything. Among the 4 candidates, only the relationship between TangSan and By was decent. As they followed him inside, TangSan asked Brother Dai, "Are there only 4 rounds in the entrance exam?" By nodded and said, "There are a total of 4 rounds. You have already experienced the first round, which is to eliminate candidates with soul power below level 21 or those over the age of 13. The most candidates are filtered out in this round. The second round is for soul power assessment and martial soul identification. Just having strong soul power is not enough to prove future potential. This round mainly tests the martial soul. Only soul masters with martial souls that have sufficient potential and have cultivated in the correct direction can enter the third round. Of course, if the martial soul is particularly special or strange, they can also qualify, like Xiao Ao did back then." TangSan easily understood Bai's words, as the master had already instilled a lot of thoughts in him regarding this aspect. The same martial soul, with different development directions, leads to different future achievements. The second round mainly screens the strength of the candidate's martial souls and whether the first 2 soul rings have any conflicting issues that may affect future cultivation. Brother Dai, but my martial soul is blue silvergrass, which should be the least potential martial soul. Why? By laughed heartily and said, "You don't need to be humble. I know your strength well, don't I? The Academy has a rule that if a registered candidate's soul power exceeds level 25, then regardless of the martial soul, they can directly pass the tests of the second and third rounds. Just like a single powerful force can overcome 10 weaknesses. Even if your martial soul's quality is somewhat lacking, with your high soul power, you can still become a powerful soul master." Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask, "What is the third round of the exam?" By replied, "The The third round tests the candidate's application level of their own martial souls. Just having soul power and potential is not enough. One also needs to have control over their martial soul. The higher the level of the martial soul, the harder it is to control, and problems can easily arise. If the control of the martial soul does not reach a certain level, it proves that the soul master is not diligent enough. We do not accept such students. TangSan immediately understood his meaning. By was right. Some martial souls are very difficult to control, just like his second martial soul, that strange hammer, which was incredibly heavy. Moreover, as his soul power increased, the weight of that hammer also kept growing. TangSan questioned himself. Even using the chaotic wind hammer method, in his peak state, he could only swing the hammer 3 times. Before Xiao Wu could ask again, By directly mentioned the fourth test, which was to assess practical combat experience. Some students had good martial souls and decent control over them, but having grown up in noble families, they were sheltered and had no understanding of the outside world, let alone fighting. Such students were not accepted by the academy. The principal had said that pampered kids should not be taken in. It was truly unexpected that Tang Jin had such a clear understanding of the circumstances of our Tiando Empire's royal family, and his methods were quite feasible. It could even be said that Tang Jin's methods were considerate of the interests of our Tiando royal family. He was truly loyal to our royal family. Moreover, he was so handsome. Brother Qinghao, what do you think? Should I ask father to find an opportunity for him to personally summon Tang Jin? Shueke's little face flushed with excitement in the carriage. Although she was a little princess of the Tiando royal family, she still felt somewhat inferior compared to the girls from the 3 major sects, especially Ning Rongrong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, who she could not compare to at all. Driven by a girl's competitive spirit, how could Shueke not be excited about Tang Jin's ability to strengthen the Tiando royal family and make it a sovereign nation again? Inside the carriage, Shui Qinghe, Qianrenxue, remained silent. Tang Chuan's words had truly opened a new world for her. For example, didn't she want to sow discord between the Tiando Empire's sects? That was quite simple. Tang Chuan said that differences create disputes. Policies should give more benefits to those major sects, reduce exploitation, and provide them with preferential treatment. Furthermore, for other medium and small sects, the requirements should be more stringent, and they should subtly indicate the gap between them and the 3 major sections. Under such flattery and suppression, even if those medium and small sects had no grievances against the 3 major sects initially, over time, they would inevitably harbor resentment. For instance, by monopolizing food, meat, fruits, and luxury goods that soul masters could not produce, they could control the soul master world. It should be noted that soul masters, apart from their strong combat power, are useless and cannot produce anything. The saying a soul master is of no use reflects this. As long as the Tiando Empire monopolized these resources, the soul masters in the soul master world would have to bow to the Tiando royal family for survival. Initially, it might not be obvious, but the class-solidified sects and families would prioritize supplying the upper class, leading to a large number of lower-class soul masters starving or freezing to death. At that time, to maintain their rule, even a top sect like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect would have to lower their proud heads to the Tiando royal family. These ideas were simply like pulling the rug out from under someone, cutting to the extreme, akin to hitting a snake at its 7-inch mark. And it was a blatant plot that could not be resisted by reasoning. Is this your strength? Indeed, it is terrifying. Tang Chuan. Shui Qinghe, Qianrenxue, furrowed her brows. Dealing with an opponent like Tang Chuan was indeed a bit daunting. She forced a smile and teased Shueku, saying, by the way, Tang Jin is indeed a remarkable talent, handsome and charming. What, has my little sister taken a liking to him? If that's the case, I can help you make introductions. With how beautiful you are, I think Tang Jin would be willing to join our Tiando royal family. Of course not. Big brother, don't tease me. Shueku's face turned red, shyly covering her face, but she couldn't help but think of Tang Chuan's handsome face, her heart fluttering. Meanwhile, Tang Chuan had also bid farewell to his aunt, Tang Yuehua, and set off on his way to the spirit hall. After a chilling whistle, the ghost Douluo in his spiked armor appeared before Tang Chuan, his voice hoarse as he said, Little Chuan, the Pope has ordered me to take you back. Seeing a familiar face, Tang Chuan's tense heart relaxed. He let out a long breath and patted Ghost Douluo's shoulder armor, saying, Senior Ghost Douluo, your words sound too official. I'm back. I'm already a 5-ring Soul Emperor. ISN, that pretty good? 5-ring Soul Emperor? Ghost Douluo was slightly taken aback, his white mask trembling slightly. It should be known that even he reached the Soul Emperor level at the age of 30, and the hardships he endured were hard to look back on. Ghost Douluo nodded and extended his hand to gently pat Tang Chuan's head, his cold voice rarely carrying a hint of warmth. Great job, little Chuan, you really are amazing. An old man like me feels ashamed in comparison. If your teacher knew about your current achievements, he would definitely be very pleased. Tang Chuan originally wanted to say something, but when he saw the chaotic aura of Ghost Douluo, it seemed that something had happened, and he hesitated. Ghost Douluo seemed to sense Tang Chuan's confusion and explained. Many evil soul masters have appeared on the continent, causing trouble in various regions, and the Spirit Hall is quite troubled by this. Especially among these evil soul masters. There are some powerful titled Douluo. I have fought with them a few times, and their strength is formidable. However, there's no need to worry. Our Spirit Hall can still handle it. We have already prepared to spread the news, luring the evil soul masters into the city of slaughter, to capture them all in one go and let them reap the consequences of their actions. Tang Chuan recalled the description of the city of slaughter in the original work. The city of slaughter is a unique existence in the Douluo Continent, somewhat like a small world. It is said to be a realm created by a powerful figure who broke through the 100 levels 1,000 years ago. In this place, all soul skills cannot be used, and soul power is the source of energy. Survival here relies solely on soul power or the original form of martial spirits. The city of slaughter can also be described as a paradise for the fallen. Some wicked soul masters, in order to escape the pursuit of the Spirit Hall or other forces, can only flee to the city of slaughter to hide. Here, without the recognition of the King of Slaughter, powerful soul masters from outside will be suppressed once they enter. Even titled Douluo will become weak due to the lack of soul skills. Simply put, the city of slaughter is a gathering place for evil people, a paradise of sin, and also the place with the most intense murderous aura in the Douluo Continent. At the same time, it is jokingly referred to as the sewer of the Douluo Continent, responsible for waste disposal. It seems that the reason so many fallen soul masters gather here in the original work is largely due to the efforts of the Spirit Hall. Chapter 90, Soul Master Third Brother, Long Time No See. Just as Ghost Douluo was conversing with Tang Chuan, two young men approached them. One was extremely robust, with short hair as fine as steel needles. He had a dignified appearance, his sharp features resembling those carved with a knife. His eyes were brownish yellow, with a hint of fierce light flashing. His gray robe could hardly conceal his strong, muscular physique. The moment he appeared, even Ghost Douluo felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him. The other young man wore a white outfit, with long green hair cascading over his broad shoulders. His eyes were also green, and when they opened and closed, they seemed ordinary but carried an indescribable special quality, as if they couldn't fully suppress the powerful aura emanating from within. The two young men's auras were profound and terrifying, reminiscent of peerless, ferocious beasts. After observing for a while, Tang Chuan finally recognized them. They were the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. Big brother, second brother. The three excitedly embraced one another. The feeling of reunion after a long separation was quite extraordinary. Ghost Douluo stood awkwardly to the side, watching the three reunite. Both of these individuals were transformed 10,000-year soul beasts, and he had fought against them before. Now it felt strange to see them like this. After releasing the embrace, Tang Chuan asked in confusion, Big brother, second brother, how did you end up here? The young man transformed from the sky blue bull python replied, It's like this. Third brother, we originally planned to search for Sister Xiao Wu. However, the Heaven Do Empire is just too vast. And my second brother and I couldn't find her at all. Moreover, my second brother and I now have our own human names. I am called Niu Gao, and my second brother's name is Titan. How about that? Not bad, right? To be honest, when I was reading the Unrivaled Tang sect, I really thought that this Titan and Niu Gao were the leaders of the Strength and Spirit clans. Later I found out that they were actually the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, which was quite surprising. The Titan Giant Ape beside him also said, Yes, and third brother, after years of training, my second brother and I have now reached the rank of Soul Emperor. But that's just our surface strength. We still have hidden power. If we unleash our full strength, even an ordinary title Douluo would be easy to deal with. Third brother, don't be afraid. From now on, big brother and second brother will protect you. I want to see who in the entire Douluo Continent would dare to lay a finger on you. Knowing the reason why the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python were looking for him, Tang Chuan felt relieved. However, he thought of an interesting idea. Xiao should already be at Shrek Academy. If Niu Gao and Titan want to see her, I can take you there. But now I need to return to the Spear Hall. If you want to come with me, we can travel together. If not, you can choose to wait in Spirit City. Since you two have already consumed the transformation grass and truly become human, you won't drop soul bones anymore. Therefore, you have lost the root of conflicts with other soul masters. I think from now on, the malice of other soul masters towards you will significantly decrease. Really? Erming, also known as Titan, found it hard to believe. After all, he had lived in the Stardow Forest for over 100,000 years, and every human he encountered, aside from Tang Chuan, had intended to kill him and take his soul rings. Especially his parents, who, although not killed by humans, had died due to severe injuries inflicted by them. He was naturally distrustful of soul masters. Third brother, while I believe you are different from other humans, I don't believe that those damn soul masters want to harm me. Tang Chuan Dao. Every contradiction has its cause. Let me ask you a question, second brother. Would you hunt a soul beast that cannot be eaten, and even if killed, cannot be consumed? Isn't it said that the conflict is between soul masters and soul beasts? Why has it turned into a discussion about my hunting? Titan is confused, but the Tianqing Niu Meng Niu Gao understands. He says, I somewhat understand your point, third brother. Our soul beasts, apart from necessary predation, do not harm other soul beasts. However, you humans are different. Since the appearance of soul masters, our soul beast population has decreased by more than 50%. I know you are human, but as a soul beast, I still dislike what you do. Seeing that Titan Giant Ape and Tianqing Yomeng are somewhat repulsed, Tang Chuan quickly explains. No. You haven't understood my point. You've overlooked an important aspect. Just like when you're hungry and need to hunt other soul beasts, soul masters also need to hunt soul beasts for their soul rings to improve their cultivation. Thus, there exists a demand relationship. Ultimately, the conflict between humans and soul beasts stems from the profession of soul masters. Oh, third brother, what do you mean? Tianqing Yomeng shows some interest. He previously thought Tang Chuan was just making excuses for humans. Now, he realizes that his third brother seems to have discovered something significant. Douluo, not far away, also has a gleam in his eyes under the mask, indicating that Tang Chuan's cultivation over the past few years hasn't just been limited to etiquette and cultivation. Titan Giant Ape Titan is somewhat confused and scratches his head. Third brother, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. I mean, the profession of soul masters is fundamentally the root of the conflict between humans and soul beasts. The arrival of soul masters in this world is soaked in blood and filth from head to toe, because the cultivation of soul masters requires soul rings and soul bones. Where do soul rings and soul bones come from? The answer is obvious, from soul beasts. Only by killing soul beasts can one obtain soul rings and soul bones. So the relationship between soul masters and soul beasts is irreconcilable. It can only end with one side's death. Tang Chuan continued, of course. It's not that there are no ways to avoid it. Eliminating the root of the conflict is the key. To avoid the clash between soul masters and soul beasts, there are two solutions. One is to help soul masters find alternatives to soul rings for their training. The other is for soul beasts themselves to undergo change, so that they no longer drop soul rings or soul bones upon death. This way, the conflicts between soul masters and soul beasts would be easily resolved. The Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python spoke in unison. So, does that mean you, third brother, dislike soul masters the most? No. I just want to find a way to alleviate the conflict between soul masters and soul beasts. If every soul master and every soul beast in the world could contribute a little love, this world would surely become a beautiful spring. Tang Chuan said with hope in his eyes. Early morning. TangSan got up early in the morning. Practicing the purple extremity demon had become a necessary task for him. Moreover, there were a few important things he needed to hurry and do that morning. As he walked out of the dormitory, he shared with Oscar, the sky outside was still dark. After a night of rest, TangSan's internal power had already recovered. Following Oscar's guidance, he quickly arrived at the open space where Zhao Wujia had assessed them yesterday and began to collect his hidden weapons. These hidden weapons were not easy to make, and he was reluctant to simply discard them, especially the crossbow bolt of the tightly backed flower crossbow and the poison needles shot by the sand shadow technique, which had taken him a lot of effort and time to create. Fortunately, most of the hidden weapons he used yesterday were still there. With the keen perception of the purple extremity demon eye, he quickly found each of these hidden weapons and returned them to their proper places. During his years in Nodding City, TangSan had fully armed himself, and yesterday's battle with Zhao Wujia was the first time he had fully unleashed his hidden weapon skills. While picking up the hidden weapons, TangSan reflected on the gains and losses from yesterday's battle. Zhao Wujia's defense was truly astonishing. Fortunately, his speed was not fast, and he did not use his full strength. Otherwise, TangSan would have had no chance at all. How should he deal with such a powerful opponent? If he faced such an enemy again in the future, what methods could he use to achieve victory? Various thoughts flashed through TangSan's mind. He understood that his mastery of hidden weapons was still not refined enough, and these improvements could not be achieved in just a day or two. The hidden weapons listed at the top of the Xintian treasure records, hidden weapon rankings, almost all required powerful internal force as a support. If he wanted to confront a powerhouse like Zhao Wujia with his current strength, there was only one way: to create powerful mechanical hidden weapons. For example, the three most terrifying mechanical hidden weapons of the Tang sect: the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus, the Storm Pear Blossom Needle, and the Peacock Feather. However, making these three hidden weapons was incredibly difficult, with each one requiring extremely harsh material conditions. Under the current circumstances, it was simply impossible to create them. Moreover, although TangSan had previously made all three weapons and had considerable experience, recreating any of them would take at least a year, assuming he could find the materials smoothly. With a sigh of despair, TangSan shook his head helplessly. Given his current situation, creating those three hidden weapons was also unrealistic. It seemed he could only strive to practice and gradually enhance the power of his hidden weapons. At the same time, he needed to better arm himself. He should look for opportunities to prepare some poisons first. However, the mandala snake venom was too singular. After collecting all the hidden weapons, TangSan jumped onto the roof of a nearby building and began practicing against the gradually appearing purple aura in the east. Pressure was also a form of motivation. After yesterday's battle, he had a vague feeling that his soul power was on the verge of breaking through from level 29 to level 30. As long as he could reach level 30 and spend some time fully cultivating his soul power at that level, he could go hunt the third soul beast to gain an additional soul ring. At that time, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. When the sun rose, TangSan returned to the dormitory. At this moment, Oscar was still snuggled under his blanket, sound asleep. In the morning, he had even been drooling while asleep when TangSan had woken him up to ask about yesterday's exam. Xiao Ao, wake up, TangSan pushed Oscar. What is it? Let me sleep a bit longer, Oscar mumbled. TangSan frowned and said, get up quickly. It's already late. Don't you know that the plan for the day is made in the morning? Oscar opened his eyes helplessly and looked at TangSan. I'm not like you guys. You are battle soul masters. And I'm from the food system. I don't need to cultivate as complicatedly as you do. Brother, please don't bother me. Let me sleep a little longer. TangSan helplessly said, then you tell me where Xiao Wu lives. I want to go see if she's okay. Oscar replied, you go out of our dormitory, turn left, and walk about 30 meters. There's a wooden house over there. That's where Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong live. However, I must remind you, the academy has clear regulations that male students cannot disturb female students casually. Otherwise, the school rules are quite serious. Our Shrek Academy occupies 1/3 of the area in this village, and the other side is where the villagers live. Try not to go over there usually. Shrek Academy really doesn't have much money. The entire academy is just a simple construction on 1/3 of this village's area. The so-called school buildings are just the wooden houses of the villagers from before. Fortunately, it's south relatively close to Soto City, so shopping is more convenient. TangSan left the dormitory again, feeling a bit hungry, but compared to Xiao Wu, this issue naturally had to be addressed later. Soon, TangSan arrived outside the dormitory of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Should he just go in? If it was just Xiao Wu, it wouldn't matter. They had lived in the same dormitory for so long and were like siblings. But having another girl there made things a bit inconvenient. TangSan hesitated for a moment, but still did not enter. He called softly from outside, Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu. It didn't take long before the door opened, and Xiao Wu walked out. She was still wearing the same outfit as yesterday, and apart from looking a bit pale, she seemed fine. Seeing her appear, TangSan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu, are you feeling better? Xiao Wu made a shushing gesture to TangSan, indicating that Rongrong was still meditating and they shouldn't disturb her. Let's talk over there. For some reason, TangSan felt that Xiao Wu's gaze toward him seemed a bit different today. He couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. In fact, Xiao Wu had woken up from her coma in the middle of the night, and Ning Rongrong had been worried about her, staying by her side. When she woke up, she told her about what had happened after she lost consciousness yesterday. TangSan rubbed Xiao Wu's head and said, it was all my fault yesterday. I didn't protect you well. Xiao Wu shook her head, sticking out her cute little pink tongue. That teacher is just too powerful. How can I blame you? This place is really different from Nodding. It seems like everyone is very strong. Thankfully, there isn't anyone as strong as a Contra. TangSan asked curiously, how do you know there are no Douluo level soul masters in the academy? Teacher Zhao is only the vice president. Perhaps the president is at the Seoul, Douluo level? Xiao Wu paused for a moment and somewhat concealed her thoughts as she replied, I'm just guessing. After all, how could a Seoul Douluo be content with staying in such a small place? TangSan did not suspect anything and did not ask much. He took Xiao Wu's soft hand and said, let's go find something to eat. You must be hungry too. Sure, I'm hungry as well, Xiao Wu nodded. At this moment, she had already regained her lively demeanor from before and actively linked her arm with TangSan's. Chapter 91. Evil Fire Phoenix having just arrived. Both of them had fainted due to the battle yesterday and were completely unfamiliar with Shrek Academy. With no other choice, they could only look for places where smoke was rising to try to find food. The village was not large, and as they walked, they unknowingly stepped out of Shrek Academy's range. It was very quiet on the academy side, but the villagers on the other side were already busy working at dawn, which is a habit of ordinary farmers. They needed to farm to make a living. TangSan did not know where the academy's breakfast was and had already decided to buy some food in the village to satisfy their hunger. As they were about to find a farmhouse to buy food, they noticed a boy and a girl not far ahead arguing about something. The young couple looked quite young. The girl seemed to be around 14 or 15 years old, with an ordinary appearance but full of youthful vitality, dressed in simple farm clothes, likely a villager's child. The boy arguing with her looked even younger, seemingly around the same age as TangSan and Xiao Wu, short in stature, and although he was chubby, he gave off a sturdy impression. With short hair and small eyes, his round face had chubby cheeks, giving him a somewhat cute appearance. The most amusing part was that he had two small patches of hair on his lips, seemingly just sprouted, looking very much like two little mouse whiskers. The girl looked at the chubby boy with a hint of fear in her eyes and said, Ma Hongjun, don't come looking for me again. I won't be with you anymore. The chubby boy replied in a strange tone, Suewa, have I treated you badly? Why do you want to break up with me? TangSan and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, both seeing the smile in each other's eyes. Kids these days really are precocious, talking about breakups at such a young age. They couldn't help but stop and watch with interest. Suehua's face suddenly turned red. You treat me well, but I really can't stand you. We're not suitable. You should find someone else. Besides, I'm several years older than you. Please, don't look for me again. The chubby boy, Ma Hongjun, angrily said, What do you mean you can't stand me? I really don't understand what you girls are thinking. Breaking up is fine. But if you come back to me for another deep conversation, I won't break up with you. Otherwise, no way. While saying this, the chubby boy reached out to grab the girl, Suehua. Isn't this early maturity a bit exaggerated? Suehua, like a frightened little rabbit, quickly backed away, but the chubby boy was fast and still caught her hand. Suehua pleaded, No, please don't. Just let me go. Are you even human? Xiao Wu couldn't stand it anymore and jumped out, shouting, Stop. Both the chubby boy and Suehua were taken aback and looked at her. The chubby boy blinked his small eyes, his lips twitching, and his eyes sparkled. What a beautiful girl. So, do you want to take her place as my girlfriend? Fine. No problem. I agree. Shut your mouth, Xiao Wu shouted angrily, kicking his hand away from Suehua. You little rascal. Not learning your lesson at such a young age. In broad daylight, do you really want to forcefully take a girl? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, the chubby boy's expression darkened immediately. This is our business. You should mind your own. Since you don't want to be my woman, get lost. Xiao Wu was about to make a move when TangSan appeared in front of her. You're Ma Hongjun, right? Please stop bothering this young lady. After yesterday's lesson, TangSan was unwilling to let Xiao Wu act recklessly. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that this chubby boy was not simple. Ma Hongjun snorted disdainfully. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs? Looking for trouble, huh? TangSan's expression darkened. Who the hell are you? Ma Hongjun esse whiskers twitched. Whoever meddles is whoever I am. Are you asking for a beating? TangSan moved. No matter how good his temper was, he couldn't allow such humiliation. He activated the Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps and kicked toward the chubby boy's chest. The power of his kick was contained and controlled very skillfully. If the chubby boy were an ordinary person, he would at most just be sent tumbling. If he had any special abilities, then the power in TangSan's kick could erupt at any moment. As TangSan had guessed, the chubby boy was not simple. Seeing TangSan's kick coming, he approached without hesitation, crossing his fists in front of him to block TangSan's foot. A faint purple light shone from his body, clearly indicating a fluctuation of soul power. This chubby boy was obviously a soul master. TangSan's kick suddenly paused in midair, changing from a kick to a stomp, targeting the fat guy's abdomen. The fat guy reacted quickly, raising both fists and swinging them down to strike TangSan's foot. With a muffled thud, TangSan retracted his foot and stepped back, while the fat guy was also pushed back a few steps. The two actually ended up evenly matched. The fat guy's soul power seemed to be only slightly inferior to TangSan's. The fat guy was momentarily stunned. It turned out you were also a soul master. No wonder you dared to meddle in my business. Let me show you what real strength is. As he spoke, the fat guy let out a low shout, Phoenix possession. Upon hearing the word Phoenix, both TangSan and Xiao Wu felt a shiver in their hearts. Among beast martial souls, there are a few particularly powerful ones, and one of them is the Phoenix martial soul. The Phoenix, also known as the colorful bird, not only grants the host the ability to fly, but also endows them with a strong fire attribute attack power. It is one of the best among battle-type martial souls. A purplish-red light surged out from the fat guy's body. His short hair suddenly grew long and gathered towards the center, transforming into a mohawk style. While wings did not appear, the purplish-red light emitted a strong heat as it burst forth from his body. 2 circles of yellow soul rings rose from beneath his feet, and long feathers extended from his exposed, thick arms. His hands also transformed into claw shapes. Looking at him, Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Is there really such a fat phoenix? No matter how I see it, he looks more like a country chicken. At this moment, Ma Hongjuan's appearance did indeed seem a bit comical, with his round body and arms adorned with long purplish-red feathers, standing upright. If he claimed to be a phoenix, hardly anyone would believe him. He looked more like a plump hen. Ma Hongjun seemed to be provoked, his rage erupting. You little girl, who are you calling a country chicken? Just watch me take you down. He raised his hands, and his first soul ring suddenly lit up. He opened his mouth wide, and a stream of fine, purplish-red flames shot out toward Xiao Wu. The intense heat distorted the air, and the purple flames did not appear violent. They shot out like an elongated line of fire. Be careful, this fat guy is not to be underestimated. TangSan waved his right hand, and a blue vine gracefully wrapped around Xiao Wu's slender waist, pulling her to his side and dodging the flames spewed by Ma Hongjun. However, it was clear that Ma Hongjun did not intend to let them off so easily. The flames from his mouth maintained a burning length of 5 meters and did not extinguish, chasing after Xiao Wu's body like a 5-meter-long flaming weapon. TangSan grabbed Xiao Wu's hand and flew backwards, while several blue-silver grasses quickly extended outwards. After a brief observation, he realized that Ma Hongjuan's flames must be extremely hot, but there was a drawback. The attack range was only 5 meters. As long as he could restrict his movements, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with him. Sure enough, just as Ma Hongjun was about to pursue, he felt his feet freeze, and his legs were tightly entangled by the blue silver grass. A sharp pain shot through the skin of his legs, followed by a sense of numbness. Ma Hongjun was taken aback and looked down to see the blue silver grass wrapping around him. Without hesitation, he activated his second spirit ring skill. With a loud bang, intense purple flames suddenly erupted from his body, and Ma Hongjuan's plump figure exploded outward in an instant, causing the blue-silver grass wrapped around him to ignite violently upon contact with the purple flames, instantly turning to ashes. Seeing this scene, TangSan was taken aback. He clearly sensed that Ma Hongjuan's martial soul seemed to be the nemesis of his own. Although the blue-silver grass had become extremely tough under the effects of the 2 spirit rings, as a plant, it was still very afraid of fire. At least for now, Ma Hongjun, engulfed in purple flames, looked significantly more imposing, with angry flames shooting from his eyes as he strode towards TangSan and Xiao Wu, spewing fire from his mouth like a god of fire descending to the world. I'm coming. TangSan reached out, but missed as Xiao Wu had already dashed out. Her fluffy rabbit ears trembled slightly in her swift movement, her whole body glowing red as her soul power was fully released. TangSan's fingers twitched slightly, and he had already concealed several hidden weapons in his hands. His eyes shone with a purple light, and if Xiao Wu encountered any danger, he would immediately strike without hesitation. Although the fat man's martial spirit was strong, TangSan knew from their previous encounters that his soul power was still somewhat inferior to his own. He couldn't possibly block TangSan's hidden weapons like Zhao Wuji did. When Ma Hongjun saw Xiao Wu charging towards him, he was delighted and immediately unleashed a line of flames, which traced a circular path in the air, blocking all of Xiao Wu's possible paths of advance. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, you little brat, daring to call me a country bumpkin? If I don't show you what I can do, then I won't be called the evil fire phoenix. However, she was quite pretty, so it would be best not to burn her. As he pondered, the flames he spewed became somewhat weaker, enough to injure, but not lethal. Xiao Wu could naturally feel the temperature of the purple flames dropping. Was this fat man holding back? Good, then I'll be gentle with you too. Just when Ma Hongjun thought Xiao Wu would be harmed by his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, suddenly, Xiao Wu's body curled up in midair, gently twisting as if she had broken through the limits of a human body and squeezed through the gap in the flames he had unleashed. When her body stretched out again, she was already beside Ma Hongjun. What level of strength did Xiaowu possess? Without using his hidden weapons, TangSan could only guarantee a tie with her and couldn't let her get close. Although Ma Hongjun's second soul skill, Bathing Fire Phoenix, was a comprehensive defense that also had an attack component, Xiaowu had already released her soul power, easily resisting it for a short time. As TangSan watched Xiaowu approach Ma Hongjun, he had already retracted the hidden weapons in his hands. The outcome of this battle was no longer in doubt. Indeed, Xiaowu did not give Ma Hongjun any chance to react. With a twist of her body, she was already behind him, supporting herself with her hands on the ground. And her legs instantly kicked up, clamping around Ma Hongjun's neck as she activated her first soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiaowu's entire body resembled a large, curved bow, and the light of her first soul ring instantly enveloped her whole body. Then, her body suddenly released a force, as if it were a full moon bow, flinging Ma Hongjun's body away. The effect of the Waist Bow soul skill instantly increases her waist strength by 100%, and her body's resilience is enhanced by 50%. After level 10 of soul power for every additional level, the enhancement effect of the Waist Bow increases by 1%. In other words, after activating the Waist Bow, Xiaowu could increase her waist strength by 119%. The explosive force was enough to throw any non-power type opponent below level 50 soul power. Of course, although the Waist Bow was excellent, it required getting close to the enemy to exert its effect. Otherwise, having waist strength alone would be useless. It was hard to imagine that Xiaowu's waist, which was not as thick as Ma Hongjun's thigh, could produce such immense elasticity, considering that Ma Hongjun had restrained his flames. Xiaowu also showed mercy and did not slam Ma Hongjun's body directly to the ground, but instead flung him into the air, giving him time to control his body. However, she clearly overestimated Ma Hongjun's ability to control his body. The fat man tumbled in the air for a few circles before ultimately landing on the ground with a thud, dazed and confused. "Stop hitting. You guys stop." Suddenly, the girl Tsuehua spoke up, quickly running towards Ma Hongjun. The flames on Ma Hongjun seemed to have been extinguished by the fall, and he barely managed to get up from the ground, feeling dizzy. Tsuehua helped Ma Hongjun brush off the dirt on his body. "How are you?" Ma Hongjun snorted and replied, "I'm not dead yet." "Little rabbit, come again." Xiaowu suddenly jumped up, and with a whoosh, she flung her shoes off her feet. Even though her soul power had resisted most of the effects of Ma Hongjun's second soul skill, Bathing Fire Phoenix, the shoes on her feet that had clamped around Ma Hongjun's neck were still tainted with that purple flame. To Xiaowu's surprise, the purple flame had a sticky feeling and didn't extinguish after touching it. Left with no choice, she could only throw her shoes away and stand barefoot on the ground with her delicate white feet. "Tsuehua, what are you doing?" Xiaowu looked at Tsuehua's concerned demeanor towards Ma Hongjun and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't this fat man bullying her before? Why was it different now? Tsuehua pleaded, "Please, stop fighting. Actually, Hongjun is a good person. We just aren't suited for each other. That's why I have to break up with him. You guys can leave. I'll talk it out with him." Chapter 92. Gathering Ma Hongjun angrily said, "Don't interfere in my matters, step aside." With that, he pushed Tsuehua away and was about to charge at Xiaowu again, but he didn't use his second soul skill again for fear of hurting Tsuehua. At that moment, a surprised voice rang out, "TangSan, Fatty, what are you doing?" TangSan and Ma Hongjun both looked in the direction of the sound and saw By, dressed in white and with his hair meticulously styled, walking towards them. Xiaowu snorted, "What's going on? You should ask him. This fat guy is bullying girls in broad daylight, and we can't stand by. We need to teach him a lesson." Bai's stern face suddenly broke into a smile. "Xiaowu, I think you misunderstood. Tsuehua, you can't stand him either?" Tsuehua's face turned red, and she nodded before turning to run away. This time, Ma Hongjun didn't try to stop her. He just looked dejected. TangSan walked up to By and asked in confusion, "What exactly is going on?" By looked at thee and said, "Do you want to say it yourself, or should I say it for you?" Ma Hongjun glanced at By and lowered his head, saying, "You can say it." By laughed and said, "What? The dead fat guy is shy too? All right, then I'll say it for you." He then turned to TangSan and Xiaowu and said, "Do you remember I once told you that there are only 3 students in the academy, including me?" TangSan immediately understood. "You mean he is By?" "Yes. The fat guy is the 3rd one," he replied. "He was the last to enter the academy before you. Although I didn't see what just happened with my own eyes. I can guess. Actually, we can't blame the fat guy. We can only blame his trash spirit." "Bullshit. Your spirit is the trash. My spirit is a phoenix. Even if my ancestor spirits are all chickens, mine is still a phoenix. Haven't you heard that even in a chicken coop, a golden phoenix can fly out? Ma Hongjun said irritably. Dai Mubai's smile remained unchanged. Phoenix, fine, let's call it Phoenix. TangSan, the fat guy's spirit, is quite peculiar. The dean said that his spirit is a mutated spirit. Mutated spirit? What kind of spirit did it mutate from? TangSan asked. He had heard the master talk a lot about mutated spirits. Once a spirit mutates, there are only two possibilities. It either becomes extremely powerful, or it is weakened. The master himself had suffered from the pain of spirit mutation. The spirit of Ma Hongjun before him clearly belonged to the category of beneficial mutation. Dai Mubai said, not only me, but even Ma Hongjun himself probably doesn't know. In their village, everyone's spirits are basically non-attack poultry. I don't know how it happened, but when it came to him, the spirit mutated and inherently possessed the ability of fire. The fat guy didn't enroll by himself. He was brought back by the dean from their village 3 years ago. He should be about your age. Due to the mutation of his spirit, the fat guy possesses a strong ability in fire, which is very peculiar. Not only is the temperature extremely high, but it also has a strong adhesive property, making it hard to extinguish. The dean said that after his spirit mutated, he really could become a phoenix. However, his spirit also has a huge flaw. The mutation brought powerful soul power, but it also had a certain impact on his body. It made his abilities in the matters of men and women extremely strong, and his desires and impulses are 10 times that of an ordinary person. If he only suppresses it without guidance, he might explode from this evil fire at any moment. Ma Hongjun hurriedly added, once the evil fire comes up, I can't hold it back. TangSan and Xiao Wu were both a bit stunned, their expressions becoming extremely peculiar. Although TangSan had quite a bit of understanding about mutated martial souls, he had never heard of anything like Ma Hongjun's. The chubby guy in front of them should only be around 12 years old if he was the same age as them. A 12-year-old boy actually needed to find women to prevent his martial soul from backfiring. This was truly shocking. Dai Mubai continued, so this guy often finds himself consumed by the fire of desire. If he doesn't release it, he would have died long ago, despite his martial soul being quite powerful. This desire isn't easy to cultivate. Xiao Wu frowned and said, but still, he can't harm those girls, right? That's a rogue's behavior. Ma Hongjun angrily retorted. What do you mean by harm? It's mutual consent. Although I might be a bit too strong in my desires, I've never forced anyone. We are all willing participants. I'm not a rogue. TangSan looked at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai nodded and said, that's true. The fatty never forces others. That girl Tsuehua just now was indeed his girlfriend. Xiao Wu snorted and said, not forcing others? Then why don't you break up with him? The fatty's face turned red, and Dai Mubai's expression also became awkward. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and said, quite awkwardly, because this guy has too many times when he can't control his evil fire. Wanting to endure 3 or 4 times a day is not something an ordinary girl can do. So, in this year at the academy, he has already changed several girlfriends. And the end result, without exception, is that they all dumped him. If it weren't for his identity as a soul master, it would probably be hard for him to find a girlfriend. Speaking of which, in that area of ability, there are probably not many who can compare to this fatty. His nickname Evil Fire Chicken comes from that. Ma Hongjun corrected him unhappily, it's Evil Fire Phoenix. TangSan was stunned and said, no wonder it's the Monster Academy. Even mutated martial souls like this exist. Xiao Wu's face turned a bit red as she huffed. There are all kinds of people. Ma Hongjun glared at Dai Mubai and said, if I had a face like yours and Xiao Ao's and could date multiple girlfriends at the same time, I wouldn't be in this situation. You don't need to belittle yourself. Don't think I don't know that you date different girls 3 times a day. Dai Mubai's eyes flashed with a hint of panic as he hurriedly glanced behind him, lowering his voice. Fatty, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you like. Keep your voice down. Ma Hongjun chuckled and said, aren't you always proud of it? What's wrong with you today? Did you take the wrong medicine? Dai Mubai shot him a glare and said, stop talking nonsense. Some things shouldn't be said lightly. If you ruin my reputation again, don't blame me for being rude to you. TangSan couldn't help but say, Ma Hongjun, now that you don't have a girlfriend, what will you do in the future? Stop cultivating? Ma Hongjun shrugged and replied, what else can I do? My life is the most important. I'll ask the dean later if he has any solutions. Xiao Wu said, where does the academy eat? I am starving. Dai Mubai said, follow me. The 4 of them returned to the Shrek Academy area, where Dai Mubai took them to the school cafeteria. The so-called cafeteria was merely an agreement between the academy and the village, employing a few villagers to manage the meals. Although breakfast was somewhat simple, there was plenty of food, so they wouldn't go hungry. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Ning Rongrong and the cold girl Zhu Zhuqing were already there. Zhu Zhuqing looked pale, but otherwise seemed normal. Everything appeared to be fine. Perhaps due to their collaboration yesterday. Both girls nodded at TangSan and Xiao Wu when they saw them. Zhu Zhuqing was still a bit distant, but Ning Rongrong's expression showed a clear sense of friendliness. Her smile revealing 2 dimples, making her look particularly charming. Ma Hongjun stared at the 2 girls, unabashedly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Dai Mubai elbowed him and whispered, "Behave yourself. It's best to keep your desires in check." Ma Hongjun retorted, "Why? Are you going to make a move again? I mean, Dai boss. Even if you were the boss, you should leave some soup for the brothers, right? You idiot." Dai Mubai bumped him again and stole a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed unaware of them, slowly eating her breakfast with an icy expression. Xiao Wu sat down next to Ning Rongrong, chuckling and whispering something to her. From Ning Rongrong's slightly surprised gaze towards Ma Hongjun, he realized they were talking about him. Feeling a bit deflated, he sat down and picked at the breakfast on the table. Dai Mubai cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Ao is still sleeping in. He's always so lazy. Aside from Xiao Ao, it seems everyone else is here. We will be living and studying together for a while. So let's get to know each other. Let me introduce you. This fat guy is another student from our academy, named Ma Hongjun, and his martial soul is grass. Oh no, it's a phoenix." When Zhu Zhuqing heard the word phoenix, she looked up but only glanced at Ma Hongjun before her gaze swept past Dai Mubai, seemingly adding a bit more coldness. Ma Hongjun then asked, "By the way, Dai boss, I heard that the new student made teacher Zhao suffer a bit yesterday. Who is it?" Dai Mubai replied, "You just had a spar with him. However, you're lucky. You didn't face the same treatment as teacher Zhao." While saying this, he pointed at TangSan. Ma Hongjun looked at TangSan in disbelief. "Wait, your soul power is a bit stronger than mine, but it shouldn't be too much higher. Probably not even level 30. How could you make teacher Zhao suffer? He's a 76th level soul sage. I don't believe it." TangSan smiled and said, "This time it was just luck. Strength is my own, and I don't need others to believe in anything." Dai Mubai told Ma Hongjun the names and martial spirits of the 4 newcomers, but he didn't explain much about TangSan's true strength, only hinting to Ma Hongjun that it would be best not to provoke him. After the introduction, Dai Mubai continued, "We will all live and cultivate together from now on. There is no need to be too formal with the titles. With the 4 of you newcomers, there are only 7 people in total in the academy. Xiao Ao and Fatty call me Dai Lauda because I'm a bit older than them. You could just call me Mubai. Ma Hongjun, you could just call him Fatty. As for Oscar, you can call him Xiao Ao or Uncle Sausage. TangSan, how about I call you Xiao San from now on?" TangSan nodded, indicating that he had no objections. Although he had not been in contact with Shrek Academy for long, he already felt a sense of belonging. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun each had their own characteristics, but none of them repulsed him. Before Dai Mubai could talk about himself, Ning Rongrong cheerfully said, "You could just call me Rongrong. That's what my family and friends call me." Her smile remained on her face, and with that simple sentence, she unconsciously closed the distance between everyone. There was no need to change how Xiao Wu was addressed. When Dai Mubai's gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing, she stood up and said, "I'm full." After saying that, she turned and walked out. Ma Hongjun looked at Dai Mubai in surprise and said, "Boss Dai, aren't you known for being irresistible among women, the so-called girl killer? Why does this new beauty not even want to look at you?" Dai Mubai smiled bitterly, shook his head, and did not explain. TangSan said to Dai Mubai, "Mubai, we are all new here. Can you tell us about the rules and courses in the academy?" Dai Mubai reluctantly pulled his thoughts away from Zhu Zhuqing and replied, "The academy doesn't have any special rules. To put it simply, you can't kill, burn, or loot. But fighting, competition, and gambling battles are encouraged." TangSan's face revealed a hint of a smile. The Monster Academy truly lived up to its name. Even the teaching methods were vastly different from those of Nodding Academy. Dai Mubai explained, "The teachers believe that combat is the best shortcut to mastering one's martial soul, and that enhancing practical experience is extremely important. Gambling is a psychological game that greatly benefits one's mental fortitude, observation skills, and judgment. Of course, everything should be done in moderation. In simple terms, combat shouldn't kill. And as long as you don't lose your pants in gambling, it's fine. As for the course arrangements, I don't know what they will be in the future, since our curriculum may change at any time. After all, there are only a few of us, and the number of teachers is even greater than that of the students. Therefore, the academy will adjust the courses based on our individual situations. But I can assure you that the most important item in today, as curriculum, is collecting tuition fees. The annual fee for the academy is 100 gold coins. For you all, who are at the Great Spirit Master level, That shouldn't be a problem. Hearing By say this, Xiaowu couldn't help but interject. Boss, you said yesterday that the school is poor. But why is the academy poor? The few teachers we encountered are above level 60 and 70. According to their levels, the subsidies they can receive from the Wuhuan Hall are astronomical. And it shouldn't be a problem to support such a small academy. Based on Xiao Wu's own estimates, the subsidies for Spirit Masters were 1 gold coin per month, 10 for Great Spirit Masters, 100 for Spirit Ancestors, 1,000 for Spirit Kings, and 10,000 for Spirit Emperors. Not to mention Zhao Wujia, whom they faced yesterday. He was a Spirit Sage, with a monthly subsidy of 100,000 gold coins. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Chapter 93, Newcomers of Shrek Academy. Flander was counting the gold soul coins earned from recruitment in his room. This recruitment had indeed made a lot of money, especially with the arrival of 4 little monsters. It was a real blood profit. Moreover, his old brother Yu Xiaojiang was coming, which made him quite excited. Flander, Yu Xiaojiang, and Lu Erlong, who at that time didn't know her true identity, were known as the Golden Iron Triangle, dominating the Spirit Master world for decades. Their martial soul combination skill, the Radiant Holy Dragon, could even rival the title Douluo to a certain extent. It was indeed a glorious time. Yu Xiaojiang, you have really taken a good disciple. Flander recalled TangSan's performance in defeating Zhao Wujia and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Flander's brow furrowed. Usually, apart from Zhao Wujia, no one would come to see him. Come in, he said, putting down the gold soul coins in his hand. The door opened, and a tall figure walked in. She wore a simple red robe, with messy golden hair cascading over her shoulders. Her noble and elegant face bore an indifferent expression, and her bright eyes sparkled with light, stunning to behold. Hello, Flander. The visitor's voice was soft and noble, making Flander feel an impulse to worship. For some reason, when this person entered the room, Flander instinctively tensed up, even his soul power unconsciously spreading throughout his body. You, who are you? Slowly standing up, Flander seemed to see someone terrifying, fear evident in his eyes as he swallowed hard, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The visitor spoke calmly. Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for about 20 years, right? You should have seen me before, as I was the saintess of the Wuhuan Hall when you came to register as a soul Douluo. The flying horn of the Golden Iron Triangle. It seems you're doing quite well these days. Just a few simple words made Flander feel a chill down his spine, especially with that terrifying pressure, which was even stronger than the Tang Hao he had seen before. How powerful had this Pope Dong become? Thanks to your holiness's care, my little academy is doing all right, barely able to make ends meet. However, I wonder why your holiness has come today. Flander half kneeled on the ground, bowing. He had heard of Dong, knowing she was Yu Xiaojiang's ex-girlfriend, and couldn't help but sigh that Yu Xiaojiang was indeed fortunate, not only having Lu Erlong's affection, but also being liked by such a beautiful and powerful woman as Pope Dong. Dong chuckled, her long legs stepping on Flander's chest, knocking him to the ground. Flander, don't think I know nothing. Not to mention that you deceived the White Tiger sect, the Windsword sect, the Fire Leopard sect, and the Elephant Armor sect out of millions of gold soul coins. Just now, you have taken in the wanted fugitive Zhao Wujia from the Wuhuan Hall. He killed hundreds of ordinary people in Wuhuan City and injured the enforcers. Not to mention the countless ordinary people harmed while he was escaping. Tell me, what crime do you deserve? Cough, cough, cough. Flander didn't expect Dong to know all these things. He had thought the current pope was a naive person. However, even so, he smiled. Your holiness, you need not scare me. If you truly intended to punish me, why would you come alone in the dead of night? Just tell me what you need. Your subordinate? Dong's lips curled upwards. It seemed that Flander was quite perceptive. That made things easier. I want to temporarily join your Shrek Academy for a while. I think you wouldn't have any issues with that, would you? What? Dong wants to join Shrek Academy? What a huge sensation. Flander was excited at first, but then he realized that since she wanted to join Shrek Academy, this news had to be kept confidential and couldn't be publicized. However, as a pope of the Wuhuan Hall, why would she want to join Shrek Academy? Was it for Yu Xiaojiang? Your holiness, are you doing this for Yu Xiaojiang? Do you have so much to say? Dong replied with an annoyed expression. I dare not. I dare not. I will take care of it right away. Flander nodded repeatedly. Flander walked in front of the 7 new students and stopped. His unique, slightly hoarse voice rang out. This year is great. We've gained 4 little monsters. I, Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy, welcome your arrival on behalf of the Academy. Later, each of you will pay 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who is in charge of finances. By, principal, By stepped forward, seeming to respect Flander, even showing some admiration. Flander said, "Now that 4 new students have arrived, you should inform them of the Academy's rules. Then, each of you go back to rest and try to restore your condition to the best possible state. The first class today will start in the evening. Oscar, you and Ning Rongrong are exceptions. You two come with me." Oscar's face immediately fell, unwillingly walking up to Flander to salute. When he saw Ning Rongrong walk beside him, his expression brightened a little. Flander waved his hand, saying, "The others can go rest. Remember, get yourself in the best state before dark. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The teaching in this academy is different from others. You may even face danger." Zhu Zhuqing left without looking back, and By didn't chase after her this time. Ma Hongjun also left quickly, disappearing in the blink of an eye. TangSan's was not in a hurry to leave. He wanted to see how the dean in front of him conducted his teaching. Oscar and Ning Rongrong both had auxiliary-type martial souls, which should be the reason why they didn't attend the evening classes. However, what puzzled TangSan was why the teaching was conducted in the evening. TangSan did not leave, and neither did Xiao Wu, who stood quietly beside him watching. Flinder didn't mind and said to Oscar and Ning Rongrong, "Everyone has their own cultivation methods. With different martial souls, the cultivation methods also vary greatly. On the Douluo Continent, there are almost no identical martial souls, so what the Academy needs to teach you is not how to cultivate your martial souls, but how to use your martial souls, how to better protect yourselves and assist your teammates in future battles." TangSan felt that Flinder's words were somewhat familiar, and, after pondering, he realized that the master seemed to have said something similar. However, the master had explained it in more detail than Flinder. Oscar seemed to have heard similar words before and lowered his head non-committally, while Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement. Flinder continued, "You two are both support-type soul masters. One provides attribute enhancements, while the other has a food-type martial soul. As support-type soul masters like you, whether on the battlefield or in everyday life, you need the protection of your partners. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to survive. Oscar, tell me, as a support-type soul master, how can you better protect yourself on the battlefield?" Oscar answered without hesitation, "Stay as much as possible behind your allies and use all the terrain and buildings around you to avoid risks. Keep as far away from dangerous areas as possible." Flinder nodded and said, "That's very true. But there is one point you didn't mention. As a support-type soul master, the ability to run away is a necessary quality. A support soul master who can't run away is not a good soul master. And what does running away require? It requires stamina. Although as soul masters you have your own soul power to assist you, your physical quality is stronger than that of ordinary people. However, the enemies you might face could be the opponent's battle soul masters. Therefore, as support-type soul masters, you also need to train your physical stamina. At a critical moment, perhaps running one more step could save your life." Oscar understood Flinder well. Hearing the dean speak so grandly, he couldn't help but smile wryly in his heart, thinking that he wouldn't be able to escape today. Sure enough, after a lengthy speech, Flinder nodded at Oscar and Ning Rongrong and said, "Your lesson today is physical training. From now on, run around the entire village 20 laps. If you haven't returned by lunchtime, you won't get lunch. You can use your martial souls to assist. Now go." Oscar is in charge of leading the way. "Yes." Ning Rongrong responded and ran out without hesitation. Oscar cast a somewhat resentful glance at TangSan and the others standing nearby before following. Although the village where Shrek Academy is located is not large, Oscar understood that Flinder meant the entire village, including the farmland within it. 1 lap would be at least over 3 kilometers. 20 laps is quite a terrifying number. Having over 20 levels of soul power today, completing this task before noon was still a painful ordeal for a support-type soul master. For battle soul masters with over 20 levels, running such a distance would not be easy either. As he watched Oscar and Ning Rongrong run out, Flinder pointed at TangSan and said, "You come with me." TangSan nodded and waved his hand behind him to Xiao Wu, who wanted to catch up. He then strode forward, following Flinder into the academy. Flinder's office, which was also his residence, was not far from a small playground where TangSan had fought with Zhao Wujia just yesterday. The room was simply decorated, containing only the essentials. Flinder sat down behind his desk, looking at TangSan, and a complex light suddenly appeared in his eyes. "How is the master?" TangSan nodded and said, "The teacher is very good." Flinder looked at him in surprise. "You are a student? No wonder he even gave you this belt. When I saw you wearing this belt that day, along with your age, I knew you would come to my Shrek Academy. But I didn't expect that you would be his disciple. He once told me that one day he would cultivate a genius soul master who would shock the continent. It seems you were his choice. TangSan raised his hand and brushed over the scene of the moonlit night at the 24 bridges, handing a letter to Flender. Before setting off, the teacher asked him to deliver this letter to the dean only after passing the academy's assessment and being admitted. Hearing TangSan's words, a trace of sadness and a hint of a smile flashed in Flender's eyes. He remained as stubborn as ever. This was his style. This guy finally knew to contact me? As he spoke, he slowly opened the envelope and took out the pure, white letter inside. TangSan clearly saw that Flender's hands trembled slightly as he opened the letter. He did not know what was written in the letter. He could only watch Flender's constantly changing expressions. Flender was sometimes delighted, sometimes angry, with various emotions flashing across his face. Good, you old man. Do you have to prove something? What is there to prove? Don't you know, actually, Flender seemed to become a bit frantic, muttering words that TangSan could not understand. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, staring at TangSan. Since you are his proof, you must not let him down. Go on, quickly prepare for tonight's class. It won't be easy. The task that the master had assigned to TangSan was already completed. Although this Dean Flender felt strange to him, he had no time to think about it. After the battle with Zhao Waoqi, TangSan had discovered many of his weaknesses. Instead of wasting time, he might as well focus on training. Meanwhile, Oscar and Ning Rongrong were running outside the academy. Oscar, how far is it around this village? Ning Rongrong's voice carried a hint of helplessness. At first, she was full of confidence, although she was an auxiliary soul master. Her father had always required her to exercise at home, echoing almost exactly what Flender had said before. Therefore, her physical condition was not bad. Although she could not compare to battle soul masters, long-term training had given her a healthy physique, and she was especially good at running. However, since leaving the academy, Ning Rongrong had not even completed one lap under Oscar's lead, and quite a bit of time had already passed. At this pace, it was questionable whether they could have dinner, let alone lunch. Moreover, her stamina was continuously declining, and it was impossible to maintain this pace. Oscar smiled wryly. I said when we came out that this was an impossible task. But don't worry, with the two of us auxiliary soul masters together. Are we afraid of going hungry? Do you want to eat something? Ning Rongrong shot him a glance, although she was still young. Her charming eyes carried a hint of flirtation. Oscar felt a bit weak in the knees under her gaze, chuckling as he whispered, I got a big sausage. With a flash of light, a fragrant sausage appeared in his hand, which he offered to Ning Rongrong. This sausage of mine has a first spirit ring skill that can restore health. It not only promotes wound healing, but also has the effect of restoring stamina. Have a bite. With my sausage supporting us, we need not worry about food, even if we run 20 laps, or even 200 laps. Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar strangely and suddenly said something extremely bold. I still have 2 big buns. Eat your head. After saying that, her 7 treasures glazed tile martial soul floated out, agility assistance activated, and her speed suddenly increased as she ran ahead. Oscar was momentarily stunned. Not only him, but even TangSan and Douluo would find it incredible that such an elegant girl as Ning Rongrong would say something like that. They did not know what kind of role Ning Rongrong played in the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, and at that moment, Ning Rongrong could no longer hold back, revealing a bit of her true nature. In the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, in the discussion hall, on the northern side of the hall, the main seat facing south was a large chair made of rosewood with floral carvings, embedded with a huge piece of jade. The jade was a deep green color, exuding a faint warm aura, which was indeed a piece of top-quality warm jade. Sitting on the rosewood chair was a man with a face like a crown jade, a straight nose, a square mouth, and an amiable and gentle appearance, dressed in a spotless white robe. He looked to be in his 40s, with a soft gaze that made him seem like an ordinary person. His long, smooth black hair was draped over his back, and everything looked so casual without any affectation. At that moment, he was watching a young man kneeling on the ground in white attire, reporting to the sect master. The young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy and has successfully passed the assessment, the young man said respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. It's good for this little ancestor to go out and experience the world. Otherwise, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect will be turned upside down by her. How is the situation at Shrek Academy? We are short of a soul sage and several soul emperor-level powerhouses. My subordinates are incompetent and unable to investigate. However, I have delivered the letter you instructed to the teachers at Shrek Academy. It will surely reach the hands of their dean. The middle-aged man revealed a faint smile on his face. Flender, oh Flender, you are indeed an idealistic person. I want to see what kind of person you can educate my daughter into. Perhaps only by leaving home will that little which become more sensible. All right, you may leave. Yes, Secmaster. The young man quickly retreated. A strong and powerful voice echoed in the hall, seemingly coming from all directions, shaking the hall as it sounded. Ning Fengji, are you really at ease letting Rongrong be out there alone? Can the teachings of Shrek Academy be better than ours? No, I have to go bring Rongrong back. I can't rest easy with her out there. With the emergence of the voice, an old man with white hair, yet a face as tender as a baby's, walked out from the back hall and boldly sat down on a chair next to Sect Master Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji showed a helpless expression. Sword Uncle, just because of you and Dragon Uncle, I cannot let this girl stay in the sect. You are too indulgent with her. She has become unmanageable at home. Letting her go out to receive some education might bring about some change. Sword Uncle replied discontentedly. Who says we spoil Rongrong? You only see her playful side and haven't seen her obedient side. You have many sons, but only one daughter. Are you really willing to let her go? Ning Fengji resolutely replied, Sword Uncle, this time, no matter what, I will not go find her. You and Dragon Uncle cannot go either. You don't need to worry about Rongrong's safety. The Dean of Shrek Academy is the first spear of the Golden Iron Triangle from back then. He cannot possibly not recognize the martial soul of our seven treasures glazed tile sect. With him protecting her, Rongrong will be fine. Sword Uncle snorted angrily. If anything happens to Rongrong, I will hold you accountable. I feel a bit stiff. I'll go find Old Bone Dragon to stretch my muscles. But to be honest, because of the previous misunderstanding, Old Bone Dragon has been in seclusion for 5 years. Is it really worth it? Absolutely worth it. Ning Fengji couldn't help but sigh. Our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect is an auxiliary martial soul sect, with no more than 100 battle soul masters, and only you and Bone Uncle as title de law. If the Spear Hall were to go berserk and attack us because of the previous incident, it could lead to the extermination of our clan. Alas, our strength is ultimately too weak. Letting Rongrong go is also for this reason. It's rare for someone to speak to Ning Fengji like this, even in the entire Douluo Continent. And this old man in front of him was clearly one of the few. Although Ning Fengji appeared to be in his 40s, in reality, he was already over 60 years old. Ning Rongrong is his youngest child and the only daughter. However, facing the Spear Hall, Ning Fengji also felt a strong sense of helplessness. As night fell, the Dean of Shrek Academy, the four-eyed cat Eagle Flender, stood on the training ground, looking at all 7 students before him. By, TangSan's, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and the cold yet tidy Zhu Zhuqing were all ready for class that evening, each looking energetic. However, Flender's attention was not on them, but on the other 2 students. Oscar, have you all completed 20 laps? Flender's gaze had a sharp feeling that made it hard for anyone to look him in the eye. For some reason, TangSan had not seen any other teachers from the academy today, including Zhao Wujia. It seemed that only they 7 students and the dean were present in the entire academy. Oscar coughed and nodded, saying, Dean, I have finished. Flender coldly snorted. Asked about you all, not just you. Oscar turned to look at Ning Rongrong, who was also looking at him, her beautiful big eyes filled with innocence. Gritting his teeth, Oscar nodded vigorously and said, Yes, we all finished. Flender smiled. If TangSan were to evaluate his smile, the word sinister will be most appropriate. Good. Oscar, I didn't expect you to have such a spirit of camaraderie. Come here. Flender pointed to a spot in front of him. A wry smile appeared on Oscar's face, but he didn't look back at Ning Rongrong and walked up to stand before Flender. Flender slowly raised his right hand and lightly patted Oscar's shoulder, saying, I appreciate your spirit of camaraderie. Since that's the case, run another 20 laps for me, and let me see how deep your camaraderie really is. If you don't finish, you won't eat. I've sealed your soul power, so don't try to break free. Go. Oscar said nothing, merely nodded silently, and turned to run outside. Flender's gaze shifted to By, TangSan, and the others, asking, Don't you understand why I am doing this? Why I want him to keep running? By and Ma Hongjun were familiar with Flender's temperament and remained silent, while Zhu Zhuqing, with her cold disposition, simply looked at him indifferently. TangSan and Xiao Wu, however, instinctively nodded. They truly did not understand why Flender would do this. Flender still wore that somewhat chilling smile, explaining because he lied. Even if he lied for the sake of camaraderie or some other reason, it was still a lie. You are all still children. Lying is the worst virtue. I hope you understand. As he spoke, his gaze shifted from TangSan and the others to the innocent-looking Ning Rongrong, asking, Tell me, did you complete the assignment I gave you this morning? Ning Rongrong honestly shook her head, saying I didn't. The distance was too long, and I was hungry. I couldn't keep going. Flender smiled slightly and said, So, you ran to Soto City by yourself, had a big meal, and just returned after wandering around Soto City South Commercial Street, right? Ning Rongrong widened her beautiful eyes, asking, "You were watching me?" This remark caused Flinder's expression to turn cold. As the dean, I must be responsible for every student in the academy. If Oscar lied out of compassion for you, it could be understood. However, your mistake is unforgivable. Leaving the academy without permission, disregarding the academy's arrangements, and having a senior lie for you. Any one of these is not a mistake an excellent soul master should make. If this were the battlefield, your outcome would only be one: military punishment and death. Ning Rongrong frowned, the gentle expression on her face gradually fading away, her lips curling slightly, revealing a hint of disdain and contempt. This is not a battlefield. It's just a school. Flinder nodded, saying, "Indeed, this is just a school, but this is my Shrek Academy. Now, I give you two choices. 1. Pack your things and leave immediately. You do not deserve to be here. The other choice is to prove to me that you have the qualifications to stay here, of the determination not to violate the rules again." Ning Rongrong smiled. Although she was only 12 years old, she had to admit that when she smiled, she was indeed very cute and beautiful. That innocent smile, however, made one's heart race. "Flinder, who do you think you are? Just a mere soul sage." Upon hearing this, TangSan, Xiao Wu, and the others were all taken aback. They never expected that such a seemingly gentle little girl would say such words. At this point, Ning Rongrong's expression had lost its gentleness and turned into one of disdain, filled with an air of superiority. However, if they knew Ning Rongrong's true identity, they would find it quite normal, as the only little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is bound to have some princess syndrome. Flinder was not angered by her words. He smiled slightly and said, "That's right, I am just a mere soul sage. But right now you're still far from me. Even if you're the most talented of this generation in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you are ultimately just a great soul master. There is an insurmountable chasm between you and me. Since you look down on this place, please leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome students like you who do not follow the rules." Ning Rongrong sneered, "Trying to drive me away? It won't be that easy. Since I've come, I have no intention of leaving early. Flinder, I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear." Flinder smiled indifferently, looking contemptuous, saying, "If I feared any consequences, there wouldn't be this academy. This is my territory, and I make the rules." "Mubai, Dean." Dai Mubai stepped forward, his gaze towards Ning Rongrong still filled with disbelief. He vaguely understood that the Ning Rongrong before him was her true self, but yesterday she had concealed it too well. Flinder said, "You go and bring Miss Ning Rongrong's belongings from her room, and then escort her out of here. If she resists, I allow you to use any means necessary." "Flinder, you dare!" Ning Rongrong shouted, hands on her hips, this 12-year-old girl exuding an extremely fierce aura. "You're the first person to dare speak to me like this in my life." Flinder smiled ominously, saying, "Just because your father can't bear to discipline you, doesn't mean I can't. You are neither my daughter nor my treasure. In my eyes, every student here is stronger than you. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul is indeed one of the strongest among auxiliary martial souls, but unfortunately, you only bring shame to it. You're talking nonsense." Ning Rongrong's chest heaved up and down in anger. All along, she knew she was the most outstanding disciple of this generation in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. She had several older brothers, but none had broken through level 20 before the age of 12 like she did. Even her father, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, had once said she was the only genius in hundreds of years with a chance to turn the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda into the Eight Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. At this moment, Flinder's words made her feel utterly worthless, and with her pride, how could she possibly bear it? "I'm talking nonsense? Then tell me, which one of us is stronger?" Flinder said disdainfully. Ning Rongrong replied, "I am an auxiliary soul master, so I naturally cannot compare my combat power with those battle soul masters. But my role on the battlefield is much greater than theirs. With my help, the overall strength of the Spirit Master Team will be greatly enhanced." Flinder shook his finger at Ning Rongrong and said, "No, you're wrong. Everyone present here has a stronger role on the battlefield than you, because they all have the possibility of survival, while you do not. With your personality, if you were on the battlefield, you would only be cannon fodder. Impossible. Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul is unparalleled in the world. Unmatched by anyone. Why am I worse than them?" Flinder replied coldly, "Because of your heart. Because of your restlessness and arrogance. You think too highly of yourself. Even your father would not consider himself unparalleled in the world. Without excellent partners by his side, even an ordinary spirit master could defeat him. With your personality? Do you think you can find partners whom you can completely trust your back to? Ning Rongrong was stunned for a moment. Although she had some strange traits due to being spoiled since childhood, she was very intelligent. Flinder's words, though harsh, made her understand his meaning, and for a moment, she didn't know how to argue back. Flinder slowly walked in front of By and the others. Because of the verbal exchange between him and Ning Rongrong, By did not take Ning Rongrong's things. Flinder pointed to By and said, "He is 15 this year, with a white tiger martial soul, a battle-type spirit master. He has innate double pupils, is at level 37, and possesses 200-year spirit rings and 1,000-year spirit ring. He is the youngest student in Shrek Academy's history to reach the rank of spirit ancestor at the age of 13. Do you think you can break through the level 30 barrier at 13? If anyone can surpass By, it certainly isn't you." TangSan and Xiao Wu reached the level 29 Great Spirit Master standard at just 12 years of age. They are the ones who might surpass By. You were present during the battle between TangSan and Zhao Wujia. You should be well aware of the gap between a Great Spirit Master and a Spirit Saint. Although Zhao Wujia did not use all his power, the combat ability TangSan displayed was clear to you. In terms of talent, they are all stronger than you. Ning Rongrong still could not refute. Flinder was right. By, TangSan, and Xiao Wu were all stronger than her in spirit power. Flinder turned to praise Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing, saying Ma Hongjun, his age is similar to that of TangSan and Xiao Wu, entering Shrek Academy at 11 years old. Although there are flaws in his martial soul, he possesses a mutated martial soul that is a top-tier beast martial soul. In terms of martial souls alone, there are few who can compare with him across the continent. His spirit power is also not inferior to yours. And this is while he is using part of his energy to compensate for his martial soul's flaws. Zhu Zhuqing, her spirit power is comparable to yours. However, what sets her apart from you is her steadfast and persistent heart. So, Zhu Zhuqing, tell me, what is your purpose in coming to Shrek Academy? Zhu Zhuqing answered in a cold voice without hesitation, to become stronger. Flinder asked, "What will you do about the courses arranged by the Academy?" Zhu Zhuqing replied, "As long as it benefits my strength improvement, I will execute it without hesitation." Flinder said blandly, "Ning Rongrong, did you hear that? Do you think you can compare to any of them? Here, you are already the weakest existence. What qualifications do you have to be proud? I dare say, as long as you leave here, in 20 years, each of them will achieve much more than you." Ning Rongrong was unwilling. She really was not willing. What about Oscar? Surely she was stronger than him. He was just a minor food-type spirit master. After all, he couldn't be better than her, right? Flinder shook his head and said, "No. You are wrong. If you think that way, then you are gravely mistaken. Oscar's talent is even above By's. Otherwise, why would I allow him to enter the academy? Ning Rongrong, I only ask you one question. Have you ever seen a food-type martial soul with innate full spirit power?" Ning Rongrong's face turned pale. "No, this is impossible. How could an auxiliary-type martial soul have innate full spirit power? In the world of spirit masters, those with innate full spirit power are rare, but they do exist. However, auxiliary-type martial souls have never appeared before." Ning Rongrong believed she was exceptionally gifted because her martial soul reached level 9 upon awakening, just one step away from innate full spirit power. This was already considered the best among auxiliary-type martial souls. She never expected that the somewhat handsome but creepy Uncle Oscar would actually have innate full spirit power. Flinder said indifferently, "Oscar is an unprecedented existence. His future achievements are limitless. He may even replace your 7-treasure glazed tile school's position among auxiliary spirit masters. You may not believe what I say, but I can assure you that this is very likely." Ning Rongrong stood there in a daze. From childhood, she had grown up under the care of everyone around her. And being a genius, she was spoiled to the extreme. She always believed that she was the most outstanding and most talented one. Even if her current strength wasn't strong enough, it was only due to her age. When she saw the battle between TangSan and Zhao Wujia, Ning Rongrong was already shocked, but subconsciously she still separated herself from TangSan. After all, everyone's martial soul training did not follow the same path. However, every word Flinder said at this moment was like a sword piercing her heart, completely shattering the proudest things in her heart. Ning Rongrong's face looked somewhat pale, and suddenly she cried out, turning and running towards her dormitory. Flinder revealed a smug smile, thinking to himself, "If I can't handle a 12-year-old girl, then I don't deserve the title of Golden Iron Triangle." By looked at the smile on Flinder's face and tentatively asked, "Dean, should I help her pack her things?" Flinder glared at him and said, "Do you really want her to leave?" Although Ning Rongrong is a bit spoiled, her nature isn't bad. Let her think it through herself. Go call Oscar back and tell him I've lifted his punishment, and let him comfort Ning Rongrong. Oh, By replied, and turned to find Oscar. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire Flender even more. By also came from a prominent family and naturally knew how terrifying the status of the seven-treasure glazed tile school was on the continent. There were only about 10 titled Douluos across the entire Douluo Continent, and the seven-treasure glazed tile school accounted for 2 of them. Such strength even made the royal families of the 2 great empires treat the head of the seven-treasure glazed tile school with respect. Yet Flender dared to reprimand the most favored little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school without fear of power. This was not something that could be explained simply by courage. In fact, how could By know that this dean had a letter from the head of the seven-treasure glazed tile school in his pocket? A letter that could be used as a sort of authority? Otherwise, would Flender really be so unrestrained? Xiao Wu secretly stuck out her tongue, not expecting that Ning Rongrong's personality would be like this. Yesterday, when she was with Ning Rongrong, she always felt a sense of intimacy. But now she realized that Ning Rongrong's personality was even more domineering than her own. Flender clasped his hands behind his back and said, "All right, prepare to leave. You have all seen the outcome of Ning Rongrong and Oscar. If you want to stay here to cultivate, you must follow the Academy's rules. Attend every class properly. My words here are orders. Next, you will begin your first class at Shrek. Each of you will complete your own course. And don't blame me for not stating this in advance. If you don't do well enough, you will suffer the consequences." By quickly returned, nodded to Flender, indicating that he had sent Oscar to comfort Ning Rongrong. Flender waved his hand and said, "Come out, follow me." After saying that, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and swiftly darted out, heading toward the direction of the academy. Everyone hurried to keep up with Flender at a rather quick pace, and at this moment, the gap in strength among the 5 students became apparent. Right behind Flender was the one with the deepest soul power, the evil-eye white tiger, By. Following By was not TangSan, but the girl in black, Zhu Zhuqing. TangSan's ghost shadow perplexing is superior in its intricacy, but in terms of straight-line distance, he is not as good as Zhu Zhuqing, the soul master. Therefore, he ranks tied for 3rd with Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun is in the last position, but he is not far behind TangSan. Throughout the journey, Flender did not say a word, and TangSan and the others remained silent as well, still reflecting on the conversation between Flender and Ning Rongrong earlier. Soon, TangSan realized that Flender's destination was indeed Soto City. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City is not far, and just as they were approaching the southern city gate of Soto City, Flender slowed down to let the 5 students catch up. Soto City is located within the borders of the Barak Kingdom and is not threatened by any outside forces, so the city gates are open around the clock. The 6 of them smoothly entered the city. Although it was already dark, Soto City seemed to have just woken up, even more lively than during the day. The streets were lined with brightly lit shops, and various small vendors that only operated at night had also found their usual spots to sell snacks and small items. TangSan and Xiao Wu had stayed in Soto City for 2 days, but they had not gone out at night. TangSan was relatively okay, while Xiao Wu was eagerly looking around, quietly approaching interesting things to take a closer look. If it weren't for TangSan always holding on to her, she might have gotten lost. Zhu Zhuqing still had a cold expression, seemingly unaffected by everything outside, her gaze fixed on Flender in front of her, not influenced by the outside world at all. Bai's eyes were restrained, showing his calm side, almost identical to Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor. But his face lacked that layer of frost, appearing very natural. On the other hand, Ma Hongjuan's eyes were a bit overwhelmed. Although he wasn't as interested in everything as Xiao Wu, his eyes were darting around, targeting the most distinctive features of the women on the street. From 6 years old to 60, Ma Hongjun missed no one, and once he spotted a woman with a fuller figure, he immediately gulped. Fortunately, he was at the back of the group, and the others didn't notice his current state. Flender suddenly stopped, looked at the sky, and muttered to himself, "There's still some time. Follow me." Saying this, Flender led the 5 into an inconspicuous tea shop by the street, and the 6 of them sat around a round table. Flender ordered 6 cups of the cheapest tea. Xiao Wu frowned at the cup of tea filled with tea foam and asked, "Director, our first class won't be held here, right?" Flender replied, "Of course not. The place where you will have class is over there." While speaking, he raised his hand and pointed outside. Following his finger, TangSan's saw a large, tall building not far from the tea shop. From their angle, they could only see that the building was nearly 100 meters tall, immense and deep in the night. Faint lights flickered from within that huge building. Bai's expression changed slightly, and he whispered, "Director, are you really taking them there on the first day?" Flinder replied lightly, "Remember, you're all monsters, not ordinary people. Since you are monsters, you need to have a monster's way of cultivation." At this point, he paused and said solemnly, "Your martial souls are all different, and each has its own cultivation method. What the Academy can teach you is how to better utilize your martial souls, help you obtain better soul rings, gain more practical experience, and maximize your potential. The rest consists of knowledge about martial souls and the situation of soul masters on the continent. Among all the things you need to learn, the most important is practical experience. For the same level and strength, the amount of practical experience will determine the key to victory or defeat. Only through continuous practical battles can you enhance your adaptability in combat as much as possible. Therefore, your first class is practical combat, and that place is your classroom." Bai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances. Ma Hongjun dared not speak, while Bai revealed a sense of helplessness in his eyes. They both clearly knew what kind of place it was. TangSan, Xiaowu, and the cold Zhu Zhuqing all showed expressions of confusion. Flinder continued, "Only cities at the level of a main city can have buildings like this. Its scale can be said to be a symbol of whether a city or even a country's strength is robust. Such a building is called a Great Soul Arena, named after the city it is located in. Therefore, the one in front of you is called the Soto Great Soul Arena. The so-called Great Soul Arena is a place for martial soul battles, where soul masters compete, whether it is the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire. There is a saying that the soul arena determines the rise and fall of a nation." TangSan frowned and said, "Dean, isn't being a soul master the noblest profession? Why is there a place like the Great Soul Arena, where it's like watching monkeys perform in martial soul competitions?" Flinder shook his head and said, "Although I also don't like places like the Great Soul Arena, I have to admit that it is definitely an important venue that reflects the value of soul masters. You're thinking too simply. The Great Soul Arena has its own complete system and can be considered a special force. It was jointly established by the 7 most prestigious soul master families in the continent and is not affiliated with the 2 great empires or the Spirit Hall. It can be said to be a third-party force. It is as rich as a country. A soul master who becomes famous in the Great Soul Arena will become a shining star throughout the nation, not only gaining huge benefits, but also great prestige. Moreover, the Great Soul Arena is a relatively fair place. Here, even if you kill the heir of a major family, you don't have to worry about retaliation. This is its fairness." Chapter 96. The 3-5 combination. At this point, Flinder's eyes sparkled with brilliant light. The rank of a martial soul is a symbol of a soul master's strength, and soul rings are the best expression of this. However, this does not represent a soul master's true ability. Only the titles earned through personal effort in the Great Soul Arena are the best reflection of one's strength. Any level of soul master entering the Great Soul Arena is represented simply by the term soul fighting. After winning the first match, they will receive a badge, and thereafter, each victory will earn a certain number of points. When the points reach a certain level, the badge's rank will increase. This badge symbolizes the rank within the Great Soul Arena and is universally applicable in all main cities of the continent. The benefits of having a high-level badge are numerous, and I won't go into detail about them. The badge levels are distinguished according to the quality of minerals, with the lowest being the Iron Badge, or Iron Soul Fighting, followed by Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond, totaling 8 levels. At this point, Flinder's gaze swept over the 5 people in front of him. "Your task is to obtain at least a Silver Soul Fighting Badge before graduation. Do you understand? Don't think that obtaining a Silver Soul Fighting Badge is an easy task. Bai and Hongjun have been participating in practical battles here for more than a year. Bai, tell them what the requirements are for upgrading the badge level here, as well as your battle records." As he spoke, Flinder calmly took a sip of the poor-quality tea in front of him. He had founded Shrek Academy for 20 years and naturally knew the most effective educational methods for students. That is to spark their interest, whatever they do. If there is interest involved, everything will be twice as effective. Those selected for Shrek Academy are undoubtedly monstrous children. These so-called monsters or geniuses cannot be educated with conventional methods. Bai said, "I started participating in the Soto Great Soul Arena battles at level 29. I have fought a total of 56 matches, with a current record of 29 wins and 27 losses. I currently have 2 points. To upgrade from Iron Soul Fighting to Copper Soul Fighting, 100 points are needed. Each victory earns 1 point, but losing a match deducts 1 point. If you achieve more than 5 consecutive wins, each additional win will increase your points by 10. If you have 10 consecutive wins, The next victory will add 100 points. Even if you achieve enough points to advance to Copper Soul Fighting, if your points drop below 100, you will lose your qualification for Copper Soul Fighting. To upgrade from Copper Soul Fighting to Silver Soul Fighting, 1,000 points are needed. In battles between Copper Soul Fighters, each win grants 10 points, and each loss deducts 10 points. The point accumulation rules for consecutive wins are the same as for Iron Soul Fighting. TangSan had some understanding of Douluo strength. Hearing his words, he was surprised. Douluo, with your strength, you only have 29 wins and 27 losses? How is that possible? Your martial soul should be one of the stronger beast martial souls. Douluo smiled wryly and said, nothing is impossible. The Great Soul Arena is not an easy place to navigate. There are 3 types of battles here. One is the competitive type, which is for sparring and prohibits killing. The second is life and death battles, used to resolve irreconcilable disputes. And the last is gambling battles. The Great Soul Arena serves as the referee, and both sides send out the same number of soul masters to compete, with the winner taking everything in the wager. Gambling battles are essentially life and death battles. Many nobles and clans often use this method when they have significant conflicts. The forms of competition are also 3 types: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. For group battles, the number of participants on both sides is negotiated and usually limited to 7 to 10 people according to the rules of the Great Soul Arena. As they approached the Great Soul Arena, Flinder briefly explained some remaining details to TangSan and the others. Upon entering the Great Soul Arena, the first thing that caught their eyes was a huge stone tablet engraved with countless names. Flinder told TangSan and the others that these names were all of the deceased from soul fighting battles. Registering for soul fighting here is very simple. You just need to fill out a form that includes your name, age, place of birth, and martial soul to receive the initial Iron Soul Fighting badge. Of course, registration also requires each person to pay a fee of 10 gold coins. At the same time, there's also a soul power test similar to that of the Spirit Hall to determine each person's level. Douluo told everyone that every time they come to participate in the soul fighting, they must first undergo a soul power test to determine their opponents. Flinder naturally wouldn't register for them, so TangSan, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing each completed their registration. What impressed TangSan was that the staff responsible for registration did not mock or show any surprise at their young age. They maintained a professional demeanor and worked very efficiently. From this simple detail, it was clear that the Great Soul Arena was not an ordinary place. After registration, they had to proceed to the soul fighting ranking. Flinder took them to the gambling-type soul fighting area, briefly instructed Douluo, and then went straight into the arena. Douluo informed TangSan and the others that in the Great Soul Arena, one could only participate in the main soul fighting arena if they had won 5 consecutive matches, had a high enough rank of the soul fighting badge, or had a very high rank as a soul master. As newcomers, they could only fight in the sub-arena. Winning a match in the Iron Soul Fighting would earn them 10 gold coins, while losing would yield no reward. Soon, the 5 of them were ranked. Since they came together, they were all placed in the 14th sub-arena of the gambling area. However, Douluo's opponent was a Soul Zune level, while the opponents of TangSan and the other 4 were merely Great Soul Master level. The entire Great Soul Arena gave TangSan a dazzling feeling. Here, the various allocations were very detailed. There were 24 sub-arenas, and each sub-arena was divided into different areas, including the gambling area and the life and death area. Each further divided into 3 modes: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Therefore, a sub-arena had 6 isolated platforms. As for the betting fights, according to Douluo, regardless of the level, all betting fights would take place in the main arena. The operation model of the Great Soul Arena had long reached a very coordinated level. Different soul fighting areas had different ticket prices. For instance, the 1-on-1 matches in the gambling-type sub-arena that TangSan and the others were about to participate in had the cheapest tickets and the fewest spectators. The soul masters participating in the soul fighting were uniformly arranged in a spacious room to rest and wait for their turn. In the resting area, the arrival of TangSan and the others immediately attracted the attention of other soul masters. After all, they were very young. However, no one mocked them. Everyone was meditating, trying to keep themselves in the best state while waiting for the upcoming soul fighting. Xiaowu sat next to TangSan and whispered, "Brother, I just asked Douluo. Although each soul master can only participate in 1 gambling match per day, they can participate in different types at the same time. We are both at level 29, and it should not be difficult to win at this level. How about we also sign up for a 2-on-2 soul fighting to meet the points requirement earlier? What do you think?" TangSan smiled slightly and said, "No problem. After all, we're here to improve our practical combat experience, and gaining more battle experience is always good. He then shared his and Xiao Wu's thoughts with By, who naturally did not oppose it. It was as if he was reminded by them, and his gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing. Unfortunately, their martial souls were not on the same level, so it was impossible to form a team for a 2-on-2 soul battle, and he could only give up on that idea. By said, Xiao-san, you take Xiao Wu to sign up for the 2-on-2 match. The battle here should still take a while. TangSan nodded. Before entering, he had already seen the location of the 2v2 registration area. He temporarily left the 1v1 arena with Xiao Wu and headed to the 2v2 arena to register. The registration fee was 10 gold coins, and for each victory, they would receive a total of 10 gold coins. The staff officially collected the fee from TangSan and Xiao Wu, since they were already registered at their levels. They only needed to show their Iron Soul badge and did not have to fill out anything else. Please give your team a name. A name? TangSan and Xiao Wu exchanged a glance, realizing that in both the 2v2 and team battles, they needed to come up with a name for their duo to facilitate the introduction by the Soul Arena host. TangSan thought for a moment and said, let's call it the Samuel combination. He took his name and Xiao Wu's name, as it didn't really mean much anyway. Alright, the Samuel combination has been registered. TangSan and Xiao Wu's Iron Soul badge had an additional line of 4 characters carved on it, reading San Wu combination. However, Wu was mistakenly carved as 5. Hey, that's not right. It's Wu, not 5, Xiao Wu complained. The staff member coldly replied, who told you not to clarify? To change the combination name, you need to re-register the Iron Soul badge, and all previously achieved records will be erased. Just as Xiao Wu was about to argue, Bai's voice suddenly came through. Xiao Wu, your one-on-one soul fight is about to start. Hurry up and come over. TangSan patted Xiao Wu's shoulder and said, forget it. The 3-5 combination is just a name after all. Xiao Wu made a face at the staff member before running towards the one-on-one battle arena. The matchups in the one-on-one battle arena are determined by drawing lots. While other soul masters are battling, those waiting can choose to watch or rest. Each area of the battle arena has designated spots for participating soul masters to watch the matches, located very close to the battle platform. Xiao Wu was the first among the 5 of them to take the stage, and naturally, TangSan and the others chose to watch. Led by the staff, they arrived at a special area below the audience stands, right beside the battle platform, allowing them to see the entire arena. Although it was a divided battle arena, it was still quite large, with a diameter of 20 meters, providing enough space for soul masters to display their skills. Unfortunately, the audience near the one-on-one battle platform in this divided arena was not very large, with only about 1/5 of the seats filled. On the battle platform, a middle-aged man in a tailcoat stood in the center, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, next, we will have the first match of the one-on-one battle in our 14 battle arena. The participants are 2 great soul masters, the Battle Soul Master Xiao Wu, who possesses the Beast Martial Soul, the Jade Rabbit, and the Battle Soul Master Bao, who has won 2 consecutive matches and possesses the Beast Martial Soul. The Ironhorn Bull. Will Master Bao continue his glorious streak with a 3rd consecutive win? Or will the newcomer, Battle Soul Master Xiao Wu, emerge victorious? Let's wait and see. Now, let us welcome both great soul masters to the stage. The audience and stands had sparse cheers, with only a few calling out Bao's name, while most appeared disinterested. A tall and robust figure quickly stepped onto the battle platform. This person stood at an astonishing height of about 2 meters, with broad shoulders and a back covered in muscles resembling granite. His dark skin had bulging veins, like dark blue snakes winding across his bare upper body. His eyes, like bronze bells, gleamed with fierce light. As he entered the stage, he let out a deafening roar, exuding a formidable presence. Chapter 97. Hammer Martial Soul, no need to ask. This was a power-type Battle Soul Master, belonging to the same category as the unmoved King, Zhao Wujia. Ma Hongjun, sitting beside TangSan, whispered, this big guy looks pretty strong. Do you think Xiao Wu can handle it? TangSan smiled calmly and said, just wait and see. Xiao Wu's soul skills do fear power-type soul masters, but that is only when the opponent's strength far exceeds hers. At the same level, power-type Battle Soul Masters will just be. Before he could finish his sentence, the youthful and excited Xiao Wu had already jumped onto the stage, dressed in a white top and pink pants, her figure clearly not yet developed. Her adorable and youthful face immediately attracted a lot of attention from the audience. How old is this girl? What did the host just say? That she's a great soul master? That can't be true. Similar doubts echoed in the stands. The audience always sympathized with the weak, And with Xiao Wu's appearance being much more appealing than the iron-horned bull soul master opposite her, she immediately gained the support of the majority of the spectators. Bao was taken aback when he saw Xiao Wu and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, are you in the wrong place? You shouldn't be here. Hurry back home." Xiao Wu smiled. Although she was only 12 years old, when her innocent smile appeared on her face, it still held a strong impact, especially on simple-minded power-type guys like Bao, stirring up their protective instincts. "Sister, just get down. It would be bad if you get hurt. Look at you, so delicate. I can't bear it." Bao felt a bit troubled and clumsily tried to make Xiao Wu admit defeat. Xiao Wu frowned slightly and twisted her slender waist. "You big man, so fidgety. Why so much nonsense? Hurry up and use your martial soul. Don't say I didn't warn you." Just as Bao was about to say something, Xiao Wu, who was usually not gentle-tempered, couldn't hold back any longer and dashed towards him. Xiao Wu's speed was very fast, covering the distance of over 10 meters in an instant. With a light jump, she lifted off the ground and kicked towards Bao's neck. Defense was one of the strongest abilities of power-type soul masters. Seeing Xiao Wu's seemingly light kick coming towards him, the honest Bao didn't dodge. He thought to himself that this little girl didn't understand the situation, coming to participate in the soul fight at such a young age. Let her hit a few times, and when she gets tired, she'll naturally leave. However, before Bao could even finish this thought, the soul fight was already over. Xiao Wu's foot landed on Bao's sturdy neck with a force lighter than he had imagined. Instead of bouncing off, her toes hooked around his neck, while her other foot lifted and pressed against his solid chest. A pink glow surged forth, and 2 sparkling yellow rings appeared around Xiao Wu, proving her identity as a great soul master to all the spectators. On the soul master stand, when TangSan's saw Xiao Wu's right foot accurately hook onto Bao's neck, he couldn't help but smile faintly and softly said 2 words, "Goodbye." Xiao Wu activated her first soul ring ability, the waist bow. Bao felt a great force coming from both his chest and the back of his neck. And with Xiao Wu's side flip, he was sent soaring into the air as if riding on clouds. Immediately after landing, Xiao Wu took a step forward and jumped up to meet Bao's falling body, her feet accurately clamping around his waist. She twisted her slim waist, spinning in midair, and executed a throw that sent Bao's body flying out at an angle, bouncing off the protective ropes at the edge of the fighting stage, and falling directly beneath the platform with a dull thud. The entire 14-minute one-on-one fighting arena fell into silence. Not only the audience, but even the host, who had previously been speaking, was left with his mouth agape. No one expected such a quick ending to the soul fight, with the victor being the seemingly teenage girl. The entire process was not only swift, but Xiao Wu's waist bow looked so graceful against a large opponent like Bao, who didn't even have time to use his martial soul before the soul fight concluded. Due to Bao's politeness, Xiao Wu didn't use much soul power in her attack, and with his decent defense, he was now shakily getting up from the ground. "Sister, you're really amazing. I lost." Bao was an honest man, but not foolish. In that instant of Xiao Wu's strength, he realized her soul power far surpassed his own, as his own soul power was at level 25. With the gap in soul power, combined with the girl's strange skills, he knew that even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't win. Xiao Wu snappily replied, "What sister? You should call me Xiao Wu Jia. Don't you know that the capable are to be respected?" "Oh, Xiao Wu Jia," Bao obediently called out. His face flushed as he walked away. On the soul master stand, TangSan's couldn't help but smile at Xiao Wu's words. This girl had the spirit of a big sister coming back. Suddenly, cheers erupted as if on cue. A beautiful girl who was also so powerful instantly captured everyone's attention, and the applause thundered. Xiao Wu smiled and waved at the stand. The host also reacted quickly, rushing to the fighting stage and announcing loudly, "The great soul master Xiao Wu wins, record, 1 win, 0 losses. Bao's record, 21 wins, 14 losses. Great master Xiao Wu, please go for score registration after stepping down." The pace of the competition was very fast, perhaps because Xiao Wu's battle with Bao showcased a brief moment of excitement. The audience in the stands became interested. However, what TangSan's and the others did not expect was that the second soul fight would be an internal battle of Shrek Academy, with the opposing sides being TangSan's and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing merely glanced at TangSan's before heading to the soul fight passage. Just as TangSan's was about to follow, he was grabbed by By on the shoulder. By displayed a hint of embarrassment and whispered, "Brother, take it easy." TangSan's smiled faintly and nodded at him, which allowed By to let him go, and he entered the arena through the soul fighting channel. Two unfamiliar faces appeared, and among them was a beautiful girl whose look were not inferior to Xiao Wu's. Before the soul fight began, cheers erupted from the stands. The host briefly introduced the names and martial souls of both sides, then signaled for the soul fight to begin. "Please," TangSan's said politely, making a gesture of courtesy towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing coldly replied, "Please give it your all, TangSan. Let me see the gap between us." TangSan and Zhao Wujia fought, and she was present at the scene. Naturally, she understood that she could not be TangSan's opponent. But what she wanted to know more was the extent of the gap between herself and TangSan, both being great soul masters. Unlike the previous match, as soon as this soul battle began, both sides unleashed their martial souls. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes changed color simultaneously. Her left eye was dark green. Her right eye was clear blue. A pair of cute cat ears perked up slightly, and her 10 fingers flicked lightly, sharp claws shooting out like spikes. Her body crouched down, coldly staring at TangSan as if looking at her prey. 2 yellow soul rings appeared simultaneously around her, and the cold and sharp aura gave a suffocating feeling. Soul rings of the same color also appeared around TangSan, with blue-black vines spreading along the ground, moving like blue-black snakes, covering an area with a diameter of over 10 meters around TangSan, almost occupying half of the soul battle arena. TangSan watched Zhu Zhuqing with a calm demeanor, not in the least bit anxious. Although the match had not yet begun, he already knew he had won. As a control-type soul master, he inherently countered Zhu Zhuqing's agility-based attacks, especially on the arena, where Zhu Zhuqing's nimbleness could not be fully unleashed. From the very beginning, there was no suspense in this battle. As the blue-silver grass spread toward him, Zhu Zhuqing realized she could no longer wait. Her body suddenly leaped up, accompanied by a series of afterimages, charging directly at TangSan. At this moment, all the spectators clearly saw that when Zhu Zhuqing entered the range of the blue-silver grass, the grass around them stood upright simultaneously, forming a massive cage that enveloped both TangSan and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's first soul ring lit up almost simultaneously with TangSan's. The ghostly shadow strike activated, and in mid-air, Zhu Zhuqing's claws suddenly extended, her body transforming rapidly as her speed doubled, darting diagonally toward TangSan. Seeing her approach, TangSan merely made a simple movement to sidestep. His eyes were now shrouded in a layer of purple, and perhaps to others, Zhu Zhuqing's figure was hard to discern. But having trained with hidden weapons for so long, how could he not see clearly with his purple extreme magic eye? Just as the ghostly shadow strike was about to land, TangSan's body slipped out of Zhu Zhuqing's attack range. The claws sliced through the air, nearly grazing TangSan's body. But Zhu Zhuqing did not have the opportunity to activate her second soul ring skill, already lying in wait. The blue-silver grass surged in to encircle her as her momentum waned. The first soul ring skill of blue-silver grass, entangling, activated. A large quantity of blue-silver grass tightly bound Zhu Zhuqing's body. Since they were allies, TangSan did not use the poisonous thorns on the blue-silver grass. He merely restrained Zhu Zhuqing. However, the paralysis included in the first soul ring still caused a sudden drop in her soul power fluctuations, and the battle between the two ended in that brief moment. Control type counters agility type. Your attacks are not enough to break through my martial soul's control ability. TangSan gently released the blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhuqing remained as cold as ever. TangSan knew she understood. She simply did not expect him to win so effortlessly. At this moment, she was fully aware that the reason TangSan could entangle with Zhao Wujia for so long was not solely due to the intricacy of his hidden weapons. His timing in battle was equally formidable, and she had no chance against him. "I lost." After dropping those simple 3 words, she immediately turned and left the stage, as quickly as she had come. Of course, this did not mean that TangSan was necessarily stronger than Zhu Zhuqing. Agility-type soul masters were meant to lurk in the shadows. Ambush, assassination, and reconnaissance were their specialties. Such a direct arena battle was inherently unfair for agility-type soul masters. If this had been in a complex terrain, it would not have been so easy for TangSan to defeat Zhu Zhuqing. When TangSan walked out of the soul master passage, Xiao Wu was waiting there for him. After a simple score registration, the two did not return to the one-on-one soul master viewing area. They still had a 2-on-2 soul fight to participate in. The draw had already been completed, and TangSan asked about it. He and Xiao Wu would still have 2 matches before it was their turn. They did not go to watch the matches, as the previous battles, although quick, still consumed some soul power. so they simply rested in the preparation area. The duration of the 2-on-2 soul fights seemed to be much longer than that of the 1-on-1 fights, and by the time it was their turn to take the stage, both of their soul powers had fully recovered to their best state. Following the soul master passage to the fighting stage, TangSan first observed his surroundings briefly. The audience seats for the 2-on-2 match were at least half full, with more popularity than the 1-on-1 side. Their opponents were already waiting for them on the fighting stage. The 2-on-2 fighting stage was twice as large as the 1-on-1 stage, as the number of soul masters was doubled, requiring more space for display. At this moment, the host on stage was announcing the soul master teams. In the fifth match of the 2-on-2, the Iron Blood team would face the 3-5 team. As soon as they took the stage, Xiao Wu couldn't help but mutter, "Why is it again a team of power-type soul masters? Can't we have something fresh?" TangSan and Xiao Wu's opponents were two young men, both around 18 or 19 years old, with leopard-like heads and ringed eyes, looking remarkably similar to each other. Their muscular builds were no less impressive than that of the previous Ironhorn Bull Soul Master. Although they weren't bare-chested, their exposed, strong arms showcased their strength. The Iron Blood duo was somewhat incredulous upon seeing two kids take the stage and rub their eyes in disbelief. The host was also momentarily taken aback. But the battle had to continue. Clearly, those standing here possessed corresponding soul levels. It seemed that our Sanwu duo was indeed young and promising. The match began. The surprise on the faces of the Iron Blood brothers lasted only a brief moment. They quickly regained their composure, stepping back instead of advancing, both moving steadily backward. They simultaneously let out a low growl, their movements synchronized as if they were one person. A rich gray light surged from their right hands, and identical weapons appeared in their grasp. Seeing these weapons, TangSan couldn't help but be momentarily stunned, as he was all too familiar with the weapon in the hands of the Iron Blood duo. It was precisely the forging hammer he often used at the blacksmith shop. Of course, the forging hammers in the hands of the Iron Blood brothers were somewhat different from the one he usually used. They were larger in size and had intricate patterns on them, with two yellow 100-year soul beast rings pulsating on each. Chapter 98. The beast combination BB Dong arrived at the battle arena with her 7 team members and introduced, "This is the Soto Battle Arena." The battles here are divided into 3 categories. 1 is the sparring type, which involves mutual practice, prohibiting any lethal force. The second is the life and death fight, used to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The last type is the gambling fight. The Great Battle Arena serves as the referee, with both sides of the wager sending out an equal number of soul masters to compete, and the final winner will take everything from the wager. The gambling fight is essentially a life and death fight. Many nobles and clans often resort to this method when significant conflicts arise between them. The formats of the matches are also 3 types: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. The number of participants in group battles is negotiated, and according to the rules of the Great Battle Arena, it generally falls within the limit of 7 to 10 people. Titan didn't quite understand and couldn't help scratching his head, saying, "Third brother, what is your teacher talking about? I don't quite get it." Tang Chuan explained. The teacher means that this is a place where human soul masters can fight freely without being bound by most rules. And even killing the opposing soul master will not be punished. Is there such a good thing? Titan and Niu Gao's eyes lit up. Wow, this is truly a rare opportunity. They already hated humans, and although Tang Chuan was mediating, plus they wanted to see Xiao Wu, they temporarily joined the Spirit Hall's team. Now, having the chance to openly kill humans, how could they not be delighted? However, if the opponent surrenders, they cannot kill them. Tang Chuan reminded them. If they kill them after they surrender, it would be considered a foul. Niu Gao and Titan nodded, indicating they understood. As they entered the Great Soul Arena, the first thing that caught their eye was a huge stone tablet, densely engraved with names. Tang Chuan told Hulaina that these names belonged to the deceased in the soul battles. So pitiful, Hulaina sympathized. BB Dong coldly responded. No one forced them to come here to fight. They're doing it for themselves, so there's nothing to pity. Teacher, Hulaina hesitated to speak. Registering for soul battles here is very simple. One only needs to fill out a form including their name, age, birthplace, and martial soul to receive the initial Iron Soul badge. Of course, registration also requires each person to pay 10 gold coins as a registration fee. After registering, they need to undergo soul battle ranking. BB Dong took them to the game-type soul battle area, briefly instructed Tang Chuan a few things, and then went straight into the soul battle arena herself. Tang Chuan Dao. In the main arena of the soul fighting contest, one can only participate in battles if they have won 5 consecutive matches, have a sufficiently high soul badge level, or at a very high Soul Master level. Newcomers like them can only compete in the sub-arena. Winning a match in the Iron Soul Fighting Contest earns 10 gold coins, while losing yields no reward. Here, the distribution is very detailed. There are said to be 24 sub-arena venues, each of which is divided into different areas, including the gaming zone and the life and death zone. Each category is further divided into 3 formats: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Therefore, a sub-fighting area has 6 isolated platforms. There is still some time in this battle zone. Let us go register for the 2-person battle first. The group of 7 arrived at the registration desk. Titan patted Niugao as shoulder. Brother, we're going to fight side by side again. Xiao Chuan, let us team up. Hulaina hugged Tang Chuan and cheerfully entered their information. Beside them, Su Yuexin clenched her fists. She was dressed beautifully today, with long hair cascading down and wearing a red pleated skirt that contrasted with her fair skin, making her particularly eye-catching, but she was still outpaced by Hulaina. At this moment, Xiaoyu, dressed in a white suit, walked over and stuttered. Su Yuexin, can I invite you to register with me? Of course. Su Yuexin shot a resentful look at Hulaina. She didn't mind using Hulaina as brother, Xiaoyu, to achieve her own goals. Wait a minute. What about me? What about me? Yin looked confused. You all teamed up, what about me? Titan patted Yin's shoulder. Big brother, good luck to you. Yin woo-woo. Soon, the draw ended. Tang Chuan inquired and found out that he and Hulaina would not battle for another 2 matches, so they didn't go to watch. After all, it would be their turn soon, and they took a brief rest in the preparation area. The time for 2-on-2 matches seemed to be much longer than that of 1-on-1 matches. By the time it was their turn to go on stage, both of their soul powers had fully recovered. Following the soul master passage to the fighting stage, Tang Chuan quickly observed his surroundings. The audience seats for the 2-on-2 match were at least half full, which was more popular than the 1-on-1 matches. Their opponents were already waiting for them on the fighting stage. The 2-on-2 arena was twice the size of the 1-on-1 arena, after all, as the number of soul masters was doubled, requiring more space to maneuver. At this moment, the host on stage was announcing the soul master teams. In the 5th match of the 2-on-2, the Beast Frenzy team faced the Sacred Hall team. As soon as they stepped onto the stage, Tang Chuan reminded, they are power-type battle soul masters. Sister Nana, you must be careful. Tang Chuan and Hulaina's opponents were 2 young men in their 20s, both with sturdy builds and strikingly similar appearances, as robust as a bear. The beastly duo was somewhat incredulous when they saw that 2 children had come to the stage, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. The host was momentarily taken aback, but the soul fight had to continue. Clearly, those standing here possessed corresponding soul ring levels. It seemed that our trio had truly achieved remarkable things at a young age. The match began. The surprise on the faces of the beastly duo lasted only a brief moment before they quickly returned to normal, even bursting into wild laughter. They took a step back steadily, moving not forward but backward, and simultaneously let out a low growl, their actions wild like 2 hungry beasts. At the same time, a brownish-yellow light and a bluish-gray light erupted from their bodies. Once their martial spirits manifested, Tang Chuan recognized them. Their martial spirits were the bluish-gray bear and the rock boar, both powerful strength-type martial spirits. Interesting, but I mustn't offend Sister Nana. Tang Chuan smiled faintly, and the 3rd soul ring on his body flickered. This was a 1,000-year soul ring, and an invisible mental shockwave surged forth, striking the beastly duo who had manifested their martial spirits. In the eyes of the audience, it looked as if Tang Chuan had merely glared at the beastly duo, yet they were sent flying by an invisible force, blood spurting uncontrollably. Cough, 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 what exactly are you? The elder brother of the beastly duo hadn't finished speaking when blood gushed from his eyes, nose, and mouth. His younger brother fared even worse, having already fainted from excessive blood loss. Regarding the beastly duo's predicament, Tang Chuan contemplated that he should consider a more domineering nickname for himself in future battles as a soul master, as it was indeed very effective. He recalled that TangSan's nickname seemed to be Thousand-Handed Azura, so he decided his would be Infernal Azura, and Hulaina could be called Nine-Tailed Fox. Quite good. Morning. TangSan woke up from his training, and the habit of practicing the purple magic every morning had formed a biological clock for him. Oscar didn't sleep today, but was instead training, though he hadn't fully woken up yet. TangSan quietly left the dormitory, floated up to the rooftop, and began his daily practice. After a night of rest, some internal injuries from yesterday had mostly healed, and although his internal organs still ached slightly, it was not serious. He would be fully recovered in a day or 2. While practicing the purple magic, The battle process with the Iron Dragon and Iron Tiger brothers from yesterday surfaced in TangSan's mind, especially their final strike. Their martial spirits unleashed, tracking the opponent's attack, and striking with all their might. Despite their soul power being lower than his, they managed to injure him. If they had faced him head-on, he might have suffered severe damage. Although that was the Iron Brother soul skill, the techniques involved didn't seem too difficult to execute. He also had a hammer. What would happen if he applied such an attacking method to his hammer? Although TangSan's hammer did not have a soul skill attached, he was certain it was much heavier than the Iron Brothers' hammers. As for tracking the enemy's movements with the right angle, he could achieve it using the control crane and capture dragon technique. It would be like using his hammer as a hidden weapon. Unfortunately, the two martial spirits couldn't be used simultaneously. Otherwise, wrapping the blue-silver grass around the hammer's handle would turn it into a meteor hammer, wouldn't it? After considering this, TangSan decided to find time to test whether he could use his hammer's martial spirit this way, how to channel his power, how to throw the hammer, and what techniques to use. All of this required practical experimentation and repeated practice. It wasn't feasible now, as the black hammer consumed a lot of soul power, and his injuries hadn't fully healed. Reckless practice could lead to further injury. After finishing his practice with the purple magic eye, TangSan practiced some hidden weapon techniques and then went to eat breakfast. He was the earliest to rise, and by the time he finished breakfast, By had a gloomy face when he arrived at the dining hall. He merely nodded at TangSan and didn't say much. After By, the third to appear was Xiao Wu, followed by Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. TangSan reassured Xiao Wu that he was fine, and she then relaxed and sat down to eat. Ma Hongjun looked refreshed, as if he had lost a few pounds. Although he was boisterous, he was perceptive enough to notice Bai's gloomy demeanor, so he didn't dare say much and hurriedly finished his breakfast. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, they did not come to the dining hall. "Fatty, you're not going out tonight, right?" After breakfast, Bai suddenly spoke. Ma Hongjun nodded and said softly, "The evil fire has almost subsided. I shouldn't go out for the next couple of days." Bai replied, "That's good. Stay in the dorm tonight. I need to go out. I'm looking for that pair of twins from last time." Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened. "Boss are you eating meat? Do I get any soup?" Bai replied irritably, "Such things should be mutual. A forced relationship is not sweet." When he said this, he deliberately glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, although he felt that no one would believe it. Zhu Zhuqing, however, showed no reaction, as if she hadn't heard their conversation at all. The cold girl was just sipping the rice soup in front of her. The invisible tension did not continue, and the class bell rang, prompting everyone to quickly finish breakfast and head to the playground. The dean or teachers hadn't arrived yet, but there was already one person on the playground, Ning Rongrong. However, Oscar was still missing. Her delicate and pretty little face looked a bit haggard. Her eyes were red, and she seemed very down. Today, they were still being taught by Dean Flender. TangSan and the others waited for a quarter of an hour before the dean finally arrived leisurely. Flender's gaze first fell on Ning Rongrong, but he didn't say anything to her, as today was the second class. "Where's Oscar? Is he still sleeping in?" TangSan hurriedly said, "He was still cultivating when I left this morning. Perhaps he fell into a meditative state and couldn't wake up in time." Flender frowned and replied, "He can't miss today's class. TangSan, go call him." TangSan was about to return to the dormitory when he saw Oscar rushing over from the direction of the dormitory. However, there was no panic of being laid on his face. Instead, he was filled with excitement. "Oscar, are you planning to run laps again?" Dean Flender glared at him. Oscar quickly shook his head. "No, Dean, let me explain. I broke through. I reached level 30. What? Not only Flender, but everyone cast surprised looks at Oscar, including Ning Rongrong. Oscar was a year younger than By, only 14 years old, and reaching level 30 soul power at such a young age was already an astonishing achievement. Moreover, Oscar had a food system martial soul, which was one of the hardest types to cultivate. In a sense, his level 30 was much harder to achieve than that of a battle soul master. Additionally, the power of a food system soul master greatly enhances the food support they can provide with each stage of improvement. In the Douluo Continent, soul masters above level 30 were relatively rare. If they joined the army, they could enjoy the treatment of a captain commanding thousands or even higher. Those above level 40 were even scarcer. Food system soul masters above level 50 were extremely rare, and those above level 60 had almost never appeared. Even if they did, it would take years of cultivation in large clans or places like the Spirit Hall to produce one. If a food system soul master at the Great Soul Master level could sustain the food consumption of 100 people, then a soul Zune, even one who had just broken through level 30, could supply food for over 500 people. As the level increased, this number would continue to rise. At the same time, reaching level 30 also meant that the food system Soul Master could provide a third type of attribute enhancement for the food they supply. This would greatly benefit a team. Flanders' eyes clearly lit up. Good, good, good. Oscar, you haven't disappointed me. You are the second current student to reach level 30. I congratulate you on behalf of the Academy. At this moment, even Dai Mubai's expression brightened. He walked over to Oscar and patted him on the shoulder. Little Oscar, congratulations. Although you reached level 30 a bit slower than me, as a food system Soul Master, you're the most outstanding genius I have ever seen. Could it be that heartbreak can help a Soul Master's martial soul breakthrough? Little Oscar shot Dai Mubai an awkward glare, then glanced at the red-eyed Ning Rongrong, and bitterly smiled. I've never been in love, so how can I talk about heartbreak? Please don't make fun of me. TangSan, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun stepped forward to express their congratulations. Ning Rongrong stood in place, looking at Oscar with a somewhat complicated expression, while Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, lost in thought. All right, today's class is starting now. Flanders' voice pulled everyone back from their congratulations to Xiao Ao. Today's lesson is very simple. Oscar, you're the main character today. Each of you, except for Oscar, must eat at least one of the two types of sausages made from Oscar's soul power. What? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise at Flanders' words. Dean, what kind of class is this? Flanders said grandly, this is called adaptability training. Let me ask you, which is more important, life or face? When you have to choose one, which will you pick? Although Oscar's soul skill is a bit sleazy, as I said yesterday, he is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power and very high talent. The food spirit sausage he makes is the best food spirit I have ever seen. During your time in the academy, he is one of you, and you'll train together. If you cannot achieve a tacit understanding with him, you will waste the best support partner. At the same time, this is also a test of your mentality. If you can't even do this, how will you survive in the world of soul masters? To survive, you must be ruthless. Don't say it's just eating a sausage when your life is in danger. You should be willing to eat even rats, cockroaches, or earthworms. Hearing Flanders' last sentence, the three girls present turned pale, clearly looking unwell. Especially Ning Rongrong, who felt a wave of nausea coming on. This class is something each of you must complete. Otherwise, there's no need for you to stay. Don't doubt my decision. On your first day here, someone told you that Shrek Academy cultivates monsters, not ordinary people. Oscar, you can start now. Flanders stood there with a cold expression, showing a stern demeanor, telling the students that no one could escape this. Oscar was already grinning inside, his eyes showing a lewd light, particularly attentive to Ning Rongrong. If possible, he really wanted to rush up and hug Flanders, secretly thinking, Dean, I love you so much. Flanders' actions not only made everyone recognize him, but also provided Oscar with a deep psychological satisfaction. The thought of Ning Rongrong eating his sausage made Oscar feel even more invigorated. He extended both hands, grinning as he recited his soul skill. I have a big sausage. I have a small sausage. One thick and one thin. Two distinctly flavored sausages appeared in Oscar's palms. He chuckled and asked, who wants to go first? Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had taken similar classes before, and although they felt a bit of shadow from it, they could still endure it. Just as they were about to step forward to complete today's lesson quickly, someone jumped the queue. I'll go. With a crisp voice, Ning Rongrong strode up to Oscar, reaching out to grab his big sausage and small sausage. No one expected Ning Rongrong to be the first to step forward. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun halted their steps, wanting to see if Ning Rongrong would eat the sausages transformed by Oscar's martial spirit. Ning Rongrong's expression was calm, but her unwilling eyes betrayed her inner feelings. After all, she was still just a young girl. How could she completely hide her emotions? Yes, after a night of contemplation, she decided to stay. It wasn't that she compromised, but she wanted to prove herself to everyone at Shrek Academy. How to prove it? By surpassing all the students and being stronger than them in soul power. Oscar's promotion to level 30 stimulated Ning Rongrong's heart, which is why she was the first to step forward. Satsing Ning Rongrong skaze. Oscar suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Ning Rongrong quickly ate Oscar's big sausage and small sausage in a few bites. At first, she held a mindset of being ready to die, but once the sausages entered her mouth, she realized that the flavors of these two food martial spirits released by Oscar were actually quite good, especially the big sausage, which turned into a warm flow spreading throughout her body after entering her stomach. After a night of sleeplessness, she felt a surge of energy, clearly revitalized. Flanders was right. This guy's food-type martial spirit was indeed outstanding. Coming from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong had seen and eaten food-type martial spirits before, but none had worked as quickly as Oscar's big sausage. Even a food-type soul master at level 40 couldn't achieve this. This was entirely a matter of martial spirit talent. Oscar's big sausage carried the recovery effect of his first soul ring. This recovery was comprehensive, in addition to providing satiety. It also had the effects of healing and restoring physical strength. The recovery effect was proportional to Oscar's soul power. Oscar tentatively asked, "Are you hungry?" Ning Rongrong licked her pink lips and revealed a gentle smile. She turned around, her gaze sweeping over each student before finally resting on Flender. She proved with her actions that she had the right to stay. By and Ma Hongjun followed suit, eating the sausages Oscar transformed, and TangSan was the fourth to step forward. With a bit of reluctance, he picked up the martial spirit that Oscar transformed for the fourth time. If a girl like Ning Rongrong could do it, what reason did he have not to? With this mindset, TangSan quickly ate both the sausage and the small sausage. Soon, he experienced the same feelings as Ning Rongrong, or perhaps even more pronounced. The sausages brought a warm flow into his belly, making him feel completely relaxed. The pain in his internal organs vanished, and he felt as if his whole body was filled with strength. He glanced at Oscar in surprise, clearly having a change in perception about him. At this moment, only Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing remained who had not completed today's class task. Xiao Wu looked at TangSan with a pleading expression, as if to say, "Can we not eat?" TangSan smiled slightly and said, "It's fine, it tastes good. Just think of it as food bought from the street." Xiao Wu, extremely reluctant, was the fifth to step out. She almost ate those two things with her eyes closed, then covered her mouth and swallowed hard to suppress the feeling of vomiting. Fortunately, Oscar's sausages would immediately turn into a warm flow in her body after entering her stomach, leaving no aftertaste. Nonetheless, Xiao Wu's face still looked somewhat pale. At this moment, among all the students, only Zhu Zhuqing had not completed today's task, and everyone's gaze involuntarily gathered on her. Zhu Zhuqing's cold little face turned a bit blue and white, her pearly teeth biting her lip, but she refused to take a step forward. Suddenly, Dean Flender said, "Zhu Zhuqing, if you want to one day defeat By and step on him, don't hesitate now." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback and looked at Flender. Flender rarely showed a hint of a smile, nodding at her with deep meaning in his eyes. By was first shocked, then showed a helpless expression, while the chubby guy and Oscar beside him were already chuckling. What everyone didn't expect was that Zhu Zhuqing's eyes suddenly became determined. She strode up to Oscar, quickly grabbed the sausages from his hand, and ate them down, even faster than Xiao Wu. By stared at her in a daze, thinking, "Do you really want to defeat me that much?" Zhu Zhuqing shot him a fierce glare, but said nothing. Flender nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good, all of you have passed today's lesson. You must remember, when you are together in the future, Oscar will be your logistical support. Forget those meaningless soul spells, preserve your lives, become stronger, and unleash all your strength. That is the most important thing. Now, each of you go back and prepare. You have one day to adjust and rest. Tomorrow morning, all of you will set out, led by teacher Zhao Wujin, to the Stardow Forest to help Oscar obtain his third spirit ring. This is not just Oscar's matter, but also your training. Teacher Zhao won't easily intervene before you encounter the 1,000-year soul beast. Everything will depend on you. All right, now disperse." After 2 days of lessons, TangSan realized that the teaching methods of Shrek Academy were very special. There were no strict rules like those at the previous Nodding Academy, such as mandatory classes every day. Instead, they used some special methods to enhance their application of martial souls through more meaningful practical combat and training. This was undoubtedly much more effective than always teaching theoretical knowledge. Moreover, he could also feel that Dean Flender was not only teaching them how to become excellent soul masters according to their talents, but also imparting some principles of being a good person. Oscar, who had broken through to level 30, was obviously very excited. When a soul master's soul power reaches an integer level, they no longer need to rely on their own cultivation for that level. When obtaining a spirit ring, the energy that comes with the spirit ring will directly replenish the soul power for that level and break through to the next stage. It was very rare for someone like TangSan to directly rise to level 13 when obtaining his first spirit ring, as that was due to his innate full soul power, or rather because his Xin Tiangong had reached a bottleneck. Everyone returned to their dormitories. Although they could all be considered young geniuses, including the proud girl Ning Rongrong, everyone knew the importance of cultivation. To become strong, aside from 1% talent, there must also be 99% effort. Although that 1% was more important, How could one save on that 99%? Xiao-san, we're going to the Star-Do Forest tomorrow. What kind of spirit ring do you think I should get to enhance the supporting effect of the sausage? Oscar couldn't help but excitedly ask Tang-san as soon as he returned to the dormitory, now only waiting for tomorrow to come. Tang-san smiled and said, "It also depends on luck. There are all kinds of soul beasts, and no one can say what kind of soul beast they will encounter. Your first 2 soul rings are one for recovery and one for detoxification. For this 3rd soul ring, as long as it adds another kind of auxiliary effect or strengthens the previous 2 auxiliary effects, it will be fine." Oscar, you must have been to the Star-Do Forest, right? Tell me about the situation there. Oscar nodded and said, "The Star-Do Forest is a good place. But of course, it is also an extremely dangerous place. It is the cradle of all soul beasts and the favorite place for powerful soul masters. However, it is also the place with the highest casualties among soul masters." TangSan's said, "Is that the forest where our Tiando Empire raises soul beasts?" Oscar replied, "Of course not. Those forests where soul beasts are raised are nothing compared to it. It's hard to even encounter a 1,000-year soul beast there. Only soul masters and soul emperors would go to such places. The Star-Do Great Forest is one of the 3 most famous soul beast habitats on our Douluo Continent. Its area is almost equal to that of the Barak Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, with 2/5 of the area in our Tiando Empire and 3/5 in the Xingluo Empire. It is a vast primitive forest with complex terrain, including wetlands, swamps, and so on. The soul beasts, they're extremely terrifying. The closer you get to the center of the forest, the stronger the soul beasts become. It is said that there are even 100,000-year soul beasts inside. Any soul master, as long as they have enough strength and good luck, can find the most suitable soul ring for themselves there. My 2nd soul ring was obtained in the Star-Do Great Forest." Tang-san's eyes lit up. "So that's how it is. I hope you can have better gains this time." Oscar chuckled, "And if that's the case, there will be plenty of sausages in the future. Everyone can eat as much as they want. After all, we are brothers." Chapter 100. Is it a failure to avoid trouble? The Star-Do Forest is located in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small part bordering the Barak Kingdom. And Soto City itself is also in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, not far from the Star-Do Forest, only about 500 kilometers away. Therefore, this is naturally the best choice for Shrek Academy students to obtain their spirit rings. With Oscar's sausages as assistants, it only took 1 day. By the time night fell, the group from Shrek Academy had already traveled over 400 kilometers, and they were very close to the Star-Do Forest. Seeing that they couldn't reach their destination today, Zhao Wujia issued a rest order. They had just arrived at a small town, and if they continued forward, it was uncertain whether there would be any supplies. Upon entering the town, it was much livelier than Tang-san had imagined. The size of the town was about 3 times that of the village where Shrek Academy was located. Except for the lack of city walls, it resembled a small city, with shops lining the streets and all kinds of stores available. Tang-san carefully observed that the shops here mainly operated in areas related to soul masters, such as those that sold weapons, armor, detoxification and recovery potions, and even clothing, specifically special outfits with dozens of pockets suitable for carrying various items, ideal for soul master adventures. Oscar sighed, saying the saying goes, "One relies on the mountains to eat from the mountains, and relies on the water to eat from the water." This is probably the principle behind it. This small town clearly depended on the Star-Do Forest for its survival, and there were likely many such towns around the Star-Do Forest, all for the sake of living, which is not surprising. Tang-san was a bit surprised and said, "But this is almost 100 kilometers away from the Star-Do Forest. Isn't that a bit far?" Oscar laughed and replied, "You must be used to the country's captive soul beast forests. The soul beasts that are raised there are relatively gentle and do not actively attack humans. The Star-Do Forest, a habitat for wild soul beasts, is quite different. The soul beasts there are much more ferocious, and some of the ones on the outskirts often venture out of the forest. If a town is too close to the Star-Do Forest, it could be quite dangerous." Tang-san smiled and nodded, thinking to himself that reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. It was indeed true. By stepping out, there was so much more to learn. At this moment, Zhao Wujia pointed to an ordinary-looking hotel ahead and said, "Let's stay here. We'll rest for a night and set out tomorrow morning. The accommodation and meal expenses will be covered by yourselves." Shrek Academy was not wealthy to begin with, and people like Zhao Wujia and Flander had no income, so the financial situation was not great. On the other hand, Tang-san and the others received subsidies from the Spirit Hall, so their daily expenses were naturally sufficient. The hotel was a 2-story small building, with a simple restaurant on the first floor and accommodations on the second floor. Zhao Wujia booked a single room for himself and went directly upstairs. After a brief discussion, By and the others booked a quadruple room for the 4 boys and a triple room for the 3 girls. Let's eat first before going up. After a day of sausages, I feel like throwing up. Ma Hongjun expressed what everyone was thinking, and even Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. The 7 of them found a table in the corner and sat down. TangSan asked By, "Should we call Teacher Zhao to join us?" By shook his head and said no need. Even though the teacher won't pay for us when they come out, they also won't accept any benefits from us. This is a rule set by Dean Flander. They laughed and said, "Isn't that great? Everything is clear, and I love this straightforward feeling in the academy." By replied irritably, "Stop talking nonsense, fatty. You order the dishes. You're the best at eating." Ma Hongjun cooperatively said, "So, is it your treat today? You're the one with the highest allowance. You're a big shot." By smiled slightly and said, "No problem treating you all. It's a fate that we can study together in Shrek. Since I'm the oldest, this meal can be considered a welcome for TangSan and the others." They laughed heartily, the fat on his round face shaking. "Great, awesome. Don't worry, Boss Dai. I won't let you save money." Soon, the showcased Bai's assessment of his eating skills. He called the waiter and quickly ordered a dozen dishes, many of which TangSan had never even heard of, but they looked ecstatic. "Not bad, not bad. Although this place isn't big, the food is quite complete. I hope the taste can be up to standard." By helplessly said this. His allowance is spent on women and food. "I really suspect that if you weren't a soul master, you'd definitely be a chef." Although the 7 of them sat around a table, the atmosphere wasn't very harmonious. Zhu Zhuqing had a cold face, and Ning Rongrong was lost in thought. Fortunately, with the cracking jokes, the atmosphere didn't become too stiff. At this time, the restaurant was already filled with about 60 to 70% of the customers. Suddenly, a group of people walked in from outside, and like TangSan and the others, there were also 8 of them. At the forefront was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, handsome enough, with a very shiny hairstyle and wearing a meticulously made moon-white soul master robe, embroidered with silver thread patterns that shimmered as he moved. Following behind the middle-aged man were 6 young men and 1 young woman, all appearing to be around 20 years old, dressed in the same moon-white soul master robes, but without the silver embroidery of the middle-aged man. However, both the middle-aged man and the 7 young people had a blue circular mark on their left shoulders, with 2 matching characters embroidered inside the circle, Sang Hui. From their attire, it was clear that these people were all soul masters, while TangSan and his group were dressed casually, looking no different from ordinary people. These people were much more flamboyant. When the restaurant owner saw them enter, he hurriedly welcomed them, bowing and smiling with great politeness. As Oscar said, this small town relies on the Star Doe Forest for its livelihood, which basically means it depends on soul masters for its economy. Soul masters are not only a noble profession, but also a wealthy one, so the owner naturally didn't dare to be careless. "That girl looks pretty good, Boss Dai. These guys should be from Sang Hui Academy," he said, his small eyes fixed on the only girl in the group of 8. It must be said that the girl was indeed somewhat attractive, considered above average. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong were all pretty, but they were only about 12 years old, and, compared to a fully developed young woman, they appeared much more immature. For a boy of sage, a more mature girl was obviously more appealing, and with his lustful nature, he couldn't help but stare. By curled his lip. "It's just a small Sang Hui Academy. What show off?" Neither the nor By intentionally lowered their voices, and soul masters naturally have better hearing than ordinary people. Although the restaurant was a bit noisy, the middle-aged man among the 8 still cast a glance over, frowning slightly. When he saw that Shrek Academy's table was just a group of kids, his expression immediately became even more displeased. "Hiss, I'm not saying, but can this group of Shrek students be any more arrogant? They are simply a bunch of ruffians." Sitting at a less conspicuous table, Yen felt somewhat speechless. Even their spirit hall didn't have such arrogance, did they? Shrek was just a small mountain chicken academy. Why were all the academies so arrogant? Hulaina couldn't help but frown, looking at it with great disdain. "This is too much of a rogue, isn't he? Acting all high and mighty here. Teacher, is it really not a mistake for us to join Shrek Academy to investigate the situation of civilian soul masters? I feel like this is simply a case of poor mountains and bad waters produce bad people." Even Bibi Dong had a somewhat twisted expression, as this reminded her of her perverted teacher, that disgusting man. She clenched her delicate fingers into a fist, but still held back, as she couldn't expose her identity for the time being. "Let's wait and see. If they're truly morally depraved, let Tang Chuan teach them a lesson." "Okay, good teacher. Tang Chuan, note that." The 7 Shrek monsters, except for Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar who were relatively normal, all had some issues. His younger brother TangSan was pure and innocent. Xiao Wu spoke in beautiful language. There was just a dead-fat otaku consumed by his desires, and By was even worse. He'd never seen such a cowardly prince, actually afraid of competition and running away, leaving his fiancée behind. How truly iron-boned. If the 7 Shrek monsters went too far later, Tang Chuan wouldn't mind giving them a painful lesson. Oscar, sitting next to TangSan, chuckled softly. Looks like there's a good show to watch. TangSan looked at him with some confusion and asked, "What good show?" Oscar whispered, "This is also part of our cultivation." Dean Flinders said that a soul master who doesn't dare to provoke trouble is not a good soul master. As the saying goes, not daring to provoke trouble is a sign of mediocrity. Moreover, provoking people from the Soul Master Academy is the safest. At most, it's just a fight. Cough, cough, cough. See how you almost sprayed his food out. Is this something a person can say? Not daring to provoke trouble is mediocrity? Goodness. So it turns out that going out every day to cause trouble and getting beaten up by others is not mediocrity? Tang Chuan covered Hulaina's ears and said, "Sister Nana, don't listen. It can easily affect your worldview." Bibi Dong felt a bit of a headache. How many students has Flinder taught that have some issues with their thinking? You are influenced by those around you, but Yu Xiaojing wouldn't? Impossible? Absolutely impossible. Yu Xiaojing is a theoretical, invincible existence. He couldn't possibly say something like that. TangSan couldn't help but laugh. The quotes from our esteemed dean could form a monsters collection. Judging by their age, this Tsanhui Academy should be a high-level Soul Master Academy. At this moment, the 8 members from Tsanhui Academy had also taken their seats, separated from Shrek by 2 tables. Out of the corner of his eye, TangSan noticed a middle-aged man who was obviously a teacher whispering to a young man beside him. Soon, the young man stood up and walked toward TangSan's table, heading straight for By. By's evil eyes showed a hint of disdain, which TangSan could see, and he naturally wouldn't ignore it, but he didn't even glance at the other person. At that moment, the waiter happened to serve the first dish to their table. The young man from Tsanhui Academy suddenly quickened his pace, and amidst the waiter's startled shout, he collided with the waiter, causing the dish to head straight toward By's head. "Don't waste food," TangSan said calmly. His left hand shot out like lightning to steady the waiter, while his right hand reached out to catch the dish. Using the control crane catching dragon skill, he managed to keep the food from spilling, lightly placing the dish on the table while simultaneously pulling the waiter aside. The young man from Tsanhui Academy was momentarily stunned. Because of the waiter's body blocking his view, he didn't see TangSan's actions clearly. However, a sly smile quickly appeared on his face. "I'm really sorry," he said, but he continued to walk forward, seemingly intending to pass by By. Yet, one of his feet stealthily swept across, directly kicking the leg of a chair beneath By. That was just an ordinary wooden chair. Once the leg was kicked out, By would naturally not be able to sit steadily. Moreover, the young man's kick was very discreet. His upper body remained still, and if one wasn't paying special attention, they wouldn't notice his movement at all. Just as the young man kicked out, By moved. Was a tiger known for its good temper? The answer was obviously no. After suffering a lot from Zhu Zhuqing in the past few days, By had been holding back his anger. Facing the provocation, how could he let such an opportunity slip by? With a loud bang, the young man from Tsanhui Academy felt as if he had kicked an iron plate. His entire calf was numb from the impact. Immediately afterward, By's palm struck out. The young man's face changed drastically as he raised both hands to block By's hand. But to his surprise, his hands were completely pushed away by the soul power accompanying By's palm. That palm landed solidly on his chest. Although the young man was fairly tall, he was sent flying backward by By's strike, bending his body like a weightless scarecrow and crashing into 2 tables before flying toward the group from Tsanhui Academy. The middle-aged man from Tsanhui Academy hurriedly stood up, raising his hands to catch the young man's shoulders, easing his fall. The young man's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, looking considerably weakened. By straightened his body, casually stretching after the earlier strike. "My apologies, I lost my temper." His evil eyes revealed their true colors, with disdain and arrogance shining through. Not to mention outsiders. Even his own people felt he looked like he was asking for a beating. Is this really Davis's brother? How adorable. Suyu tucked her hair behind her left eye, her gaze sparkling with a hint of dark red light. Chapter 101. Helping you get rid of mediocrity, the restaurant was in an uproar. Diners near the tables of Shrek Academy and Tsanhui Academy hurriedly moved aside to avoid being caught in the crossfire. However, Most did not leave immediately. Instead, they watched the scene with excitement. After all, witnessing a battle between soul masters usually required a trip to the Grand Soul Arena, which came at a hefty price. Being able to see it for free now thrilled the ordinary people with martial souls. Moreover, soul masters often appear in this place. The group from Tang Hao Academy couldn't hold back any longer. The remaining 6 members of the academy stood up in unison, glaring angrily at the table of Shrek Academy. They wanted to rush over, but were stopped by the middle-aged man. He helped the injured young man back into a chair, then sternly shouted at By. "Which academy are you kids from?" By's evil eyes flickered. "You don't even deserve to know," he said, before returning to his seat. The fat man was quick, especially when it came to eating, and he had already started. While eating, he commented, "The taste is decent, but it's a bit undercooked. Just make do with it." The face of the teacher from Tang Hao Academy had turned a deep shade of anger. What a bunch of arrogant kids. Teach them a lesson. The students from Tang Hao Academy were waiting for him to finish. Aside from the injured one and the only female student, the other 5 rushed toward TangSan's table. "Are we fighting? I love it." Xiao Wu jumped up excitedly from her seat, charging forward without hesitation. Once Xiao Wu moved, TangSan naturally wouldn't sit idly by either. He stood up as well, a faint purple hue already covering his eyes. Neither side had activated their martial souls directly. The 5 young men from the other side, seeing that they were met by a particularly delicate-looking girl, felt their momentum wane. Although she looked young, Xiao had already reached a height of around 1.5 meters, with her big, cute eyes giving off a harmless appearance as she approached, causing their morale to drop. Oscar stood beside TangSan and whispered, "Aren't you going to jump in? Don't let Xiao Wu take a loss." Oscar had never seen Xiao Wu truly fight, so he naturally had no idea of her strength. Moreover, since they were from a high-level Soul Master Academy, they should at least have a soul power level of over 20, and there were 5 of them. TangSan did not step forward, but smiled slightly and said, "You were also deceived by Xiao Wu's appearance. These guys are going to be in trouble." After years of continuous training, TangSan's purple extreme magic eyes had truly entered the subtle realm. What he could perceive was naturally not the same as before. The purple extreme magic eyes are divided into 4 levels: Overview, Subtle, Mustard Seed, and Vast. In the Overview realm, it significantly enhances vision and allows for a clear grasp of every detail. After entering the Subtle realm, according to TangSan's original memories and the records in the Xiantian treasure record, the effect of the purple extreme magic eyes should be even clearer with richer details. In the Subtle realm, the purple extreme magic eyes can relay everything in front of him to his nerves at a slowed pace, enabling him to react in the shortest time possible. When TangSan's purple extreme magic eyes truly entered the Subtle realm, he discovered that there was a slight mutation in this world. In addition to the original abilities, he could also see the soul power of spirit masters. However, there was a premise. He could only perceive the soul power of spirit masters weaker than himself. For those stronger than him, the purple extreme magic eyes could not see them. Although he didn't know why this was, it was undoubtedly a rather good ability for TangSan. At least it could help him judge whether an opponent's soul power was stronger than his own. At this moment, with the help of his purple extreme magic eyes, TangSan clearly saw that among the 7 students from Tang Hao Academy, except for the female student and the teacher whom he could not see through, the soul power of the other 6 students was all clear. The young man who had previously provoked By and was beaten back had a soul power of level 27, while the 5 people in front of him did not exceed level 25. TangSan was well aware of Xiao Wu's practical experience. She had soul power of level 29, and under such circumstances, he was certain that Xiao Wu would not suffer any losses. Moreover, he was standing beside her. The 5 young men halted their steps, but that did not mean Xiao Wu would stop. Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and smiled. "Hello, brothers." The 5 young men were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Faced with such a cute little girl blocking their way, their aggressive demeanor suddenly froze, and they hesitated, unsure of what to do. While they were exchanging glances, Xiao Wu moved. It seemed like she slipped a bit under her feet, and her whole body lunged forward, falling towards one of the young men. The young man instinctively raised his hand to catch Xiao Wu, but suddenly saw a shiny black braid fly towards him. Before he could react, his neck was tightly wrapped by Xiao Wu's scorpion braid, and at that moment, her forward lunge was perfectly controlled. She curled up and jumped, turning her back to the young man and kicking directly towards his chest. Being caught around the neck naturally caused panic, and seeing Xiao Wu's feet coming towards him, the young man hurriedly raised his hands to block. But little did he know that Xiao Wu's feet were not meant for attack. They were merely a pivot. Almost in an instant, he He was sent flying by a forward somersault initiated by Xiao Wu. Even TangSan had suffered a loss the first time he encountered Xiao Wu's soft skills, let alone these students from a prestigious academy who had limited practical experience. Xiao Wu's movements were extremely quick, and without a moment's pause, she used the momentum from her forward somersault to throw one person, but her feet landed on another. At this moment, the remaining 4 young men had not fully reacted yet, and the young man facing Xiao Wu's second round of attack hurriedly raised his arms to block her assault. But how could Xiao Wu's soft skills be so easily defended against? His arms did indeed block Xiao Wu's feet, but to his astonishment, there was no force behind her feet. They were as soft as noodles. With a slip, her feet had already slipped under his arms, accurately clamping onto his neck. And then Xiao Wu's body flipped backward, sending the second person flying out. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The diners around watched as 5 people from Tang Academy charged in, only to be cleanly and swiftly thrown out by a beautiful little girl. The teacher from Tang Academy was also taken aback by Xiao Wu's attacking style. In a mix of shock and anger, he shouted, "Idiot, use your martial soul." On the other side, Oscar rubbed his eyes hard and couldn't help but say, "Wow, is she that fierce?" "Fortunately, I haven't offended your little Wu." TangSan smiled silently. At this moment, By stood up again and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Wu, come back. With us boys here, there's no need for you girls to take action." "Wait, why do I feel like these Shrek Academy students are provoking others and still think they have a reason for it?" Yin scratched his red hair, saying, "No matter what academy it is, there's no such way of teaching students." Tang Chuan, calm and composed, took a sip of tea and said, "Those who do many unjust deeds will surely bring about their own demise. Just wait and see, Yuexin. Soon, you'll have to rely on your martial soul abilities. Don't worry, Brother Tang Chuan," Su Yuexin said with a slight smile. After undergoing the trial of the fallen angel, she had also gained some strange abilities. Hulaina patted Tang Chuan and, feeling a bit jealous, said, "That girl who doesn't play fair and resorts to sneak attacks. She can't be the one that Titan and Yo Tian like, right? Do they have some kind of problem with her taste? I heard the Xiao Wu is actually your sister." "Ah, well, it does seem to be the case." Tang Chuan awkwardly coughed and quickly changed the subject. Look, it seems like they're about to start a group fight." In a flash, By had already reached Xiao Wu's side. Xiao Wu turned to look at TangSan, who nodded at her, and only then did she refrain from attacking again and walked back calmly. The chubby Ma Hongjun took 2 big bites, chewing on his food reluctantly as he stepped out and stood next to By, his chubby hands squeezing together, making a popping sound. TangSan walked up to Xiao Wu, changing places with her and standing on the other side of By. The 3 boys faced off against the 5 young men, and no matter how you looked at it, TangSan's side appeared much weaker. But was the comparison of strength really the same? Since Xiao Wu hadn't used her martial soul earlier, the 2 guys who were thrown out, although they were disoriented, weren't truly injured. When the 5 students from Tang Academy gathered together again, their anger had reached a peak, and they didn't hesitate to unleash their martial souls. They couldn't believe that, as students of a senior soul master academy, they couldn't defeat these boys in front of them. In an instant, various colors of light burst forth, and the soul rings of the 5 young men were all the same. 1 white and 1 yellow, representing a 10-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring. Naturally, all 5 were battle soul masters, including 2 weapon soul masters and 3 beast soul masters. The 2 weapon souls were a spear and a trident, while the 3 beast souls were a deer, a sheep, and a horse. From the perspective of the martial souls themselves, they weren't particularly strong. P.S. If I remember correctly, something like a machete cannot be a martial soul, right? It seems that sheep and horses are even less impressive than a machete. Perhaps, in fact, Tang Academy is a barbecue academy, using a trident to skewer and grill lamb and horse meat, watching the opponent unleash their martial souls. The disdain in By's eyes grew even stronger. Is this what so-called senior soul master academy students are like? And they even have 10-year soul rings? Brothers, let's show them our soul rings. The eldest among the Shrek Academy students, the evil-eye white tiger, had never been one to reason with others. Something that was evident the first time TangSan met him. Unless you proved yourself in strength, By's lofty demeanor wouldn't change. White tiger possession. A strong pale light suddenly erupted from him, and By stretched his arms out to the sides, puffing up his chest. His bones crackled, his muscles suddenly swelled, straining against his clothes. Each muscle became extremely pronounced beneath his clothing, and even the air around him seemed to become agitated. His golden hair instantly transformed into a mix of black and white, with white dominating and a few strands of black standing out prominently. For faint lines appeared on his forehead, 3 horizontal and 1 vertical, forming the character for king. His hands underwent the most significant changes, growing twice their previous size. Covered in white fur. As he flexed his fingers, short, dagger-like claws continuously emerged from his palms, retracting back in. Each claw glistened like a blade, measuring a full 8 inches in length, shimmering with a chilling light. By leaned forward, his 4 eyes turning a deep, dark blue, emanating a cold, murderous intent that was overwhelming. At his feet, 3 shining soul rings rose in succession, 2 yellow and 1 purple. As the soul rings rotated, a surge of soul power formed a wave-like pressure that hit the opponents. Perhaps due to the martial soul's natural restraint, the 3 B soul masters on the opposing side trembled and took a few steps back as By completed his martial soul possession. In front of a tiger. How could a deer, sheep, or horse not be afraid? So, what kind of aristocratic academy is Tsanghue Academy? Is the standard for admitting students just to take in the discarded martial souls from the martial soul hall? Especially the 1,000-year purple soul ring on Bai's body, which sent a shockwave through the hearts of the 5 students from Tsanghue Academy. As Bai unleashed his martial soul, TangSan and Ma Hongjun also revealed their strengths. Phoenix Possession. A purple-red light surged out from the fat boy, and his short hair suddenly grew longer, gathering towards the center and forming a Mohican style. 2 yellow soul rings rose simultaneously from beneath his feet, and long feathers extended from his exposed, muscular arms. His hands transformed into claw shapes, and scorching airflow spiraled around his body. Although he was shorter than the students from Tsanghue Academy, when the purple flames erupted from his body, his aura completely changed. And combined with Bai's white tiger martial soul, it suppressed the others to the point where they felt breathless. Only TangSan's martial soul remained calm, with 2 yellow soul rings rising from his feet as dense blue-silver grass quietly released, surrounding his body and slowly spreading. There was no need for him to act. Just the sight of By releasing his 3 soul rings had already made the 5 students from Tsanghue Academy completely lose their fighting spirit. They understood all too well how great the gap in strength was with 1 less soul ring, especially considering that this person's 3rd soul ring was of a 1,000-year level, which was beyond their capability to contend with. What made the students from Tsanghue Academy feel extremely unbalanced was that these boys, who appear to be much younger than them, displayed strength that was already superior to theirs. Forget it, isn't it too easy to be mediocre by not daring to provoke? As TangSan's good brother, I should lend him a hand. Tang Chuan chuckled and opened his mouth, but the voice that came out was Xiao Wu's. Hee, I'm not mocking you. All of you here are trash. If you have the ability, come at us together. A bunch of cowards, a bunch of softies, a bunch of useless trash. Choptur use iki, yeziyu. This is interesting. Let me add some fuel to the fire. Suyu smiled, exhaling a burst of crimson smoke that dispersed into the air, secretly affecting the other soul masters. Meanwhile, the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters looked at Xiao Wu with puzzled expressions, seemingly not understanding why she would say such things. However, considering Xiao Wu's previous habit of speaking insolently, it wasn't too surprising. I didn't. Xiao Wu looked confused. That voice just now was indeed hers, but she clearly hadn't spoken. Among the customers, 5 or 6 people stood up, clearly from the same academy, all appearing to be around 20 years old, dressed in the same earthy yellow soul master robes, but without the golden embroidery on the robe of the middle-aged man in front. However, both the middle-aged man and the 5 young men behind him had a blue square mark on their right shoulders, which was embroidered with 2 characters in the same color, Chindu. Their expressions were unfriendly, and the burly man at the front said, "Who just insulted our Chindu Academy?" "It was me. We from Shrek Academy are ashamed to be associated with you rascals." Xiao Wu, looking down on the other academies, actually stepped forward and even snorted a few times. "Everyone stop." The teacher from Tsanghue Academy finally couldn't hold back any longer and waved his hand at his students. "You all step back. Friends from Chindu Academy, you should also step back. This is a restaurant. Do you want to harm others?" The students felt imbalanced, and this teacher was indeed extremely shocked. He clearly recognized that the 3 boys in front of him, whether it was the slightly older one in the middle or the 2 on the sides who looked only 12 or 13, could be said to be geniuses among geniuses, especially the one in the center, who looked at most 17, yet already possessed 3 soul rings, reaching the soul respect level. This was something he had never heard of, especially the 1,000-year soul ring, which was so dazzling to behold. Watch your mouth. Otherwise, you'll get hit every time we meet." The students of Tsanghue Academy exchanged a few gestures. Although Su Yuexin influenced their emotions, Yi Zhiqiu's interference calmed the originally tense situation. This teacher, after all, was already middle-aged, and seeing Dai Mubai unleash his true strength, he had already thought of many possibilities. Not to mention that his few students were no match for the opponent. Even if they could defeat him, he wouldn't let them take action again. Some troubles are not worth provoking. "I am Yi Zhiqiu, the director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghue Academy. May I ask which sect you belong to?" Yi Zhiqiu guessed that they might be disciples of a major sect. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly have such extraordinary strength. As he approached the three of them, he stood firm against the pressure of the soul power he released without using his martial soul. Dai Mubai felt a sense of solemnity in his heart. He was certain that this middle-aged man's soul power was far superior to his. "We are from Shrek Academy." Before Dai Mubai could speak, the fat man said proudly. As he spoke, his unabashed gaze fixed fiercely on the only female student from Tsanghue Academy. Yin felt a bit disappointed, as he had originally thought a fight would break out, but it unexpectedly calmed down. Tang Chuan was not in a hurry. Given the troublemaking nature of the Shrek 7 monsters, it was impossible for them not to receive a beating from society. Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback, and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. Clearly, he was not very familiar with the name Shrek Academy. "Shrek Academy? I don't seem to have heard of it." Dai Mubai snorted coldly. "That's because you're ignorant." Upon hearing that they were not disciples of any sect, Yi Zhiqiu felt relieved, yet somewhat powerless. He had always believed that the students of Tsanghue Academy were already outstanding. This time, they were preparing to go to the Stardow Forest to help a student obtain the third soul ring for a level 30 advancement, which was the girl who had not come out before. Yet the few boys before him were quite a shock to him. Yi Zhiqiu understood that these 3 boys indeed had the qualifications to look down on Tsanghue Academy. However, how had they cultivated such strong soul power at such a young age? They were practically little monsters. Of course, although he was shocked by the opponent's strength, he could not back down like this. In front of so many patrons, Tsanghue Academy's reputation would be utterly ruined. The students may not be able to do it, but he had to regain some face for Tsanghue Academy. With that thought, Yi Zhiqiu no longer hesitated. A flash of light appeared in his eyes as he released his martial soul, the Xiangui, and manifested it. Beast martial soul, Xiangui. A circle of black ripples emanated from Yi Zhiqiu's body, forcefully suppressing the momentum of TangSan's, Dai Mubai, and the fat man. His limbs simultaneously shrank by 1/3. But a massive shield-like shell had already risen on his back. His entire body shimmered with black light, and 5 soul rings rose from his feet, swirling above his body. The 5 soul rings consisted of 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple. This director of the Foreign Affairs Department of Tsanghue Academy was actually a soul king with a level above 50. Bibi Dong glanced over, Xiangui. Not a bad martial soul, possessing the bloodline of the divine beast Xuanwu. If it could be further developed into a true Xuanwu martial soul, it could have the ultimate water-type soul power. But unfortunately, he looks to be in his 40s or 50s, and having such a martial soul only makes him a soul king. At most, he is just a waste. Although Yi Zhiqiu's soul rings were not particularly strong among those of the same level, his soul power of over 50 levels immediately suppressed Shrek Academy's side. The entire restaurant erupted in exclamations, as soul kings were quite rare on the continent and possessed considerable strength. In some kingdoms, they could even hold titles like Viscount or even Earl. Dai Mubai's expression changed, and he glanced at TangSan's beside him. TangSan exchanged a look with him, clearly understanding his meaning. Slowly nodding, he raised his hands and touched the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. To deal with an opponent whose soul power was clearly higher than his own, he would probably have to use hidden weapons, aiming for a one-hit kill. After all, the opponent was not Zhao Waoqi from back then and might not show mercy. Yi Zhiqiu spoke eloquently. "You kids don't understand. Don't speak recklessly in the future. Call your academy's teacher out." The fat man shouted, "With you, old turtle, you think you can meet our teacher? We can handle you ourselves. Everyone, esteemed soul masters. Please, don't fight in this small shop. It's a small business." The shopkeeper had no choice but to run out at this moment. If he didn't intervene, the next moment the entire shop would probably face a storm. Yi Zhiqiu, possessing the Xiangui martial soul, was most averse to the words turtle. The fat man was indeed invincible in stepping on landmines in this regard. Yi Zhiqiu initially just wanted to scare the few boys in front of him. After all, he didn't want to take the blame for bullying the weak, especially since he was not clear about the strength of the academy behind these children. But the fat man had touched his taboo, and Yi Zhiqiu was furious, smiling angrily. Fine, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your teacher. Let's go outside. After speaking, he turned and walked outside, the swaying of his large black turtle shell behind him looking somewhat amusing. But the soul power he released was quite substantial. The students of Songhui Academy and Chengdu Academy followed Yi Zhiqiu out of the hotel. Dai Mubai whispered to Tang San, "This old guy is over level 50, and his martial soul Xiangui is quite a decent beast martial soul. Be careful later. I will take the brunt of his attacks, and you need to act quickly. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out for long." Tang San said, "We might not necessarily lose. Although his soul power is stronger than ours, there are flaws in his martial soul." At this moment, the other several people had also gathered around and happened to hear Tang San's words. Tang San said, "His martial soul is the Xiangui, and I can be certain that he is a defense-type soul master. Most of the active and passive skills he possesses should be used for defense. Therefore, although his martial soul is much stronger than ours, the threat he poses to us in terms of attack is not significant. With high soul power but lacking suitable offensive means, what threat can he bring to us? So, I suggest there are two methods to deal with him. Tang San is the disciple of the master and knows much more about the theory of martial souls than anyone else. Just by looking at Yi Zhiqiu's martial soul, he has already made many judgments. The first method is to use our own speed to maneuver around him. After all, he is a teacher and has much higher soul power than us, so he naturally won't limit the number of people attacking us. Therefore, I suggest that I, Mubai, and Zhu Zhuqing take on this task, as the three of us are the fastest. While maneuvering around him, we must extend our speed to the maximum and ensure that he does not hit us. Then we can look for opportunities to find his weaknesses and attack. However, Xiangui's defense is very strong, so we may not be able to successfully hit him, due to the protection of his shell. My blue-silver grass spikes and poison may not have any effect on him. Therefore, I recommend a second method. Similar to the first method, we will still use the three of us to restrain him. Xiangui belongs to water, which happens to be countered by Fatty's Phoenix Flames. Water can extinguish fire, and fire can also restrain water. Fatty's Flames are quite special. You will attack him from the periphery, and with Oscar's sausages to support you. Your attack duration will not be a problem. Our goal is to exhaust him. Xiao Wu, you're responsible for providing support. You will rotate with the three people in front, so everyone can receive supplies from Oscar. Although our soul power is not as strong as his, we have Xiao Ao and a numerical advantage, so we can deceive him into thinking that our attacks do not pose enough of a threat to him. After hearing Tang San's suggestion, everyone couldn't help but applaud, but one person was unhappy. "Tang San, what about me?" Ning Rongrong frowned and glared at Tang San. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. The reason he didn't include Ning Rongrong in the lineup was that after witnessing the girl's boldness, he feared she might have a counterproductive effect. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Your martial soul is special, so just adapt as needed." Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth, feeling the peculiar looks from the others, and secretly swore to herself. She realized that she seemed to have been excluded from this group, and this feeling was quite unpleasant for her. After saying this, everyone walked out together. Thanks to Tang San's earlier battle against Zhao Wujia, they all had confidence, and besides, challenging strong opponents was clearly beneficial for their own strength. Ning Rongrong walked at the back, and suddenly, a low voice reached her ears. "If you want everyone to recognize you, prove with your actions that you belong to Shrek." When Ning Rongrong looked up, she saw Oscar, who had already grown a stubbly beard on his face, smiling at her. For some reason, her eyes suddenly turned red, and she nodded vigorously at Oscar. Soon, they arrived outside the town. Perhaps because of the 5 soul rings on Yi Zhiqiu, which were too eye-catching, their group attracted quite a few spectators. As they exited the town, Yi Zhiqiu's mind calmed a bit. Looking at the 7 young people who came out, he said in a deep voice, "I'll give you one more chance. It's not too late to admit your mistakes now." Dai Mubai smiled wickedly and replied, "Mistake? What does that mean? Strength is right. Let's see if you can defeat us first." At this point, Yi Zhiqiu could no longer hold back. With a snort, he said, "Come at me together, and I'll teach you how to behave." The fatty chuckled and said, "Remember, we are not human. We are monsters, the monsters among monsters." Before Yi Zhiqiu could act, Dai Mubai had already moved first, his second spirit ring glowing brightly as a strong white light gathered into a sphere, and a round light bullet was shot from his mouth. It was the second spirit ring skill of the evil White Tiger, the White Tiger's fierce light wave. As Dai Mubai unleashed the White Tiger's fierce light wave, Zhu Zhuqing's body darted to the side and instantly circled toward Yi Zhiqiu's flank, while TangSan also moved, charging at Yi Zhiqiu from another direction. The fatty's mohawk shook vigorously, his first spirit ring glowing brightly as a purplish-red phoenix fire line erupted forth. The four of them attacked almost simultaneously, showing no fear despite facing an opponent who was a Soul King above level 50. In the face of the simultaneous attack from the four, Yi Zhiqiu's body erupted with black light, letting out a low growl. His first and second spirit rings lit up at the same time as he spun halfway around, revealing the turtle shell on his back, while a stream of black light, cold as ice, was released. Holding a soul guide device resembling a telescope, the evil moon had a toothpick in his mouth and said, "I'm not saying it, Tang Chuan. Are you just going to watch your brother assist the villain?" Tang Chuan smiled. As the eldest brother, it's my duty to teach my younger brother a lesson if he doesn't understand things. We can't reveal our identities yet, Tang Chuan. Don't go too far later. By Dong reminded at the right moment. It's fine, Your Holiness, who says we need to act personally. Suyu chuckled, as she had already made arrangements. Chapter 103. Justice in group fighting. As soon as the battle began, Yi Zhiqiu used his two soul ring skills, one being the Xiangui protection and the other being the Xianshui seal. His goal was simple, to quickly deal with these youths and give them a profound lesson, venting his frustrations while demonstrating the strength of Tsanhui Academy. Although the students of Shrek Academy were formidable, they were still young and had a significant gap in soul power compared to him. Yi Zhiqiu was confident that with his 53rd level soul power, he could freeze them all with the Xianshui seal. The white tiger burning light wave exploded on Yi Zhiqiu's back, just as TangSan judged. The defense of the Xiangui was among the top in beast martial souls, combining the softness of water attribute soul power with the coldness of ice attribute soul power. His soul power was much higher than Bai's, so this attack had no effect, and Yi Zhiqiu didn't even budge. At this moment, TangSan had already closed in on Yi Zhiqiu, the closest he had been to his opponent, and he felt an extreme chill coming at him, as if his blood vessels were about to freeze. Feeling a chill in his heart, he quickly activated his Xian Tian Gong to resist the cold, halting his advance. But his blue-silver grass martial soul spread out, wrapping around Yi Zhiqiu from all directions. As the saying goes, water and fire are merciless. Both cold and heat have a certain restraining effect on plant-type martial souls. Under the influence of the Xianshui seal, the speed of the blue-silver grass noticeably slowed down. At that moment, the fat guy's Phoenix fire line reached Yi Zhiqiu's turtle shell. Although the intensity of the fat guy's Phoenix flame was weakened by the Xianshui seal, it still arrived, reducing the coldness of the Xianshui seal significantly. The purple-red flames clung to the turtle shell, unable to penetrate but not extinguishing, as if they had a sticky nature. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul was mutated, so it couldn't be compared to ordinary fire. Yi Zhiqiu felt a wave of heat on his back and was startled. Taking advantage of this moment, the blue-silver grass had already wrapped around him tightly. Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal figure silently appeared in Yi Zhiqiu's blind spot, and her first soul ring skill, Phantom Pounce, activated, targeting Yi Zhiqiu's neck. Suddenly, Yi Zhiqiu retracted his neck, and a strange scene unfolded. His entire head shrank into his chest, perfectly dodging Zhu Zhuqing's claws. His third soul ring lit up, and a mist of water sprayed from his mouth, covering the Phoenix fire on his back. Although the Phoenix flame burned fiercely, Yi Zhiqiu's Xianshui was not easy to deal with, and his soul power was far superior to the fat guy's, extinguishing the purple-red flames on the turtle shell. A strong chill surged again, prompting TangSan to almost immediately withdraw his blue-silver grass. Otherwise, if it were frozen, it would greatly affect him as well. Zhu Zhuqing struck the turtle shell with her cat claws and leaped up. But in that brief contact, Zhu Zhuqing's right hand was already frozen. At that moment, By arrived just in time, unhesitatingly activating his white tiger shield. As the first soul ring's light shone, a pair of massive tiger claws shot out and struck directly at Yi Zhiqiu's back. Bai's soul power was the strongest among the Shrek students, and the attack from his 37th level soul power had a significant difference compared to those in their 20s. With two muffled thuds, Yi Zhiqiu stumbled forward 2 steps, but he quickly half-turned around, his head extending from his chest again, and opened his mouth to spray a stream of black cold water directly at By. Third soul ring skill, Xianshui Surge. The intense cold made By shiver all over. The white tiger shield could block some of the cold, but it was not enough to completely resist it, especially since the opponent's soul power was over 10 levels higher than his. Just then, a second purple-red flame appeared, perfectly blocking in front of By, colliding with the black water. Thick steam rose up. Although the flame was suppressed by the Xian Shui, By took the opportunity to retreat quickly. The brief exchange left TangSan feeling confused. Could it be that my judgment was wrong? Isn't this Xian Gui a defensive martial soul? No, it's impossible. How can my teacher's years of research be wrong? The martial soul of this Tanghui Academy teacher clearly hadn't mutated, but his chilling soul skill was quite difficult to handle. Little did they know, while TangSan and the others were surprised, Yi Zhiqiu was even more astonished. Although the combined attack of the four youths hadn't harmed him, it still caused him quite a bit of trouble. Especially the Phoenix fire line spewed by Ma Hongjun made Yi Zhiqiu deeply feel that this flame seemed to be his nemesis. If it weren't for that fat guy's low soul power, his Xian Shui wouldn't have been able to withstand such a bizarre flame. Moreover, the two strikes By had delivered to his turtle shell were infused with thick and explosive soul power, which, despite the protection of the turtle shell, still caused a surge of blood and energy within Yi Zhiqiu. After all, the Xiangui protection was only his first soul ring skill. Although the Xiangui was adept at defense, the defense of a first soul ring skill was ultimately limited. What surprised Yi Zhiqiu the most was the cooperation among these four youths. Although their coordination was still somewhat clumsy and not perfectly seamless, their abilities complemented each other strongly. One was a strong melee attacker, another was a sensitive attacker, one controlled, and another focused on ranged attacks, allowing them to maximize their offensive power. What kind of existence is this Shrek Academy? Little did he know, the 7 youths he saw before him were already all the students of Shrek Academy. Take action. Let these little punks know how powerful we are. They dared to insult our academy. They're looking for death. Damn it. Do they really think our Chengdu Academy is easy to bully? Fight. Just as TangSan and the others were gaining the upper hand with their righteous group fighting, the other students began to take action. Rock Elephant Possession. The leading student of Chengdu Academy activated his martial soul, and a massive rock giant elephant appeared, transforming his skin into hard stone. You, a mere dirt chicken, dare to call yourself a phoenix? That's just ridiculous. Oh my god. The fat guy screamed as he was knocked into the air, not expecting that even in a righteous group fight, someone would sneak attack him. This was simply unscientific. Iron-armored rhino. An image of a rhino appeared, and the Chengdu Academy student donned a layer of iron armor, drastically increasing his defense. Although Zhu Zhuqing was fast, her own attack power was simply like tickling him. Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened like water. Although she claimed to be a sensitive attacker, she was actually as fragile as could be. Now she was in a situation similar to a set of skills hitting Xiang Yu's ache, feeling somewhat at a loss. Silkbind. The female student from Tanghui Academy, who had previously been teased, revealed her martial soul, shooting out silk from her navel to ensnare Zhu Zhuqing. It turned out her martial soul was the silk spider. Zhu Zhuqing extended her claws and shattered the silk that bound her, but she felt her head growing heavy. Originally, the young soul master Xiao Zhu from Tanghui Academy also used her second soul skill, Spider Silk Paralysis, which weakens the affected soul master by 30% of their soul power and slows their speed by 40%. Soul Breaking Throw. The slender Tanghe student let out a low shout, and the long spear in his hand emitted a strong wave of soul power as he threw it towards Zhu Zhuqing. If this hit, the unprepared Zhu Zhuqing would definitely be severely injured. Zhuqing. When By saw that Zhu Zhuqing was injured, his second halo shone brightly, and a strong white light condensed into a sphere. A round light bullet was spat out from his mouth, which was the second soul ring skill of the evil White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. The White Tiger Fierce Light Wave countered the spear, and the remaining power was blocked by other students. Taking this opportunity, By hurriedly rescued Zhu Zhuqing, but was also injured by a student from Chengdu Academy. A black shiny braid flew in out of nowhere, and before he could react, a Tsanhui student's neck was already tightly wrapped by Xiao Wu's scorpion braid. Using this force, Xiao Wu wrapped herself around him, and at the same time, she curled her body and jumped, grabbing the Tsanhui student's neck, performing a somersault, and throwing the Tsanhui student to the ground. This student's martial spirit was a goat, which had no offensive power at all, and became the first student to be defeated. Since the students had taken action, Yi Zhiqiu had no choice but to watch from the side. Not bad. Keep it up. Go ahead, crush them. I've long been displeased with them. In the dining hall, the group from the Spirit Hall continued to watch the show, even cheering them on. As the instigator, Su Yuexin smiled gently, but she was still somewhat dissatisfied. This kind of battle was too ordinary. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuexin softly muttered a few words, and the distant students suddenly seemed to be invigorated, their combat power skyrocketing as they fearlessly attacked the Shrek 7. Xiao Wu. In an instant, Xiao Wu was pinned down by a student, and TangSan exclaimed in shock, no longer hiding his intentions. You! How dare you hurt Xiao Wu? Truly seeking death. You're finished. You will all die here today, paying the price for your actions. Seeking death. TangSan raised both hands simultaneously, and with a clang, 6 beams of cold light shot out from his sleeves. The powerful crossbow bolts created a piercing sound as they flew straight towards the back of the Tsanhui Academy students. With a few light sounds, 6 blood holes appeared on the Tsanhui student, who was instantly on the brink of death, taking in breath but unable to exhale. Hidden weapons. 46 steel needles shot out, and the other students had not anticipated that TangSan would launch a sneak attack, resulting in injuries for most of them. Damn it. The others were furious, no longer holding back, and crazily launched an assault on the Shrek team. Outnumbered, the Shrek team began to retreat one after another, with only TangSan able to hold his ground thanks to his hidden weapons. However, after Xiao Wu was injured, TangSan lost his sanity, and all his hidden weapons were unleashed at once, all poisoned. These students had never seen such blatant tactics. In just a few breaths, several students had already lost their lives. My students! Yi Zhiqiu cried out in despair and hurried to rescue his students, but the other students, driven by anger, completely defeated all the Shrek students. Just as the hidden weapons were used up, a lazy voice suddenly interrupted the battle, asking, "What are you doing out here at this hour instead of resting?" TangSan was momentarily stunned. His hands that had been resting on the 24 bridge moonlit night instinctively dropped. A tall figure appeared in everyone's sight. It was Zhao Wujia. Go back to sleep, Zhao Wujia commanded, without even glancing at the Tsanhui Academy. With a wave of his hand, he ordered all the Shrek Academy students to return to the hotel. This disruption made Yi Zhiqiu furious as he held the student who had lost all breath. Wait, you owe me an explanation for my student's life. Zhao Wujia turned back with some impatience. What is it? Yi Zhiqiu coldly replied. You are a teacher from that Shrek Academy, right? Just now, several of your academy students insulted our Tsanhui Academy and even killed my student. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Explanation? What's there to explain? Isn't Tsanhui Academy just a trash academy? Their words are not even considered insults. Besides, your students are all trash. If they die, so be it. My students are kind-hearted and help you clear your door, and you don't even thank them, but instead gang up on them. I haven't even caused you trouble yet. Zhao Wujia was a well-known troublemaker in the Soul Master world back in the day. Although he wasn't the strongest type, he was still a terrifying presence. Facing a Soul Master of over level 50, he naturally wouldn't take the opponent seriously. Both he and Shrek Academy's Dean Flender were proud individuals, and in this regard, By was most like them. If it weren't for this, Zhao Wujia wouldn't have been hunted down by the entire Spear Hall for killing dozens of mortals and over a dozen Soul Masters. Yi Zhiqiu was furious and no longer argued, striding towards Zhao Wujia. His aggressive demeanor clearly indicated he was not planning to back down. Zhao Wujia turned around and said to the 7 young men gathered around him, You are really useless. You can't even handle an old turtle. When we return to the academy, I'll deal with you. The chubby boy kindly reminded, Teacher Zhao, that old turtle is coming. Zhao Wujia scoffed, Get back to sleep. After saying this, he turned around just as Yi Zhiqiu, emanating a chilling aura, approached him. Let us see who is stronger, Zhao Wujia said arrogantly, not even using his martial spirit. He raised his right hand and slapped towards Yi Zhiqiu. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu was completely enraged. Having his student killed and facing such arrogance, he unleashed his full power of the Xian Shui Bing Feng, a strong chill sweeping toward Zhao Wujia, while simultaneously turning his body to block Zhao Wujia's palm with his turtle shell. He thought to himself, You are too arrogant. Even if your soul power is above mine, without using your martial spirit, I'll make you suffer a great loss. Unfortunately, it was not Zhao Wujia who suffered. The Xian Shui Bing Feng, which had caused considerable trouble for TangSan and others before, had no effect on Zhao Wujia, and in the next second, Yi Zhiqiu's body was sent flying by Zhao Wujia's slap. A large crack appeared on the turtle shell, and he flew more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Zhao Wujia threw Yi Zhiqiu a disdainful glance before turning to lead the Shrek students back to the hotel, muttering to himself that the feeling of not using a martial spirit to slap someone was indeed great. No wonder killing someone was nothing with the Haotian crown. What did it matter if it was the Spirit Hall? Zhao Wujie had seen By and the others provoke Tsunhui Academy from upstairs. He initially did not want to intervene, allowing these kids to practice their teamwork in actual combat. But later, when he saw TangSan and By surrounding Yijiqiu, he unexpectedly recalled the scene of being beaten not long ago and couldn't resist the urge to step in. He didn't expect that the old turtle would be so fragile, getting slapped away with just one hit. Of course, Zhao Wujie also understood the real reason. The opponent was using a defensive skill from the first Spirit Ring, and the last 2,000-year Spirit Ring skills had not even been used. However, after slapping Yijiqiu away, he had no desire to entangle himself with an opponent much weaker than himself. At this moment, it felt like when he stood before that person. Yijiqiu struggled to get up with the help of many Tsunhui Academy students, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His back felt as though a great mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe, and he couldn't help but feel horrified. He knew his defense well. The opponent hadn't even used their martial spirit, yet they could injure him with a casual slap, even if the opponent was a power-type soul master. The gap in strength must be at least 15 levels, if not more. As Zhao Wujie walked back, he grumbled, "You guys are really embarrassing me. Remember this. When we return, I'll have to give you special training." Yijiqiu sighed helplessly, looking at the student killed by TangSan, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Heaven will let its people perish. It must first let them become arrogant. We will report them to the Tiando royal family. If that doesn't work, we can sue Shrek Academy at the Spear Hall. A teacher from Dust Academy who appeared out of nowhere said. Yijiqiu was helped up by the students. It seems we have no choice. Damn Shrek, I will make you pay the price. The reactions of the others were also jaw-dropping. They did not expect that what began as a verbal dispute would escalate to such a deadly outcome. That one who sneak attacked with the item, was it your brother, TangSan? Yin said with a face full of disgust. Hulaina also indignantly exclaimed, "They are too despicable. They actually killed someone. Are they really soul masters?" Tang Chuan was indifferent and said, "It is what it is. This incident is meant for you to see the of some soul masters. Tsunhui Academy. They are not soul masters of our Spirit Hall. Their goal is to become nobles in the empire. You all understand that they are not on the same path as us commoners. So there's no need to feel sorry for them. The weak will be bullied. Today's situation is just because others don't want to fight. If they were titled Douluo, even the most despicable means wouldn't work. Furthermore, even if we let the teacher take action and beat Zhao Wujie, what would be the point? They are of, and we can't just kill Zhao Wujie on the spot like them, right? Then how are we any different from them?" Although Tang Chuan's words were somewhat cold-blooded, the fact remains that Hulaina and the others are also elites of the Spirit Hall, and they naturally understand the importance of the Spirit Hall versus the Empire. Let's go. I remember that Xiaoyu, and you need to add their fourth soul ring. Let's head to the Star Do Great Forest. Bibi Dong broke the silence. A night passed without a word. The next morning, as dawn broke, Zhao Wujie used his loud voice to wake everyone up. TangSan didn't mind, as he woke up early every day and had already developed a good routine. However, for others, especially someone like Oscar who loved to sleep in, it was quite painful. As a result, most people were still in a dazed state during breakfast. The sun slowly rose from the east, gradually enlarging the pale white of dawn, and the sky brightened little by little. Although TangSan sees this scene every day, no matter how many times it is repeated, the feeling brought by the emergence of that light still shocks his heart. The sunlight dispels the darkness, symbolizing that a new day has arrived. Leaving the small town, everyone continued forward. They were very close to the Stardo Forest. Everyone was rushing with all their might. And the most excited was, of course, Oscar, who was about to obtain his third spirit ring. He was eager to know what kind of enhancement effect his third spirit ring would bring. He knew that, without him reminding, Zhao Wujie would definitely lead everyone to at least hunt a normal 1,000-year spirit beast for him. The Stardo Forest is located in the southern part of the Heavendo Empire, spanning two great empires. Due to the multitude of spirit beasts here, this is also the area where the borders of the two countries are least defined. From a map, most of the Stardo Forest is within the territory of the Douluo Empire, although the Heavendo Empire has never acknowledged this. As one of the three major habitats of wild spirit beasts, the Stardo Forest is naturally a place that spirit masters most hope to visit, because every time they come here, it means they are about to advance. No one can say how many years the Stardo Forest has existed in the Douluo Continent. But once you step into the forest, the dense canopy that obscures the sky tells people of its ancient existence. From a distance, TangSan faintly felt a refreshing breeze blowing towards him, carrying the fragrant scent of plants that was heartwarming and indescribably comfortable. taking a deep breath of the fresh air. It felt as if all 36,000 pores in his body were opening up, a feeling of indescribable refreshment. Using his purple extreme magic eyes to gaze far ahead, what TangSan saw was a sea of green. The vast expanse of greenery ahead looked so shocking, and that comfortable, refreshing air came from there. Finally, they arrived in front of the Douluo Forest. The towering trees were at least 20 meters tall, and this was just the outermost edge. The dense forest had no paths, with intertwining shadows of trees, making it impossible to see the true scenery within. Upon reaching the forest, the air became even more pleasant, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. The refreshing feeling, mixed with the fragrant scent of damp soil, constantly stimulated everyone's sense of smell. "Stop!" Zhao Wujing spoke up. Everyone halted. After marching for over 100 miles, their bodies had already warmed up, especially Oscar and Ning Rongrong. As auxiliary spirit masters, their physical fitness was decent, but ultimately could not compare to TangSan and the others. Oscar quietly chanted his lewd spell, handing out a sausage to each person. After a few days of adjustment, everyone was no longer averse to his sausages, and at most pretended not to hear when he was chanting his spell. As the sausages entered their stomachs, they transformed into a rolling stream of warmth, restoring everyone's physical strength, and their spirits lifted. Zhao Wujing looked sternly at the 7 students in front of him. "Listen carefully. The Douluo Forest is not a place where the country raises magical beasts. The magical beasts inside are extremely dangerous, and you may face attacks from 1,000-year or even 10,000-year level magical beasts at any time. Therefore, once you enter the forest, none of you are allowed to leave my side by more than 20 meters. Ning Rongrong, Oscar, you two must stick close to me. Without my orders, no one is allowed to attack spirit beasts recklessly. Do you understand?" "Understood." Oscar quickly chanted his spell, and in a short while, he had a large handful of sausages and cured sausages in his hands. He handed each person 1 sausage and 1 cured sausage, saying, "My sausages can maintain their vitality in the air for 12 hours, meaning that eating them within 12 hours will have an effect. The sausages restore health and also alleviate hunger, while the main function of the cured sausages is detoxification." Everyone took them carefully and stored them on their bodies. They understood that Oscar was afraid that he wouldn't have time to give them the sausages in case of a crisis, so he gave them some in advance. The continuous release of soul power made Oscar's face slightly pale, but fortunately, his beard covered it, so it wasn't too obvious. The sausages he conjured worked well for others, but for himself, they only had 1/3 of the effect, which balanced out with his soul power consumption. Therefore, after consuming soul power, he could only recover through meditation. Of course, the hunger-satisfying effect of the sausages was also beneficial for him. Zhao Wujing looked around at everyone and saw that the 7 youngsters were ready before waving his hand to set off. This time, Zhao Wujing had By and TangSan walk at the front, while he personally brought up the rear, stepping into the Douluo Forest for the first time. Once inside the Douluo Forest, the most excited was Xiao Wu. She seemed to have no sense of danger at all, bouncing around happily. Zhao Wujing frowned at her behavior, but as Xiao Wu did not exceed the limits he set, he chose not to say anything further. The terrain within the Douluo Forest was very complex, with no paths in the forest. Naturally, the task of clearing a path fell on By. Using his martial soul, By's tiger claws gleamed, and with a wave of his hands, he cut through the thorns in their path, not affecting everyone's pace at all. TangSan closely followed behind By, enhancing his vision and hearing to the maximum state, carefully observing his surroundings. The master had once specifically taught him about wild soul beasts. Wild soul beasts have extremely strong attack power and harbor intense hatred towards humans who kill them to enhance their strength. The most frightening part is that among wild soul beasts, some are found in groups, which means they could very well encounter a group of powerful wild soul beasts. In such cases, unless the soul master possesses astonishing strength, it would be very difficult to withstand their attacks. Therefore, the master repeatedly instructed that once they entered the territory of wild soul beasts, they must be extremely cautious and cannot afford any mistakes. Otherwise, they would likely face catastrophic consequences. The reason the master sent TangSan to study at Shrek Academy was not to teach him anything in particular, as a master could teach him everything Shrek could. However, the master was troubled by his own strength. Although he had no problem guiding TangSan, he would no longer be able to assist him in obtaining soul rings once TangSan reached level 30. The soul rings that could be absorbed at level 30 are of the 1,000-year level, and 1,000-year soul beasts are very rare in the national breeding areas, with those of good quality being even scarcer. Only in the habitats of wild soul beasts could suitable ones possibly be found. Thus, the most important reason the master sent TangSan to Shrek Academy was to hope that the strength of the Academy's teachers could help TangSan obtain a suitable soul ring. Soon, they encountered soul beasts, and it was a group of them. Under Zhao Wujia's deliberately lowered voice, everyone stopped moving forward. This group of soul beasts was first spotted by TangSan. It was a group of weasel-like rodents. These soul beasts are not very large, and their attack power is not particularly strong, but their teeth are very formidable, capable of biting through metal and iron. TangSan got By, who had been clearing the path ahead with one hand, while using the other to gesture behind him to the others, indicating that there was no danger. Relying on the experience imparted to him by his master, he could tell at a glance that this group of 20 or 30 weasel-like creatures were merely 10-year spirit beasts. The weasels had a keen sense of smell and had clearly detected their presence at this distance, yet they showed no reaction, indicating that they had no interest in them. TangSan pointed to the side, and By understood, continuing to cut through the thorns to help everyone move forward. As they walked, By quietly asked TangSan, "Why do we have to take a detour? Those weasel-like rodents just now weren't strong. We could have just killed them." TangSan smiled and said, "They pose no threat to us. Their soul rings are too weak, so why should we take action? It's not worth my effort. If all soul masters were like this, years later, would there still be soul beasts in this forest? How would I hunt in the future? Moreover, my teacher once said that even when encountering low-level soul beasts in the wild soul beast forest, we must not let our guard down for Luo Sanpao. They are all high-level soul beasts, because once we engage them in battle, the smell of blood and noise is likely to attract powerful soul beasts. If we can't beat them, Luo Sanpao's fart might stink out other soul beasts, bringing them to attack him. It's better for us to be cautious. Just listen to me." By sincerely replied, "Your teacher must be a very powerful elder. This is all valuable experience." TangSan recalled the master's helplessness and couldn't help but show a wry smile on his face. Strong? The master seemed to be far from that word. This was also the greatest regret of the master's life. Chapter 105. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb, snake. The Stardoe forest was indeed too dense. The phrase blocking out the sky and covering the sun was not an exaggeration to describe it. It was not easy to see sunlight within the forest. The group had been moving for about an hour, and by now, it was already noon. During this hour, they encountered quite a few soul beasts, mostly of 10 and 100 years, and they mostly avoided conflicts with the soul beasts. Occasionally, some foolish ones would come forward to seek death, and Bai's tiger claw would directly solve the problem. Of course, he followed TangSan's advice and did not kill these soul beasts, only driving them away or injuring them. "All right, everyone take a break for a while." Zhao Wuji's voice relaxed the tense group. Bai cleared away the thorns around, creating an open space of nearly 100 square meters. The group sat against the trees to rest temporarily. Oscar naturally contributed his sausages, and at this moment, everyone was too preoccupied to care about what was delicious or not. They ate Oscar's sausages and drank the water they carried with them to take a break. Zhao Wuji issued an order to rest for an hour. They were still on the outskirts of the Stardoe forest, where high-level soul beasts were not often seen, and it was relatively safe. Their goal was to help Oscar hunt a suitable 1,000-year soul beast, which required them to go deeper into the forest. The further inside they went, the more dangerous it became, and the rest time will become even more valuable. Therefore, adjusting to their best state in a relatively safe place was very necessary. Xiao leaned on TangSan's shoulder. For some reason, the cheerful girl who was excited when they first entered the forest seemed to have lost her spirit after their first encounter with a soul beast. As if she had something on her mind, TangSan had tried to ask her about it, but Xiao always said she was fine. Just when everyone had been resting for about half an hour, suddenly, TangSan and Zhao Wuji's gazes turned towards the same direction simultaneously. Zhao Wuji shouted loudly, "Everyone get up. Something is approaching." TangSan and By tacitly stood in front of Oscar and Ning Rongrong, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the guarded nearby. In an instant, everyone released their martial souls, including Zhao Wujia. The rustling sound grew louder, and even Oscar and Ning Rongrong, as support soul masters, could clearly feel how quickly that unknown creature was approaching. "Zhu Zhuqing, see what it is," Zhao Wujia ordered in a deep voice. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, quietly leaping up, her claws extended, and swiftly climbed a nearby large tree to look in the direction of the sound. A cat's vision is exceptional, even at night, let alone now, in the middle of the day. So, what does a cat's keen vision have to do with Zhu Zhuqing? Can soul masters with the blue-silver grass martial soul photosynthesize themselves? Soon, Zhu Zhuqing's cool voice came from the tree, It seems to be a flying snake. But it can't fly high, only about 3 meters off the ground. It has a fleshy crest on its head, which looks larger than its head, bright red like blood. Its tail is quite special, shaped like a fan. Zhao Wujia's eyes lit up. It's a phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Such soul beasts are quite rare. The fleshy crest on its head has many wonderful functions. Oscar, you are fortunate. It's a pity we don't know how many years this phoenix-tail coxcomb snake has lived. Zhu Zhuqing, keep an eye on its direction. Report to me immediately if there's any change. Yes, it's coming towards us quickly, but it seems to have some difficulty maintaining its balance. TangSan's suddenly asked, what is the length of this phoenix-tail chicken-crowned snake? And what color are its wings? Zhu Zhuqing replied, the wings are light red, and the length is approximately between 6 to 8 meters. TangSan calculated slightly in his heart and said affirmatively, this is a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. Its light red wings are a sign of its 1,000-year evolution. Based on its length, which is between 6 to 8 meters, it should have a cultivation age of between 1,300 to 1,800 years. Oscar, this is perfect for you. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is non-venomous and is a rare, powerful non-venomous snake. It uses its body to coil around its enemies to suffocate them as an attack method. Its attacking method is quite simple, but its speed is astonishing, and its coxcomb stores various nutrients, allowing it to instantaneously increase its speed in times of crisis. If you obtain this spirit ring, then your next spirit skill should be related to speed. Whether it's to assist in boosting speed or to add speed to yourself, both are good choices. The phoenix-tail coxcomb snake is rare over 1,000 years due to its not very strong and relatively singular attack power, so you are quite lucky this time. Oscar's peach blossom eyes suddenly brightened. Xiao-san, you are the encyclopedia of the spirit world. Amazing, really amazing. Here, one has to admire Oscar. His understanding of spirit beasts is as basic as 1 + 1 = 2. What have you been learning these years? Making sausages. Not just him, but everyone, except for Xiao Wu, including Zhao Wujia, looked at him with some changes in their expressions. One must know that spirit beasts, like martial spirits, are incredibly diverse, and judging their age and level is not easy. That TangSan could accurately determine the type and strength of the spirit beast they were about to face, as well as provide specific details about it, just by listening to Zhu Zhuqing, shows how well he understands martial spirits. These are things that Zhao Wujia also questioned whether he could do. TangSan smiled shyly and said, this is all thanks to my master. Rather than saying that TangSan is an encyclopedia, it is more accurate to say that his master is. The master has already reached the pinnacle of research on all aspects of martial souls, and as his disciple, aside from his own considerable strength, TangSan's theoretical knowledge is enough to make him a teacher in any academy. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but ask, since you understand this kind of soul beast, what is the best way to capture it? TangSan answered without hesitation. Any snake species fears predatory birds, especially long-beaked birds like cranes. Although we don't have a crane spirit, the fat guy's phoenix can be considered the king of birds. The aura of his spirit should exert some suppressive effect on this phoenix-tailed, coiling snake. The snake's offensive capabilities aren't strong. We just need to be careful not to let it escape. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's voice emerged, and with a low shout, she pounced from the air, showing no fear of the 1,000-year soul beast. Her claws and the first soul ring on her body lit up simultaneously as she executed her ghostly puncture. The enormous snake, just as Zhu Zhuqing had described, was about 6 or 7 meters long, with a bright red, fleshy crown on its head, looking quite fierce. Zhu Zhuqing collided directly with the snake's advancing body. Her ghostly puncture struck down towards the fleshy crown on its head. The phoenix-tailed, coiling snake reacted quickly. Although it was rushing forward, it hurriedly tilted its head, causing Zhu Zhuqing's claw to miss the crown and instead hit its body, producing a muffled sound that reduced the snake's speed slightly. The phoenix-tailed, coiling snake seemed startled, its head twisting as it suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a colorful mist towards Zhu Zhuqing. At the same time, its bright, red, fleshy crown lit up, and its previously delayed speed increased again. By shouted without thinking, "Be careful." As the saying goes, concern leads to chaos. In his panic and anger, he immediately activated his 1,000-year soul ring ability, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His body suddenly enlarged as he charged towards the phoenix-tailed, coiling snake. Ningrongrong. The second of the 7 treasures, her clear voice rang out just in time. By felt his body lighten, and his forward momentum increased again, allowing him to block the suddenly aggressive phoenix-tailed, coiling snake in the nick of time. With a loud bang, By let out a muffled grunt, his body recoiling nearly 10 meters, but the snake's forward momentum also came to a halt, its massive form twisting in the air before crashing to the ground. The colorful mist it sprayed is just for show. It's not poisonous. TangSan's voice timely rang out. Meanwhile, on the ground, the prepared blue-silver grass suddenly surged up, tightly wrapping around the fallen phoenix-tailed, coiling snake, especially constraining its two wings, preventing it from flying again. The fat guy's spirit exerted full pressure, and the phoenix-tailed, coiling snake trembled as it sensed the aura of the evil fire phoenix. However, as a 1,000-year-soul beast, it wasn't so easily resigned to death. Although it couldn't fly for the time being, it was not completely hindered in its movement. TangSan felt that the body of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake suddenly became slippery. Not only could the sharp spikes of the blue-silver grass not penetrate its snake skin, but it also allowed the snake to swiftly wiggle out of the blue-silver grass. Although it wasn't flying, it was still moving along the ground at an astonishing speed, already 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Want to escape? Is it that easy? Zhao Wujia's deep voice sounded, accompanied by the shining third soul ring on his body. The body of the 1,000-year phoenix tail chicken crown snake suddenly stiffened, and its speed dramatically decreased. This was Zhao Wujia's third soul ring ability, gravity enhancement. Immediately after, the fourth and fifth soul rings on Zhao Wujia's body lit up simultaneously. He suddenly leaped into the air, and when he landed again, under the effect of the fourth soul ring's ability, position tracking, he appeared right in front of the 1,000-year phoenix tail chicken crown snake, exerting gravitational pressure at the same time. No matter how slippery the phoenix tail chicken crown snake was, it had no room to maneuver in front of Zhao Wujia's overwhelming soul power. Dealing with a 1,000-year soul beast was a piece of cake for the unmoved king. It seemed like he hadn't done much, but the explosive power in an instant made all the students feel a chill in their hearts. TangSan finally understood how lucky he had been during his battle with Zhao Wujia that day. If Zhao Wujia had combined his soul skills right from the start, he probably wouldn't have even had the chance to release his hidden weapons. Zhao Wujia's bare paw reached out and grasped the snake's head, lifting it up to his face. With his other hand, he flicked the flesh crown on its head, and the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake was knocked out by the force of the powerful King Kong bear. If Zhao Wujia hadn't needed to spare its life, that single flick would have been enough to end it. It's done. Everyone cheered with excitement at the same time. Oscar, who was only 14 years old, couldn't hide his excitement and quickly ran over to Zhao Wujia. Xiao Wu stood beside TangSan, her head lowered, with an expression of reluctance in her big eyes. Did they really have to hunt the soul beast? TangSan sighed lightly and said, "The law of survival is survival of the fittest. If this snake is stronger than us, do you think it would let go of the food right in front of it?" Xiao Wu did not speak again, but she kept her head down, her face still somewhat pale. Zhao Wuji took a short blade from his waist and handed it to Oscar, saying, "The longer the night, the more dreams. Let's do it. If you stab it from underneath its crest, you can pierce its brain, and this soul ring will be yours." Oscar excitedly took the short blade. At that moment, the 1,000-year soul beast in front of him was like a lamb ready for slaughter. His third soul skill was about to be obtained, and he was so excited that his hands were trembling, almost unable to hold it steady. So, is this just like killing a chicken? Just grab a knife? Has this 1,000 years been for nothing? In a different worldview, 1,000 years could make one an old monster. Just as Oscar was about to stab with the blade in his hand, suddenly a hoarse shout rang out, "Stop!" Immediately, two figures sprang out from the direction the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake had flown in from, appearing in front of everyone. One was an old woman and the other a young girl. The elder looked to be in her 60s or 70s, her white hair neatly combed. Though she was not young, her spirit was remarkably vigorous. Despite the many wrinkles on her face, it was as rosy as a baby's. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long, snake-headed cane, and 6 soul rings swayed up and down around her. Her body showed no signs of change, but the soul rings indicated that she had already used her martial spirit. Without a doubt, the cane in her hand was her martial spirit. Next to the old woman was a beautiful girl with short hair that reached her ears, looking about 16 or 17 years old. She wore a fitted outfit that tightly wrapped around her well-developed figure, and her large, deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake in Zhao Wuji's hand. She also held a snake-headed cane, which was just a bit shorter than the elder's, measuring only 2 meters in length, and her soul rings were only 200-year ones. The appearance of the old woman and the girl startled everyone, but when they saw that the old woman had 6 soul rings, they all breathed a sigh of relief. After all, Zhao Wuji's 7 soul rings were not to be trifled with, especially those deep black 10,000-year soul rings, which displayed a clear deterrent power. TangSan and the others relaxed, but the old woman's expression changed somewhat. Previously, she had loudly stopped Zhao Wuji after hearing what he said to Oscar. But as she approached, she immediately noticed the 7 soul rings on Zhao Wuji's body. Chapter 106. Man-faced demon spider Tang Chuan. Is what you said true? I feel like soul beasts in the Douluo forest are unlikely to drop soul bones, especially fierce soul beasts like the man-faced demon spider. Xiaoyu scratched his head. Although he wanted to obtain the 4th soul ring, he had never considered a soul ring from a man-faced demon spider. Tang Chuan's my. Xiaoyu didn't know, but Tang Chuan was well aware. That was the human-faced demon spider, which could grant soul masters the external spirit bone, 8 spider lances. The 8 spider lances were the 3rd most powerful external tool in Douluo Continent, second only to hidden weapons and the Xintian skill. If Xiaoyu could obtain it, then TangSan would lose this advantage. Xiaoyu, don't worry. I've studied the human-faced demon spider carefully. Its toxicity from the soul ring and its own destructive power are very suitable for your moon blade martial soul. Your moon blade has sufficient destructive power now, but lacks additional properties such as flame, ice, poison, stun, fear. These special abilities are all possible. The human-faced demon spider is a nightmare among small soul beasts, a life-devouring existence, and an object of hatred for all soul beasts. It is a terrifying entity among soul beasts. Of course, compared to some higher-level soul beasts like the Titan Great Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python, it is clearly not on the same level. However, this human-faced demon spider is a creature that even soul beasts fear. It is one of the most terrifying existences among arachnid soul beasts. Bibi Dong thought for a moment and nodded. What Tang Chuan said does have some merit. Thus, the group began searching for the human-faced demon spider. There were quite a few of them in the Douluo forest, so they were relatively easy to find. Suddenly, a peculiar sound attracted everyone's attention. The rustling noise sounded like someone changing clothes or the rubbing of leaves. With a sense of vigilance, TangSan's slowly stood up and cautiously looked in the direction of the sound. Then, everyone saw the source of the noise suddenly appear. In front of Xiaoyu was a spider, an unusual giant spider with a body diameter of over 1.5 meters and 8 spear-like long legs over 3 meters long. Its entire body was covered in a black shell, shiny and smooth, with long legs that were thin at the front. Each step silently pierced the ground, indicating its sharpness. It seemed to have noticed the group as well, its 8 long legs moving rapidly, creating a series of afterimages, and, in the blink of an eye, it was before them. 2 of its front legs suddenly lifted and stabbed directly towards Su Yuexin's head. What a stroke of luck! Tang Chuan Juke! And with a flash of black light in his hand, the Haotian hammer appeared. With a tremendous force, he swung it and sent the human-faced demon spider flying. Xiaoyu was eager to try as well. A silver-white moon blade appeared in his hand. His martial soul, the moon blade, which was an extremely rare martial soul, ranking among the top-tier weapon martial souls. You all stay back. Let me see how formidable this human-faced demon spider really is. As Xiaoyu dashed forward, the human-faced demon spider's front legs lifted, inevitably raising its body and revealing the terrifying white patterns on its abdomen. Xiaoyu almost instinctively rolled on the ground to evade the spider's attack. On the spider's lower abdomen, there were white patterns that contrasted sharply with its black body, and these white patterns formed a grotesque human face. 8 small eyes flickering with a ghostly purple light were pressed against its lower abdomen. However, for the eyes seemed to have been smashed by something, a bloody mess. Even the shell on its lower abdomen had several cracks. It had a solid shell, incredible speed, 8 long legs with strong penetrating power and poisonous attributes, and most terrifying of all, its spider web. Unlike ordinary spiders that spin webs, this one sprayed its web directly. Not only was it extremely sticky, but it was also incredibly tough. It carried a horrifying neurotoxin, rendering even tiger-type soul beasts mere food before this human-faced demon spider. The human-faced demon spider could unleash its web instantly, covering an area 10 times its size, making it nearly impossible to evade. Even powerful soul masters would need time to break free once ensnared, and that time was enough for it to accomplish many things. First soul skill, Silver Moon Slash. Facing the attack of the human-faced demon spider, Xiaoyu smiled, and the moon blade in his hand turned completely silver, easily severing the web that was wrapping around him. Third soul skill, Golden Moon Slash. The armor on the spider's chest was the hardest part of its entire body. When facing Xiaoyu's sudden attack, it instinctively did not attempt to defend. Soul Masters could sense the strength of soul beasts within a certain range, and soul beasts could also sense the strength of soul masters. This human-faced demon spider had already reached the level of 10,000 years, but was not as terrifying due to its injuries. However, it could still clearly assess that Xie Yu's strength was far inferior to its own, so it naturally did not consider his attack a threat to its strongest armor. Crack! Crack! The body of a human-faced demon spider was sent flying backward by the impact. The next morning, they continued their search for soul beasts, but this time it was TangSan who obtained the soul beast, not Oscar. As for what kind of soul beast to choose for his third soul ring, Master had already planned it out for TangSan. Therefore, TangSan believed that finding a soul beast should be easier than Oscar. After all, some of the soul beasts in the Master's plan were quite common. As long as the cultivation years were appropriate, they could become his third soul ring. However, contrary to expectations, 2 full days passed, and despite everyone searching diligently under Zhao Wujia's guidance, they still hadn't found a suitable soul beast for TangSan. The previous encounter with the Snake Lady and her grandson made Zhao Wujia somewhat wary, and combined with the inherent dangers of the Douluo Forest, he adopted a conservative strategy in searching for soul beasts, not venturing deep into the forest but only searching around the periphery. Even though they encountered several thousand-year soul beasts along the way, none were suitable for TangSan. The remaining options were all 100-year soul beasts. One could not blame Zhao Wujia for adopting a conservative attitude in searching for soul beasts. After all, he was the only teacher on this trip. While everyone could handle lower-level soul beasts, he had no confidence in being able to protect everyone if they encountered a powerful soul beast. These students were all little monsters from Shrek Academy, some of whom came from distinguished backgrounds, and Zhao Wujia did not dare take risks. If anything happened to anyone, it would be a fatal outcome. 2 days passed. Although food supplies were not an issue for everyone, living in the crisis-ridden forest every day put everyone on high alert, making it easier to feel fatigued. However, entering the Douluo Forest, precisely because of this sense of crisis, the cooperation among the students gradually became more tacit. TangSan, By, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun were responsible for fighting when they encountered soul beasts. Zhu Zhuqing was responsible for scouting within a certain distance. Oscar and Ning Rongrong provided support, even without Zhao Wujia's help, as long as they were not facing soul beasts over 1,000 years old. This small group of theirs posed no threat. Tacit cooperation required constant combat to develop, and this dangerous environment was evidently the best training. Being able to enter Shrek Academy already proved the students' excellence. Monsters are geniuses, and they successfully transformed pressure into motivation. Coupled with Zhao Wujia's guidance from the side, their soul power progress did not change much, but their practical experience and overall strength continually enhanced subtly. As night fell, it was time to rest again. No fires were allowed in the Douluo Forest. Although most soul beasts fear flames, there's a small portion that is extremely fond of fire. And among this small group, most are deadly beings. There was no need for Zhao Wujia to give further instructions. The male students were responsible for setting up temporary tents, while the female students were in charge of preparing food. Of course, Oscar was an exception, as he was directly categorized with the female students by By and TangSan. The tent was small, naturally not large enough for everyone to lie down and sleep, but it was no problem for everyone to sit and cultivate. For them, maintaining the best combat state at all times was far more important than sleeping. As the teacher, Zhao Wujia took on the task of keeping watch at night. After hastily finishing dinner, Zhao Wujia told everyone to go into the tent to rest, but called TangSan to his side. "Little San, are you anxious?" Zhao Wujia asked with a smile, looking at the young boy in front of him. TangSan shook his head and said, "Finding soul beasts is just a matter of luck. There's no use in being anxious. Teacher Zhao, don't worry, I have patience." Zhao Wujin sighed softly and said, "The Douluo Forest has also begun to become desolate. Many years ago, I still remember how bustling it was here. Back then, even on the outskirts of the forest, you could see soul beasts of 1,000 years old everywhere. But now, there are far fewer soul beasts. I don't know if they have all gone deeper into the forest to live, or if there are other reasons." TangSan said, "No matter the reason, it is still caused by us humans. Although soul beasts are fierce, we humans are even fiercer, aren't we?" Zhao Wujia was taken aback for a moment. "What does this mean?" TangSan said. "The teacher once said that although the number of soul masters is small, it only takes a few decades for a soul master to grow from the beginning of their training to becoming a powerful one. During these decades, a powerful soul master needs at least 6 soul rings, which means they have to hunt more than 6 soul beasts. Among these, there will be those that are hundreds, thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. The cultivation of soul beasts is much more difficult than that of humans. Otherwise, their power wouldn't be classified by age. Despite their large numbers, if this slaughter continues, the number of soul beasts will only keep decreasing, especially the powerful ones. Killing one means there is one less. Many years later, it will probably be hard to see any that are over 1,000 years old. Zhao Wuji pondered and said, "The master is right. However, who among the soul masters would think about this issue? Who doesn't want to become stronger? Even if the spirit hall imposes restrictions, it would probably have no effect." TangSan's said, "What has a greater impact is the aimless slaughter. A soul master needs at most 9 soul beasts in their lifetime. But how many soul beasts does a soul master hunt in their lifetime? Let's not talk about others. Even in our journey, when we encounter attacking 10-year and 100-year soul beasts, we can't help but strike. And those who live by hunting soul beasts have their numbers increased geometrically. If this continues, the profession of soul master will one day reach a point where there are no soul beasts left to use." Zhao Wujia said, "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. This is not something we can control. At most, we can just kill a little less ourselves. Xiaosan, I've decided that if we can't find a suitable soul beast for you tomorrow, we will go deeper into the Stardow Forest to search. There will surely be a soul ring that suits you." "Don't worry," TangSan smiled slightly and said, "Teacher Zhao, I've actually never worried about this issue. Also, I've never had the chance to apologize to you. During our match, you were always holding back." But Zhao Wujia let out a bitter laugh and waved his hand at TangSan. "All right, can we not bring up that embarrassing incident? I've already forgotten it." The two exchanged glances and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Just then, suddenly, the smile in Zhao Wujia's eyes vanished in an instant. One hand fiercely grabbed TangSan's shoulder and pulled him closer. An extremely cold aura erupted from Zhao Wujia, accompanied by a low growl as he summoned his martial spirit. The powerful diamond bear instantly manifesting. "Everyone leave the tent, quickly!" Zhao Wujia roared, his deep voice resonating inside the tent. After several days of cooperation, the students had already developed a certain level of tacit understanding and quickly darted out of the tent. "Teacher Zhao, what happened?" By swiftly approached Zhao Wujia, looking puzzled. Zhao Wujia did not answer his question. "Everyone, get behind me. If anything happens, don't worry about me. Just leave here immediately and get out of the Stardow Forest first. By, while I'm not here, the responsibility of protecting everyone falls on you." Neither By, TangSan, nor the others understood what had happened to make the usually self-assured Zhao Wujia so tense. At that moment, they suddenly witnessed an eerie scene. In the direction Zhao Wujia was staring, 2 tall trees slowly parted to the sides, and a massive figure silently walked out from there. Seeing this giant creature, everyone's breath seemed to stop, and they finally understood what Zhao Wujia was worried about. It was a presence like a mountain, with dark fur shimmering faintly under the dim starlight. And even though it was on all fours, its shoulder height exceeded 7 meters. If it stood upright, it would probably be over 15 meters tall. From the outside, it resembled both a monkey and a gorilla, with its entire body black except for its eyes, which are the size of lanterns, glowing with a yellow, crystal-like light. In the darkness of night, one could hardly see its body unless it was moving. This creature's body was incredibly robust, astonishingly so, with muscles more terrifying than granite covering every part of it, bulging like small hills. And such a massive creature walked without making any sound, not even the sound of breathing. The first to recognize it was TangSan, thanks to the knowledge imparted by his master, almost immediately identified this giant. It was the king of the forest, the Titan giant ape. Even the usually composed TangSan's voice changed at that moment. The appearance of a Titan giant ape in any spirit beast forest was absolutely that of a dominant presence. No spirit beast dared to offend it, as the outcome would surely be death. Even a century-old Titan giant ape could contend with other 10,000-year spirit beasts. They possessed unparalleled strength and speed, with nearly no flaws in their attack and defense. Most terrifyingly, they could also perform skills similar to soul techniques. No one knew what the true skills of the Titan giant ape were, as those who had seen these skills had already died. Though it was also a 10,000-year spirit beast, its power was distinctly different. This was a matter of inherent attributes. Among all spirit beasts, the Titan giant ape evidently stood among the few at the top of the pyramid. The terror it could bring was almost a nightmare for all soul masters. Countless soul masters had coveted the Titan giant ape's power, hoping to kill it for their own spirit ring. But those who had such thoughts and tried to realize them had all vanished from this world. Among known soul masters, It seemed only one person had ever hunted a Titan giant ape, and that was the only one. The Titan giant ape not only possessed immense strength, but also had intelligence comparable to that of humans. In the forest, it was the absolute king. Neither TangSan nor Zhao Wujia could fathom why this king of the forest, which should exist in the core of the Douluo forest, would appear here. Respected king of the forest, we did not mean to offend. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately, Zhao Wujia said in a deep voice. He knew the Titan giant ape could understand human speech, especially this remarkably strong Titan giant ape, which clearly had been alive for over 10,000 years. He could hardly think of anyone among spirit beasts who could match the one before him in strength. The Titan giant ape ignored Zhao Wujia's words. It simply made a simple movement that made everyone's hearts leap to their throats as it took a step forward. Although it was just a single step, with its powerful body, that distance had already closed the gap between it and the Shrek Academy group. At this moment, Zhao Wujia's mind was racing, and the most frequent thought was just 3 words. What to do? Yes, what should be done now? Although Zhao Wujia prided himself on his strength, he was very clear that the terror of the Titan giant ape before him was far beyond that of the legendary dragon and snake couple. He would rather face a tidal Douluo than confront such a king of spirit beasts. Just as TangSan had said before, the wanton killing of spirit beasts by soul masters had filled all spirit beasts with hatred towards humans. This king of spirit beasts would clearly be no exception. Zhao Wujia knew that in front of it, he would struggle to protect himself, let alone protect others. However, at this moment, how could he possibly retreat? With a determined bite of his teeth, Zhao Wujia said solemnly, "I'll hold it off. You all immediately take Oscar's mushroom sausages and leave here. I probably won't be able to hold on for long. You must move quickly." After saying this, Zhao Wujia took a deep breath, and the 7 rings on his body shone brightly as he charged towards the Titan giant ape. The first, second, third, and fourth rings shone simultaneously. Facing such a formidable opponent, the immovable king unleashed 4 of his 7 soul skills. The brilliance of the 4 shining soul rings was dazzling. As the immovable king enveloped himself in a protective barrier, with gravity control centered on Zhao Wujia fully exerted towards the Titan giant ape, compressing the gravity to restrict its movements as much as possible. Simultaneously, he raised his hands, activating the powerful diamond palm with all his might, releasing a powerful energy wave. Zhao Wujia leaped from a towering tree, using it as leverage, and charged towards the Titan giant ape without holding back his soul power. "TangSan, cover everyone and go help teacher Zhao," By instructed, letting out a roar as he sprinted forward. He naturally knew how powerful the Titan great ape was, so he not only unleashed his white tiger martial soul directly, but also activated his strongest 3rd soul skill, white tiger diamond transformation, in an instant. Bai's already robust body, enhanced by the white tiger martial soul, swelled up again, his muscles bulging exaggeratedly, and his upper clothing was completely torn apart, revealing a terrifying muscle outline. Most bizarrely, black horizontal stripes appeared on his skin. If it weren't for the lack of fur, it would be almost indistinguishable from tiger skin. His tiger paws grew larger, and the blades that protruded from them turned bright silver. Strangely, his entire body was enveloped in a layer of intense golden light. As if he were gilded, his blood-red eyes exuded a bloodthirsty gleam, and his whole being radiated the domineering aura of the king of beasts. With a sudden increase in both attack and defense, By charged forward with full force amidst the roar of the tiger. Zhao Wujia's target was the top of the Titan great ape's head, while By aimed at the forelimbs that supported the Titan great ape's body. "You all go. I have to help them, and I can't leave." A warm yet firm voice rang out, and the dazzling 7-treasure glazed tile emerged and spun from Ning Rongrong's palm. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is, accompanied by Ning Rongrong's brief and crisp voice. For beams of light shot out simultaneously, 2 of which landed on Zhao Wujia just as he was about to strike the Titan great ape's head. The most formidable characteristic of the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul is its ability to amplify while ignoring the base. Ning Rongrong's current amplification effect is 30%, meaning that regardless of the strength of the amplified target, the amplification is always 30%. By, at level 37, received a 30% increase in strength and speed, and the same was true for Zhao Wujia, who was at level 76. Indeed, under the amplification of Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile, Zhao Wujia's power, suddenly surged, and the soul power in his bare paws noticeably increased, instantly climbing to an attack power surpassing level 80. Among the 7 students, 2 had already decided to stay. Would the others really leave? Their cooperation had already formed a good tacit understanding. TangSan didn't say much, just patted the fat guy's shoulder and rushed out. His meaning was very clear. You should still complete the task that Boss Dai entrusted. TangSan's goal, like Douluo, was the forelimbs of the Titan Great Ape. However, while Douluo aimed to attack, TangSan intended to entangle. The blue-silver grass surged forth without hesitation, directly heading towards the forelimbs of the Titan Great Ape, aiming to restrict its movements as much as possible. TangSan understood very well that the Titan Great Ape was not only powerful in attack and defense, but despite its massive size, its speed was also extremely frightening. Ning Rongrong fully exerted her role as a support-type Soul Master. As TangSan charged out, 2 beams of light were added to him. The assistance from the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda was truly a delight, enhancing his strength and speed by 30% in an instant, and the sensation was incredibly wonderful. TangSan's blue-silver grass became even more lush, firmly entangling the 2 forelimbs of the Titan Great Ape, and the spikes on the blue-silver grass stabbed out desperately, hoping to inflict some damage on the Titan Great Ape with poison. Zhu Zhuqing had already disappeared the moment TangSan charged out. Of course, she would not leave. At this moment, she was soaring above the large tree that Zhao Wujia had previously used for leverage, looking for an opportunity to launch an attack. Fatty Ma Hongjun was mumbling something, and at the same time, 2 soul rings released intense light from his body, purple flames rising all around him. His second soul ring skill, Blazing Phoenix, could not only protect him, but also amplify the first soul ring skill, Phoenix Fire Line, as a thick fire line as thick as an arm spewed forth from his mouth. However, this guy was quite devious, aiming for a certain part of the Titan Great Ape's lower abdomen. Fatty, of course, did not know the gender of this Titan Great Ape. He only knew that regardless of a gender, that area was definitely a vital spot. Xiao Wu moved almost simultaneously with Zhu Zhuqing, choosing another large tree. Dealing with a powerhouse like the Titan Great Ape was actually her weakest point, but Xiao Wu still charged forward without hesitation. For some reason, her expression seemed somewhat relaxed. However, at this moment, no one would notice her expression. Oscar did not rush forward but kept repeating, "I have a mushroom sausage," diligently preparing tools for everyone to escape. Boom! Zhao Wujia's 2 enhanced golden iron palm strikes, boosted by 30%, landed heavily on the head of the Titan Great Ape. The instant enhancement in power and speed made Zhao Wujia extremely satisfied with this attack. He was certain that this was already his peak strength beyond the 7-soul ring. However, a scene that filled everyone with fear occurred. The moment Zhao Wujia's palms struck the Titan Great Ape, his entire body was blasted away like a cannonball. Meanwhile, the Titan Great Ape seemed to underestimate Zhao Wujia's power, its entire body leaning back from the impact. And then this king of the forest let out an earth-shattering roar. TangSan clearly saw through the purple extreme magic eye that a layer of black energy erupted from the Titan giant ape. In the night, only he could see this layer of energy clearly. Immediately after, whether it was Douluo and him attacking from the ground, or Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu attempting to attack from the trees, they were all thrown away and fell down in the face of this terrifying black energy. The blue-silver grass entangled around the Titan giant ape was also shattered inch by inch, providing no obstruction at all. TangSan reacted the fastest upon seeing the emergence of the black air wave. Although he was thrown into the air, he managed to control his body and caught the similarly thrown Xiao Wu. Douluo was the strongest among the group, second only to Zhao Wujia. But being too close to the Titan Great Ape, he was also thrown back and couldn't help but spout a mouthful of fresh blood. The unluckiest was the maliciously attacking fat man. His Phoenix Fire Line was all pulled back in front of the black air wave. Although he was activating his second Spirit Ring ability, Phoenix Fire, he was still violently struck by his own Phoenix Fire Line, rolling on the ground until he stabilized himself with TangSan's help at TangSan's feet. Fortunately, since the flames were his own, he wasn't burned. The Titan Great Ape seemed to be enraged. As the black air wave exploded, its massive body finally made a violent move. It lunged forward at an almost imperceptible speed, its enormous body descending directly towards the concentrated group of people. At this moment, Zhao Wujia was still in the air, having been thrown diagonally upwards, and it was already too late for him to attempt a rescue. Although TangSan was already on guard against the Titan giant ape, he still underestimated the terrifying king of the forest before him. The enormous body lunged at an illusory speed, creating a terrifying pressure that made everyone feel as if they couldn't breathe. At this critical moment, individual reactions varied greatly. The fastest reaction came from TangSan. Years of practice with hidden weapons had honed his reflexes beyond those of ordinary people. He immediately threw the girl he was holding, Xiao Wu, upward at an angle, allowing her to escape the Titan giant ape's attack first. At the same time, he kicked the hefty Fatty hard in the backside, sweeping him along the ground. Using the recoil from kicking Fatty, he rolled out of the way just in time, narrowly escaping the Titan giant ape strike. The time for TangSan to react was incredibly short. Despite his impressive speed, he could only manage to save Xiao Wu and Ma Hongjun in that brief moment. Bai's reaction was second only to TangSan's. Upon seeing the Titan giant ape descending from the air, he didn't have the same speed as TangSan to escape with Zhu Zhuqing, but he had his own method. Bai suddenly reached out with his hand, extending his tiger claw with a sharp blade that caught Zhu Zhuqing and pulled her into his embrace, though it left 3 scratches on her back. He couldn't care less at that moment. Simultaneously, he slammed his palm into the ground, creating a deep pit. The moment Zhu Zhuqing was in his arms, he dove into the pit with her. In this life-and-death crisis, Bai remained calm. He knew that no matter how massive the Titan giant ape was, it would fall in a surface area, and as long as he was below ground level, he could naturally avoid being crushed. The deep pit was precisely for this purpose. Even if he were unfortunate enough to be hit, Zhu Zhuqing, protected beneath him, would have a better chance of avoiding injury. Although Zhu Zhuqing was an agility attack-type soul master, her mind was already in chaos when Bai pulled her into his arms. As the sting on her back hit her, her vision went dark, and her whole body shook violently, nearly causing her to faint. Oscar's reaction was undoubtedly the slowest, but his mind was not dull. In fact, he was even smarter than Bai. He didn't have the ability to break the ground, but he lunged out almost simultaneously with Bai. While Bai had to use his tiger claws to pull the slightly distant Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace, Oscar unceremoniously knocked Ning Rongrong down onto himself, hugging her as they crashed to the ground. The Titan giant ape had previously landed on all fours, and Oscar thought that if it landed in the same way, then as long as he and Ning Rongrong fell to the ground, they would have a chance of survival. Even if he were unlucky enough to be crushed, at least he would die with a beautiful girl in his arms. As the saying goes, to die under the peony is to be a ghost with style. Going to hell while embracing a beauty from the 7-treasure glazed tile school was not a loss. Ning Rongrong, of course, had no idea what Oscar was thinking. Her body was not as resilient as Zhu Zhuqing's, and when Oscar knocked her down like that, she fainted immediately. Boom! The Titan giant ape crashed to the ground. To Oscar's delight, just as he had predicted, the Titan giant ape landed on all fours, and the spot where he and Ning Rongrong lay was right beneath the giant's abdomen. Apart from the intense shaking, they were unharmed. At that moment, TangSan, who had rolled out from beneath the Titan giant ape, felt a chill in his heart. He clearly saw one of the Titan giant ape's forelimbs suddenly lift, grabbing Xiao Wu, whom he had thrown into the air in an attempt to escape. No, let go of Xiao Wu. Seeing Xiao Wu fall into the Titan giant ape's grasp, TangSan's eyes turned red. Without waiting for his body to stabilize on the ground, he kicked off hard and soared into the air, using a nearby large tree to leap up. His hands swiftly moved to his waist, and over a dozen cold lights shot up, aiming directly at the Titan giant ape's eyes. The eyes were one of the few vital spots on the Titan giant ape. At that moment, TangSan's heart sank. He knew that with the Titan giant ape's strength, Xiao Wu would not survive if it exerted even a little force. Even if her body was flexible, she couldn't possibly live through it. Zhao Wujie finally landed as well, and he too witnessed the scene of Xiao Wu being captured by the Titan giant ape. At this point, Zhao Wujie had no reservations left. He let out a furious roar, and his 7th soul ring, deep black in color, suddenly exploded. A strong black light instantly enveloped Zhao Wujie's entire body. Immediately afterward, his body began to undergo a tremendous transformation. After merging with the great strength diamond bear, Zhao Wujie's already robust physique swelled as if inflated. And in the blink of an eye, he grew taller than 5 meters. His muscles expanded in an exaggerated manner, and brownish-yellow fur erupted all over him, transforming him into a true giant bear. When his body fully changed in a bear form, the brownish-yellow fur instantly changed color, shining with a brilliant golden light. Without hesitation, the bear transformed Zhao Wujie charged toward the Titan giant ape, aiming for the arm that held Xiao Wu. All Beast Martial Soul Masters unlock a similar 7th soul skill upon reaching level 70, which is their Martial Soul True Body. Just as level 30 is a bottleneck for Soul Masters, so is level 70. Beast Martial Soul Masters with a Martial Soul True Body experience a significant boost in power. And this skill is their ultimate trump card. What Zhao Wujia was using now was his 7th Soul Ring skill, the Martial Soul True Body, which was the most domineering and had the strongest side effects. Once the Martial Soul True Body is activated, all soul skills below level 7 can be used without restriction for 30 minutes, with their power increased to 150% of their original strength. The Martial Soul True Body of the Great Strength Diamond Bear also grants a terrifying 200% increase in defense. This was Zhao Wujia's last resort. Of course, every time a Soul Master uses their Martial Soul True Body, their own attributes are weakened by 50%, and it takes 7 days to recover. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Soul Masters over level 70 would never easily use their Martial Soul True Body. Once Zhao Wujia activated his Martial Soul True Body, he immediately caught the Titan Giant Ape's attention. After all, in this state, Zhao Wujia posed a certain threat to it. At the same time, the Titan Giant Ape made a simple move that rendered TangSan's hidden weapons ineffective. It closed its eyes. Ding 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 ding. In a series of rapid, crisp sounds, all the hidden weapons aimed at the Titan Giant Ape's eyes were blocked by its eyelids. Simultaneously, the Titan Giant Ape stood upright, evading Zhao Wujia's charge while its other powerful arm collided forcefully with Zhao Wujia's body. Boom! The Martial Soul True Body skill indeed made Zhao Wujia formidable. With a 200% increase in defense and the body of the Great Strength Diamond Bear, he was not directly sent flying this time. Nevertheless, as a Strength-type Soul Master, he was still far outmatched by the Titan Giant Ape. Amidst the thunderous crash, Zhao Wujia staggered back 7 or 8 steps before barely stabilizing himself, while the Titan Giant Ape seemed unaffected, letting out another furious roar. The black shockwave sent TangSan, who was fully releasing his hidden weapons, and his weapons flying toward the distance, crashing heavily into a large tree. No! Xiao Wu watched in shock as TangSan was blown away. The Titan Giant Ape looked down at Xiao Wu in its grasp and let out another low roar. This time, it ignored Zhao Wujia's charge and suddenly leaped into the air. In just one movement, it was already over 100 meters away, disappearing into the forest. Xiao Wu called out to Zhao Wujia, wanting to chase after it, but she realized that her speed was far too inferior compared to the Titan Giant Ape. The intense shockwave it had just unleashed nearly shattered her martial soul, and now, with her soul power greatly depleted, she knew that even if she caught up, it would be of no use. TangSan fell from the tree, and the corners of his mouth were already stained with blood, indicating he had suffered serious injuries. The chubby Ma Hongjun stood up with a dirty face, rubbing his butt where TangSan had kicked him. Ning Rongrong had regained consciousness from her fainting spell and stood up with Oscar's support, but her head was still a bit dizzy, making her lean heavily against Oscar. By crawled out of the big pit he had created while holding Zhu Zhuqing. The group exchanged glances, all feeling a sense of survival after a disaster. If this were a team of spirit masters, losing only one teammate when facing a creature like the Titan Great Ape would be a fortunate outcome. However, they were not a team of spirit masters but students. Zhao Wujin could not accept the fate of his student being taken away by the Titan Great Ape, and TangSan found it even harder to accept. Enduring the intense pain in his body, TangSan got up from the ground, trying to steady himself, but ended up spitting out another mouthful of blood. The shockwave released by the Titan Great Ape imparted an overwhelming sense of power, despite TangSan's strong physique. The heavy impact made his internal organs feel like they had shifted positions. Fortunately, the Shantian skill had health-preserving benefits. It didn't require his active control and was quickly calming the turbulent energy and blood within him. TangSan quietly walked up to Oscar. Oscar hurriedly handed him a recovery sausage, wanting to say something but ultimately held back. Without hesitation, TangSan swallowed the recovery sausage, and under its restorative effects, his internal injuries eased somewhat. Oscar's recovery sausage was, after all, a first spirit ring skill. Although it had certain healing and stamina restoring effects, it couldn't instantly heal all injuries. Healing oneself required time and also needed the body to recover. At this point, Zhao Wujin could no longer maintain his martial spirit's true form. He revealed his true self, his face pale as death. How could the Titan Great Ape appear at the outskirts of the Star Doe Forest? I'm sorry, everyone. It's my fault for not stopping it from taking Xiao Wu. TangSan, you should take care. It's impossible for her to survive. No one believed that Xiao Wu, taken by the Titan Great Ape, had any chance of survival, and Zhao Wujin did not think so either. No, it's not your fault. I didn't protect Xiao Wu well. After getting up from the ground, TangSan kept his head down, his voice calm, seemingly devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Zhao Wujin sighed. Let's rest here for a moment. Then we can discuss our next steps elsewhere. Just then, a faint yet clear voice suddenly rang in Oscar's ears. Xiao Ao, if you still consider me a brother, give me a mushroom sausage. Don't let anyone see. Oscar was startled. He clearly recognized that the voice belonged to TangSan. Yet, even Ning Rongrong, whom he was supporting, did not react, as if only he could hear the voice. When he looked at TangSan, he found TangSan had just lifted his head, and their eyes met. Oscar quickly raised a hand to cover his mouth to prevent himself from exclaiming. TangSan's eyes had turned blood red, as if they were about to drip blood, looking extraordinarily eerie. From his eyes, Oscar could deeply feel an unyielding coldness. However, Oscar did not summon his mushroom sausage, because he knew what TangSan was about to do. It was precisely because he regarded TangSan as a brother that he couldn't let him go to his death. Yet, looking at TangSan's blood-red eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say no. The mushroom sausage he had made earlier had been shaken away when the Titan giant ape unleashed that layer of black energy, and he could only create a new one. Fortunately, he hadn't made too much before, so the soul power consumption wasn't great. A faint voice echoed again. Little Ao, if it were your sister being captured, what would you do? Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, I must try. Consider it a plea from me. If I don't go now, it will become a regret for my entire life. Give me a mushroom sausage. As long as I don't die this time, Xiao San will always remember your kindness. Oscar sighed. Although he didn't know if he would act like TangSan if it were him, he now understood TangSan's feelings very well. As a man, there are some things one knows are impossible, but must still pursue. Oscar gritted his teeth and, for the first time, recited his lewd soul spell with great difficulty. At that moment, his soft and lewd voice sounded to TangSan like the heavenly music of salvation. What TangSan said to Oscar was inaudible to others. But when Oscar began to chant the spell, he couldn't cover his own voice like TangSan. Ning Rongrong, who was beside Oscar, woke up from a semi-conscious state and exclaimed, Xiao Ao, what are you doing? Ning Rongrong's voice immediately caught the attention of others, and Zhao Wujia, being a smart person, quickly realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, they were still one step too late. TangSan became the first person to eat the mushroom intestine. 6 illusory wings appeared behind him, and as Zhao Wujia lunged at him, he soared into the air with his body. I'm sorry, Teacher Zhao. I must go find Xiao Wu. Even if she is already dead, I need to retrieve her body. At this moment, everyone finally saw TangSan's blood-red eyes, understanding that his heart was filled with extreme grief and anger. 7 treasures, famous for its second spirit. Ning Rongrong's clear voice rang out, and a brilliant, colorful light fell upon TangSan, causing the 6 illusory wings behind him to flap faster. Xiao San, go quickly. I support you. I have increased my soul power output. The effect should last for a minute after you leave my soul power range. You must find Xiao Wu. She is also my roommate. Ning Rongrong seemed to completely ignore Zhao Wujia's murderous gaze and loudly spoke to TangSan. TangSan glanced deeply at Ning Rongrong. He did not say thank you because he didn't know if he would have another opportunity to thank her. He was already flying rapidly towards the direction where the Titan giant ape had disappeared, aided by the flying effect of the mushroom sausage. You all. Zhao Wujia looked at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, already so angry that he was almost speechless. Oscar forced a smile and said, Teacher Zhao, you saw Xiao San's eyes too. If we don't let him go, he'd probably walk there to chase after it. I can understand his feelings. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Chapter 109. External soul bone. Zhao Wujia shouted angrily. Blame? What is there to blame? Hurry up and get your mushroom sausage out. Since we're going to chase, let's all go together. If we die together. Anyone who doesn't want to go can get out of the Stardow Forest. Although Zhao Wujia's voice was filled with anger, upon hearing his words, everyone showed a resolute expression. Even the chubby Ma Hongjun nodded firmly. Dai Mubai strode over, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and simply said, Oscar, hurry. Since he had pulled Zhu Zhuqing out of the pit, he had been holding her hand. He had seen Xiao Wu being taken away, and he had been thinking about what he would do if it were Zhu Zhuqing who was taken instead of Xiao Wu. Perhaps he would be even more agitated than TangSan. Maybe it was due to the sense of crisis. He continued to hold Zhu Zhuqing's cold little hand. refusing to let go no matter how much she struggled. Zhu Zhuqing did not struggle much either. At this moment, the coldness on her face had vanished, and she occasionally glanced at By, appearing somewhat silent. The Titan giant ape rushed through the forest, as if it had memorized the entire terrain of the Star Do forest. No matter what obstacles lay ahead, it would not slow down at all, nor would it actually collide with anything. Its massive body displayed astonishing agility, leaping forward hundreds of meters with each bound. Although there were numerous soul beasts in the Star Do forest, all of them retreated at the scent of the Titan giant ape. Who would dare to block the path of this terrifying king of the forest? TangSan, despite having the Oscar's flying mushroom sausage to assist him and being able to advance with the flight ability of the phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake, was still too slow compared to the Titan gorilla before him. Moreover, the Titan gorilla was not always moving in one direction. There was no way for TangSan to catch up. If the members of Shrek Academy saw how the Titan giant ape was moving, they would surely be astonished. At this moment, Xiao was no longer held in its giant hand, but was seated on the broad shoulders of the Titan giant ape. Although the Titan giant ape was running quickly, it was extremely steady, and, sitting on its shoulder, Xiao Wu could hardly feel any vibrations. Xiao Wu's face was filled with worry as she frequently glanced in the opposite direction of the Titan giant ape's path. Ming, please stop here. Don't go any further. I need to get back quickly, or they will be worried. Ming, you really shouldn't have come out to look for me. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, the Titan giant ape surprisingly stopped and crouched down, allowing Xiao Wu to drop to the ground from its shoulder. DTU shook its head, and an innocent expression appeared in its eyes. Xiao Wu murmured to herself, TangSan is injured, and I was taken by you. You must be very anxious. TangSan, please don't act impulsively. I will return soon. Ming, next time you sense my presence, observe from a distance first, and don't act rashly. Otherwise, if you hurt my friends, it would be troublesome. It was quite abrupt for Xiao Wu to see it today, but under the current circumstances, she couldn't explain to the Titan giant ape and could only repeatedly tell it not to harm anyone in a special way. However, she was ultimately brought out by the Titan giant ape. Although Xiao Wu knew it was worried about her, this situation was not what she wanted to see, especially with TangSan's injury causing her great concern. The Titan giant ape seemed to understand Xiao Wu's words, its lantern-sized eyes shining with a gentle light. Xiao Wu looked up at the Titan giant ape. Ming, is Deming okay? The Titan giant ape nodded, and, with a flash of light, its massive body began to shrink, eventually becoming the size of a normal human. Xiao Wu stared at the muscular young man before her, somewhat stunned, and instinctively touched his arm. Ming, is that you? It's not my mom. It's me, Ming. The Titan scratched its head and continued, my current name, which is also my human name, is Titan. Xiao Wu. Wait, Ming, oh no, Titan, how did you turn into a human? Did you eat the transformation grass? That's impossible. Such things are extremely rare in the entire Douluo Continent. Also, where is Deming? Where is he now? Xiao Wu hurriedly asked, still very worried about her two brothers. The Titan chuckled, that's right, I did eat the transformation grass, and Deming also ate it. Our current explosive strength is already comparable to a super Douluo. However, the energy is unstable and can only be maintained for a very short time, as my true cultivation level is only at the 4th or 5th ring. A short-term title Douluo, true strength only at the 4th or 5th ring. Xiao Wu was somewhat stunned. She never expected that after just a few years, the Tianqing Yomang and the Titan giant ape would have such an opportunity. This was an enormous stroke of luck. So, does this mean we can seek revenge on the Spirit Hall now? This is completely imposed hatred. It seems that none of Bibi Dong's spirit rings contain Xiao Wu's mother spirit ring. Moreover, there were at least 4 10,000-year spirit beasts in the Star Do forest at that time. Xiao Wu's mother, Xiao Wu, Tianqing Yomang, and Titan giant ape. Even Bibi Dong couldn't possibly defeat 4 10,000-year spirit beasts by herself, right? Furthermore, unless Xiao Wu's mother ran out to sacrifice herself, she could still escape. If she truly had the strength to kill Xiao Wu's mother in front of other spirit beasts, why not capture them all? Why didn't the 10,000-year spirit beasts escape from the Star Do Great Forest? At this moment, a green-haired Tianqing Yomang emerged. Sorry, Sister Xiao Wu, we still can't. The life of the human-faced demon spider was slowly fading, and dots of blue-purple light began to gather above its body. It was time to absorb the spirit ring. After the death of a 10,000-year spirit beast, the spirit ring could remain for 10 hours. And as long as it was absorbed within an hour, it could be harvested. Xie did not rush to absorb the spirit ring formed by the human-faced demon spider. Although his physical condition was good at the moment, He could not determine the exact cultivation level of the human face demon spider, but it was certain that it was definitely over 10,000 years. The spirit rings of spirit beasts also vary greatly. For instance, most plant-type spirit beasts are among the gentler kinds. Absorbing their spirit rings is naturally not difficult. However, this human face demon spider was different. It was undoubtedly one of the most evil and violent existences among spirit beasts. In comparison, although its spirit ring could provide a greater amplification effect, the absorption process was also much more dangerous. Because the spirit master absorbing it had to withstand the impact of this violent energy, if their body or will could not hold up, it could lead to a fatal backlash. Brother, Hulaina was somewhat worried, but Xiaoyu shook his head, signaling Hulaina not to worry about him. Then, he nodded at Bibi Dong and began to absorb the spirit ring. The gaze of the spirit hall members became extremely serious at this moment. Surrounded by everyone, Xiaoyu, sitting cross-legged in the center, had already disappeared from sight, completely enveloped in a layer of faint red mist. The red in the mist was not a light of soul power, but rather Xiaoyu's blood. Not long ago, with the violent fluctuation of soul power from his body, Xiaoyu's skin began to ooze a layer of fine beads of blood, which, as the soul power evaporated into the air, transformed into this faint red mist. Xiaoyu's brows were tightly knitted, his lips pressed together, and his body was constantly spasming. Combined with the blood beads emerging from beneath his skin, one can imagine the intense pain he was currently enduring. In the mist, the sound of cracking bones occasionally echoed, each time sending a thrilling sensation to those around him. The fourth spirit ring, which should have appeared alongside the absorption, had not manifested. This indicated that Xiaoyu had not yet fully absorbed the spirit ring from the human face demon spider. Hulaina worriedly whispered to Bibi Dong, "Teacher, if this continues, my brother might be in danger." Bibi Dong's brow was also tightly furrowed. "I know, but we can't interrupt him now. Otherwise, the consequences will be even worse. We can only see how strong his willpower is. The energy endowed by this spirit ring should be something he can absorb, but his physical condition is not optimal. And the energy of this human face demon spider spirit ring is too violent, which is why this situation has arisen. I hope Xiaoyu can get through this. Otherwise, the pain Xiaoyu is enduring right now is something only he knows." In the face of the energy from the human face demon spider's spirit ring, he felt as if his whole body was being cut by countless sharp blades. His internal organs were in pain everywhere, and the overwhelming energy was constantly tearing at his body, keeping him in extreme agony. In fact, Bibi Dong was slightly mistaken. Because of the rarity of human face demon spiders, even with real theoretical masters present, it would be very difficult to determine its true cultivation range. A spirit master's third spirit ring can absorb soul power up to about 1,700 years. Only at the fourth spirit ring can one absorb spirit rings of around 5,000 years. The upper limit for the fifth spirit ring is around 12,000 years. The upper limit for the sixth spirit ring is 20,000 years. The seventh spirit ring ranges from 30,000 to 50,000 years, depending on the different attributes of different spirit masters. Only at the eighth spirit ring can one possibly absorb spirit rings from spirit beasts over 50,000 years. Only the last ninth spirit ring has the possibility of absorbing a 100,000-year soul beast. Of course, among the known spirit masters, no one has been able to absorb a 100,000-year soul beast as their last spirit ring. The human-faced demon spider killed by Xiaoyu has a real cultivation level that has surpassed 10,000 years, although it has just exceeded it. It has already surpassed the limit that a spirit master can absorb for the fourth spirit ring. However, such a spirit ring is also of great help to the spirit master. But some things cannot be calculated, such as willpower and belief. When a person's willpower is firm to a certain degree or has an extremely persistent belief, miracles often occur. At this moment, Xiaoyu, although enduring unparalleled pain, has an extremely persistent belief deep within him to become stronger. With this belief, he stubbornly withstood wave after wave of pain, even though blood was seeping from his body. He still resisted the domineering energy within the human-faced demon spider's spirit ring. The bones in Xiaoyu's body began to make a dense cracking sound, a sound that seemed small but gave a shocking feeling, as if Xiaoyu's entire body could break apart at any moment. A faint gray layer began to appear among the blood beads oozing from his skin, accompanied by the absorption of the spirit ring. The energy contained within the human-faced demon spider was undergoing a process of washing the marrow and refining the bones in an extremely forceful manner. The severity of the pain involved was unimaginable. Finally, in the face of Xiaoyu's persevering willpower, all the energy in his body began to compromise. initiating a mutual absorption and transformation process. The fine blood beads no longer overflowed, and Xieyu's tightly furrowed brows relaxed a bit. A faint blue light began to quietly emanate from within him. Bibi Dong instructed everyone to step back a bit. She knew that this was because Xieyu was unable to control the power he had just gained, which caused the soul power to overflow. Given TangSan's previous physical condition, it would be strange if he could control the energy after this enhancement. Just when everyone thought the situation was settled, suddenly, Xieyu's relaxed brows furrowed tightly, and he let out a scream. Sitting cross-legged there, his body spasmed violently, his chest suddenly heaving, and his entire upper body arched, looking horrifyingly terrifying. "Brother!" Hulaina cried out in alarm, tears streaming down her face, her tightly clenched fists digging into her palms unconsciously. Bibi Dong was also shocked. Could there be another problem? Just as everyone was astonished, suddenly, accompanied by a tearing sound, Xieyu's clothing on his arms and legs was torn apart, and Yan, standing behind him, clearly saw a layer of thick, hard shell emerging from Xieyu's limbs. "What is this?" With a call from Yan, everyone noticed the changes on Xieyu's back. At this moment, Xieyu seemed to be enduring immense pain, and fine blood beads began to emerge from beneath his skin again. His whole body went into violent spasms. Soon after, the shell spread continuously, covering Xieyu's limbs. When the protruding, broken, deep purple objects of the shell fully grew, Xieyu seemed to relax. His facial expression eased a lot, but the spasms of his body continued. Is this the shell of the human-faced demon spider? Looking at Xieyu, and then at the corpse of a human-faced demon spider on the other side, everyone was astonished to find that the objects growing from Xieyu's body were remarkably similar to the shell of the human-faced demon spider, only overall a bit finer, but looking shinier and even emitting a faint sweet fragrance. Even Bibi Dong, who considered herself to have seen many spirit masters absorbing spirit rings, had never seen such a scene in her life, and for a moment she lost her ability to judge. Is this an external soul bone? Tang Chuan et Galim. External soul bone? What is that? Everyone asked in confusion. Tang Chuan explained, the so-called external soul bone is a term I personally use, because soul bones are generally deeply integrated into the body, while some soul bones can attach to the surface of the soul master's body, referred to as external soul bones. Obviously, what Xieyu has obtained this time is a more exceptional external soul bone compared to ordinary soul bones. The others nodded in partial understanding, and Tang Chuan also felt some confusion in his heart. He did not expect that Xieyu had obtained an external soul bone similar to armor, rather than the 8 spider lance. Chapter 110. Zhuge Divine Crossbow. While they were leaving the Douluo Forest, Xiao Wu repeated what she had previously said to everyone to TangSan, also informing him about her 3rd spirit ring. Xiao Wu, what is the skill of your 3rd spirit ring? TangSan asked curiously. Xiao Wu chuckled and said, it's a secret. I'll tell you when we get back. Xiao-san, how did you kill the human-faced demon spider? At that time, you were all alone. Even if it was an injured human-faced demon spider, its attack power must have been terrifying, right? And it also has a deadly poison. Hearing Xiao Wu's question, TangSan suddenly woke up. Right, he almost forgot about something. Teacher Zhao, wait a moment before leaving. At this time, they were already approaching the edge of the Douluo Forest, although they could see some soul beasts. Most were at the 10-year or 100-year level, which were not a concern. Zhao Wujin stopped and turned to look at TangSan. What's wrong? TangSan raised his hand and wiped across the 24 bridges on the bright moon night, taking out the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. When Xiao Wu mentioned the death of the face-devouring spider, he remembered that he hadn't fired his Zhuge Divine Crossbow after setting it up for the 2nd time that day. If the mechanism is kept in a ready state for too long, it could damage the crossbow itself. Fortunately, only a little over a day had passed, and it was still possible to release the mechanism now. Once the Zhuge Divine Crossbow is readied, it must be fired to release it, which is one of its drawbacks. Seeing the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in TangSan's hand, Xiao Wu suddenly realized that he was the one who killed the face-devouring spider with it. This thing indeed has great power. The spider's eyes definitely couldn't withstand it. Naturally, the others also heard Xiao Wu's words. Earlier, everyone had been in a tense state and hadn't paid attention to how the face-devouring spider died. After TangSan began absorbing the soul rings, everyone was only concerned about his safety. Now, hearing Xiao Wu mention it, they recalled how terrifying the face-devouring spider was. And looking at the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in TangSan's hand, they couldn't help but show expressions of astonishment. TangSan used his actions to show everyone what the Zhuge Crossbow was for. After the events in the Douluo Forest, he had already acknowledged these companions in his heart. Mechanisms and concealed weapons were not the true secrets of the Tang sect, so he had nothing to hide. He raised his hand, aimed the Zhuge crossbow at a nearby large tree, and pressed the switch. With a series of crisp mechanical sounds, everyone felt a flash in front of their eyes, followed by a series of popping sounds. The speed of the explosion was such that even the students, not to mention Zhao Wujia, changed their expressions. Among them, the fastest was undoubtedly the agile attack type, Soul Master Zhu Zhuqing. But she knew she could never escape from the Zhuge crossbow's fire, just now. The expressions of everyone changed, and they looked at each other in astonishment. When they approached the tree, they clearly saw that on the large tree that required 3 people to embrace, there were now 2 rows of 16 small holes, each the thickness of a finger. The small holes were translucent, allowing light to pass through from one side to the other. Zhao Wujia couldn't help but ask TangSan, "What is this? How did you do it?" TangSan held the Zhuge Divine crossbow up in front of his master and said, "I call it the Zhuge Divine crossbow. It is a very powerful mechanical hidden weapon. Anyone can use it. It contains 48 crossbow bolts, and after each cocking, it can instantly shoot out 16 bolts through the mechanism, just like earlier. Once the mechanism is cocked, it must be fired. Otherwise, if it remains tense for too long, it will cause damage to the crossbow body. This is because the mechanism of this repeating crossbow has a lot of force, and the metal may not be able to withstand it. This is also the drawback of the Zhuge Divine crossbow." By asked in confusion, "Are you saying that the bolts shot earlier were crossbow bolts? But where did your bolts go?" TangSan smiled slightly and pointed to another large tree behind him. As he spoke, he walked over to that tree. The second tree was 10 meters away from the first one. When everyone arrived in front of the tree, they finally saw the traces of the crossbow arrows shot by Zhuge. 16 crossbow arrows, arranged in 2 neat rows, were completely embedded in the trunk. Zhao Wujia looked at the tree in front of him and then at the one before him. "Little San, did your crossbow arrows shoot through the previous tree and then embed themselves into this one?" TangSan nodded and said, "The power of the Zhuge Divine crossbow is very strong, specifically designed to break through soul power defenses. If the defense is not extremely strong, it can be killed instantly." After hearing TangSan's explanation, everyone couldn't help but gasp. With such strong penetrating power, among those present, apart from Zhao Wuji, everyone knew they couldn't withstand it. By murmured to himself, "This thing is too domineering. Even if I used the white tiger Vajra transformation, I'm afraid I would still be seriously injured." TangSan raised his hand and struck the tree trunk. Using his Xiantian skill combined with the dragon catching technique, he gradually shook the crossbow bolt out of the tree. The bolts of the Zhuge Divine crossbow were not easy to make, and the one that had previously shot into the body of the faceless demon spider was clearly unusable. But he was reluctant to part with the ones in front of him. While continuing to strike the tree trunk, TangSan explained to By, "The Zhuge Divine crossbow could be said to be a nightmare for ordinary warriors. Moreover, its greatest feature is not its own power, but the unique stealth and suddenness of hidden weapons. As long as it is properly set up, it doesn't require any soul power to shoot. Even an ordinary person can use it easily. According to my calculations, for soul masters below level 40, the chances of survival if hit directly are very low. It has a strong restraining effect on non-defensive soul masters." "TangSan, did you research all of this?" Ning Rongrong asked. TangSan was momentarily stunned and replied with a bitter smile, "I suppose so." He couldn't exactly tell everyone that this was a technique he had brought from another world. Ning Rongrong tentatively asked, "TangSan, can you sell this to me? You can set any price. You know I'm a support-type soul master and have no self-defense capability." Everyone was desperately striking the tree trunk, and TangSan said to By, "The Zhuge Divine crossbow can be said to be a nightmare for ordinary warriors. Moreover, its greatest feature is not its own power, but the inherent concealment and surprise of hidden weapons. As long as the mechanism is well prepared, it doesn't require any soul power to shoot. Even ordinary people can easily use it. According to my calculations, soul masters below level 40 have a very low chance of survival if hit directly. It has a strong restraining effect on non-defense type soul masters. It can be said to be a one-hit kill." "TangSan, did you research all of this?" Ning Rongrong asked. TangSan was taken aback for a moment and replied with a bitter smile, "I guess so." He couldn't possibly tell everyone that this was a skill he brought from another world. Ning Rongrong tentatively asked, "TangSan, can you sell this thing to me? You can set any price. You know I'm a support-type soul master and have no self-defense ability. When everyone is fighting hard, I can only assist a little with soul skills and then just watch. If I had this thing, I would also have some attacking power." TangSan smiled lightly and said, "What are you selling?" I'll just give you one later. However, the materials needed to make this thing are quite expensive. You'll have to cover the material costs yourself. At this moment, the crossbow bolt had already been shot out of the tree by TangSan, and everyone could finally see the appearance of Zhuge's divine crossbow bolt. The arrow was 8 inches long, without any tail feathers. The back 4 inches were cylindrical, while the front 4 inches were conical. The front 3 inches had a total of 12 small blood grooves, and the tip was extremely sharp, glinting with a faint cold light. There was nowhere at all from penetrating the tree trunk. TangSan flicked the side of the Zhuge divine crossbow, opening the arrow slot and pressing the 16 crossbow bolts back in a box one by one. At this moment, Oscar had already approached, wearing a fawning smile on his face. "Little San, are we good brothers?" TangSan looked at him and smiled slightly. How could he not understand Oscar's meaning? Of course, it was, "Don't worry, I will provide each of you with a set of Zhuge divine crossbows. Just like Roan, you will cover the material costs, and I will take care of the manufacturing. However, this thing is quite complicated to make, and I can only create one in a month. So don't rush me. Moreover, it shouldn't be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Crafting the crossbow bolts is also not easy, and one shot they are hard to retrieve. After all, I'm just one person and can't supply all of you. Furthermore, the Zhuge divine crossbow itself is extremely powerful, and its lethality is too great, which can easily cause fatal injuries." "Little San, this won't do," Zhao Wuji suddenly spoke up. Tang was taken aback for a moment. "Why, Teacher Zhao?" Zhao Wuji revealed a sly smile on his face, glancing at the other students, and said, "These guys are not short on money. Your Zhuge divine crossbow is not easy to make, so you can't sell it too cheaply. Anyway, some people don't care about money, so just estimate a price and sell it to them." By nodded and said, "I agree with Teacher Zhao. Xiao-san, if you want to sell this Zhuge divine crossbow, how much would you sell it for?" Tang-san smiled and shook his head, saying that we are all on the same side, so there's no need to mention money, but the material cost still needs to be paid. No need to be polite. By said, "It's true that we are all on the same side, but we can't let you suffer losses. Such a small crossbow can shoot arrows with such great power, which shows that the craftsmanship is extremely complex. We can't let you work hard for nothing. Moreover, we will need to use this thing in the future and require arrows to supplement it. Are we supposed to let you do it for free every time? Don't be so polite with us. How about this? We'll consider this first Zhuge crossbow as a gift from you to us. We'll only pay for the materials. In the future, if we need more, you must sell them to us. What do you think?" Oscar chuckled and said, "That's right, let's do it that way. Anyway, our monthly subsidies are not small. This thing can save lives at critical moments, so it's fine if it's a bit expensive." TangSan nodded and said, "All right then. Since everyone is interested in mechanical hidden weapons, I will strive to help you all arm yourselves in the future. After all, having more weapons means more security." It was clear that everyone was very interested in hidden weapons, which was largely related to the effects TangSan had achieved with them. After all, on his first day at Shrek Academy, he had made Zhao Wujin, who had a soul power level more than 40 levels higher than his own, suffer a setback due to hidden weapons. Not to mention the other students, even Zhao Wujin was somewhat tempted. Finally, they had exited the Douluo Forest. Although the fresh air was no longer present outside the forest, everyone felt as if a layer of pressure had been lifted, and they felt much more relaxed. "Let's hurry a bit more. We can rest in the town," Zhao Wujin smiled and said. By said, "If everyone is fine, let's pick up the pace. When we get to the town, I'll treat everyone to drinks." "Teacher Zhao, you mustn't refuse this time. Without your help, we probably wouldn't have made it out of the Douluo Forest alive." Zhao Wujin smiled and replied, "Bai, I know you have money, but I can drink a lot." By laughed. "Teacher Zhao, haven't you heard that saying? If it's a problem that can be solved with money, then it's not a problem." This trip into the Douluo Forest had yielded significant rewards. Not only had Oscar successfully entered the Soul Respect realm, but TangSan and Xiao Wu had also completed the fusion of their third soul rings. More importantly, it had strengthened the tacit understanding and relationships among the group. There were only 7 of them in total at Shrek Academy. Resolving their conflicts would greatly benefit their future cultivation. The group rested in the town for a full 2 days. The recovery of their soul power and physical strength didn't actually take that long, but the mental strain from being in a tense state needed to be relaxed. By was very generous, covering all the expenses for everyone during these 2 days. They didn't practice at all and spent their days drinking and playing together, feeling indescribably joyful. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who was usually cold, had softened considerably. However, she stubbornly refused to let By hold her hand again. By didn't push her. After all, she was just a 12-year-old girl. He was in a hurry. 2 days later, the group set out again, and after a day of travel, they successfully returned to Shrek Academy outside Soto City. Finally back, the feeling of home is really wonderful, Oscar exclaimed exaggeratedly. Zhao Wujin shot him a glare. Keep it down. Can't you see it's already dark? He then said, all right, you all go back to your dorms and rest. I'll go see the dean and report on this trip. After a day of traveling, everyone was tired and headed toward their respective dorms. Tang-san, wait a moment. Just as Tang-san was about to head back to the dorm with Oscar, he was called by Ning Rongrong. Tang-san was taken aback for a moment. Ning Rongrong, is there something you need? Ning Rongrong lightly bit her lip and said, I want to talk to you alone. Is that okay? Oscar, who was standing beside Tang-san, had a stiff expression for a moment. You guys talk. I'll head back first. Ever since that day, when he had tackled Ning Rongrong during the Titan giant ape attack, Oscar's heart, which had seemingly died, began to stir again. After all, Ning Rongrong was beautiful, and although she was only 12 years old, she had already blossomed into a stunning beauty. During these past few days, he had been very attentive to her, and Ning Rongrong had not rejected him. Instead, she had become much closer to him. But now, Ning Rongrong suddenly said she wanted to talk to Tang-san alone, which made Oscar's heart feel a twinge of bitterness, but he couldn't say anything. Xiao Wu looked at Ning Rongrong with curiosity. Rongrong, what do you want to talk to Xiao-san about? Can't I listen? Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Xiao Wu pouted and made a funny face at Ning Rongrong before running back to the dormitory. Dai-Mu-Bai, Ma-Ongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing had already returned to the dormitory, leaving only Tang-san and Ning Rongrong at the academy entrance. Chapter 111. Yu Xiaojiang arrives. Rongrong, what is it? Tang-san asked, feeling puzzled about what Ning Rongrong wanted. Ning Rongrong said, Tang-san, I want to do a business deal with you. Business? Tang-san looked at her in surprise, thinking to himself, has Ning Rongrong reverted to her old ways? Ning Rongrong nodded seriously. Although I know you might not need money, I really want to complete this business deal with you. However, I can't make the decision alone. I wanted to ask if you would be willing. Tang-san observed and found that Ning Rongrong did not seem to be reverting to her old self. Her expression was serious and somewhat excited. Rongrong, just say it. What is it? Ning Rongrong replied. As you know, I come from the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Although our school is one of the 7 major sects of this era and holds a high status, our direct disciples are all support-type soul masters. The support abilities of the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul are indeed strong, but they are not enough to protect our own lives. When faced with enemies, we are always the first targets of their attacks. I believe your mechanisms and hidden weapons could greatly help us, at least give my clan some self-defense capabilities. So, if possible, I hope to order a batch of mechanism-type hidden weapons through the sect. I see. Tang-san understood Ning Rongrong's intention. But I heard that your 7-treasure glazed tile school has many affiliated sect disciples specifically to protect the direct descendants with the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul. Even 2 powerful title Douluo are there. Isn't that enough? Ning Rongrong said, but that is ultimately external force, not something that belongs to us. Moreover, no one can guarantee that there won't be any betrayal. There was an incident in the sect before. One of my uncles was forcibly taken away by a sect guardian. Later, although many relevant rules were established within the sect, these are all passive measures after all. Tang-san said, Rongrong, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. If it were just a few of us, it wouldn't be a big problem. I should be able to make enough hidden weapons. But with your sect, there are so many direct disciples, at least over 100. I really can't make that many hidden weapons. Ning Rongrong said anxiously, it doesn't have to be of very high quality, as long as it can protect us. If the quality is a bit lower, wouldn't that save time? Tang-san said seriously, Ning Rongrong, don't bring that up again. If I'm going to do it, I will give my all to do the best. Ning Rongrong stuck out her tongue and said, then is there really no other way? Tang-san's heart stirred as he suddenly recalled the business model previously used by the Tang sect. If he were to replicate it, there might be a way, but he needed to think it through carefully before giving a response. Ning Rongrong smiled slightly and said, that's good. Tang-san, how about this? You can give me the first set of hidden weapons you make. I also need to take it back to show my dad. Only he can decide whether to equip your hidden weapons to the direct disciples. If it's really possible, make sure to ask for a high price. Don't be shy. Hee. I need to go back and get some sleep. I might also have to explain it to your Xiao Wu. Don't worry. I won't let her feel jealous. After saying this, with a string of cheerful laughter, Ning Rongrong ran towards the direction of the dormitory. Watching Ning Rongrong's departing figure, Tang-san revealed a relaxed smile. Money was a good thing, and he naturally wouldn't refuse it. For him, wanting to produce more powerful hidden weapons in the future would require financial support. TangSan decided to go back and think carefully about whether he could replicate the TangSec's original business model. After all, producing a large number of hidden weapons was not something he could accomplish alone. Back in the dormitory, Xiao Ao was not resting. He was just lying on his bed looking at the ceiling. As soon as he saw TangSan come in, he hurriedly sat up and asked Xiao San, "What did Rongrong want with you?" Seeing his nervous expression, TangSan couldn't help but chuckle and teased him. "It's nothing much. We were just exchanging feelings." Exchanging feelings? Oscar's voice became somewhat strange. "Xiao San, is Xiao Wu really your biological sister?" TangSan shook his head and said, "Xiao Wu is my recognized sister." Oscar said, "Xiao San, since you already have Xiao Wu, shouldn't you stop competing with me for Rongrong?" TangSan looked at Oscar with a playful expression and said, "Haven't you already decided to give up?" Oscar replied somewhat awkwardly, "But don't you think Rongrong has changed a bit this time we went to the Douluo Forest? She doesn't seem as annoying anymore. Besides, Rongrong is still young, and I believe her personality will definitely improve in the future." TangSan also lay down on his bed and said slowly, "Xiao Ao, you have to work hard. Don't worry, she only came to me for the hidden weapon matter." Oscar was overjoyed. "Really? That's great. Xiao San, you really are my good brother. I love you to death." TangSan rolled his eyes and said, "Stop with that. Hurry up and rest. Aren't you tired?" Closing his eyes, images of his partners from Shrek Academy kept flashing through his mind. Each of them could be considered a monstrous genius, and even their mental maturity was far beyond that of children their age. Just thinking about how Ma Hongjun started frequenting brothels at the age of 12, and the pair of twins, Dai Mubai and others, made him feel incredulous. Is this what they call precocity? After a long day of travel, fatigue was inevitable. Having finally returned, TangSan decided to give himself a day of relaxation. Instead of sitting in meditation to cultivate, he directly fell into a deep sleep. Being constantly tense could have the opposite effect on cultivation. Proper rest could actually enhance the effects of daily training, a method of balancing work and rest taught to him by the master. Well, it's a method that any normal person would know, and it's indeed effective. In the dean's office, Flender listened in surprise to Zhao Wujia's account of the Douluo Forest. His expression changed several times, and he only sighed in relief when he heard that everyone returned safely. "It seems we were too careless and almost put these little monsters' lives at risk," Flender lamented, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. "Next time we go hunting soul beasts, I will join the team and bring 2 more teachers. These children are all prodigies. If anything happens to them, it would be a great loss for our talents." Zhao Wujia sat in a nearby chair. He was even more afraid of accidents than Flender, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. "You can't blame me. Who knew the Douluo Forest would become so strange? There's so many stories happening even on the outskirts. Plus, we encountered the legendary couple of the dragon and snake. What I don't understand is the appearance of the Titan giant ape. Given its status among soul beasts, it shouldn't easily come to the forest's edge. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was lucky. Otherwise, we would have suffered losses this time. To be honest, even if, as you said, we brought 4 teachers to protect these children, we would still be doomed if we encountered the Titan giant ape." Flender nodded, "But the Douluo Forest is the closest soul beast habitat to the Academy, and we have no other choice. However, for what you imply, that Titan giant ape seems to have no hostility and didn't attack you. Otherwise, even if you used your martial soul's true form, you wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Xiao Wu's survival is even more surprising. What exactly was that bull roar she mentioned? Is there another soul beast in the Douluo Forest that could resonate with it?" "That bull roar should be from the sky blue bull python." A somewhat stiff and peculiar voice came from outside the door. Zhao Wujia was startled. He had already heard footsteps approaching, but didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a teacher from the academy. Now hearing the voice, he realized something was off. Such a voice didn't exist in the academy. "Haha, someone who knows has arrived. Xiao Ging, come in." The door opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. His stiff face and straight posture gave him a somewhat dull appearance, but his deep black eyes revealed a hint of anxiety. If TangSan were there, he would instantly recognize this person as his teacher, the renowned master in the Soul Master community. "Come, Wujia, you haven't met him, right? Let me introduce you. This is my old buddy from back in the day, and also TangSan's teacher. Just call him Master. That's how almost everyone in the Soul Master community addresses him." Zhao Wujia was moved and looked at the master in surprise. "So you're the master." "Hello, I am Zhao Wujia." The master's tone was always so calm. His stiff face barely managed to squeeze out a smile. "No need to be polite, Wujia. You're back. TangSan should have returned with you, right?" Is he safe? He had only heard Zhao Wuji mention that Xiao Wu was spared by the Titan giant ape as he approached the door. He hadn't heard the earlier part of the conversation. Zhao Wuji chuckled and replied, "Fortunately, we were lucky. Everyone returned safely. This time we owe it to TangSan. Master, you truly have an excellent disciple. When did you come to the academy?" Flinder answered Zhao Wuji's question on behalf of the master. "He just arrived the day before yesterday. If it weren't for TangSan, he probably wouldn't have set foot in my door for a lifetime." "Xiao Gang, have a seat." Hearing that TangSan was fine, the master's expression visibly relaxed, and he unceremoniously pulled up a chair and sat down. Zhao Wujia then learned that the master's real name was Xiao Gang, which sounded a bit silly, yet also exuded masculinity. He had heard many rumors about the master before. Although the master appeared somewhat thin and his strength wasn't particularly strong, his temper was famously tough. He had distanced himself from his family for certain reasons and ended up meeting Flinder and another person, forming the later infamous Golden Iron Triangle. Zhao Wujia was very interested in what the master had said before entering, and he hurriedly asked, "Master, what soul beast were you talking about? How could it attract the Titan giant ape?" A serious expression appeared on the master's face. If Xiao Wu heard the bull roar, then it would be a reasonable explanation for why the Titan giant ape suddenly abandoned her. In the Douluo Forest, there wasn't just the Titan giant ape as the king of the forest, there were even more powerful beings. That being was the strongest in the Douluo Forest. If the Titan giant ape was a king, then it was an emperor. This soul beast was the sky blue bull python. Both Zhao Wujia and Flinder showed serious expressions, quietly admiring the master. In terms of knowledge, perhaps no one could surpass this master in front of them. Zhao Wujia finally understood why he was called the master. It is well known that the strength of soul beasts, apart from their own cultivation years, is also extremely important in terms of talent. Just like us soul masters, besides level and soul rings, the innate strength of the martial soul also determines its potential for the future. Among soul beasts, if we were to classify their talent, then both the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape would belong to the most powerful tier. They possessed unparalleled talent and strong physiques. The two living in the Douluo Forest had cultivation levels of at least over 50,000 years. Although they hadn't reached the 100,000 years level, their physical strength was already enough to be compared with title Douluo among soul masters. Once their cultivation level reached 100,000 years, they would likely become existences surpassing title Douluo. Zhao Wujia said, "Master, I have heard of the Titan giant ape several times before, but this is the first time I've heard of the sky blue bull python. It is even more powerful than the Titan giant ape. What are its abilities?" The master sighed slightly, just as no one can know all the skills of the Titan giant ape. No one can know the true skills of the sky blue bull python either. Once, a title Douluo ventured deep into the Douluo Forest, relying on his strength, wanting to see what the core of the Douluo Forest looked like. His strength was indeed formidable, and he finally reached the depths of the forest. Arriving at the center, he was astonished to find that it was no longer a forest, but a small lake with clear water, surrounded by forests, resembling a fairyland. A lake? Zhao Wujia looked at the master in astonishment. Flinder, however, showed a thoughtful expression. The master continued, "Next to that small lake, the title Douluo saw a soul beast drinking water, and that soul beast was the Titan giant ape you encountered this time." The title Douluo was very excited to see the Titan giant ape. He had always heard that such a powerful soul beast existed and immediately thought of fighting the Titan giant ape. However, he ultimately didn't get to battle the Titan giant ape. From the next moment, he panicked and fled from there. Why? Because of the sky blue bull python? Zhao Wujia widened his eyes. The master nodded. It was indeed because of the Tianqing Yopong. Just as the title Douluo was about to make a move, suddenly, the small lake in front of him boiled, and then he saw a gigantic bull's head emerging from the water surface. The immense pressure shocked even the title Douluo. The soul beast of the Nyopong slowly rose from the water, revealing its massive body that was over 100 meters long. It was nighttime, and this soul beast, entirely blue, let out a long howl towards the sky, as if the moonlight above was being swallowed by it. What truly scared the title Douluo was that this Tianqing Yopong actually spoke human words, telling the title Douluo, "Human, your cultivation is not easy. Leave this place." Chapter 112. Past grievances. Zhao Wujia and Flander exchanged glances, and Flander couldn't help but say, "Why didn't you tell me about this before?" The master shot him a cold glance. "There are many things you don't know. Do you know how the Titan giant ape reacted when the Tianqing Yopong appeared? It showed signs of fear in front of the Tianqing Yopong. And when the Tianqing Yopong appeared, it let out a deafening bull roar. Therefore, from what Xiao Wu said, I can conclude that the Titan giant ape must have heard the call of the Tianqing Yopong, which is why it dropped everything and went to meet it. The reason the Tianqing Yopong is not as famous as the Titan giant ape is that it rarely leaves the central pond of the Douluo Forest. However, this matter was known to a few people in the Soul Master world through that title Douluo, and I happen to be one of them. So that's how it is. It seems Xiao Wu is quite lucky. The master said, Teacher Zhao, I have carefully looked over the current student's information. This time he went to the Douluo Forest to help that food system Soul Master's child find the third soul ring. Do you know what soul beast he ended up getting? Zhao Wujia chuckled and said, This time we were quite lucky. We managed to snatch a piece of meat right off someone else's plate. That kid Oscar obtained a 1,000-year-old phoenix, tail, chicken crown, snake soul ring, giving him a pretty good third soul skill. A 1,000-year-old phoenix, tail, chicken crown snake? The master's face twitched slightly. This was indeed great. Originally, I had envisioned several types of soul rings suitable for this food system child, but none of them had effects as good as the soul beast this child obtained. The phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake has a relatively mild temperament, but is very cunning and excels at escaping. Its cultivation is not easy. If I guess correctly, Oscar's third soul ring must be related to speed. Zhao Wujia thought. No. According to your soul ring mimicry logic, Oscar should have killed a sausage soul beast. That would be the most suitable soul ring. Zhao Wujia praised. As expected of the master, you are right. Oscar's third soul ring is indeed related to speed. His third soul skill is a type of mushroom sausage that allows him to maintain flight for 1 minute, with a speed matching that of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake. The master seemed taken aback. He clearly did not expect Oscar to obtain such a soul skill, and firmly said, This child's food system martial soul talent is unprecedented. He is the most outstanding food system soul master I have ever seen, with unlimited potential. Flander chuckled and said, Our Shrek Academy has always only accepted monsters. Didn't you know this? Unfortunately, this will be the last batch. These 7 children are the last disciples of the Academy, and I must cultivate them into talents. With your help, we will work together, and within 10 years, the Soul Master world will tremble at the name Shrek. The master shot a glare at Flander. If it weren't for Xiao San, I wouldn't have stayed. Flander, don't forget you promised me that in the future, when Xiao San hunts old beasts, you must accompany him personally, even though I won't intervene. Flander said, That's easy to say, but it has to wait until he reaches level 40. The master, being a very intelligent person, suddenly had a bright light in his seemingly lifeless eyes, staring at Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao, could it be that Xiao San has already reached level 30? Zhao Wujia nodded. I just wanted to ask the master if Xiao San's changes are normal. He then repeated what he had previously told Flander, detailing the process of entering the Douluo Forest to the master. The master listened attentively, not missing a single word Zhao Wujia said, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Despite the master's calm demeanor, when Zhao Wujia mentioned that TangSan had faced life-and-death situations several times, his expression changed, especially when he heard Zhao Wujia say that TangSan absorbed the soul ring of the human face demon spider, which had a cultivation of over 2,000 years. His face turned pale. No one knew better than him how serious the consequences of absorbing a soul ring beyond one's own limits could be. It was almost a guaranteed death sentence. After Zhao Wujia finished speaking, the master slowly let out a breath. This child's willpower is even stronger than I imagined. I didn't expect he could endure this. The reason TangSan was able to hold on might be related to Xiao Wu. A person's willpower can sometimes be influenced by external factors. It is clear that Xiao Wu holds a very important place in TangSan's heart. The master nodded. You are right. It is very likely so. However, it also has a lot to do with his own mentality. TangSan's will is mature, far beyond his peers. Zhao Wujia said, Master, what exactly is the situation with the 8 spider legs that appeared behind TangSan? That doesn't seem to be an ability added by the soul ring. He is a weapon martial soul. How could there be a change in himself? Could it be a soul ring mutation or a martial soul mutation? The master replied, I can't be certain about his situation right now. Soul ring mutation is impossible. The soul rings of soul beasts are fixed and unchanging. Although they produce different effects when combined with different martial souls, the soul rings themselves do not undergo major changes. TangSan has already obtained a soul skill, so the spider legs appearing behind him should not be granted by the soul ring. As for martial soul mutation, it is possible, but I do not believe this is the case. Generally speaking, martial soul mutations are predetermined, and therefore, if a martial soul has already mutated, it will show during the martial soul awakening. There are very few martial soul mutations caused by postnatal influences. TangSan's martial soul is blue silvergrass. Its inherent weakness allows him to absorb any soul ring relatively easily, without significant rejection. Although the human face demon spider soul ring is powerful, it wouldn't cause such a martial soul mutation. Most importantly, his blue-silver grass martial soul has not disappeared and can still be released. From this, I can conclude that he is not experiencing a martial soul mutation. Flander asked, "So what is going on? These spider legs surely didn't come out of nowhere." Wujia just mentioned that these spider legs carry the venom of the human face demon spider. If used properly, they could become a weapon for him, and they have a certain element of surprise. The master's eyes sparkled, and he suddenly stood up. I must see the situation of those spider legs with my own eyes to determine what they truly belong to. Flander waved his hand to the master. "Forget it. Those kids have just returned. You can find San tomorrow. It won't be too late. Let him rest." The master hesitated for a moment, but ultimately sat back in his seat. If it really is, as I suspect, then TangSan's gains in the Stardow Forest this time will be immense. Even better than the soul ring he obtained. Flander was surprised. "Are you saying?" The master nodded. "But I can't be sure yet. If it is really like that, then I will agree to stay." Flander chuckled. "All right, then I look forward to your stay. Our brothers can finally be together again. It's a pity that little sister isn't here." Upon hearing Flander mention her, the master's expression slightly changed, and he frowned. "Flander, don't bring her up. I don't want to argue with you right now." Flander shrugged helplessly. "Fine. I don't want to argue either, but I really hope you stay. After all these years, I've put a lot of effort into Shrek Academy, and now I've finally decided to end it. I hope this last batch of students can give me a perfect conclusion. With you here, everything will become easier." From Flander's eyes, the master saw a hint of fatigue. The rigidity of his face softened a bit as he nodded. "Let's wait until tomorrow after I see San." Flander said to Zhao Wujia, "Wujia, you've been traveling all day and must be tired. Go rest quickly. You've worked hard this time." Zhao Wujia smiled slightly and said, "The academy isn't just yours. If we weren't filled with hope for this place and liked this peaceful life, who would stay here for so many years? This is the hard work of all of us. No need for polite words. Master, Flander, I'm leaving first." After saying that, Zhao Wujia stood up and left Flander's office. Flander watched Zhao Wujia leave, a look of relief in his eyes. If it weren't for these old brothers' help over the years, perhaps the academy would have collapsed long ago. After this batch of students graduates, I need to relax and travel around the continent to unwind. Xiaojing, would you like to go together then? The master paused for a moment and shook his head. "I don't know." Flander sighed. "Although I know you don't want to think about the past, I can't help but say that the life we had together back then is something I'll never forget. Those memories were the happiest times of my life. How wonderful it would be if we could live carefree like that forever." Listening to Flander's words, the master's eyes seemed to show something more. He lowered his head and said faintly, "Everyone grows old and matures. Since the past is already gone, what's the point in bringing it up? It's easy to say if only life were like the first meeting, but can it really be realized?" Flander shook his head with a sigh. "Xiaojing, your personality is just too rigid. If you could soften a bit, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. Can you really not accept her anymore? After all, it wasn't her fault. Moreover, do you really care that much about the opinions of the world? Shut up." The master's emotions suddenly became agitated as he shouted, glaring fiercely at Flander. "Don't mention her in front of me again. What about you? What have you been doing? After all these years, why haven't you been with her? Don't tell me you don't like her. If that's the case, why are you still single and holding on to Shrek Academy? It was just a joke she made back then." Flander's gaze gradually turned cold. "Xiaojing, you are still so stubborn. You haven't changed after all these years. Yes, I admit that I like her, but the one she truly loves is you. A gentleman doesn't take away someone else's love. Moreover, in my heart, you have always been my best brother. I can't forget her, but I would never take action towards her. All I want is the memories of the past. Isn't it good to be as free as I am now?" The master suddenly stood up from his seat. "Free? That's a load of nonsense. What I want is for you to bring her happiness. I never expected that after all these years, seeing you again, you'd tell me that all you want is memories. If I had the ability, I would kill you right now." Flander sighed. "Xiaojing, don't get excited. I know that when you chose to leave, it was for the three of us. For many years, you have been out of touch, just to avoid disturbing our lives. But she only loves you. And despite the relationship between you two, she only loves you. We have all loved someone. Do you want me to force her to do something she doesn't like? Perhaps she would agree, but she would never be happy for the rest of her life. Over the years, I have been looking for you, and so has she. Before she left, I told her that I would always be her big brother and would always be willing to be her big brother. She has never forgotten you and has never given up on that sincere feeling in her heart. Can't you, as a man?" The master smiled. but the smile on his rigid face felt cold. Can I have her? If it were possible, would I still be waiting until now? If it weren't for our special relationship, do you think I would let her go to you? I wouldn't. I can ignore the opinions of the world, but I can't let her bear it with me. Flander, if you still consider me a brother, don't tell her about my whereabouts. Otherwise, I will leave immediately and never see you again. Flander seemed to get angry too. Then can you bear to see her continuously searching for you and watching her live a lonely life? The master's gaze became somewhat dazed. 20 years, a full 20 years. It's all too late now. I just hope to cultivate Xiao San into a talent. I no longer dare to hope for matters of the heart. Do you think she would ever forgive me for leaving like that? I have never been afraid of anything in my life, but now I am truly afraid to face her. To be honest, when I came to find you this time and didn't see her by your side, I felt a bit of joy in my heart. But when I came to my senses, I found only emptiness inside. I owe her a debt that I cannot repay. I don't have the courage to face her. Flanders stared at the master, unable to utter a word for a while. Forget it. These are your own matters. I won't tell her about your appearance. But if one day she finds you, Xiaojing, listen to me, don't run away anymore. If you still consider me a brother. Chapter 113 Master teaches. The master did not agree, but Flanders saw that his eyes were already red. He understood the pain in the master's heart and did not continue the conversation. Have you gone home? Flanders changed the topic. The master shook his head. I no longer have a home. Flanders sighed. That is still your home after all, although they do not welcome you. But the master waved his hand, signaling Flanders not to continue. Even if I were to go back, I wouldn't go back like this. Before proving myself, I won't let those people see me as a joke. A smile suddenly appeared on Flanders' face. It seems you really have put all your thoughts into Xiao San. You know, Wu Jie got beaten up for Xiao San. The master also smiled, and this time his smile was no longer cold. I may not know, but I can guess. That person is not someone you can offend. You know? Flanders was taken aback, and his gaze towards the master became somewhat strange. The master took out a token from his pocket and threw it to Flanders, revealing 6 clear marks before his eyes. This was given to me by him. Flanders, do you know? What you see for Xiao San is not all of him. His true potential has yet to be fully tapped. Do you really think his martial soul is just blue silvergrass? If that were the case, how could he become my disciple? Flanders' heart jolted. Could it be that his martial soul is also mutated? The master shook his head. No, it's not a mutation. It's just dual-born. What? The night is thick with darkness, and tonight's sky is adorned with a few faint martial spirits, as if a veil has been draped over the night, bringing a sense of hazy beauty. As the night fades with time, the moment the first hint of dawn appears in the distant sky, the dormitory door quietly opens. No matter how tired he is, it does not affect his daily routine. TangSan's silently steps out of the dormitory. Although the outside world is still dark, he loves this time of day the most. Because this is dawn of the beginning, a brand new start. At this moment, he feels as if everything within him has awakened, and everything is so beautiful. Behind genius lies hard work. Without diligent practice, no talented soul master can achieve success. Behind TangSan's apparent strength lies over 10 years of effort. Skillfully leaping onto the roof, TangSan nearly falls off this time. Just as he jumps onto the roof, he notices someone sitting there, staring at him intently. During dawn, people's spirits are often relaxed, and TangSan is no exception, so he had not been listening closely to his surroundings, which startled him. The person on the roof grabs TangSan's shoulder and pulls him down to sit beside him, using his other hand to gesture for silence. After the surprise comes great joy. TangSan immediately recognizes that the person sitting on the roof is none other than the master. Master, when did you arrive? TangSan asks in delight. Tang Hao left Holy Soul Village when TangSan was 7 years old, leaving behind only a letter. Since then, he vanished without a trace. The master filled this emotional void. Although he was not a person who expressed himself well, TangSan received countless care and love from him. Without the master and Xiao Wu, TangSan's state of mind would never be what it is now. For him, in this second world, besides his father, the most important people are them. Ruffling TangSan's hair, a gesture the master was accustomed to, he said, I told you I would come here to find you. I've been here for a few days. I learned that you went to the Stardow Forest. However, you also surprised me. I didn't expect you to break through the 30th level so quickly. TangSan smiled and said, Isn't that thanks to your guidance? The master's expression suddenly darkened. Have I ever taught you how to absorb soul rings from unknown year soul beasts? TangSan was taken aback for a moment and immediately understood that the master already knew about the dangerous situation he had encountered. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he shook his head and said no. The master snorted coldly and asked, Then why would you dare to act recklessly? Have you forgotten how dangerous the man-faced demon spider is? If something happened to you this time, how would I explain it to your father? You are my only disciple and my hope. Without my permission, you cannot die. Do you understand? Although the master's words were not pleasant to hear, how could TangSan, who was familiar with him, not perceive the deep concern and fear in his words? The master was afraid of him getting into danger. TangSan's eyes turned red, and he respectfully lowered his head, saying, "Master, I was wrong." The master stared at TangSan for a long time without speaking. After a while, he sighed and said, "Xiao-san, do you know that you have a very bad flaw? This flaw might bring you crises in the future. What is it? Please tell me." "I will definitely change," TangSan hurriedly replied. The master shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Although it is a flaw, it is also a strength. You take emotions too seriously. This time, if it weren't for Xiao Wu being captured, you wouldn't have acted so recklessly in your attempt to absorb." TangSan finally understood the meaning of the master and was momentarily speechless. The master was right. If it weren't for Xiao Wu, he would never have been so impulsive. But at that moment, TangSan had already lost most of his judgment ability, and all he could think about was how to save Xiao Wu. Gently patting TangSan's head again, the master's gaze became gentle once more. "The reason I scolded you today is to hope you remember to always maintain calm thinking. No matter the situation, even when the person most important to you is in danger, you must remain calm. Only by ensuring your own safety can you have the chance to save others. Many things cannot be solved with impulsiveness. Do you understand?" TangSan quickly nodded and said, "Teacher, I remember." The master smiled slightly, very pleased with this obedient disciple, and said, "Let's go. We'll go outside the academy. Let me see what you have gained from this impulse." TangSan was overjoyed in his heart. He was also eager to ask the master about his body's current condition. The master and disciple jumped down from the rooftop without alarming anyone, quietly leaving the village and arriving at a small forest outside. The master raised his hand to signal TangSan, and after years of being together, TangSan naturally understood his meaning. He urged the soul power within him and released his martial soul. The blue-purple light shone brightly, and the blue-silver grass quietly spread, rising around TangSan's body and swaying gently beside him. The master carefully observed the blue-silver grass summoned by TangSan, murmuring, "The blue-silver grass has become thinner and looks shinier than before. In addition to the original tea fragrance, there is a hint of a faint sweet and fishy smell. It should be the toxin from the human-faced demon spider that has seeped in, with the toughness of the silk from the human-faced demon spider. Although your blue-silver grass has become thinner, it should be even more resilient than before. Little San, wrap around that tree over there and pull with all your strength to try it out." "Yes." TangSan raised his hand, and a strand of blue-silver grass shot out, wrapping around a large tree 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. He exerted force with both hands, fully activating the Xiantian skill. The tree was thick enough for a person to embrace, and under TangSan's full pull, the thick trunk began to bend gradually. The master walked to the tree and closely observed the blue-silver grass wrapped around the trunk. As TangSan exerted force, the blue-silver grass was gradually digging into the bark. A faint mist emanated from the point where the blue-silver grass made contact with the trunk, and it was clear that the blue-silver grass was gradually penetrating into the trunk. As TangSan continued to exert force, the bending angle of the trunk increased. "All right, you can stop now." The master signaled to TangSan. TangSan finally relaxed the blue-silver grass, and the grass wrapped around the trunk flew back like a spirit snake, showing no change at all. "Xiao-san, come here," the master called TangSan to his side. The toughness of the blue-silver grass had clearly increased, although it had become thinner, under the full pull of your soul power above level 30. There was no sign of it being stretched or pulled apart. This means that with your soul power, you are not capable of breaking the blue-silver grass. Moreover, the toxins attached to the blue-silver grass had clearly increased. If you used the poisonous spikes from the ghost vine, the effect would be even better. In addition to the original type of toxin, there was now an added corrosive toxin. These toxins belonged to the man-faced demon spider. TangSan looked in the direction the master pointed. There, the part of the tree trunk that had been entwined by the blue-silver grass was deeply indented by about 2 inches, surrounded by a charred black color. Although the smoke had dissipated with the retraction of the blue-silver grass, it was still evident that the grass carried a strong corrosive poison. "Master, the toxicity of the blue-silver grass has increased significantly. It now has 3 main effects: soul power paralysis, intense nerve pain, and corrosion. It's already quite difficult for ordinary soul masters to resist with just their soul power, especially with the addition of this corrosive poison once it pierces the opponent's skin. the other two toxins will have a greater effect. Moreover, its inherent toughness makes the entanglement tighter, resulting in a noticeable amplification of its effects. The master said, although absorbing the soul ring from the man-faced demon spider posed great risks, the risks and rewards are proportional. Just looking at the enhancement of the blue silver grass itself is already quite remarkable. Additionally, your strength and speed have also seen considerable increases. The gains are good. However, I must remind you again, do not make the same mistake a second time. I do not wish to see a scene where a white person gifts a black person. TangSan chuckled and said, Teacher, I understand now. I will never act impulsively again. The master smiled and said, Come, show me your third soul skill. TangSan nodded, looked around, and chose a spot between two trees. At this moment, with his martial soul released, the 3 soul rings on his body were moving in an orderly rhythm. Under the activation of the Xiantian Gong, the 3rd soul ring suddenly shone brightly, with a bright purple light enveloping his entire body and covering the glow of the other 2 rings. The master secretly nodded in appreciation, while also feeling a bit envious. After all, this 3rd soul ring was his lifelong aspiration, which he had never achieved. TangSan's expression became serious as he raised his right hand. A bright blue light radiating from his palm. His soul power was unleashed, and an invisible pressure caused the low bushes around him to tremble. Go! Accompanied by a low shout from TangSan, the blue light in his palm suddenly surged, and a ball of blue-green light shot out, expanding in the air. In the blink of an eye, it had grown to about 5 meters in diameter and flew forward. With the blue light's essence, the master could see the true form of the blue light. It was a massive spider web, intricately woven in a series of rings, extremely tight. The entire web was made of blue silver grass, but these strands were finer than the blue silver grass TangSan had directly released before, and they appeared a clear blue throughout. As the web expanded, it instantly adhered to 2 large trees upon contact, forming a large net that hung suspended in the air. The 5-meter diameter net hung there, shimmering with a blue sheen under the dawn's light. After releasing this spider web, TangSan's face clearly became a bit pale, obviously due to the excessive exertion. This is TangSan's 3rd soul skill, spiderweb binding. Xiaosan, share your thoughts on this soul skill. The master asked TangSan while carefully observing the web that was stuck between 2 large trees. TangSan said, after absorbing the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, I developed this 3rd soul skill. Based on my experience with this soul skill, it has several characteristics. First, because it is composed of blue silver grass, it possesses all the attributes of the blue silver grass itself, including toxins and resilience. Secondly, the spider web itself has an added characteristic of adhesion, possessing a very strong stickiness. Once something is touched by it, it will immediately wrap around and tightly bind the target. Thirdly, the spider web itself is instantaneous with my current soul power. Using this soul skill once consumes 1/3 of my soul power. The master frowned slightly and asked, Is that all? Are there any other characteristics? TangSan said, The most important thing is that the toughness of the spider web itself is directly twice that of the blue silver grass. In the future, when using this soul skill, its area, usage frequency, and toughness will change as my strength increases. In other words, the more resilient the blue silver grass is, the tougher the spider web will become. The toxicity of the blue silver grass will also be added to it. The master nodded and said, That's right. What do you think of this soul skill? TangSan said, Although it may not seem glamorous, I find this skill very practical. It greatly enhances my control over my martial soul. The double toughness of the blue silver grass web makes it much harder to break free. The master smiled slightly and said, No, you underestimate it. It is not just that simple to use. It is a very powerful soul skill. How could the human-faced demon spider you absorbed at its limit give you a soul skill that isn't strong enough? I can almost guarantee that unless you encounter an opponent who specifically counters your limiting skill, no one at the same level, or even within 10 levels higher than you, can break free from its restraints. With it, you truly possess the formidable aspect of a control-type soul master. Chapter 114. 8 Spider Legs. Seeing TangSan's thoughtful expression, the master continued, In one-on-one battles, the strongest is neither the power-type soul master nor the strong attack or agility-type soul masters. It is the control-type soul master. This is because control-type soul masters can restrict their opponent's actions or control their movements. In such a situation, if the opponent cannot break free from your control-type soul skill, how can they attack you? In a world of soul masters, control-type soul masters have always been a terrifying presence. However, control-type soul masters generally need teammates to cooperate. so they're not very famous. But truly powerful soul masters know the importance and strength of control types. TangSan's said, "Teacher, are you saying that in a one-on-one situation, soul masters below level 40 cannot escape my web binding?" The master nodded and said, "That's basically the case. But there are exceptions. This world is equal. Every martial soul has its own strengths. Didn't you initially think your blue silvergrass was a useless martial soul? Similarly, although your martial soul is now very powerful with the addition of these 3 soul rings, there's still counters to it." While speaking, the master took out a simple item from his bosom and slowly walked to the bottom of the web that TangSan had released. In the master's hand was a fire stick. He waved it against the wind, and a flame suddenly burst forth from the fire stick. The master placed the fire stick beneath the web, using the flame to roast the web. At first, TangSan didn't feel much, but after a while, he clearly saw that a strand at the very bottom of the extremely tough web was gradually melting in the flames. "I understand now. The counter you mentioned is fire," TangSan suddenly realized, and he also recalled the situation when he first met Ma Hongjun. At that time, Ma Hongjun easily resolved the entanglement of TangSan's blue-silver grass martial soul with his phoenix flame. Although he still suffered later, the fire made TangSan's blue-silver grass completely useless. The master nodded and said, "Whether it's plants or your web, they are both afraid of fire. The flame burning on this fire stick is very small, so it is naturally not enough to threaten the web. However, if you encounter a soul master who is good at using fire, then your martial soul will be completely restrained by them. Almost every control-type martial soul has its own weakness, which is the price of being powerful compared to other elemental martial souls. Your blue silvergrass's weakness is its fear of fire. Therefore, in the future, you must be extra cautious when encountering soul masters of this element." TangSan thought for a moment and said, "Master, if I try to obtain soul rings that add resistance to flames in the future, will it erase this flaw?" The master replied, "Don't do that. While it may increase your blue silvergrass's resistance to flames, think about it. If you waste 1 or even 2 soul abilities on flame resistance, when your soul power reaches a certain level in the future, will you still have enough soul abilities to compete with your opponents? But if I don't increase my resistance to flames, won't I have no way to deal with soul masters who have this type of martial soul in the future?" TangSan said with confusion. He understood the master's point, but clearly, he did not want to see such a significant flaw in his martial soul. The master smiled lightly and said, "Control-type soul masters rarely act alone. The best way is to let your partners solve this problem for you. Of course, you can also find a way to solve it yourself. Haven't you been working on those hidden weapons? Although I find it somewhat frivolous, I have to admit that the power of those hidden weapons is indeed astonishing. And don't forget, you don't only have blue silvergrass as your martial soul." With the master's reminder, TangSan suddenly thought of his hammer and his heart stirred. "Master, are you saying that I can cultivate that hammer now?" The master firmly shook his head. "No. Remember, without my consent, you absolutely cannot attach a soul ring to that hammer. You must not. This is very important for your future. Right now, you can only rely on blue silvergrass." Although he did not understand why the master was so adamant, TangSan still nodded in agreement. The master said, "Shao-san, don't aim too high. For you, the most important thing is still the improvement of your soul power. The soul abilities that blue silvergrass currently possesses have exceeded my expectations. In the future, you will only become stronger. You are the hope of your teacher. Do you understand? Now, let me see the most important thing, which is also your doubt. First, take off your outer garment." TangSan's heart tightened. Ever since leaving the Stardow Forest, with no threat from soul beasts, he had been pondering the origin of the 8 spider legs on his back. Now that he saw his teacher, he naturally couldn't wait to get an answer. When it came to martial souls, soul beasts, and soul rings, he believed no one was more familiar with them than his teacher. Taking off his shirt, TangSan turned his back to the master. The master walked behind him and raised his hand to press on TangSan's spine. TangSan felt a warm and gentle soul power surge in from behind, and soon after, this power began to swim up and down along his spine. His expression was very serious as he carefully examined each vertebra on TangSan's spine. "Little San, can you feel where those spider legs went after you retracted them?" TangSan turned his right hand behind his back and tapped on his ribs, saying, "On these 8 symmetrical ribs, I can feel as if they're attached to the ribs, but they have no effect on my body. Instead, I feel that the strength in my back seems to be greater than before." The master touched the position indicated by TangSan and immediately noticed that not only were these 8 ribs thicker than the others, but the vertebrae connected to these 8 ribs were also somewhat thicker than the other vertebrae. They felt not only hard, but also very resilient. Furthermore, the muscles on TangSan's back seemed to have more resilience as well. A look of surprise gradually appeared on the master's face, but he didn't say anything. He just quickly stepped back a few meters, 5 meters behind TangSan, and used his soul power to release those 8 spider legs. As the Xiantian skill operated, TangSan couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, as this was his first time actively releasing these strange spider legs. To be honest, although he felt that these spider legs would enhance his own strength, TangSan didn't particularly like them. He always felt that with the addition of these 8 spider legs, he seemed to have turned into a monster. The master stared intently at TangSan's back, afraid of missing any detail. A faint blue light began to emerge from behind TangSan. Then, the master clearly saw that TangSan's entire spine seemed to be about to penetrate through, releasing a faint purple light. And the purple light released from the vertebrae he had noticed earlier was particularly obvious. Soon after, the ends of the 8 ribs suddenly protruded from TangSan's back, forming 8 bulges. A slight pain and itchiness appeared on his back, making TangSan feel a bit uncomfortable. But he did not stop the stimulation of his soul power. TangSan discovered that activating the mutations behind him did not consume too much of his soul power. It seemed that there was already a certain amount of energy contained within those vertebrae, accompanied by the 8 bulging protrusions. The purple light emerging from TangSan's back became increasingly prominent. Suddenly, as TangSan's body trembled, the 8 bulges finally broke through, and 8 thick purple pillars quickly extended from his back. If his companions from Shrek Academy were present at that moment, they would certainly notice that the growth rate of the spider legs this time was much faster than the last. In just a few blinks, the thick spider legs had already elongated to a length of 1.5 meters. Then, the spider legs suddenly unfolded, and from those 1.5 meter thick spider legs, another 1.5 meters of length suddenly sprang out through the terminal joints, revealing the sharpest parts. TangSan couldn't help but let out a low growl as the 8 spider legs behind him simultaneously spread out to the sides of his body. The purple light shone brightly, resembling 8 gigantic arms that protected him in the center. On the spider legs, a faint layer of purple aura could be seen, the purple light flowing as if it were transparent purple crystal itself. Good, the master exclaimed in admiration. Xiao-san, control your spider legs and stab a big tree with force. Although TangSan was still somewhat unfamiliar with his spider legs, he was able to stab a tree with them. Slightly shifting his body, one of the spider legs on his left suddenly shot out. With a puff, TangSan was surprised to find that the spider leg penetrated the tree, which required a person to hug it, as if it had encountered no obstacles, easily piercing through and emerging from the other side. An even more astonishing scene followed. As the spider leg pierced through, both TangSan and the master clearly saw a layer of purple spreading quietly from the spider leg, rapidly covering the tree. Not only did the trunk quickly turn purple, but soon the branches and leaves also changed to the same color. Leaves fell from the tree, and before they hit the ground, they had already turned into strands of purple powder and vanished into thin air. The large tree melted away like snow, quietly transforming into purple powder. Even the shrubs on the ground nearby that came into contact with this purple powder were gradually painted purple and disappeared. Within a radius of several meters, everything turned into a silent purple void. A faint energy flowed into TangSan's body through the spider leg. Although the energy was not much, it was very clear. The last time a Hongjun touched the spider leg and got poisoned, TangSan had a similar feeling, but that time was much lighter, and he didn't pay much attention to it. This time, however, it became extremely evident. It was as if the spider leg absorbed the energy contained in the large tree and transmitted it into TangSan's body. The purple powder that fell to the ground gradually became colorless and, in a short time, mixed with the soil, becoming invisible. The previously large tree seemed to have never existed. The spider leg that TangSan had stabbed out remained in its previous position, but there was nothing there now. TangSan stared blankly at the spider leg. Although he had guessed that the attack power of the spider leg would be good, he did not expect the toxicity it carried to be so terrifying. The master slowly walked to TangSan's side, avoiding his spider leg, and said, "It seems my judgment was correct. Little San, what you gained the most this time is not the 3rd spirit ring, nor the 3rd spirit skill, spiderweb binding, but these 8 spider legs, or rather, this external soul bone." External soul bone? TangSan looked at the master, puzzled. The master nodded. "Over the years, I have been teaching you how to identify soul beasts and spirit rings, as well as methods and various applications for soul mastery. I have never mentioned anything about soul bones. This is mainly because I never thought you would be able to come into contact with soul bones so early. It seems now is the time to talk to you about the mysteries of soul bones. To discuss this, we must first talk about what a soul bone is. At the master's gesture, TangSan controlled his soul power to retract the 8 spider legs back into his body. As before, retracting the spider legs consumed a lot of TangSan's soul power, which was in stark contrast to the lack of consumption when releasing them. The master said seriously, "A soul bone is a very special thing, or rather, is the item that soul masters most desire to obtain. Similar to spirit rings, soul bones also come from soul beasts. However, they are vastly different from spirit rings. First, the probability of a soul bone appearing is only 1 in 1,000, or even lower. Generally speaking, only extremely powerful soul beasts that experience some special circumstances at the time of death may produce soul bones after dying. Not every soul beast produces a spirit ring. Therefore, soul bones are extremely rare and precious. Another difference between soul bones and spirit rings is that soul bones do not require the person who kills the soul beast to be the one who can use them. After obtaining a soul bone, it can even be sold. Do you remember I once told you that you should try to accumulate some money? The purpose is so that in the future, you can purchase the soul bones you need in some special places. Any soul bone, even the most ordinary one, is worth a fortune. Moreover, they are often available for sale only at a high price." TangSan asked, "So how should the soul bone be used? Do you mean that the 8 spider legs on my back are 8 soul bones?" Hearing TangSan's words, the master couldn't help but laugh. "You're not greedy. 8 soul bones? Having even 1 soul bone is already extremely lucky. Moreover, this is an external soul bone, which is almost as precious as a top-level soul bone. This external soul bone is a vertebra, and it also includes 8 ribs. Its function is to store all the poison from the human-faced magic spider you killed, and after replicating its 8 spider legs, combine it with your own abilities to evolve into the 8 spider legs you have now. The human-faced magic spider's soul ring, combined with your martial soul, enhances various aspects of your body, and the toxicity of the blue silver grass has also increased significantly. However, that is still not the poison of the human-faced magic spider itself. But your 8 spider legs are different. They not only possess the toxins of the human-faced magic spider, but have also undergone certain mutations. You just saw its strong corrosive effect. What would happen if it pierced the human body?" Chapter 115, The Opening. The master said this, looking somewhat excited. "Little San, let me ask you, how many soul rings can a soul master obtain at most?" TangSan said, 9 is the limit. It means reaching the title of Douluo. The master nodded. "In a situation where everyone has 9 soul rings and their ages are similar, how do we determine who is stronger?" TangSan thought for a moment and said, "It depends on what martial souls both sides have, whether there are any restraining factors, and also on the comparison of their practical combat experience. Only by considering all these factors together can we determine who is stronger." The master nodded and said, "You are right. You remember well what I taught you. Now I can tell you that in a situation where everything is equal, if one person possesses a soul bone, then everything you just mentioned is unnecessary to calculate, because a soul master with a soul bone will have an absolute advantage." I never expected a soul bone to have such a significant effect. TangSan looked at the master with some surprise. The master nodded and said, "The soul rings provide soul skills, and while they do enhance the attributes of the soul master, their main function is indeed in the accompanying soul skills. The soul bone, on the other hand, is quite the opposite. Perhaps soul bones do not come with skills, but the enhancement they provide to the soul master themselves is immense. More importantly, the growth potential of soul bones is more valuable than that of soul rings. The skills attached to soul rings will increase with the growth of soul power, as you know. But you should also know that the age of a soul ring itself limits its enhancement. Even a titled Douluo above level 90 will not have their first soul ring skill enhanced to a sufficiently powerful level, and that is the reason. However, soul bones are different. They are not limited by the age of the soul beast that produced them and will only evolve with the growth of the soul master's own strength. In other words, the earlier one obtains a soul bone, the longer the time it has to evolve. TangSan said, "There are so many bones in the human body. If one could absorb so many types of soul bones into oneself, wouldn't that be incredibly versatile?" The master shook his head and said, "Although there are many bones in the human body, they are generally divided into a few major parts. Therefore, in general, the types of soul bones that can be absorbed are also limited. The limbs, head, and torso. In other words, an average person can absorb 6 soul bones, just like a soul master can absorb 9 soul rings. The quality of the soul bones and their effect on the soul master mainly depend on the timing of absorption and whether their attributes match with one's own. TangSan's suddenly realized. So this soul bone from the human-faced demon spider is undoubtedly compatible with me and belongs to the trunk type of soul bone. Right, my teacher? What you said in the previous sentence is correct. The best way to have a suitable soul bone for yourself is to obtain a soul bone that comes from the same type of soul beast as one of your own soul rings. However, this soul bone does not belong to the trunk type. That's why I said it is an external soul bone. TangSan asked curiously, what is an external soul bone? The master patiently explained, an external soul bone is a magical existence. It is a special entity beyond the 6 major categories of soul bones. If the chance of a regular soul bone appearing from a soul beast is 1 in 1,000, then the chance of an external soul bone appearing is even less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the condition for absorbing an external soul bone is that you must first absorb the soul ring dropped by the soul beast that produced this soul bone. The trunk-type soul bones we refer to generally indicate the sternum, while the soul bone you absorbed is actually a vertebra. From my previous observations, I can confirm that it is indeed an external soul bone. Child, do you know that in the world of soul masters, there's a ranking of the most precious items for soul masters called the Soul Master Dream List? Among them, the external soul bone has consistently ranked second on the Soul Master Dream List, just behind the first place, the nearly impossible to exist 100,000-year soul ring. Did the master convey to TangSan how precious these 8 spider legs, which he considered to be a monster, truly are in the most understandable way? Are these 8 spider legs really that powerful? TangSan couldn't help but feel a doubt in his heart. He was somewhat skeptical. The master had talked so much that he was a bit thirsty, and with the cool morning weather, he said, you should put on your clothes first. Remember, you must not tell anyone about the external soul bone I mentioned today. Although external soul bones cannot be absorbed like regular soul bones. As the saying goes, the tall tree attracts the wind. The fewer people who know you possess an external soul bone, the better. To avoid someone taking action against you out of jealousy, TangSan put on his outer clothing and couldn't help but ask the master, Teacher, what is the use of this external spirit bone? The master replied, I can't say for sure what its specific use is right now. It will take some time to study it in order to understand. Starting today, you will have an additional training task, which is to master the use of the external spirit bone as soon as possible. From what we observed just now, your external spirit bone possesses extremely strong attacking power. It can not only pierce, but also carries a potent toxin. If I'm not mistaken, the toxin attached to the spider legs should be controllable and can be released at your will. Also, have you considered what it would be like to use those 8 spider legs to replace your own legs for movement? TangSan is a clever person. With the master's guidance, he suddenly understood that if that were the case, not only would his speed increase, but the terrain's impact on speed would be significantly reduced. The master smiled slightly and said, therefore, the abilities that these 8 spider legs grant you will include the ability to move forward regardless of the terrain. As for its benefits, you will see more surprises in the future. Moreover, it will evolve with each soul ring advancement you undergo. Its power will even exceed your imagination. With it, you now have the opportunity to engage in combat with opponents within a 10-level difference. Furthermore, due to the rarity of external soul bones, unless you reveal it yourself, no one will know that these 8 spider legs are external soul bones. Most will simply think it is one of the manifestations of your blue silvergrass. After all, aside from being hard, its appearance is quite similar to blue silvergrass. As for how well you can control it in the future, that depends on your own efforts. If you can turn those 8 spider legs into 8 poisonous spears that you can wield as easily as your own arms, you can imagine how much your combat power will increase. When TangSan and the master returned to Shrek Academy, the sky was already bright. The master had shared a lot of knowledge about soul bones today, although it was only a general overview. TangSan still needed to gradually digest this information. Xiao-san, go have a meal. Starting today, I will rearrange your training schedule. TangSan looked up at the master and asked, Teacher, are you leaving? In his view, the master had arranged a cultivation method for him, which probably meant he was about to depart. A wave of disappointment swept over him. The master smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, I won't leave. I'm also concerned that you might encounter problems while practicing with the external spirit bone. This external spirit bone has already become a part of your body, fully integrated with your spine. If any issues arise, it could be fatal. Therefore, I can only stay. You're not leaving? That's wonderful. Upon hearing that the master would stay to continue guiding his cultivation, TangSan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The master showed a hint of longing on his face and said, Little San, do you know? I really want to see what you will look like in 20 years. My decision to stay is not only for you, but also for your companions in the academy. Each of you can be described as a genius. If there isn't a suitable cultivation method, wouldn't that be a waste? Although Flinder has a lot of cultivation experience, he still falls short in many details. I hope that in the future, you can become a powerful group. Therefore, we must start now, using the best cultivation methods to guide you. For TangSan, the reason the master chose to stay didn't matter. What was important was that he had decided to remain, and that was enough. The master and disciple arrived at the academy cafeteria. Perhaps due to the exhausting journey the day before, even though breakfast had been prepared, the cafeteria was empty. TangSan hurriedly served 2 bowls of porridge, one for himself and one for the master. Shrek Academy was not financially well off, so breakfast naturally wouldn't be very lavish. Today's breakfast was simple: steamed buns, pickles, porridge, and each person had 1 egg. Looking at the breakfast TangSan placed in front of him, the master frowned slightly. This is what Flinder gives you to eat. The master's stiff face looked somewhat dark. TangSan said, "This is already quite good. The steamed buns are filling. Much better than when I was a child." Nonsense. The master put down the steamed bun in his hand, anger rising. His temper was always tough. You children are at an important growth stage, and your body is the foundation of your martial soul. Without a good body, how can you possibly endure the intense training? This breakfast is enough for some of my age and for Flinder. But for you children, it's far from enough. The master was getting angry when Flinder's lazy voice came from outside. "I say, master, you're just standing there talking without feeling the pain. You know these kids are growing. Do you know how much they need to eat in a day? Delicacies are available in Soto City. But how could the academy's financial situation allow me to feed them delicacies? If you're willing to sponsor it, I have no objections." With that voice, Flinder walked in. Upon seeing him, the master's expression softened a little. "I don't care about the academy's difficulties, but since I've decided to stay as a teacher here, I must not let the children suffer. Flinder, you can leave this matter to me. From now on, what these children eat for every meal will be decided by me." Flinder felt a surge of joy in his heart. "What, Xiao Gang, you've decided to stay?" The master nodded. "For TangSan and for the little monsters you've recruited, I've decided to stay here for a while. I've also briefly understood your current teaching methods, and there are many areas that need improvement. You told me that as long as I was willing to stay, you could delegate power to me, right?" Flinder knew the master very well. Looking at his expression, he understood that his old brother was determined to make significant changes. Although he didn't show it on the surface, he was already overjoyed inside. The master's theoretical knowledge is unparalleled. He quickly replied, "No problem. Just let me know what you want to do first. The academy's teachers are at your disposal. Of course, if it involves spending money, you need to inform me first. The academy's financial situation is definitely worse than you imagine." The master frowned slightly. "I know you people are proud, but can't you be a little flexible to increase income?" Flinder was taken aback for a moment, and then chuckled. Even someone as stubborn as he knows about being flexible? The master's gaze softened as he glanced at TangSan beside him. "For these children, what is the harm in being a little flexible?" Flinder laughed. "All right, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, you can be as flexible as you want." After breakfast, the bell rang on time, summoning all students to the academy's playground. Today was particularly lively. Not only the 2 deans Flinder and Zhao Wujia were present, but also the master and several other teachers from the academy had come to the playground. Besides the 2 deans, there were originally 3 more teachers at the academy, who were responsible for the first 3 tests during the entrance examination. TangSan had only seen one of them, the old man who had scared away many with his staff, martial soul. "All right, everyone is here. I have a few announcements to make." Flinder walked up to the 7 students, his gaze seriously sweeping over them. "First, let me introduce the teachers of the academy to the 4 new students." As he spoke, Flinder pointed to the old man with the staff martial soul that TangSan had seen before. "This is Teacher Li Yusong, martial soul dragon mark staff. Rank 63 soul emperor." He then pointed to the second teacher, who was older, seemingly over 70. "This is Teacher Lu Qibin, martial soul starnet, rank 66 soul emperor." The last teacher appeared to be younger than the first 2 and seemed to be about the same age as Flinder. "This is Teacher Xiao Xn, martial soul jelly bean, rank 71, soul saint, a food system soul master." Teacher Xiao is definitely one of the top 5 food system soul masters I know. If the first 2 teachers didn't provide enough shock, the appearance of a rank 71 food system soul saint left the 4 new students in awe. Teacher Xiao appeared not very tall, about the same height as the 12-year-old Xiao Wu, or even slightly shorter, with small eyes and a big nose, unremarkable in appearance. But who would have thought he was such a high-level food system soul master? A rank 71 food system soul saint would definitely be a revered figure in the Spirit Hall or any soul master family. After Flinder introduced the 3 teachers, They all nodded towards the students. The difference was that Teacher Li had a neutral expression, while Teacher Lu wore a smile. When it came to Teacher Xiao, his expression was a bit strange, as his gaze remained fixed on Oscar, even carrying a hint of obsession. Chapter 116, Dong Air Finally. Flinder walked to the Master's side, put his arm around the Master's shoulder, and said, "Now, I want to introduce this last person in detail. He is the one who, through his research, established the top 10 martial soul competitiveness, known as the strongest in martial soul theory, the wisest soul master. And also TangSan's teacher, Mr. Yu Xiaojiang. Of course, he is also my old brother. We have known each other for decades. You may not be familiar with his name, but I believe you have heard of his titles. From now on, you can just call him Master." Upon hearing the title Master, everyone couldn't help but perk up, their gazes turning to TangSan. Although they didn't know much about the Master, how could a teacher who could train an outstanding disciple like TangSan not be excellent? TangSan was also somewhat surprised because it was the first time he learned the Master's name. The Master had never mentioned it before, and he naturally didn't dare to ask. So his teacher's name was Yu Xiaojiang, a pretty good name. Flinder said, "From today onwards, the teaching for you will be fully handled by the Master, and we will all cooperate with him. You just returned yesterday, and I think everyone is quite tired, so today you will have a day off. Classes will resume tomorrow. During this trip to the Douluo Forest, 3 more people have reached the Soul Master realm. Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing, who have not yet broken through level 30. You need to work hard to catch up with the others as soon as possible." "Master, do you have anything to say?" The last sentence was a question directed at the Master. The Master nodded, his stiff face, as usual, looking at the 7 students in front of him, and said lightly, "There are only you 7 students in the academy. In my eyes, you are a whole. I have already reviewed your resumes, and I will develop some targeted teaching methods. Besides cooperation, I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices. No matter who it is, I will treat you all equally. Since you are students of the Monster Academy, you must stand out compared to ordinary soul masters. From now on, when everyone mentions you, they should only think of the word monster. Starting now, the 7 of you will no longer be divided into early and advanced groups as before. You will have unified teaching. I will rank you by age. Number 1, By. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, TangSan. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiaowu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhuqing." The Master's gaze swept over everyone. "All right, you can disperse now. Gather here tomorrow morning. Also, I do not want to see anyone absent at breakfast. Otherwise, you will face special training." Just then, Bibi Dong entered with Tang Chuan and the other Wuhuan Temple students. Flinder quickly introduced, "This is your new teacher, Donger, and her students, Tang Chuan, Hulaina, Xieyu, Yin, Suyueshin, Niu Tian, and Titan." New students? New teacher? TangSan and the others were taken aback, especially TangSan and Xiao Wu, whose expressions upon seeing Tang Chuan could only be described as spectacular. Yu Xiaojiang felt a chill in his heart. He looked at Bibi Dong, who smiled slightly, and he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The Master's gaze swept over everyone again. "All right, you can disperse now. Gather here tomorrow morning. Also, I do not want to see anyone absent at breakfast. Otherwise, you will face special training." Having a day off was certainly a good thing, but the arrival of the Master also made the students feel a bit curious and anxious. Watching the teachers leave one after another, Oscar stood beside TangSan and whispered, "Xiao-san, it seems your teacher is even more formidable than Dean Flinder." TangSan smiled slightly and said, "The teacher is always meticulous in his work. As long as we follow his instructions strictly, there won't be any problems." By laughed and said, "Except for me and Xiao Ao. You 5 are all the same age. Who would have thought that Xiao San is Xiao San and Xiao Wu is Xiao Wu? What a coincidence." They chuckled and said, "3 sisters, call me 4th brother and let me hear it." Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at him, stretched out her hand, and said, "No problem. Bring out the red envelope, and I'll call you." It was taken aback, and Ning Rongrong added, "As long as your strength can match 3rd brother's, I'll call you." Zhu Zhuqing's response was the simplest. She coldly looked at Ma Hongjun and said 3 words, "Defeat me." "Forget it. I'll let it go." The waved his hand in frustration. "Is anyone going to the city? It's hard to get a day off. I want to stroll around Soto City." By had also felt a bit stifled these days. But after the trip to the Douluo Forest, the relationship between him and Zhu Zhuqing had finally eased a bit, so he naturally wouldn't ruin the little image he had just built. He looked up at the sky, appearing indifferent. Oscar yawned and said, "I'm not going. I'm going back to catch up on sleep. Finally reached level 30. I can relax a bit now." The 3 girls were all glaring at Ma Hongjun. clearly knowing that this going to the city wasn't going to lead to anything good. Just then, TangSan's suddenly said, "I'll go with you." The S eyes lit up, and he secretly glanced at Xiao Wu, whose expression had slightly changed, and said, "Third brother, you've finally come to your senses?" TangSan was taken aback for a moment. "What do you mean by opening a hole?" "I need to find a blacksmith shop to see if I can hire 2 blacksmiths to make some things. Otherwise, with just my strength, how long will it take to equip each of you?" Ning Rongrong chuckled. "I knew third brother wouldn't be as dirty as you." Xiao Wu's expression also quietly returned to normal. "I'll go with you." TangSan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Forget it, I'll go by myself. You've been quite frightened this time, so rest in the academy. I'll be back soon." Xiao Wu didn't insist and nodded in agreement. The fatty looked at Ning Rongrong with annoyance, saying, "What do you mean by disgusting?" "I'm solving the problem of the evil fire, and this was specially approved by the dean." "Xiao-san, let's go." TangSan smiled bitterly and said, "Can you unify your way of addressing me? Sometimes you call me Old 3 and sometimes Little 3. The chuckled and said, "Then I'll just call you Little 3. You're only a month or 2 older than me anyway. Let's go." He seemed to be a bit impatient and pulled TangSan towards the academy's exit. Watching the two leave, Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Xiao Wu and lowered her voice. "Aren't you afraid that your Little 3 will be corrupted by the— If it were me, I would definitely follow them." Xiao Wu smiled slightly and said, "Men need a bit of freedom, and besides, I don't believe Little 3 will be led astray by the—" Ning Rongrong laughed and said, "Huh, look at your proud expression. What a pair of lovebirds." Xiao Wu's face flushed, and she raised her hand to lightly tickle Ning Rongrong under her armpit. "Don't say that. Little 3 and I are siblings." Ning Rongrong chuckled and teased while running towards the dormitory. "All right, no need to flaunt it. We all know you two are siblings. Closer than real siblings. You're annoying." Xiao Wu was never one to back down and immediately chased after her, both girls heading in the same direction towards the dormitory. Oscar yawned as he headed back to the dorm, while Dai Mubai's gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him and said, "I'm going to train." After saying that, she turned to leave. Dai Mubai quickly stepped in front of her. "Can we talk properly? I remember you weren't like this when we were kids." Zhu Zhuqing showed a hint of a cold smile. "And you? Were you like this when you were a child?" "Twins." With a cold snort, she turned and walked away. Although her words had increased compared to a few days ago, the icy barrier still firmly kept Dai Mubai out. Watching Zhu Zhuqing leave quickly, Dai Mubai didn't chase after her, a bitter smile on his face. "Is this my just deserts? Even I, the flirtatious Dai Xiao, have a day like this." Sigh, retribution. Perhaps it really is retribution. Dai Mubai had never told anyone about his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing, but if there was no connection between them, how could the proud, evil, a white tiger lower himself like this, no matter how beautiful Zhu Zhuqing was? In Soto City, as soon as they entered the city, the quickly parted ways with TangSan to deal with his own issues. Along the way, he tried several times to tempt TangSan, hoping to pull him into trouble. However, TangSan was clearly resolute and was not swayed by him. Despite being the same age of 12, the difference in their resolve was still immense. Soto City was still as bustling as ever. It was morning, and all the shops had opened for business. The bustling crowd was in stark contrast to the tranquility of Shrek Academy. TangSan's purpose for this trip is quite simple. He needs to find a suitable blacksmith shop. Although he went to bed early last night, he also considered Ning Rongrong's suggestion. If it's just for his own use, then his own strength is enough to create a sufficient number of hidden weapons. However, if he needs to provide them for others, then his strength alone is clearly not enough. When TangSan was at the Tang sect, he was specifically responsible for the production of hidden weapons. Before he jumped off the cliff, he had already reached the level of an outer sect supervisor and was very familiar with the process of hidden weapon manufacturing in the Tang sect. Almost all of Tongmen's economic sources rely on the poisons and hidden weapons manufactured by the outer sect. After careful consideration, TangSan decided to bring this method to the Douluo Continent. Although there are some difficulties, he believed that a simple trial run could still be feasible. Therefore, he decided to take advantage of the holiday today to find a blacksmith shop for cooperation. Once he enters the Soul Emperor realm, as long as he goes to the Spirit Hall next month to receive the subsidy and undergoes a level test, he will have an income of 100 gold soul coins every month. Hiring a blacksmith as a low-level profession is very cheap, and he believes he can support it. Moreover, the manufacturing costs of all hidden weapons will be shared among everyone. Money is not a problem. Thus, he was determined to find a blacksmith shop to collaborate on making mechanical hidden weapons. Also, because TangSan decided to create several more powerful hidden weapons. This world is different from the previous one, and he needs to collect all the materials himself. Naturally, making more powerful hidden weapons requires more time and effort. Of course, the craftsmanship of Tongman's hidden weapons will definitely not be leaked. He only needs to outsource the work of making weapon parts to the blacksmith shop and handle the final assembly himself to keep it confidential. Not to mention that the blacksmiths wouldn't be able to replicate it. They wouldn't even know what the final products TangSan is making are. After asking a few passersby, TangSan finally found his destination. The largest blacksmith shop in Soto City, which simply bears the name blacksmith shop with no decorative words. Even before entering the shop, he could already hear the dense sound of hammering, clear and crisp. Clearly, many blacksmiths were at work. From the outside, this blacksmith shop is much larger than the one TangSan had worked at in Notting City, being about 5 or 6 times its size. The spacious reception area is filled with various finished products arranged by category, divided into 3 main areas: everyday utensils, weapons, and armor. Everyday utensils occupy about half of the shop's area, while the rest consists of weapons and armor. In the center of the shop, a long black curtain separates the front reception area from the back working area, with a white iron character of 1 meter in diameter every 3 meters along the curtain. Looking quite imposing, there are 6 or 7 attendants in the shop's reception area, clearly divided in their roles, greeting and sending off customers. Some are responsible for receiving customers and taking orders, while others hand over finished products to customers. Additionally, a burly middle-aged man sits behind the counter, specifically in charge of collecting payments. TangSan took a step towards the shop and headed straight for the counter. A shop assistant hurried over to block TangSan and asked, "Young sir, what do you need?" TangSan found it amusing. He thought, let it be a Mr., but why add a little title to it? Although he was close to Chungren in height, his youthful face clearly showed that he was a young boy. "I want to discuss a business deal with you," TangSan said with a smile. The clerk looked TangSan up and down a few times. TangSan's attire was very simple, wearing plain clothes and trousers, with nothing special about him. He had an ordinary appearance and a well-proportioned figure, looking just like an average person. "What do you want to create? Just tell me directly." TangSan said, "You probably can't make the decision. This is a long-term business for me, and, if possible, I would like to cooperate continuously." While speaking, TangSan took out a piece of paper from his pocket. "Can you understand this?" It was a design drawing for hidden weapon parts. When TangSan made hidden weapons himself, he also needed to draw first, carefully measuring and calculating before he could create them. Not everything can be remembered just by relying on one's mind. The attendant took the drawing and, after just one glance, was stunned. The drawing depicted many complex patterns. Not to mention understanding it, he couldn't even tell what these things were. The attendant looked at TangSan again and said, "Please wait a moment. I need to consult the shopkeeper to see if we can make this." After saying that, he immediately ran towards the counter. Chapter 117. The blacksmith TangXan, the burly middle-aged man behind the counter, quickly received the drawing handed over by the attendant. In a short while, his face was already filled with surprise. After saying a few words to the attendant, he walked out from behind the counter and, led by the attendant, came before TangSan. "Young man, is this the drawing you brought? I can't tell what these things are that you want to make. Could you explain it?" TangSan said, "You don't need to know what these are. I just want to ask if you can make them. They need to be forged with high-quality pig iron, preferably iron essence." The middle-aged man frowned and said, "I am the owner of this blacksmith shop. My name is TangXan. Young man, do you know the price of iron essence? Adding the manufacturing costs, it's not a small sum. You'd better have your family head come talk about it." TangSan suddenly felt a movement in his heart. He sensed the fluctuation of soul power from the middle-aged man in front of him. Could it be that the owner of this blacksmith shop is a soul master? "I certainly know the price of iron essence. To be honest, I am also a blacksmith. However, I am too weak to produce so many items by myself, which is why I came to you. The price of iron essence is based on weight, 10 gold soul coins for 1 kilogram of iron essence, right? Given your scale, I believe you should be able to refine iron essence." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "You are correct about the price. But you should also know that the toughness of iron essence far exceeds that of ordinary refined iron, so the forging process is naturally much more difficult. The processing fee for any item made with it is equivalent to the price of the iron essence itself. That is to say, to forge anything with 1 kilogram of iron essence, we will charge a processing fee of 10 gold soul coins. And the item in your design is so complex that we will need to charge an additional 50%. If an ordinary person were here and heard that the blacksmith shop charges for making items in gold soul coins, they would surely be very surprised. But TangSan knew that the price stated by the owner, TangXan, was already very reasonable. His favorability immediately increased. "Uncle, the price you mentioned is fine. If I request a larger quantity for manufacturing, could there be some discount?" Although TangSan wasn't very good at bargaining, he still wanted to strive for necessary discounts. TangSan pondered and said, "That's definitely possible. If you really request to use iron essence to make these items, you'll be considered one of our major clients. The material cost cannot be reduced. I can't lose money, but I can give you a 10 discount on the processing fee. If you use more than 10 kilograms of iron essence, then I can give you a 20 discount. The minimum will be a 20 discount." TangSan nodded readily and said, "Then it's settled. Please make 10 copies according to the drawings I provided. I have calculated in detail that each one will require about 2 kilograms of iron essence, totaling 20 kilograms. TangSan looked at TangSan in surprise. "You want to make so many? That's 20 kilograms of iron essence. Adding in the labor cost, that's 500 gold soul coins. Even if I give you a 20 discount on the labor, it will still be 440 gold soul coins." Seeing TangSan's expression, TangSan understood that he was worried about whether he could afford that much money. "Uncle, you're also a soul master, right?" TangSan suddenly said. TangSan's heart tightened, and he frowned at TangSan. TangSan continued, "I would like to talk to you privately. Is that okay? A deal worth over 400 gold soul coins is definitely a big deal, even for the largest blacksmith shop in Soto City, since their annual turnover is only about 3,000 gold soul coins." TangSan nodded and said, "Then please follow me to the back." He then led TangSan to the back. Passing through TangSan was immediately met with a surprising scene. The reception area in front of the blacksmith shop was already quite large, but the workshop behind was even bigger, filled with the glow of red-hot furnaces. At least 50 blacksmiths were working simultaneously. TangSan's purple extreme magic eye was exceptionally sharp. Just a simple glance at these blacksmiths made him nod inwardly. Although not every blacksmith here was particularly strong, both their gazes and hands were incredibly steady. Clearly, they were all seasoned blacksmiths. To support such a large blacksmith shop, there had to be many excellent blacksmiths present. Suddenly, TangSan let out a soft hum and murmured to himself, "Why are they here too?" TangSan stopped and looked at TangSan with confusion, asking, "Young man, is there a problem?" Deep down, TangSan didn't trust TangSan much. After all, he looked too young. However, the blueprints TangSan presented didn't seem like a joke. Moreover, this was a big deal worth over 400 gold soul coins, and TangSan didn't want to miss out due to his momentary doubt. Although they were the largest blacksmith shop in Soto City, they were certainly not the only one. Following TangSan's gaze, he noticed 2 young blacksmiths at work. They looked around 18 or 19 years old, sharing similar features with leopard-like eyes and robust builds. Their dark muscles bulged like small mountains. The forging hammers in their hands were also much larger than those of other blacksmiths, and their forging process was extremely steady, even more efficient than some older blacksmiths nearby. Seeing that TangSan was paying attention to them, TangSan couldn't help but smile proudly and said, "These 2 kids are getting stronger and stronger. What do you think? My blacksmiths are pretty good, right? They're my twin sons, one named Tai Long and the other Tai Hu. Although they are still young, they are already my true disciples and the best blacksmiths in the shop." Indeed, the 2 individuals TangSan saw were the Tai brothers who had lost to him and Xiao Wu at the Fighting Spirit platform last time, known as the Iron Blood Duo. At that time, their all-in skill had even injured TangSan. Hearing TangSan's words, TangSan immediately understood why there were fluctuations of soul power from TangSan. From the fluctuations, it was clear that TangSan's strength was not very strong, even weaker than his 2 sons. Clearly, Tai Long and Tai Hu's martial souls had some degree of mutation. At their age, they already possess soul power over level 20, which should make them quite good students even in a high-level Soul Master Academy. If our collaboration is successful, then I'll have them forge these items, TangSan thought. As both a blacksmith and a soul master, he knew that having soul power as a backing made forging items much better than ordinary blacksmiths. The balance of strength during forging and the control of power were beyond what ordinary people could reach. TangSan looked deeply at TangSan, smiled faintly, and said, "If we really collaborate successfully, that won't be a problem." He led TangSan into a room at the back of the workshop. Inside the room was a table, 7 or 8 chairs, and a simple wooden bed, clearly the boss's office, which could also be used for resting. From the window, one could directly see the situation in the workshop outside. TangSan walked over to sit behind his desk and gestured for TangSan to take a seat. From his first impression of the young man in front of him, TangSan actually liked TangSan's simple demeanor, but when it came to business collaboration, he found it more amusing. If it weren't for a 1 in a million chance, he wouldn't have let TangSan come in with him. What could a boy who looked no older than 15 bring to his business? Besides, he was talking about iron essence. "You say you're also a blacksmith?" TangSan asked. TangSan secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. He understood a bit about Tai Xian's mentality. After all, he was still too young. At this moment, it didn't feel like a business discussion, but rather like an interrogation. Yes, I used to be a blacksmith. My father was also a blacksmith, and I learned my skills from him. Hearing that TangSan came from a family of blacksmiths, Tai Xian couldn't help but feel a bit more favorable towards him. So that's how it is. From your accent, it seems you're not from around here. Did you move to Suatoa with your family? TangSan shook his head. No. I am here to attend school. Attend school? Are you a soul master? Tai Xian looked at TangSan with a hint of expectation. Although there are various academies on the continent, the Soul Master Academy is undoubtedly the most prominent. Generally, studying other subjects rarely requires traveling to different places. But the Soul Master Academy is different. Advanced Soul Master Academies only exist in big cities. Moreover, Tai Xian noticed that although TangSan's clothing and appearance were quite ordinary, his manner of speaking was clearly beyond his age, indicating that he had seen some of the world, which is why he asked. He certainly hoped that TangSan was a student from a certain Soul Master Academy. Although he seemed to be only at the age to have just joined a mid-level Soul Master Academy, the identity of a Soul Master is different. They are recorded at the Spirit Hall, and when doing business with a Soul Master, as long as one checks the other's Soul Master level and verifies it with the Spirit Hall, there is no fear of being deceived. TangSan nodded and said yes. I just entered the academy to study. Do you have any other questions? Tai Xian took out the blueprint, spread it on the table, and looked at it carefully before saying, from the blueprint, the things you want are quite intricate and not easy to forge. Moreover, the amount for this deal is not small. Although our blacksmith shop has a certain scale, 440 gold coins is still a significant sum for us. How you plan to cooperate with us? TangSan had already thought of the collaboration method on his way here. Uncle Tai, let's do it this way. I'll pay a portion of the deposit first, and I would appreciate it if you could create a set of these items. If the quality is satisfactory, we can proceed with the production. The amount of gold soul coins I can pay is around 100. Tai Xian frowned and said, young man, since you were once a blacksmith, you should know that many intricate items require molds to produce. The cost of these molds is also the largest part of the production cost. If it's just for one set, not only can I not offer you a discount, but I might even incur a loss. While a deposit of 100 gold coins is sufficient, I hope to have an additional guarantee. Since you are a Soul Master, could you show me your Soul Master certificate? Once I confirm there are no issues, we can start our collaboration. Hearing that TangSan was willing to pay a deposit of 100 gold soul coins, Tai Xian was beginning to believe in this young man. However, having run this blacksmith shop for many years, and with the items TangSan wanted to produce being unfamiliar to him, he naturally wished to understand TangSan's background better for safety's sake. As long as TangSan's Soul Master identity was legitimate, he would be willing to take on this big business. As for the Soul Master certificate, it is given to Soul Masters when they first receive their subsidies from the Spirit Hall, and it can be considered a symbol of a Soul Master's identity. It contains the personal information of the Soul Master and has a special number from the Spirit Hall. With this number, one can spend a certain amount of money to check through the Spirit Hall's contact system to verify whether the Soul Master truly exists. TangSan did not hesitate. He swiped his right hand over the moonlit night at the 24 bridges and took out his Soul Master's notebook. He had nothing to hide, and he was eager to complete this cooperation, so he naturally wanted to gain the other's trust first. The Soul Master's notebook was not made of paper or cloth, but rather a palm-sized metal plate. It is said that this special metal is only produced by the Spirit Hall and is difficult to counterfeit. The Soul Master's notebook is made of metal to prevent damage because, under normal circumstances, this notebook is meant to accompany the Soul Master for a lifetime. On the palm-sized metal, there are engravings that record the time of each advancement of the Soul Master, with a total of 10 lines. The first line records the registration time, location, and the Soul Master's martial spirit. The second line begins with the time of advancement and the level of soul rings. On the other side of the Soul Master's notebook is engraved the first mark of the Spirit Hall, a long sword. In terms of the notebook, all Soul Masters are the same, but those from the Spirit Hall may have some variations. As soon as TangSan took out the Soul Master's notebook and handed it over, Tai Xian hurriedly stood up and stepped out from behind the table, solemnly accepting it with both hands. The Soul Master's notebook is a symbol of a Soul Master's identity and a record of their advancements, and it is generally not shown lightly. It is as important as the dignity of a Soul Master. Although TangSan looked young, Tai Xian still did not dare to neglect him. Feeling the cold metal plate, Tai Xian carefully looked at it. The first thing that caught his eye was the top line of small characters. The engravers of these characters are specially trained by the Spirit Hall. And regardless of which spirit hall they are in, the font is the same. It read, Name, TangSan, Gender, Male, Douluo calendar year, 2637. Registered at the Notting City Spirit Branch, Martial Spirit, Blue Silvergrass. Upon seeing this line, Tai Xin couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Although he himself did not have high talent, and was only at the 20s level, belonging to the category of great soul masters who would never break through level 30 in their lifetime, he still had some insight. He naturally knew that Blue Silvergrass was a standard useless martial spirit. Could it be that one could still become a soul master with a Blue Silvergrass martial spirit? With this doubt in mind, Tai Xin looked at the second line of the Soul Master-S notebook. Level 10 Soul Master, registration time, Douluo calendar year, 2637, registered at the Notting City Spirit Branch. Tai Xin rubbed his eyes, wondering if he was seeing it wrong. Why was it still the year 2637? Could the Blue Silver Grass martial spirit really be cultivated to the level of a soul master? Was there an error in the records? He looked up at TangSan with a somewhat puzzled expression. Young man, is there a problem with the record on your Soul Master-S notebook? Why is it that you registered as a soul master and became a soul master in the same year? Chapter 118, Breakfast. TangSan smiled faintly. No, it wasn't a mistake in the record because I have innate full soul power. Innate full soul power? Tai Xin was taken aback, and his gaze towards TangSan changed instantly. Regardless of what kind of martial soul he had, the mere phrase innate full soul power was enough to shock him greatly. At least among the soul masters, Tai Xin knew there had not been one with innate full soul power. No wonder he became a soul master at the same age. How could he not have thought of the existence of innate full soul power? An innate full soul power soul master with Blue Silvergrass. This was too surprising. He anxiously looked at the third line of the Soul Master notebook, because he had already seen 3 lines of writing before. Level 20 Great Soul Master, registration date, Douluo calendar year, 2639. Registered at the Notting City Martial Soul Branch. The Soul Master notebook would not record the levels of soul rings and soul skills obtained at different levels, as that was a secret of the Soul Master. Even in the records of the Martial Soul Hall, at most there would only be the level of the soul rings. As for soul skills, those were not easily revealed by soul masters. In just 3 years, from 2637, 2638 to 2639, he had already become a great soul master? A great soul master above level 20? He seemed to be only about 15 years old now, and this year was 2643, which meant he had broken through level 24 years ago. Now, Tai Xin was completely shocked. Excluding the fact that this child-esque Blue Silvergrass was a waste martial soul, from the perspective of soul power, he was definitely a genius. A genius even more outstanding than his 2 sons. Uncle Tai, have you finished reading? TangSan asked politely. Tai Xin silently returned the Soul Master notebook to TangSan. He had memorized the number on it and could check it any time. Great Soul Master TangSan, I apologize for my previous rudeness, Tai Xin said solemnly. TangSan smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. It's not easy for you to run a business either. If it were me, I might be even more worried. After all, I'm a bit younger. Tai Xin couldn't help but ask, can you tell me how old you are this year? TangSan did not hide it. He would be 13 in a few months. Tai Xin gasped in surprise. Not yet 13, which means he is only 12 years old, and he had already become a great soul master 4 years ago, at the age of 8. Is this true? Could it be possible? TangSan, a great soul master. I have one last request. Can you let me see your soul rings? A 12-year-old great soul master is absolutely an inconceivable existence for Tai Xin. After all, there are only 7 monsters from Shrek. This is not something an ordinary person can comprehend. After saying this, Tai Xin felt he might have gone a bit too far, as if he was being overly suspicious, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. TangSan, however, did not care. What he needed was a long-term stable partnership with the blacksmith shop, and gaining the other party's trust was obviously very important. Tai Xion's demeanor and actions gave a calm impression, and the scale of the blacksmith shop made him very satisfied. Good. TangSan slowly raised his left hand, and a blue light quietly surged. Tai Xian focused intently on TangSan, waiting for the soul rings that would appear alongside the martial soul. Perhaps the soul master's ledger could be faked, but the soul rings could never be fake. They were the true symbol of a soul master's level. With a brilliant blue-purple light, the blue silver grass surged out from the palm of TangSan's hand, instantly spreading and reaching the ground, quickly covering the entire floor of the room. At the same time, 3 dazzling soul rings rose simultaneously from beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. The 3 soul rings moved in an orderly manner around his body. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and everything in the room became fantastical. TangSan's mouth fell open as he stared fixedly at the soul rings on TangSan, his hands involuntarily trembling slightly. You, TangSan said, I just obtained my 3rd spirit ring and haven't had the chance to register at the spirit hall. So there is no record of me becoming a spirit ancestor in the Spirit Master Handbook. 3, is it really 3? TangSan's heart trembled. 12 years old, spirit ancestor. Over 30 levels, blue silvergrass. These terms kept swirling in TangSan's mind. His brain had now fallen into a blank state. An indescribable feeling spread through his chest. From TangSan, TangSan felt pressure. The unique pressure of a high-level spirit master on a low-level spirit master. Are you really only 12 years old? TangSan asked with some difficulty. Just then, suddenly, the door of the room opened from the outside, and a tall figure walked in. Dad, I heard from the guys outside that a big deal has come in. This tall figure suddenly froze, under the pressure brought by the blue silvergrass. His martial soul was released immediately, and 2 yellow 100-year spirit rings rose from beneath his feet. It's you. The one who came in was Tai Long. When he saw TangSan, he exclaimed in surprise, especially when he saw the purple 3rd spirit ring on TangSan. His expression changed instantly. Tai, having seen some things, had already recovered from his shock. Along, do you know spirit ancestor TangSan? Tai Long widened his eyes, staring at TangSan's 3rd spirit ring, and said somewhat dejectedly, Dad, do you remember the last time we brothers lost to 2 young boys at the soul fighting arena? It was the 3-5 combination formed by TangSan and another girl. At that time, TangSan even stopped Xiao Wu from seriously injuring us. TangSan, you've actually broken through 30 levels already? TangSan retracted his martial soul, and the blue silvergrass and soul rings disappeared simultaneously. He smiled and nodded at Iron Dragon, saying, Hello, Brother Tai. Last time we fought in the soul arena, I was already at level 29. A few days ago, by chance, I broke through to level 30. Iron Dragon, compared to you, we brothers are simply useless. The guy that the buddy mentioned who brings in big business, it wouldn't be you, would it? TangSan chuckled and said, Why wouldn't it be me? I'm here specifically to trouble you this time. I just didn't expect this to be your family's blacksmith shop. TangSan sighed inwardly, and his gaze towards TangSan had completely changed. He might not fully understand what a 12-year-old soul master represented, but even without much insight, he could see that TangSan's future would be limitless. With such a soul master to collaborate with, what was there to worry about? TangSan as a soul master, I apologize for my previous doubts about you. Our cooperation will be fine. Let's proceed, as you suggested earlier. TangSan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully completed the collaboration. This way, he would have more time to cultivate and create some even more powerful hidden weapons. Uncle Tai, I would like to purchase a set of blacksmithing tools, the best quality available. Please find someone to deliver it to the academy. I will tell you the address later. TangSan readily replied, No problem. In the future, if you need anything, just come to us as long as it's within our capabilities. Don't worry. I will have Tai Long and Tai Hu primarily responsible for your order, and the quality will definitely be guaranteed. I taught those 2 boys, and their skills are the best in the shop. TangSan said, Then I'll trouble you too, Brother Tai. After leaving the address of Shrek Academy and paying 100 gold soul coins, TangSan left the blacksmith shop with the company of the 3 members of the Tai family. Uncle Tai, Brother Tai, you don't need to see me off. I'll leave these things to you. Once they are finished, have someone notify me at the academy, and I will come to pick them up. I also need to trouble you to send the furnace over as soon as possible, along with the metal materials I wrote about earlier. Don't worry. I'll have these things delivered to the academy for you tomorrow. By the way, TangSan, are you still accepting students at your academy? If my 2 useless sons could get into your esteemed academy, I believe their strength would definitely increase faster. TangSan had witnessed TangSan's strength firsthand, and being able to cultivate a soul master like TangSan was truly enticing. TangSan said, I'm afraid that's not possible. The academy has strict requirements and only accepts students who are 12 years old. Both of you are already past that age. Tai Long replied, Never mind, Dad. We can do the same at the Soto Advanced Soul Master Academy. We will work hard to reach level 30 as soon as possible. When they arrived, Ma Hongjun had already told TangSan that he didn't need to wait when he returned. After leaving the blacksmith shop, TangSan didn't stay in Soto City and went straight back to the academy. For him, the time for the rest of the day would be completely spent on cultivation. TangSan never considered himself a genius. He simply came to this world with the Xiantian treasure record. Whether it was his innate full soul power or his rapid increase in acquired soul power, These were all results of cultivating the Xintian treasure record. Therefore, he could not afford to be slack. Early the next morning, TangSan climbed onto the roof as usual to practice the purple extreme magic eye, breathing in the purple aura brought by the rising sun. The sky was clear, and looking at the round orange-yellow sun rising in the golden sky in the distance, TangSan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. His eyes were filled with purple intent, and his spirit reached its peak almost simultaneously. He knew he had made progress again. Since returning from the Douluo Forest, he had finally completely restored his original strength. Although he had to get up early every day to practice, the actual time for cultivation was not long, as the purple aura that appeared with the morning sun lasted only a very short time. It was time for breakfast. TangSan rolled off the roof and headed straight to the cafeteria. Before he even entered, he could already smell an enticing aroma, a rich meat fragrance mixed with other scents. Upon entering the cafeteria, TangSan was stunned by the scene before him. He was definitely one of the earliest students to arrive, yet there was already a busy figure present. The person was constantly watching the pots on the fire, controlling the heat, and busily preparing various foods. Wearing a white chef's hat, beads of sweat dripped from his stiff face. It was none other than Master. He was actually preparing breakfast for everyone himself. Master, TangSan stepped into the cafeteria. When Master looked up and saw TangSan, a gentle smile immediately appeared on his face. You will never be late. TangSan quickly walked to the side, washed his hands clean, and then came to the Master's side, saying, I'll help you. He knew that whatever the Master wanted to do, he would do it to the end, and there was no possibility of changing his mind halfway. So he neither asked the Master why he wanted to personally make breakfast for everyone, nor did he try to stop him. The Master smiled and shook his head. No need. I've already prepared everything. Come, taste how the teacher's cooking is. The Master picked up a large bowl, scooped 2 big spoonfuls from the pot that was continuously emitting a meaty aroma, and handed it to TangSan. Then he grabbed 2 steamed buns and 2 eggs from the side, placed them on a plate, and set in front of him. Eat up. You kids are all at a time of growth, and you need plenty of nutritional support. The body is the foundation of cultivation. Without a good body, how can one bear the immense soul power? Yesterday, I carefully thought about your experiences after going to the Douluo Forest, especially absorbing the human-faced demon spider's soul ring that exceeded your own level. Your success is certainly related to your strong will, but your robust body also played an important role. Many soul masters focus only on cultivating their soul power and skills, neglecting the most fundamental and basic physical training. Perhaps the effects aren't immediately apparent in the short term, but over time, it will definitely restrict further improvements at higher levels. Receiving the breakfast handed over by the Master, TangSan couldn't help but be amazed. The rich meat soup had obviously been simmering for a long time, and the small pieces of meat were tender and well-cooked, with a faint medicinal fragrance. Just by smelling it, TangSan felt his stomach rumbling. The Master's culinary skills were even better than he had imagined. The meat soup was rich and delicious, and the tender meat almost melted in his mouth, paired with the 2 steamed buns and 2 eggs. This was the first time since arriving at Shrek Academy that TangSan had such a fulfilling breakfast. A warm feeling spread from his stomach throughout his body, an indescribable comfort. TangSan had just finished eating when he heard Xiao Wu's voice outside. So delicious. It seems there is good food today. Entering the cafeteria were 2 people. Besides Xiao Wu, there was also Ning Rongrong, who shared a dorm with her. While others might not know the Master's temperament, Xiao Wu certainly did. As TangSan's disciple, she had been influenced over the years and had some understanding of the Master. Master, hello, Xiao Wu respectfully greeted the Master. The Master nodded at her, but lacked the smile he usually had for TangSan. To be precise, very few people besides TangSan could see the Master's smile. Ning Rongrong sniffed the air. She had been forcibly dragged up by Xiao Wu and was still a bit drowsy, but the rich aroma of meat gradually woke her up. The Master handed each of them a bowl of meat soup, a steamed bun, and an egg, which was half of what TangSan received. After all, girls typically eat less. Eat quickly. If it's not enough, there's more. The tempting smell of the meat soup made Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong eager to dig in and start their breakfast. Seeing Xiao Wu bring Ning Rongrong over, TangSan suddenly realized that he should also call Oscar. He knew Oscar better than Xiao Wu and naturally understood that the Master's temperament was not as calm as it seemed. The Master's unyielding character truly matched his name, being extremely tough. Thinking of this, TangSan hurriedly bid farewell to the Master. He not only needed to call Oscar, but also a few other people. Chapter 119. The match. Half an hour later, the school bell rang, signaling the time to gather. The sun shone brightly on the earth, bringing warmth and vitality. Everything revived in the bright sunlight, and a brand new day began at Shrek Academy. The master stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the playground, looking at the 7 students arranged by age before him. Today, he was the only teacher present. Flinder had said that from today onwards, all the academy teachers would cooperate with the master in teaching. The master's indifferent gaze swept over everyone. Tomorrow at breakfast, I hope to see you all in the cafeteria earlier. Food needs time to digest before engaging in strenuous exercise. I will prepare breakfast at dawn. If you don't come to eat within half an hour, then you can skip it. The master's stern gaze scanned the students. He could tell that some had not taken it to heart, but he did not emphasize it further. I have already understood each of your martial souls and abilities. From today onwards, I will start strengthening training with you. By, step forward. By took a step forward, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. Perhaps his private life had not been very disciplined, but during class, he was definitely a good student. The master's words were commands to him. The master looked at the tall By and said, I give you a task, from now on, without injuring them, defeat each of these 6 one by one. Huh? By was taken aback, looking at the master in surprise. The master's expression stiffened. You are at level 37, and their highest is only level 31. Is there a problem? By turned to look at everyone, his gaze landing first on TangSan. He could disregard the others, but he could not help but fear TangSan's extraordinary hidden weapons. TangSan, step forward. The master's voice rang out again. TangSan immediately stepped forward and stood beside By. The master looked at TangSan and said, You must not use your third soul skill or your special weapons. You may begin. Wait. This time, it was By who spoke up. Master, this isn't fair. If TangSan can't fight at full strength, what is the point of our match? His level is already lower than mine. If we restrict his soul skills, then I gain too much of an advantage. Although TangSan's third soul ring, the demon spider, is quite powerful, I have confidence in myself. The master replied calmly, If he uses his third soul ring, you'll have no chance at all. Control-type soul masters are the strongest in one-on-one combat until they encounter a restraining martial soul. Since you insist on this, then let TangSan use his third soul ring. As partners, you also need to understand each other. The others instinctively stepped back, and the master did not exempt himself. A soul master above level 30 already had considerable power, and not being able to control their soul power to the extent of using it freely could easily lead to injuring others. By's eyes gradually turned red. Although his opponent was 6 levels lower than him, he did not dare to be careless. The students of Shrek Academy were all monsters, but the only one he truly feared was TangSan. Xiaosan, be careful. I want to hold back. TangSan simply nodded and did not speak. He could clearly feel that By's muscles were completely tensed, poised like a tiger descending from the mountain. A pale light suddenly erupted from By. His arms stretching out to the sides, chest puffed up, and his whole body crackled as his muscles instantly expanded, stretching his clothes. The air around him seemed to have become agitated. By's martial soul, the white tiger, had completed its possession. Blue light surged from TangSan, and after being transformed by the human-faced demon spider soul ring, the now thinner blue-silver grass quietly extended from under TangSan's feet. Slowly raising his right hand towards the poised By, TangSan said solemnly, By, if you can break through my third soul skill, then you will have one. By's spirit was lifted, and not just him. Even the other observing students focused their attention on TangSan, all wanting to see how powerful TangSan's third soul skill was after enduring such intense pain. By's evil eyes suddenly merged into one, without any hesitation. The crystal-clear purple of his third soul ring was instantly released, and his third soul skill, the White Tiger King Kong transformation, exploded. His body, made mighty by the White Tiger's possession, swelled once more, his muscles bulging exaggeratedly, his upper clothes completely bursting apart, revealing a terrifying muscle outline, with black horizontal stripes appearing on his skin. His tiger paws grew larger, and the sharp blades popping out turned bright silver, his entire being enveloped in a layer of intense golden light, as if coated in gold. His blood-red eyes exuded a bloodthirsty glow, radiating the aura of the king of beasts. When By first fought TangSan, he had relied on the White Tiger King Kong transformation to instantly break TangSan's second soul ring skill, Parasite. Now, facing TangSan again, he unleashed his strongest soul skill, aiming to break through TangSan's blue-silver grass with his sharp tiger claws. Be careful. The blue-silver grass beneath TangSan's feet suddenly moved. Countless vines surged forth, some soaring, some sliding along the ground, and some circling from the sides, rushing towards Douluo from all directions. Douluo, a powerful offensive-type soul master, was not adept at agility. Seeing the blue-silver grass entangling towards him, he did not dodge. Instead, the golden light on him suddenly became even more intense, and he charged towards the blue-silver grass. Douluo took only 3 steps before his mighty body came to a halt. The first soul ring skill of the blue-silver grass, entanglement, activated, tightly wrapping around Douluo. Douluo instinctively wanted to use his strength to break free from the blue-silver grass, just like last time. However, in that moment of exerting his strength, he realized something was wrong. Although the blue-silver grass had thinned due to the infusion of the properties from the third soul ring, its toughness had increased exponentially. Under Douluo's full strength, he was unable to tear the blue-silver grass, and instead, the thinned blue-silver grass dug into his muscles a bit. The spikes of the ghost vine quietly protruded. If it weren't for Douluo's skin becoming incredibly tough in the state of the White Tiger King Kong transformation, he would have been invaded by the toxins merged from the ghost vine and the human face demon spider. However, Douluo, at level 37, was not that easy to deal with. Seeing that he couldn't break free from the blue-silver grass with brute force, his trapped hands immediately began to move. The sharp blades on his tiger claws suddenly shot out, violently vibrating against the blue-silver grass at a certain frequency. Before long, those sharp blades began to cut into the blue-silver grass. Once Douluo could unleash his full soul power, these enhanced blue-silver grasses would not be able to restrain him. Unfortunately, TangSan never expected to directly restrict Douluo with these blue-silver grasses. After all, he was a soul master at level 37. His purpose was merely to temporarily limit Douluo for a short time, allowing himself to use his third soul skill. The essence of a control-type soul master is to control their opponent from the very beginning of the battle until the end. The blue-green light sphere had already emerged when Douluo's tiger claw blades began to cut through the blue-silver grass. Douluo naturally saw that light sphere. Although his body was bound, he could still move. He knew that the light sphere from TangSan should be his third soul ring, so without caring about his image, he leaned to the side and fell over. What he needed now was time, as long as he was given enough time to break free from the blue-silver grass. With his level 37 soul power combined with the multiplied strength of the White Tiger King Kong transformation, he was confident he could dispel TangSan's third soul ring. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the blue-green light instantly expanded, and a large net with a diameter of 5 meters fell from the sky. Although Douluo rolled over, he could not escape this range. The expansion of the net was simply too fast, and the blue-green light sphere was launched from TangSan's hand with a flicking motion, achieving a terrifying speed. Buzz, the massive spider web, suddenly enveloped him. Douluo felt a tightening sensation all over his body, and he was tightly bound within the enormous spider web. As the tiger claws cut through the inner layer of blue-silver grass, just as Douluo prepared to continue cutting, a strong sense of paralysis and burning suddenly surged from the web strands that looked even thinner than the blue-silver grass. Even with the might of the White Tiger King Kong transformation, he could not dispel the feeling of paralysis. The intense stickiness wrapped Douluo's body like a zongzi, and the spider web kept tightening. The sharpness of his tiger claws made contact with the spider web, but was directly repelled, leaving no trace behind. Douluo exerted all his soul power, hoping to break free from the paralysis and the web, but the harder he tried, the tighter the web constricted around him. That feeling of being powerful, yet having no outlet left this evil-eyed white tiger in extreme frustration. The feeling of paralysis grew stronger, and the resisting soul power was naturally weakened. The spider web, flickering with blue-green light, kept tightening, and the bones in Douluo's body began to crack. "That's enough," Xiao-san, the master, said calmly. TangSan hurriedly stepped forward, raised his hand to swipe at the spider web. Strangely, the sticky spider web transformed back into light and quietly merged into TangSan's palm, disappearing without a trace. Even the blue-silver grass entangled around Douluo's body turned into streams of light and vanished. "This is my third soul skill, spiderweb binding," TangSan explained while helping Douluo, who was lying on the ground. At the same time, he absorbed the spiderweb poison from Douluo's body back into his own. The master walked up to the two of them and, looking at the dejected Douluo, said calmly, "Control is a unique ability of control-type soul masters. Generally speaking, the attack power of control-type soul masters is quite weak. However, their control ability is incredibly strong. Below level 60, an excellent control-type Soul Master can completely control opponents who are within 10 levels of them. Apart from being able to restrain control-type Soul Master's martial souls, the best way to deal with a control-type Soul Master is to avoid giving them the opportunity to control you. And as a power-type attack Soul Master, control-type Soul Masters are your natural nemesis. In this situation, you need to keep your distance from the control-type Soul Master. The Master then glanced at the others and continued. Every Soul Master has their strengths and weaknesses. There are no perfect Soul Masters in this world. But, he paused deliberately, there are perfect teams. One person's strength cannot achieve absolute power, but a team can achieve perfection through tacit cooperation. By complementing each other's abilities, they can face any type of enemy. TangSan's third soul skill has strong control, but it also has very obvious weaknesses, the limitation of usage and the range of control. If facing an agile attack Soul Master, as long as you pay attention to their movements and try to stay out of their attack range, no matter how strong the spiderweb is, it cannot bind you. You are a whole. When facing an enemy simultaneously, what you must do first is to make up for each other's shortcomings and fully utilize everyone's advantages. At that time, you will become an invincible presence among your peers. By, continue your lesson today. Next, you will face the combination of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, as well as the combination of Oscar and Ma Hongjun. At this moment, By had already retracted his white tiger transformation. With a glint in his eyes, he simply nodded without saying anything. The master turned his gaze to TangSan. Since you used your third soul skill on By earlier, you will take on one opponent for him. Xiaowu, let me see your third soul skill. Xiaowu giggled and walked towards TangSan. Xiao-san, don't blame me for not telling you. You better be careful. The two battles began almost simultaneously, with TangSan facing Xiaowu and By facing Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Seeing the displeased expression on By's face, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Big brother Dai, you won't vent your anger on me, will you? By replied irritably. Only you have evil fire. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. With that, he lunged at Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun didn't dare to slack off. He quickly completed his martial soul possession while simultaneously taking the two sausages Oscar handed him and retreated rapidly. Faced with the aggressive By, Ma Hongjun dared not let him get close and immediately activated his second soul ring skill, Phoenix Fire. Intense purple flames suddenly surged, and the scorching heat spread through the air. The strength of the flames was noticeably stronger than when they were in the Douluo Forest. After encountering various dangers in the Douluo Forest, not just TangSan and Xiaowu had advanced in strength. Everyone had improved under pressure. The Shrek Academy students were naturally geniuses, and in times of crisis, their potential was brought out even more. Feeling the intense heat of Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Flames, By showed no intention of retreating and charged directly at Ma Hongjun. Although the flames would cause him some harm, they weren't enough to severely injure him. However, if Ma Hongjun got the chance to attack him up close, he would definitely suffer greatly. If it were in the past, Ma Hongjun would have panicked at By's approach. Although his soul power was not low, his combat experience was nowhere near that of By and the others, who were rich in practical experience. He usually relied on his overwhelming flames. But now, facing By's charge, Ma Hongjun not only remained calm, but even showed a sly grin. By naturally wouldn't give up his attack because of the opponent's expression. Just as he was about to pounce on Ma Hongjun's first soul ring suddenly lit up and a thick Phoenix Fire line shot out. After the battles in the Douluo Forest, Ma Hongjun realized that the Phoenix Fire line used in Phoenix Fire was greatly enhanced, and although it consumed a lot of soul power, the effect was excellent. It could even rival the power of some Soul Master's third soul skills. This was the innate advantage of a powerful martial soul. By snorted coldly. He seemed to have anticipated that Ma Hongjun would use this move. His first and second soul rings lit up simultaneously, activating White Tiger Shield and White Tiger Light Wave. The intense white light collided violently with the purple fire in the air. Although the Phoenix Fire line had become much stronger due to the enhancement of Phoenix Fire, the gap in soul power between Ma Hongjun and By was a full 10 levels, and he still suffered a loss. With a muffled grunt, he was pushed back. By was incredibly experienced in combat. With his tiger claws extended, he pounced like a fierce white tiger. Big brother Dai, I'm not fighting alone, Ma Hongjun said calmly. Just as By was about to pounce on him, suddenly, Ma Hongjun's body accelerated and flew back at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was already several dozen meters away. By lunged into thin air, momentarily stunned. Although Ma Hongjuan's martial soul had flying capabilities, with his current soul power, he was far from being able to use his martial soul to fly. Connecting the dots with Ma Hongjuan's earlier words, By quickly understood. It was Oscar's mushroom sausage. With the mushroom sausage, Ma Hongjun could fly for a minute, and that was the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken crown snake. By knew he couldn't catch up. 1 minute. You only have 1 minute. By sneered inwardly, shifting his body to dodge the phoenix fire line that Ma Hongjun spat down from the air, charging towards Oscar like a fierce tiger, pouncing on its prey. First, he would deal with his support. After a minute, this battle would be over. Unfortunately, his plan fell flat. Oscar was already prepared. As soon as By turned his attention to him, he quickly consumed a mushroom sausage and soared into the air. Although By's white tiger light wave could attack from a distance, it could only do so within 20 meters. If extended further, it would consume a large amount of soul power. Having used the white tiger shield in his previous battle with TangSan, his soul power had already been significantly depleted, and he naturally didn't dare to waste too much energy against Ma Hongjun. As By watched Oscar and Ma Hongjun in the air, with Oscar quickly creating his peculiar martial soul next to Ma Hongjun after consuming a recovery sausage, Ma Hongjun continuously spat out phoenix fire lines from the air. With the help of the recovery sausage, his soul power consumption was replenished to a certain extent, and he wouldn't have to worry about running out anytime soon. Under the enhancement of phoenix fire, the power of Ma Hongjuan's phoenix fire lines was extremely fierce, and the purple flames burned the ground, leaving deep grooves. What frustrated By even more was that this fat guy continuously swept flames from the air, and being not particularly agile, he was forced into a difficult position. Relying solely on the first soul ring skill, White Tiger Shield, he couldn't block the fat guy's flames. Unable to dodge, he could only use the White Tiger's light wave to exhaust the fat man. However, with the support of Oscar's recovery sausage on one side, and having just consumed a significant amount of soul power on the other, the balance of power was shifting. When the fat man consumed his second mushroom sausage to maintain flight, By's soul power was already struggling to keep up. If they were at peak condition facing the fat man, By could rely on his substantial soul power to compete in endurance, as Oscar's recovery sausage could only restore a small amount of soul power at a time. The creation of mushroom sausages also consumed a fair amount of Oscar's energy, and after holding out for a while, these two would naturally have to land. However, at this moment, By had already experienced the drain from the White Tiger Diamond Shield, and with Oscar reaching level 30, creating recovery sausages had become almost instantaneous, as if it didn't require any soul power at all, continuously throwing them to Ma Hongjun. With a large supply of recovery sausages, the fat man's endurance was clearly able to last longer. When Ma Hongjun consumed his third mushroom sausage, By's White Tiger Light Wave was already struggling to block the fat man's Phoenix Fire line. His soul power was insufficient to support the consumption. Meanwhile, on the other side, TangSan and Xiao Wu were also engaged in a fierce battle. As By and Ma Hongjun fought, TangSan and Xiao Wu were already locked in combat as well. TangSan and Xiao Wu didn't know how many times they had practiced in real combat. The blue-silver grass instantly spread around their bodies, and as soon as Xiao Wu entered this area, it would immediately activate its binding skill. TangSan is familiar with Xiao Wu, so how could Xiao Wu not be familiar with him? Although TangSan underwent significant changes to his blue-silver grass after obtaining the third spirit ring, Xiao Wu had observed closely during his battle with By and had a general understanding of the extent of TangSan's spirit changes. Xiao-san, do you really need to be so cautious when we are sparring, as siblings? Xiao Wu's somewhat resentful voice rang out, tinged with a hint of grievance and sadness. TangSan instinctively looked up at her. Although he realized something was wrong during the process of looking up, it was ultimately too late, and he saw Xiao Wu's eyes, which had already turned pink. In the next moment, Xiao Wu activated her second spirit ring skill, Charm. TangSan felt a wave of dizziness in his mind, but fortunately, he closed his eyes at the first moment, preventing Xiao Wu's skill from fully unleashing its power. However, after reaching level 30, Xiao Wu's soul skill had also been enhanced to a certain extent, which caused TangSan's mind to momentarily fall into a blank state. TangSan secretly scolded himself for being confused. Ever since he came to Shrek Academy, he hadn't practiced with Xiao Wu at all, and he had become somewhat relaxed. If he had activated the purple extreme magic eye right from the start, he wouldn't have been in such a passive position now. The purple extreme magic eye is a natural nemesis to Xiao Wu's charm soul skill. Even Xiao Wu herself didn't expect to succeed. Seeing TangSan close his eyes and the luster of the blue-silver grass fade, she naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. With one foot on the ground, she silently lunged towards TangSan. Strictly speaking, Xiao Wu should also be considered an agility attack-type Soul Master. However, unlike Zhu Zhuqing, her attacking method had to be close range, while Zhu Zhuqing would strike and retreat, following an assassin's route. Her mind briefly went blank, but in her subconscious, everyone would instinctively protect themselves. TangSan raised his right hand without hesitation, and the bluish-green light moved again. The light instantly expanded, and a 5-meter diameter web immediately sealed off all directions from which the enemy could attack TangSan. Xiao Wu's charge was no exception. At this point, it seemed that Xiao Wu's attack had completely been exhausted, and there was no possibility of changing direction. She was about to rush into TangSan's web of restraint. This was a web that even By couldn't break free from. With her soul power, once entangled, she would only be paralyzed and lose her combat capability. But Xiao Wu, like Ma Hongjun who flew with the help of a mushroom sausage, showed no panic in the face of TangSan's web. Just as the master said, any soul skill could be countered. As the web approached, the third soul ring on Xiao Wu's body suddenly shone brightly. And her third soul skill finally revealed itself to everyone for the first time. The purple light from her third soul ring burst forth, but unlike others. The purple light enveloped her body in an instant, and the next moment, Xiao Wu inexplicably disappeared. At this moment, TangSan had just broken free from Xiao Wu's charm skill. Thanks to the training of the purple extreme magic eye and his firm will, along with the inherent restraint of the Xiantian skill against charm-type skills, he was only momentarily dazed. When he returned to normal, he happened to see Xiao Wu's body disappearing within the purple light. With Xiao Wu gone, TangSan's web fell into empty space. When the purple light reappeared, it was already behind the web, accurately in front of TangSan, and Xiao Wu's slender legs had already draped over his shoulders, accompanied by her playful voice. Hee, Xiao San, you lost. In past encounters, once Xiao Wu got close, TangSan had no way to deal with her without using hidden weapons. After reaching level 30, Xiao Wu's soul power had significantly increased. Although it was through her pants, TangSan could still feel the incredible elasticity of her calves. With a squeeze of her legs, she had already wrapped them around TangSan's neck, and her first soul skill, Waist Bow, activated instantly. It lifted TangSan off the ground. It's important to know that as her soul power level increased, Xiao Wu's Waist Bow could now enhance her waist strength by more than 120%, which no soul master of the same level could resist with mere strength. As he watched Xiao Wu's graceful body lean back and felt the great force on his neck, TangSan, surprised, shouted, "Not necessarily." The bluish-green light manifested again, but this time it was released towards TangSan himself. The web of restraint, being instant, quickly wrapped both TangSan and Xiao Wu tightly together. Although Xiao Wu's waist bow had successfully activated, the two of them were entangled, and naturally, she couldn't throw TangSan away. With a thud, they both fell to the ground. TangSan also experienced for the first time the terror of being bound by the spider web. The web made of blue-silver grass instantly stuck to both of them and tightened, causing their bodies to press closely together. At this moment, Xiao Wu had her calves wrapped around TangSan's neck, leaning back. This entanglement made TangSan, who was lying on Xiao Wu, suddenly feel a wave of heat throughout his body. Xiao Wu wanted to use her third soul skill again, but it was impossible to do so. The poison from the web was naturally ineffective against TangSan, but it worked exceptionally well on her, as the instant feeling of numbness and burning spread through her body, suppressing her ability to gather soul power to use her third soul skill again. Meanwhile, it was also the moment when Bai's soul power had been greatly exhausted, rendering him unable to continue fighting. "All right, now you can all stop." The master's voice rang out at the right moment. It was at this time that Oscar had already fallen from the air. At this moment, Bai suddenly remembered that Oscar eating his own sausage would weaken its effect. But unfortunately, his soul power was already far from sufficient. Otherwise, this would have been the opportunity to turn the tables. Withdrawing the spider web, TangSan supported Xiao Wu to stand up. Both of their expressions were somewhat awkward. Xiao Wu's fair little face was as red as a ripe apple, and a unique scent of a man clung to her for a long time. With her head down, her long braid hung in front of her chest, not daring to look at her nominal brother. The master seemed not to notice the awkwardness between TangSan and Xiao Wu, allowing Ma Hongjun to come down from the air, sweeping his gaze around the five who had previously fought. "Now, let's talk about your feelings, everyone." By was feeling extremely frustrated. Losing to TangSan's third soul skill was one thing, After all, TangSan was a control-type soul master, but Ma Hongjun, this fat guy, had never been his opponent, yet he actually lost this time. He couldn't help but say, if my soul power were at its peak, they wouldn't have had a chance. The master gave him a faint glance. Do you think your enemies will only come to kill you when your soul power is at its strongest? By was stunned for a moment. The master's simple words left him speechless. The master continued, knowing that Oscar has mushroom sausages to provide. Why did you give Ma Hongjun the opportunity to eat the mushroom sausage? If you had stopped him from the beginning, or tried to conserve your own soul power, you should have been the one to win this match. Ma Hongjun stretched out his arm to hook Oscar's shoulder, feeling great, truly great. He never expected that one day he could actually win against By. What a delightful feeling. I have to say, Xiao Ao, your sausage is really useful. Oscar grinned. Of course, how could it not be? After all, we are also soul ancestors now. The master looked coldly at the two. Are you feeling proud? Ma Hongjun. Let me ask you, when Oscar's flying mushroom sausage failed, why did you let him fall to the ground? What if By still had one last strike left and killed him? What would you do then? Ma Hongjun stared blankly at the master. The master turned to Oscar. And you, as a food-type soul master, the most important thing is to preserve your life in any situation. If he doesn't actively help you, can't you grab his body and continue floating in the air? If By had been at full soul power, he would have been the first to deal with you when you fell. If it were an enemy, you would be dead now. Soul ancestor? Even a food-type soul master at the title Douluo level is fragile in front of a battle soul master. By, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun looked at each other, none of them able to say a word. The master's voice was calm and composed, pointing out their previous mistakes sharply. Xiao-san. The master turned to TangSan. Tang-san hurriedly stepped forward. Teacher, I'm here. Tell us about your feelings from the battle with Xiao Wu. TangSan's face turned red. Teacher, I was wrong. I shouldn't have been careless and fell under Xiao Wu's second soul skill, Charm, which put me in a passive situation. I recklessly released the web without knowing what her third soul skill was, putting myself in an even more passive position. The master nodded. It's good that you realize your mistake. Your error is the most serious. Even a lion must exert full strength when hunting a rabbit. You committed an unforgivable sin right from the start. If the enemy's attack had been a bit fiercer, you would have died. Remember, a control-type soul master must not only control the enemy, but also control themselves. Finally, the master looked at Xiao Wu. Your third soul skill should be teleportation, but it has distance limitations. If I guess correctly, this should be the ability of the lightning rabbit. Your third soul ring is from a 1,000-year-old lightning rabbit. Teleportation is one of the rarest soul skills among all soul skills, and you have given me a great surprise. At the same time, teleportation combined with your agility will greatly increase your lethality. But why did you assume you had already won when you wrapped your arms around TangSan's neck? If you had been a bit more careful at that moment, when you saw TangSan using his third web binding, instead of rushing for a quick win, you should have teleported out of his attack range before continuing to move. Then you would have won, instead of being controlled again. Xiao Wu quietly stuck out her tongue, but didn't dare to retort. The master's stiff face looked very grim. Is this what you call a monstrous genius? I am very disappointed with your performance today. Each of you has made an unforgivable mistake. Now, all of you will be punished. Run forward, supervise each other, and do not use your soul power. You will run from the academy to Soto City and back again. Before lunch, I require you to complete 10 round trips. You can only eat when you finish. TangSan, your mistake is the most serious, so you will run 12 round trips. Act immediately, start. TangSan was the first to run out, and the master's words were no different from a command to him. Xiao Wu, By, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun followed closely behind. The master even punished his own direct disciples, and the punishment was the heaviest. What else could they say? Moreover, the mistakes pointed out by the master were significant errors for them. At the academy's gate, there were prepared rocks, and each of you must carry one while running. You must remember, you are a team. If one person fails to complete the punishment, then everyone will go hungry, the master emphasized at last. Although they couldn't use their soul power, they were all soul masters, and years of soul power had already made their bodies much stronger than ordinary people. However, just running alone would not achieve the master's purpose. The distance from the academy to Soto City was not too far, but it was about 3 to 4 kilometers, and running back and forth 10 times would amount to around 60 to 70 kilometers, plus the added weight. It was definitely not an easy task. Watching the figures of TangSan and the others run out, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but laugh gleefully, but her smile did not last long. Why aren't you running? The master's cold voice rang out. Do we have to run too? Ning Rongrong looked at the master in surprise. The master said, what I just said is that all of you must be punished. Ning Rongrong immediately became anxious, but that's not fair. I and Zhu Zhuqing didn't make any mistakes. The master replied calmly, I ask you, what are they to you? Ning Rongrong was momentarily stunned. Classmates, partners. The master said, there's a saying, shared joys and sorrows. Have you heard of it? You are partners. If you want to become partners who can entrust their backs to each other, do you think you should just watch them be punished while you rest? Ning Rongrong was left speechless, while Zhu Zhuqing had already run out. When the 7 of them arrived at the academy gate one after another, they found that the master's punishment was still different for each of them, or rather, it had already been prepared. 7 bamboo baskets woven from bamboo contained rocks of varying sizes. Each basket had a strap and was labeled with a name. Among them, the rocks in TangSan's, Bai's, and Ma Hongjuan's baskets were the largest, followed by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar, while Ning Rongrong's basket contained the smallest rock. When Ning Rongrong saw the rock in her basket, her dissatisfaction diminished a bit, thinking to herself that the master wasn't too unreasonable. The master looked at the 7 who had run far away with their bamboo baskets on their backs, and a faint smile appeared on his stiff face. Running long distances with weight while not using soul power, wasn't this punishment a bit too heavy? That was hundreds of kilometers. Not to mention noon. They probably wouldn't finish even by nightfall. I didn't expect you to be harsher than me. Flinder had arrived beside the master at some point, unable to help but voice his concerns. The master said indifferently, only by enduring hardships can one become superior. I have carefully calculated their physical conditions. They won't be exhausted. Besides, do you think their good breakfast was just for show? Without going through the stage of sharing joys and sorrows, how can they become true partners who can entrust their backs to each other? Flinder raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, I'll listen to you. You handle it. I know you care about these kids even more than I do. However, I must remind you again that the Academy's funds are limited. The master snorted coldly. Can living people die from holding their urine? Do you think I'm like you, a dignified soul sage who can't even secure the Academy's funding? Flinder, slightly angry, said, that's because I don't want to be subservient to others. Otherwise, with my strength, becoming rich and powerful wouldn't be difficult. I want to see how you solve this problem. Your face is even thinner than mine. The master shot Flinder a sideways glance, then just wait and see. With a bamboo basket on their backs, TangSan and By took the lead and sprinted out. Only after they started running did they realize how heavy this punishment truly was. If they could use their soul power, covering 60 to 70 kilometers in half a day would not be a problem for them. They could even complete it with ease. However, without using soul power and while carrying weight, it was not something that could be easily accomplished. By, let's take a break. TangSan suddenly stopped while running. At this point, they had only run a short distance, and he was already sweating slightly on his forehead. Although they had consumed soul power beforehand, they were clearly the best among the Shrek 7 monsters in terms of physical endurance. At this moment, Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had already fallen behind by hundreds of meters, while Zhu Zhuqing had caught up to them, and Ning Rongrong was lagging behind. What's wrong, TangSan? By also stopped, looking at TangSan with some confusion. 10 laps is no short distance. Let's hurry up. TangSan said, By, do you remember? The teacher just mentioned before we left that we are a whole, and he asked us to complete this punishment together. Look, Zhuqing and Rongrong are also being punished with us. Besides my need to run 12 laps, you all must complete it simultaneously. From what I know about the teacher, this time he is not just punishing us, but also helping us build our physical strength. Just yesterday, he told me that the body is the foundation for soul masters. My ability to absorb the human-faced demon spider soul ring at a higher level is related to my physical fitness. More importantly, this punishment is likely also a test from the teacher to test our teamwork. We are a whole. In terms of physical strength, perhaps you and I can manage, but they might not be able to. I think we must come up with some ideas on how to help everyone complete this test together. As the only disciple of the master, TangSan clearly understood him best. After hearing his words, By slowly nodded, realizing it might really be like that. When they come up, let's discuss it first. Soon, the 5 people behind caught up. TangSan reiterated his views on today's punishment. Oscar frowned slightly and said, I think what TangSan said is very right. The master must be testing us. Our weight burden is different, and it should be that the master has deliberately calculated the limits of our physical endurance. For situations like TangSan and By, they should be able to complete it within their limits, perhaps even having some energy left. As for Fatty, he should be just at his limit. Naturally, Some have exceeded their limit. Only through teamwork can we have a chance to complete this. The extra weight beyond the limit probably falls on me and Rong. As he finished speaking, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Having only run 2 kilometers, he already felt the bamboo basket on his back becoming heavier and sweat forming on his forehead. With such a long distance still ahead, he asked himself if he could really hold on. Fatima Hongjun said boldly, "Why don't we cheat? We can secretly eat some of Oscar's recovery sausages. Then we won't have to worry about lacking stamina, right? Cheat." Oscar shot a glare at Fatty. He was a smart person and would never do something foolish. "Fatty, let me ask you one question. Are you sure the master hasn't assigned other teachers to supervise us? If we get caught cheating, it might not be as simple as the punishment we have now. Moreover, the master must have deep reasons for imposing this kind of punishment on us. It will only be good for us. Now I need to think of a way to conserve our energy as much as possible." TangSan's suddenly spoke up. "Although the teacher asked us to run with weights and not to use our soul power, our total weight is this much. As long as we can complete the punishment with these weights, it will be fine. Oscar, give me your stone." Oscar was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Good brother. However, it's not necessary right now. I think it would be better if we 7 run at the pace of the slowest one from now on. This way, everyone can stay together, and it's also the most energy efficient. When someone can't hold on anymore, we can help each other adjust the weights. This way, we can save as much energy as possible. What do you all think?" Ning Rong laughed from the side. "Xiao Ao, I didn't expect you to be quite smart." Oscar wore a naturally confident expression. "Didn't I used to be called the wise little prince when I was young? What is this?" By, being the oldest and strongest among them, demonstrated the leadership expected of the eldest. "Stop talking. Speaking also wastes energy. Let's run." "We'll do it," as Xiao Ao suggested. At that moment, the 7 of them began their long-distance running journey again. Undoubtedly, among the 7, the 2 support-type soul masters, Oscar and Ning Rong, had the least stamina, so everyone ran at their pace. They moved steadily towards Soto City. The first round trip was completed at this steady pace. As they actually started running, everyone gradually felt the pressure from the weights. If it were just ordinary running, even without using soul power, the 6-kilometer round trip wouldn't be much of a burden for them. The transformation of their bodies through soul power gave them physical abilities far beyond ordinary people. And even Oscar and Ning Rong, as support-type soul masters, were no exception. With the added weight, their bodies clearly became unaccustomed. After 1 round trip, Ning Rong and Oscar were already drenched in sweat, and the others also showed some signs of fatigue. Undoubtedly, Ning Rong had the least stamina among them. Although Oscar was also a support-type soul master, he had broken through to the 30th level, and with the enhancement from his 3rd soul ring, his condition was much better than Ning Rong's. TangSan and Bai's burden was a 15-kilogram stone, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun carried a 10-kilogram weight. Although Ning Rong and Oscar only had 5 kilograms, at that moment they felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs, their bodies growing heavier, and they could only grit their teeth and maintain a steady pace. As they approached the academy's gate, everyone was surprised to see that the master was standing at the entrance, watching them complete their first round trip. Beside the master was a table with a large bucket on it. Come, everyone drink some water, then continue." The master's words were always concise, unwilling to waste a single word. The bucket contained warm water, slightly salty, as if salt had been added. Under the master's supervision, everyone was allowed to drink only 1 cup of warm water before he immediately urged them to embark on the path of punishment again. Chapter 122. Difficulties as time passed. The great fireball in the sky gradually moved closer, and the temperature began to rise. After drinking the salt water, everyone's stamina was somewhat replenished. TangSan and By didn't feel much of a difference, but Oscar and Ning Rong clearly felt that they had regained some strength. Watching the students gradually disappear from view, the master stood expressionless, but the fact that all 7 returned together clearly revealed a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He carried the large bucket back into the academy. At that moment, he was not just a teacher guiding the students, but also an elder who cared for them. His goal was not to torment the students, but to provide them with real training. During the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round trips, each time the group returned to the academy, they would drink the warm, appropriately salted water prepared by the master. Warm water is easily absorbed, and the salt replenishes the electrolytes lost through sweating. Even Ning Rong and Oscar felt somewhat miraculously capable of completing 4 steady round trips without any breaks except for drinking water. However, when the 5th round trip began, Oscar and Ning Rong's pace had noticeably slowed down, their surroundings began to blur, and their legs felt as heavy as lead. The bamboo basket on their backs felt like a mountain adding to their burden. Under steady conditions, the others still maintained their stamina, although everyone was drenched in sweat. Their spirits remained high. Xiao Ao, give me your stone now, TangSan's said to Oscar. By simultaneously reached out to Ning Rongrong. This time, neither Oscar nor Ning Rongrong refused, as they both knew that their stamina was already somewhat depleted, and if this continued, they might not be able to endure the next round trip. TangSan and Bai's burden increased directly from 15 kilograms to 20 kilograms, with the bamboo basket now containing 2 stones. 5 kilograms may not seem heavy, but under significant physical exhaustion. This simple 5 kilograms had already imposed a noticeable burden on both of them. While they could still maintain their balance, their breathing had clearly become heavier. In stark contrast, Oscar and Ning Rongrong, having lost 5 kilograms of pressure, instantly felt a sense of lightness, as if their entire bodies could float. After taking a few deep breaths, running became much easier for them. Not only did they recover their original balance, but they also felt somewhat at ease. The 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds were completed under these conditions. By the time the 8th round began, nearly 2 hours had passed. The sun had already moved away from its zenith. Noon was over. Everyone's breathing had become difficult. Their lungs felt as if they were burning, and each step left a clear watermark on the ground from the sweat flowing down their bodies. Since the last round trip, the salt water they had replenished at the academy entrance had turned into 2 cups, and they had a brief resting period. The master did not urge them, still preparing warm salt water for them after each round. I can't do it anymore, said Ma Hongjun, stumbling slightly and nearly falling to the ground. The fatty stopped, placing his hands on his knees, gasping heavily. His round face had turned pale, as if every breath was extremely difficult. One by one, the others stopped, and at that moment, no one could say a word. They looked at each other and noticed that every partner's clothes were drenched in sweat. The most noticeable was Zhu Zhuqing. Although she was the youngest among them, she was the fittest of the 3 girls, her wet clothes clinging to her body, outlining astonishing curves. Unfortunately, no one had the energy to appreciate this beauty. They all stood still, panting continuously. TangSan and By should not have been this exhausted, but they bore the additional burden from Ning Rongrong and Oscar, making their load heavier compared to the others. Among the 7, the only one who seemed somewhat relaxed was Xiao Wu. She had also reached level 30, but her burden was the same as Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjuan's. Plus, since her own weight was light, she still felt somewhat at ease. After nearly 5 minutes of heavy breathing, everyone gradually began to recover. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but say, "Since we can't have lunch anyway, why don't we slow down? I can't do it anymore. If we keep running like this, I might just collapse," he added. By frowned and replied, "Slow down? Haven't you noticed that the temperature of the saltwater master prepares for us is always the same? But our speed has been decreasing. Clearly, master has calculated our physical condition. If we run back too slowly, there might be extra punishment. Although master is strict with our training, he is doing it for our own good. We must persist. Fatty, give me your burden." Ma Hongjun looked at By in surprise. "Are you sure you can handle it?" By straightened his chest and said, "Fatty, remember, a man cannot say he can't." As By took the stones from Ma Hongjun's bamboo basket on his own back, TangSan also approached Zhu Zhuqing. Though he didn't quite understand why By wasn't helping Zhu Zhuqing with her burden, he felt that his physical condition was similar to Bai's, and Zhu Zhuqing, while not vocalizing it, was clearly also very exhausted. "Let me help you, Zhuqing," TangSan said, reaching for the bamboo basket on her back. Zhu Zhuqing twisted her body to avoid his hand, saying, "No, I can still hold on. You have to run 2 more laps than us, and with this much exhaustion, how will you hold on in the end?" TangSan looked at Zhu Zhuqing and was momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized that she didn't seem to be that cold after all. The journey began again. This time the group lowered their pace. Although By said nothing, it was obvious that his steps had become much heavier, and the sweat he left behind was the most among the 7. The burden brought to him by the fat man was 10 kilograms. With his stamina already somewhat depleted, increasing the weight to 30 kilograms had a huge impact on his physical endurance. After the 8th round trip, the master intentionally glanced at the bamboo baskets behind them while providing them with warm salt water, but said nothing. The 9th round trip continued. Although there was no added weight, Oscar and Ning Rongrong's stamina had already reached close to their limits. Ma Hongjun had recovered somewhat. Xiao Wu could still hold on, but Zhu Zhuqing's steps were getting slower and slower. Conversely, TangSan seemed to have gritted his teeth and pushed through his limits, appearing not to show any signs of exhaustion. As they could see Soto City in sight, the 9th round trip was about to reach its halfway point. Suddenly, Dai Mubai stumbled, and his whole body fell forward. In the past, with Dai Mubai's strength, he could easily stand upright, but at this moment, his physical exhaustion was just too severe. TangSan had been following Dai Mubai closely, and when he saw him about to fall, he quickly stepped forward and supported his shoulder. Dai Mubai's eyes had already merged into one, a situation TangSan had seen before when they were in danger. This should be a sign of extreme condition. Dai Mubai was unable to steady himself, leaning entirely against TangSan's shoulder, his chest heaving violently like a bellows. And he looked close to dehydration. "Boss Dai, are you okay?" The others hurriedly surrounded them, asking with concern. TangSan remained silent and directly took out the largest stone weighing 15 kilograms from Dai Mubai's bamboo basket and placed it into his own basket. "Xiao-san, I really don't need it. I can still hold on," Dai Mubai said, forcing himself to stand straight, his eyes showing a determined light as he looked at TangSan. "You can endure the immense pain brought by the soul ring of a human-faced demon spider. So why can't I hold on? I can do it, brothers. Let's hang in there. No one can fall behind." While speaking, Dai Mubai forcibly took his own 15-kilogram stone back from TangSan's bamboo basket and returned it to his own. "Dai Lauda, please give me mine back now." Ma Hongjun suddenly spoke up. At this moment, with 1.5 trips left until all the punishments were over, everyone knew that it was impossible for Dai Mubai to complete the task while carrying 30 kilograms. Ning Rongrong suddenly stepped forward. "I still have mine. I'm feeling much better now and can carry it myself." TangSan said, "Ning Rongrong can be excused, but Fatty, you hold on for a while." Ma Hongjun adjusted his load back to his back, relieving Dai Mubai of 10 kilograms. At TangSan's repeated request, the 5-kilogram stone from Ning Rongrong was also transferred from Dai Mubai's bamboo basket to his, increasing his load to 25 kilograms. The journey continued, and every step was so difficult. With the 15-kilogram reduction in weight, Dai Mubai persevered with his resilient willpower. The 9th round trip was completed with everyone's mutual support. Although they were still running, in reality, it was hardly faster than walking. The punishment had lasted for a full 3 hours. The 7 of them drank salt water in large gulps, looking as if they had just been pulled out of the water, while the master stood silently by. Dai Mubai forced himself to stay strong, saying, "Brothers, there's only one last trip left. We must hold on." Oscar suddenly spoke up. "Little San, give me back my load. There's only one more round trip left. I can manage." TangSan was momentarily stunned. He suddenly noticed that there seemed to be something more in Oscar's eyes. But seeing his trembling legs, TangSan shook his head and said, "No, I can still do it." Oscar walked over to TangSan, sweat continuously dripping down. But his gaze had become very determined. "As my brother, just give it back to me. I could do it." Ning Rongrong, who was gasping for breath on the side, had a pale face, but when she saw Oscar take the 5-kilogram stone from TangSan's bamboo basket, she couldn't help but say, Little A.O., you really look like a man today." At this point, Oscar was so exhausted that he could no longer smile. He could only puff out his chest and put on a look of nonchalance. At this moment, the Shrek's 7 devils were all exhausted, but none of them showed any signs of relaxation. Sometimes, the difference between a genius and a mediocre person lies in whether their willpower is strong. Surviving one limit means that everything will change. The 10th round trip of the punishment finally began. This time, everyone really couldn't run anymore and could only barely move their feet, taking one step forward at a time. "Can't do it anymore. No, we can do it. We can all do it." Carrying the stone on their backs and taking heavy steps, they moved towards the final goal step by step. After 1 kilometer, an almost fainting Oscar returned the stone to TangSan's bamboo basket. After 2 kilometers, the stone from Zhu Zhuqing's back ended up in Xiao Wu's bamboo basket. After 3 kilometers, Ning Rongrong fainted, and TangSan gave his stone to Dai Mubai, carrying Ning Rongrong on his back. After returning 1 kilometer, Oscar fainted, and Zhu Zhuqing reclaimed her stone, while Xiao Wu's burden was transferred to Ma Hongjun's bamboo basket. Ning Rongrong ended up on Xiao Wu's back, and TangSan carried Oscar. After returning 2 kilometers, Zhu Zhuqing fainted, and Dai Mubai struggled to pick her up. With less than 500 meters to the finish line, TangSan had a bamboo basket hanging in front of him, holding Zhu Zhuqing's previous weight and the 15 kilograms he took from Dai Mubai. While carrying Oscar on his back, Dai Mubai carried Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu carried Ning Rongrong. Ma Hongjun was bearing a 20-kilogram weight. They were moving step by step towards the finish line. Let me down," Ning Rongrong's weak voice sounded from Xiao Wu's back. Xiao Wu stumbled, almost falling to the ground, and Ning Rongrong slid down from her back. The two supported each other, taking one step forward at a time. Oscar also woke up from his unconsciousness, struggling to slide down from TangSan's back, and with TangSan's support, he moved forward. Zhu Zhuqing had not yet woken up. Although she didn't say anything, her earlier exhaustion was worse than that of Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Although Ma Hongjun was heavy, his stamina was much better than Zhu Zhuqing's, and By helped him carry some of the load, so his situation was naturally much better. Of course, at this point, Ma Hongjun had also reached his limit, joining TangSan and Oscar's side, and the three supported each other, taking one step forward at a time. If only one person were being punished. With the stamina of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, they would have probably collapsed long ago. But since 7 people were being punished with mutual support and help, their determination had already been ignited. The scenery before them had become blurry, but they could vaguely see the existence of the finish line. Their bodies could only continue moving forward with the support of willpower. TangSan was carrying heavy stones on his back, using both hands to support Ma Hongjun and Oscar, helping them bear some of their weight. Although he could not use his soul power, under the extreme physical strain, the toughness of the Shantian skill was gradually manifesting. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Chapter 123. Medicinal Bath. Bai's waist was bent under the pressure, and his evil eyes had taken on a hint of red. Each step felt as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him. 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. Master's stiff face appeared before everyone, and seeing them supporting each other to move forward, even Master couldn't help but be moved. For this last round trip, they took a full hour, but they finally managed to return. Thud, thud. 7 people almost fell to the ground one after another. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun fainted almost simultaneously. By collapsed beside Zhu Zhuqing, gasping heavily, his whole body trembling slightly. Xiao Wu's scorpion braid had become disheveled, continuously dripping with sweat, her red lips quivering. TangSan supported Ma Hongjun and Oscar's bodies against their own bamboo baskets, then took out the excess weight. At this moment, he also felt a haze in front of him. However, there were still some things in his consciousness supporting him. For others, the punishment, or rather the training, had ended. But for him, it had not. Supporting himself against the water bucket table, carrying a burden of 15 kilograms, TangSan barely stood up, taking steps forward one by one. Although he no longer needed to help others, his steps were already completely staggering. Brother, I'll accompany you. Xiao Wu also stood up, supporting herself against the table. But after just one step, she fell to the ground. Although her condition was much better than Zhu Zhuqing's, she had previously carried Ning Rongrong for quite a distance, and her physical limit had also arrived. Xiao-san, I'll accompany you too. The one speaking was By, who also shouldered his own burden and staggered to TangSan's side. The two looked at each other, and on their pale faces, they managed to squeeze out a somewhat strange smile. At the same time, they extended their right hands and clasped them in midair. The next moment, the two who had borne the most during the entire punishment fell to the ground simultaneously, following in the footsteps of their other companions. The Shrek 7 monsters, 7 people punished, had now all laid down. The master watched as they fell one by one, but did not move. Only when TangSan and By finally fainted did a faint smile appear on his face. Not abandoning, not giving up. Very good. Very good. Flinder quietly appeared next to the master with Zhao Wujia and several other teachers. Master, you're also very good. Quite ruthless. The master ignored Flinder's dissatisfaction in his words, waved his hand, and said quickly take them over. Including the master, the teachers hurriedly removed the bamboo baskets from the children and carried them back to the academy. When TangSan woke up from his coma, he found himself already in the dormitory. A warm feeling flowed into his body from all around, and the cozy warmth almost made him moan. After calming down, TangSan noticed that his bare body was in a large wooden tub filled with brown liquid. Oscar was on the other side, still deeply asleep in the tub. With 2 large wooden tubs added to the dormitory, it felt quite cramped. He stirred the liquid in front of him, and a not too strong medicinal scent wafted into his nose. TangSan's nose twitched, and he suddenly understood a bit. After arriving in this world, although he hadn't studied the medicines here in detail, he knew some things. The medicinal materials in this world were quite similar to those in his previous life. The liquid in this large tub should have been made from some medicinal materials, primarily for relaxing muscles and invigorating blood circulation. No wonder after such intense exertion, he felt little pain upon waking. Only his legs were slightly sore, and his body felt a bit weak. Later, TangSan learned that the master had to add some hot water to maintain the water temperature in the tub at regular intervals. The girls had hired women from the village to help with this. A note was stuck next to the tub, written in the master's handwriting. Go to the cafeteria for a meal after waking up. Seeing the words eat, TangSan immediately felt a rumble in his stomach. As if it responded to the call, and a wave of hunger surged up. After standing up from the water, he noticed that next to the two large wooden tubs were two smaller ones filled with clean water, clearly for washing their bodies. The clean water was not warm. When TangSan soaked in it, he couldn't help but shiver, feeling invigorated, and the soreness in his body gradually disappeared. After quickly washing off the medicinal liquid and changing into clean clothes, TangSan finally walked out of the dormitory. He was surprised to find that outside, the stars were shining brightly in the sky. In the quiet night, the sounds of insects and birds occasionally echoed, creating a tranquil feeling. Stretching his body forcefully, a series of popping sounds came from his bones, as if he had fully extended himself. Taking a deep breath of fresh air replaced the stale air in his body, and he strode towards the cafeteria. From a distance, he could already see the lights of the cafeteria on. When TangSan entered, he found someone sitting there eating heartily. Hearing the footsteps, the person eating turned to look at TangSan. It was By. His soul power cultivation allowed him to wake up earlier than TangSan. Xiao-san, come eat. It's really delicious. By's eyes had completely returned to normal, and upon seeing TangSan, he smiled broadly. They had shared hardships and joys more than once, and that feeling of mutual understanding didn't need words to express. They could feel each other's friendship in their gaze. TangSan sat down next to By. There were 6 portions of food left on the cafeteria table, clearly prepared for him and the others. There was also a note on the table, again in the master's handwriting. Finish eating, clean the utensils. Pour out the water in the tubs, and wash them clean. No sleeping, practice soul power before dawn. Gather for class in the morning. The dinner was quite sumptuous. A large bowl of fragrant stewed meat, 5 fluffy white buns, a bowl of thick soup, a plate of vegetables, and several fruits. The protest from his stomach left TangSan no time to talk to By, and he immediately began to feast, sweeping away the food in front of him like a whirlwind. Refreshing, very refreshing, extremely refreshing. After a large consumption of energy, the replenishment of food seemed to allow him to feel his body rapidly absorbing the nutrients. By had already finished eating while TangSan was still devouring his meal. Leaning against the table, he watched him, and when TangSan had finished, he said, Xiao-san, the master is really ruthless. This is even harsher than what Dean Flinder used to do. From a master's message, it seems our days are going to be tough ahead. Is this how the master has always taught you? TangSan shook his head and said, most of what my teacher taught me before was theoretical knowledge. This kind of training is something I've encountered for the first time. However, my teacher told me yesterday that as a soul master, the body is fundamental. My ability to withstand the impact of the soul power from the extreme limit human face spider soul ring is closely related to my physical condition. Only a strong body can endure more soul power. Perhaps that's why the teacher decided to let us enhance our basic physical training. By smiled wryly and said, it's not that simple to enhance. The master's training for us is completely arranged according to the limits. If our physical fitness weren't good, we might have to lie down for days after this. However, that strange liquid seems to have some effect. I'm starving, where's the food? A figure rushed in from outside, not even bothering to greet TangSan and By, and directly pounced on the food on the table. It was Xiao Wu, and seeing her rosy little face, TangSan couldn't help but smile. Clearly, Xiao Wu had also recovered from her extreme exhaustion. While eating, she noticed the note on the table and made a few hand gestures to TangSan, indicating to wait until she finished eating before talking. Having awakened from his slumber and eaten, TangSan now felt lazy and didn't want to move at all. Mimicking By's actions, he leaned against the table and watched Xiao Wu devour the food in front of her without any semblance of a lady's demeanor. The food for the girls, aside from 2 buns, was the same as theirs. Although Xiao Wu's mouth wasn't big, she was quite unrestrained when it came to eating, and in no time, she had already consumed most of the food in front of her. The 4th person to arrive at the cafeteria wasn't another student who had reached level 30, but Zhu Zhuqing. When Zhu Zhuqing walked in, her expression was very calm, but upon seeing By, she intentionally stiffened her face a little. However, from her eyes, TangSan clearly didn't sense any rejection. Zhu Zhuqing's eating movements were much more graceful than Xiao Wu's. She chewed slowly and savored each bite, every action looking so elegant. Behind her graceful movements was speed. if it weren't for the fact that the food in front of her was visibly decreasing. TangSan would really find it hard to believe that she could eat so quickly with such seemingly leisurely motions. So comfortable, I'm full. Xiao Wu unreservedly leaned directly on TangSan's shoulder and said, "Little San, did you run those 2 laps again later?" TangSan, "No, after you fainted." Mu-Bai and I also passed out. When we woke up, we were already in the potion in the wooden barrel. Xiao Wu's pretty face suddenly turned red. She sat up straight and whispered, "Could it be that you weren't wearing clothes either?" TangSan was taken aback and instinctively nodded. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue. And the note left in our dormitory said, "Don't panic. Your clothes were taken off with the help of the women in the village. Come to the cafeteria for a meal." TangSan chuckled and said, "Xiao Wu, you look so cute when you blush like an apple." While speaking, he fondly pinched Xiao Wu's cheek. Xiao Wu just shot him an unhappy glare, but did not stop his actions. She merely widened her eyes and stared at him. Mu-Bai said, "Oscar and the other 3 haven't gotten up yet. They seem to be exhausted. Let's go back and cultivate. We still don't know what kind of devilish training the master will bring us tomorrow." TangSan nodded and was about to tidy up his dishes, but was stopped by Xiao Wu. "Come on, washing pots and dishes is not something you men should do. Leave it to us." TangSan smiled slightly, patted Xiao Wu's head, and turned to walk outside. Mu-Bai's gaze fell on Zhu Zhuqing, who had not finished eating yet, but she freed one hand to stack the tableware that Mu-Bai had used earlier. Although she didn't say anything, her actions had already proven her intentions. Mu-Bai was overjoyed. He naturally knew that Zhu Zhuqing was shy, so he remained silent and hurriedly followed TangSan outside. When the 2 reached the door of the cafeteria, they heard Xiao Wu's voice from behind. "Washing pots and dishes isn't something you men should do, but you can take care of pouring out the water from those big buckets. Remember to get up early tomorrow morning to help us. Don't forget." TangSan stumbled slightly, almost tripping over the threshold. When he turned to look at Xiao Wu, he happened to catch the mischievous smile on her face as she waved at him. After a night of silence, when TangSan woke up again, it was already dawn, and his biological clock had woken him up as usual. He had entered a deep meditation during his training last night, feeling completely immersed in the ocean of internal energy from the Xiantian skill. He didn't even know when Oscar had gotten up to eat. Before his training last night, he had already cleaned his water bucket. Now, the dormitory was empty, and Oscar was sitting on his bed practicing, having cleaned his water bucket as well. Quietly, he went out, practiced the purple extreme demon eye, and had breakfast. After completing all of this, TangSan went to knock on Xiao Wu's door. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were already up and had gone to eat, and TangSan helped them finish handling the heavy water buckets. The familiar bell rang, and the Shrek 7 monsters rushed to the playground almost immediately. The master was already standing in the middle of the playground waiting for them. Looking at the master's calm and rigid face, everyone, except for TangSan, unconsciously felt a bit nervous, even a bit fearful. "Very good, little monsters. You all came quickly today." The master nodded, his gaze sweeping over everyone as was his habit. "I was very satisfied with your actions yesterday. Although some did not complete their punishment, what pleased me was that I saw the spirit of not giving up and not abandoning each other. As partners, how can we trust each other enough to have each other's backs? What we need is trust. You all did well, and your mutual trust allowed you to complete yesterday's test better. Before today's class starts, TangSan, go and complete your punishment from yesterday." "Yes." TangSan replied and turned to run out of the academy. "Xiao-san, I'll accompany you. We agreed on this yesterday." Xiao Wu called out to TangSan and hopped after him. Ning Rongrong suddenly said, "Let's go too. Aren't we a team?" Oscar stretched his arms. "A warm-up is good too. This time it's not a punishment, just accompanying you, and we don't have to carry any weight." Fatty said with a frown, "Looks like I really have to lose weight. Is it easy for me to maintain this bit of meat?" Mu-Bai and Zhu Zhuqing had already run out. "Let's talk. Hurry up and catch up." Chapter 124, Taking a Beating a Team, What a Team. The master looked at the departing boys with some astonishment, feeling a sudden surge of emotion. The only 4 words flashing through his mind were children of heaven. Although these 7 kids had been together for less than a month, their current actions showed that their friendship would last a lifetime. Clenching his fists, the master silently decided to do everything he could to nurture these kids. From that day on, the master made sure that the Shrek 7 monsters fully understood the meaning of the word devil. What happens when monsters encounter devils? The master's training for them was very simple. 1 to 2 hours of combat every day. The combat situations varied each day, with random pairings for the fights. Sometimes it was 1-on-1, sometimes 1-on-2, or even 2-on-2, 3-on-3, or 3-on-4 competitions. After each day's combat, the master would set some special requirements, such as what kind of soul skills were allowed, what was not allowed, and what limitations were imposed. After the combat training ended, they would start physical training. Just like on the first day, the use of soul power was strictly prohibited during physical training. It had to be completed by all 7 members together. The master's methods of training physical strength were endless. The simplest was weighted running, along with various methods like weighted mountain climbing. Regardless of the method of physical training, the goal was to push the Shrek 7 monsters to their physical limits. After a period of time, they had all gotten used to waking up from the wooden barrels potion every night. Although this devilish training was arduous, the master was generous in one aspect. In terms of diet, he tried to satisfy everyone's cravings to the greatest extent possible. Due to the intensity of the training, after 3 months, Ma Hongjun had perhaps consumed too much evil fire in the devilish training and had not gone to Soto City even once to resolve his issues with the evil fire. Meanwhile, the furnace equipment that TangSan had bought from the blacksmith shop had already been delivered, but he had no time to forge hidden weapons. Even the first batch of parts that the blacksmith shop had completed had not been assembled yet. TangSan, Oscar, and Xiao Wu officially registered as Soul Masters in Soto City. To avoid causing a stir, Master specifically had them wear specially made masks when they went to register. Although it raised some suspicion, it is not uncommon for Soul Masters to conceal their appearances, and they successfully received their subsidies. After 3 months of intense training, the soul power of the Shrek 7 monsters did not see significant improvement. Only Ma Hongjun's soul power increased by 1 level. However, the extreme physical training over these 3 months led to a tremendous change in their physical fitness. Now, when TangSan and.By do weighted long-distance runs like on the first day, they carry over 50 kilograms and still manage it with ease. It's important to note that without using soul power, this is an extraordinarily impressive figure. Each person's physical condition has improved greatly. Under high physical exertion and sufficient nutritional support, this is first reflected in their physiques. By has clearly become stronger, with a more intimidating light in his sinister eyes, and he exudes explosive power, resembling a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Oscar's transformation is even more evident. He has slimmed down. But if one only looks at his appearance now, no one would believe he is a support-type soul master. His robust physique can easily rival that of most battle soul masters. Of course, his voice remains soft, and his bushy beard and peach blossom eyes haven't changed much. TangSan's appearance has changed very little. He still looks quite ordinary, but he now appears more reserved, and although he isn't particularly strong, he has grown a bit taller. He feels like an entirely average teenager, definitely the kind you wouldn't be able to find in a crowd. What is surprising is that TangSan's soul power has already reached level 32. This is not the result of 3 months of special training, but rather comes from a man-faced demon spider soul ring he obtained earlier, perhaps due to breaking through his limits. The pain brought by the man-faced demon spider soul ring was immense, but the benefits were also considerable. In addition to the soul ring and soul bone, his soul power has directly increased to level 32, making others envious. Of course, while envy is one thing, no one dared to absorb soul rings like TangSan did. Ma Hongjun has lost quite a bit of weight, no longer looking as bulky as before. Although he is still overweight, he now gives off a strong impression. His soul power has risen to level 28, making strides towards level 30. The changes in his body have made him appear much sharper overall. Xiao Wu remains the same, with the least change in appearance among everyone. Even her skin hasn't tanned, and she still looks lively and cheerful every day. However, during battles, she has made everyone suffer quite a bit. Her third soul skill, instant transmission, is elusive, and even By and TangSan have not escaped its effects. Fortunately, her teleportation distance can only maintain 5 meters for now. Nevertheless, with the combination of her waist, bow, and charm energy skills, the close combat effectiveness of her 3 soul skills is enough to be terrifying. Compared to when Ning Rongrong first arrived at the academy, her arrogance cannot be said to have completely disappeared, but it has improved significantly. She has gained a bit of heroism in her demeanor, and her restrained temper makes her even more captivating, reigniting Oscar's hopes, who had originally given up on pursuing her. Of course, over the past 3 months, even if Oscar had the heart to chase her, he lacked the energy to do so. As for Zhu Zhuqin, it must be said that her perseverance is no less than that of a man. During the 3 months of grueling training, she never complained, not only enduring, but even actively requesting to increase the intensity. She has slimmed down quite a bit, but as a sensitive attack-type soul master, Her speed has also increased significantly with her enhanced physique. The 3 months of intense training finally concluded yesterday, and the master granted the Shrek 7 Devils a 7-day vacation to adjust their states. Finally having a chance to rest, Oscar dived into bed for a long sleep. TangSan continued his training as usual. Since Zhu Zhuqing insisted on continuing to train her physical foundation, By took the initiative to accompany her. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, similar to Oscar, decided to take advantage of these 7 days to rest well. Only Ma Hongjun couldn't sit still. He had complained the most during the grueling training, but as soon as the vacation started, this little fatso immediately slipped out of the academy to go to Soto City to deal with his fiery issue. Listening to Oscar's snoring, TangSan assembled the parts sent from the blacksmith shop, finally having time today. He was very satisfied with the craftsmanship of the Tai brothers from the blacksmith shop. So far, several types of mechanism-based hidden weapons like the Silent Sleeve, Arrow, Sand Shooting Shadow, and Crossbow have been completed. Only the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, which has higher requirements, is still in the forging process. TangSan plans to take advantage of these days of rest to assemble the already completed hidden weapons for everyone and teach them how to use them. Immersed in assembling the hidden weapons, time flew by quickly. It wasn't until Oscar woke up from his sleep and called him to eat that TangSan realized the sunlight outside had turned into moonlight, and a whole day had passed just like that. The two of them left the dormitory and walked towards the cafeteria together. Just as they were walking, they suddenly saw a person staggering towards them. Wow, who is this? Why do they look like a pig's head? Oscar exclaimed dramatically. TangSan focused his gaze, and he saw that the swaying figure, who was walking somewhat unsteadily, was actually Ma Hongjun, though he looked extremely disheveled. Not only were his clothes torn and he was covered in dirt, but his round, chubby face was completely swollen, with dark purple bruises around his eyes and dried blood at the corners of his mouth. Fatty, what happened to you? TangSan quickly stepped forward to support the swaying Ma Hongjun. Oscar skillfully summoned his recovery sausage and handed it over. Ma Hongjun didn't hold back, eating the sausage in a few bites, looking a bit better afterward. Damn it, this is so embarrassing, Ma Hongjun said, his eyes filled with hatred. His round face and small eyes made it so that now, with his face swollen, his eyes were almost squeezed shut by the fat. Who beat you up like this? TangSan's voice clearly carried a hint of coldness. After 3 months of devilish training, everyone had supported each other through it. They were no longer just classmates. And seeing his brother beaten like this, how could TangSan not be angry? Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and said, "Some sleazy old man beat me up. So embarrassing. Really damn embarrassing." Oscar frowned. TSK. Fatty, you didn't get beaten up because of some love rivalry, did you? Ma Hongjun retorted angrily. What love rivalry? I clearly had my eyes on that girl first. That sleazy old man has no shame. Hearing this, TangSan immediately understood a bit more. Clearly, as Oscar had said, this fatty had been beaten up while trying to deal with his own issues regarding a crush. TangSan patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder and said, "Let's go. First to the cafeteria to eat something, and we can talk slowly." With the help of Oscar's recovery sausage, Ma Hongjun's condition improved a lot, and the three of them finally walked into the cafeteria. Inside, By was sitting there eating and drinking heartily, but Zhu Zhuqing was not by his side. Damn, fatty, what happened to you? Seeing Ma Hongjun's disheveled appearance, By was also taken aback. His temper was much fiercer than TangSan's, and he suddenly stood up from his chair, his eyes flashing with anger. Ma Hongjun had a mournful look on his face and said, "Boss Dai, you have to stand up for your brother. Look at how they beat me. They even distorted my handsome face. How am I supposed to chase girls in the future?" Oscar chuckled. Handsome face? It's swollen like a pig's head. What exactly happened? You'd better tell us, he said. Ma Hongjun pulled out a chair and sat down, then recounted the events. I left this morning to Soto City to deal with my evil fire problem. When I got there, I really thought I had found a golden phoenix in a grass nest. Just as I was about to call that girl to solve the problem, who would have thought that a lecherous old man showed up? The guy looked to be in his 40s with short hair. At first glance, he seemed quite honest, but upon closer inspection, his eyes were filled with lewdness. One of his hands was bandaged, yet he insisted on trying to take that girl from me. I asked him, "Uncle, your hand is like that, and you still come out to mess around." Guess what he said? He actually replied, "I don't need my hands to mess around. I've seen lecherous people, but I've never seen someone this lecherous." By asked, "So later, you fought with him?" Fatty puffed out his chest and replied, "Of course. He was bullying me right in front of me. How could I just stand by? I only wanted to drive him away." Who would have thought that this guy was also a soul master, and a foreign soul master at that? He beat me up in no time and even threw me out of that grass nest. As a man, How could I endure such humiliation? I got back up and fought with him again, and that's how I ended up like this. You should have seen how arrogant he was. Boss-Dai, Brother Ao. Brother Tang-san, you have to stand up for your brother. If I hadn't been training hard recently, I might not have made it back at all. It was clear that Ma Hongjun had suffered quite a beating this time. Especially the psychological impact was very serious. He was crying and complaining, making Tang-san and the others frown. Tang-san asked, "What is that person's name?" Ma Hongjun wiped his face with his sleeve and said, "I heard the old bird in the grass nest call him Not Happy. I guess that's not his real name. Not Happy? A soul sect dares to bully my brother? Let's go. Fatty, you lead the way. We're going to check it out now. Xiao-san, Xiao-Ao, are you two coming?" Dai-Mu-Bai could understand how Fatty felt right now. He had also been jealous and competitive in the past, but mostly it was just for personal gain. Ever since Zhu Zhuqing arrived, he had become more restrained. Moreover, Fatty had been beaten so badly, although it didn't seem like he was seriously injured. He had lost quite a bit of face. Tang-san nodded and said, "Let's go take a look together." In situations like this, it's hard to say who's right or wrong, but who wouldn't stand up for their own people? If you see your brother getting beaten and don't step in, then you're not a real man. Oscar chuckled and said, "Of course I'm going. I want to see who can be more lewd than us fat guys. Even if we can't win, as long as I have my mushroom sausage, we can still run away if needed." Hearing that the three were willing to stand up for him, Ma Hongjun was overjoyed. "Good brothers. Let's go right now. Maybe we can catch him." With that, he jumped up and ran outside, as if the injuries on his body no longer hurt. Dai-Mu-Bai pulled Ma Hongjun back and said, "What's the rush? If we're going, we need to eat first so we have the strength. By the way, tell me about that guy's martial soul. The saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle." Chapter 125, title Although the fat guy looked anxious, his stomach was indeed empty, so he sat back down. While everyone was having dinner, Ma Hongjun recounted the experience of being beaten. That guy is not very tall, about 1.6 meters, with a dark face, like he just came out of a coal mine. His martial soul is quite strange. It's not an attack, defense, or speed type. It feels. The fat guy's gaze drifted to Tang-san, as if it had a similar effect to Sanji's martial soul, just with a different appearance. Tang-san and Dai-Mu-Bai exchanged glances, and the two of them almost in unison said, "Control type, Soul Master?" They nodded. It should be a control type. His martial soul appeared to be two semicircular domes, both the size of a steamed bun and pink in color. This guy summoned his martial soul and placed it on his head, which looked quite disgusting. When he fought me, he used 2 soul skills in total. The first soul skill enlarged the 2 domes, blocking my Phoenix Fire line, and the second soul skill trapped my body with the 2 domes, one in front and one behind. The domes felt very flexible, and I couldn't tell what material they were made of. Even my Phoenix flames couldn't destroy them. Bound up, I was wrapped like a zongzi, and then I became his punching bag. Pink domes? What kind of martial soul is this? Even Tang-san, who has learned from the master for many years and is quite knowledgeable, couldn't figure it out. Tang-san said so. He should have 2 other soul abilities that he hasn't used yet. The fat man replied, "Third brother, with you 3 soul venerates, plus me, a level 27 great soul master. Are we still afraid of him? Besides, you're also a control system soul master." He might have misunderstood and thought that Tang-san would be afraid. Tang-san said, "Control-type soul masters are quite special. In one-on-one situations, control-type soul masters have a significant advantage. Fatty, if we encounter him, you will be responsible for long-range attacks to disrupt him, while I and Dai Lauda will confront him head-on. Xiao-Ao will handle supplies. He definitely won't be our opponent. Unlike assault-type soul masters, as long as he can't control all of us, he will inevitably be defeated. If I guess correctly, his martial soul should be inherently restraining against flames. Otherwise, your evil fire wouldn't have no effect at all. When we engage, I will counter-control him. Although my soul power is not as strong as his, I can at least disrupt his ability to control us. A control-type soul master's close combat ability is completely incapable of blocking your attacks, even if he is at level 40. Forget it. Let's not add to the trouble," Fatty said. The sun today is exceptionally bright, and the sky is clear without a cloud in sight. Although it's still morning, the sunlight already feels somewhat scorching. The master's shadow is stretched by the sunlight, standing there with arms crossed, waiting for the 7 of them to line up. It has been 3 months since I started teaching you here, and with the supervision and help of the other teachers, you have already built some foundation in your bodies. But to become an excellent soul master, this is still far from enough. It is worth mentioning that during the previous 3 months of devil training, the other teachers were not idle, which Ma Hongjun found out only after being lazy once. The teachers were hiding in the dark corners of their training routes, supervising them. And the consequence of Ma Hongjuan's laziness directly led to everyone's training volume increasing by 50% within 3 days. The master has always adhered to the principle of collective punishment. If one person makes a mistake, the whole group suffers. That is what teamwork is. So, starting today, I will conduct the second phase of teaching for you. I heard from Flander that you have all been to the Soto Great Spirit Arena. There, it will become your teaching place for the next period. This teaching has no time limit. Whenever you obtain the Silver Soul Badge, the training will end. During this period, I will arrange for you to stay in the hotel closest to the Great Spirit Arena, and all food and lodging will be self-catered. As long as you have the ability, the income you get from the Great Spirit Arena will be considerable. Upon hearing the master's words, the students simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Going to the Great Spirit Arena for battles would definitely be much easier than the master's devil training. However, you must remember that obtaining the Silver Soul Badge is not only in one-on-one battles, but also requires obtaining the Team Battle Silver Soul Badge. You will compete under the team name of the Shrek's 7 Monsters. Team battles not only allow everyone to earn individual points, but also have a team score, which is not present in 2-on-2 battles. Of course, if you want to obtain the Silver Soul title faster, you can freely combine for 2-on-2 battles. I will not stop you, but I have a few restrictions you must remember. First, do not reveal your appearance or inform your opponents of your names during the battles. Everything will be fought under code names. Second, no one, including TangSan himself, is allowed to use hidden weapons. Third, regardless of victory or defeat, each person must fight at least twice a day. Oscar complained a bit. Master, do Rongrong and I, as support-type soul masters, also have to obtain the Silver Soul Badge? The master replied indifferently. Or, you can choose to train as you did before until the others obtain the Silver Soul Badge. Master, I suddenly realized that your decision to have us go to the arena for battles to improve practical experience is so wise. Just ignore what I just said. Ning Rongrong also wanted to raise the same question, and seeing Oscar struggling, she couldn't help but smile to herself. The master is always decisive. After allowing all the students to pack their belongings briefly, he immediately took them out to the Soto Academy. Accompanying them were the students' old acquaintances, the Academy's original 2 deans, the four-eyed cat Eagle Flander, and the immovable Ming Wang Zhao Wujin. The other 3 teachers stayed behind at the Academy. Flander couldn't help but admire the master's decision. With the students staying in Soto City and all food and lodging costs self-catered, the Academy would naturally have no financial pressure, and he, Zhao Wujin, and the master could also stay in his shop. They could still supervise the students' practical progress every day. The battles at the Great Spirit Arena take place at night. After arriving in Soto City, the group first chose a regular hotel near the Great Spirit Arena to stay in. Although it was normal, the price was double compared to other places due to its proximity to the arena. However, for the 7 students, whose monthly income is at least 10 gold coins, or even hundreds of gold coins, this was not a burden. After all, there are not many places as extremely expensive as the Rose Hotel. After arranging for the students to settle in, the master called the 7 of them to TangSan's room. Now you can freely combine to decide which type of battle to participate in. The Great Spirit Arena generally starts with 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles. Although team battles are separate from the former 2, they start later and are the most attractive combats for the audience at the Great Spirit Arena. The staggered timing also allows for more ticket revenue. Every day, you must participate in 1 team battle, and the other can be freely chosen. If you wish to participate in 3 battles, I won't object as long as you manage your soul power situation well. As soon as the master's voice fell, Oscar immediately showed a pitiful expression and looked at By. Lauda, why don't we participate in 2-on-2 together? What do you think? Although I just reached level 30, my support ability should still be able to help you. Otherwise, I don't know when I'll be able to accumulate enough points for the Silver Soul Badge. By was taken aback for a moment. His original intention was to participate in 2-on-2 battles with Zhu Zhuqing or to enter 1-on-1 battles himself. Seeing Oscar's pleading gaze, he thought for a moment and nodded. All right. Among the 7, in terms of combat power, it was clear that By and TangSan were the strongest. Oscar immediately chose By, and Ning Rongrong's gaze turned to TangSan. She sweetly said, "Third brother, would you be willing to help me?" TangSan was taken aback for a moment. But I've already formed a trio with Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun, who was nearby, quickly chimed in. Rongrong, what do you think of me? I'm willing to team up with you for the 2-on-2. You might as well forget it. Ning Rongrong shot a glare at the fat man. You can barely take care of yourself, and you want to help me? Suddenly, the master spoke up. No, I actually suggest you should team up with Mahong Jun for the 2-on-2. Ning Rongrong asked in confusion. Why? The master replied calmly, because your levels are different from TangSan's. In a 2-on-2 scenario, if one soul master reaches a higher level, then they must participate in a higher level match. TangSan has already broken through level 30, while you are still at level 20. If you cooperate to participate in the 2-on-2 soul fight, then you must compete at the 30 level tier. Generally speaking, soul masters participate in the Grand Soul Arena at their own high level unless they are overly confident or have a significant advantage with their martial spirits. They will only participate when they are at least halfway through their own tier. For example, at the 20 level tier, the participants are typically soul masters above level 25. And the same goes for the 30 level tier. Although TangSan's martial spirit is somewhat special, participating one-on-one might barely work, but if you join him, your 7 treasures glazed tile martial spirit, while the strongest support type martial spirit, currently doesn't provide enough enhancement to bridge the gap between him and 2 opponents above level 35. However, if you participate together with Mahong Jun, it will be different. He is already at level 28, and his martial spirit has considerable advantages. With your support, the chances of winning could exceed 70%. Although Ning Rongrong was reluctant, she had to admit that the master was right. However, in the end, she still chose not to team up with Mahong Jun and set her sights on Zhu Zhuqing instead. Seventh sister, let's team up. How about it? Okay. Zhu Zhuqing's answer was very simple. In Ning Rongrong's view, although Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was 1 level lower than Mahong Jun's, teaming up with her was clearly much better than teaming up with someone who couldn't control their fiery temperament. She didn't want to be embarrassed during the 2-on-2 soul fight by having her partner take advantage of her. Mahong Jun said in a strange tone, Rongrong, you're being discriminatory. I protest. Ning Rongrong smiled sweetly and used her gentle tactics. Fourth brother, you're so strong. Isn't it a pity to team up with me for the 2-on-2? You can definitely win in 1-on-1 anyway, right? Mahong Jun had low immunity to beautiful women, and looking at Ning Rongrong's gentle smile, he couldn't bring himself to say no. He had to reluctantly accept reality. How to participate in the soul fight is up to you. This is for you, no one else. Make sure to bring it during the soul fights. Also, try to talk less on stage. Avoid letting the opponents know your ages. While speaking, the master took out 7 pre-prepared masks from his soul guide wristband. Everyone was familiar with the appearance of the masks, which were the emblem of Shrek Academy. Featuring the green monster Shrek, Douluo took a mask and put it on his face. Although the craftsmanship was average, it fit well enough that the eyes, mouth, and nose were not obstructed. During the team battles, you will use the Shrek 7 monsters combination. When participating in individual soul fights, you can come up with your own titles for the 2-on-2. For 1-on-1, I have thought a nickname for each of you. Just use this nickname for the competition. As long as you mention it when signing up, your real names won't appear in the soul fighting arena. Everyone could still understand the master's meaning. After all, they were all quite young, especially TangSan and Xiao Wu, who had reached the soul ancestor realm at level 30 at just 12 years old. Any one of them would be astonishing in the soul master world. Especially once they became famous in the Grand Soul Arena, the Spirit Hall would probably be the first to come knocking. Oscar curiously asked, Then what will our titles be? The master replied, By will keep his original title, Evil Eye White Tiger, and you can stick with your sausage specialist. As for Xiao San, let us call him Thousand-Handed Silvergrass. What do you think? That won't do. Change it. Xiao Wu spoke up first. It's not cool at all. Silvergrass sounds terrible. The master looked at Tang San and saw that he had no objections, revealing a slight smile. He had always been very satisfied with this disciple. Then what do you think it should be called? By said. Although Xiao San usually looks honest, when he really gets going, his killing intent is heavier than any of us. I think it would be better to call him Thousand-Handed Azura. Azura means a demon of slaughter. It can also have a certain deterrent effect on the opponents. The master turned to Tang San. What do you think? Tang San said, I don't mind. Teacher, you decide. The master replied, Then let's call you the Thousand-Handed Azura. Mahong Jun, I've also thought of a title for you. How about the Evil Fire Phoenix? The fatty chuckled. Thank you, master, that's great. After all, I'm also a phoenix. Oscar muttered beside them. Well, it's a phoenix, but I think the title Gulen Phoenix sounds better. Chapter 126. The first battle, the fatty was furious. Little AO, are you deliberately trying to sabotage me? At this moment, Xiao Wu had already approached the master, making a pitiful face. Master, what should I be called? You have to give me a nice name. The master smiled and said, You use soft skills, your whole body is as soft as if it has no bones, combined with your rabbit martial soul and charm skills. How about we call you the soft-boned, charming rabbit? It sounded pretty good. Xiao Wu immediately smiled happily. Ning Rongrong's martial soul is the 7-treasure glaze tile. Nothing describes you better than the 7-treasure glaze tile. It can also conceal your own identity. After all, the martial souls of the direct disciples of the 7-treasure glaze tile sect are all this. As for Zhu Zhuqing, it's most suitable to use her martial soul as her title. The Nether Cat Spirit is already a good name. At that moment, the Shrek 7 monsters finally all had their titles. Evil Eye White Tiger By, Sausage Vendor Oscar, Thousand-Handed Azura TangSan's, Evil Fire Phoenix Ma Hongjun, Soft-Boned Charming Rabbit Xiao Wu, 7-Treasure Glazed Tile Ning Rongrong, and Nether Cat Spirit Zhu Zhuqing. None of them expected that the titles chosen in this unremarkable and would not only follow them for a lifetime, but also resound across the continent. The Shrek 7 Monsters team truly came together from this day onward. To maintain their best condition, everyone stayed in the hotel to cultivate their soul power, waiting for nightfall. Now all 7 were at the Iron Fight Soul level, with By having 3 points, Oscar 0, and TangSan having 2 points because he and Xiao Wu had participated in one 1-on-1 battle and one 2-on-2 battle. Ma Hongjun had also defeated his opponent last time, accumulating the highest points among them, reaching 10, and had won 3 consecutive matches. Xiao Wu, like TangSan, also had 2 points, Ning Rongrong had 0, and Zhu Zhuqing lost her last match against Xiao San, so her current points were 0. From Iron Fight Soul to Copper Fight Soul, one needs 100 points, and to reach Silver Fight Soul, one needs 1,000. They still had a long way to go to reach the goal of this second phase of special training. Since By, Ma Hongjun, and Zhu Zhuqing were already considered high-level within the same rank, combined with their outstanding martial souls, they decided to first participate in one 1-on-1 fight, and then in a 2-on-2. At this time, Oscar's role became fully apparent. With his big sausages as supplies, everyone's soul power and physical strength could be effectively replenished, giving them a greater advantage compared to ordinary soul masters participating in the fight. Therefore, even participating in 3 battles in one night was not impossible, provided they didn't exhaust too much soul power in the earlier fights. TangSan and Xiao Wu's 3rd soul skills can be considered top-tier soul skills. Therefore, even though they have just broken through to the 30th level, they still decided to participate in 1-on-1 soul battles. TangSan had previously defeated By, which gave him considerable confidence. Xiao Wu's special ability, which makes it difficult for opponents to resist once she gets close, also boosted her confidence. Xiao Wu's strengths and weaknesses are equally apparent. Her strength lies in being nearly invincible at close range, but her weakness is that she can only face one opponent at a time. Once there are multiple opponents, her strength becomes difficult to exert. Moreover, if the opponent's power exceeds the impact of her waist bow, all her skills will become completely useless. As for Oscar and Ning Rongrong, they could only wait until everyone finished their 1-on-1 soul battles before teaming up for 2-on-2 soul battles. As night fell, the Soto Great Soul Arena was bustling with its usual nightly excitement. Crowds began to gather from all directions. As the most traditional and popular form of entertainment, the arena welcomed numerous spectators every day. Wealthy individuals could enjoy the ultimate experience here, while even commoners with little money could also watch Soul Master competitions. The Great Soul Arena offered special tickets for commoners at very low prices, so as long as the populace could meet their basic needs, they were willing to come and watch the Soul Masters compete. After all, just being able to see Soul Masters was enough to satisfy the vanity of most commoners. Of course, because they had low-priced tickets, they could only watch some ordinary soul battles. The truly exciting battles were definitely not cheap. Moreover, Soto City was never short of wealthy individuals willing to spend lavishly. Coupled with the betting venues organized by the Great Soul Arena, the soul battles also became a place for the rich and nobles to secretly compete against each other. At this moment, the time for the regular soul battles at the Great Soul Arena was approaching. Soon, the 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 preliminary battles would begin. Once these 2 battles concluded, the most exciting team battles would take place. Just then, a 10-person team caught the attention of those preparing to enter the Great Soul Arena, as 7 of them were wearing the same mask. The green masks looked somewhat humorous, but their clothing varied. Some were extravagant, while others were plain. This group consisted of 7 students from Shrek Academy, along with 2 deans and the master. They had come to the 13th Branch Soul Arena. According to the original plan, everyone registered using their Iron Soul badges in succession, under the Master's guidance. The 5 participants who would simultaneously compete in 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 battles explained their situation while registering in the 2 areas. The staff arranged a schedule for their soul battles to ensure that the 2 events would not overlap. Meanwhile, Everyone also changed the titles on their Iron Soul badges, concealing their real names and using the titles they had devised during the day. Just for the name change, each of them spent 10 gold soul coins. However, since there was no need for additional registration this time, the costs were limited to just that. As long as they won one soul battle, they could earn back their expenses. TangSan and Xiao Wu chose to participate in the 2-on-2 soul fighting first, and then they would join the 1-on-1 matches, naturally separating from the other 5. Oscar and Ning Rongrong had to wait for Douluo and Zhu Zhuqing to finish their 1-on-1 soul fights, so they went to Area 1 first. Flinder and Zhao Wujin followed the larger group into the 1-on-1 soul fighting area, while the master accompanied TangSan and Xiao Wu to the 2-on-2 soul fighting area. Due to the upcoming soul fighting matches, the 2-on-2 match for the Samwu combination was scheduled as the second match in the 13-point soul fighting area, Section 2. Soon, it was their turn to go on stage. The master sat in the viewing platform along with many spectators. Today was a weekend for ordinary people, so there were especially many spectators in the Grand Soul Fighting Arena. These smaller soul fighting arenas were mostly filled with ordinary civilians, and they were already excited from the first match, with cheers rising and falling. TangSan and Xiao Wu naturally were not well known, and when they stepped onto the stage during the host's announcement, they did not receive much applause. Next, let us invite the opponents of the 3-5 combination, the cat and mouse duo, who have already achieved 4 consecutive victories in the 2-on-2 soul arena. With their formidable strength, they have achieved unprecedented success in the Soul Master competition at the Soul Sovereign level. If they can defeat today's opponents, the 3-5 combination, they will complete their 5 consecutive wins. Perhaps the next time they appear at the Soto Great Soul Arena, they will enter the Central Soul Arena area, which is a tremendous honor for Soul Masters. Cat and mouse. Upon hearing these 4 words, TangSan and Xiao Wu exchanged glances. Although they could not see each other's expressions due to their masks, they still detected a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. From the name of the opposing duo, it was clear that their opponents would be a pair of agile attack-type Soul Masters. Whether cat or mouse, both excel in speed. As a control-type Soul Master, TangSan was precisely the nemesis of agile attack-type Soul Masters. Given that the opponents were only 10 levels below them, the two felt a certain level of confidence. Soon, amidst a wave of enthusiastic cheers and applause, the cat and mouse duo took to the soul arena. The 2 Soul Masters who came up were a man and a woman. The woman had a tall figure and looked to be in her 20s, with striking short red hair and sharp eyes, her fingers constantly moving rhythmically. Upon seeing this action, TangSan immediately judged that this girl was the cat in the cat and mouse duo. This was because Douluo had once told him that for any feline martial spirit, finger movements are a common gesture used by Soul Masters. The man was short in stature, but to TangSan and Xiao Wu's surprise, he was quite fat, with a body even more exaggerated than Ma Hongjuan's. He looked like a large round ball, with both his head and body being round. Only his pair of squinting small eyes gave him a slight resemblance to a mouse. A skinny cat and a fat mouse created a somewhat comical impression. As the cat and mouse duo stepped onto the soul arena, they also observed TangSan and Xiao Wu. When they saw the masks on TangSan and Xiao Wu's faces, they couldn't help but be taken aback. Although some Soul Masters participating in the Soul Arena disguise their identities, it is still rare to see someone wearing a mask like this. The skinny cat girl scoffed disdainfully, hiding her head and revealing her tail, pretending to be mysterious. As the Soul Arena was about to begin, the emotions of the audience around the arena had been fully stirred up. In such a heated atmosphere, the host did not dare to waste time and immediately announced the start of the second match of the 2-on-2 Soul Arena in the 13th Division. With the host command, the cat and mouse duo simultaneously activated their soul power, their bodies transforming into a flying state. After reaching level 30, B Soul Masters experience a greater transformation during martial spirit possession than before. Just as TangSan had anticipated, the girl's martial spirit was a cat, and sharp blades sprang out from her fingertips. Her red hair was highlighted with several streaks of bright silver. Her pupils became vertical, her upper body crouched down. Her ears perked up slightly, and a layer of fine silver fur appeared on her arms. 3 soul rings of white, yellow, and purple shone simultaneously. The third soul ring was at the 1,000-year level, indicating that the soul skills added by this girl's soul rings were quite impressive. As for the fat mouse's transformation, it looked somewhat amusing. His mouth protruded and became pointed, whiskers sprouted, and 2 large incisors jutted out from below his upper lip, while his small eyes transformed from slits to round shapes. His plump body also crouched down, and his forearms slimmed, with black claws springing out from his fingertips. His 3 soul rings were also 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. As the opponents revealed their martial spirits, TangSan and Xiao Wu did not remain idle. Xiao Wu skillfully leaped into the air, balancing on TangSan's shoulder with 1 foot, and the two simultaneously activated their martial spirits. Long rabbit ears, white fur, longer legs, and red eyes were all characteristics of Xiao Wu. Compared to before, there was also some fur on her arms, but it was finer than that of the skinny cat. The same 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared on the 3-5 combination, immediately causing an uproar among the audience. The spectators, who frequently watch soul arena matches, were naturally very familiar with the levels of the soul rings. 200-year rings and 1,000-year ring indicated that the 3-5 combination clearly had an advantage over the cat and mouse duo. The audience, who had initially been very optimistic about the cat and mouse duo, suddenly experienced a shift in mentality, but the atmosphere became even more heated. The more evenly matched the competition, the more exciting it became. The audience could see the strength of the 3-5 combination's soul rings. And how could the cat and mouse duo not notice? But the soul arena had already begun, and they had to proceed with their attack. The skinny cat girl lunged forward, her legs moving rapidly, resembling a whirlwind sweeping towards TangSan and Xiao Wu. The first 2 soul rings on her body lit up simultaneously. She clawed with her sharp claws, sending out 10 bright silver claw shadows that shot toward the 3-5 duo. At the same time, her speed reached a terrifying level, and the pressure brought by her soul power surged to its peak. 1 soul skill was for enhancement, and the other was for claw attacks. Although TangSan did not know their names, he made the correct judgment. He shrugged his shoulders, and Xiao Wu, who was on his shoulder, leaped into the air, directly pouncing towards the fat mouse behind. Meanwhile, TangSan circled his hands in front of him, using the Ghost Shadow Misty Step and the Control Crane, catching Dragon simultaneously. He wanted to test just how strong the opponent's soul power was. In a flash, TangSan's body was thrown off balance, and he felt a wave of horror in his heart. No wonder the cat and mouse duo could achieve 4 consecutive victories. The soul power of the skinny cat girl in front of him was likely at a level not inferior to Bai's. Fortunately, TangSan was using both the Ghost Shadow Misty Step and the Control Crane, catching Dragon. Not only dodging the frontal attack, but also using his Xian Tiangong inner power to deflect the opponent's attack. The skinny cat girl clearly did not expect to defeat her opponent with her first attack. Just as TangSan dodged her silver claw shadows, she had already closed in on him, and her 3rd soul ring lit up simultaneously. On the other side, Xiao Wu dove down towards the fat mouse, who looked up at her without panic due to her pounce. His round body suddenly bounced up, with his first 2 soul rings shining simultaneously, and his claws sprang out with a speed that belied his physique, directly meeting Xiao Wu's attack. His speed was even faster than that of the skinny cat. The fat mouse's physique would confuse any opponent, and TangSan's initial judgment was not wrong. Chapter 127. End of the battle. The amplification from this 100-year soul ring skill was naturally incomparable to that of a 10-year soul ring. Therefore, in reality, the fat mouse's speed was faster than that of the skinny cat. It was just that when showcasing attacking power, he was slightly weaker than the skinny cat. Both he and the skinny cat were 37-level soul sovereigns. Among the dual combinations at the soul sovereign level, they were considered quite formidable. As both sides clashed simultaneously, the intensity of the soul arena battle fully unfolded at this moment. As the skinny cat approached TangSan, her 3rd soul ring had completely unleashed its skill. Her goal was to defeat TangSan with overwhelming force, and then go assist the fat mouse. Upon seeing that TangSan and Xiao Wu's soul rings were more impressive than theirs, the experienced skinny cat decided to launch an attack in this almost extreme manner. In a typical soul arena match, both sides would usually conduct some probing, trying to understand each other as soul skills before launching a full-scale attack. However, her actions were forced by the powerful soul rings of TangSan and Xiao Wu. If successful, this 2-on-2 victory would still belong to them. Achieving 4 consecutive victories was not easy, and they were not willing to give up the opportunity for 5 consecutive wins. At that moment, whether it was points or bonuses, they were all calculated with a 10-fold increase. A sharp cat's cry suddenly rang out, and the thin cat girl's body changed in midair, her claws suddenly elongated 10-fold, turning into 10 sharp swords that stabbed towards TangSan. The soul power trailing from her claws made a popping sound in the air, distorting it wherever she passed. This was clearly not her own power, but the ability granted by her 3rd soul skill. At this point, she was already in front of TangSan, and the suddenly lengthened claws directly stabbed towards various parts of TangSan's body. Her attack power had also doubled under the influence of her 1,000-year soul ring. This was not something a soul master of the same level could withstand. If she were facing another soul master, she might have actually overwhelmed them with her relentless momentum. With a direct attack blocked, the only thing she could do was retreat, which might allow her to dodge the thin cat's attack. However, TangSan had already retreated a bit while dodging her claws, and he was not far from the edge of the battle arena. As long as he took another step back now, the thin cat could push him out of the battle arena while his martial soul had not yet unleashed its power. Unfortunately, the thin cat's careful calculations fell through. The TangSan she faced had once walked between life and death, so how could he be easily forced back? Just as the razor-sharp claws were about to pierce through him, suddenly, the upper half of TangSan's body vanished in a thin air, disappearing without any warning. The thin cat girl was momentarily stunned. Her movements were so fast that she hadn't even had the chance to see how TangSan did it. In reality, TangSan's movement was very simple. He merely performed a standard bridge pose, completely leaning back. Although he wasn't as flexible as Xiao Wu, he could still manage such a motion. However, since he was right in front of the thin cat girl, this bridge pose exposed all his vulnerabilities to his opponent. The thin cat girl was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly realized TangSan's seemingly erroneous response. At this moment, all she needed to do was flip her wrist down, allowing her cat claw blades to stab directly at TangSan, thus securing victory in the battle. Victory was so close that the thin cat girl couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The wrist flip was incredibly easy for her. She thought to herself that although this masked guy had decent soul rings, his practical combat experience was too lacking to actually resolve his previous advance by exposing his vital points in this way. But she had forgotten one thing. She overlooked the opponent's martial soul. The thin cat girl's sense of triumph lasted only a moment. The next moment, she realized her body could not move. Even the simplest action of flipping her wrist down was impossible. Long before Xiao Wu leapt off her shoulder, TangSan had already released his blue silvergrass. But his blue silvergrass was released close to the ground. The moment the thin cat girl attacked him, her body naturally had to pause, and the blue silvergrass, which he had already mastered, climbed up and wrapped around the thin cat girl's body. If it weren't for the entanglement of the blue silvergrass, despite her opponent's speed, how could TangSan expose his vital points to her? Then, maintaining the bridge pose, TangSan flipped his body backward, kicking out his feet alternately and pressing them against the opponent's wrist. The thin cat girl suddenly realized that her body was entangled by the blue silvergrass and could not move. Desperately trying to struggle, she had no way to block the double kick coming from TangSan. The force transmitted from her hands caused her body to fall backward, and at the same time, the spikes attached to the blue silvergrass had already protruded, sending a paralyzing sensation spreading throughout her body. This forced her to gather all her soul power to resist. In real combat, the immense pain TangSan endured to obtain the spirit ring of the man-faced demon spider manifested its strength. Not only was the blue silvergrass exceptionally resilient, but the toxicity it carried was also significantly enhanced. The entanglement seemed to be just the first soul ring skill of TangSan, but the blue silvergrass was indeed the essence of his martial soul. Every time he obtained a soul ring, the blue silvergrass itself would be enhanced. This was the advantage of weapon soul masters compared to beast soul masters. Although weapon soul masters could not enhance themselves through their martial soul, enhancing the essence of the martial soul and then using soul skills would make them stronger. Despite the thin cat girl struggling with all her might, her soul power was not as strong as Bai's, and her martial soul was not as powerful as Bai's either. How could TangSan's extremely resilient blue silvergrass be something she could break free from? Under the effect of the paralyzing toxin, she had completely fallen under TangSan's control. TangSan stepped lightly onto the ghostly shadows, arriving beside the thin cat girl in one step. With a gentle flick of his toes, he sent her body off the soul fighting platform. According to the rules of soul fighting, once someone falls off the platform, it signifies their defeat. At the same time the thin cat girl fell, the fat mouse was also sent flying off from the other side of the platform. It turned out that as Xiao Wu lunged towards the fat mouse in midair, she saw him rushing over with incredible speed and immediately activated her third soul ring skill, teleportation. In a flash, she moved behind the fat mouse, whipping her scorpion tail to ensnare his neck, and with a push of her right foot, she sent him flying away. If this were a life-and-death battle, the fat mouse would clearly still have the strength to fight back. Although Xiao Wu used her skill, it wasn't enough to seriously injure her opponent, as Beast Spirit Masters possess incredibly tough bodies, and he was prepared. However, this was a soul fight, and the Fat Mouse's martial spirit wasn't a flying type, making it impossible for him to control his body in the air as he was thrown out. He fell almost simultaneously with the thin cat girl. The battle started quickly and ended even faster, with the outcome decided in just a few blinks of an eye. In the audience, those who had been cheering for the cat-mouse duo suddenly fell silent, while TangSan and Xiao Wu landed steadily on the soul fighting platform and exchanged smiles. They hadn't anticipated that today's soul fight would be so easy. They believed this was precisely due to the martial spirits being mutually restraining. Both TangSan's control system and Xiao Wu's close combat attacks had a strong restraining effect on agile attack-type soul masters. Originally, Xiao Wu should have been countered by agile attack-type soul masters, but now with the teleportation skill, she significantly compensated for her shortcomings. Caught off guard, the Fat Mouse didn't even have time to unleash his 1,000-year soul ring skill before being thrown out. The master nodded slightly from the audience, very satisfied with TangSan and Xiao Wu's performance. As an observer, he had a clear view. In the few moments before the confrontation, the adaptability and the combination with their martial spirits displayed by the two were just right. Easily defeating a combination with higher soul power wasn't just a simple matter of martial spirit restraint. The practical training they had undergone under his guidance over the past few months had quietly taken effect. With the host's announcement, the 3-5 combination won 2 consecutive victories in the 2-on-2 soul fight, and both of their scores rose to 3 points. Only then did the audience on the platform erupt into cheers again. Although this soul fight felt exceptionally brief, both TangSan's blue silvergrass and Xiao Wu's teleportation had opened the eyes of these ordinary people. The audience was fair and didn't hesitate to give their applause, and the 3-5 combination quietly left the stage amidst the roaring cheers. Waiting for them were their respective one-on-one soul fights. Perhaps today was a lucky day for the Shrek 7 monsters, as they won all their one-on-one and 2-on-2 soul fights. Among them, Oscar and Douluo's combination was named the Twin Wings White Tiger, implying that with Xiao Ao's assistance, the evil White Tiger gained wings. They faced a combination of attack and defense-type soul masters, and with the help of Oscar's mushroom sausage, Douluo's speed deficiency was fully compensated. Coupled with his flying ability, he swiftly sent one of the opponents off the soul fighting platform, and the subsequent match was naturally without any suspense. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's combination was named the 7 Treasure Spirit Cat. When the opponents saw Ning Rongrong's 7 Treasure Glaze Tile, their fighting spirit diminished significantly. Facing a combination with an Auxiliary Soul Master, they should have targeted the Auxiliary Soul Master first, but the 7 Treasure Glazed sect, being one of the 7 major sects of Soul Masters, was not something ordinary Soul Masters would want to offend. Thus, the 2 equally leveled 20 Soul Masters had to face Zhu Zhuqing, whose speed and power had suddenly increased by 30% thanks to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. With her lightning-like speed, she easily dealt with her opponent without much effort. 5 one-on-one matches and 3 2-on-2 matches ended in complete victory, marking a perfect start to the Shrek 7 monsters' soul fight journey. Of course, their soul fight for today wasn't over yet. There was still the final match waiting for them to complete. Oscar, having eaten 2 sausages and given 1 to each of the others, wore a proud expression. How could he not be excited about scoring points in his first battle, especially since he had only consumed some soul power to provide Douluo with a mushroom sausage and had done nothing else? He hadn't even had time to implement his original plan to evade the opponent's attacks on the stage. The master, Flender, and Zhao Wujin looked at the 7 disciples standing before them and couldn't help but nod in approval. These youths were only 15 years old at most, and achieving such results in the soul fight arena was something they could be proud of. The master said, "It's time to participate in the team battle. Since you signed up relatively late, you should be appearing in a later position. Remember, you will be facing teams of over level 30. Team battles are different from one-on-one and 2-on-2. Coordination between each other is far more important than individual strength. Since the opponents are fighting as a team, they will not lack various types of soul masters. As for what kind of combination it will be, that depends on their own understanding of combinations." Douluo said, "Master, are you still not confident in our coordination? Xiao-san, you are the control-type soul master. When the time comes, you command, and we will all follow your lead." TangSan did not decline. As the soul of the team, it was his duty. "All right, later By, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing. You 3 will be the main attackers. Bai will be in the center, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing on the sides to support. I will stay in the center to control the opponent as much as possible and assist you in your attacks. Fatty, you stay in the back, using your Phoenix Fire line for long-range attacks and to protect Xiao Ao and Rong Rong. Xiao Ao, you start preparing now, pairing each of your 3 kinds of sausages with everyone. Is that okay? Oscar said, no problem, my soul power is still sufficient. TangSan finally turned to Ning Rong Rong and said, take care of yourself. You and Xiao Ao should stay close to the fatty. If the enemy attacks you, don't panic. I will help the fatty protect you. Ning Rong Rong giggled. Hee, what is tension? I seem to have never felt that emotion. Bai said, all right, let's go. The battlefield for the team battle was obviously much larger than 1-on-1 or 2-on-2, and the contestants' lounge was particularly lively. At least 30 Soul Masters were waiting there. It should be noted that in the entire Bala Kingdom, there are only 2 Soul arenas of this scale, one being here and the other being the Bala Grand Soul Arena in the capital. It can be said that almost all Soul Masters willing to participate in Soul battles in the Bala Kingdom gather in these 2 cities. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many Soul Masters here. According to statistics from the Spirit Hall, there are only about 100,000 Soul Masters in the entire Douluo Continent, with only around 2,000 of them residing in the Bala Kingdom. This shows how many Soul Masters the Grand Soul Arena can attract. Even Soul Masters of the level of Flinder and Zhao Wujin participate in Soul battle competitions because they have high ranks and strong strength, and the benefits they can gain from the Grand Soul Arena are considerable. If it weren't for Zhao Wujin having many enemies and Flinder being overly self-important, they might have participated in the Soul battle competition under the current economic difficulties of the Academy. As the Master said, TangSan and his team were arranged to be the second to last to go on stage, and they did not go outside to watch. Chapter 128. Mad Rhinoceros. If it were just one person wearing a mask, it might not attract too much attention. But when 7 people wearing the same masks walked into the team battle lounge at the same time, they could not help but be noticed by others. Most Soul Masters showed vigilant expressions when they saw TangSan's group. Although the faces of the Shrek 7 monsters were hidden, their body shapes and clothing revealed that they were a combination of 3 girls and 4 boys. In the Soul Master community, the number of female Soul Masters is only 1/5 of that of male Soul Masters, making such a combination somewhat odd. While TangSan's team was silently cultivating and waiting to go on stage, a tall and extremely muscular man, over 2 meters tall, suddenly walked towards them. This man appeared to be in his 30s, bare-chested, revealing exaggeratedly dark muscles. Without asking, he was also a power-type Soul Master. Hey, little girl, nice figure. Why are you covering your face? Let Big Brother take a look. He was speaking to Zhu Qing, the girl with the most alluring figure among the 3 girls of the Shrek 7 monsters. Although Zhu Qing was the youngest, her development made Ning Rong Rong and Xiao Wu secretly envious. At this moment, with her face covered by a mask, it was impossible to tell she was only 12 years old. Scram. Zhu Qing's response was very much in line with her usual personality, a cold and simple word. Are you being shameless? Little girl, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? As he spoke, his large hand had already been raised. She said to Scram, didn't you hear? By suddenly stood up and stepped in front of Zhu Qing. Although he was physically smaller than the other man, the momentum he erupted with made his opponent hesitate for a moment. Looking for death, the big man widened his fierce eyes, and his right hand suddenly swung down towards By. By snorted coldly and met the opponent's palm with his right fist from below. A muffled sound echoed, and the big man's body swayed slightly, but By was forced back 2 steps. A glint of cold light flashed in his evil eyes, and a strong killing intent suddenly burst forth from this leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, the evil White Tiger. The others in the Shrek 7 monsters could see that By had suffered a loss. As a power-type Soul Master, By had not used his martial soul, but his soul power could still be used in attacks. Being pushed back 2 steps by the opponent clearly indicated that the opponent's soul power was higher than his. It should be known that By was already a Soul Master at level 37 at this time, and was about to enter level 38. Under such circumstances, being pushed back by this extremely strong man meant that he was likely a level 38 or even level 39 Soul Master. At level 30, his soul power was already among the top. Stop. Just as both sides were on the verge of a fierce battle, a middle-aged voice suddenly intervened. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s stepped forward, without showing any signs of aggression. It seemed he merely took a couple of steps and arrived between By and the tall, muscular man. Don't you know that fighting is not allowed in the soul battle preparation area? This is the rule of the Grand Soul Arena. If you want to fight, go to the soul battle stage. Seeing this middle-aged man, the previously furious muscular man instantly changed his expression. Supervisor, Ayo, it was my fault. I couldn't hold back. The middle-aged man, referred to as Supervisor Ayo, looked at the 7 members of the Shrek's 7 monsters. You're the newly registered group, the Shrek's 7 monsters, right? Well, you don't need to argue here. Coincidentally, you are opponents on the soul battle stage today. Any grievances, resolve them on the soul battle stage. Mad Rhinoceros. If I see you causing trouble on my turf again, don't blame me for being rude. This is my last warning to you. Remember it. Yes, yes. It won't happen again. The strong body of Mad Rhinoceros and his awkward smile looked very out of place. When his gaze turned to By, it immediately became cold and stern as he pointed a finger at By. Kid, we'll see you later. If I don't fight, my mother won't recognize me. I won't be called Mad Rhinoceros. After saying that, Mad Rhinoceros turned and left. Supervisor Ayo gave By a faint glance and said indifferently, don't be deceived by appearances. Mad Rhinoceros is the captain of the Mad War team, and all members of the Mad War team are at least level 35. They registered at the Soul Arena 7 days ago and have already achieved 7 consecutive victories at the Soul Master level. If they can achieve 10 consecutive victories, they will directly advance to Copper Soul Battle. With their strength, even among level 30 teams at the Copper Soul Battle level, they will stand out. You all better take care of yourselves. If you believe your strength is insufficient, admit defeat immediately after going on stage. The Mad War team strikes to kill or injure. Supervisor Ayo's voice was not loud, but it was just enough for the 7 members of the Shrek 7 monsters to hear. After finishing, he turned and left. The other Soul Masters around did not pay attention to them after seeing Supervisor Ayo. By curled his lips. I didn't expect that our first time on the Team Battle Soul stage would encounter such a tough opponent. Kill or be killed. I want to see who will be killed. That Mad Rhinoceros is not simple. Oscar said, Boss Die, do you remember what the supervisor just said? Don't be deceived by appearances. He is reminding us that Mad Rhinoceros is definitely not as rough as he seems. Being able to become the captain of a team and lead his team to 7 consecutive victories, instilling fear in other groups, is not something that can be done solely with strength. This guy is probably here to test our strength. By nodded. That's very possible. If that's the case, we need to be cautious. Everyone listen. If the situation turns unfavorable, don't force it. Immediately use Xiao Ao's mushroom sausage to fly off the soul battle stage. Everyone's safety is the most important. As the captain of a Shrek 7 monsters, By was definitely not someone who acted on impulse. But he would never watch his women being humiliated. Of course, the phrase his women was something he only admitted to himself. Zhu Zhuqing would definitely not acknowledge it. TangSan's said, the opponent's advantage lies in their higher level. Since that crazy rhino is named after a rhinoceros, its martial soul should be a rhino, making it a defensive power type soul master. When launching an attack, we should try to avoid a direct confrontation with it. We should primarily attack other soul masters with lower defenses. Leave that crazy rhino to me. I will try my best to control it. In the 13th round of the group battle, the Shrek 7 Devils had half an hour of rest after the first 3 battles. Finally, it was their turn to appear. The Shrek 7 Devils walked out of the Soul Master preparation area alongside the Crazy Battle Team. At this moment, they finally saw all the members of the Crazy Battle Team. The imposing figure of the Crazy Rhino led their team, followed closely by 2 middle-aged men who appeared to be of similar age and looked somewhat alike, likely brothers, with ordinary builds and gloomy expressions. Behind them was a flamboyant woman, the only female member of the Crazy Battle Team. With heavy makeup, her age was hard to discern, but judging by her figure, she must have been over 20. Her outfit was extremely revealing, with only a bustier on top, and although she wore a skirt, it was as thin as gossamer, making it easy to see her skin beneath. The alluring woman threw a flirtatious glance at By, who was at the front of the Shrek 7 Devils. However, By didn't even glance her way. He had seen many beautiful women and disliked those heavily made up, showing no interest at all. By's lack of interest didn't mean the others felt the same, as a certain fat man was already feeling excited, secretly swallowing his saliva and imagining inappropriate scenarios in his mind. Behind the alluring woman were 2 small and slender young men, their eyes darting around constantly. The oldest member of the Crazy Battle Team, who looked ordinary and was dressed very simply, was at the back. If it weren't for the Grand Soul Arena, it would be hard to associate him with being a Soul Master. While the Shrek 7 Devils were observing their opponents, the Crazy Battle Team was naturally observing them as well. Unfortunately, apart from the fat man's distinctive figure, The others looked quite normal, and their faces were concealed by Shrek masks, making it difficult to judge anything from their appearance. The area of the group battle arena was significantly larger than that of one-on-one or two-on-two matches, with a diameter of 40 meters. The surrounding audience stand were also twice as large. At this moment, the audience was already seated. There were some bloodstains on the battle arena, evidently left from previous group battles. As soon as the crazy battle team appeared, they ignited the audience's enthusiasm, and loud cheers filled the arena. Shouts like "tear them apart," "kill them," not only created pressure, but also stirred the crowd's blood. The host on the arena was actually the same supervisor AO who had helped the Shrek 7 Devils earlier. Standing in the center of the battle arena, he announced, "Fourth match, group battle. The competing teams are the Crazy Battle Team and the Shrek 7 Devils. As for the Crazy Battle Team, I believe I don't need to introduce them further. They have achieved an impressive 7 consecutive victories. If they can continue their brave performance and win a few more matches in the future, they are likely to set the record for the fastest team to reach bronze in the Soto Great Soul Arena." Next, let's take a look at the mysterious combination on the other side of the battle arena. This team just completed their registration today, and this is their first group battle. Unfortunately, they encountered the Crazy Battle Team. These masked soul masters are called the Shrek 7 Devils. It was unclear whether it was due to the overwhelming support for the Crazy Battle Team or the negative impression the audience had of the masks worn by the Shrek 7 Devils. As soon as Supervisor AO announced their name, the audience erupted into boos. The circular battle arena, with a diameter of 40 meters, was already quite large, measuring over 1,000 square meters, so even with 14 participants, it didn't feel crowded. With Supervisor AO's announcement, the Shrek 7 Devils and the Crazy Battle Team took their respective formations. The Crazy Battle Team had their leader, the Crazy Rhino, at the front, followed closely by the two gloomy-faced, middle-aged men, forming a triangular formation. The flamboyant woman stood in the center of the 7, still wearing a smile. The two slender young men were on the wings, while the seemingly ordinary older man was at the back. The entire formation resembled a sharp cone. The Shrek 7 Devils also arranged their formation. Unlike the Crazy Battle Team's 3-3-1 formation, the Shrek 7 Devils adopted a 3-1-1-2 formation, dividing into 4 rows. At the front were By, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. The second row had TangSan. The third row had Ma Hongjun, and the last row had Oscar and Ning Rongrong. Oscar stood close to Ning Rongrong, and he actually had no tasks at the moment since everyone had already received the 3 sausages TangSan had requested. Even if they needed more, he could complete it quickly. "Why are you standing so close to me?" Ning Rongrong hisperet. Oscar replied, "In case someone attacks you, I can act as your human shield." If Ning Rongrong had heard Oscar say this on a normal day, she would have thought he was trying to take advantage of her. However, at this moment, Oscar's tone was serious, and he was intently watching their opponents not far away, his voice noticeably grave. Having 2 support-type soul masters was certainly good, but it meant that the fighting capacity of the Shrek 7 Devils was only 5 individuals, while they were facing a team all above level 35. The pressure was evident. Moreover, Ning Rongrong, with her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda martial soul, was clearly a target for the opposing team to attack. It was important to note that her presence could enhance the overall strength of her team by 30%. The host asked both sides if they were ready. As the captain, By, and the Crazy Rhino both indicated they were ready, the countdown began. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The group battle, 4th match, begins. This countdown, which did not exist in one-on-one or two-on-two battles, was meant to give both soul masters time to unleash their martial souls first, thus avoiding any mistakes in the group battle due to slow martial soul releases. Of course, for the Grand Soul Arena, it was also to make the battle process more exciting to attract the audience. "Brothers, unleash your martial souls," By shouted, his momentum surging. His muscles instantly swelled, his arms stretching out to the sides as he released his martial soul, White Tiger avatar. At the same time, both sides unleashed their martial souls. In an instant, the bodies of the Beast Soul Masters transformed, and the Weapon Soul Masters summoned their martial souls, making the entire battle arena dazzlingly brilliant. At this moment, TangSan finally understood why the audience loved watching team battles in the Soul Arena. Just the opening moment was already incomparable to the other 2 types of soul battles. Imagine when 14 Soul Masters simultaneously unleashed their soul skills and their dazzling soul rings lit up at the same time. What an impressive scene that was. On the Shrek 7 Monsters side, the 4 Soul Masters at the Soul Respect level had soul rings of the same color. By, Oscar, TangSan, and Xiao Wu all had 2 yellow and 1 purple rings, which meant 200 years and 1,000 years, totaling 3 soul rings. The other 3 also had 200-year soul rings. Compared to the Shrek 7 monsters, the soul rings of the opposing Frenzy team appeared somewhat uneven. Guangxi had 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple ring, a standard combination of 10 years, 100 years, and 1,000 years. The 2 gloomy middle-aged men beside him had 1 white and 2 yellow rings. Chapter 129, Battle against Guangxi. In terms of formations, the Frenzy team's soul rings were clearly weaker than those of the Shrek 7 monsters. The only one with a top-tier soul ring configuration was the Enchanting Woman, who, like the 4 soul respects from Shrek, also possessed 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings for support. The other 3, although all soul masters above level 30, only had a 1,000-year soul ring on the last seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, while his soul rings matched Guangxi's. And the other 2 had 1 white and 2 yellow rings. The uniformity of the Shrek 7 monster soul ring colors instantly formed a stark contrast to the unevenness of their opponents. Although Guangxi had already tested Douluo's strength with some mental preparation, he was still taken aback to find that 4 members of the Shrek 7 monsters had top-tier soul ring configurations. Fortunately, the other 3 were at the Great Soul Master level. Otherwise, he might have considered surrendering right away. From a comparison of the soul rings before him, one could see how rare high-level soul rings were. It was extremely difficult for ordinary soul masters to obtain good soul rings. After all, soul beasts that produced excellent soul rings were generally more powerful than the soul masters themselves, and only strong individuals could assist in safely acquiring them. The originally noisy audience had quieted down at this moment, as the visual impact of the 4 purple soul rings was certainly significant. Moreover, the fact that the Shrek 7 monsters did not even have a single 10-year white soul ring was enough to prove that they had a strong background. Director AO was also startled by the soul rings of the Shrek 7 monsters, but he quickly regained his composure. With a signal to begin, he flew back with incredible speed, clearly also a capable soul master. The first to act were not the battle soul masters standing at the front, but the auxiliary soul masters in the back row. The older middle-aged man from the opposing team flashed a light in his hand, and a silver disc appeared in his palm. The white and yellow soul rings on him lit up simultaneously. Rui Disc, Defense Light Unleashed. Rui Disc, Attack Aura Unleashed. 2 circles of light, matching the colors of his 2 soul rings, were instantly released, adding a layer of yellow-white light to each of the 6 companions in front. On the Shrek 7 monsters' side, Ning Rongrong's dazzling light had already shone brightly. In her right palm, a 7-colored pagoda over a foot tall had appeared. The treasure light flickered, exuding an air of nobility, and Ning Rongrong smiled, looking as if she were floating like an immortal. The auxiliary soul master's incantation rang out crisply from her mouth. The 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. The 7 treasures are famous. The second is. The 2 soul rings swirling around Ning Rongrong simultaneously ascended, enveloping the 7 treasures' glazed tower. 14 beams of colored light were released at the same time, applying to herself and her 6 companions. Lightness and warmth spread throughout the bodies of the Shrek 7 monsters, instantly granting a 30% boost to their power and agility. The 7 treasures' glazed tower was indeed well known to many, seeing that the opposing team had a soul master from the 7 treasures' glazed sect. The members of the Frenzy team immediately looked grim, without mentioning the unparalleled effects that the 7 treasures' glazed tower could provide to its teammates. Just the identity of being from the 7 treasures' glazed sect was enough to make them wary. The arrow was on the bowstring, and there was no turning back. Guangxi could no longer afford to think too much. Although he regretted his earlier provocation towards Douluo, he could only focus on winning this battle first. He calculated that if they won, they absolutely could not harm their opponents as they had done in the past. The 7 treasures' glazed sect was not something they could afford to offend. Guangxi's soul was that of a rhinoceros. Upon unleashing his soul, not only did his body swell, but a thick, armor-like layer of keratin also formed on his skin, with the most significant change occurring on his head, where a horn over half a foot long gleamed with a brown-yellow light. Accompanied by his own loud shout, the white light of his 10-year soul ring surged, and he charged towards Douluo with an unstoppable momentum. The 2 soul masters beside Guangxi were also strong attackers, both soul masters with the same soul, sporting horns on their heads and a layer of white fur on their skin, clearly possessing sheep souls. Coordinating with Guangxi, they charged forward together. As a team, coordination was extremely important. The auxiliary soul master of the frenzy team provided them with a 5% increase in defense and a 10% increase in attack. Compared to the enhancements from the 7 treasures glazed tower, the difference was simply too great. Otherwise, how could the 7 treasures glazed tower be called the #1 auxiliary soul? Behind Guangxi and his 2 companions, 2 agility-type soul masters also quickly moved into action. Their soul was that of a monkey covered in yellow fur, and they swiftly circled around Dai Mu-Bai and the others from the sides, targeting the back where Ning Rongrong stood. At the same time, the enchanting girl with the top-tier soul rings also moved. She was also a beast soul master who occupied a central position in the team. Besides her strength, her soul master cultivation direction was similar to TangSan's. She was a control-type soul master. To TangSan's surprise, this enchanting woman's beast soul was a spider. The moment her soul manifested, he noticed her. As her soul was released, she was enveloped in a layer of pink light, with wavy strands of silk forming the shape of a spider's 8 legs on either side of her head, a spiderweb mark appearing on her forehead, and her eyes turning completely pink. As her first soul ring lit up, she raised her hands simultaneously, shooting strands of silk from her palms into the air. The silk began to weave rapidly in the air. Seeing that the opposing control-type soul master was a spider, even Dai Mu-Bai couldn't help but laugh. The human-faced demon spider, among spider-type soul beasts, was known as the Spider King, and he didn't need to think twice to know that the opponent's soul was perfectly countered by their own. TangSan coldly observed the situation in the arena and shouted, "Fatty, in the air, Phoenix Fire Line, go." Ma Hongjun was already prepared, and the purple-red flames spewed out, heading straight for the aerial spiderweb. At that moment, TangSan also moved. Dozens of blue-silver grasses quickly extended from under his feet, not forward, but to the sides, entangling the 2 young agility-type soul masters with monkey martial spirits. Control-type souls counter agility-type ones. This is something every soul master knows. As the blue-silver grass surged forward, the 2 fast-moving monkey soul masters suddenly came to a halt. TangSan raised his hand, not even glancing at the situation on both sides. A ball of green light had already been thrown out using his whip-like hand technique, targeting the frontmost member of the Crazy Rhino team. The Crazy Rhino naturally noticed the green light released by TangSan and understood that the opponent was a control-type soul master. Without hesitation, he activated his 2nd soul ring. As his massive body charged forward, he swung both fists simultaneously, and a dazzling black light erupted from his fists. The 2 beams of light suddenly collided in mid-air, transforming into a huge black shockwave that surged toward the yellow-green light emitted by TangSan. It must be said that the Crazy Rhino had a wealth of combat experience. The black shockwave he unleashed was aimed not only at TangSan's green light. Once he shattered the green light, his next target would be Dai Mu-Bai. But could he really block that green light? The Crazy Rhino ultimately overlooked one thing. When TangSan released the green light, his 3rd soul ring, the purple 1,000-year soul ring, lit up. The green light was neither shattered by the black light, nor did it hinder the advance of the black light. Instead, it quivered under the impact of the black light. At that moment, a strand of blue-silver grass quietly reached out from an awkward angle, just brushing against the back of the green light. With a gentle tug, the green light, which was originally being pushed back by the black light, shot directly into the air, then came crashing down. "Crazy Rhino, be careful." The seductive woman's expression changed, and she hurriedly shouted a warning. At this moment, her web that had not yet been woven in the air was completely dissipated in the face of Ma Hongjun's evil fire, having no effect whatsoever. With the enhancement of Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile, the gap in soul power between both sides was significantly narrowed. Ma Hongjun's artillery-like attack maximized the power of his evil fire. The Crazy Rhino naturally knew he had to be careful, but speed was not his strong suit. The black light he unleashed with his fists had already collided with Dai Mu-Bai's 2nd soul ring technique, the White Tiger's fierce light wave. The violent clash of black and white immediately produced a thunderous boom. This time, the Crazy Rhino did not gain any advantage. His body staggered along with Dai Mu-Bai. The green light finally revealed its true form, as a massive net suddenly descended from the sky, completely enveloping the Crazy Rhino's towering body. The spider web tightened abruptly, binding the Crazy Rhino tightly. With the enhanced toughness of the blue-silver grass, it became nearly impossible for the Crazy Rhino to break free from this large net. A cloud of smoke appeared simultaneously as the spider web descended, with the web's accompanying corrosive and paralyzing toxins beginning to erode the Crazy Rhino's outer layer. "Good job, Xiao San." By saw that the crazy rhino was successfully controlled by TangSan and immediately felt invigorated. He stomped his foot, shooting forward like an arrow, targeting the sheep soul master on the left. He could hardly be bothered to dodge the opponent's charge. As the saying goes, a sheep enters a tiger's den. The innate attribute clash of their martial souls had already begun to affect the opponent significantly. Xiao Wu's figure flashed as she met another sheep soul master, while Zhu Zhuqing exerted all her strength, flanking from the side, ignoring the control-type soul master and directly targeting the Rui Pan support soul master at the back. The entire battle had now fully unfolded. In the initial clash, it was evident that the crazy battle team suffered greatly, as the main combat force, the crazy rhino, was entangled by TangSan's spiderweb, turning their situation unfavorable. At that moment, the crazy battle team showcased their strength from 7 consecutive victories in any Soul Master team. Regardless of numbers, control-type Soul Masters were the soul of the team. The seductive girl, seeing the crazy rhino trapped, did not show any signs of anxiety. Instead, she flew forward toward the crazy rhino, shouting loudly, "Double monkeys retreat, protect their AE pan. Double sheep hold steady." The 2 monkey Soul Masters, having been obstructed by TangSan's blue-silver grass earlier, had already retreated to their side. Upon hearing the seductive girl's command, they unhesitatingly charged toward Zhu Zhuqing. The crazy rhino, in a fierce struggle, had now rolled to the ground. He tried to use his own strength to break free from TangSan's spiderweb, but the corrosive toxins continually eroding his outer layer made it nearly impossible. His defense was indeed strong, but that did not mean he was immune to potent toxins. The outer layer had already been corroded, and the more he struggled, the tighter the web constricted. He was gradually sinking deeper. The seductive girl was shocked when she saw TangSan's spiderweb. Although TangSan's web was made of blue silvergrass, she was well aware that the 3rd soul ring must have come from a spider-type soul beast. Faced with such an opponent, she had no confidence whatsoever. Her goal was simple: to first dissolve the spiderweb on the crazy rhino. One sheep soul master, in addition to his charge skill, surprisingly had the rare 2nd soul skill of stomp. Although the range of the stomp was only a small circle, every time Xiao Wu was about to get close, he would activate his stomp skill, not giving her any chance to approach. At the same time, after being stunned by his stomp skill, Xiao Wu had to face the opponent's charge, nearly getting injured several times, making her hesitant to push forward. Her teleportation skill was unexpectedly countered by a 2nd soul ring skill stomp, although the opponent's skill could only limit her for 1 second. That 1 second left Xiao Wu very helpless. Moreover, the opponent's soul power was higher than hers, and for a while, they could only entangle each other, unable to gain the upper hand. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was incredibly fast, aided by Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tile, as she almost instantly reached the opposing Rui Pan Soul Master with just a few flashes. At this moment, the 2 monkey Soul Masters were still some distance away from her. First soul ring skill, Nether Puncture, activate. With the help of her soul skill, Zhu Zhuqing's speed increased again, and her sharp claws shot out, targeting the opponent's Soul Master's neck. As long as she successfully controlled her opponent and eliminated their support capabilities, her objective would be achieved. The blue-silver grass surged wildly on the battlefield, wrapping around the seductive girl. Facing TangSan's attack, the seductive girl did not dare to be careless. As the soul of both teams, they finally collided with each other. The seductive girl's 2nd soul ring lit up, and both heads lifted simultaneously. This time, she did not spray spider silk from her hands. Instead, spider silk erupted from all over her body. Although the spider silk was finer than the blue-silver grass, its sheer number formed a barrier in front of her, forcefully blocking the movement of the blue-silver grass. Summary: Tang Chuan travels to the Douluo Continent as Tang Hao's son, acquiring an inheritance system that allows him to gain all the abilities of others after receiving their recognition upon their death.